On the first day that Shen Lang took charge of the family reservoir, only a few languid crucian carp flopped around in the fish basket. 3 days later, the fishing community erupted in excitement. The real frenzy began when fish from this reservoir were caught. Beautiful women floored the gas pedal, using the excavator's bucket as a fish basket, pulling out carp with scales as large as manhole covers. Wealthy patrons navigated their yachts, tossing money to create fishing spots, swearing to catch living torpedoes capable of capsizing patrol boats. Anglers, while casting their lines, shouted in disbelief, 300 pounds? That's merely an appetizer. I want to battle with that ancestral beast that could launch a fishing rod into the stars. Fish baskets were welded into iron coffins, and fishing lines were replaced with steel cables. Chapter 1. Brother, are you fishing? There are giants over there. Brother, are you going fishing? Shen Lang inquired, stopping a young man with fishing gear in hand. The young man looked at him, puzzled. I was just about to go fishing. Do you need something? Shen Lang's heart leapt with joy. He had been waiting here for half a day, and finally, he had found a fellow angler. Were there really so few fishermen in this small county? I know a spot where the fish are particularly plentiful, and there are monsters weighing dozens of pounds. Are you interested? Upon hearing the word monsters, the young man's eyes lit up. Where is it, brother? No, Dad, take me there. The young man's reaction startled Shen Lang. Here he was, merely seeking a fishing companion, and suddenly he had been dubbed a father. However, the young man's enthusiasm was beyond Shen Lang's expectations. Hop in the car, it'll take you there. Hey, Dad, lead the way. With that, Shen Lang and the young man climbed into a second-hand Wuling Hongwang, which soon vanished down the streets of the county. Half an hour later, the Wuling Hongwang cruised along rural backroads. Dad, how much longer? Don't rush, we're almost there. An hour later, the Wuling Hongwang continued its journey down the winding rural paths. Grandpa, are we there yet? Soon. An hour and a half later, the Wuling Hongwang still traversed the rural roads. The young man was beginning to lose his composure, suspecting that the man in front might be planning to sell him. After all, he was in good health, and he had heard that a single piece could fetch hundreds of thousands. Moreover, they had been driving for an hour and a half, surrounded by dense forest. This secluded wilderness seemed perfect for disposing of a body. I can't let this happen. I must act first. With this thought, the young man grasped his fishing rod. Here we are. This is the place. Get out. Just look at this truly auspicious sight. At that moment, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Hearing that they had arrived, and that he had chosen a site of good fortune for him, the young man felt a chill run down his spine. Alas, I, who Luxian, have cherished fishing all my life, and I never imagined I would ultimately fall victim to my own greed for it. The sudden stop propelled him forward, causing his fishing rod to thrust directly into Shen Lang's face. As Shen Lang prepared to open the door and exit, he spotted the fishing rod extending toward him. He quickly exclaimed, Brother, I don't fish, I'm the owner here. It's 100 for half a day, 200 for a full day, and the catch is priced according to the market. How long do you plan to fish? Hu Luxian was taken aback. What? The owner? Yet he also took in the scenery beside the car. They stood atop a magnificent dam, surrounded by towering mountains, lush and verdant, truly a place of exceptional geomantic fortune. However, the shimmering waters that one might envision beneath the dam were conspicuously absent. Instead, in a corner by the reservoir, there lay a small pond, no larger than a palm, with water that remained relatively clear. As Hu Luxian stepped out of the vehicle and gazed at the diminutive pond, he remarked, Is this truly the location you spoke of, where great creatures reside? 200 a day? Come on, my friend, are you trying to swindle me? Shen Lang shook his head and replied, Oh, must you speak so harshly? In business, if a deal cannot be struck, let us part amicably. If the price is too steep, you need not fish. But, considering the arduous trek through these mountains, you'll have to find your own way back. Shen Lang shut the car door and strolled toward a small wooden cabin by the reservoir. Hu Luxian was taken aback in this remote wilderness. It took an hour and a half by car, and to walk back would surely be a grueling endeavor. Thus, he hurried to catch up with Shen Lang. I will fish. Of course I will. But will you take me back afterward? Certainly. Do you think of me, Shen Lang, as anything less than a servant to my customers? With that, Hu Luxian scanned a payment of 100 and kept his fishing gear. Shen Lang, observing his first customer, could not help but smile with satisfaction. Open the system panel. Name, Shen Lang. Age, 25. Bound water body. Shirkwan Reservoir. Area, 2,201 square meters. Depth, 10 meters. Current fish growth multiplier, 210 times the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current sessions. 200 a day. Current fisherman. Huluxian 4 o'clock. Shen Lang felt a twinge of helplessness. He was a villager from Shirkwan. After a recent falling out with his boss, he had returned home, seeking tranquility. Yet, after a few days, boredom set in, as his hometown was populated mainly by a few left-behind children and elderly folks, with the youth having left for work elsewhere. Thus, he thought to visit Shirkwan Reservoir to fish and unwind. Little did he anticipate that he would bind himself to this peculiar system, one that required management, lest his brother be cursed to shrink by 10 centimeters, a punishment no man could endure. The system's function was straightforward. Whenever someone fished in the bound pond and caught a fish, a portion of the catch would be directly returned to Shen Lang. However, in this desolate wilderness, where was he to find customers? With no other options, he took his uncle's decrepit wooing to the county to entice fishing enthusiasts. Initially, Shen Lang held no hopes, yet to his astonishment, his casual remarks led the man to pursue him like a devoted follower. Were the youth of today so easily swayed? However, half an hour had passed, and the Huluxian he had lured had yet to catch a single fish, merely flailing his rod in apparent frustration. Was this fellow truly so inept? Shen Lang was counting on this customer to generate some income. This could not continue after all. It was a rare stroke of luck to have convinced someone to come. Gritting his teeth, Shen Lang once more accessed the system. He navigated to the lower left corner, entering the store interface, where 3 items appeared before him in an instant. Small fish bait, 200-500 G per pack, limited to 1 pack per day. Medium bait, 500 G limit, 1 package per day. Large bait, 1000 G limit, 1 package per day. At present, the store only offered these 3 items, which were exorbitantly priced and restricted to a single purchase. Having bought a package of small bait, Shen Lang approached Huluxian. "Brother, this is futile. I've had no bites in half an hour." Huluxian cast a sidelong glance at Shen Lang. "You don't even know if there are fish in this wild pit, and I'm trying to bait them. Do you understand? This is how the masters do it." With that, he lifted his fishing rod, preparing to place more bait. "Use this, I guarantee you'll have a bountiful catch." Shen Lang handed over his bait. "Brother, this is exclusive bait from Master Wu. Can your offer compare?" Shen Lang chuckled dismissively, well aware that anything produced by the system must be of exquisite quality. Although Shen Lang felt a deep disdain for the system's mandatory bindings, he never doubted its capabilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be diligently seeking ways to manage this fishing ground. After all, in another 10 centimeters, he would be unsure how to face his future wife. "You'll find out once you give it a try. Later, you'll come back to thank me." Shen Lang patted Huluxian on the shoulder and departed. Huluxian hesitated before opening the bait's packaging. An extraordinary aroma wafted out. This scent seemed to awaken his appetite, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to devour the entire package. Suppressing his desire, Huluxian marveled at the bait. Without any hesitation, he switched to the bait that Shen Lang had given him and began fishing. Not long after casting his line, he felt a tug on the rod. "Got one." Huluxian pulled with all his might, but the anticipated fish did not breach the surface. Instead, he felt an immense force emanating from the water. Momentarily caught off guard, he nearly tumbled in. As an experienced angler, Huluxian quickly regained his footing and lifted the rod. The fish swam sideways, pulling the line with a resounding buzz from the friction against the water's surface. Huluxian's excitement surged. From the strength of the pull, he surmised that the fish must weigh at least 20 pounds. This owner truly wasn't deceiving me. There are indeed giants here. After half an hour of struggle, Huluxian finally brought the fish to the shore. Dad, come help me net this." Chapter 2, Foster Father. "Where are you?" Upon hearing this address, Shen Lang felt a sense of numbness. However, the system mandated that he could not assist customers with fishing, and netting was included in that prohibition. Otherwise, he would have rushed over. Thus, he pretended not to hear and continued browsing through images of beautiful ladies in the small cabin. After calling out several times without seeing Shen Lang, Huluxian resigned himself to the task. He steadied himself, one hand gripping the fishing rod and the other the net, slowly maneuvering the fish's head into the net. Yet, the fish was simply too large. The net could only accommodate half of it. Huluxian grew anxious. Missing out on a creature over 20 pounds would haunt him for a lifetime. In the next moment, he discarded the rod and net, leaping into the water with several swift strides. Moments later, he emerged from the water, cradling the fish in his arms, a charmingly foolish grin adorning his face. Simultaneously, Shen Lang received a notification from the system. Luxian has caught a 3.7 kilograms grass carp, equivalent to 21 kilograms. Congratulations on earning 1,470 huaxia coins. Congratulations on reeling in your first fish. You have received a novice gift pack. Furthermore, Shen Lang's phone buzzed with a notification from the bank confirming the deposit. Daxia Bank, 1,470 yuan credited current balance, 4,860.5 yuan. In the past, toiling endlessly, he had barely earned over 3,000 yuan a month. Now, a single fish had garnered him the equivalent of half a month's salary. What a sudden wave of happiness. This stroke of fortune was indeed due to Lucian's luck in catching a fish with a high multiplier. The system's calculation was 310,771,470, where the original weight was 3 kilograms. The average market price was 10 yuan, followed by the increased multiplier. Moreover, as more individuals began fishing, the earnings could reach astronomical sums. Even if one were to catch a fish with only a doubling effect, the system would still reward hundreds of yuan. Imagining a person catching dozens of fish in a day, with hundreds of participants, a delightful smile spread across Shen Lang's face. At the same time, Shen Lang opened the novice gift pack. Congratulations on opening the novice gift pack. You have received 100,000 yuan. Shen Lang was overjoyed. While this sum may seem trivial to the affluent, it represented a significant fortune for him. Meanwhile, Luxian had begun snapping photos of the fish with a resounding pop, pop, pop. He took solo shots of the fish and affectionate selfies with it. After some editing, he crafted a caption and posted it on his social media. Recently discovered that my photo editing skills have greatly improved. Can you tell it's edited? After posting, Luxian admired the fish for a while before placing it into the fish keeper. At that moment, he picked up his phone again, noticing several comments on his post. Idle person. Xiange, didn't I mention that I was abducted as a child? This spot looks exactly like the one from my childhood memories. Can you share the location? I would be eternally grateful. Interior decoration. Brother, what about your integrity? Deep. Xiange, your photo editing skills are truly impressive. It hardly looks edited. Lu Jianer. Father, I am your long-lost son. Where are you? Send your location. I wish to reunite with you immediately. Deep. Idle person. Luxian beamed at the comments. This delightful sensation filled him with bliss. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the name scoundrel. Luxian answered the call to hear a voice on the other end say, Xiange, where are you? Let's go out for drinks tonight. It's on me. Luxian smirked. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Father, where are you? The corners of Lucian's mouth could no longer contain his excitement. However, jokes aside, when one discovers a good location, it is only fitting to share it with a dear friend. Thus, he sent his companion a location pin and resumed his fishing endeavors. If Shen Lang had overheard their conversation, he would undoubtedly have remarked on the familial tradition of seeking paternal approval. With the bait provided by Shen Lang, Luxian felt as if he were possessed by Master Wu today. Within just over an hour, he had caught a good dozen fish. Yet the luck of his initial catches had waned, yielding only fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Nevertheless, he was astounded by the quality of the fish in this locale. Alas, the bait gifted by Shen Lang had been exhausted. Luxian thought nothing of it, assuming that the fish here were indeed plentiful, and thus reverted to his own bait. In the subsequent hour, he managed to catch but a single fish. The stark contrast in his success suddenly dawned upon him. As he contemplated seeking Shen Lang for more bait, a voice echoed from above the dam. Xiange, is that really you here? Glancing upwards, Luxian spotted a familiar figure waving at him, his good friend Lu Jian. Lu Jian, lacking in diverse hobbies, shared Lucian's passion for fishing, which solidified their bond as close friends. Moments later, Lu Jian descended from the dam and made a beeline for Lucian's catch. Upon witnessing the bounty within Lucian's fish basket, he was consumed with envy. Setting down his gear, he was eager to commence fishing. Luxian hastily cautioned, "This reservoir is privately owned. I must take you to settle the fee." What? There's an owner in these deep mountains? It's not expensive, merely 200 yuan for the day. Moreover, I believe he mentioned something about returning fish. Wait a moment. As Luxian spoke, a realization struck him. The owner had indeed said something about returning fish, and at market price. Calculating the weight of his catch, Luxian suddenly felt as though he had outsmarted the owner. He had caught approximately 80 pounds of fish, and at market rates of around 10 yuan per pound, he had effectively earned the owner over 700 yuan. With this thought, He felt a wave of remorse for his initial misunderstanding of the owner. What a kind-hearted man he truly was. Meanwhile, the benevolent Shen Lang rubbed his somewhat weary eyes, realizing that perhaps gazing at lovely ladies for too long had taken its toll. Noticing the time, he saw that it was nearly 5 o'clock and decided it was time to return for dinner. Thus, he stood, stretched lazily, and made his way toward the door. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Hu Luxian approaching with someone in tow. "Boss, this is my friend. He wishes to fish for a while too." Lu Jian greeted Shen Lang enthusiastically. "Good afternoon, boss." He had already heard from Hu Luxian about how he had raked in 700 yuan in just 2 to 3 hours. With this revelation, Lu Jian could hardly remain seated. It wasn't merely about the few hundred yuan, it was primarily the desire to turn the tables on the owner, who had always been the one benefiting from him. If he could manage to outsmart the owner just once, wouldn't that render his life perfect? Thus, he eagerly pulled Hu Luxian toward the small wooden cabin, only to be met with distressing news that it is already quite late. I must return for dinner. Tomorrow, I shall rise early. Allow me to assist you by returning the fish now, and I will catch more later to transfer to you. Not at all. Boss, it is only 5 o'clock, still early. Indeed, boss, we can fish in the evening without issue. We have brought all the equipment. However, Shen Lang resolutely declined. There are wild beasts lurking about at night, along with snakes and such. It is best to rise early tomorrow. If any misfortune were to befall you while in my care, I would be held accountable. Upon hearing of the nocturnal beasts, both men felt a twinge of trepidation. Given Shen Lang's firm stance, they felt it inappropriate to press further on the matter. Shen Lang returned Hu Luxian's fish at market value, releasing it back into the water before departing. Hu Luxian continued to cast his line, while Lu Jian stayed nearby in companionship. Since Shen Lang had not permitted him to fish, Lu Jian felt awkward about casting his line. As he and Hu Luxian exchanged casual conversation, suddenly, the float in front of them sank. "It's happening, it's happening!" Lu Jian exclaimed urgently. Hu Luxian seized the opportunity to pull back, and the fishing rod immediately bent into an arc. "It's a big one," Hu Luxian cried, his face alight with exhilaration. He couldn't help but marvel at how fortuitous this spot was. Yet in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force yanking the fishing rod downward. He was being pulled towards the water's surface. Lu Jian, quick to react, rushed over and grasped him firmly. With both of their strengths combined, they managed to stabilize their positions. Just then, with a loud crack, the fishing rod snapped under the immense strain, and one segment of the rod vanished beneath the water, disappearing without a trace. The two men, caught off guard by the sudden motion, tumbled to the ground. They exchanged bewildered glances. "Jianer, that must weigh at least 40 or 50 pounds. Chapter 3. Reservoir Upgrade. Enhanced Magnitude. Hu Luxian's fishing rod is no ordinary implement. It is a premium fishing rod he purchased at great expense, capable of handling a limit exceeding 40 pounds. Astonishingly, the time from hooking the fish to the rod snapping was less than 10 seconds. Had Lu Jian not held onto him, he would undoubtedly have been pulled into the reservoir. It is difficult to say, but it is certainly more than double the size of what you initially caught. After all, they have been entrenched in the fishing community for many years. While their skills may not be exceptional, their experiences are certainly substantial. This seemingly small, low-cal harbors such a remarkable creature. Hu Luxian was filled with awe. Lu Jian surveyed the surroundings, deducing that this area was once a large reservoir, now dried up for reasons unknown, leading to a congregation of larger fish. Perhaps even more colossal specimens await. Lu Jian pondered the situation. Hu Luxian was truly overwhelmed with emotion. If it weren't for his years of fishing intuition, how would he have reacted to the proprietor's mention of a giant creature? This must be what they call the sixth sense. What do you say? Shall we pursue it? Damn it. We shall toil through the night to achieve this. Let us return and fetch our gear. You ought to leave that flimsy rod behind to avoid embarrassment. With Hu Luxian's rod broken, they had no choice but to return and retrieve new equipment, as Lu Jian's rod could not withstand such weight either. Thus, the two drove back to the county town, their spirits soaring as they excitedly discussed strategies for capturing the gigantic creature. At that moment, Shen Lang had just parked his car at home. "Shen Lang, you're back. I was just about to call you for dinner." As he stepped out of the vehicle, he heard a woman's voice. Shen Lang approached. "Second aunt, where's my second uncle? He went to town to sell mountain goods, and will be back later." Shen Lang's second aunt was a quintessential rural woman, simply dressed and of unremarkable appearance. Having labored in the fields, her skin bore the marks of toil, particularly her hands, which were calloused and rough. His father had 4 siblings. He was the eldest with 2 younger brothers, and the youngest was a sister. Shen Lang's second uncle had remained in the countryside, tending to the fields and pigs, occasionally selling mountain products in town, just scraping by. Shen Lang's third uncle had excelled in school and was now a teacher in the nearby county town, one of the few intellectuals in the village. His little aunt had married into a neighboring village, leading a similarly arduous life. As for his parents, in their pursuit of greater earnings, they were now unknown, laboring over 10 hours a day on some production line. Shen Lang, I heard you secured the contract for the reservoir yesterday? Yes. I plan to cultivate some fish. What fish can be raised in that reservoir? If it were viable for aquaculture, it wouldn't have fallen to you. His second aunt appeared somewhat anxious. Have you paid? If not, you should retract the deal. Don't worry, second aunt. I understand the importance. Shen Lang felt helpless. The system had already taken care of everything, directing him to the relevant authorities directly. Shen Lang was uncertain about the intricacies of the system. He merely knew that upon his arrival, he followed a simple procedure, and the contract was promptly in his hands. The area of the reservoir, along with several nearby hills, had been entirely included within the scope of the contract. It permitted various activities such as cultivation, construction, and livestock farming, among others. Beneath the reservoir lay a hidden underground river. Otherwise, one might wonder why the reservoir consistently held so little water. If one dared to breed fish, they would simply vanish without a trace. Upon hearing Aunt's words, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. He was not well versed in the history of the reservoir, having only heard that the water from it was once utilized by several surrounding counties. However, he was unclear as to how it had come to be abandoned. Even the heaviest rains failed to replenish the reservoir, which never seemed to rise in water level. No matter, I plan to establish a fishing ground. Wouldn't it be better to utilize the underground river? A fishing ground? What is that? Clearly, Aunt had never heard of such a term, which was typically associated with urban areas. Shen Lang continued to eat while providing an explanation. Are you saying they come here to fish and pay you 200 yuan a day? My goodness, one easy way to earn money. Shen Lang chose not to elaborate further. After all, it was sufficient for them to know he could earn money in the countryside. Otherwise, a young man idling away in the rural setting would attract gossip. Though Shen Lang was not afraid of rumors, they could certainly be bothersome. An hour later, as Shen Lang did not receive any system notification regarding Huluxian catching fish, he decided not to head to the reservoir. After all, his friend had arrived, and there was no need for him to escort him back to the county town. After finishing his meal, Shen Lang reclined on the rocking chair in the courtyard, leisurely observing the digits in his bank account. 110, 870. 5 yuan. A mere fishing enthusiast had enabled him to earn over 10,000 yuan in just half a day. This was not fishing for fish, it was akin to fishing for gold. However, he did not intend to utilize this money for his daily expenses. He needed to upgrade the system. This was essential for earning even more money, a principle he understood well. When Shen Lang accessed the system and surveyed the available upgrade options, he fell into contemplation. There were only a few upgrade possibilities: the growth multiplier for the fish, with 2 options for upgrades, and the area of the water body. The fish growth multiplier also had 2 upgrade options pertaining to the upper and lower limits. Currently, it ranged from 2 to 10 times. If he upgraded the upper limit without adjusting the lower limit, there was potential for it to reach 2 to 100 times in the future. The specifics would require experimentation. Thus, Shen Lang clicked on the upper limit of the multiplier. The data instantly changed to 2 to 10. 1, and his funds were directly deducted by 1,000 yuan. Shen Lang felt a pang of regret. This 1,000 yuan represented a mere zero. 1 increase in the multiplier. How much would 1 full increase cost? He suddenly felt that the earnings were not as substantial as he had believed. Nevertheless, he resolutely raised the multiplier to 2 to 15, spending a total of 50,000 yuan. Next, he needed to address the issue of the underground river beneath the reservoir. If left unresolved, the fish he released would surely escape. System: is there a way to resolve the issue of the underground river beneath the reservoir? Greetings, esteemed host. After meticulous calculations, this system has devised 2 potential solutions. The first option entails the direct severance of the downstream of the subterranean river, allowing water to emerge from the depths of the earth. However, given the substantial volume of the subterranean river, it may necessitate the creation of an additional minor stream. The second alternative involves obstructing the entrance to the subterranean river, thereby preventing its influence over the reservoir, which would subsequently transform into an ordinary water reservoir. After contemplation, Shen Lang proposed a synthesis of both methods. He realized that directly diverting the subterranean river would likely be unfeasible, yet he was undeniably enticed by the bountiful fish resources mentioned by the system. Thus, a combined scheme was devised to seal off the access to the subterranean river, permitting ingress but prohibiting egress. This approach would not only preserve the water resources, but also facilitate the acquisition of fish from the subterranean river. Having settled on this ingenious plan, Shen Lang marveled at the system's boundless capabilities, as such a fantastical solution could indeed be realized. With the leakage issue of the reservoir resolved, the next step was to enhance the water area, for its current expanse was woefully inadequate. Shen Lang contemplated adjusting the multiplication factor slightly backwards, feeling that the existing ratio was barely sufficient. An increased water area would allow for the accommodation of more individuals and fish. Though he had only recently inaugurated the venture, it was imperative to look ahead. Consequently, Shen Lang allocated all his funds towards expanding the water area, investing an additional 50,000, which he executed 50 times, leaving him with a reserve of 10,000 for contingencies. The water area thus expanded from 201 square meters to an impressive 210 square meters. Shen Lang found the correlation between the expenditure and the area to be quite justifiable. The adjustment of the reservoir's water area has been completed and will commence at midnight. Chapter 4. A midnight fishing expedition amidst a tempest in the countryside. Evening entertainment is quite scarce. Shen Lang found himself retreating to bed at an early hour. Little did he know, around 9 o'clock, a vehicle reappeared atop the dam of the reservoir. 3 individuals emerged from the car: Lu Jian, Luxian, and a similarly aged young man. "Is this truly the place you mentioned?" the young man inquired, feeling an inexplicable sense of fear envelop him amidst the desolate wilderness. "Rest assured, my friend, this is indeed a prime spot," Luxian reassured him. "You see my post on social media. I swear, when I was here with Xienge, the fishing rod snapped within seconds." Excitement began to bubble between them. "But didn't you say there was a proprietor here? It wouldn't be right to fish without compensating him?" The young man hesitated. "We're not refusing to pay him. We can settle up when he arrives tomorrow," Luxian replied confidently. "Besides, we can simply agree to not pay him for the catch tonight." Their enthusiasm grew palpable as they continued to speak. The young man, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, had no choice but to follow their lead. Under the brilliant moonlight, the trio effortlessly made their way to the water's edge. Gazing into the modest pond, the young man fell into contemplation. Are these two jesting? Surely this small pond cannot harbor such massive creatures. Luxian and Lu Jian exchanged knowing smiles. "We wouldn't reveal such secrets to just anyone. If it weren't for you being a good friend, I wouldn't have brought you here," Luxian said while preparing his gear. "Trust me, tonight will be filled with awe and delight." Lu Jian patted the young man on the shoulder, trying to instill confidence. Resigned, the young man decided to indulge their playful spirits. Thus, they commenced their fishing endeavor by the reservoir. However, it seemed that luck was not on their side. After nearly 3 hours, not a single fish had graced their hooks. "Is this the surprise you promised, Jienge?" The young man gestured to Lu Jian, who appeared somewhat disheartened. This isn't how the story was meant to unfold. "Patience, my friend. The surprise is just around the corner," Lu Jian declared, checking his phone. "It's 11:59. A new day is upon us. Surely fortune will turn." As if on cue, the clock struck midnight. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, as though an unseen hand had shut it away. What began as a clear, moonlit night transformed into an abyss of darkness. "What is happening? Is it going to rain?" They all wondered, glancing upwards, but the night offered no clarity. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating their startled faces. A fierce wind erupted, rustling the trees in the forest with a chilling howl, sending shivers down their spines. What on earth? The weather forecast promised sunshine for the next week. Let's not linger. Let us ascend. However, before they could take action, droplets the size of beans began to pelt them mercilessly. Soon, a torrential downpour enveloped the trio, leaving them drenched. In haste, They grabbed their flashlights and dashed towards a nearby wooden cabin. "Is this the surprise you spoke of, Jianga?" teased Haozi from within the cabin. "How grand is this surprise?" Lu Jian, maintaining his good humor, wrung out his soaked clothing and replied, "Indeed." Yet, Hu Luxian gazed pensively at the downpour. "Come, let's ascend the dam." Suddenly, Hu Luxian's expression turned urgent. "What troubles you, Xiange?" Lu Jian inquired, puzzled. "If this rain continues unabated, this area will surely be submerged," Hu Luxian declared. Lu Jian approached the entrance to survey the scene. The small wooden cabin stood only slightly above the water's surface, yet was a mere dozen meters away from the rising tide. Given the intensity of the rainfall, even if they were not submerged, remaining in such a low-lying area was perilous. Thus, the trio deliberated and resolved to brave the storm to reach their vehicle on the mountain. The downpour was relentless, and they stumbled countless times before finally reaching the dam. They hurriedly climbed into the car, shivering despite the summer heat. The following morning, Shen Lang arrived early at the reservoir, still startled by the torrential rain that had fallen throughout the night. It had poured for hours, and by morning, the cracked rice fields were completely flooded. However, upon arriving at the dam, he was taken aback. Have these anglers arrived so early? A vehicle was parked at the dam, which Shen Lang recognized as belonging to the individual who had arrived behind him the previous day. Nevertheless, he chose to ignore it and focused his gaze on the reservoir. The water's surface had expanded more than threefold, creating a rather considerable expanse. However, his heart sank at the sight of the small wooden cabin, which was half submerged. After admiring the scenic beauty of the reservoir for a while, Shen Lang noted the absence of any human presence below, prompting him to approach the parked vehicle. As he neared, he peered inside, only to be met with a rather unsightly scene. 3 burly men lay naked within the car, fast asleep. Shen Lang took a step back, wishing to cleanse his eyes from the sight. He was astonished that today's youth indulged in such revelry. It was best not to disturb them. Maintaining his self-awareness, he retrieved his fishing rod and bait from his own vehicle and made his way down to the water. For he too was an angler. With the waters expanded, he was eager to test the fishing conditions. Before long, the sun crested the mountains, casting its rays down upon the land. Hu Luxian squinted against the brightness and awoke. The previous night's relentless rain had deterred them from driving home, forcing them to spend the night in the car. All 3 men, drenched and lacking a change of clothes, had no choice but to strip down. After all, 3 grown men had little concern for modesty. "Awake, the sun is warming our backs," Hu Luxian called out to the others, donning his still damp clothing as he stepped outside. He gazed at the reservoir, and indeed, the wooden cabin from yesterday had been submerged. His cleverness had proven itself. The area of the reservoir appeared to have expanded at least threefold. At that moment, a figure by the water's edge captured his attention. "Boss, so early!" he called out, rushing back to his vehicle to grab his gear. Having rested well, it was only natural to resume their endeavors. Both Haozi and Lu Jian, invigorated by his words, hastily donned their clothing and followed suit. "Boss, have you stocked up yet?" Hu Luxian approached Shen Lang's side, observing the peculiar glances exchanged among the trio. Nevertheless, Shen Lang replied, "Not yet. I've just arrived." He noted their somewhat damp attire and inquired, "Did you all go swimming this morning? Your clothes are still wet." Lu Jian then stepped forward, saying, "Don't mention it, boss. We went night fishing last night, and to our surprise, a torrential downpour nearly drowned us." Shen Lang was taken aback, realizing he had misjudged their situation. This incident served as a stark reminder. He had not anticipated that the system would dramatically increase the water area through the rain. He resolved that for the next upgrade, he should either enhance the area gradually or clear the space before upgrading. "Boss, we 3 will fish for a day and offer you 600 yuan, Hu Luxian declared, pulling out his phone to scan for payment. Shen Lang felt a surge of joy. Business was indeed picking up. However, when he accessed the system to collect the payment, he was taken aback. The original price of 200 yuan per day had plummeted to 80 yuan. What could account for this? 200 yuan had already been an exceptionally low price. How had it fallen to 80? Yet, as he gazed at the expanded water area, a realization dawned upon him. "Boss, I've scanned it." Hu Luxian urged him. With the water rising today, fishing will be challenging, so I shall charge you 80 each. The price for the catch remains unchanged." Chapter 5 Father, at last, I have found you. May I inquire about your location, so we may reunite? "Boss, it's all right. 200 a day is quite reasonable to us. Indeed, boss, Shen earned over 700 from your establishment yesterday. Your charge of 80 a day would surely lead to a loss. However, Shen Lang must adhere to the fees set by the system. Otherwise, fishing yields no rewards. It's 80 each. If you wish to fish, then fish. If not, then so be it. The trio exchanged glances. As it was their first encounter with such a proprietor who insisted on charity without accepting more money. Accepting the boss's goodwill, Luxian scanned the code, and the three of them began to find their spots to fish. Yet, it seemed their luck had been exhausted for the day, throughout the entire morning. Only Lu Jian managed to catch a crucian weighing over 5 pounds. Even so, this thrilled them immensely. A crucian of such size, and it appeared to be wild. Generally, catching 1 or 2 pounds is already a rarity. Yet here they were with a 5-pounder. This sufficiently attested to the presence of larger fish in the waters. Lu Jian even took a photograph and posted it on his social media. The image edited by Shen was flawless, making it impossible to discern any traces of alteration. How could a crucian, half the size of my palm, possibly be real? He then accompanied the post with several comparative images of crucians. Within moments, comments began to pour in. Interior design, wow. Jian, have you truly gone to seek your father? Shen, where did Shen learn such editing skills? I wish to learn too. Busy person. Fathers, your child has finally found you. May I inquire about your location for a reunion? Interior design. Shen. However, Shen Lang could not share in their excitement, for he had not caught a single fish. After much contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. There were too few fish in this reservoir. It had originally been a wild habitat, and although there was access to an underground river, it was improbable for many fish to swim in. Thus, starting at 200 a day, the price had dropped to 80 once the waters expanded. The area may have widened, but the fish remained scarce, making the challenge of catching them even greater, naturally resulting in lower prices. It seemed necessary to procure some fish. One could not rely solely on the fish from the underground river to swim in, and those present in the underground river were generally not substantial in size. After a morning of fishing, his stomach growled with hunger. He began to gather his belongings, preparing to return in search of sustenance. As he walked past the trio, it suddenly occurred to him that they had all arrived the previous night. Were they not hungry? Are you all hungry? Would you like to join me at my home for a meal? No, thank you, boss. Our longest battle without food has lasted 2 days. We cannot abandon our posts. Luxian immediately rejected the notion, realizing that leaving this place meant only obtaining food. But Shen, I'm hungry, cried the mouse in despair. Boss, could you possibly bring us some food? We'll pay double the price. Lu Jian licked his lips and remarked, evidently struggling to maintain his composure. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang acquiesced, instructing his second aunt to prepare a pot for the three of them, as she had no pressing engagements that day and could earn a little extra. Once Shen Lang finalized the pricing with them, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, Luxian called out to Shen Lang, Boss, do you still have that bait you delivered yesterday? Shen Lang halted and turned back. Yes, it's 200 per pack. He had no intention of raising the price. He would sell it at the system's rate, as the meager profit was hardly worth mentioning compared to the value they would gain from fishing. Goodness, boss, what kind of bait is this? Gilded with gold. 200 a pack, exclaimed Housie in astonishment. Housie, don't be so dramatic. It could weigh 10 to 20 pounds per pack. Shen Lang replied. It's 1 pound per pack. Fair and square. Seriously, boss, are you extorting us? Lu Jian was equally taken aback at the revelation that a single pack weighed merely a pound. He had never encountered such pricey bait before. Boss, scan it. I'll take a pack. Luxian said, pulling out his phone to pay. Lu Jian turned to his hapless companion. Wait, Luxian, are you really buying that at such a price? I still have several packs in my car. All secret weapons from Master Wu. Ignoring him, Luxian completed the payment and promptly opened the packaging. Wow, it smells amazing. Lu Jian exclaimed upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, as the scent wafted from the freshly opened package. Shen Lang found himself even hungrier and quickened his pace to leave the area. Luxian, this bait has something special. It smells incredible. Housie approached eagerly, eyeing the bait hungrily. Luxian, noticing Housie's demeanor, promptly shooed him away. He needed to ascertain whether the incredible fish catch from the previous day was indeed due to this bait. Soon, he received his answer. Mere seconds after casting his rod, he hooked the first fish of the day. This was just the beginning. Each time he cast, whether short or long. He was met with nearly immediate success. Moreover, the fish were substantial, the smallest weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, requiring considerable effort to reel in. Haozi and Lu Jian, witnessing Hu Luxian's remarkable prowess, quickly recognized the bait's effectiveness and swiped a portion from Hu Luxian's supply. Upon seeing that he had less than a third of his bait remaining, Hu Luxian felt a pang of regret. After obtaining their share, the two were soon channeling their inner masters, reeling in fish after fish, each one sizable, fueling their excitement and cries of delight. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, en route home, heard the incessant notifications from the system confirming payments, but felt no joy. It was akin to lacking the necessary skills and relying on a little pill for enhancement. How could he possibly feel elated? Upon returning home, Shen Lang approached his second aunt, who was busy chopping vegetables for pork, and explained the situation. Upon hearing his account, she too was filled with joy. "Little Lang, are you saying it's 30 for each person just to deliver a meal?" "Indeed, dear aunt, please hurry and attend to it. They're still waiting." "Ah, I shall go at once." The aunt joyfully dashed into the vegetable garden to gather produce. In a farming household, the land is abundant with crops, often exceeding their capacity to consume. For instance, the aunt who raises pigs primarily feeds them with surplus vegetables. Whenever her family finds themselves short on meat, they typically slaughter a large pig, selling portions to nearby villagers and freezing the remainder for later use. Consequently, the cost of a meal is remarkably low for 3 individuals. It amounts to a mere 90 yuan, a sum insignificant to the aunt. As Shen Lang assisted in gathering firewood, he suddenly spoke up. "Aunt, should my fish pond become prosperous, would you be willing to cook for me there?" He contemplated the future when more guests would require a midday meal. As the journey to the county town takes an hour and a half by car, making it implausible for them to return home for food. That sounds splendid. Although, I must admit, my culinary skills may leave something to be desired. Not to worry, those from the city often relish our farm-fresh meals. Shen Lang and the aunt exchanged light banter. However, Shen Lang found it peculiar that he had not received any notifications from the system regarding earnings in quite some time. Had they exhausted the bait after only a few catches? That seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, 20 minutes earlier, by the reservoir, "Xiangu, Jingu, I've hooked a big one." The excited shout of the rat pierced the air. His fishing rod bent into an arc, and he was being pulled forward, clearly unable to withstand the force of the immense creature he had caught. Hu Luxian and Lu Jian, witnessing the commotion, immediately abandoned their rods and rushed over. Together, the 3 of them managed to stabilize themselves. "Wow, even I, the rat, have finally hooked a giant." The rat was clearly exhilarated. "Hey, stop chattering and hold on tight. It's putting up a fight." Chapter 6. Shen Lang. "Are you there? I need a favor. Lian Xin, I'm broke." Shen Lang and his second aunt brought packed meals to the reservoir dam, where they stumbled upon an exuberant scene. The 3 were intertwined, resembling a human tower, swaying back and forth. "Oh dear, what on earth are the youth of today up to?" The second aunt clearly expressed her strong disapproval of the declining morals of society. Shen Lang chose not to explain, leading his second aunt downwards instead. "Dinner is served. The boss has arrived." "Wait a moment. Can't you see we are in the midst of a battle?" Shen Lang set the meals aside and walked over to observe. "This has been going on for a while, hasn't it? What an impressive display. Your bait is astonishing, boss. It's yielding immediate results." Lu Jian praised while swaying. And the rat chimed in, "Moreover, the fish here are all colossal. We haven't caught a single small one, and this one is a true behemoth." Shen Lang smiled gently. "Please help me promote this. The more people that come, the bigger fish I will procure." "Boss, isn't it simple to promote? Quickly take out your phone and capture our magnificent moments. I guarantee you'll become famous nationwide." Hu Luxian turned back to say. Shen Lang couldn't help but scoff internally. Indeed, with your fervent display, you could become a sensation across the country. However, he soon realized Hu Luxian's underlying implication. Though Shen Lang was an avid angler, he wasn't well versed in short videos, yet he had occasionally heard of several renowned masters. They boast millions, even tens of millions of followers. It's easy to perceive the vast market within the fishing realm. Even if ordinary folks don't fish, they love to watch. If he were to upload videos of these colossal catches online, it would surely attract considerable traffic. With this thought, Shen Lang pulled out his phone and began recording the trio's enthusiastic antics. This recording lasted over an hour. During this time, The second aunt excused herself, claiming the family's pig feed had yet to be prepared. An hour later, through their combined efforts, they finally hauled the massive fish onto the shore. The moment the fish was pulled ashore, a voice echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Luxian caught a 5 for pound 9 fold 48. 6-pound catfish, congratulations. You have earned 8,748 Huaxia coins. No wonder it was so large. It reached 9-fold. Moreover, its original weight was already considerable. The larger the fish, the higher the price. Wow, Xiangu, quickly take a picture of me and my big treasure, the rat exclaimed, his excitement rendering him somewhat tongue-tied. Even his first time in life hadn't stirred such exhilaration. The trio was busy for quite a while before finally finishing. Boss, can I take this fish to the county for a spin? Lu Jian suddenly suggested. The two busy with the photography froze momentarily, quickly awakening to hope-filled glances at Shen Lang. Shen Lang paused for a moment but soon smiled and replied, just this once. It shall not happen again. As Shen Lang's words fell, a chorus of "Oh wow" erupted. Boss, you are generous. I love you, boss. My ancestors will thank you for generations. Shen Lang's expression darkened. It is my ancestors who would thank you. Shen Lang was contemplating the prospect of utilizing their efforts for a bit of promotion. After all, these three individuals would undoubtedly traverse the county multiple times. At that juncture, wouldn't the entire fishing community within the county become aware of this locale? It would surely attract a plethora of fishing enthusiasts, which translates to profit. However, the current fish population is rather meager. Without employing the system's specialized bait, the average angler might not even catch a single fish in a day. These three seem to possess a modicum of skill, albeit not in abundance. Yet, after a half-day's effort, they had only managed to reel in one fish. If a multitude of people arrived and found themselves consistently unsuccessful, their enthusiasm would inevitably wane over time. Not even the presence of a colossal catch could salvage the situation. It appears that introducing some fish into the waters is imperative. The size need not be substantial, as the system would exponentially increase their numbers. Having received Shen Lang's consent, the trio lost interest in further fishing. They hoisted their sizable catch and made their way towards the dam. After some tinkering, they secured the fish to the rear of their vehicle. This fish measured approximately 1.5 meters in length. Perhaps due to a lack of nutritional value, it was relatively slender, thus appearing longer than the average fish. Bound to the back of the vehicle, its tail nearly touched the ground, certainly a sight that would catch the attention of countless passers-by. The three exchanged a brief farewell with Shen Lang before eagerly driving away. Once they departed, Shen Lang approached the reservoir, observing the untouched meal he had left behind, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The fervor of the fisherman is truly boundless. He had no intention of taking it back, so he tossed the remaining bait into the reservoir to feed the fish instead. It seemed unlikely that anyone else would arrive today. Shen Lang also planned to return home to edit the footage he had captured. However, just as he turned away, a tremendous splash erupted from the water's surface. He quickly turned to look. At the very spot where he had discarded the meal, water was soaring high into the air. Beneath the surface lurked an enormous shadow. Though he could not discern it clearly, the outline suggested it was at least several meters long. How many times had it multiplied? Yet, the current maximum multiplier was only 10 times, indicating it must have originally been quite large, reaching its cap rapidly. Shen Lang felt a twinge of regret. Had he begun filming earlier, sharing it online would have surely drawn countless enthusiasts of colossal catches. But upon reflection, he knew there would be ample opportunities ahead. This was merely the beginning. Upon returning home, Shen Lang handed 100 yuan to his second aunt, claiming it was for the meal. Her eyebrows arched into a smile. Though this sum was modest for her, it was gratifying to know it was earned from Shen Lang's efforts. In the early days of his return, he had been the subject of gossip among the aunts and older women nearby, with remarks about his youth and the need to work for a living, and concerns about how he would marry if he didn't earn money. Now, witnessing Shen Lang's ability to make a profit and having earned a little extra herself, she was naturally delighted. Little Lang, will those people come tomorrow? Should I prepare a meal? She inquired, tucking the money into her pocket. They will come, and there will surely be even more, he assured her. Shen Lang confidently declared that, due to the absence of a computer, he could only download a video editing application on his mobile phone. However, he had never learned to use such software, and after much effort, he had made little progress, leaving him somewhat vexed. Initially, he intended to make a hasty edit, but he soon realized that a careless attempt would be worse than none at all. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled someone. Thus, he began searching through his WeChat contacts. Before long, Shen Lang found his target, a former female classmate from university, who was now a budding online streamer in the realm of beauty. During their college days, he had always thought she was somewhat attractive, though she usually eschewed elaborate adornments. Now, with a touch of makeup and a beauty filter, she had transformed into a goddess of the internet. However, she did not venture into suggestive content, resulting in a modest following of about 10 to 20,000 fans. She frequently posted videos, so she would likely possess the skills he needed. Though it had been a long time since they last connected, he hoped she would not refuse a simple request for assistance. "Are you there? I need a favor." Shortly after, a reply came through. "No money." Shen Lang's expression darkened. Did he seem like the type to reach out after years of silence just to ask for a loan? "I'm not asking to borrow money. I genuinely need your help. You should have said so earlier. What do you need? Do you know how to edit videos?" "I do. Why?" "Would you assist me in editing a video? Flat rate of 50. Given our friendship from school, this is already a special rate." Shen Lang was perplexed as to how the once amiable young lady had transformed into someone so focused on monetary matters at the first opportunity to converse. "All right then, 50 it is. I'll send you the materials. Bank transfer or red envelope." Chapter 7. The bystander. Why doesn't he just put the fish away? "Brother, it is already secured." Ultimately, Shen Lang sent a red envelope of 50, and the other party promptly went off to edit the video. He felt a twinge of discomfort. How precious their friendship used to be. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that the other party's pricing was indeed reasonable, and it would be unreasonable to expect someone to work for free merely because they were a former classmate. What kind of person would he become then? A freeloader? Yet, it was unavoidable that Shen Lang felt a slight unease in his heart. Just as he was about to indulge in an afternoon nap, he noticed another message from her and promptly opened WeChat. "An XIN. Were you online while those clowns were fishing? Lang?" Lian XIN sent a video link. Shen Lang opened it, and the title read, "The driver catches a big fish and flaunts it from the car for 2 hours." The video depicted an SUV cruising down the street, with a remarkably long fish dangling from its rear. The perspective of the video was evidently from another vehicle. Then the absurdity unfolded. 2 heads emerged from the car window, waving and greeting pedestrians, as if desperate for everyone to acknowledge their existence. At the very first glance, Shen Lang understood the situation. It was evident that those clowns were out parading. The driver behind them exhibited remarkable patience, following them for an hour or two. However, the subsequent footage was fast-forwarded. Shen Lang delved into the comments section, where an array of increasingly bizarre remarks appeared before him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Netizens truly have a knack for creativity." The driver got lost on his way home, circling around for over 10 laps without finding the way back. Bystander. Why doesn't he just put the fish away? "Brother, it is already secured. It's just a fish." I recall that summer during the 2008 Olympics. On July 15th at 4:24 p.m., a sizable catfish weighing around 16 or 17 pounds broke free from the net as it came ashore. If it fled, so be it. I can only blame fate for our lack of connection. After 57-29 days, I have yet to give it a second thought. Traffic police, you are in violation. Car owner, should I expect nationwide condemnation? With a cheeky expression, nonetheless. Many people inquired about the address or sought the driver's phone number. One comment went viral. "Did you not know you can find the owner's phone number through their license plate? I've already inquired for you. The address is listed below." Soon, more comments began to flood in. "Brother, may you live a peaceful life." "Brother, I remember walking this path when I was young. Please tell me the exact address." "May good fortune follow you." As for the video, the likes surged from a few thousand when Shen Lang first entered to a staggering 20,000. This was ample proof that the video had indeed gone viral. "Lang, I opened a fishing venue. They were fishing at my place." "An XIN. Your hometown? Do you have such resources?" "Lang, it's decent. There are even larger ones." "An XIN. Brother Lang, where is your home? Several years have passed since graduation. How about a visit to your place? Do you enjoy fishing as well?" asked Lang. "Not really, but I can certainly learn." Anshin replied. Shen Lang sent his location to Lianshin, as an extra person could contribute to his earnings, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Before long, Lianshin sent over the video. "The video is ready. I made 2 versions, of course, with different content. May I publish one? She inquired. Absolutely. Lang responded. Shen Lang downloaded the video and found it quite impressive. The title, voiceover, atmosphere, and the essence of the piece were all well executed. He then altered his Douyin username to Shirkwan Reservoir Giant Creature Paradise and uploaded the video. Concerned about lack of exposure, he invested a few hundred yuan, a sum he felt was worth the risk. After completing these tasks, exhaustion overtook him, and he succumbed to slumber, having risen at an unreasonably early hour to inspect the reservoir's water levels. He was awakened by his second aunt, signaling that it was already dinner time. Shen Lang resided on the 2nd floor of a 3-story building, constructed collaboratively by his 3 uncles. His second uncle occupied the 1st floor, while his 3rd uncle, who rarely visited, took the 3rd. As Shen Lang descended the stairs, he noticed his second uncle had returned, accompanied by a young girl of about 13 or 14. This was his second uncle's daughter, named Shen Wenwen, who was currently in her 1st year of middle school. Glancing at the date, Shen Lang realized it was already Friday. Wanga, dinner is ready, Shen Wenwen cheerfully called out while serving rice. How is your middle school experience faring? He asked. She handed him a bowl, replying, it's all right, though there are some things the teacher says that I don't quite understand. It was evident that she was not particularly inclined towards academics. Just then, his second uncle and aunt entered, and after exchanging greetings, the family sat down to dine. Xiao Long, I heard from your aunt that there are people fishing at the pond you manage? His second uncle inquired. Yes, 3 came today, and in a few days. There might be dozens. Shen Lang replied. Dozens? His second aunt was taken aback, aware that fishing at Shen Lang's pond incurs a fee. With dozens of visitors, the earnings could amount to several thousand yuan in a single day, although she was unaware that they were required to return the fish. Aunt, once the crowd increases, you should come and cook there. I'll pay you 6,000 yuan a month. That's far too much. Aunt Wong from a neighboring village works at a restaurant in the city and only makes a little over 3,000 a month. Just give me 1 or 2,000. His second aunt was clearly astonished by the salary Shen Lang was offering. It's no trouble. With a larger crowd, you certainly won't manage alone and will need assistance. If Aunt Wong is willing to come, I'll pay her 4,000. At this moment, his second uncle interjected. Xiao Lang, your pond is not yet fully operational. Let us discuss this once it is. Shen Lang chose not to reply further. However, Shen Lang was brimming with confidence. If he could not succeed with the system, then what purpose did his existence serve? He might as well end it all. Indeed, events transpired just as Shen Lang had anticipated. After finishing his meal, he opened Douyin, only to be greeted by several eye-catching notifications. His video had gone viral. It now boasted over 10,000 likes, with comments ranging from the frivolous to the peculiar. Some showcased alluring photographs of women seeking companionship, while others inquired about locations or offered sarcastic remarks. Yet, a few comments left him utterly baffled, originating from Nexan. Moreover, there were quite a number of such comments. Shen Lang promptly navigated to Li Onxin's Douyin homepage, and he was left in a state of disbelief. He recalled that her previous content consisted solely of his live-stream snippets and lifestyle videos. Now, her page was filled with the fishing videos he had sent her, along with compilations of car-mounted fishing footage. Every single video garnered at least several thousand likes, with the most popular one reaching over 100,000. Notably, her follower count surged from a mere 20,000 to nearly 100,000. It was evident that she possessed an acute understanding of viral traffic. What reassured Shen Lang was that in each of her videos, she pinned his comment in the section and tagged the Shirkwan Reservoir Giant Creature Paradise. No wonder so many people were flocking to his location. It was not merely his fame that had surged, but rather she had elevated him to prominence. Nevertheless, this revelation instilled a sense of urgency within Shen Lang. He needed to reach out regarding fishing resources immediately. Yet, when he opened the system once more, he was utterly astonished. Name, Shen Lang. Age, 25. Bound water area. Shirkwan Reservoir area of water. 7,201 square meters depth of water. 15 meters current fish growth multiplier. 2 to 15 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current sessions, 280 per day. Current number of fishers. None. Why had it transformed into 280 per day? Chapter 8. The arrival of Lian Xin. Transition to live streaming. After much contemplation, Shen Lang found himself at a loss, his thoughts meandering like a school of fish swimming through an underground river. The urgency of fishing seemed to have waned, Yet he resolved to contact the fish vendors, prepared for any eventuality. Recognizing the fisherman's obsession with large catches, he decided to enhance the multiplier first. The more substantial the fish within, the greater the allure for the anglers. Consequently, Shen Lang invested all his funds into the multiplier, which escalated from 2 to 15 to 2 to 17. However, the probability of achieving the 17x multiplier was dismally low at a mere 0.1. Shen Lang deliberately refrained from upgrading the minimum multiplier as he harbored his own aspirations. If the lower limit were raised excessively, it would result in an abundance of large fish, leaving the average angler with nothing to show for their efforts. In Shen Lang's view, this would be detrimental to development. Having fine-tuned the system's multiplier, he finally reached out to the fish merchants. To his dismay, he discovered that a truckload of fish would cost between 20,000 to 100,000 yuan. For larger quantities, particularly fish weighing over 10 jin, the price exceeded 100,000 yuan per truck. Such sums were far beyond Shen Lang's current financial capacity. Yet, he was particularly intrigued by the fish priced above 100,000 yuan. If each fish weighed over 10 jin, a high multiplier could yield a staggering haul. The mere thought ignited a fervor within him, leaving him to rely on the fishermen to earn more for him. The following morning, Shen Lang arrived early at the reservoir, believing he had beaten the crowd. To his surprise, 3 vehicles were already parked by the water's edge, where a group of individuals animatedly discussed something. Upon noticing Shen Lang's arrival, they hurried over, led by the renowned trio, the ultimate 3 swordsmen. "Boss, good morning," they exclaimed in unison. As others emerged from nearby vehicles, the group swelled to 8. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback by their collective enthusiasm. "Good morning, everyone," he responded hastily, exchanging pleasantries. "Today's market rate is 280 per day, with free catch and returns priced at market value," he declared. After reflecting on the prior evening's promotion, which had proven effective, he decided to allow them to take the fish since he had no shortage of large catches. According to the system's calculations, each fish would only multiply upon entering the reservoir, with their fate hinging on luck. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability of success. Should he choose to upgrade the multiplier in the future, he would undoubtedly need to introduce new fish to refresh the multiplier. Thus, he believed it best for them to take the current multipliers. "Wow, boss, how generous. Are you running a charity?" they remarked, evidently confident in their own skills. Shen Lang, not one for needless chatter, collected the payments and sent them off to find their fishing spots. Once everyone had departed, the 3 musketeers approached to settle their payment. "Boss, we each want a packet of that bait from yesterday." It was evident they wished to keep the boss's prized possession a secret from others. Each day, only 1 packet was available at the price of 200. "It's not about the money," they insisted. "No need to calculate. Let us go for it." After settling their dues, Shen Lang procured the bait from the system and handed it to them. The trio felt fortunate for not having revealed the bait's existence to others. Otherwise, they might not have secured their own in the future. They agreed to keep this matter to themselves and clandestinely purchase from the boss each day. Not long after, another vehicle arrived. The newcomer was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, it's really here. How did anyone find this remote place?" "Boss, where are you?" At that moment, Shen Lang was preparing his fishing rod. To be frank, since he had taken over this spot, he had yet to catch a single fish. This track record was somewhat embarrassing. He had hoped that the 280 entry feet a day would redeem his reputation, but just as he was about to fish, more visitors appeared. "Come on down," Shen Lang waved from above. The newcomer, upon seeing Shen Lang, picked up his gear and descended. After a brief exchange, Shen Lang learned that this individual hailed from a neighboring county and had driven over early in the morning. He had come with a mindset of merely testing the waters and was pleasantly surprised to find the online address was indeed accurate. Shen Lang explained the rules and directed him to pay to start fishing. As soon as Shen Lang cast his line, another vehicle arrived. It seems fishing might not be in the cards today. He settled by the dam, waiting for more anglers. Sure enough, within minutes, another car pulled up. This time, a striking beauty emerged, none other than his old classmate, Li Onxin. "Shen Lang, surprised to see me?" She approached with a smile. The transformation of Li Onxin since Shen Lang last remembered was remarkable. Previously, she had often appeared barefaced, perhaps due to less favorable family circumstances, and dressed quite modestly. Now, she was adorned in fashionable attire with subtle makeup, looking considerably more attractive, yet lacking the natural beauty she once had. Wow, what a stunning beauty! Welcome, welcome, Shen Lang exclaimed. Lianshin gazed at the reservoir and remarked, wow, there are already so many people. I thought I had arrived early enough. Shen Lang chuckled. Thanks to you, this place is rapidly becoming a trending spot. And how will you thank me? Lianshin teased, leaning in playfully. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, prompting him to instinctively recoil. Well, how would the famous Lianshin like me to express my gratitude? He replied, attempting to maintain his composure. How about I live stream here to help promote you, and we split the profits 55 to 45? She proposed. Shen Lang was taken aback. You want to dance and live stream at my fishing pond? What are you thinking? As a beauty streamer, I rely heavily on the generous donations from my patrons. Given this opportunity, I aspire to transition into a fishing streamer. Shen Lang perceives her ambition, yet he wonders if being a fishing streamer is as straightforward as it seems. Without the requisite skills, navigating this industry proves to be quite challenging, though he refrains from expressing this sentiment aloud. By the way, what you mentioned about your earnings is, naturally, it pertains to live streaming revenue, along with future profits from product endorsements, and so forth. Shen Lang glanced at his old classmate and pondered for a moment before responding, I do not seek your earnings. You are welcome to stream here. Shen Lang was well aware of Lianshin's intentions. However, with the system at his disposal, he had no need for her modest streaming rewards. Moreover, Lianshin gave him the impression of being overly fixated on monetary gain, as evidenced by her current approach, decisive and unyielding. Just yesterday, she was a beauty streamer calling out for brother in front of the camera, and now she aims to seize this wave of popularity to become a fishing streamer. Shen Lang held a deep admiration for Lianshin, yet he recognized that such a woman was beyond his control. Mismanaging the situation could lead to complications, a scenario he was keen to avoid. Lianshin appeared somewhat disheartened, but she swiftly composed herself, exclaiming, then it's settled. You must not chase me away, okay? Of course. The beautiful Lianshin is a striking presence here. Shen Lang engaged her in conversation for a while longer, gaining insight into her thoughts. For the past 2 years, her career as a beauty streamer relied not only on the donations from her patrons, but also on maintaining relationships with them. Furthermore, some patrons made unreasonable demands. Lianshin's exact words were, with the meager donations they provide, they dare to make demands? What are they thinking? Her words conveyed an unmistakable disdain for those patrons. Shen Lang occasionally interjected with a comment, but mostly he listened to Lianshin speak until the next vehicle arrived at their location. Chapter 9, Shen Lang. I have finally discerned why you remain without a girlfriend. To my astonishment, a BMW has arrived. Although Shen Lang is not particularly knowledgeable about vehicles, it is evident from its design that this car must be quite luxurious. A BMW M8, indeed a symbol of wealth. Lianshin exclaimed in surprise, clearly recognizing the car at first glance. Is it very expensive? Shen Lang inquired softly, leaning in closer. Not too bad. Approximately 3 million upon delivery. Lianshin jested with a smile. Shen Lang immediately grasped the car's value. However, given its exorbitant price, is it not a concern to drive such a vehicle on these rural paths? Although rural revitalization has led to the hardening of many village roads, the route to the reservoir remains unpaved. Just 2 days ago, it rained, making the conditions even worse. At that moment, an individual emerged from the vehicle. Shen Lang's eyes lit up instantly. Tall and elegant, dressed in casual attire, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, she possessed a refined demeanor, a delicate oval face, and willow-like eyebrows, truly a beauty among beauties. With sunglasses perched on her eyes, her presence exuded an air of confidence. Upon alighting, the beauty spotted the two seated by the roadside and approached them directly. Where's the boss? She inquired. Although her beauty was striking, her tone was somewhat aloof. I am. Shen Lang responded. Are you here to fish? It's 280 per day, with the catch priced according to market rates. Just then, a commotion interrupted their conversation. Oh wow, I've got a big one. A voice exclaimed. Brother, did you come without watching the video? Using that little calami rod? Shen Lang glanced down to see a fisherman with a rod bent dramatically, drawing the attention of onlookers. Damn, my rod is a ripple dragon. What kind of fish is that? The man shouted in exasperation. Must be a counterfeit. Someone jeered from the crowd, igniting further laughter. The fisherman, undeterred, retrieved a spare rod, and prepared to continue his battle. Indeed, the 280 per day fee was justified, as Shen Lang had already received several notifications of money deposited into his account. However, they were merely small fish weighing between 5 to 8 pounds. Naturally, it is somewhat challenging to catch smaller fish here. Do you sell rods, boss? I'd like to fish for a while. The beauty suddenly interjected. Huh? You didn't bring a rod. What is the point of being here? Shen Lang replied, puzzled. Yet, the beauty did not appear to be a fishing enthusiast. I'm here on holiday. Who has the leisure to bring a rod? I'll offer you double the price. How's that sound? Shen Lang was rendered speechless. Did he seem like someone in need of money? All right, you certainly have a keen eye. Shen Lang retrieved his prized possession, stating at original price. I have no interest in taking advantage of you. Jinwu carp, quite decent. Would you also sell the other items? The beauty inquired, glancing at Shen Lang's other gear. With a sigh, Shen Lang handed over his backpack. The beauty scanned to make the payment, but returned after a few steps. Is there something else? Shen Lang asked. What about bait? She extended her hand, a look of mild exasperation on her face. Shen Lang had used all his bait in the morning, and, thinking he wouldn't be fishing today, he had thrown the remainder into the water to feed the fish. He truly had none left. However, did the system not have 2 bags remaining? Interested? Are you trying to extort me? The beautiful woman laughed, her gaze towards Shen Lang filled with hostility. If you want it or not, you might as well find another angler to buy it. I'm sure they would gladly sell it to you. Shen Lang spoke the unembellished truth. Considering the woman's stunning appearance, it was not just a matter of selling. Even gifting would draw eager competition. 500 it is. Perhaps finding it troublesome, the beauty scanned the code with some impatience. Shen Lang retrieved the bait from the system and pretended to rummage through his wooling vehicle before emerging with it in hand. Upon receiving the bait, the woman cast a lingering glance at Shen Lang before striding toward the reservoir. Shen Lang, I finally understand why you've been single for so long. At that moment, Lianshin let out a chuckle. Why? Shen Lang asked, perplexed. Lianshin rolled her eyes but found his bewildered expression amusing. Are you this much of a straight shooter? Do your parents know? Shen Lang was speechless. Did he really need to present himself to that beauty? Was it merely because she was beautiful? Moreover, the system had indeed sold the bait at 500 without any markup, which was quite reasonable. After saying this, Lianshin rose and approached her vehicle, preparing to get in. Where are you going? Shen Lang inquired, puzzled. Back to the county to buy some gear. Send me a list later. I'm utterly clueless about fishing. Remember to teach me tomorrow. With that, she returned to her car, started the engine, and drove off. At that moment, a commotion arose below, prompting Shen Lang to look down. It turned out that the trio of anglers had consecutively caught fish, eliciting envy from those nearby. Wow, no wonder you're internet celebrities. You guys are incredible, catching so many in a row. Do you have any tips to share? Faced with the admiration of the crowd, Buluxian hurriedly deflected. We 3 set a bait trap yesterday, don't be jealous. He certainly wouldn't disclose that the bait was procured from the boss, revealing that would jeopardize their advantage. Shen Lang couldn't help but marvel at the system's efficacy. It was indeed powerful, yet not beyond belief. It was likely 2 to 3 times more attractive than ordinary bait. By now, it was already 9 a.m., and the sun had become quite scorching. Shen Lang was sweating, but found no shelter from the sun. It seemed he needed to construct a small shelter. Otherwise, he would become sun-dried like a fish. He took out his phone and called his uncle, explaining the situation and asking him to discuss the expected number of guests with his aunt so she could prepare lunch. After hanging up, Shen Lang heard the roar of engines approaching. This time, 3 vehicles arrived, all rugged SUVs from which 7 or 8 individuals emerged, men and women alike. The leader, a remarkably robust man, standing over 6 feet tall, exuded an imposing aura, his muscular physique lending him a fierce presence. Boss. The burly man approached Shen Lang, his voice gravelly and fitting for his formidable demeanor. Shen Lang felt a sense of pressure standing beside him. Yes. Fishing? Lu, don't intimidate the boss. At that moment, a young man approached from behind, equipped with fishing gear in hand. My friend, despite his rugged appearance, possessed a kind heart. When he smiled, he was rather endearing. The burly man even forced a smile, yet the expression was more grotesque than a cry. Had it not been for his gentle nature, I might have mistaken him for a criminal. Nevertheless, Shen Lang remarked, indeed, it is quite apparent. Boss, the colossal creature from yesterday's video was caught here, wasn't it? Are there more large catches available? Just then, a beautiful woman approached, her face striking yet adorned with numerous tattoos, her demeanor somewhat frivolous. Certainly, we have catches weighing over 100 pounds, as long as you can reel them in. Shen Lang couldn't help but recall the massive creature from the previous day. It must have weighed over 100. What are the charges? Today's price is 280 for the entire day, with free catch and a return at market price. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, not due to the cost being exorbitant, but rather because it was surprisingly reasonable. Suddenly, a shout erupted from below. Someone has been pulled into the water. Quick, save them. Shen Lang was startled and glanced down. He saw a person moving swiftly through the water, indeed moving with remarkable speed, as if something was dragging them along. From a distance, Shen Lang couldn't see clearly, but it was evident that the individual was clinging to a fishing rod, while a gigantic silhouette could be faintly seen weaving through the water ahead. What on earth is that? The group of newcomers beside him also caught a clear glimpse. Goodness, what a massive fish, perhaps weighing 100 or 200 pounds. They marveled in awe. Heavens, let us hope nothing goes awry. Shen Lang, disregarding everything else, immediately dashed down. If a mishap occurred here, even with his system, it would be a daunting challenge to resolve. Chapter 10. Release me, you lecher. However, the distance from the dam to the water's surface was indeed too great. It would typically take several minutes to walk that distance. As Shen Lang ran halfway, he noticed the person still clinging to the pole, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Let go. Are you trying to endanger your life? Shen Lang shouted as he continued to sprint. The onlookers by the reservoir, finally roused from their shock, began to yell, urging the person to release their grip as well. By the time Shen Lang reached the water's edge, the individuals seemed to have lost their strength and finally let go. Shen Lang intended to swim over to rescue them, only to be surprised when the figure executed a graceful freestyle stroke and began swimming back. Nevertheless, in his frantic state, Shen Lang failed to notice and jumped right in. Having grown up in this area, his swimming skills, while not exceptional, were certainly above average. Within moments, he had reached the person, grasping their arm and wrapping his other arm around their neck, intending to drag them to safety. Let go of me, you lecher. A melodious female voice rang out beside him, accompanied by vigorous struggles as she pulled at her arm. To Shen Lang's astonishment, the person he had rescued was none other than the beautiful woman driving the BMW M8. In his initial panic, he had indeed brushed against her delicate form. But at that moment, his concern for her safety had overshadowed his awareness. Stop struggling. I will get you to safety, Shen Lang bellowed, noticing her resistance. However, being in the water, her struggles created waves, and as he spoke, he inadvertently swallowed some water. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he continued to swim vigorously toward the shore. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm, causing him to instinctively release his grip. Gazing down, he was alarmed to see a row of bite marks on his hand, already beginning to bleed. To his dismay, the woman seemed to have sunk beneath the surface, her figure disappearing from sight. This woman truly does not understand the gravity of the situation. I am trying to save her. Shen Lang, disregarding the pain in his arm, held his breath and dove deeper, searching for her. Yet after a while, he could still not find any trace of her. Anxiety began to consume him, but having held his breath to the limit, he could only surface for air. Desperately, he scanned the water's surface, hoping to catch sight of her struggling figure. But the water remained calm, disturbed only by the ripples around him. Just as he prepared to dive down again in search of her, a familiar voice called out from the shore. Hey, lecher, are you afraid I'll hit you? Get up here. Shen Lang was taken aback and focused his gaze. To his astonishment, the beautiful woman was now standing on the shore, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Soaked to the skin, her summer attire clung to her form, accentuating her curves in a striking manner. Shen Lang had not anticipated her figure to be so alluring. Yet her fierce gaze made him feel somewhat intimidated. It dawned on him that he had completely misjudged the situation. It turned out she was an excellent swimmer. Hey, boss, you have to take responsibility for what you've done. Come on up. She beckoned. Yes, come up. At that moment, a crowd of people nearby began to jeer, seemingly reveling in the chaos. Shen Lang, feeling helpless, could only swim ashore. I'm here to save you. Do you believe me? He called out. So many people are unwilling to help. Yet you alone come to my rescue? The beautiful woman replied fiercely. Well, it must be my kind heart, Shen Lang retorted, to which she shot him a furious glance, and commanded, "Follow me." Acknowledging his own culpability, Shen Lang silently trailed behind her. "Boss, if we're going on a date, shouldn't we collect our money first?" The group that had followed chimed in, teasingly. Shen Lang flashed a smile at the woman, signaling her to wait a moment. He then produced a QR code. "How many are fishing?" "7. 280 each, so let me calculate that." As he prepared to open his calculator, he heard the woman's voice behind him. 1,960. Hurry up. Her impatience was palpable. Shen Lang quickly confirmed the total was indeed 1960. He couldn't help but glance at her, impressed by her arithmetic skills. "What are you staring at? Even a primary school student could do that without a calculator. Hurry up." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Shen Lang, feeling a bit awkward, collected the payment and caught up to her. Once they reached the top of the dam, the woman inquired, "Is there a place to change clothes? Do you have any clean clothes?" It dawned on Shen Lang, and he promptly replied, "Our village is just below. You can change in my house." With that, he headed toward his willing vehicle. "Hey, where are you going? Get in and lead the way." Shen Lang turned back to see the woman glaring at him from in front of her M8. Sighing, he walked over and took a seat in the passenger side. The woman made a U-turn and drove down the mountain. Throughout the journey, her expression remained dark, and Shen Lang wisely chose not to break the silence. However, he soon understood the reason for her displeasure. It seemed he had been somewhat careless. The root of the problem was likely the bait he had given to Luxian and the others, which was labeled for small fish. This bait would attract smaller fish while only marginally enticing medium to large ones, as evidenced by the catch, which consisted primarily of fish weighing under 10 pounds. Conversely, the bait he provided the woman was designed to attract medium-sized fish, thus leading to the larger bites she experienced. Given the size of the fish he had seen in the water, it was quite possible that she had encountered the massive creature he had observed the previous day, or perhaps an even larger one. After all, he had no idea how many big fish resided in that reservoir. Considering the woman's petite stature, it was surprising she could handle such a catch at all. Stubbornly, she had refused to let go when dragged into the water, allowing the fish to pull her away. Before long, under Shen Lang's guidance, the car arrived at his home. Hearing the sound of the vehicle, his aunt rushed out to investigate. Upon seeing Shen Lang emerge from the car, she sighed in relief. "Xiao Lang, you're back. Didn't you say there were plenty of fish up there? Oh dear, you're all wet." Shen Lang did not offer an explanation, but instead said, "Andy, please find a clean outfit for this lovely lady to change into. I shall also change my attire." At that moment, Annie finally noticed the enchanting woman emerging from the driver's seat, and she was momentarily captivated by her beauty. In their rural surroundings, such exquisite girls were a rare sight, almost as if she had stepped out from the screen of a television. Hastily, she approached and urged, "My dear, you are drenched. Come with me inside." With that, she took the beautiful woman by the hand and led her toward the house, casting Shen Lang a meaningful glance as they entered. Feeling somewhat helpless, Shen Lang ascended to the second floor and randomly selected an outfit to change into. When he descended, Auntie and the beauty had yet to emerge. He made his way to the kitchen, where he found Shen Lang removing the firewood from the stove, the aroma of rice wafting through the air. This was the rustic delight of firewood-cooked meals, a taste one could only savor in the countryside. It seemed the rice was nearly ready, with the remaining embers likely to create a delightful crust at the bottom of the pot. Shen Lang had always cherished this flavor. It was simply irresistible. "Wenwen, where's your father?" he inquired. "He just stepped out not long ago, accompanied by Uncle from next door. They seem to have gone to the reservoir," she replied. Shen Lang understood. He had previously called his uncle to arrange for someone to repair a small house up there, indicating they must have taken a back route. Furthermore, given the issues arising now, it seemed prudent to procure some life buoys and ideally arrange for a lifeguard with swimming proficiency. Incidents like today were bound to recur, and safety measures must be prioritized. At that moment, Annie's voice drifted in from behind. "Xiao Lang, you mentioned there would be over a dozen guests this morning. I wonder if this pot of rice will suffice." Shen Lang turned to see Auntie entering, and behind her stood the graceful beauty, now clad in Auntie's floral attire. Due to her taller stature, the outfit appeared somewhat short, yet it exuded an entirely different charm. It was reminiscent of an avant-garde fashion show on a runway. Truly, there are no unflattering garments, only individuals lacking in allure. Chapter 11. Such a woman is truly ferocious. Despite her beauty, she is absolutely not fit to be brought home. Lu Muqing felt that her misfortunes had reached a peak recently. First, her unreliable father claimed he encountered a young gentleman while fishing and insisted she go on a blind date. Naturally, she vehemently opposed. What kind of father behaves in such a manner? A dignified chairman of a corporation, spending his days fishing while leaving all responsibilities to her and her brother. Now, he even meddles in her personal affairs. Infuriated, she stormed out of the house. Just yesterday, passing by, she spotted a car parading through the streets with a fish tied to its rear, and she thought the world had gone mad. Those damned fishermen. Yet, her nature was resolutely strong, perhaps a trait cultivated from her work in the company. Thus, she resolved to catch a large fish, intending to deliver a heavy blow to her unreliable father. Unexpectedly, instead of catching a fish, she was dragged into the water herself. To make matters worse, she encountered a lecherous man. Truly, misfortunes had clustered together. Upon reflection, that man seemed not to have acted with malice. Nonetheless, such behavior was inexcusable. She shot a fierce glare at the man before retreating to her car to rest her eyes. Shen Lang watched as the beautiful woman returned to her vehicle, feeling somewhat disheartened. Such a woman is too fierce. One should never marry someone like her, lest one suffer for the rest of their life. Yet, she truly was quite beautiful. As there were guests at home, Shen Lang did not hurry back to the reservoir. His aunt had already taken her clothes to wash. In this weather, combined with the spin cycle, they would dry in no time. However, things did not go as planned, for soon after his uncle called. He had arrived at the reservoir and needed Shen Lang to discuss the construction of a house. Moreover, some newcomers were clamoring for Shen Lang to hurry and collect payments so they could fish. After exchanging pleasantries with his aunt, Shen Lang set out, initially intending to greet the beauty in the car. However, seeing her with her eyes closed in repose, he refrained from disturbing her. After all, it was possible they might never cross paths again after today. As the car did not come, Shen Lang proceeded along the narrow path toward the reservoir. By the time he reached the dam, he was already panting. It had been too long since he exercised, and traversing such an uphill stretch was indeed exhausting. As he arrived at the dam, a few young men gathered around him. Shen Lang explained the rules, collected the fees, and then took a moment to rest. He truly did not wish to move anymore. His uncle, noticing Shen Lang's arrival, approached him, accompanied by a middle-aged man, who happened to be his uncle from next door. This uncle, named Shen Fucking, was also a relative, seemingly a brother from the generation of their late grandfather. In any case, the entire village descended from the same ancestor. The youth of today, after just a few steps, are utterly exhausted. His uncle teased. Shen Lang felt somewhat embarrassed and stood up to greet the two men. Xiao Lang, you just set this up a couple of days ago, and now so many people have come. How did you manage it? In his youth, my second uncle apprenticed as a carpenter, mastering the craft in a traditional manner. Even now, he frequently seeks work in the county, maintaining an open-minded perspective. Naturally, he is aware of what Shen Lang has undertaken. Shen Lang summoned his uncle to repair a small wooden cabin, primarily due to his uncle's exceptional skills. Shen Fucking remarked, Xiao Lang, with so many people around, you must be earning quite a bit. Shen Lang could only respond vaguely. The internet is quite developed now. They all found me online. As for earnings, it's decent. Today, one person paid 280. My goodness, Xiao Lang is thriving. Shen Fucking gazed at the crowd below, somewhat astonished. If one person pays 280, imagine how much that amounts to with so many. Yet, the actual sum wasn't excessive, as they would need to return the fish they caught. However, how could they truly comprehend the depths of the waters? After decades of residing here, do they not know how many fish abound? Even if given a week, how much could one truly catch? My uncle looked at Shen Lang with pride. Having watched him grow, he felt immense joy at the boy's success. Uncle, Fubo, let us set up the cabin on that vacant plot by the roadside, Shen Lang suggested, pointing to a piece of land beside the dam. He had a vision for the future. The water would inevitably rise, so it would be best to construct the cabin to withstand any height. He envisioned a lounge, a small living room, a kitchen, a large dining area, and ideally, a few restrooms around the premises. Upon hearing this, my uncle immediately understood, for this was his area of expertise. What's the budget? Are we building merely a shelter from the elements, or are we aiming for a standard guest house? He continued, let me tell you, Xiao Lang, if you consistently attract so many visitors, you might consider establishing a guest house. Being so far from the county, many would prefer not to return home late. You could charge for fishing and accommodations. My uncle began to elaborate, and Shen Lang had not contemplated such possibilities. However, upon hearing his uncle's suggestion, he recognized its feasibility. With a system of returns in place, he was not overly concerned with making a small profit. Nonetheless, he envisioned that if a guest house were built, he could invite the villagers from his hometown to manage it. He felt it would be unjust to prosper alone without sharing the fortune with the land that nurtured him. However, the budget appeared daunting. To do it right, it would cost at least $1 million. My uncle exclaimed, somewhat disheartened. $1 million was not a sum that families like theirs could easily muster. Being close to Shen Lang, he was well aware of his financial situation. Contemplating this, Shen Lang suggested, "Uncle, let us first construct the reception cabin by the roadside. We can plan the rest gradually. Who knows? I might become prosperous by then." My uncle chuckled, "Haha, I only mention it. What if we build it and no one comes to stay? That would be a waste." After discussing a few more details, the three of them drove down the mountain, as my aunt had called to inform them that dinner was ready and to come pick it up. Thus, the trio arrived home in their wooling vehicle. However, Shen Lang noticed from a distance that the BMW M8 had vanished. It appeared that the owner had dried their clothes and departed. Although he understood that he would have no interaction with that enchanting lady, Shen Lang still felt a twinge of emptiness within. Once the meal was loaded into the car, they proceeded to the reservoir, this time bringing Wen along to assist. It was time for lunch. Shen Lang called out loudly, prompting countless heads to turn upward. "Free food! Free food!" he exclaimed again. "The boss is magnanimous. The boss's business is thriving." Gradually, people began to ascend, though some remained unmoved. Fortunately, not everyone showed up, as they would have struggled to accommodate the volume of food prepared. Moreover, some individuals possessed an insatiable appetite, particularly the imposing figure who consumed portions enough for 3 or 4 people. At that moment, a commotion erupted below. The diners, intrigued, rushed to the dam's edge to peer down. The second aunt's heart raced at the sight. After all, the dam stood several meters high. "Be careful! Be careful!" she shouted anxiously, yet no one heeded her warnings. Shen Lang also glanced down, observing a fisherman straining to haul in his line, his body slipping forward. Several fellow anglers had already grasped his waist, engaged in a tug-of-war. Suddenly, the water's surface erupted with splashes, eliciting gasps of astonishment. "Wow, this reservoir is utterly terrifying. It is truly a paradise for colossal creatures." Chapter 12. Can such a large fish really be taken away? Having just finished their meal, the anglers were not in a hurry to fish, instead opting to observe the seasoned fisherman skillfully reeling in his catch. It must be said that this angler possessed considerable skill. After the initial struggle, he was able to gradually tire the fish. Fishing is indeed an art, replete with nuances. Some individuals may find themselves often returning empty-handed, while the masters consistently bring in bountiful catches. Of course, in this digital age, much of what is presented is illusory. There are countless instances of staged fishing. Shen Lang couldn't help but ponder the potential amusement if those masters were to fish here. As time passed, some anglers grew restless and returned to their spots, while others remained engrossed in watching the spectacle. After a fierce battle lasting over 2 hours, the fish finally succumbed and began to rise to the surface. Lo and behold, it was a large silver carp. The proprietor here boasted a diverse array of fish species. The silver carp, or Hypophthalmicthes mollitrix, is a favored catch among anglers due to its typically large size and the thrill it provides when reeling it in. Theoretically, this species can grow to exceed 100 pounds. Shen Lang felt a surge of curiosity. Could his system transcend the limits of these fish? If it could not, then the pinnacle would merely be 200 pounds per fish. However, if it could surpass these boundaries, the adventure would be exhilarating. One could envision the moment an angler, believing they had hooked a massive specimen, instead reeled in a humble 10-pound crucian carp. Before long, the fish was successfully caught. As it was brought ashore, Shen Lang simultaneously received a notification from his system. Li Kuei has caught a 5-pound, 6-fold, 48-pound silver carp. Congratulations, you have earned 216 Huaxia coins. After his meal, Shen Lang began capturing footage beside the action, recognizing the value of such promotional material. One must seize the opportunity. This silver carp weighed in an impressive 48 pounds and measured approximately 1 4 meters in length. Its large head gave it a somewhat rotund appearance. comparable in length to the fish caught by the trio of fishermen the previous day. However, it was clearly bulkier than the grass carp. After taking a series of photographs and videos, Shen Lang contemplated whether to keep the fish or release it. As he reviewed his footage, he approached and inquired, "Can such a large fish truly be taken away?" The angler appeared skeptical. Some fishery owners speak of catch and release policies, but once a large fish is caught, they often prohibit taking it away, as such specimens are rare and removing one diminishes their stock. A fish weighing nearly 50 pounds is a prized possession in many fishing venues. If you don't want to take it, then just release it. "I'll calculate how much you owe me," Shen Lang remarked. Take it, take it," the angler exclaimed eagerly. Only a fool would let such a prize slip away. Reflecting on the glory that the trio had experienced in the county town the day before, the angler felt a rush of excitement. Today, it was finally his turn. He promptly called over his companions to pack up their fishing gear. "Not fishing anymore?" Shen Lang asked, puzzled by the decision with half a day still remaining. "We're done. It takes an hour and a half to get back to the county, and it will be dark by the time we return." At that moment, a gentleman nearby jestingly remarked, "Are you afraid that others won't see you?" Laughter erupted among those around, who were all in on the joke. However, their gazes were filled with envy as they watched the angler drag away the impressive 48-pound fish. The remaining individuals felt invigorated, each wondering if the next catch would be a similarly enormous specimen. Shen Lang also accessed the system to tally his morning S-haul. While the morning appeared lively, the actual number of fish caught was not particularly high. Aside from the trio of anglers who each managed to reel in about 10 fish using their specialized bait, the rest combined had not exceeded 20. It seemed Shen Lang had underestimated the effectiveness of this bait. Speaking of which, what had happened to the remaining bait of that beautiful woman? She had barely been in the water before being pulled under, and her leftover bait had vanished. Could it have been swept away into the depths? Shen Lang pondered this briefly, but dismissed it. It was merely a bag of bait, after all. Tomorrow morning would bring a fresh supply. In total, about 20 individuals had managed to catch 58 fish that morning, including one notable silver carp weighing 48 pounds, while the others were all under 20 pounds. Shen Lang's bankar balance had soared to 12,878 yuan. He could scarcely fathom earning such a sum in just half a day. Yet what surprised him even more was the immense allure that these large fish held for the anglers. This sparked within him the idea of cultivating only larger fish. He noticed that excitement surged only when substantial catches were made. Even those who did not fish would linger for hours, captivated by the spectacle. The presence of so many participants today was undoubtedly due to the viral video of a large fish caught yesterday. Thus, pursuing a high-quality route seemed to be a promising strategy. As the saying goes in the antique business, if you don't open for 3 years, when you do, you'll feast for 3 years. If the fish multiplied exponentially later, a single catch could yield over 100,000 yuan. If the anglers continued to reel in large fish, who would need a bicycle? Shen Lang then opened his system panel once more, studying its details. Name: Shen Lang. Age: 25. Bound water area: Shirkwan Reservoir. Area size: 7. 201 square meters. Depth: 15 meters. Current fish growth multiplier: 2 to 17 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current sessions: 880 per day. Effective afternoon. Current anglers: Huluxian 339, Lu Jian 339, Wang Hao 339, Yao Jun 348. Lu Muqing 429. Upon seeing the figure of 880 per day, he was momentarily taken aback. Had it increased? Was it due to his adjustments to the multiplier? Yet, the multiplier had not been altered today. Shen Lang speculated that the number of sessions was determined by the density, size, and species of the fish present. However, he had not introduced any fish into the reservoir, leaving him perplexed. Moreover, was 880 per day too steep? Should he consider upgrading the area of the water to adjust the pricing? After some contemplation, he decided against it. He would regard this entry fee as a necessary threshold. Shen Lang instinctively resumed his search through the fishing roster. Upon encountering the name Lu Muqing, he paused. It was rather delightful to discover that the beautiful lady bore such a melodious name. In the next moment, Shen Lang shook his head, pondering what he was thinking. Once he earned enough, would he truly fear the absence of a girlfriend? The afternoon unfolded with remarkable tranquility, devoid of anyone being ensnared once more or any significant catches exceeding 30 or 40 pounds. The trio of fishermen, lacking Shen Lang's bait, managed to reel in merely a couple of fish throughout the entire afternoon. Collectively, they had caught just over 20 fish. Shen Lang's earnings amounted to 478 yuan, while the total revenue for the day approached an impressive 15,000 yuan. With an entrance fee of 7,000 yuan and over 5,000 yuan from the catch, he had earned an additional 1,000 yuan. Shen Lang couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly money could be earned. Moreover, this was merely the beginning, for the day's limited attendance was far from the potential capacity of the waters. The reservoir was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of anglers simultaneously. Although it felt somewhat constrained, Shen Lang had little choice but to make do, as his pockets were rather empty. He resolved to wait a couple of days until he could amass more wealth. Chapter 13. The internet is abuzz again. The beauty is dragged into the water to feed the fish. Many anglers express their desire to continue their pursuit, hoping that Shen Lang would permit them to fish at night as well. However, Shen Lang dared not acquiesce. The image of that beauty being pulled into the water still lingered in his mind. There was no illumination at night. And what would happen if someone were to be dragged into the water? Currently, there were no safety measures in place. The anglers, with no other recourse, could only depart one by one. As they left, they did not forget to remind Shen Lang, "Boss, make sure to wake up early tomorrow. Do not oversleep." Of course, Shen Lang pretended not to hear. Today, he had arrived at the reservoir before 7 o'clock, and by that time, 3 vehicles were already waiting. Who knows what hour these anglers had arrived? Upon returning home, dinner was already prepared. While dining, Shen Lang broached the subject again. "And Air, you should cook up there from now on. As we discussed yesterday, I will pay you 6,000 yuan each month." Today, Uncle Air did not comment much, but encouraged, "Go ahead. I believe this project of yours will succeed." However, 6,000 yuan is still too much. Shen Lang smiled and replied, "Uncle, it is not excessive. After all, this is for the head chef." Suddenly, Shen Lang had an idea and said, "How about this? And Air, you will receive 3,000 yuan per month. And you can open a small convenience store there, selling cigarettes, water, fishing gear, and such." And Air interjected, "Who would buy that stuff?" But just as she spoke, Uncle Air interrupted her. "If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly." After saying this, he looked at Shen Lang and continued, "Xiao Lang, I am getting old and cannot keep up with the times, but I believe in you. How about I manage that small shop instead of taking the salary?" Shen Lang had always perceived Uncle Air as a wise man, merely constrained by life as circumstances. After all, how else could he support the family in the countryside? "All right, Uncle, let us get that little wooden house built tomorrow. Rest assured, it is already arranged. Tomorrow, we will have an excavator come to level the ground, and the lumber mill is already cutting the materials. Uncle, do you know anyone with good swimming skills, strong physical ability, and experience in water rescue?" Uncle Air was aware of the day's events and understood the gravity of the situation. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Actually, I do know someone. Your cousin, Shen Bishing, spent the last 2 years at sea. His swimming skills are unquestionable. He hasn't gone out this year yet, but I'm not sure if he would be willing to come." Upon hearing that name, Shen Lang immediately recalled who it was. Shen Bishing was indeed his cousin, who had fished at sea in coastal areas for several years. During the last Lunar New Year, he had boasted about his impressive swimming abilities. Furthermore, those who work at sea must learn emergency water rescue techniques. For someone who has battled the ocean, managing a small pond should be child's play. Currently, fishing was prohibited, which was why he was still at home. In the future, as the reservoir expanded, it would be impossible for one person to oversee all the visitors, especially considering that if the water level reached its maximum height, it would cover over 10 square kilometers. This is not a mere fabrication by Shen Lang. The reservoir used to be this wide. Just a moment, let me inquire. After dinner, Shen Lang strolled to aid digestion while making his way to Shen Bishing's home. The village is relatively compact, with only a 2-minute walk separating Shen Bishing's house from his own. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the family was still dining, so he refrained from entering and meandered along the village paths instead. As he walked, he took out his phone to indulge in some entertainment. In WeChat, Lianshin had sent him 2 messages. "Onshin, video link, Onshin, video link, Onshin. Did another batch of goods come out today?" Shen Lang opened the video and was met with yet another scene of a fish being displayed from the back of a vehicle. The fish in question was indeed the large head fish he had caught that day. Remarkably, the video was posted by the same content creator from yesterday. It was curious why he seemed to have so much free time, wandering about all day. Thanks to the previous video attracting attention, this one had become even more popular, with a myriad of comments flooding in. The creator had pinned a comment with the address at the top. Please do not ask for the address. I will post it here directly. We are in Anyuan County, and that fish pond is in Shirkwan Village. For those wishing to come, just navigate directly beneath this comment. There were thousands of replies. Wait for me. It's only 50 kilometers away. I'm setting off now. Over 1,000 kilometers. See you in the finals, brothers. Don't come. The information is false. I've tested it for you. To the brother above, are you afraid there won't be any fish left for you if everyone comes? Shen Lang suddenly remembered that he had yet to edit and post his own video, so he sent the original footage to Lianshin, asking her to edit it and send him a copy. Concurrently, he commented on the video, Shirkwan Reservoir welcomes everyone. To his surprise, someone immediately replied, caught the main character. Boss, please save me a spot. I'll be there first thing in the morning. Lianshin's second video sent to Shen Lang was astonishing. It captured the entire process of Lu Mooching being pulled into the water. This video was even more sensational. The vaguely visible outline of the large fish was simply unbelievable. Such footage is indeed rare online. While there may have been instances of individuals being dragged into the water by fish in the past, none had been pulled in and then held onto like she was, being dragged away by the fish. Additionally, the person who posted the video was a sensationalist. Shocking. Beauty dragged into the rapids by a man-eating giant catfish. Terrifying underwater dragging footage exposed. Experts urgently warn, do not enter this area. Nevertheless, netizens remained quite rational, and the comments were lively as ever. This fish must be cheating. I suggest a thorough investigation into whether the fishing rod is using the immortal from Sekiro to trigger a boss battle. Fish, extra meal today. Human, weight loss today. A win-win situation. Dog emoji for safety. After fishing for so long, I finally caught a person. The video demonstrated that the fishing line endured a pulling force exceeding 200 N, indicating it was at least an 8-pound PE line. A word of advice to all anglers. Always secure a safety line. It's a lesson learned the hard way. On the 114th day of my rebirth, having seized the essence of a giant catfish after meeting my demise in a previous life, my revenge plan unfolded with remarkable success. Wait a moment. Have I mistakenly taken the wrong script? Shen Lang was a loss for words. The current generation of netizens possesses a peculiar flair. However, some astute detective-like netizens uncovered intriguing connections. Have you noticed that this location mirrors the aquatic domain featured in yesterday's video? Those above finally realized that I was already en route. After perusing the comments for a while longer, Shen Lang became aware that this reservoir might indeed rise to fame. The kind of fame that is explosive. Meanwhile, Lianshin had sent over the edited video, accompanied by a note of gratitude. Thank you, old classmate. Don't forget to teach me fishing tomorrow. Shen Lang promptly uploaded the video to his account and noted the time as he made his way to Shen Bishing's residence. Upon explaining his intentions, Shen Bishing readily agreed. After all, who would wish to leave their hometown if they could earn money without doing so? Moreover, Shen Lang offered him a handsome salary of 6,000 a month, with the prospect of social insurance if things progressed favorably. Thus, it was settled. Tomorrow, first, go to the county town to procure 20 sets of life jackets. I will transfer the funds to you shortly. All right, I shall head to the county town tomorrow. Shen Bishing accepted the proposal with enthusiasm. Shen Lang transferred 5,000 yuan to him, advising that he should reach out if that sum proved insufficient. They engaged in casual conversation until nightfall, at which point Shen Lang took his leave. He realized that he was in dire need of funds, particularly urgent funds. The upgrade system felt like an insatiable abyss, and the foundational infrastructure of the fish pond would require tens of thousands. Nevertheless, Shen Lang remained undeterred, confident that with the system's assistance, he would soon extricate himself from this predicament. Chapter 14. The upgrade of the reservoir is imperative. Upon returning home, Shen Lang, seeking amusement, began to indulge in his favorite pastime, playing Honor of Kings. This had become one of his few sources of entertainment. However, over the past 2 years, many of his friends had abandoned the game. The coveted rank he once held, which had garnered the envy of others, had now become commonplace. The game had ostensibly lost its charm for entertainment, yet Shen Lang found himself unable to discover a suitable alternative. After logging in, he suffered a series of defeats in the peak competition. Enraged, Shen Lang uninstalled the game and vowed never to play again. Yet an hour later, he found himself perusing the App Store, clicking to download the game once more. While waiting, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into a slumber. In his dream, he envisioned a remarkable catch from his reservoir, a colossal fish weighing over 10,000 pounds. The entire world was astounded, and news outlets flocked to interview him. He became an international sensation, and his fishing spot transformed into a tourist attraction. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the sound of phone ringing jolted him awake. Who could be calling at such an hour to disrupt his moment of glory? Realizing it was merely a dream, he noticed the lights still on. He must have forgotten to turn it off last night. Outside, dawn was breaking. Upon checking his phone, he saw an unfamiliar number. Annoyance welled up within him. How could someone disturb his peaceful morning so early? He answered the call, greeted by a male voice. "Hello, boss. It's time to rise and shine. The fishing charges are in effect." Shen Lang, taken aback, hung up in disbelief. It was only 6:30 a.m. Did these fishermen not require sleep? How had they obtained his phone number? Just then, the phone rang again. Shen Lang answered, exclaiming, "Do you not need sleep? What time is it?" To his surprise, a familiar voice responded, "Xiao Lang, it's me, Uncle Air. Hurry up. There are already many people here." Shen Lang's irritation dissipated. His uncle was diligently at work so early. What could he say? However, he resolved to put up a sign indicating business hours. There was no way he could cater to these patrons around the clock. Rising from bed and dressing, he dragged his weary body to the edge of the reservoir. Indeed, there were already a dozen individuals present, yet none had ventured to fish. He later learned that several had attempted to fish but were reprimanded by Uncle Air. Among them were some familiar faces, including the trio known as the Three Musketeers. "Good morning, boss. I hope we haven't disturbed your rest," one of them called out. Shen Lang, recognizing the voice of the young man who had called earlier, chose to ignore him. "Today it's 880 per person, same catch, with a return market price." As soon as he finished speaking, shouts erupted from the crowd. "No way. Boss, yesterday it was only 280. Today it's 880? Surely you aren't raising prices just because you've become popular." Indeed, 880 seems a bit steep. Shen Lang, already irritable from being awoken so early, dismissed their complaints. "Those who wish to fish must pay. If you do not wish to fish, you may leave. The allure of the catch is free, yet you still deem it expensive? What are you thinking? Do you truly believe the boss is engaging in philanthropy?" At this moment, Lu Jian stepped forward and remarked, "Boss, 3 individuals." He raised his phone as he spoke. Shen Lang cast an appreciative glance at him, thinking to himself that his decision to sell bait to them was not in vain, and he silently commended them. Lu Jian and his companions completed their payment, but remained nearby, observing intently. Shen Lang was well aware of their anticipation. As soon as someone settled their payment, others gradually followed suit. After all, those who arrived early for fishing were undoubtedly seasoned anglers among the elite. The few individuals merely expressed their complaints in passing. Once everyone had descended, Lu Jian and his 2 associates approached. "Boss, today's bait." Shen Lang promptly produced it and handed it over. Lu Jian paid and inquired, "Boss, is it truly just 1 pack per day? If possible, could you sell us a few more? We'd even pay double the price." Shen Lang too wished to procure additional packs, yet the system simply would not allow it. Moreover, he recognized the bait's immense allure to fish and was reluctant to sell it indiscriminately to just anyone, for such temptation was beyond the control of the average person. "If you do not wish to keep it, you may return it to me," Shen Lang jested. The 3 swiftly departed, seemingly fearful that Shen Lang might reclaim the bait. After they left, Uncle Tu approached and said, "The excavator will arrive shortly. Today, we'll level the ground, and the day after tomorrow, I'll have someone come to lay the foundation. Once it's dried, we can commence construction. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle. How much do you need? I'll give you a portion tonight." Shen Lang, currently low on funds, was aware it wouldn't suffice. Yet given the day's promising turnout, he expected a good catch. "No worries. We can settle after the work is complete. I have some face to maintain," Uncle Tu assured him. Shen Lang remained silent, as a few days' delay would be ideal. At that moment, a large truck slowly approached, towing a substantial excavator. After a brief negotiation, Uncle Tu had the excavator commence its task. The operation was straightforward, merely leveling the site and digging 2 large septic tanks. Shen Lang had evidently underestimated the scope of the undertaking. After 7 o'clock, vehicles began arriving at the dam in succession. Shen Lang completely misjudged the fervor surrounding this location. By nearly 8 o'clock, 2 or 3 dozen vehicles had arrived, and more continued to flow in. The dam was filled to capacity, forcing many to park along the route they had taken. Observing this situation, Shen Lang pondered the potential congestion if even more visitors arrived in the future. Thus, he and Uncle Tu discussed leveling a small hill adjacent to the dam to be utilized as a parking lot. This decision escalated the project significantly. The excavator might take a day or 2 to complete its task, yet they could first level the area for the house without hindering construction. "Old classmate, are you busy?" As Shen Lang was collecting payments, a familiar voice called out. He looked up to find none other than Lianshin. Beside her stood a young man carrying equipment, presumably her assistant. "It seems I want to be able to teach you how to fish today, given my current situation." Yesterday, Shen Lang had promised someone to teach fishing. Yet today, faced with the demands of collecting fees and overseeing construction, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. "No worries, you carry on with your tasks. I shall find a spot myself." With that, Lianshin signaled to the young men to prepare to descend. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she heard Shen Lang's voice call out, Hey, please settle the fishing fee. Today, it's 880. Lianshin turned around, astonished. "What? You're charging me for the fishing fee too?" Shen Lang was reluctant to collect the fee, but the system left him no choice. Without the fees, there would be no profit to be made. "It's just business, you understand, right?" Lianshin's expression shifted dramatically. "Shen Lang, I fear you may never find a girlfriend in this lifetime." With that parting remark, she paid the fee and proceeded downward, aware of the curious gazes from those around her. Shen Lang had initially anticipated a busy morning. However, after collecting fees from 2 middle-aged gentlemen, the system chimed in. "The current number of anglers in this water area has reached its limit. Host, please expand the water area." Shen Lang was taken aback as he glanced down at the reservoir. The shore was teeming with people. The water area, already modest in size, was now crowded with fishing rods. Upon checking the system panel, he counted 110 individuals engaged in fishing. It was clear that expanding the reservoir was imperative. Chapter 15. How about selling me this fish, brother? I'll offer double the price. It was now 10 a.m., and more people continued to arrive, with vehicles congesting the cement road below. Shen Lang could only apologize and explain the situation, yet most of the anglers chose to stay, gathering below the reservoir to observe. Naturally, the trio of sword-wielders attracted the largest crowd. Perhaps it was the allure of the 880 fishing fee combined with the premium bait provided by the system, for they fished with an almost supernatural prowess, reeling in catch after catch, much to the delight of the onlookers. Shen Lang, having ceased attending to the anglers, strolled over, and upon glancing at their fish baskets, he was taken aback. Each of them had at least 20 fish. "Boss, you set the fishing fee too low at 880. This has easily netted you thousands," remarked an observing angler. "The fishing conditions here are exceptional. I'll definitely arrive early tomorrow," exclaimed another. "You're the first to catch big fish here. It's simply remarkable. Have you noticed how fragrant their bait is?" Shen Lang, unfazed, thought to himself, "You might profit a little, but I shall never incur a loss. Can the system's algorithm truly err?" The trio's success stems from utilizing system bait. Yet over half of the ordinary anglers wouldn't even manage to recoup their 880. In terms of fishing fees, Shen Lang would still pocket a small profit, not to mention the system rewards. "Well done, keep it up." Shen Lang encouraged them. "Boss, we'll only return half of the fish," Hu Luxian said, feeling a twinge of guilt for profiting from a boss's bait. Such actions felt somewhat unethical. Lu Jian and the rat, understanding the sentiment, chimed in, "Exactly, boss. Let us just return a little less. If need be, we can return only 1 fish among the 3 of us." Shen Lang quickly interjected, "That is not acceptable. We cannot break the rules. Your ability to fish is your own merit, regardless of the bait used. Every catch counts. Am I to fear your success? If everyone could fish at your rate, I would soon achieve financial freedom. The boss is magnanimous. He will surely grow ever more prosperous. Praise the onlookers. You are the most trustworthy boss I've ever encountered. I wish I could fish with you." They continued, showering him with compliments, leaving the trio behind. Shen Lang walked along the bank, occasionally glancing at the anglers' catches in their baskets. Indeed, with the price hike, the likelihood of a good catch had surged. However, he felt a twinge of regret that not a single large fish had been hooked all morning. Before long, Shen Lang arrived at Li Anxin's fishing spot, where she was busy preparing bait, seemingly engrossed in conversation with her phone, which was set up in front of her. As Shen Lang approached her from behind, he noticed that she was live streaming. The viewer count exceeded 1,000, with an array of messages scrolling across the screen. The young lady must apply pressure to the rod. The float submerges for 3 seconds before the rod is lifted, yielding the highest strike rate. Upon entering the live streaming room, one wonders whether this is a fishing channel or a beauty showcase. The fish exclaims, "This bait is toxic. What a thrilling sensation. I request a drone's perspective. I wish to observe the entire aquatic terrain. Is this the reservoir known for its large fish? No, this is the reservoir where beauties are caught by fish." As Shen Lang made his appearance, the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. "Host, who is that lecherous man behind you? Could he possibly be the host's boyfriend? How disheartening. Wake up. How could the host ever be interested in such a person?" Shen Lang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Was he truly so unappealing? At that moment, Li Anxin also noticed the comments and turned to the audience, stating, "This handsome gentleman is the owner here, so please refrain from speaking carelessly, or he might not allow you to fish when you arrive." Instantly, the comments in the live room transformed. "I knew it. This person is so handsome. He's the owner. Wow, the owner looks quite dashing. Owner, are you interested in a relationship? I'm open-minded." Shen Lang felt another wave of darkness. What sort of individuals inhabited this live room? Suddenly, a dazzling effect appeared on the live stream screen, and a virtual stage materialized, illuminated by a neon grid with a massive LED screen displaying the word carnival. Li Anxin immediately stood up in excitement, bowing towards the phone. "Thank you so much to the Fishing King. I am truly grateful." The screen displayed the Fishing King's comment. "Please send my regards to the owner. I'll be visiting in a few days." Upon seeing the comment, Li Anxin turned to Shen Lang and asked, "Owner, the big brother in the live room, said he'll be here in 2 days. Will you welcome him?" "Of course. We warmly welcome all esteemed guests to our fishing grounds, which we proudly call the Paradise of Giants. As long as you dare to challenge, unexpected surprises await." Shen Lang also seized the moment to promote. Just as Shen Lang finished speaking, a commotion erupted nearby. "Wow." Shen Lang looked up to see a young man straining to reel in a fish. A large fish had already surfaced, having clearly been fought for quite some time. Yet the crowd size had prevented Shen Lang from noticing. Li Anxin swiftly grabbed her phone and began to stream live, pointing it in that direction. "Brothers, look at that massive fish, and it's already surfaced." She slowly moved closer to the action. Shen Lang glanced at her fishing spot. Her keep net had yet to be opened, indicating she had not caught a fish yet. However, being a novice, it was entirely reasonable for her to struggle. Shen Lang also made his way over. The fish merely flipped over, struggled a few times, and then dove back down. The angler and the fish resumed their tug-of-war. "Brother, how long has this been going on?" Shen Lang tapped a bystander who was watching the spectacle. The individual did not turn back, but replied, "Over half an hour. This guy's impressive. He has quite skilled." Shen Lang remained silent, observing the scene unfold. It must be said that this individual possessed remarkable skill, evident from his technique with a fishing rod. The capture of this fish was merely a matter of time, and indeed, after a quarter of an hour, the fish was successfully reeled in. Wang Peng caught a 3, 2-pound 15, 2-fold 48, 6-pound grass carp. Congratulations on winning 14,786 Huaxia coins. The substantial winnings from such high multipliers were undeniable. Yet, the fundamental weight of 2 pounds felt rather modest. Had it been greater, it would have represented a truly colossal catch. Shen Lang approached, exclaiming, "Ah, impressive skills, my friend. Are you planning to keep the fish?" Wang Peng smiled shyly in response. "Yes, I'll take it home. I have a place to sell it." This surprised Shen Lang, as it was customary for most to make a detour to the county town first. At that moment, another individual approached. "How about selling me that fish? I'll offer you double the price." Shen Lang turned towards the voice and saw a middle-aged man adorned with a gold chain stepping out from the crowd. Chapter 16. Dreamlike Profits, Shen Lang's Grand Vision. Wang Peng glanced at Shen Lang, seemingly seeking his opinion. Shen Lang was indifferent. He believed that how to manage the catch was entirely up to the individual. "You handle it as you wish. Whatever you reel in here is yours," Shen Lang remarked to Wang Peng. The boss's generosity was evident, and it was no wonder the fishing spot was thriving. A middle-aged man, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, produced a pack of Chinese cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Shen Lang. "I don't smoke. Thank you," Shen Lang declined, waving his hand. "It's better not to smoke. I wish I could quit, but find it impossible." The middle-aged man replied, then turned to Wang Peng. "Brother, what do you think?" Having received Shen Lang's approval, Wang Peng readily agreed. He sold the fish to the middle-aged man for 2,000 yuan, a price that would be considered quite low in the market, given the rarity of such a large fish. Shen Lang was inconscient, for he possessed a system that rendered such fish trivial in his eyes. Wang Peng, a pure fishing enthusiast, relished the joy of fishing itself, which led him to offer a bargain to the middle-aged man. Amidst a flurry of chatter, the middle-aged man summoned others to carry the fish up the bank. Today, yet another individual from the county town would be flaunting their catch. Shen Lang meandered around before returning to the bank, where the excavator continued its industrious work. The ground had been prepared for the small wooden cabin intended for charging fees and resting, and currently, efforts were being made to level a small hill. Ant and several other ants were bustling about preparing meals. Upon arriving that morning, Ant had been taken aback by the sheer number of people, around 100 or 200. Even if they were to host a banquet, it would require numerous tables. Shen Lang agreed that the crowd was overwhelming. If they continued to offer free meals, it would be untenable. Thus, he instructed Ant to enlist the help of a few other ants, proposing a self-service dining model akin to those in the city, priced at 20 yuan for an all-you-can-eat experience. Initially, Ant and the others were astonished by the 20 yuan charge. In the city, a similar offering would only cost 10 yuan, featuring dozens of dishes. They worried that their hurried preparations would yield too few dishes, questioning whether the price was too steep. Shen Lang reassured them, "Rest assured, those who can catch fish are hardly destitute. They likely spend a fortune feeding the fish each day." Reluctantly, Ant and her companions began to prepare the meals. Perhaps out of a sense of conscience, Shen Lang noted that the dishes they were frying were laden with meat. Even the stir-fried green peppers were scarcely visible beneath the meat. Meanwhile, Uncle parked the Wuling Hongwang by the roadside, its trunk brimming with bottled water, which appeared to have sold quite well. It seemed he had made a special trip to the county town to stock up. Whether the proceeds from those few bottles would cover the fuel for the journey remained uncertain. The reservoir was alive with vibrant activity. Shen Lang had not anticipated such a large turnout today. The rapid rise to popularity had caught him unprepared to accommodate so many visitors. At that moment, Shen Bishi returned with the purchased life-saving supplies. Shen Lang calculated that the reservoir's area must be upgraded once more that evening. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate the influx of guests. Today, nearly half of the participants were unable to catch any fish. People continued to arrive in succession, yet most merely took a brief look around before departing. The excitement was palpable, and it was essential to seize this wave of visitors. At noon, the meal was served promptly. However, many anglers had yet to join for lunch. Upon hearing the price of 20 yuan per person, most were momentarily taken aback, feeling it was rather steep. Yet, when they beheld the dishes overflowing with meat, they felt the owner was truly benevolent. Among the 5 dishes, apart from one vegetarian option, the rest were brimming with generosity. As a few ladies nervously observed the diners, fearing they might deem the price excessive, to their surprise, the patrons appeared thoroughly content. They even occasionally gave a thumbs up, leaving the ladies feeling somewhat bashful. In the afternoon, when the second ant reviewed the day's sales, she discovered they had sold 96 lunches, equating to 1,920 yuan. However, they had used nearly 100 pounds of pork. After calculating, the profit was merely a few hundred yuan. Shen Lang found himself both amused and exasperated. Nonetheless, the second ant declared they would continue this practice, as they could not bring themselves to profit from unscrupulous means. Later, Shen Lang instructed Shen Bishing to create several warning signs, such as danger, deep water, no swimming, as well as notices indicating that business hours commenced at 8 in the morning and concluded at 5 in the evening. In the afternoon, a magnificent fish weighing 46 pounds was caught, while others were no more than 20 pounds. In total, nearly 500 fish were caught today. Shen Lang collected 96,800 yuan in fishing fees, with the system providing a rebate of 205,380 yuan, and the return fish tally amounted to 62,510. Today's revenue reached an astonishing 239,670 yuan. Shen Lang felt as though he were in a dream. Such earnings, exceeding 200,000 in a single day, were once unimaginable. Reflecting on his previous monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, the contrast was stark. Shen Lang calculated that only 20% of the anglers broke, even today, while the remainder suffered losses, with some catching merely 1 or 2 fish. There were several who returned empty-handed, including the streamer Lian Xin. Of course, her primary focus was not fishing, as the gifts showered upon her by viewers had already recouped her costs. Furthermore, after a full day of streaming, she undoubtedly received numerous gifts. Clearly, her first day in this new venture was off to a splendid start. Currently, her persona as a novice angler bore no risk of collapse. The combination of terms like beautiful novice angler and giant catch, though seemingly incongruous, served as an effective magnet for attention. Once the crowd had dispersed, Shen Lang assigned a task to Shen Bixing. Since Shen Lang had decided to expand the reservoir area today, based on past experience, a storm was expected to arrive after noon. Thus, it was imperative that no one remained in the reservoir. To prevent anyone from returning to fish, he had to endure a bit of hardship by keeping watch. With so few personnel, he had no choice but to bear the burden for now. During dinner, the second aunt was particularly elated. After all, she had distributed wages to several of the ladies and had earned over 200 yuan herself. If this were to happen every day, she could earn several thousand a month. For someone like her, who has been accustomed to poverty in the countryside, this indeed represents a significant income. What surprised Shen Lang even more was that his uncle managed to earn over 100 yuan from selling water. The elder showered Shen Lang with praise, their smiles unwavering upon his return. After dinner, it wasn't long before the villagers, young and old, gathered around. Previously, they may have only known that Shen Lang had contracted the reservoir behind the village, but today, the remarkable success of his reservoir had become the talk of the town. Especially noteworthy was the fact that one fisherman had paid 880 yuan today. Those who were astute could easily discern the profitability of this venture. Previously, there had been whispers about Shen Lang's lack of ambition and his single status at such an age. Now, however, they regarded him with cheerful expressions, as if he were the embodiment of fortune. You should have seen it. There were hundreds of people up there today, and we made 2,000 yuan just from cooking. One aunt, who helped prepare the meals, whispered to the gathered crowd. Indeed, over 100 people were fishing, and one person had 880 yuan. Another aunt chimed in. Wow, doesn't that amount to nearly 100,000 yuan for the day? An astonished uncle remarked. Not quite, as there are fees for catching fish. But it should still be several tens of thousands. The crowd was astounded by these figures. Shen Lang was acutely aware of the intentions behind their gathering. He also hoped to uplift these relatives alongside him in wealth. Naturally, he could not broach the subject first. He needed them to initiate the conversation, thereby retaining control of the situation. This way, they would feel grateful, rather than feeling that he had summoned them for assistance. It was not about being calculative. Shen Lang understood the nature of the people in his village all too well. It wasn't he that he spoke ill of them. Rather, it is human nature. It depends on how one chooses to wield it. Xiao Lang, we all watched you grow up. Regarding the reservoir, if there is anything we can assist with, just let your uncle know. With everyone gathered, the village chief began to inquire about Shen Lang after a brief exchange. At this moment, the chatter around him quieted, and all eyes fell upon Shen Lang. Chapter 17. The system card level requires the capture of fish weighing over 100 pounds. Shen Lang had already devised a plan in his mind. In truth, if everyone could profit, gratitude would abound. In this small territory, the support of the community would wield considerable influence. Moreover, the lineage of this village traces back through generations. As he observed the hopeful gazes of the villagers, Shen Lang expressed his gratitude for the nurturing he received from this land, declaring, I cannot be an ungrateful wolf. I intend to establish a guest house by the reservoir, which we shall manage together. Employment within will yield a monthly salary ranging from 3,000 to 6,000. I will allocate 10% of the shares to the village collective, allowing us all to partake in the dividends. At this point, murmurs of discussion arose among the crowd, clearly lacking a comprehensive understanding of the guest house concept and its potential profits. Sensing their curiosity, he continued, the guest house will be constructed in several phases. with an anticipated total investment in the tens of millions. As soon as Shen Lang concluded his statement, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, tens of millions? Is it truly that much for just a few houses? The village head, perceiving the commotion, bellowed, "Everyone, quiet down and allow Shen Lang to continue." Instantly, silence enveloped the gathering. After earning over 200,000 today, Shen Lang began contemplating future developments. He envisioned transforming the hills adjacent to the reservoir into a cluster of goose houses. While their location may be somewhat remote, the scenery is undeniably breathtaking. If successfully realized, coupled with its reputation as a fishing paradise, profitability would be assured. Allow me to present a simple calculation. With several hundred rooms, each fetching several hundred to 1,000 per night, daily earnings could soar into the hundreds of thousands. And monthly revenues could reach tens of millions. An annual objective of 1 to 2 million. After accounting for operational and management expenses, each family could anticipate a share of at least several hundred thousand annually. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again astir with astonishment. Such income would represent years of their earnings, and it would be generated passively. Shen Lang aimed to paint a grand vision for them. Whether this revenue could be achieved was a matter for the future. Nevertheless, he remained confident, realizing that he had understated the potential. There would be high-end rooms charging over 1,000 per night, tailored for affluent guests. For instance, rooms with terraces overlooking the water, allowing guests to fish directly from their balconies. These were designed specifically for the elite, as exclusivity is essential to showcase their status. However, achieving this vision required the collective support and effort of everyone. For the sake of our shared goal, let us strive together. The aunts, uncles, and relatives felt their enthusiasm ignite. "Little Lang, we support you." "Well done, Little Lang." This small gathering continued until around 10 p.m. before dispersing. Once the guests departed, Shen Lang finally had the opportunity to upgrade the system. He understood profoundly that his financial success depended on the system and the reservoir he was bound to. Thus, strengthening the system would directly correlate with his increasing wealth. Today it was 200,000. In time, it could escalate to 2 million. Shen Lang activated the system. Name: Shen Lang. Age: 25. Bound water body: Shirkwan Reservoir. Water area: 17. 201 square meters. Increased after 12 o'clock. Water depth: 15 meters. Current fish growth multiplier: 5 to 20 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current fishing sessions: 960 per day. Effective after 12 o'clock. Current number of fishermen: none. It has risen again. Shen Lang was utterly perplexed, for he had taken no action today. Previously, he believed that the increase in the fishing venue fees was solely due to his upgraded multiplier, but it now appeared otherwise. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. He seemed to fathom the reason behind the rise. He recalled that he initially intended to purchase fish from outside, and the following day, the prices surged, prompting him to abandon that notion. On that day, Shen Lang had utilized the system's bait for Huluxian. The previous day's extraordinary spike occurred after he sold medium fish bait to Lu Muching. Today, he had also sold bait to the Three Musketeers. Thus, it appeared that this bait produced by the system served a purpose beyond mere fishing. It seemed capable of attracting fish from the underground river into the reservoir. Given that the reservoir now only allowed entry and not exit, the fish population within would inevitably increase, leading to a rise in prices. However, he was uncertain about the remaining quantity of fish in the underground river. Having clarified the cause, Shen Lang no longer dwelled on it. He began to allocate points. Currently, he possessed over 200,000. It was time to indulge extravagantly. First, he would elevate the fish growth multiplier limit. He witnessed the maximum of 17 times ascend to 18, then 19, and finally 20. Shen Lang had planned to raise it to 20. Yet he was astonished to find that the plus sign after the 20 multiplier had turned gray. Confounded, he continued to click. Please complete the prerequisite condition by raising the minimum multiplier to 5 times. Shen Lang understood and thus elevated the minimum multiplier to 5 times. Consequently, the plus sign after 5 times also turned gray. However, the plus sign after 20 times remained gray as well. Shen Lang clicked once more, and the system's notification echoed again. Please complete the prerequisite condition by catching a fish weighing over 100 pounds in a reservoir, regardless of species. It was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. Catching a 100-pound behemoth was no trifling task, setting aside whether the fish would take the bait. Even if it did, one must possess the strength to reel it in. That would entail a fierce struggle lasting at least 2 hours. As for whether such a fish resided in the reservoir, there was no doubt about it. The fish that had dragged Lu mooching into the water was surely over 100 pounds. As the saying goes, the boat will naturally reach the bridge. Shen Lang believed that eventually someone would catch it. Shen Lang then glanced at the system panel, and he spent an additional 100,000 to upgrade the water area directly to 17,201 square meters. The current system panel data read as follows. Name, Shen Lang. Age, 25. Bound water body, Shirkwan Reservoir. Water area, 17,201 square meters. Increased after 12 o'clock. Water depth, 15 meters. Current fish growth multiplier, 5 to 20 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Currently, there are 400 sessions per day, effective after 12 p.m. The number of anglers present, none. Shen Lang has reserved several thousand yuan for unforeseen expenses, as the need for money is indeed pressing. Given the extensive area of this upgrade, a torrential downpour is certainly imminent. Shen Lang believes it is prudent to personally inspect the reservoir for peace of mind. Thus, he departs and starts his uncle's wooling home walk. As he ignites the engine, his uncle emerges from the house. Xiao Lang, where are you off to at this late hour? He inquires. I'm heading to the reservoir to check on things. The weather forecast predicts heavy rain tonight, and the water level may rise tomorrow. I will also pick up by Sheng, Shen Lang replies. Wait a moment, I'll accompany you. With that, his uncle re-enters the house, returning shortly with a flashlight in hand. Shen Lang does not decline and drives his uncle towards the reservoir. Upon arriving, Shen Lang notices someone on the dam engrossed in their mobile device. Unbeknownst to him, this is Shun Bai Sheng. Recognizing the vehicle, Bai Sheng approaches to greet them. Bai Sheng, how's it going? Have any anglers been sneaking into fish? Shen Lang asks with a smile. A few groups have come, but I've sent them all back. Bai Sheng responds. Shen Lang suspects those anglers will inevitably return. One should never underestimate an angler's determination to fish. It seems that in the future, he will need to find someone specifically to guard the night shift. Chapter 18. The expanding waters. A torrential downpour had transformed the landscape overnight, leading to collapsed roads. Shen Lang felt a twinge of concern. Fishing would undoubtedly be off the table for the night. What if something unfortunate were to happen? The likelihood of catching a sizable fish remained quite high, and there had already been 2 instances of individuals being swept into the water just yesterday. Do not worry. In a few days, we will have more hands available. Several young folks who ventured out are willing to return, his uncle remarked reassuringly. Oh, they're coming back? Shen Bai Sheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Having kept vigil at the reservoir, he was unaware of the developments below. His uncle proceeded to recount the events once more. Shen Bai Sheng's excitement was palpable as he looked at Shen Lang. If this were indeed the case, then it was only natural for everyone to return. However, Xiao Lang, while it is commendable that you wish to distribute the funds, the method of allocation presents a conundrum. Should it be divided by household or per individual? Shen Lang paused, taken aback by the complexity of the matter. He had not delved into such depths of consideration. Dividing by household would undoubtedly be inequitable, as some households contained only a few members while others had a dozen or more. If everyone contributed labor, disparities would inevitably arise. Conversely, if divided by individual, those with fewer members might voice their discontent. Uncle, I shall leave this matter to the community to discuss, Shen Lang replied dismissively. He found the intricacies of distribution to be quite burdensome and believed a respected figure should oversee it. I concur. We should convene a meeting to deliberate, his uncle nodded, acknowledging that as the initiator, Shen Lang ought not to take direct control. Collective discussion would yield the best outcome. The trio continued their conversation while awaiting the passage of time. Perhaps it was indeed too late, for no one else arrived. As the clock neared midnight, Shen Lang declared, I doubt anyone will come now, and with rain imminent, we should return. His uncle and Shen Bai Sheng gazed at the expansive moon overhead, puzzled by his assertion. Rain? Is it truly going to rain? Yet they refrained from voicing any objections, recognizing that with many tasks awaiting them the following day, returning to rest was prudent. Upon their return to the village, just past midnight, the sky darkened abruptly. The moon was shrouded by ominous clouds, and amidst the flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, torrents of rain began to fall. Just as foretold, the rain commenced exactly at midnight, not a moment later. Shen Lang escorted Shen by Shen home before making his way back himself. The few meters from the car to the eaves left him thoroughly drenched by the deluge, which poured down as if being doused from above. Annie, too, awaited their return at the door, visibly relieved. Once upstairs, Shen Lang took a shower and succumbed to sleep. Utterly exhausted from the early rise and a day filled with labor, it was only now that he could finally rest. The following morning, Shen Lang was jolted awake by a series of knocks at the door. His uncle's voice called from outside, "Xiao Lang, hurry up. The road to the reservoir has been washed out by yesterday's rain." Awakened from his slumber, Shen Lang groggily reached for his phone. Glancing at the time, 5:48 a.m., still shy of 6. "Old man, are you not tired? Must you disturb my rest? Let it wash out. It is not a grave matter." "Which road has collapsed?" Shen Lang was now fully alert, realizing that yet again, there was much to be done. Shen Lang, dragging his still drowsy body, rose from his slumber. He was too lethargic to go through his morning routine, descending directly to the ground floor. His uncle was already waiting for him in the car. Once inside, the vehicle sped off towards the dam. As they exited the village, several cars were spotted parked along the roadside. Shen Lang couldn't help but wonder, do these anglers not require sleep? Upon entering the area, he noticed that most of the vehicles bore out-of-town license plates, indicating they had traveled from afar. Before long, Shen Lang and his uncle arrived at the site of the landslide. The water had carved a significant trough into the roadway, with a stretch of about 10 meters having plummeted directly from the center of the road. During the initial construction, this section had been filled with excavated earth and stones, and such a deluge had never occurred before, hence no issues had arisen. However, the torrential rain from last night had been unprecedented. Shen Lang was uncertain how long it had rained, but the continuous sounds of rushing water made it clear just how severe the downpour had been. Had the area been slightly larger, it could have led to a catastrophic flood. "Is the boss here?" A nearby individual recognized Shen Lang. He turned to look, but due to the multitude of people yesterday, the face did not ring a bell. However, the person beside him was memorable, Wang Peng, the only one who had caught a substantial fish the previous day. "Good morning," Shen Lang greeted. "How much rain fell here yesterday?" "It didn't rain a drop in the county, which is quite peculiar," the man responded, puzzled. Shen Lang was taken aback. There had been no rain in the county? It seemed the system had localized the rainfall solely over the reservoir area. Perhaps this was what they referred to as localized rain. With impeccable timing, Shen Lang cracked a joke. "Boss, are we still fishing today?" Wang Peng inquired, clearly focused solely on that matter. Shen Lang was uncertain about the conditions above, so he replied, "Let us go up and take a look." Thus, the group commenced their trek upwards. The landslide was not far from the road leading into the village, necessitating a walk of about 2 kilometers. Fortunately, the subsequent areas had not been severely impacted, with just some soil washed away, rendering the surface slightly uneven. It seemed this road was in dire need of hardening. Yet, to repair over 2 kilometers of roadway would certainly entail a substantial sum. Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Money seemed to be everywhere, although he knew he would soon earn it. The thought of his current debts weighed heavily on him. He pondered how those who owed billions managed their daily lives. Upon reaching the reservoir, Shen Lang immediately noticed that the water area had more than doubled. It now appeared quite substantial. It could comfortably accommodate over 200 anglers. Yet, Shen Lang was convinced that as time passed, it would undoubtedly prove insufficient. "Boss, last night's rain was quite intense. The reservoir has expanded significantly," Wang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. Shen Lang observed that aside from the elevated water level, there were no other changes. Today should be a day of normal operations. But those anglers will have to walk up here. However, they can conveniently park their vehicles in the village and take the shortcut, which will be much quicker. Indeed, the weather here is quite peculiar. It occasionally brings sudden downpours, and perhaps in a few days, another will arrive. Shen Lang remarked, "So, boss, can we fish today?" Clearly, Wang Peng was indifferent to anything else. His sole concern was whether fishing was permitted. "Yes, but not until after 8. Shen Lang replied, gesturing towards the newly erected sign, which clearly stated the operating hours, from 8 to 5. "Really, boss? We can only start fishing so late? We can't fish after 5. It's summer. It gets light early and dark late. That is the current situation. We are short-staffed and overwhelmed. We shall see about it later." Shen Lang dismissed him and turned to his uncle, saying, "Uncle, please ask the excavator operator to come early and repair the road below." Fortunately, the excavator had just arrived yesterday, perfect for the task at hand. However, given the state of the landslide, it seems the road will be impassable today. Thus, Shen Lang made another call to Shen Bishing. "Bishing, are you awake? Can you assist with directing traffic at the village entrance today? The road is blocked. Guide them into the village and then up the shortcut." Shen Bishing, after expressing his surprise, agreed. Initially, Shen Lang had asked him to serve as a lifeguard, but now he found himself doing everything. The primary issue was the lack of manpower. Yesterday, those uncles and aunts mentioned that their younger relatives were returning, and he would have to wait a couple of days. If absolutely necessary, he could recruit more help from outside. Shen Lang was not concerned about managing relatives. While one or two might be challenging, having an entire group of relatives, especially when profit sharing was involved, made a significant difference. The village elders would take on the role of mentors, requiring no intervention from Shen Lang. Chapter 19. The challenge of catching a 100-pound fish. The anglers eagerly call for the boss. Shen Lang is busy arranging the details. After finishing the call with the excavator operator, his uncle informed him that the operator was en route and would arrive in approximately half an hour. Meanwhile, vehicles began to arrive steadily in the village. The commotion roused the villagers from their slumber, and various uncles and aunts approached Shen Lang, offering their assistance. It appears that the mobilization from the previous day has inspired them to quickly engage in this venture. Shen Lang, not one to be overly sentimental, began to delegate tasks, assigning a few to assist Shen Bishing and designating 2 individuals to create directional signs. Several aunts stepped forward to prepare breakfast. Thus, the entire village sprang into action. Although there was not an overwhelming amount of work, Shen Lang believed it essential to maintain everyone's enthusiasm. So he imposed a few tasks to foster a sense of involvement and belonging. Before long, the excavator operator arrived and commenced road repairs. Gradually, more anglers made their way to the dam. Upon learning that fishing would not commence until 8 a.m., they grumbled a bit, yet soon began to chat amongst themselves. Due to the online buzz, many had traveled from afar to participate. Some inquired about the local situation, while the local anglers began to boast, claiming that a skilled fisherman had caught a nearly 50-pound behemoth the previous day, though he had sold it to someone else. The outsiders lamented their absence, wishing they could have competed for the catch. Unbeknownst to them, the very angler who had landed that impressive catch, Wang Peng, was seated right behind them. However, Wang Peng appeared somewhat unsociable. Had he been one of the 3 musketeers, he would certainly have been bragging by now. As time passed, by 8 a.m., the dam was bustling with activity. Compared to the previous day, the number of attendees had certainly escalated. When the clock struck 8, someone shouted, "Where's the boss?" This utterance ignited a fervor, and soon everyone was in a lively uproar. The boss had just been here. Everyone began to search for him. The anglers surrounding Shen Lang quickly closed in, pulling out their phones to pay the fee. "There's the boss," with a finger pointed at Shen Lang. The crowd surged towards him. Shen Lang realized that his decision to set a strict 8 a.m. fishing start time might have been too rigid, as within mere seconds, he found himself encircled with no escape. "One at a time, please. Today's fishing fee is 400 for the entire day. The rules remain the same. The catch is yours to keep," Shen Lang called out loudly. He thought to himself that he must set up a designated fee collector for the next day, or else he would be overwhelmed by the chaos. He retrieved a QR code and began to allow them to scan it one by one. "Boss, your fishing fees are updated in real time? So affordable. Do you look down on us?" The crowd joked. "Let's all work hard to make the boss cry." They laughed heartily. Despite many having waited for over an hour, everyone seemed to remain in high spirits, and Shen Lang chuckled in response. "With confidence, you may attempt to fish for within these waters live fish exceeding 100 pounds. If you manage to reel one in, I shall reward you." At this moment, an idea sparked in Shen Lang's mind. Why not organize an event to encourage them to catch a 100-pound fish? Not only would it fulfill his preliminary task, but it would also draw more enthusiasts to the sport of fishing. He ascended a nearby rock and proclaimed, "Everyone, please lend me your attention." The fishermen turned their gazes toward Shen Lang. "I have decided to launch an event aptly named the 100-Pound Fish Challenge. Regardless of your technique, if you can catch a fish weighing over 100 pounds, you shall receive a reward of 50,000 yuan, along with a certificate of honor. Of course, I am aware that many of you may regard such a reward as trivial, but but I am certain that the glory associated with this achievement is something you all desire. Am I right? Instantly, the atmosphere at the dam ignited with excitement. Are there truly fish over 100 pounds here? My friend, did you not see the video of that beauty being dragged into the water? That very location is here. Boss, I have my eyes set on that 50,000 yuan. As for the certificate, you may as well burn it. Laughter erupted among the crowd. What are we waiting for? Let's collect our fees and start fishing. Shen Lang's announcement had invigorated the fishermen, who were now filled with fervor. One by one, they paid their fees and hastily sought out spots to cast their lines. As the crowd began to thin, the trio of friends lingered behind. Shen Lang wasted no time and produced the bait, while the trio scanned the code for payment, a routine that had seemingly become an unspoken agreement. Shen Lang had discerned that the rising fishing fees were closely tied to the use of the system's bait, likely attracting fish from the subterranean river. This, however, saved him the expense of purchasing fish, while the exact number of fish in the underground river remained uncertain. At this financially strained stage, it would certainly help him conserve funds. After the trio departed, Li Onxin approached Shen Lang. It seems I underestimated you. You are quite adept at organizing events. In her eyes, Shen Lang's fishing venue had risen to prominence, akin to an overnight internet sensation. They may lack remarkable talents, yet they possessed the coveted allure of attention. Shen Lang smiled and replied, "It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. By the way, could you assist me in promoting this in your live stream?" "Certainly. Today we can waive the fishing fee as a form of promotional expense. What do you think?" Lianshin raised her eyebrows playfully. "That won't do. The fishing fee must remain intact." Shen Lang dismissed her suggestion without a second thought. Lianshin was taken aback. She had never encountered someone so miserly. "Shen Lang, I believe you may be destined for a lifetime of solitude." After scanning the code, she turned and walked away, leaving Shen Lang perplexed. Did she agree to help promote or not? He called out to her retreating figure. "Did you agree to assist with the promotion?" To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Li Onxin quickened her pace, her assistant struggling to keep up. Ah, the old classmates, cursing me for being unable to find a girlfriend, yet failing to respond when asked if she would support me. Shen Lang shook his head, pondering how troublesome women can be. At that moment, his aunt's voice rang out. "Xiao Lang, come over for noodles." Coming. In the morning, everyone merely made do with simple fare. Cooking rice was too time-consuming, so they opted for the simplicity of boiled noodles. These noodles were gathered from various households, and naturally, the subsequent tasks were assigned to others. Shen Lang finally understood why it is said that beginnings are often the most challenging. Possessing a system, the other intricate matters left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Previously, he was merely a worker, tackling issues only as they arose. Yet, Shen Lang found himself at a loss, as the people here lacked experience. Perhaps through encountering more obstacles and pitfalls, pushing down walls and filling in ditches, the path would eventually become smooth. His system was his greatest advantage, the ultimate trump card to overcome all adversities. Chapter 20, A Shortage of Hands, Cousin Ruelin. After breakfast, Shen Lang resumed his fee collection duties. Initially, he had contemplated delegating this task, as he was eager to inspect the progress of the excavation below. At first, the ants were not well-versed in mobile payments, prompting Shen Lang to ponder if anyone nearby could competently handle this responsibility. Almost immediately, a name sprang to mind, his cousin, the daughter of his aunt, who had recently graduated from university, majoring in accounting. Her specialization was indeed relevant, as it involved financial matters. Although she did not hail from a prestigious institution, she was more than capable of managing the task at hand. To disregard her talents would be a lamentable waste. After some consideration, Shen Lang located his cousin's WeChat and sent her a message. "Ruelin, are you there? Where are you currently employed?" His cousin, young Ruelin, had once possessed a vivacious personality, always greeting him with enthusiasm and affection. In their childhood, she would trail behind him, eager to accompany him wherever he went. Within seconds, a response arrived. "Enough already. The plight of the working class is real. Interns have no rights. I am crying. If I come to assist you, I guarantee you'll be spoiled with treats. Brother Lang, have you struck it rich? Won the lottery?" Shen Lang was at a loss for words, but replied, "Something like that. Will you come or not?" "Forget it. I prefer to accumulate more experience. After all, the income in this line of work is quite promising. 10,000 a month, with potential increases based on circumstances. If you don't come, I'll find someone else." "Brother Lang, Have you fallen into a pyramid scheme? Clearly, Yang Rulin was skeptical. Shen Lang had no choice but to initiate a video call. After a brief wait, the call connected, revealing a somewhat refined young woman in the frame. However, the setting appeared confined, resembling a public restroom stall. Brother Lang, it's not too late to turn back now. Shen Lang glanced around, questioning the location. Yang Rulin seemed taken aback. Is it the reservoir behind you? It looks vastly different now, and there are so many people. You've contracted this reservoir and turned it into a fishing venue. It's thriving. Will you return to assist me? Yang Rulin's disbelief was palpable. Brother Lang, are you serious? I'll pay you 10,000 for the first month, with potential increases based on performance. And there could also be profit sharing. In the video, Yang Rulin appeared to rush off, speaking in a hurried manner. Brother Lang, wait for me. I'm buying a ticket right now. I'll arrive tonight. Remember to pick me up at the train station. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Her spirited nature was unmistakable, though it was uncertain from whom she inherited such fervor. Shen Lang was aware that the 10,000 yuan salary would not be easily earned. Moving forward, he intended to entrust his cousin with the management and allocation of all finances outside the system, including the collection of payments at this venue. He contemplated additional positions needed for managing the fishing grounds, particularly roles responsible for safety and fish returns. Yesterday, the fishing activity had thoroughly exhausted him. Had it not been for the system's meticulous record of each individual's catch, he would have remained oblivious to the duration of his efforts. As the aquatic expanse expands and the number of anglers increases, a singular individual will be tasked with overseeing a designated area. Furthermore, there will be a necessity for cleaning staff, as not every fisherman possesses a penchant for cleanliness. Over time, refuse would accumulate, necessitating the hiring of personnel for regular maintenance. Shen Lang contemplated the potential positions that might be required. Just then, a commotion erupted beneath the reservoir, prompting Shen Lang to rise and investigate. A fisherman had hooked an impressive catch. Typically, such occurrences elicit a raucous cheer from onlookers, as it forms part of the angler's delight. It was nearing 9 o'clock, and already over 100 individuals had gathered, with more arriving steadily, indicating that surpassing the previous day's attendance would be easily achievable. Boss, how does one catch the fish? Shen Lang instinctively replied, 400 per day, with the fish catch being yours. If you reel in 100 pounds of large fish, a reward of 50,000 awaits. Wow, such a generous offer. Boss, are you engaging in charity? Shen Lang lifted his gaze, noticing a spirited young man with short hair standing before him. What piqued his curiosity was the presence of another individual beside him, filming with a mobile device. What are you filming? Shen Lang inquired, gesturing towards the person recording. Oh, we're just documenting our lives. It shouldn't pose any inconvenience, the young man responded. Upon closer inspection, Shen Lang found the youth somewhat familiar, given the circumstances. He seemed to be a fishing blogger. After all, who else would have an assistant filming them for no reason? Shen Lang chose not to pry further. Fishing bloggers undoubtedly share videos, which would subsequently attract a wave of viewership. That shouldn't be a problem. But tell me, is it true that you reward 50,000 for 100 pounds of fish caught? Shen Lang shot him a skeptical glance. Of course it's true. If you catch it, I will transfer the funds on the spot. Then I'm in for quite a bargain today. The young man appeared exceedingly confident. Confidence is commendable, but one must be cautious not to be swept away. Remember to don a life jacket and use the life buoy when necessary. Shen Lang advisit. The young man took a step back, a bit agitated, and exclaimed, Boss, do you look down on anyone? Shen Lang remained silent, merely producing a QR code. All right, today I must secure your services, the young man declared, swiftly scanning the payment with his phone. Not long after, he was seen speaking to his device. This boss is too arrogant. We must ensure we get our hands on that 50,000. Shen Lang shook his head, recognizing him undoubtedly as a fishing blogger. However, he was not well acquainted with the realm of internet fame, unsure whether this individual was a major or minor influencer. Regardless, he thought, as long as they could bring him traffic, it mattered not. By nearly 11 o'clock, the road had finally become passable. Excavators had cleared away numerous large stones, heaping them below in hopes of preventing future collapses. Yet this was merely a temporary solution. If the road were to be paved in the future, reinforcement would undoubtedly be necessary. Nonetheless, the road was now open, and the vehicles arriving behind proceeded directly to the dam, while the excavator operator continued to work on the parking area. The cement and sand have been delivered to the site, where preparations are underway to lay a solid foundation and harden the ground, subsequently constructing a wooden house akin to assembling building blocks. The area is modest, and it is anticipated that the work will be completed today. After a couple of days of drying, construction can commence. Surprisingly, 2 large fish were caught this morning, one weighing 59 pounds and the other 51 pounds, both exceeding the 50-pound mark. However, the goal of reaching 100 pounds still remains a distant aspiration. To Shen Lang's astonishment, the blogger who arrived in the morning turned out to be a prominent internet celebrity from City C, known as Master Wu, the very individual mentioned earlier. Notably, one of the 51-pound fish was indeed caught by this illustrious Master Wu. These 2 catches have directly resulted in a return of over 40,000 in funds from the system. As the multiplier increases, so too does the wealth. Indeed, the more you fish, the more I profit. Yesterday, due to insufficient food, I prepared in abundance today. Given the favorable reputation of yesterday's meals, it is evident that today's diners have significantly increased. Yet resources are limited, with a sparse selection of dishes and disposable utensils. Such improvements will come gradually. In the afternoon, Shen Lang visited the site where Master Wu was fishing, eager to witness the prowess of this skilled angler. With a focus solely on catching large fish, Master Wu's bait is reputedly tailored for such endeavors. A considerable crowd has gathered around him, comparable to the trio of fishermen known as the Three Musketeers. Indeed, the Three Musketeers have gained a modicum of fame here, as their rate of catching fish is somewhat astonishing, sometimes landing 10 in a row. However, they have recently tempered their approach, as the frequency of catches has diminished compared to before. Nevertheless, their success has become more consistent. Previously, they would consistently catch 1 or 2 fish in the initial hours of the morning, only to fish at a rate similar to that of the average angler thereafter. Currently, while their catch rate isn't as high as it once was, they are managing to reel in fish throughout the entire day. Shen Lang understands the reason behind this. A single packet of bait is insufficient for the 3 of them to squander. Consequently, they devise a strategy to mix the system's bait with ordinary bait. Although this yields slightly lesser results, it ensures stability throughout the day. A brief thrill lasts for 3 seconds, yet a steady enjoyment persists for an hour. Many, I believe, have a clear answer in their hearts. Chapter 21. The Arrival of Internet Celebrities. Even masters must face challenges. Shen Lang was somewhat perplexed. Did these 3 not have jobs to attend to? They arrived every day. After witnessing Master Wu catch 2 fish, Shen Lang had to concede that this individual possessed remarkable fishing skills. He deftly handled the fish with an impressive finesse, devoid of any clumsiness. Upon noticing Shen Lang's arrival, Master Wu greeted him with a smile, exclaiming, "Boss, the fish here are quite impressive. Just look at how many I've caught." Shen Lang chuckled. "I initially misjudged you. It turns out you are Master Wu." Master Wu hastily replied, "Oh, I hardly consider myself a master. The boss wouldn't chase me away, would he?" After all, Master Wu had been blacklisted from numerous fishing spots due to his overzealous fishing, resulting in significant financial losses for the proprietors. "You haven't even caught 100 pounds yet. How can you leave? If you depart, it would tarnish your reputation as a master." The boss jested. "Oh, it's not so easy to catch 100 pounds of fish, but since you say so, I shall continue to fish more." Shen Lang exchanged a few more words before departing. Fearing that he might not be able to catch anything, he thought to himself that the more Master Wu fished, the more profit he would reap. Shen Lang took another stroll around the area. The entrance fee was slightly lower today, hence the overall catch was less than the previous day. However, those who were destined to catch a bounty still did, while the unfortunate ones remained empty-handed. Shen Lang pondered, how can one spend 400 yuan to fish and still end up with nothing? He decided that he must find 2 proficient anglers to teach everyone the art of fishing, as he would not tolerate the presence of those who went home empty-handed. Lianxin surprisingly caught 2 fish today. Perhaps the experienced anglers in her live stream provided invaluable guidance, or maybe beginners were simply enjoying some good fortune. Shen Lang chuckled at the title of her live stream. "Come help me catch fish, a reward of 50,000 yuan for 100 pounds of big fish." Remarkably, the number of viewers in her stream consistently exceeded 2,000. For a novice fishing streamer, this was an extraordinary start. Yet, it was uncertain how many were genuinely interested in the fishing itself. Throughout the afternoon, 3 fish weighing over 50 pounds were caught. Master Wu landed another. Wang Peng also caught one, and another was snagged by the intimidating figure from their previous visit. This made Shen Lang regard Wang Peng with newfound admiration. He had not anticipated that this somewhat shy young man could be so formidable. It is worth noting that when dealing with larger fish, if one does not manage their technique properly, they risk breaking their rod or losing the hook. Those who were unsteady would find themselves in the water. Several rods had already snapped today, and 2 had plunged into the depths. Fortunately, there were plenty of flotation devices nearby, and others were quick to assist in retrieval. Nevertheless, the fervor of the anglers was undiminished. Despite their drenched attire, they continued to fish as if avenging their submerged rods. By the time the evening came to a close, a total of over 400 fish had been caught, netting nearly 300,000 yuan in returns. After deducting the entrance fees from the fish caught, they still profited over 20,000 yuan. It was yet another bountiful day. Shen Lang observed that the multiplication factor for the fish seemed significantly higher today. Based on his previous calculations of adjusting the factor for each fish caught, this was evidently inconsistent with his assumptions. Shen Lang couldn't help but entertain another conjecture. Could it be that the fish in this reservoir adjust their abundance every dawn? Or perhaps the fish caught are released back, refreshing their quantity? Both possibilities seem plausible. Yet, Shen Lang remained uncertain about which scenario was true or if other possibilities existed. After dinner, he drove to the train station in the county to pick up his cousin. The freight train was scheduled to arrive around 9 o'clock at night, leaving ample time. Though he had only been away from the small village for a few days, it felt like an eternity. The activation of the system had brought a profound impact, and the hustle of the past few days had indeed made time seem to slow down. Earning 30,000 a day felt like a surreal dream. At 9 o'clock, the train arrived punctually. Shen Lang was reunited with his cousin after a long separation. The genes in Shen Lang's family were already quite commendable. He was rather handsome, albeit slightly slender. Naturally, his cousin was also quite lovely. Langa, over here. Following the sound, Shen Lang spotted a tall and graceful beauty calling out to him from across the train station square. He smiled and waved at her. You must be hungry. Let me treat you to a grand feast. Sure. What are we having? Barbecue. Ah, barbecue hardly qualifies as a grand feast. Let's eat at home. There are some leftovers. At a roadside barbecue stall, Shen Lang was discussing his fish pond and the arrangements he had made with Yang Ruolin. From now on, you shall be my financial manager. All money must pass through your hands, including mine. How does that grant you enough authority? Yang Ruolin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hadn't anticipated her cousin's trust in her. Don't worry, brother. I will manage your little treasury meticulously. Shen Lang wore a knowing smile. Lango, why have you only posted 2 videos on Douyin and then stopped? Didn't you gain popularity online? Why not manage it properly? After chatting for a while, Yang Ruolin glanced at Shen Lang's Douyin account. Shen Lang chuckled awkwardly. Was he to confess that it was due to his lack of editing skills? However, a thought struck him. Can you edit videos? Promote them? Yang Ruolin was blissfully unaware that her responsibilities were about to increase. Of course, I often post videos with my roommates for fun, though they haven't garnered much attention. I can teach you how to manage it. It's a pity not to promote your account with so many followers. Although Shen Lang hadn't posted many videos, he still had around 50 to 60,000 followers due to the heat surrounding him. Shen Lang was taken aback by his cousin's insight. I'm getting old. I don't understand your generation's trends. The videos were made by someone else. Langu, you're only 2 years older than me. How could you be old? How about you help me manage the account? When you have free time, just post a couple of videos, and I'll share the earnings with you. Yang Ruolin's eyes lit up. The mention of money naturally ignited her enthusiasm. Then they began to devise a plan. Upon learning that Shen Lang was organizing an event offering a reward of 50,000 for catching a 100-pound fish, Tang Yu eagerly volunteered to help him shoot a promotional video the following day. Naturally, Shen Lang agreed. After finishing their late-night snacks, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Since they needed to head to the reservoir to work the next morning, they had no choice but to rush home that night. Shen Lang departed the county in his dilapidated second-hand Wuling, navigating the mountain roads. To be candid, the odor inside the van was quite unpleasant, stirring within Shen Lang a newfound desire to purchase a car of his own. Once everything settled down, he vowed to acquire a luxury vehicle. Along the journey, Shen Lang and Yang Ruolin reminisced about many amusing past events. Upon arriving home, it was nearly midnight. To their surprise, his uncle and aunt were still awake and greeted Shen Lang warmly upon his return. "My dear Rulin, you've become even more beautiful. Are you hungry? Aunt will prepare something for you." His aunt completely overlooked Shen Lang, taking Yang Rulin's hand and leading her into the house. "Aunt, I've already eaten. Even so, you should have a little more. I'll make you a bowl of noodles." "No, thank you, Aunt. I had barbecue with Lang Ge." At times, the concern of elders can be overwhelming. Fortunately, his uncle quickly intervened. "All right, it's late. There is no need to eat anymore. You should all get some rest." Thus, his aunt escorted Yang Rulin to the newly arranged room, while Shen Lang returned to his own room to sleep. Chapter 22. Everyone, look! The boss has been dragged into the water. Xiao Lang, rise and shine. Construction is about to commence. Early in the morning, Shen Lang was roused from his slumber by his uncle. The day marked the beginning of the wooden house construction. Although the foundation had yet to fully dry, the sweltering summer heat allowed for movement and work to proceed. As the proprietor, Shen Lang felt compelled to participate in the layout process. Lately, he had hardly enjoyed a decent night's sleep, waking at around 6 in the morning and retiring to bed past 11 or midnight. He longed for the luxury of sleeping in until he naturally awoke. Shen Lang got up and hurried with his uncle to the reservoir. Upon reaching the dam, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Numerous vehicles were parked atop the dam, and a multitude of tents had been erected nearby. Noticing Shen Lang's gaze, his uncle remarked, "These individuals have come from afar and find the journey back to the county too long, hence they are camping here. We cannot simply drive them away, but you must patrol tonight to ensure no one steals any fish." Shen Lang couldn't help but marvel at the adaptability of fishermen. He had heard tales of some anglers who, in pursuit of a trophy catch, settled by the river. It seemed that the allure of a grand fish was boundless. It appeared that their guest house project needed to be initiated sooner rather than later, as this influx represented potential income. However, the question loomed, where would they source the necessary funds? His uncle, perplexed by Shen Lang's confidence, recalled the previous mention of a multi-million investment that had nearly astonished him. "Rest assured, I have my methods," Shen Lang replied, withholding further details. After all, how could he explain that the system might provide him with the funds? The two refrained from disturbing the campers and began working with the laborers who had arrived earlier to mark the lines and plan the layout of the rooms. Given the modest nature of the guest house, there was no intention of producing elaborate design or construction plans. Once the establishment was completed, this area might even be dismantled. In a bid to save time, they enlisted over 20 craftsmen to erect the small wooden structure, which could likely be completed within a day. By 7 o'clock, the sun began its gentle ascent. The campers began to stir, with a few making their way to observe the construction site. One by one, vehicles continued to arrive at the dam. Shen Lang called Yang Rulin, who was still lost in slumber. When she arrived, she appeared still half asleep. "Rulin, haven't you had enough rest? Your brother wakes up at 6 every day." Yang Rulin shot him a glare. "I spent last night brainstorming ideas for your video, and I couldn't sleep." With a hint of despair, she recounted how she had only managed to fall asleep in the early hours, waking at 7, having had merely 3 or 4 hours of rest. Nevertheless, she quickly adjusted her demeanor. After all, sleepless nights were a rite of passage for the young. "Have you figured out how to shoot the video?" Shen Lang inquired, genuinely curious, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of video production. "Of course." With that, Yang Rulin fiddled with her phone. "I'll send you the script I devised yesterday. Take a look." Shen Lang picked up his phone, and indeed, an unread message popped up. As he opened it, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. The densely packed text took him several seconds to decipher. "Did you write this? What do you think? Pretty good, right?" Yang Rulin said with a hint of pride. Quite impressive. I have faith in you." Shen Lang patted Yang Rulin's shoulder, feigning a look of admiration. He certainly wouldn't disclose that he comprehended nothing at all. However, there are already quite a few people. You should start charging. Shen Lang glanced at the time. It had taken Yang Rulin nearly 50 minutes to climb up since she got out of bed, and it was almost 8 o'clock. "Oh, great. How do we charge?" Upon hearing about collecting fees, Yang Rulin instantly perked up. Shen Lang checked the entry fee in the system. 480 yuan. It had increased slightly, but not by much. 480 each, and the catch is yours. Just tell them that, or you can make a sign. "No problem. Leave it to me." With that, Yang Rulin shouted toward the crowd, "Anyone who wants to fish, please pay up." In an instant, the dam buzzed with excitement. Taking advantage of the commotion, Shen Lang slipped away to find a spot to fish. After all, since the system had been activated, he hadn't caught a single fish, which was simply unbelievable. He resolved to redeem himself. Just as he cast his line, he saw 3 figures rushing toward him. Who else could it be but the trio? "Boss, are you fishing?" Lu Jian asked, somewhat shyly. Initially disappointed to find that the one collecting fees was not the boss, but rather a beautiful woman. They thought they wouldn't be able to procure bait today. However, as soon as they stepped into the reservoir, they spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance, fishing. This filled them with unexpected joy. Yet, they felt a twinge of guilt about using the boss's bait every day. They often claimed that they didn't need to return the fish. They fished purely for enjoyment. But the boss insisted on taking the fish back, leaving them with no choice. Still, they felt a bit awkward, constantly relying on the boss's resources. Yet, the thrill of the experience was simply irresistible, prompting them to approach Shen Lang. Shen Lang, of course, understood their motives. Without further ado, he produced the bait and said, 200. Lu Jian immediately paid, and the 3 of them left with smiles. Shortly after, another familiar face approached Shen Lang. It was Master Wu from yesterday, accompanied by his filming crew. "Boss, you can fish too?" Master Wu teased as he set down his gear. "Of course. Fishing is also one of my passions." "Impressive, boss." Master Wu flattered as he leaned closer to Shen Lang and asked, "So, who is that beautiful lady collecting fees?" Shen Lang shot a wary glance at Master Wu and replied, "She is my cousin. What do you want?" Master Wu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Does my cousin have a boyfriend? I believe I'll be quite suitable." "No, but you don't stand a chance." Shen Lang did not turn around, continuing to focus on his fishing. "Cousin, such words are rather impolite. I consider myself presentable, and surely I would make a fine match for my cousin." Shen Lang scoffed. "You claim to be a master, yet you spent the entire day fishing yesterday without catching that 100-pound fish. How can I possibly believe in your prowess?" "Oh, my friend, your words are quite the challenge. It seems I must demonstrate my true abilities." With that, Master Wu addressed the camera on his phone. "Brothers, we shall endure here until I catch that 100-pound fish. Until I win my cousin's heart, I shall not depart." Their banter was naturally being recorded. Shen Lang was intentionally provoking him. After all, this was a form of promotion, wasn't it? Suddenly, Shen Lang felt a heavy tug on his line, prompting him to grasp the fishing rod firmly. However, the force was far greater than he had anticipated, pulling him forward with alarming strength. Master Wu, noticing Shen Lang's predicament, rushed over to steady him. Shen Lang had a peculiar sensitivity. He was particularly ticklish, especially when someone touched his waist. Although Master Wu's support helped him maintain his balance, it also intensified his discomfort. "Quick, let go of me." Shen Lang squirmed, calling out to Master Wu. "Can you manage on your own?" Master Wu shouted back, assuming Shen Lang did not require assistance. "Just release me." Shen Lang could barely endure it any longer. Upon seeing this, Master Wu finally let go. The moment Shen Lang felt the freedom at his waist, the discomfort dissipated instantly. Yet, the fishing rod suddenly jerked again with tremendous force. Shen Lang, caught off guard, was yanked forward and plunged into the water with a splash. Someone has fallen into the water. Nearby anglers turned their attention, and some even approached to witness the spectacle. "Look, the boss has taken the plunge." As Shen Lang surfaced, he heard someone shout, "Oh, boss, coming so early to feed the fish. No wonder they grow so large. Boss, catch the swimming ring. Boss, are you trying to make us fish for 5,000 with your life on the line?" The crowd on the bank erupted into laughter. Chapter 23. The boss will continue to challenge you tomorrow. While others may merely glance when faced with a challenge, when the boss dives in, it is an entirely different affair. Shen Lang emerged from the water, drenched and appearing somewhat disheveled. "You were the one who said to let go. You cannot blame me," Master Wu remarked, handing him a towel. Shen Lang accepted it, wiping his head as he replied, "It's fine. My luck was simply extraordinary. Just as I intended to fish, I encountered this massive creature." To his surprise, the onlookers began to jest. "Boss, your skills are lacking. If it were me, I would have certainly reeled it in." "Indeed. Boss, you need more practice." Shen Lang chose not to engage with their banter. He simply tidied himself up and made his way back to the bank. Yet, he felt a twinge of irritation, not at the spectators' incessant chatter, but at being dragged into the water. This fish, weighing less than 100 pounds, had left him in a precarious situation. However, for this slight, he vowed retribution. No one would escape unscathed. Upon returning home to change, he began searching online for equipment. After all, his primary rod had been lost to that enchanting lady, and now his backup rod had met a similar fate. He had to procure some formidable gear to avenge his misfortune. Hours slipped by in this endeavor until Yang Rulin called. Lang Gu, come up for a meal. I've finished editing the video. You should come see it. Shen Lang was taken aback. So soon? He had scrutinized the script she prepared. Such work could not be completed in haste. Before long, he arrived at the bank, where many were already dining, though numerous others still opted to fish. What irked Shen Lang was the presence of a certain follower beside Yang Rulin, none other than Master Wu. The moment Shen Lang appeared, Yang Rulin approached him eagerly. Lang Gu, take a look at the video I made. She handed him her phone, her expression brimming with anticipation, akin to a child seeking praise after acing a test. Shen Lang took the phone and pressed play. The screen flickered to life, revealing the moment when the previous beauty was dragged into the water, accompanied by a dramatic sound effect. Mere moments later, the screen faded to black, and words appeared. This fish made me known across the internet. The scene shifted to a colossal fish splashing on the surface, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Then came footage of Shen Lang diving into the water. Today, he returns to stir up trouble. At this point, Shen Lang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Damn, this is going to become a part of my infamy. He cast a disapproving glance at Yang Rulin. What do you think? Isn't it thrilling? It's not over yet. Keep watching. Clearly, Yang Rulin remained oblivious to the discomfort in Shen Lang's gaze. Even if she had noticed, she would likely pretend otherwise. With no choice, Shen Lang continued watching. The video zoomed in on a trembling fishing line, showcasing a fisherman's bulging arm as he struggled with the massive creature that had taken the bait 37 times, remaining undefeated. Then, a flurry of money effects burst onto the screen. Now, the moment a colossal catch was reeled in, a staggering sum of 50,000 yuan elevated the angler to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. A transition ensued as a cohort of avid fishermen erupted in fervent shouts, beckoning. Come fort. Let the giants teach you a lesson. Then came a rapid montage of previously caught behemoths, culminating in a freeze frame showcasing the grand realm of colossal fish, eagerly awaiting challengers. Though the video was brief, it was undeniably breathtaking. Given the constraints of time, the creation of such a video genuinely astonished Shen Lang. However, it appeared that this was not the script Yang Rulin had crafted for herself. What do you think of the video? She inquired. It's quite impressive. I knew I had an eye for talent. Indeed, but credit is due to Master Wu. He provided the inspiration and a wealth of material. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang cast a more discerning gaze towards Master Wu. It became evident that his own footage had been included. Thanks to this crafty individual, should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yet, Shen Lang maintained a congenial demeanor as he remarked, so it was Master Wu's assistance. No wonder. I am truly grateful. Master Wu, hearing Shen Lang's words, suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine, as if an ominous presence had taken note of him. It's a trivial matter. A trivial matter. I'm just glad you're pleased. He replied with a smile. Let us not get carried away. I certainly don't have a cousin like you. Indeed, indeed. Cousin shall remember. Despite this, Shen Lang couldn't help but pose a question. What exactly is this leaderboard for colossal catches? Do we even have such a thing? Yang Rulin responded, I plan to erect a large sign next to the reservoir, ideally designed as a video screen, showcasing our leaderboard for giant fish. Anyone who reels in a large catch will be featured, ensuring that every visitor can see it. This will undoubtedly draw considerable interest. Shen Lang nodded. He had contemplated such an idea before, but had not pursued it due to numerous obligations. Now, however, he delighted in the knowledge that others were taking initiative. It was a gratifying feeling. The video was quickly uploaded online. Master Wu's video from the previous day, which had not been released, was also now live. Concurrently, it tagged Shirquan Reservoir's Paradise of Giants, effectively promoting the endeavor. As Master Wu was a prominent influencer with millions of followers, the traffic generated was substantial. Indeed, by the afternoon, when Shen Lang checked again, the video had gone viral. The likes had soared to 40,000, with thousands of comments flooding in. The comments were a vibrant tapestry. Did the video omit the address, fearing I might profit? I still remember those cars circling the city. It was utterly hilarious. 1,200 kilometers ISNT far. I'll be there tomorrow. The explosive strength of a 100-kilogram fish exceeds 100. Are you sure you can catch it? Those upstairs are quite ignorant. There are plenty of catches to be had. Just check my profile. It seemed that in a few days, this place would become even more bustling. Shen Lang couldn't help but think. Just as he was engrossed in his phone, a sudden commotion arose from below the reservoir. I got one. My goodness, this fish is enormous. Shen Lang was taken aback. It would be rather awkward if, right after posting a video, someone were to catch a hefty fish weighing 100 pounds. Nevertheless, he soon put his worries to rest, for the system notification chimed in. Li Ming caught a 14-pound, 84-pound blue catfish. Congratulations on winning 280 huaxia coins. A mere 84 pounds, still quite distant from the target. Yet, who exactly is this Li Ming? Shen Lang glanced below and beheld a formidable figure hauling a fish ashore. This man left a lasting impression on Shen Lang. Wasn't he the one described as a gentle giant, despite his fierce appearance? With his physique, pulling up a large fish appeared effortless. What a pity it was only 84 pounds. Just a tad more, and the prize of 50,000 would have been his. Brother, that is not just a tad, it's a full 16 pounds. Clearly, those who had weighed the fish shared in the collective disappointment. Before long, several men arrived at the dam, carrying the fish. Although it didn't reach the 100-pound mark, Shen Lang still witnessed the fierce man grinning broadly. Boss, I'm here, apologies. I caught a sizable fish, Li Ming cheerfully announced to Shen Lang. Shen Lang, somewhat disdainful, retorted, is this really what you call a catch? Only when you reel in a 100-pounder and claim your 50,000 would that be worthy of the term. Li Ming offered no rebuttal and, with his companions, secured the fish to the back of their vehicle. Don't worry, boss. I'll certainly return tomorrow for another catch. With that, he climbed into the car and drove away. Shen Lang shook his head, bemused by how these anglers so relished in flaunting their catches. Once again, the roads of the county town would be adorned with a splendid sight. Chapter 24. The wooden house is complete, and everyone has returned. It remains uncertain whether the overall size of the fish has indeed increased, or if the fishermen simply enjoyed an exceptional stroke of luck today. They managed to catch several magnificent fish, each weighing over 50 pounds. Yet, one notably hefty 80-pounder ventured into the streets, and they hesitated to pursue it. Among the catches, Wang Peng reeled in a splendid 59-pound fish, while Master Wu added 2 more to his haul. One might wonder how some individuals possess millions of followers. Indeed, their prowess is noteworthy. There were even reports of someone being pulled into the water by a fish suspected to weigh over 100 pounds, which brought some comfort to Shen Lang. After all, knowing that others share similar experiences lends a sense of balance to one's psyche. Today, Shen Lang's earnings surpassed 30,000, reaching over 350,000. His account swelled to nearly 800,000, a staggering fortune. At times, he found himself questioning the authenticity of this world. At this rate of earning, it would not be long before he became a millionaire, or even a billionaire. With the continuous upgrades to his system, the rate of generating wealth would multiply exponentially. He calculated the figures. Currently, his multiplier hovered around 10, yielding a few tens of thousands. Should it increase to dozens in the future, each catch could potentially net him hundreds of thousands. The mere thought quickened Shen Lang's heartbeat. However, he gazed at the gray panel of the system's upgrade, resolute that he must catch the 100-pound fish. Simultaneously, he envisioned constructing the surrounding facilities. If finances permitted, he could transform the entire area around the reservoir, creating a semi-tourist attraction. The more people drawn to this place, the more wealth he would accumulate. What a delightful prospect. Lost in thought, Shen Lang could not help but smile. Brother Lang, what are you smiling about? Yang Ruolin approached him. Following the flurry of activity, the fish had been successfully returned. Those heading back to the county began their departures, while others started setting up tents for an overnight stay. Shen Lang had no intention of expanding the fishing area and did not wish to drive them away. However, he firmly declined their request for night fishing, prioritizing safety, as visibility would be poor and accidents could easily occur. If he could install several large lights beside the reservoir to illuminate the water, coupled with hiring additional lifeguards, perhaps night fishing could be considered in the future. Seeing Shen Lang's unwavering stance, the others refrained from further discussion. You must have earned quite a bit today, of course. Em elated. Young Ruolin exclaimed. We made a total of 12,578 yuan today. Brother Lang is striking it rich. Shen Lang chuckled inwardly, thinking, you consider over 10,000 a fortune, while I've earned over 350,000 in a single day. However, he knew that this secret would remain undisclosed. All right, there are plenty of expenses to cover, Shen Lang remarked, turning his attention to the wooden house that was being roofed. Tomorrow, he would purchase some furniture for temporary use. Ideally, this should allow a few days for the concrete to cure thoroughly, but urgency necessitated immediate use. Ruelin, I will transfer some earnings to your account shortly. Once the house is ready, we shall settle all accounts, ensuring we owe no wages for an additional day. Understood. Rest assured, my friend, for I am your diligent steward. At that moment, a black Accord approached, its license plate bearing an out-of-town registration. As Shen Lang speculated whether it might belong to a fishing enthusiast from afar, the vehicle came to a halt beside them. Wow, the reservoir has transformed dramatically, exclaimed a young man who emerged from the car, marveling at the significantly altered landscape. Lang Yi, Xiao Lang. The others greeted Shen Lang warmly. It seemed that everyone had returned. Shen Lang reciprocated the salutation. These individuals were young workers who had ventured from their rural origins. Given the limited educational opportunities in the countryside, many sought employment in factories as the most viable means of earning a livelihood. However, the reality was that they often endured grueling hours, frequently exceeding 10 hours a day, with many working in shifts. Despite the seeming allure of a monthly income of 7,000 or 8,000, it was largely a trade-off for their time. Nearby, villagers engaged in construction approached. You arrived sooner than expected. Uncle Feng mentioned you wouldn't be here until tomorrow. Driving Feng Ji's car. We made it in just over 10 hours. Upon arrival, we heard you were already here, they replied. What about Jia Bing and the others? Where are they? They should be departing tomorrow and arriving the day after. Conversations began to flow freely, as inquiries and exchanges filled the air. The young man who had initially expressed his awe retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to Shen Lang. Xiao Lang, have a smoke. Feng Yi. You know I don't smoke. It's better not to. I can't even quit. Shen Feng chuckled, distributing cigarettes among the crowd until nearly the entire pack was depleted. Returning to Shen Lang's side, he inquired, Xiao Lang, your uncle mentioned something over the phone, but we're unclear about the specifics. When will this project commence? Upon hearing Shen Feng's question, the surrounding individuals fell silent, their attention drawn to Shen Lang. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I intend to develop a sanctuary here for tourism, leisure, fishing, and relaxation. In the future, our entire village may be integrated into this project. I will enlist a professional design team for the specifics. As for the matter of profit sharing that you are all concerned about, let us convene a collective meeting once everyone has returned, and you can deliberate on it. I shall refrain from participating. However, I must be forthright. If you wish to share in the profits, you must contribute diligently. Treat this place as your own home, for only through collective effort can we achieve success. At this moment, the village chief stood up, assuring Xiao Lang, do not worry. Who would dare to oppose? We shall see them off. Indeed, let them leave. They are not welcome in our village. Yes, unity is paramount. The elders joined in, their enthusiasm reminiscent of warriors preparing for battle. Nearby, anglers preparing for camping could not help but glance over at the commotion, seeing that he had achieved his aim. Shen Lang declared, let us proceed with this understanding. Your timing is impeccable. The meal should be nearly ready. Let us prepare for dinner. In recent days, the dining experience in the village has transformed into a festive gathering, with communal meals reminiscent of a grand banquet. Each day features an array of sumptuous dishes, and even after feasting to their heart's content, the villagers linger, engaging in lively conversations and dreaming of a bright future. Meanwhile, Shen Lang has begun organizing the tasks for the following day. There remains a plethora of pressing matters to address, such as determining the appropriate means to present the monumental rankings, deciding whether to enlist a large design firm or a local company for the overall planning, and ensuring the meticulous execution of safety measures. The myriad of responsibilities can be overwhelming, making it imperative to delegate tasks to each individual. Previously, the elder generation managed these affairs. While their execution skills were commendable, their ideas often felt disconnected from the current reality. Now that the younger generation has returned, they are poised to assist in various endeavors. Although their capabilities are yet to be fully tested, Their involvement is undoubtedly preferable to having none. Through thoughtful discussion, personnel assignments have been established, awaiting implementation tomorrow. Chapter 25 Fishing can be accomplished by any means, as you stated. And it was not until 10 p.m. that everyone returned home together. The wooden house was finally completed after some late nights, awaiting the purchase of furniture and other essentials the following day. The layout of the wooden house remained unchanged, featuring a small lounge, an office hall, a larger room designated for a convenience store, a spacious kitchen, and 2 restrooms. Currently, everyone resolved their needs amidst the grass piles, and with each gust of wind, a faint odor lingered in the air. The more people gathered, the more noticeable the scent became. Shen Lang planned to construct a few small restrooms on the mountain first, with the intention of developing public toilets later on. Of course, these were matters for the future. Upon returning home, Shen Lang collapsed into bed, utterly fatigued from the sleepless days and in dire need of rest. The following morning, everyone began their tasks as per the previous day's arrangement. When Shen Lang arrived at the reservoir, a line of avid anglers had already formed along its edge. "Yang Ruolin, you're up early today," Shen Lang remarked. Yang Ruolin shot him a glance. "Brother Lang, it's nearly 8 a.m. If it weren't for my second uncle mentioning that you've hardly slept these past few days, I would have dragged you out of bed long ago." Shen Lang cleared his throat. "Well, it seems this old man must ensure he gets adequate sleep before he could finish." Yang Ruolin exclaimed, "Wow, a luxury car." "Brother Lang, look, it's a BMW M8. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. The BMW M8 reminded him of the beautiful woman he encountered last time. Wasn't her name Lu Muqing? He turned around and his eyes narrowed. Wasn't this the very car Lu Muqing had driven? As the vehicle came to a halt, a stunning woman emerged from it. And indeed, it was Lu Muqing. Wow, what a gorgeous woman and so wealthy. Yang Ruolin gushed from the side. Upon stepping out, Lu Muqing immediately cast her gaze towards Shen Lang and Yang Ruolin, striding over without uttering a word. The glint in her eyes conveyed an unmistakable hostility, as if she intended to exact her vengeance upon Shen Lang. Sensing her menacing approach, Shen Lang attempted to remain composed. "Miss, are you here to fish?" Yang Ruolin enthusiastically greeted Lu Muqing, yet her warmth seemed to meet with indifference. Ignoring Yang Ruolin, Lu Muqing fixed her gaze on Shen Lang. "Did you obtain my consent before posting that video?" Shen Lang was taken aback, quickly recalling the matter at hand. I only took a brief clip. It hardly shows your face. It should be fine, right?" "Umph. To put it bluntly, what you did is tantamount to a crime." Lu Muqing's expression grew increasingly frigid. Shen Lang found it challenging to defend himself, for he indeed had captured her image in the video without her permission. "Shall I delete the video?" he asked tentatively. "No need for that. I'm not that petty." Lu Muqing's tone shifted, nearly causing Shen Lang to pull a muscle. "I'm here for revenge. I must ensure that fish suffers a fate worse than death." The last 4 words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth by Lu Muqing, and Shen Lang could sense the animosity emanating from her. "Well then, I wish you good luck." Shen Lang could only utter dryly. "Did you not say that regardless of the method, as long as you can catch that fish, it suffices?" Lu Muqing abruptly shifted the conversation. Shen Lang was uncertain of her intentions, yet he replied, "Indeed, no matter the method, as long as you can catch that fish, it must be fishing and not poisoning. Electrocuting or netting. This is what you stated. Payment is due." Lu Muqing revealed a mysterious smile, paid with her phone, and then walked aside. Shen Lang was utterly bewildered and turned to Yang Ruolin, saying, "Ruolin, do you think this enchanting beauty is merely daydreaming? With her petite frame, can she truly catch that fish?" Yang Ruolin gazed at the woman's silhouette and replied, "Langu, I believe she is quite serious. Look." She pointed towards the woman, simultaneously activating the recording mode on her phone. Shen Lang looked back and saw Lu Muqing conversing with the excavator operator who was digging the parking lot. Then, the operator drove the excavator towards them. "No way." Shen Lang exclaimed in disbelief. "Is she actually planning to use that to fish?" Lu Muqing approached her vehicle, opened the trunk, and retrieved a bundle of fine steel wire, complete with a large fishing hook at the front. Goodness, she came prepared. Shen Lang couldn't help but marvel. One must never offend a woman, especially one of such unparalleled beauty. "Excuse me, is it all right if I help you fix the road?" You're right. Master, why are you helping her instead of digging the parking lot for me?" The excavator operator sheepishly replied, "Sorry, boss, but she offered far more." Shen Lang was at a loss for words. How much did she give you for you to betray me like this? The operator appeared even more embarrassed. 20,000 for the day, and if that fish is caught, a bonus of 50,000. Shen Lang felt darkness cloud his vision. Damn it, what an extravagant offer. Which sane person could refuse? Have you finished? If so, get to work. The operator promptly drove the excavator down the road towards the reservoir. The road was steep and uneven, so the excavator moved slowly, repairing the path as it descended. The fishermen below noticed the commotion and wondered why an excavator was approaching. However, after a brief observation, they dismissed it, perhaps thinking the owner intended to repair something below, as long as they weren't disturbed while fishing. Yet, their calmness began to wane. The excavator halted at the edge of the reservoir, and a striking beauty began to set up a steel wire from atop the excavator. At the front of the wire was a conspicuous fish hook, and in the middle, a buoyant foam float bobbed. Only then did they realize that this individual intended to fish using the excavator. Is there even such a method of fishing? Is this practice truly ethical? Does it hold any significance? The essence of fishing lies in the exhilarating struggle between man and fish, does it not? Yet now, some have resorted to using excavators for this pursuit. Initially, there was shock, followed by bewilderment. They could not fathom how the proprietor could sanction such a ludicrous endeavor, nor could they comprehend why anyone would choose to fish in this manner. However, when some beheld the enchanting woman, a glimmer of understanding seemed to dawn upon them. Is she not the same lady who was once dragged beneath the waves by a colossal fish? It appears that she has returned for vengeance. Yesterday, the proprietor's video featuring the woman being towed away by a fish went viral once more. Perhaps this is why she could no longer contain herself. At this moment, the bait has been cast into the water, and she has commenced preparing her spot with corn. Chapter 26. Excavator and Steel Wire. Can this really catch fish? Lu Muqing's actions had captivated everyone's attention. Many had set aside their fishing rods to witness the spectacle. After all, employing an excavator to assist in fishing is a rarity. The necessity of using a fishing rod lies in its remarkable flexibility, which provides a certain degree of cushioning when a fish struggles, thereby preventing it from easily dislodging the hook. Otherwise, a fish's vigorous thrashing could result in tearing its mouth and escaping. In a conventional fishing venue, such tactics are unthinkable. As for the wild, one could be charged with illegal fishing. Moreover, the cost of operating an excavator for a day is hardly justifiable. Such an unusual occurrence is difficult to come by. Most onlookers retrieve their phones, eager to document this extraordinary event. Simultaneously, curiosity bubbled. Could an excavator equipped with steel wire actually catch fish? Are you not concerned that you might damage your catch? Master Wu's voice resonated beside Shen Lang. Unfazed, Shen Lang replied, once a statement is made, it cannot be taken back. I won't hinder any approach, even if you were to use a boat for fishing. Master Wu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Boss, you truly possess great magnanimity, though this method appears quite challenging. Shen Lang was well aware of the difficulties inherent in this approach, yet it seemed to present a splendid opportunity for publicity. If she successfully caught a fish, would it not inspire everyone to promote it vigorously? A beautiful woman avenging herself by fishing with an excavator. Was this a descent into the depths of human nature or a leap forward in history? Feeling compelled to assist, given that his previous mishap had led to her receiving the bait, Shen Lang approached Lu Muqing, saying, Miss Lu, would you like to purchase some bait? Lu Muqing turned. Her gaze filled with curiosity, but her response left Shen Lang momentarily speechless. How do you know my surname is Lu? I never mentioned it to you. Shen Lang replied vaguely. You did mention it. Perhaps you've forgotten. He quickly retrieved bait from the marketplace, stating, $500. Would you like a package? Lu Muqing glanced at the bait in Shen Lang's hand, then at the still surface of the water, as if struck by an idea. All right, $500 is quite reasonable, she said, pulling out her phone to scan the payment. Reasonable? Last time you accused me of robbery. With the transaction complete, Shen Lang rejoined the crowd, eager to observe the unfolding drama. He was well aware of the miraculous effects of the system's bait. It wouldn't be long before the excavator would be engaged in a battle with a giant fish. Indeed, after Lu Muqing utilized the new bait, mere minutes passed before the bobber on the water's surface began to tremble. Fish on! Fish on! Look! Excavator operator, pull! Hurry, pull! The surrounding spectators, brimming with anticipation, shouted at the excavator operator. Finally reacting, the operator began to raise the excavator's arm. The steel wire sprang taut with remarkable speed, causing the float to plunge beneath the surface. Observing this, the excavator operator elevated the mechanical arm even higher, while the machine began to retreat. Clearly, he intended to haul the fish directly onto the shore. Yet, those versed in the art of fishing understand a fundamental principle. When a fish exerts force, one must ease the tension. Otherwise, it is all too easy for the hook to come loose. The strength of a fish in water is formidable. At that moment, a massive tail emerged from the depths. Its width was several dozen centimeters, suggesting it weighed no less than 100 pounds. With a resounding splash, water erupted skyward. Amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers, the fish once more sank into the depths. Just as everyone anticipated a more vigorous struggle from the fish, the surface of the water gradually calmed. The once taut steel wire now drooped limply. It had come unhooked. What a pity. This fish was surely over 100 pounds, truly colossal. My blood raced with excitement. Driver, that is not how one fishes. As discussions erupted among the crowd, a few individuals clambered onto the excavator to engage the operator in a dialogue about how to prevent the fish from slipping the hook. Meanwhile, in front of the excavator, several anglers had already begun to reel in the steel wire, igniting a palpable enthusiasm among the crowd. When a fish pulls, one must ease off the excavator's strength. One cannot maintain constant tension. Yes, let run a bit longer, don't rush. The excavator operator was soon called down by the anglers, who began to share their fishing wisdom. Perhaps, how can I sense whether it is exerting force? The operator suddenly posed this question, momentarily halting the conversation. Indeed, while the fish was large, its strength was insignificant compared to that of such a massive excavator. The operator surely could not perceive the fish's pull. Sir, why not try this? Yet this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd, who resumed their animated chatter. All right, operator, let us get to work. Lu Muching had prepared the bait and called out towards the excavator operator, breaking the spell of confusion etched on his face. All right, gentlemen, we are about to commence fishing once more. Will the excavator manage to catch the giant fish lurking beneath the surface? We shall see. Not far away, Lianshin was broadcasting live. In recent days, Shen Lang had hardly glimpsed her, perhaps because he was too busy to check on his old classmate. Nevertheless, her live stream boasted over 10,000 viewers, an impressively daunting figure. It was uncertain whether this influx of traffic was due to the excavator fishing spectacle or if she typically attracted such an audience. However, Shen Lang noticed that gifts were continuously streaming in on his phone. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you for the Douyin #1. Wow. Thank you to the Fishing Arena's top dog for the generous gift. Let us warmly welcome him. It appears that Li Anshin's broadcasting career is indeed on the rise. Perhaps her daily earnings from live streaming have multiplied by several dozen times compared to the past. Shen Lang is genuinely pleased for her. Being a streamer is far from the effortless endeavor one might envision. She has earned her success through sheer diligence, which is truly commendable. The fishing hook, once again equipped with bait provided by the system, has been cast into the water. It remains uncertain whether the initial bait has successfully lured the fish to the nest. Within less than a minute of the cast, the bobber began to thrash violently downward. Quickly reel it in, reel it in. The individuals who initially instructed the excavator operator on the art of fishing, upon noticing the fish biting the bait, shouted enthusiastically at the operator. The excavator operator had already spotted it, and the mechanical arm swiftly ascended. It seemed as though the operator had truly grasped their teachings. As the steel wire became taut, the operator then pressed the mechanical arm downward to alleviate the fish's struggle. Whether this tactic was effective, only the heavens could tell. Do not move, let it run for a while. Slowly reel it in, tease the fish. However, at this juncture, disagreements arose among those directing from below. Do not reel it in, let run on its own. What do you know? Reel it in, let run, reel it in. Before the fish even surfaced, two individuals had already begun to quarrel. Enough of the bickering. Master, the fish is swimming to the left. Maneuver to chase it. At this moment, the steel wire clearly began to shift to the left as the fish swam that way. Lu Muching urgently called out to the operator, "Please everyone, tidy up the fishing gear by the water." In an instant, the reservoir's edge became abuzz with activity. Those fishing nearby expressed no complaints. hastily gathering their equipment and moving it to the back. The crowd also began to part, allowing the excavator to proceed. Chapter 27. The excavator hauls up a 200-pound silver carp. System unlocks restrictions. The excavator roared to life, moving towards the direction where the fish swam. The steel cable glided swiftly across the water's surface, producing a series of piercing sounds that echoed through the air. Everyone could sense the immense strength of the fish beneath the water. Moments later, the fish changed direction and began to lead the excavator on a chase. This was not a mere contest of fishing. Rather, it felt as though the fish was toying with the excavator. Fortunately, the fish remained hooked. Nearby, the seasoned anglers shouted instructions to the excavator operator. "Hurry, it's turning. Go that way. Faster, or we'll get away." As time passed, the operator's skill in maneuvering the fish improved, and he seemed to revel in the thrill of the chase. Suddenly, a splash erupted on the surface, and a portion of the fish emerged from the water. Wow, what a colossal creature! It appeared to be a silver carp. Just a segment of its body was visible, but the experienced anglers immediately recognized it as a bighead carp. How much does it weigh? Surely it surpasses the initial catch. Having never seen such a large fish, they could only speculate in awe. Amidst their chatter, the silver carp flipped and dove back into the depths, sending a massive splash towards the onlookers on the shore. Those nearest barely had time to react, drenched by the unexpected deluge. Thankfully, the fish remained hooked, keeping the steel line taut. "Wow, keep it up." The crowd erupted in excitement. However, it seemed that this latest effort had drained the fish's energy significantly as it began to calm down, lingering in a small area rather than thrashing about. At last, hope glimmered on the horizon. It appeared that it was only a matter of time before the fish would be brought to shore. Nearly an hour had passed since the fish had taken a bait. The summer heat was oppressive, and Shen Lang could see beads of sweat streaming down the operator's face, uncertain whether it was due to tension or exhaustion. Try to pull it gently towards the shore. After several more minutes, Lu Mooching, unable to contain her anticipation, called out to the operator. The operator signaled with an OK gesture and began to slowly maneuver the excavator backwards. After an hour of battling the fish, he understood that patience was key. A slow approach was essential to savoring the moment. The fish, too, seemed to have exhausted its strength, showing little resistance as it drew closer to the surface. More of the steel line emerged from the water, and the fish was nearing the shore. The crowd held their breath, fearful that even a heavy exhale might scare the fish away. "It's coming up. Wow, it's enormous." The outline of the fish became visible on the surface. The silver carp's mouth opened and closed, its diameter nearly a meter wide, sending shivers down the spines of those watching. If this fish were to consume a human, it could easily swallow half of one whole. Its estimated length was at least 2 meters. It is worth noting that the bighead carp, known for its sizable head, has a head that constitutes over a third of its total length. Thus, this magnificent creature was indeed a sight to behold. The fishhook appeared to be firmly embedded deep within its mouth, with only the steel wire protruding. Despite the arduous struggle, it remained hooked, indicating that the bait had been swallowed far too deeply. Just as everyone anticipated the fish's imminent capture, it suddenly began to thrash violently at the water's edge, sending countless splashes towards the onlookers. In response to this commotion, someone shouted, "Master, ease up a bit." However, a dissenting voice countered, "We cannot ease, or the hook will come loose." Shen Lang glanced up and indeed saw that the hook had left a long gash in the fish's mouth, from which blood was flowing profusely. Clearly, the fish's desperate struggle had dislodged the hook. "Everyone, hold it down. Lend a hand." At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. It was Lu Mooching. Soaked to the skin, her figure was accentuated, though it seemed she had prepared for this, as she likely wore another layer beneath. Realizing the fish was about to escape, she appeared quite anxious. "Charge!" A nearby angler, driven by her words, rushed towards the giant fish with fervor. Seeing someone advance, several others followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, a group of fishing enthusiasts surged toward the magnificent creature as if they had encountered an enchanting beauty. The foremost angler reached the fish and leapt upon it, while others followed suit. However, one unfortunate angler found himself positioned at the fish's tail, only to be met with a powerful swipe. With a resounding slap, he was knocked to the ground and did not rise again, seemingly incapacitated by the blow. Shen Lang, observing the scene, felt a surge of alarm. Quick! That man has been knocked out. We must save him. Help! He is unconscious. Others nearby took note of the situation and began to shout as well. The fish was far too large for a dozen people to manage. Upon hearing the commotion, a few individuals rushed over to hoist the dazed angler back to his feet. He appeared to only have suffered a brief, fainting spell, as he soon regained consciousness when helped up. They dragged him back to the shore and continued toward the giant fish. At last, through their collective efforts, the creature ceased its struggles and lay quietly in the shallows. A few burly men began to caress its body, as though they were handling a rare treasure. Shen Lang noticed that the system's notification sound had not yet sounded, understanding that the system's criteria mandated the fish be brought ashore. Therefore, he shouted, "Lift the fish onto the shore. Do not let it escape." At that moment, a voice chimed in. Indeed, this fish appears to weigh nearly 200 pounds, a 200-pound silver carp, something I have neither heard nor seen before. You may not have encountered it, but I have plenty of such experiences, Shen Lang remarked to Lu Muqing. What do you wish to do with it? At this moment, Lu Muqing's typically cold expression rarefied into a flicker of excitement. Bring it up. I wish to take it back. The others, hearing the boss and the enchanting woman who had caught the fish, could not help but comply. Together, they hoisted the fish and walked towards the shore. As the fish was lifted onto the land, the system's notification echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Lu Muqing has caught a 16-pound, 12-fold, 192-pound silver carp. Congratulations. You have earned 184,320 huaxia coins. Congratulations on catching a fish over 100 pounds for the first time. More features have been unlocked. 192 pounds. Indeed an impressive specimen. No wonder it took such effort to reel it in. However, Shen Lang's attention was captivated by the unlocking of additional features. How puzzling that the system does not clearly specify the unlocked functions and instead engages in such playful mystery. System, what features have been unlocked? Typically, Shen Lang seldom inquired about system matters, as its functions were straightforward and did not necessitate questioning. Unlocked features. Catching fish over 100 pounds grants a chance to receive rewards. The nature of these rewards must be explored by the user themselves. Rewards? For fish over 100 pounds? Then why did this one not yield a reward? The rewards are probabilistic, not guaranteed. The larger the caught fish, the higher the probability and quality. Please continue your efforts, host. Very well. It seems that matters of probability often carry an air of mysticism. One might strike gold on the first attempt or fail 100 times. It equates to securing an opportunity each time a fish over 100 pounds is caught, but the true nature of that opportunity remains a mystery known only to the heavens. Chapter 28. Boss, could you do me a favor and sell your bait to someone? Boss, do you have a scale? Let's see how much this fish weighs. As Shen Lang was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. The crowd was pointing at the large fish, and an enthusiastic angler shouted at Shen Lang. I don't have one, but I would venture to guess it weighs 192 pounds. No need to weigh it. I feel it must be around 200 pounds. Such a massive creature. Indeed, it should be close to 200 pounds. None of us can lift it. Everyone began to chatter excitedly. Such a large fish could hardly be weighed without a proper scale. The typical handheld scales used by ordinary anglers wouldn't suffice, and even if they did, no one could lift such a heavy catch. Since there is no scale, let us just lift it into the excavator bucket. I want to take it with me. Lu Muqing stepped forward and spoke. The crowd collectively lifted the fish into the excavator's bucket. The machine then transported the fish toward the dam. Many onlookers climbed aboard, eager for a closer look. Shen Lang had no choice but to join them, especially since he had promised a reward of 50,000 for catching this fish. He could not possibly go back on his word. Upon reaching the dam, Shen Lang noticed a few people lifting the fish onto the roof of an M8 sedan. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Using such an expensive vehicle to transport a fish seemed rather wasteful. He approached Lu Muqing and said, Miss Lu, using this car to carry a fish is quite extravagant. Would you like me to call another vehicle to assist you? Lu Muqing replied coolly, no need. I want this effect. I plan to humiliate him properly upon my return. Humiliate whom? Shen Lang thought it best not to pry further. Catching this fish comes with a reward of 50,000. I will transfer it to you. Great. That will help cover the excavator driver's fee. Lu Muqing accepted Shen Lang's payment and turned to approach the excavator driver. Shen Lang noticed the driver's fearful expression and quickly waved his hands. Miss, you could just give him 20,000. I really can't accept this 50,000. Lu Muqing radiated an air of cold authority. You are to accept it. This is what you deserve. Do you think I would care about a mere few thousand? The excavator driver, overwhelmed by Lu Muqing's presence, reluctantly pulled out his phone to receive the payment, intimidated by her forceful demeanor. Lu Muqing smiled contentedly at the giant fish now secured on the car roof. She walked toward the vehicle, preparing to drive away. Suddenly, she paused, turned, and approached Shen Lang. Boss, could you do me a favor? Shen Lang, somewhat bewildered by the now composed beauty, asked, what can I assist you with? He added, just let me know, but if it's too difficult, I might not be able to help. Nearby, Yang Rulin facepalmed upon hearing Shen Lang's response. This cousin of mine is hopeless. When a beautiful woman asks for help, is that really how he replies? Lu Muqing's expression momentarily faltered, but she soon revealed a rare smile and said, I'll add you on WeChat. Shortly, a middle-aged man will come to fish, and I'll send you a photo. You can sell him a packet of that bait, all right? Shen Lang couldn't help but admire Lu Muqing's smile, thinking how delightful it was and why she didn't smile more often. However, the next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was impressive, having immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of that bait. To suggest that he sell it to a middle-aged man implied that the man must harbor a grudge against her. Otherwise, she wouldn't want him to sell such effective bait to him. Yet, what did it matter to him? She had helped him earn a reward and break through his limitations, so assisting her could be seen as a fair exchange. No problem. Just send me the photo in advance. Shen Lang replied, taking out his phone. Do you want to scan me, or shall I scan you? Either works. After they added each other as friends, Lu Muqing drove away. The onlookers gazed at the departing vehicle, still in awe. I've never seen such a large silver carp, at least 200 pounds. Truly eye-opening. One remarked, I thought excavator fishing was impressive, but fishing could be done like this? Another chimed in, I had only heard of using rebar and aircraft carrier mooring lines for fishing. I never expected to witness excavators combined with steel cables. How did that beautiful woman conceive of such an idea? A third added, what's more surprising is that she directly handed the prize to the excavator operator. Today, he's the biggest winner. I believe the real winner is the owner. After today, this place is going to explode. Others nodded in agreement. Many of the anglers had recorded videos throughout the day, which they likely shared online. Given the explosive nature of the topic and the shocking nature of the fish, this would garner far more attention than the mere tens of thousands of likes they had seen before. Shen Lang, aware of this, promptly called for Yang Rulin to edit the videos and post them immediately. In fact, while fishing, the anglers had already been intermittently uploading clips online, drawing considerable attention and discussion. However, their videos were merely snippets, only serving to heighten the curiosity of netizens, especially upon witnessing the excavator fishing and successfully catching such a massive creature. Bro, can I also post a video to ride the wave of popularity? Master Wu suddenly appeared beside Shen Lang. Who is your brother? Don't be so presumptuous. Shen Lang warned with a sharp glance. All right, bro. Consider it settled for me to ride this wave. Master Wu said, then swiftly disappeared. Shen Lang turned to look for him and found Master Wu conversing with Yang Rulin. Deep in discussion, Shen Lang shook his head in resignation, allowing them to be. Watching Master Wu seemed fine. If they truly developed something, he wouldn't want to interfere with their budding romance. Ultimately, such matters hinged on their own choices. Following this commotion, as noon approached, everyone gradually settled down and returned to their fishing endeavors. Yang Rulin has expertly edited the video. Together with Master Wu, they released it through a collaborative effort. One must admit, the editing skills of my cousin are truly remarkable. The video is both thrilling and imbued with suspense. It vividly narrates the tumultuous relationship between Lu Muqing and a large fish in a reservoir, leaving viewers pondering the fish's weight until the very end. The video opens with an excavator pulling the fish from the water, followed by footage of a dozen individuals rushing towards it. Their essay scene where the fisherman is knocked unconscious, and Shen Lang's frantic shouts draw the audience in. The narrative swiftly transitions to a recently viral video featuring a giant fish dragging a woman through the water, seamlessly introducing the main theme. Since Yang Rulin was capturing the action throughout, the storyline remains crystal clear, presenting the events in an engaging manner. Lavish cars accompanied by beautiful women, excavators, and fishing, images of grandeur and excitement abound in the video. Moreover, it maintains a brisk pace, keeping Shen Lang utterly captivated. After watching, He couldn't help but turn to young Rulin and say, "Rulin, I feel that pursuing accounting is beneath your talents. You should study film instead." Young Rulin playfully stuck out her tongue. A bit bashful as she replied, "Oh, it's largely thanks to Master Wu's suggestions." Shen Lang shot a glance at Master Wu and retorted, "Nonsense. Have you seen his previous videos? They lacked any enthusiasm whatsoever. Are you seriously claiming this is his advice?" Master Wu appeared somewhat embarrassed, murmuring, "Just a few minor suggestions. Merely minor suggestions." Chapter 29. The Giant Object Ranking List. As long as you possess the capability to occupy the entire list, you may do so. Just before noon, those who had ventured out on errands returned. All the advertisements were arranged, and the necessary purchases were made. They also contacted several local interior design firms, who would come this afternoon to inspect the venue. However, Shen Lang harbored doubts about whether anyone in this small county could design such a grand project. Nevertheless, allowing them to come and take a look was acceptable. After all, the initial consultation was free. As for the giant object ranking, Shen Lang contemplated using a massive screen to display it. It could also showcase other content occasionally. In the future, advertisements could be projected. Wouldn't that be a multifaceted utility? However, such a screen would require a significant investment, easily amounting to hundreds of thousands. Shen Lang realized that the money in his hands seemed insufficient, as his aspirations could deplete his savings in no time. Alas, he resolved to create a colossal advertisement board instead. Shen Lang had to settle for this alternative. This had to be accomplished promptly. Word had already spread online that the giant object ranking needed to be established immediately. However, Shen Lang had taken a shortcut. Only objects weighing over 100 pounds would be included in the ranking. Thus, he merely needed to inscribe one name. First place, Lu Muching, 192-pound giant fish. Second place, none. Third place, none. With this in mind, Shen Lang instructed Shun Feng to send this template to the advertising company for expedited production. It needed to be installed by tomorrow. In just over an hour, he noticed that his reservoir had begun to thrive tremendously. It was genuinely thriving. In this brief span of time, his account's views soared into the millions, likes numbered in the tens of thousands. This data represented several days' worth of engagement on his previous videos. If this did not signify something, then Master Wu's content had already surpassed 10 million views. Indeed, niche accounts attract more traffic, compounded by a substantial follower base. The momentum of his videos was unstoppable. A saying rang true: fishing is indeed the pinnacle of Douyin's popularity. Just as Shen Lang was deliberating with his associates, a commotion erupted below the reservoir. Shen Lang was taken aback. What was happening now? "Ruolan, go take a look." After issuing the command, he resumed his discussions. Within moments, Yang Ruolan dashed in. "Langu, it seems another 100-pound catch has surfaced below." Shen Lang was astonished. Was it truly that easy to catch a 100-pound fish? Everyone hurried outside to observe. They saw a crowd gathered, and the location was precisely where fish had begun to bite. Could it be that someone had begun fishing in that spot? Shen Lang entertained the possibility. Shun Feng and the others had gone out on errands earlier, and upon their return, they heard the lamentations of those who wished they had witnessed the event live. Now, upon learning that another 100-pound fish had been caught, they were all exhilarated. They could scarcely contain their eagerness to see what this colossal fish looked like. Consequently, Shen Lang and Yang Ruolan were left trailing behind. The others, accustomed to traversing mountain paths, found the steep descent effortless. Moreover, the excavator has transformed this path into a grand thoroughfare. Shen Lang approached the crowd to peer inside. There, he discerned a familiar figure straining to pull a rod, which appeared to be stretched to its utmost limit, seemingly on the verge of snapping. The individual bent over, striving to maintain their stance. It was none other than Wang Peng, who catches a significant fish every day. Indeed, Brother Peng is the foremost angler beneath Master Wu of this reservoir. Truly impressive. However, I sense that this catch is not as large as the one he brought up in the morning, yet it should weigh at least 100 pounds. What a pity it is. Had Peng caught it earlier, that 5,000 would have been his. Ah, if only the owner would organize another event. I would be motivated to reel in this 100-pound behemoth. Shen Lang, listening to the surrounding discussions, fell into contemplation. The incentive of the event's prize seemed to have somewhat diminished everyone's enthusiasm for fishing, since he had already established a leaderboard for colossal catches. Why not set a prize for it as well? For instance, 2,000 for the first place each week, 1,800 for the second, and so forth. This should be feasible. Just as Shen Lang pondered these thoughts, the giant fish once again breached the surface. Wow! Accompanied by a chorus of gasps. The enormous creature rolled over, pulling Wang Peng forward several steps with its force. Nevertheless, he thrust the rod into the ground, exerting all his strength to stabilize his position. Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. The onlookers did not rush to assist. Perhaps they were aware he had previously stated he needed no help. Wang Peng is a sincere individual, seemingly devoted solely to fishing. Moreover, it appears that his family is not particularly affluent. Otherwise, he would not have sold the last fish at double the price. This time, the struggle quieted down significantly. Wang Peng took over an hour to gradually drag the fish to the shore. By this point, he was nearly exhausted. It was summer, and he had been engaged in such a tense tug-of-war with the fish. If it were Shen Lang, he felt he would have succumbed long ago. Quickly, help! Shen Lang called out urgently. At that moment, a few individuals rushed to the shore to assist in bringing the fish ashore. Simultaneously, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Wang Peng caught an 8-pound grass carp, multiplied by 16, totaling 128 pounds. Congratulations on earning 102,400 huaxia coins. Congratulations on reeling in a 128-pound grass carp. You have received a doubling card for one day's earnings. Shen Lang was astonished by the subsequent rewards. A doubling card for one day's earnings. Is this what the system referred to regarding the probability of catching fish over 100 pounds? Shen Lang opened the system panel, and indeed, a card lay nestled within the system's inventory. One-day earnings doubling card. Utilizing this card will double the earnings for that day, limited to the cashback amount from the fishing system. Clearly, the card's purpose is evident from its name. However, Shen Lang was torn between using it now or saving it for later. Using it later would undoubtedly maximize his gains. Yet, utilizing it now would certainly accelerate his growth. The acceleration is not particularly significant. After all, doubling the profits in a single day merely equates to gaining an additional day. However, today there were 2 exceptionally large fish caught, which is not something that occurs daily. Moreover, the system has just lifted its restrictions, necessitating funds for upgrades. As Shen Lang began to examine the situation, he discovered that upgrading to a 0.1 multiplier requires 10,000 yuan. This implies that achieving a full multiplier would demand 100,000 yuan, and a tenfold increase would necessitate a staggering 1,000,000 yuan. Shen Lang's entire fortune would merely suffice for a few upgrades. The price hikes are rather outrageous. Pungo, will you sell this fish? I'll buy it at double the market price. At this moment, a young man approached Wang Peng, evidently aware that Wang Peng had previously sold a fish weighing over 50 pounds at twice the price. Seriously? You dare to offer double the market price? I'll give you triple. Are you trying to outbid me? I'll offer 5 times. The young man immediately escalated his bid to 5 times the value. Others in the vicinity contemplated the situation, seemingly calculating their options before reluctantly conceding. All right, you can have it at 5 times the price. According to the market valuation, this fish would amount to nearly 10,000 yuan. Shen Lang found himself utterly bewildered by the world of these wealthy individuals. Determined, Shen Lang stepped forward and declared, although you have purchased the fish, the name on the leaderboard for the colossal catch remains Wang Peng's, for the name belongs to whoever catches the fish. The young man looked taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with Shen Lang's concept of the leaderboard for colossal catches. Shen Lang then raised his voice. I intend to establish a leaderboard for colossal catches. Anyone who reels in a fish weighing over 100 pounds will be eligible. Of course, there will be rewards. The first place will earn 2,000 yuan a week, the second place 1,800 yuan, and so forth. As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, the crowd erupted in discussion. Wow, if I secure the first place, wouldn't that amount to over 8,000 yuan a month? This is far better than a regular job, and I can fish every day. It's simply paradise. Dream on. The current first place holder is that beautiful lady from the morning, and her fish weighed at least 200 pounds. Do you think you can catch something like that? Now, if one were to catch several fish over 100 pounds, wouldn't that be impressive? A voice boomed from the crowd. Shen Lang smiled at the angler and replied, as long as you possess the skill. Feel free to dominate the leaderboard. As Shen Lang's words echoed, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Yet no one noticed Wang Peng's hand suddenly tighten, his expression shifting subtly. Chapter 30. Luxury cars and giant fish, capturing all attention. If I were to monopolize all the rankings by myself, wouldn't that translate to, let me calculate, 3 times 1 equals 3, and 3 times 8 is International Women's Day. And someone has already pulled out a calculator to tally the figures. 10,000 a week, over 40,000 a month. A substantial sum indeed. Wake up, everyone. At the forefront is the excavator accompanied by steel wires. The young man responded, saying, that ranking has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to purchase this fish for show, huh? Naturally, Shen Lang paid no mind to their transactions. As he had promised the fish freedom, once the fish was caught, what they chose to do with it was their own affair. With the transaction complete, Shen Lang prepared to return to the small wooden cabin above. At that moment, Wang Peng called out to him, Boss, can I have a word? Shen Lang looked at him in confusion, but followed Wang Peng to a secluded spot. Wang Peng glanced around to ensure they were alone, then discreetly produced some bait from his pocket, stating, Boss, this bait was what you sold to that beautiful lady earlier. She didn't take it after catching the fish, so I picked it up. Wang Peng gazed at Shen Lang with a hint of astonishment, seemingly seeking an answer from him. Shen Lang found Wang Peng's expression amusing. Yet he noticed the absence of the 3 musketeers today. It seemed they had not come. No wonder he felt as if he were forgetting something. It does have some effect. It's my ancestral secret formula. I hope you won't disclose it to anyone. If you have the time, I can sell you a bit, but 1 pack is 500, and that's non-negotiable. Shen Lang mused before replying. He thought to give a smaller fish to the 3 musketeers and a larger catch to Wang Peng, thus securing 2 waves of endorsers for his reservoir. The same fish return. As long as you can catch it or sell it to others, I will only charge you 500. However, it won't be available every day. Occasionally, I'll provide you with a pack. Do you agree? Thank you, boss, but isn't that. Enough with the pretense. If you keep this up, I won't give you any. I think you can manage to catch 1 or 2 daily with this. More than that might raise suspicions. All right, boss, I understand. Shen Lang naturally valued his fishing prowess. After all, how many ordinary people possess the ability to tackle a 100-pound fish single-handedly? 1 fish a day could easily translate to over 100,000. 2 fish would amount to over 200,000. Just the thought of it filled Shen Lang with delight. Upon returning to the dam, lunch was nearly ready. The kitchen now resembled a grand establishment, spanning around 50 square meters. However, the stove remained a traditional wood-burning one, as firewood was the most abundant resource in these deep mountains. In the days of the older generation, everyone used firewood. It was said that many of these hills were nearly stripped bare. The trees we see today have only grown in the last few decades. Yet, the younger generation has all ventured out, and the elderly can no longer chop wood, leading to an abundance of firewood scattered across the mountains. The forests are now overrun with vines and weeds. Everyone claims that the mountains are now inaccessible, and trying to ascend them leaves one without a path. However, the current plan for the homestay involves developing several hills surrounding the reservoir, which will undoubtedly entail the felling of numerous trees. The larger ones will serve as building materials, while the smaller ones will likely be utilized for firewood. After lunch, the furniture we order has arrived. With ample manpower, the furniture was swiftly transported into the house. Ruolan, I'm going to test the sturdiness of the bed I purchased. Please refrain from calling me unless it's urgent, Shen Lang declared. Yang Ruolan chuckled. Lang Go, if you wish to be lazy, just say so instead of concocting such pretentious excuses. Shen Lang pretended not to hear her, retreated to the inner room, closed the door, and reclined on the bed. How blissful! Shen Lang couldn't help but exclaim. However, it is summer, and it remains somewhat sweltering. It appears an air conditioner is necessary. Organizing someone to take night shifts would also allow for some rest. Shen Lang opened the system panel, preparing to explore how to upgrade. Name, Shen Lang. Age, 25. Bound water area, Shirkwan Reservoir water area size, 17. 201 square meters water depth, 15 meters current fish growth multiplier, 5 to 20 times, the higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current sessions, 560 per day, effective after midnight. Current number of fishers, 216. The multiplier can now be upgraded. and the water area is also in urgent need of enhancement. Currently, his available funds are limited, and having spent some today, he plans to utilize the double card this evening before proceeding with the upgrade. The recent surge in online interest is bound to attract an influx of visitors. How can he effectively manage this wave of traffic? If too many people arrive, his modest reservoir may just burst. Lost in thought, Shen Lang soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. Lu Muqing was in exceptionally high spirits today. Just yesterday, she had been exceedingly furious. The odious boss had the audacity to include the video of her falling into the water in his published footage. This had provided ample fodder for her family's ridicule. Xiaoqing, it's all right if you don't know how to fish. Come with me a few more times and you'll learn. I have many friends who fish. Perhaps you could meet someone suitable along the way. Lu Muqing was incensed, nearly spitting blood. Her father persistently insisted on matchmaking her, and all he could think about was fishing. Dad, I absolutely refuse to go on a blind date with someone whose only ambition is fishing. With that, Lu Muqing stormed out of the house once more. However, this time her intentions were crystal clear. She aimed to redeem herself, to rise again from where she had stumbled. Thus, she returned to Shen Lang's fish pond, determined to catch the large fish that had pulled her down. Upon learning that the boss allowed any method of fishing, she concocted a clever scheme. After purchasing supplies in the city, she initiated her plan. Fishing indeed relies on a measure of luck, especially when it comes to such large fish. Yet, the boss presented her with the same bait he had previously given her, and she immediately began to catch fish. Moreover, they were all sizable catches. This aroused her keen suspicion that the bait was somehow flawed. On her return journey, she pondered meticulously and realized that there was indeed something amiss with the reservoir. The last time she fished there, the expanse of water was merely a fraction of what it was now. How could a single rainfall cause such a dramatic surge? Moreover, although the fish atop her car had not been weighed, they must weigh close to 200 pounds. 200 pounds of silver carp. While not entirely implausible, the fish that had previously pulled her into the water was certainly not this one. This suggested the presence of an additional 200 pounds of grass carp or blue carp. How could that be possible? The more Lu Muqing contemplated, the more she felt that the location was imbued with an air of the extraordinary. She decided it was best for her inept father to first receive an education from the colossal fish before she embarked on her own gradual exploration of the secrets that lay there. With this thought, she quickened her pace, her eagerness to return home reaching a fever pitch. After navigating the mountain roads, she entered the county town, where she felt countless eyes upon her. Whether from passers-by or vehicles cruising by, many directed their gaze towards her, with a significant number even taking out their phones to capture the moment. Cars pulled alongside her, incessantly honking their horns, seemingly urging her to pause. At last, Lu Muqing understood why those anglers relished displaying their catches on their vehicles while parading through the streets. This spectacle was undeniably captivating. The attention she garnered was overwhelming. Chapter 31. Brother Lang. I feel we've been shortchanged. Perhaps we should raise the fishing fees? However, Lu Muqing was not in the mood to engage with these individuals and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. A few hours later, she returned to her home, a magnificent villa. Before arriving, she called her fishing enthusiast father, urging him to come home, promising a monumental surprise. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she began to honk the horn loudly. Beep, beep, beep. Before long, a handsome middle-aged man emerged from the villa. He paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight of a familiar vehicle adorned with a massive fish. Realizing the surprise his daughter had mentioned, he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, Lu Muqing stepped out of the car, teasingly asking Dad, "What do you think of this surprise?" Lu Zhonghua approached, astonished. "Did you catch this?" he exclaimed, circling the vehicle in disbelief. "Who else could it be?" Lu Muqing replied, her expression radiating pride. He glanced from the enormous fish to his delicate daughter, asserting, "No way, it's absolutely impossible that you caught this." Lu Muqing remained unfazed and pulled out her phone, opening Douyin to show a video. "Here, take a look at your leisure." Lu Zhonghua took the phone, still viewing Lu Muqing with skepticism. However, after watching for a while, he chuckled. You, there's no way you fished like this. The joy of fishing lies in the experience, not in boasting about the catch. I thoroughly enjoyed the process, and the envious glances from others along the way. Aren't those your ultimate goals? Lu Muqing countered, "This is an outright insult to our fishing craft." Lu Zhonghua returned the phone, retorting, "I'm currently the undisputed champion of the great fish list. acknowledged by all. The great fish list? A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Zhonghua's eyes. That reservoir's ranking only includes fish over 100 pounds, and I'm in first place. Lu Muqing gestured with a finger, emphasizing her point. What nonsense. Just wait until I bring in some experts to dethrone your title. Lu Muqing smirked, having achieved her objective. Excellent, I welcome your challenge, she declared with pride, striding toward the house. Today had been exhausting, and she desperately needed a rejuvenating nap. From behind, Lu Zhonghua called out, "Aren't you going to clean that fish? If you don't, it will spoil." Lu Muqing turned back, saying, "Just leave a few moments for you to snap some photos to flaunt." With that, she entered the house without a backward glance. Lu Zhonghua shook his head helplessly, yet he couldn't help but be astonished by the fish. It must weigh at least 200 pounds. Having fished in countless locations, he had never encountered a freshwater fish of such magnitude. After a moment's reflection, he took out his phone, capturing a few images to share in a group chat. "Look at the giant fish my daughter caught. Impressive, isn't it?" The group consists of only a handful of individuals, a close-knit team of fishing enthusiasts, predominantly composed of affluent entrepreneurs or individuals of similar standing. Generally, ordinary folk are unable to gain entry into this exclusive circle. "Oh, is the online celebrity here? That young lady who fishes with an excavator. She is your daughter, isn't she?" Lu Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback by this comment. He had intended to boast, but he was astonished to discover that this matter had become widely known. Impressive, Mr. Lu. Like father, like daughter. Indeed, it was remarkable. He admired his daughter's character. If it weren't for my son's lack of talent, I would have considered an alliance between our families. Clearly, this news had spread throughout the fishing community. While many scoffed at Lu Muqing's fishing methods, they nonetheless acknowledged the boldness of her actions. "I've heard there's a leaderboard for catching massive fish, requiring a weight of over 100 pounds to qualify. I'm eager to conquer it. Would you care to join me?" Lu Zhonghua proposed. "I suspect your daughter has inspired you, huh? Count me in. I've been wanting to check it out, but I've been too busy with work lately. Delegate the company matters to your subordinates. Shall we set a date?" "Absolutely. It's been too long since we fished together." After chatting for a while, Lu Zhonghua put away his phone, smiling. However, upon noticing the fish in the BMW, his expression soured. He promptly took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, CEO Montag. Please come to my house. I have a fish to send to the hotel staff for a meal." "What? One fish isn't enough? This one weighs 200 pounds. Meanwhile, Shen Lang enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening to find it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The luxury of laziness felt delightful. He rose and stepped outside, where the aroma of rice wafted from the kitchen. The place had transformed into the village's communal dining hall, with fewer people cooking at home. Even the elderly, in their 70s and 80s, insisted on walking here to eat rather than having family members bring meals to them. Consequently, a few older gentlemen were seated in the corridor of the small wooden house, engaged in conversation. "Third uncle, second uncle, you've arrived. Little Lang, we haven't seen you for a while. Where have you been?" Shen Lang hesitated, pondering whether to confess his idleness. "Just busy over there. You all take a break while I check on things." With that, he slipped away. Upon reaching the reservoir, he observed that everyone was gradually returning with their catches. It was essential to start bringing in the fish now, as time was of the essence. They were returning their catches first, intending to fish again later. Shen Lang surveyed the situation, and perhaps spurred by the day's excitement of catching larger fish, many anglers had opted for hefty bait. Thus, catches weighing only a few pounds seemed scarce compared to the previous day. However, there were indeed more fish in the 20 to 30 pound range. This could be attributed to an increase in catch rates and the refresh rates associated with fishing. Shen Lang descended and, feeling it inappropriate to linger idly, decided to assist with the returns. He busied himself until 5:30, finally completing the task of returning the fish. "Good afternoon." It seems that Wang Peng did not utilize the remaining bait, resulting in the catch of only one fish weighing approximately 60 pounds. In total, 6 fish over 50 pounds were caught today, along with 2 exceeding 100 pounds. In this endeavor, Shen Lang amassed over 400,000, and with the smaller catches, the system returned more than 200,000. Today's total earnings approached 700,000, marking it as the most fruitful day thus far. Shen Lang promptly activated a doubling card, causing today's total to soar to 1.5 million. The balance in Shen Lang's bank account has surpassed the 2 million mark. Gazing at the balance, he felt a pang of regret, knowing he would soon be spending this money. Yet, despite the discomfort, the desire to earn more necessitated system upgrades as the sole path forward. The higher the multiplier, the greater the profits. Even in the absence of smaller fish, it mattered little. Based on today's earnings, those 2 large fish compensated for all the small fish returns. Brother Lang, did we incur a loss today? Yang Runin inquired during lunch. Although the figures indicated a greater sum than yesterday, those 2 substantial fish had been taken away. Not all. If you consider it that way, the traffic generated by those 2 fish is invaluable, Shen Lang replied. Should I tell you that I earned over 1 million? This amount is negligible. Brother Lang, I believe we should raise the entry fee a bit. Over 400 yuan is too inexpensive. Yang Ruolan suggested. Indeed, it is time for an increase, Shen Lang pondered thoughtfully. Let us set it to 560 yuan for tomorrow, he stated with conviction. Ah, is that all we're raising it by? Chapter 32. The system has been upgraded. Please fulfill the prerequisites. Shen Lang lamented. Did he not desire advancement? Was he truly in control of his own fate? However, as soon as Shen Lang uttered these words, a realization struck him. Today was the day he was to upgrade the system. The cost would inevitably fluctuate. Let me ponder this and inform you by tomorrow morning, Shen Lang added. I believe charging 1 or 2,000 a day for such a large fish is not unreasonable, Yang Ruolan remarked. Such a steep price would deter anyone from fishing. Shen Lang retorted, incredulous. Surely the system's assessments cannot be flawed. Master Wu has a reputation for large fish. Many would flock here, making it necessary to raise prices to regulate the influx. Shen Lang shot him a disapproving glance. In the future, avoid associating with Master Wu. He is not to be trusted. Why? He seems quite amiable, a major influencer with no airs about him. Because others are vying for your attention. Is my cousin truly so naive as to not perceive this? Master Wu's intentions are glaringly apparent. You, a prominent influencer, linger here endlessly. Is that so? No. Tomorrow I shall have a serious discussion with him. After dinner, Shen Lang organized the evening's affairs. Tents could not be pitched at the reservoir. If these individuals wished to stay overnight, they must either return to the county or seek lodging in the nearby village. This was a non-negotiable directive. Yet, confusion lingered among the group. They questioned why it was permissible a few days prior, but not today. Was it truly expected to rain heavily tonight? Akin to the day the roads were washed away? Everyone must comply. What if a torrential downpour occurs, and they're swept away? Shen Lang could only express his reasoning delicately. Brother Lang, your justification seems rather flimsy. The weather forecast predicts sunshine for the coming days. Yang Ruolan interjected with a smirk. Even if it is tenuous, it remains a reason, does it not? For the moment, Shen Lang's words held weight, despite the group's ignorance of his true motivations. They complied nonetheless. Suddenly, Shen Lang called out to Shen Feng. Hey Feng, weren't the renovation companies supposed to come to inspect the site today? Were they? Shen Feng paused and replied. They came, but they said this space was too large for them to design. They took a look and left. So I didn't disturb you. Shen Lang was at a loss for words. Well, at least they had the self-awareness to decline. Yet, he lacked resources in this area. He was hesitant to engage with unfamiliar designers. The renowned designers online charged fees that were beyond Shen Lang's financial reach. The markup was excessive and impractical. He felt a pang of frustration. If the design could not be realized, subsequent plans would be stalled. Although Shen Lang often perceived himself as impoverished, his current daily income suggested that if he could secure initial funding, subsequent financial matters would be trivial. With a daily target of 500,000 that amounted to 15 million monthly, nearly 2 small targets annually. Moreover, the system continued to evolve, and the future potential for profit was incalculable. These projects must commence without delay. The villagers have been communicating with the campers who are avid fishermen. However, the results have proven less than satisfactory. After all, the rationale provided by Shen Lang is hardly agreeable to a reasonable person. As time slipped away, Shen Lang approached and called out loudly. Our prohibition on camping here is solely for everyone's safety. I hope for your cooperation. If you choose not to comply, Brother Bai Sheng, please take note of those who refuse, and they will be placed on the blacklist. They are not welcome here. Bai Sheng immediately acquiesced, affirming, understood. Those who do not cooperate will be blacklisted. Among those who came to camp, who isn't a seasoned fishing enthusiast. Although they were quite displeased with Shen Lang's rigidity and his absurd reasoning, the fear of being blacklisted weighed heavily on them. The astonishing catch of the day had left a significant impression, and they yearned to reel in a colossal fish weighing hundreds of pounds for the thrill of it. Consequently, some began to pack their belongings and return to the county town, while others sought lodging within the village. Within an hour, only a few of the village's young remained. Brother Bai Sheng, please ensure that no one arrives here before midnight. By 12, you should head home as well. Shen Lang reassured them. Rest assured, we'll handle it. Bai Sheng declared confidently, and the others echoed their agreement. Having delegated his responsibilities, Shen Lang returned home. Once in bed, he activated the system to allocate points. Although the current funds appeared ample, they were scarcely sufficient against the insatiable beast that is the system. Shen Lang first opted to expand the reservoir's area, believing that the price would inevitably increase once a certain size was reached. Indeed, upon reaching an area of 50,000 square meters, the price surged to 20 per square meter, doubling the previous rate. Shen Lang decided to halt further investments, as 50,000 square meters would suffice for the time being. Next, he contemplated whether it would be more advantageous to increase the upper limit or the lower limit for upgrades. A higher upper limit could result in a premium multiplier fish, sending prices soaring. Conversely, a higher lower limit would elevate the overall weight of the catch. After some reflection, Shen Lang concluded that, from a profitability perspective, enhancing the lower limit was undoubtedly the more prudent choice. After all, even if the upper limit rose significantly, it would be futile if they failed to catch anything. In contrast, a higher lower limit would consistently yield fish of that caliber, substantially improving overall profits. Ultimately, Shen Lang decided to allocate 1 million points to the lower limit and 700,000 points to the upper limit. To his surprise, upon investing 1 million points in the lower limit, it transformed to gray. The system promptly alerted him, please fulfill the prerequisite conditions. It was evident that he needed to max out the upper limit before determining the weight of the fish caught. With the remaining funds, Shen Lang planned to arrange for several truckloads of fish to be delivered the following day. He realized that without purchasing fish, he would feel quite embarrassed to accept any payments. Name, Shen Lang. Age, 25 bound water area. Shirkwan Reservoir water surface area, 50,000 square meters, effective after 12 p.m. Water depth, 31 meters, effective after 12 p.m. Current fish growth multiplier, 15 to 27 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current fishing sessions, 160 per day, effective after 12 p.m. Current number of fishers, none with the current average weight of fish. If a fisher manages to catch just one, they will be assured a profit. However, the system's assessments remain remarkably accurate, leading it to predict that tomorrow many anglers will fail to catch even a single fish. This implies that a significant portion will return empty-handed, let alone hope to reel in a colossal specimen. Such an outcome is clearly not what Shen Lang envisions. Moreover, the bait provided by the system seems insufficient for such an expansive area. The medium-sized bait from yesterday yielded merely a modest increase in earnings, and although it remains unused, relying on bait to attract the fish from the underground river will take numerous days to recuperate the losses. This situation is bound to dampen the enthusiasm of the anglers in the coming days. While the recent surge in reservoir water levels is understandable, it will inevitably slow down Shen Lang's profit-making plans. Previously, he could earn 500,000 a day, but now it is likely to dwindle to merely a few 100,000, with the possibility of not even reaching 100,000. Additionally, the variety of fish in the reservoir has diminished, or perhaps the available fish have become too inexpensive. Shen Lang yearns for a rare and high-priced fish, as the system's cashback is contingent upon market prices. For instance, one of China's 4 famous fish, the mandarin fish, is what he seeks. Chapter 33 Shaoqing. Why did you send me a photo? Although the individual size of the mandarin fish is modest, its price is exorbitant, often ranging from dozens to hundreds of yuan per pound. Have you ever seen a mandarin fish weighing 20 to 30 pounds? Such a specimen could fetch tens of thousands in the market. The system could easily yield profits in the realm of hundreds of thousands. Moreover, fishing enthusiasts find it relatively easy to catch fish of that size. Shen Lang realized he had stumbled upon a golden opportunity for wealth. In the future, he would seek out those precious fish to invest in, as the system imposed no theoretical limits. Lost in thought, Shen Lang felt a surge of excitement. I'm truly a genius. Having taken a nap during the day, he felt no fatigue. Shen Lang opened a couple of games, but soon found them utterly uninteresting. He recognized that playing games was a tremendous waste of time, perhaps because the sudden influx of wealth had left his mind in turmoil. In truth, Shen Lang felt as though he were engaged in a simulation game in real life. That money was merely a string of numbers. After all, 2 million today could vanish in an instant. Shen Lang opened WeChat and inadvertently spotted a profile picture. Was this the beauty-s WeChat? Lu Muqing, if he recalled correctly. He instinctively clicked on the profile picture and browsed her moments. Lu Muqing's moments were quite simple. There were no glamorous selfies, no picturesque travel photos. Most of the posts related to her work. Shen Lang scrolled through and quickly lost interest. Not a single selfie. He had hoped to admire the beauty-s photos. Just as he was about to close the app, one post captured his attention. On June 7th, 2020, the hotel design project in Sea City has been completed. Thanks to the dedication of the design team, this project is expected to commence at the end of the year and be completed by next year. Wishing for a smooth construction process, examining Lu Muqing's moments more closely, Shen Lang discovered that her company was Tianqing Group, a hotel and real estate firm. He had been pondering where to find a designer, and here was a ready-made resource. Thus, Shen Lang sent her a message. Miss Lu, are you there? Before long, a reply arrived. Who are you? Well, how curious. She did not even recognize who had just added her today. You must be joking. I just caught a fish with the excavator today, and you've already forgotten? Oh, I forgot to save your contact. Is there something you need? Shen Lang pondered for a moment and decided it would be best to ask directly, given their unfamiliarity. I would like to develop my reservoir. Do you have resources related to design? How do you intend to develop it? By developing the surrounding hills and constructing a few hundred-room goose houses, several hundred kilometers away. Lu Muqing shifted slightly on her sofa, a hint of disdain curling her lips. What could possibly be worth developing in that remote area, solely relying on that fish pond? Wait a moment, that fish pond. Initially scrolling through Douyin, she had realized that the buzz surrounding the reservoir was rather alarming. The excitement surrounding her excavator fishing incident was soaring. Perhaps there was indeed potential. I summoned our company's design team to come and take a look. You may convey your requirements to them. Shen Lang felt a surge of joy. Indeed, he had found the right approach, and it was effortless. I'm immensely grateful, but could you possibly ask them to arrive promptly? Tomorrow would be ideal, as I am in a bit of a hurry. Lu Muqing, somewhat exasperated, replied, Do you think this is a marketplace? Very well. Please leave your phone number, and I shall forward it to them. Shen Lang sent his number over. Realizing he was at a loss for words, uncertain whether to continue the conversation or simply say goodbye, Shen Lang was not particularly adept at socializing. About those individuals you mentioned coming here, where would they fish? I am uncertain. Let me send you a photo, and you can keep an eye out. In the next moment, a photograph arrived. It depicted a handsome middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to Lu Muqing. Could he be a relative? What is your connection to this person? Shen Lang inquired, filled with curiosity. That is none of your concern. I have matters to attend to. So I must end our conversation here. Shen Lang was taken aback. Was such a blatant excuse necessary to end the discussion? All right, you carry on, he replied casually. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Muqing was startled by a voice from behind her. Xiaoqing, why did you send me that photo? Lu Muqing quickly tucked her phone away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I didn't send anything, Dad. You must be mistaken. Your father may be aging, but he is not blind. Lu Zhonghua retorted with a scoff. Your mother passed away early, and I've managed quite well on my own. I have no need for you to find me a companion. I barely have enough time to fish, let alone pursue romance. Lu Muqing sighed in relief at this point, while rolling her eyes. Dad, how can you say that? My brother and I are busy with the company's affairs all day, while you spend your time fishing as if the company were idle. What else should I do? I worked hard to build this enterprise, and now that I am older, shouldn't I be allowed to rest and enjoy the fruits of my labor? Lu Zhonghua asserted confidently. But you're only 48. The retirement age is over 60 now. Lu Muqing replied incredulously. See, you're provoking me again. I painstakingly raised you both to be successful, and now that I can finally rest, I find my daughter pressuring me to work. Lu Zhonghua feigned injury. Lu Muqing was utterly speechless. All right, you rest then. Didn't you mention something about conquering that gigantic leaderboard of mine? When you plan to go? We shall set off tomorrow. Await our good news. As Shen Lang pondered that, while this woman was indeed beautiful, he resolutely decided against marrying her. He received another message. Tomorrow he will come. If you help me accomplish this task, I shall waive the design fee from your end. Upon reading this, Shen Lang thought, oh, such a delightful offer. A simple task can lead to a waiver on the design fee. He was well aware that the fees from such a design team were no trivial sum. Rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. Shen Lang believed that if a task were to be accomplished, it ought to be executed with finesse. Consequently, he reached out to a fish-selling company, requesting them to deliver several trucks of large fish early the next morning. Fish weighing between 10 to 20 pounds would suffice, ensuring a minimum return of 15-fold, totaling over 300 pounds. Shen Lang could vividly envision the scene of that middle-aged man being pulled into the water by the colossal fish. The specific species mattered little. The weight was what counted. In the future, he hoped to introduce more fish to enhance the fish density in the reservoir, ideally allowing each angler to enjoy an abundant catch. Brother Lang, we've gone viral. While Shen Lang was lost in his reverie, Yang Rulin knocked on his door. What fire? Haven't our videos always been popular? Shen Lang replied with a hint of impatience as he opened the door. Standing at the threshold, Yang Rulin appeared quite exhilarated. Brother Lang, you must see. Our video has been featured in a report by Sea City. Upon glancing at the report, Shen Lang confirmed that indeed, the news highlighted their fishing escapades with an excavator. The follower base of Sea City's reports reached into the tens of millions. The number of likes on this video had surged to over 100,000 in a remarkably short period. It seemed this video had not been posted long ago. Chapter 34. Hundreds of thousands of giant fish released into the reservoir. Schools of colossal fish. Meanwhile, the video featuring Shen Lang and his companions has garnered merely a few 100,000 likes. Master Wu's video received slightly more, totaling just over 200,000 likes. Should the situation escalate, it might even trend. However, Shen Lang harbors doubts about the merits of such sudden fame. After all, the reservoir is a rather confined space. An influx of visitors serves little purpose. Anglers are welcome, yet he worries about the spectators merely seeking entertainment. If granted 6 months, he could transform this place into a tourist haven, but the current surge in traffic is of no benefit. Nonetheless, this is beyond Shen Lang's control. If they come, they come. Unfamiliar with the grandeur of the world, let them revel in their newfound excitement. Shen Lang remarked nonchalantly, as expected of Brother Lang. Your calm demeanor is truly remarkable. Yang Rulin teased. Brother has always been composed. Enough of this, it's late. Time for bed. Shen Lang gently pushed Yang Rulin away and closed the door. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 10. He called Shen Bisheng, instructing him to come down promptly by 12. Then, he lay down and drifted into slumber. Later that night, Shen Lang was jolted awake by the rumble of thunder, followed by a torrential downpour. He couldn't ascertain how long it lasted, but he certainly spent the night in a restless state, frequently disturbed by the cacophony of thunder and rain. Little Lang, wake up. The road has been washed away. Shen Lang, still groggy, heard someone knocking at the door. He absent-mindedly replied, coming. Checking his phone, he noted it was 5:50. Shen Lang got up and opened the door to find his uncle standing there, visibly anxious. Upon seeing Shen Lang, his uncle exclaimed, with such heavy rain yesterday, I feared a repeat of our previous troubles. As soon as the rain ceased, I went to check, and the spot that washed away last time has collapsed again. Shen Lang had anticipated such an occurrence. The area above is a depression, and even light rain usually causes some runoff. A deluge of this magnitude would surely result in damage. What surprised him was that the rain had only just stopped, implying it had poured for over 5 hours. Isn't the excavator operator residing in the village? Call him in. We need to start repairs immediately, especially since the fish will be arriving soon. All right, I'll go fetch him. His uncle replied quickly before departing. Shen Lang, now fully awake, followed him outside. The dawn was breaking, as summer mornings tend to brighten early. Many people had likely never risen this early, unaware that by 6 o'clock, the sun was already up. As Shen Lang stepped outside, he noticed numerous individuals were already awake, including those anglers who had taken shelter here. They wore expressions of astonishment. When warned not to camp due to predicted heavy rain, they had been skeptical. They placed their trust in science, believing the weather forecast that promised a starlit night. But this was no ordinary rain. It seemed as if the heavens were pouring forth torrents. Many individuals spent the entire night yesterday gazing out at the rain through their windows. The apocalyptic scene was etched into their memories forever. Even now, the mountains continue to rumble as torrents cascade down. Boss, you truly possess an uncanny ability. How did you foresee the rain last night? The arrival of Shen Lang piqued everyone's interest, and a fisherman approached him, inquiring, Shen Lang feignet profundity starting. You may not be aware of our family's secret. The Shen clan once possessed the ability to glimpse the mysteries of the heavens. However, due to the weight of our knowledge, we retreated here to live in seclusion. Perhaps this rain is a form of retribution for our family. Wow, you have such secrets here. I knew that last night's rain was extraordinary. It was truly terrifying. The other villagers regarded Shen Lang with puzzled expressions. Were we like this before? How come we never knew? Shen Lang cleared his throat and said, It is still early. You should all rest a bit longer. I will head to the reservoir to take a look. Hearing about the reservoir, the fisherman eagerly chimed in. Who can sleep now? Let us all go together to see how the reservoir has fared after such heavy rain. Enthusiasm surged as a group set off towards the reservoir. Due to the recent cessation of rain, many ditches were still quite full, as not all the water flowed into the reservoir. Fortunately, the drainage system was reasonably well designed. Otherwise, the houses might have been inundated. Before long, they arrived at the top of the dam. Wow, it has risen so much. This must be a joke. This is outrageous. The difference between 17,000 square meters and 50,000 square meters was no trivial matter. However, in comparison to the entire dam, it was relatively minor, as the dam itself stood several dozen meters tall, stretching hundreds of meters in length. Shen Lang was uncertain of the total area that could be accommodated, given the winding contours of the mountains within. When a system was contracted previously, it must have accounted for the area that the reservoir would eventually encompass. One day, it might even be possible to navigate a boat within it. Perhaps this was also why the system selected this location, as the area is indeed quite expansive. While the crowd marveled, the excavator operator had already begun repairing the road. Shen Lang followed suit, contemplating how to fortify that segment of the road to prevent collapse in the future, as many visits will be necessary during subsequent upgrades to the waterway. Upon reaching the location where the road had crossed, Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the damage was not as severe as before. It was merely the sheer volume of water that had washed away the surface soil. Perhaps the road had been repaired not long ago, and the soil had not yet settled. The large stones placed below remained steadfast and unmoved. In the future, constructing a sturdy embankment and solidifying the road surface with proper drainage should pose no significant issue. It should not take long to restore it to its former state. Master, soon a large vehicle will pass. Please pile up some stones without using any soil on top. Shen Lang went up to communicate with the master, who responded with an approving gesture. The excavator operator had been in high spirits these past few days, working with great enthusiasm. After all, who wouldn't be delighted earning 70,000 in a single day? It felt akin to a windfall. The master hummed a cheerful tune as he commenced his tasks. After more than an hour, a new road began to take shape. At that moment, Yang Ruling called. Langu, how will the fishing fees be collected today? Didn't you say you would inform me this morning? Shen Lang nearly forgot, but had an experiment to conduct first. Wait a moment. Please do not collect the fees yet. Let them hold on for a bit. Shen Lang dialed the fish seller's number to inquire about the delivery status. They had arranged for the fish to arrive around 7 o'clock, and it was now already 10 minutes past. The seller replied, We are almost there. You mentioned taking the road upward at the fork, right? We are nearing the intersection. Shen Lang looked down and indeed saw several vehicles turning from that direction. The seller was quite punctual. Of course, I hardly slept last night, staying up late to deliver. Shen Lang chuckled, ended the call, and waited for their arrival. Chapter 35. The rod is broken? My apologies, I forgot to mention, the fish have upgraded. When the team arrived, Shen Lang hitched a ride to the reservoir. He ordered a total of 4 truckloads of fish, 2 truckloads of large fish, each weighing between 10 to 20 pounds, and 2 truckloads of medium fish, weighing 5 to 10 pounds. As for the small fish, Shen Lang chose not to purchase them, for they were plentiful in the reservoir. However, the challenge lay in how to release them. The height from the edge was rather daunting. Ultimately, a solution emerged. Fortunately, after yesterday's rain, a substantial flow of water was present nearby. An excavator was employed to carve a path, allowing the trucks to proceed. enabling the fish to swim into the reservoir along the current. As the fish entered the reservoir, Shen Lang activated the system panel, watching as the daily figure of 160 gradually transformed. It climbed steadily to 240. Goodness, over 200,000 fish, and this is all the increase I see? Yet, contemplating the vastness of the reservoir, Shen Lang could only sigh in resignation. Perhaps the modest increase was due to the predominance of larger fish. This also validated another of Shen Lang's hypotheses. Prior to implementing charges, releasing fish directly resulted in immediate increases. Once fees commenced, however, one would have to wait until the following day for the effect to manifest. After a little over an hour had passed since the release of the fish, the clock struck 8. Unbeknownst to him, the area had become densely populated with people. Preliminary estimates suggested that by 8 o'clock, at least 200 to 300 individuals had gathered. Thankfully, a significant section had been excavated for parking in recent days. Otherwise, the influx of visitors would have led to a complete traffic jam. Today's rate was set at 240 per day. Yang Rulin was startled. 240? Weren't we just informed that it would rise to 560? Wasn't there a discussion about a gradual increase? What are you staring at? Get to work, Shen Lang shouted, approaching the wooden hut and seizing the loudspeaker. He sincerely apologized for the wait, explaining that due to the recent rise in water levels, he was lowering the price to 240 per day to ensure everyone could catch fish. Payments could be made via scanning a code, and they would inspect each participant individually. He urged everyone to cooperate. Given the overwhelming number of people, especially in the morning, Yang Rulin suggested that patrons pay first to secure their fishing spots, followed by an orderly inspection. This would alleviate congestion at the site. Shen Lang deemed this a wise approach and readily adopted it. With such a crowd, collecting payments individually could take an eternity, and this plan effectively addressed the issue. For now, this solution was practical. Improvements could be considered later. They were a makeshift team, adapting as best they could. Boss, do you look down on us? Afraid we can't catch any fish? Indeed, do you think we lack the skill? We will outfish you in no time. Shen Lang was speechless, having never before encountered demands for price increases. If you possess the ability to best me, do so. Just don't lament when the time comes. Shen Lang directly employed the provocative strategy from the 36 stratagems, igniting the enthusiasm of the fishermen, who eagerly prepared for action. Once the fishermen had descended to the water, the others began to partake in breakfast. The cafeteria intended to serve breakfast, yet there was no one capable of making dumplings or buns, and given the bustling schedule, no one was willing to rise early, leading to the abandonment of the idea. However, while everyone was enjoying their meal, more visitors continued to arrive rapidly. Vehicles lined up at the temporary parking lot, and individuals began to approach. Just as Shen Lang had anticipated, many of today's attendees were not there for fishing. They were likely drawn by videos circulating online, coming to witness the excitement. By 10 a.m., the area was bustling with people. Although it wasn't overwhelmingly crowded, the presence of many was certainly notable. Xiao Lang, the billboard has arrived. Come and see where it's installed. Shen Feng called out to Shen Lang. What billboard? Are we running ads? Shen Lang inquired, puzzled. Shen Feng slapped his forehead. Oh, right. It's the giant leaderboard made by the advertising company. Go take a look at where it's installed. Without hesitation, Shen Lang followed Shen Feng over. The leaderboard, which should have been set up earlier, had faced delays due to the absence of suitable trees for hanging. Consequently, the advertising company created a steel frame instead. In a race against time, the advertising company efficiently procured some stage scaffolding for the task. Soon, the leaderboard was hung up. The overall design was quite minimalist, featuring a green background with a touch of embellishment and the title Giant Leaderboard boldly inscribed above it, accompanied by explanations and reward details. Currently, only 2 names grace the leaderboard, Lu Muqing and Wang Peng. However, these names were affixed later, as the leaderboard was bound to change frequently and could not be updated with every single alteration. Once the leaderboard was secured, a crowd quickly gathered around it, pointing and discussing animatedly. Wow, the first place on the leaderboard earns 2,000 yuan each week and can win multiple times. Those skilled enough could potentially forego their jobs. Do you think it's that simple? Have you noticed there are only 2 names on the leaderboard? The first place must be that excavator fisherman. I came here just to have a look after watching that video. Exactly, I did too. 192 Gene. Just a few more would make it 200. That's impressive. Clearly, the crowd was quite intrigued by the leaderboard, with many snapping photos to share on social media. At that moment, another small truck arrived. An air chute jumped out of the passenger seat. Shen Lang, come help out. Shen Lang approached and peered into the cargo area, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's packed to the brim with goods." Several shelves were securely tied down, indicating that air chute had emptied someone's wholesale stock. An array of snacks, beverages, and tobacco was available. Shen Lang wasted no time, rallying everyone to assist in unloading. With the current foot traffic, a small convenience store could indeed sell a substantial amount of products in a single day. Shen Lang held a certain disdain, yet for his uncle's family, this represented a considerable source of income. There was a plethora of items to manage, but fortunately, there were also many hands to assist. In less than half an hour, everything was transported indoors. The shelves were arranged, and it was time to display the goods. During their efforts, several customers had already arrived to make purchases. Judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that water was the most sought-after commodity. Although this area housed a reservoir, there was no direct source of potable water. The villagers relied on water sourced from a distant stream, which was quite far away. However, not everyone could readily accept drinking this mountain spring water. Just as they finished their tasks, a commotion erupted below. The individuals above the reservoir turned their gaze downward, and many began to make their way down. Clearly intrigued by some unfolding event, Shen Lang stepped aside to observe and quickly deduced the situation. Wang Peng had likely utilized the remaining bait and hooked a sizable fish. Shen Lang regrettably remembered that he had forgotten to inform him that nearly half of the fish today were formidable specimens. Indeed, it was not long before a loud exclamation pierced the air. Oh no! The rod had snapped. What a pity! That fish was simply too massive. Several individuals were unable to hold on. Shen Lang could only silently mourn the loss, feeling quite apologetic for having neglected to share this crucial detail. Chapter 36, 240 a day. How remarkably inexpensive. Is it not 240 an hour? Indeed, Wang Peng encountered a considerable setback this morning. The outcries of despair were incessant today. However, Wang Peng persevered for an extended period, with several individuals assisting him this time. Yet his fishing rod proved inadequate. It shattered entirely. Shen Lang deemed it essential to erect another advertisement. Giant Wonderland, no small rods allowed. It is advisable to utilize rebar. Uncle's convenience store could also stock some fishing rods. After all, those who experienced a rod breakage would surely strive to regain their dignity. But with no rods available, must one resort to fishing with one's bare hands? The suggestion of using rebar is, in fact, a jest. Is rebar truly effective for fishing? The answer is a resounding no. A fishing rod typically spans several meters, while rebar, let alone several meters, is quite unwieldy even at 2 meters. Moreover, it lacks flexibility, making the process of reeling in fish exceedingly difficult. This is merely a light-hearted jest within the fishing community. Shen Lang sought out Shen Feng to share his thoughts, encouraging the group to voice their ideas for collective consideration. He then summoned the advertising company to join in. With so many people present, it would be remiss not to incorporate a touch of internet celebrity flair. Perhaps something akin to, "I miss you so much at XXX." While Shen Lang and his companions were engaged in casual conversation, a commotion arose at the dam. Shen Lang looked up. Goodness, such a plethora of luxury vehicles. 6 opulent cars gracefully approached the dam, each worth millions. The first was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, followed by a Bentley. These were the types of cars Shen Lang had only witnessed in ostentatious television dramas. Who on earth had arrived here to flaunt their wealth? As the vehicles came to a gentle halt, the drivers emerged from within. They circled around to the rear door, opening it, and placing their hands upon the frame. These drivers, impeccably dressed in suits, exuded an air of sophistication, just as Shen Lang imagined that those stepping out of the cars would be cigar-smoking tycoons clad in fine suits. Each vehicle revealed a middle-aged man dressed in casual attire. Donning a sun hat, they bore the unmistakable aura of retired officials on vacation. Brother Lang, we've hit the jackpot here. Who are these influential figures? Shen Lang, of course, had no knowledge of their identities. After all, he was worlds apart from the circle of individuals who drove such cars. However, he suddenly squinted his eyes, realizing that one of the middle-aged men looked strikingly familiar. Shen Lang promptly retrieved his phone and opened the image that Lu Muqing had sent him. Indeed, it was he. This certainly didn't imply that this middle-aged man was wealthy. Yet, considering Lu Muching drove an M8. It was quite reasonable that the individual she fancied would be behind the wheel of a Rolls-Royce. With the principal personage in attendance, it was only fitting to extend a greeting. Shen Lang informed those around him before making his way toward the gathering. The affluent middle-aged men had congregated, standing by the reservoir engaged in conversation. As Shen Lang approached, he overheard the distinguished middle-aged man in the photograph saying to his companion, "Old M.O., you are indeed fortunate to inquire with the right person regarding the reservoir." A man named Lao M.O. chuckled and remarked, "In my youth, I participated in the construction of this very reservoir." The middle-aged individuals nearby perked up with interest, turning their attention to Lao M.O., who, without hesitation, began his tale. Shen Lang, intrigued by the unfolding narrative, refrained from interrupting and opted to listen attentively. This reservoir, you see, was once a monumental undertaking. Although this region experienced considerable rainfall, there was no sizable reservoir to speak of. Thus, this site was chosen to serve as a water source for several neighboring counties. Observe the lofty mountains and their continuous peaks. I recall when the reservoir was filled to capacity, it stretched over several dozen kilometers, resembling a vast lake. The listeners were captivated. "But why is it diminished to such a small pond now?" inquired a dashing middle-aged man, gesturing towards the reservoir below. Strangely enough, in the subsequent years, the water level of the reservoir declined annually until only a mere trickle remained. At that time, the technical experts dove beneath the surface to investigate. Can you guess what they discovered? Lao M.O., sensing their eagerness, was urged by the others to continue without delay. It turned out that there lay an underground lake of unknown depth beneath, where all the water had drained away, leading to an uncharted subterranean river. An underground lake? Are you implying that there is emptiness beneath our feet? One listener exclaimed. All right, enough of the stories. We are here to check the leaderboard. Where is it? Let's go have a look. Shen Lang, intrigued by the complete narrative of the reservoir, pondered whether he should approach the group when his phone rang. Upon answering, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Shen Lang? A male voice inquired. Shen Lang was puzzled. Who could this be? Perhaps another telemarketer? I am a designer from Tianqing Group. We have arrived at the dam of your reservoir. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang looked around, eager to spot them. Indeed, near the parking lot, he saw a young man on his phone, occasionally glancing around. Beside him stood several colleagues, confirming his assumption. I see you. I shall be right there. With pressing matters at hand, Shen Lang paid no heed to the affluent individuals nearby and made his way toward them. Meanwhile, Lu Zhonghua and his companions examined the enormous creature they had just caught. Why are there only 2 names on this leaderboard? This seems devoid of any challenge. Indeed, there was little competition, as Lu's daughter had only achieved a weight of 192 gene. When we go deep-sea fishing, we often reel in true giants weighing hundreds or even thousands of gene. Freshwater fishing and deep-sea fishing are 2 entirely different concepts. Is there a boat available for assistance here? That remains to be seen. Perhaps Shaoqing could use an excavator to fish. Who knows? Maybe Boss Lu might even bring a boat here for fishing. Laughter filled the air. Lu Zhonghua's face flushed with embarrassment. Clearly aware that his daughter's unconventional method of fishing with an excavator had become a frequent subject of jest among them. Let's go pay and see what the fishing situation is like here. Several individuals approached the wooden cabin to explain their intentions. Yang Rulin pointed to a nearby QR code and stated 240 for a day, and the catch is yours to keep. Simply scan it yourself. The group was momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances among themselves. They had never encountered such an astonishingly affordable fishing option. Typically, their fishing expeditions cost hundreds or even thousands per hour, while sea fishing could easily run into tens of thousands, or even more. What are you saying? 240 for an entire day? Is this some sort of joke? They even began to suspect they had arrived at the wrong place. Little girl, you mean 240 per hour, right? Surely you misspoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Rulin's eyes sparkled. You two find it incredibly cheap, don't you? Alas, our boss has set it at 240 for a day. I really can't fathom his reasoning, leaving money on the table like that. She glanced at the luxury cars parked nearby and added, alternatively, you could charge 240 per hour. After all, you certainly aren't short on funds. Chapter 37. Exorbitant Costs. Are you sure you want to proceed? Lu Zhonghua chuckled softly. They possessed wealth, yet they were not fools. Since the boss intended to engage in philanthropy, what could they possibly say? Having settled the payment, the group made their way down towards the reservoir, with their driver emerging from the vehicle, equipped with a set of gear to accompany them. The affluent truly have it easy, Yang Rulin observed the scene, unable to suppress her admiration. As Liu Zhonghua began his descent, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't he that engineer Yao from the company? What was he doing here? Who was the young man by his side? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind as he stole another glance, filled with curiosity, before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, Shen Lang welcomed the design team with no pleasantries wasted, diving straight into the matter at hand. He articulated the effects he desired to achieve and began discussing various details with them. In truth, Shen Lang himself was uncertain of the exact vision he had in mind. Nevertheless, their professionalism shone through. They promptly presented an array of past hotel projects, both domestic and international. In fact, a homestay is merely a rebranded form of hotel. As Shen Lang perused several images, his understanding evolved. He realized that his previous notions were rather pedestrian in comparison. The designs they showcased were nothing short of celestial. The room layouts, the decor, the environmental design. While Shen Lang engaged with the team, a small assistant launched a drone into the sky, capturing an aerial view to facilitate the formulation of an initial proposal. Should they decide to proceed with the design, a site visit would be necessary for further exploration. Based on your standards, how much would it cost to construct this homestay complex? After gaining a clearer vision of his desires, Shen Lang posed the most pressing question. The designer, named Yao Yaoi, felt that his presence here was merely a formality. After conversing with Shen Lang for a short while, he grew increasingly convinced that this trip was a waste of time. The young man appeared to have some connection with director Liu. Yesterday, Liu Muching had called him, suggesting a casual visit would suffice. Initially perplexed, he now understood. Who would want to invest in this dilapidated place according to their standards? Was money merely meant to be squandered? The construction costs alone were estimated between 50 to 80 million, but the specifics would require the design plans to be finalized. 50 to 80 million? That is somewhat acceptable. Shen Lang thought he might finally exhale in relief. However, considering high-end renovations, he estimated around 100 million. Suddenly, his breath caught in his throat. What? You just mentioned that the cost for building was 50 to 80 million? But that is not all. The supplementary facilities would require over 100 million. The forest development lacks a solid foundation, yet would still necessitate at least 200 million. Overall, we are looking at a total of over 1 billion, perhaps even more. Shen Lang felt dizzy at the revelation. What did you just say? Over 1 billion? How could someone with merely tens of thousands in their bank account now be discussing a billion-dollar project? Oh, and the design fee is 30 million. Shen Lang felt a wave of dizziness. How dare they demand such an exorbitant design fee? However, that woman seemed to mention waiving the design fee, right? If that were the case, wouldn't he essentially save 30 million? Rounded up, that would mean a profit of 30 million. Shen Lang calculated carefully. Many projects were primarily about subsequent engineering. The initial stages involved only approvals and foundational construction. Once all of that was completed, he would scarcely realize how much he had earned through the system. Well, then, let us proceed with your proposed plan. Yao Yaohui's hand trembled, nearly dropping the notebook he held. What did he just say? Proceed with this plan? Good heavens, did he not hear correctly? This was 1 billion, and that was his most conservative estimate. If he were to construct a few visitor centers and entertainment facilities, the cost would soar. Are you certain about building what you suggested here? I am absolutely certain. Shen Lang asserted firmly. Yao Yaoi shrugged. You have the money. Play as you wish. I am merely collecting a salary. Very well, let us continue. Shen Lang and Yao Yaoi engaged in further discussion. Then Shen Lang took Yao Yaoi on a brief tour. Before long, they arrived beneath the reservoir. This area would undoubtedly be submerged in water in the future. Shen Lang was here to discuss the potential water levels, so that Yao could make appropriate plans. Yao Yaoi found it rather surreal that Shen Lang was determined to proceed with the design. The more he listened, the more skeptical he became. Now guess what? This young man claimed that the water level would rise to a certain point, and to design according to the maximum water level line. He glanced at the current reservoir area, then looked up at the final water level line Shen Lang indicated. Is he speaking of a fantastical drama? How could it rise that high? If it did, wouldn't the areas behind be completely submerged? Just how vast would that water area need to be? Could this young man possibly be delusional? Was his boss, Liu, being deceived by this lad? Suddenly, Shen Lang paused mid-sentence. He had spotted the group of middle-aged men who had arrived earlier, fishing not far away. In that instant, he recalled the task Lu Muqing had given him. If he did not complete the task, how would she grant him a waiver on the design fee? This cannot wait. He must first fulfill the task. Thus, Shen Lang, somewhat apologetically, said, Yao Gong, I sincerely apologize, but I have a matter to attend to. Would you mind waiting for a moment? After listening to the fantastical tale for so long, Yao Yaoi was eager to clear his mind and readily replied, No problem. Go ahead. However, just a few seconds later, he lost his composure. He watched as the young man approached a group of middle-aged men, squatting down in front of one of them and engaging in conversation. And that middle-aged man was none other than the chairman of the group, the fishing enthusiast, Lu Zhonghua. Could it be that this young man had such a close connection with his company? In the next moment, Lu Zhonghua cast a glance in this direction, and that fleeting gaze immediately pinpointed his location. Just as he intended to approach and exchange pleasantries, he was halted by that very look. Yao Yaoi stood contemplatively, pondering the complexities of life. Shen Lang ambled over to Lu Zhonghua's side and inquired, Uncle, have you caught any fish? Lu Zhonghua regarded Shen Lang with a sidelong glance and replied, Not yet. No wonder the proprietor here charges such a modest fishing fee. The fish are rather elusive. Shen Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he concealed it well. Could it be that your bait is subpar? Lu Zhonghua suddenly recalled that this young man was the same one who had begun associating with his employee. A glance backward confirmed that Yao Gong was indeed not far off. Lu Zhonghua sensed that today's events were somewhat out of the ordinary. Shen Lang continued, pulling out a package of bait. Why not give us a try? It only requires 5. Suddenly, Shen Lang remembered the impending complimentary design fee of 30 million. I'll gift it to you for free. See how it performs. A smile danced in Lu Zhonghua's eyes as he responded, All right, thank you, young brother. Feel free to use it at your leisure. I shall take my leave now. With that, Shen Lang stood up and departed. He felt a touch of awkwardness regarding his sales pitch, but ultimately he had accomplished his task splendidly. Lu Zhonghua regarded the bait in his hands with heightened suspicion. There must be something amiss. As he observed Shen Lang departing with Yao Gong, an inner alarm rang loudly in his mind, an instinctive sixth sense, characteristic of a man. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the nearby fishing companions, and a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 38. Let us try this bait. After walking for a while with Yao Yaoi, Shen Lang felt that everything that needed to be said had been expressed. They were merely awaiting the completion of a preliminary design from the other side. Yao Yaoi bid farewell to Shen Lang and promptly called Lu Muqing. Mr. Lu, the initial exploration has been completed. Are we certain about proceeding with the design? I feel rather skeptical about it. At that moment, Lu Muqing was in a spacious office, evidently back at his workplace. Well, just proceed with it. Let me know the design fee, and I will deduct it from the company S account. Understood, Mr. Lu. The design fee, at a discounted rate, would be 30 million. What did you say? Lu Muqing was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. You are charging 30 million for the design of a guest house near a reservoir? Do you take me for a fool, or do you consider yourself one? Yes, Mr. Lu. If we plan according to Mr. Shen's vision, this project will require an investment of at least 1 to 2 billion. At this moment, Lu Muqing displayed no signs of astonishment. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. So, he is willing to invest such a sum? Yes, Mr. Lu. Might I inquire who this young lord is? He seems to treat money as if it holds no value. Oh, just a friend. Lu Muqing ended the call, lost in thought. Previously, he had never regarded this dandy with any seriousness. But now, he sensed that this individual was shrouded in an enigmatic veil. Could it be that he truly belonged to some affluent family? But hadn't he grown up in that village? What gave him the audacity to claim he could invest 1 billion in this project? In an instant, Lu Muqing felt as though Shen Lang was enveloped in a mysterious aura, rendering him inscrutable. This piqued her curiosity to delve deeper. By the reservoir, Lu Zhonghua presented gifts to his fishing companions. Come, try this bait. It was purchased for me by my daughter. Lu Zhonghua distributed the packet of bait that Shen Lang had given him among the wealthy individuals present. It smells delightful. This bait should possess good penetrative power. It's been a while since we caught anything. A change in bait might do us good. However, Mr. Lu, it seems there is quite a stir in the real estate sector lately. How are your company's projects faring? Hearing this, Lu Zhonghua chuckled and responded. You all know well that I am no longer involved in company matters. I have left everything to those two youngsters to manage. Mr. Liu, how fortunate you are to have such capable children, unlike us, who must still be on the front lines. Ah, it's merely to train them. Liu Zhenghua was also aware of the current downturn in real estate. It was entirely possible that the market could collapse tomorrow. Nonetheless, those projects had already been developed, so halting them was not an option. He could only hope that they would last until all the houses were sold. The group laughed together and cast their bait once more, blissfully unaware that beneath the surface, countless enormous creatures were swimming toward them. A few minutes later, I think I've got a bite. I've hooked one too. I have one on my line as well. This bait has something special. All of them simultaneously pulled their rods, the fishing lines taut and straight. Yet, in the next moment, they sensed that something was amiss. A tremendous force surged from beneath the fishing rod, a sensation they were all too familiar with, having experienced it countless times throughout their fishing endeavors. Before they could react, they were inexorably pulled into the reservoir with a splash. The sound of 3 resounding plops echoed in the air. "Boss! Boss! Mr. Yang!" The anxious driver of the wealthy patron shouted as he rushed into the water. At that moment, several life rings were tossed into the water, landing perfectly beside the affluent individuals. Shen Bishing and a few young men, having thrown the life rings, paused their actions upon seeing the drivers leap into the water. In the days they had worked here, falling into the water had become quite routine. Initially, they were quite apprehensive, fearing potential mishaps. However, they soon realized that most anglers who frequented this place were proficient swimmers. Thus, they assessed the situation. If someone was capable of swimming, a life ring would suffice. Just like now, the middle-aged men were indeed capable swimmers, yet the drivers still plunged into the water, perhaps to showcase their valor. Liu Zhenghua was astounded by the reaction elicited by the bait. He glanced at the remaining bait in his hand, convinced that the extraordinary outcome before him was a direct result of this very bait, provided to him by the owner of the fishing grounds. Initially, the owner had been in the company of engineer Yao. As he pondered this, a sense of suspicion began to brew within him. Meanwhile, the 3 affluent individuals who had fallen into the water had managed to claw their way back to the shore. Liu Zhenghua hurried over to assist them. "Oh dear, how could you be so careless? Are you all right?" he inquired, regarding the drenched men. One of the wealthy patrons, gazing at the placid water surface, began to adopt a fierce expression. After a lifetime of battles, having caught over 1,000 pounds of marlin and wrestled with sharks, I never expected to find myself bested by this mere reservoir. Another patron, wiping the water from his face, stepped forward. Indeed, it was careless of us. Who would have thought that a casual fishing attempt would yield such a colossal catch? The last affluent individual, having been pulled into the water, sneezed and glanced at the onlookers who were whispering and pointing. This indignity is simply intolerable. The crowd turned their attention to him. "What is on your mind, old M.O.? With my experience, that fish must weigh no less than 300 pounds. Unless you're as skilled as that young lady from the Liu family, it's impossible to land it. Modichako lightly. Learn from a younger generation? How dull. I have a fishing boat at my disposal, and I shall summon it immediately." Laughter erupted among the group. At their level, many matters could be resolved with a mere word. In a world where they wielded great influence, how could they tolerate such a minor setback? Nevertheless, they ought to inquire if the young proprietor would be amenable. "Xiao Zhou, please relay my message to the owner." The driver, who was wringing out his clothes, responded affirmatively, preparing to go. "Alas, Xiao Zhou is completely soaked. Let Xiao Peng go instead. We should change into dry clothes before proceeding." "Very well, let us proceed." Meanwhile, those observing the spectacle were somewhat taken aback by their conversation. Who are these individuals? Are they truly considering summoning a fishing boat for their whims? Have you all understood clearly? That person seems to be suggesting bringing a vessel for fishing. My friend, you are not mistaken. I heard it too. Goodness, such boastfulness. Yet, they might not be merely bragging. Did you not notice the luxury vehicles they arrived in? All of them, extravagant cars worth millions. Can you believe it? Even the affluent come here to fish. Soon, the news that several wealthy individuals wish to employ a fishing boat spread rapidly. However, it was merely gossip, as the incident of excavator fishing had only occurred a few days prior. A fishing boat, what is so remarkable about that? Chapter 39. Are you bringing a boat just to catch a fish? After bidding farewell to designer Yao, Shen Lang overheard a lively commotion below. A surge of joy welled up within him. It seemed his plan had succeeded, and he had secured the complimentary design he sought. Just as he was about to descend to investigate further, he heard Yang Ruolin calling for him. Lang, come here for a moment. Shen Lang noticed a well-dressed gentleman engaged in conversation with Yang Ruolin. Reluctantly, he approached them. What is the matter? Upon his arrival, Yang Ruolin promptly explained the situation. This handsome guy mentioned that their boss intends to tow a fishing boat over to catch some fish. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps he can explain it better to you. After some communication, Shen Lang grasped the context. When he learned that 3 individuals had fallen into the water, he felt a flicker of delight. Are you saying your boss wants to bring a boat over for fishing? Indeed, the gentleman replied. We hope you can agree to this. Why would I object? Feel free to bring along. Shen Lang enthusiastically responded. Naturally, he was eager to catch larger fish, for the bigger the catch, the greater his rewards. Moreover, there was a chance of receiving bonuses for fish weighing over 100 pounds. Once the gentleman departed, Yang Ruolin suddenly inquired, Lang, what does this fishing boat look like? Shen Lang paused for a moment. A boat is a boat. It's just like that. You can search online for images. In the blink of an eye, Shen Lang spotted the group of affluent individuals ascending. However, he was taken aback when he noticed Lu Zhonghua, impeccably dressed and completely dry. Wait, why is my target not drenched? Did he not go into the water? Surely not. My 30 million. He lamented internally. Just as he was pondering this, Lu Zhonghua approached him, saying, Little boss, may I borrow your room to change clothes? Shen Lang quickly masked his expression. How careless of you. Please come right in. Shen Lang glanced at Lu Zhonghua and asked, Uncle, what happened? Are you all right? His eyes were filled with curiosity. Had he not given Lu the bait? How is it that he hadn't fallen into the water? Lu Zhonghua chuckled, speaking with an insinuating tone. Little boss, your bait is truly remarkable. Do you have any more? I'd like to purchase some. Shen Lang offered an awkward smile, replying, What bait? There's none left. Please come in. Internally, Shen Lang felt quite uneasy. He had hoped Lu would take the plunge, but to his surprise, the target had remained dry and had discerned his intentions. Shen Lang could only divert the conversation to alleviate his embarrassment. Soon, the group had changed their attire. However, they appeared disinclined to engage in fishing at that moment, opting instead to chat casually beside Shen Lang's little cabin. Naturally, he refrained from approaching, wishing to avoid any further awkward inquiries. Opening his phone, he sent a message to Lu Muqing. Mission failed. Please look into that reward matter. After a moment's thought, he added, though it's not entirely a failure. You merely asked me to give him the bait, and I have done so. After a short while, a notification sound rang out. Shen Lang opened his phone and saw a reply from the other party. Got it. Damn, what does that mean? Does the promise of waiving the design fee still hold? However, Shen Lang chose not to respond further. Silence implied consent. When the time comes, I will persist relentlessly. After all, you never said I had failed. Suddenly, a system notification startled Shen Lang. Lu Hao caught a 7-gene, 21-fold, 147-gene grass carp. Congratulations, you have earned 154 350 Huaxiao coins. How did he suddenly catch a fish? Lu Hao is an experienced angler with a penchant for catching large fish. He has explored numerous high-stakes fishing spots, but eventually found them too costly to continue. He then ventured into wild waters where large fish were rumored to abound, and he indeed caught many impressive specimens. In the past couple of days, upon discovering that this reservoir was known for its large fish, he hastily traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers to arrive here. Those online boasting about their navigation probably never even set off. Lu Hao is a man of action, eschewing videos to simply relish the joy of fishing, especially the exhilarating battle with massive catches. Today, he located a particularly deep area, as the likelihood of encountering large fish is heightened there. Being somewhat remote, it was situated deep within the reservoir, with few visitors. True to his expectations, the probability of landing a large fish in deeper waters was indeed greater. After baiting for a while, he hooked a fish directly, and it appeared to weigh over 100 gene. At that moment, the wealthy individuals were also entering the water, leaving little attention on his side. After 2 hours of strenuous struggle, he finally exhausted the fish's strength and dragged it ashore. It was only then that he garnered considerable attention. Another large fish was caught over there. Everyone hurried to see. Where? Is it possible to make the leaderboard? Soon, a large crowd gathered around. Shen Lang also arrived at the scene. After the last large fish could not be weighed, he had specially purchased a large scale for this occasion. This fish measured 1.7 meters in length, equivalent to the height of an adult. Since Lu Muqing's fish was whisked away last time, and Wang Peng's catch was purchased immediately, this one was, in strict terms, the first to be showcased for everyone to photograph and admire. Lu Hao welcomed all, turning the area into a lively spectacle. Everyone pitched in to weigh the fish, and gasps of astonishment filled the air upon hearing the weight of 147 jin. Second place on the giant fish leaderboard, with a weekly reward of 800 yuan. What a triumph! You're fixated on that 800 yuan? That is an unparalleled honor, you know? After weighing, Shen Lang took out his loudspeaker and began to shout. The giant fish leaderboard has been updated. Lu Hao's 147 jin giant fish claims second place. We welcome everyone to challenge and surpass. He repeated this several times, feeling quite fatigued. The range of this speaker, given its vast area of coverage, is exceedingly limited. It seems that a broadcasting system must be established to saturate the entire reservoir region with sound. Each time someone catches a sizable fish, an announcement should be made. Those anglers will surely go wild. As for what follows, Shen Lang chose not to intervene. Whether to sell it or take it himself was entirely up to him. As for the fish returning, those fish are nearly exhausted by the relentless fishing. How could they possibly return? Time passed, and noon approached. People continued to arrive in an unending stream. The influx at the reservoir had reached an unprecedented peak. The explosive rise of social media naturally attracted numerous bloggers. Today, a few fishing influencers had arrived, though most were relatively small scale. One, however, appeared to be of a similar caliber to Master Wu, and seemed quite familiar with him. Engaging in conversation upon arrival, Shen Lang paid little heed. After all, with such popularity, this place was bound to evolve into an increasingly frequented hotspot for internet celebrities. As the proprietor, one must learn to exercise restraint, mustn't one? At lunchtime, the cafeteria was absolutely overflowing. During the initial design phase, such a scenario had not been anticipated. With hundreds of individuals vying for space, it was a veritable bottleneck. Although queues had formed, the sheer volume of people rendered the situation chaotic. Naturally, many opted to skip meals or had others fetch food for them. It appears that the cafeteria requires some reorganization, just as groups of diners were enjoying their meals. A large truck approached. On it was a medium-sized fishing boat, approximately 10 meters in length. Following closely behind was an enormous crane, presumably intended for hoisting the fishing boat on and off the truck. Chapter 40. Utilizing the fish finder to discover what lies beneath the surface. What on earth is happening? Is that a boat purchased by the boss? My dear brother, are you unaware? Do you see those luxury cars parked over there? Their owners were dragged into the water by fish this morning, and in a fit of rage, they brought this contraption for revenge. I thought everyone was just joking this morning. Who would have imagined it to be true? At that moment, a driver approached, directing the vehicle towards the center of the dam. Shen Lang had initially assumed that a small boat would be brought in, perhaps just a few feet in size. But it seemed he had underestimated the grandeur of the wealthy. Before long, the boat was gently lowered into the reservoir by a crane, capturing the attention of everyone present, who paused their activities to witness the spectacle. Boss, you certainly have an abundance of bizarre occurrences here. I just found material for my next piece. At that moment, Master Wu's voice resonated from behind. Goodness, Master Wu, must you appear so suddenly? You startle me. What brings a fishing influencer like you to linger here all day? Shouldn't you be out seeking new fishing spots? Isn't this place a fishing haven? A stranger's voice interjected, causing Shen Lang to glance back. Standing next to Master Wu was a man he recognized as the influencer who had arrived that morning, though he could not recall his name. This is my friend, Master Wang. Master Wu introduced. Greetings, boss. Shen Lang replied, looking at him. Can you catch fish weighing over 100 pounds? Master Wang was taken aback. What an unexpected question to start with. I have had the fortune of catching large fish before. Having heard tales of the giants that dwell here, I came seeking them. Delighted, Shen Lang approached and shook his hand, saying, Welcome, Master Wang. Master Wang was astonished. The sudden shift in Shen Lang's demeanor was striking. Naturally, Shen Lang welcomed such talent. Throughout the morning, many fish had been caught, yet none exceeding the 100-pound mark had surfaced, leaving the leaderboard untouched. By the way, you two should step up your game. They must be quite lonely up there. As they conversed, the fishing boat was already in the water. At a height of several dozen meters, it was fortunate that a large crane was employed. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to lower it. The vessel slowly made its way to the shore as several affluent individuals approached the reservoir. The privilege of wealth. They likely intend to employ deep-sea fishing methods to catch these giants, Master Wang remarked as he observed the crowd below. Shen Lang, unfamiliar with all this, inquired about the differences. Wasn't it merely boarding a boat? Understanding Shen Lang's lack of knowledge, Master Wang explained, this boat is a specialized fishing vessel equipped with hoisting apparatus, trolling gear, and fish finders among other essentials, primarily designed to leverage the boat's power to haul in fish. However, this reservoir is still too small. The boat cannot fully unleash its potential. Master Wu interjected, let us not dwell on that. Let us go enjoy the show. Would you care to join us, cousin? Shen Lang cast a glance at Master Wu, expressing his discontent at the notion of his cousin still charging fees. Do you think you can simply lounge around like this? Shortly thereafter, Shen Lang and his companions arrived at the reservoir's edge, where several affluent individuals were already donned in life jackets, preparing to embark on the boat. Initially, Shen Lang merely intended to observe the unfolding spectacle. However, he was unexpectedly singled out. Hey, young boss, would you care to join us for some fun? Lu Zhonghua remarked upon spotting Shen Lang amidst the crowd. Though Shen Lang had never been on a boat, particularly one designated for fishing, his curiosity was piqued. Yet, the invitation came from Lu Zhonghua, which dampened his enthusiasm. After all, he had just contemplated scheming against him that very morning. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over his sense of awkwardness. As long as he kept his intentions concealed, Lu Zhonghua would remain oblivious to his true motives. Thus, Shen Lang stepped aboard the vessel. The boat was quite spacious, featuring a small lounge area where the group settled in comfortably. Soon, they were gliding toward the center of the reservoir. Boss, how can the fish in this reservoir grow so large? I've traveled across the country, and this is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. Modi inquired as soon as Shen Lang took a seat. I'm not certain. Perhaps they emerged from an underground river, Shen Lang replied vaguely. Should he divulge his possession of a system? Haha, the world is indeed marvelous. Modi exclaimed, marvelous or not, we shall know once we start fishing. Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin. Allow me to use the fish finder to see what treasures lie beneath. Modi declared, activating the device. Shen Lang had only heard of such instruments before and had never witnessed one in action, so his curiosity drew him closer to observe. Wow, old M.O., is your machine malfunctioning? Suddenly, an astonished, wealthy individual exclaimed, Impossible. I just purchased this device not long ago. It functioned perfectly during its last use. Old M.O. retorted. Then why are there so many large fish on the screen? The affluent man queried, astonished. Shen Lang glanced over, noting the screen was densely populated with sizable fish. Old M.O., adjusting the machine, also turned to the display, equally taken aback. Had the screen not indicated the size of the fish, he might have assumed it was merely a school of smaller fish. This reservoir is simply remarkable. The remaining wealthy individuals gathered around, engaging in animated discussion regarding the Fish Finder-S display. Except at sea, I have never encountered such a massive school of fish. One remarked, it's indeed rare to come across such a phenomenon at sea. Another responded, we cannot fault ourselves for being drawn here this morning. Yet, how can there be so many large specimens here? In the next moment, all the affluent patrons turned their gaze towards Shen Lang. With an awkward smile, he replied, do not look at me. I have no clue. Perhaps the fish from the underground river have swum back here. Upon contemplation, the group agreed. It was unlikely he had introduced them into this water. Any fish released into any body of water would reign supreme. The most plausible explanation was that the underground river connected to a domain inhabited by large fish, which had ventured into this reservoir through the subterranean channel. Let us get started then. What are we waiting for? Lu Zhonghua was already itching with anticipation, urging everyone to commence their endeavors. Old M.O. had also ceased the use of the fish finder. With such a colossal school of fish present, what need was there for a fish finder? It was simply time to take action. Only Shen Lang remained lost in contemplation. With such an abundance of large fish, why were they eluding capture? Shen Lang, reflecting on the behavior of these fish, discerned the underlying issue. Large fish typically prefer to inhabit deeper waters, and given that it was summer, the temperatures in shallow areas were relatively elevated, causing these fish to dwell predominantly in the depths. Furthermore, due to rising water levels, the former shallows had transformed into a submerged expanse. In locations of about 10 meters, the water depth was merely 1 or 2 meters, significantly diminishing the likelihood of encountering large fish. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of some large fish venturing there to forage. A notice would need to be issued. For those wishing to catch large fish, they should cast their lines into deeper waters. While Shen Lang pondered these wealthy individuals should begin casting their lines, he suddenly noticed them approaching a device at the stern of the boat. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover they were employing electric reels. Chapter 41. You yearn to conquer the giant beast rankings, yet I harbor a more audacious notion. Might we not treat this as bait for the colossal marine creatures? Shen Lang found himself somewhat speechless. These affluent individuals, unable to catch fish with their bare hands, resorted to the use of magic. Typically, such tactics are seldom employed in freshwater fishing, as the methods of exertion for freshwater and saltwater fish differ significantly. Saltwater fish predominantly rely on instantaneous bursts of power, while freshwater fish prefer prolonged battles. Additionally, the intricate environments of freshwater habitats render the use of electric reels impractical. After all, aquatic plants, rocks, and fallen branches can easily ensnare lines. Yet fortuitously, the reservoir where Shen Lang and his companions found themselves was ideally suited for this fishing method, boasting depths of nearly 10 to 20 meters. After a flurry of activity, they cast their hooks into the water, leaving old Mo to watch while the others returned to the lounge, for the sun remained mercilessly fierce. Upon returning to the vessel's lounge, the group resumed their banter. Shen Lang had previously perceived these wealthy individuals as possessing an air of elegance and dominance, much akin to characters portrayed in television dramas. However, after engaging with them, he realized they were merely a bunch of boastful old men. Back in my day, I caught a shark weighing over 1,000 pounds while sailing my yacht on the open sea. You cannot fathom how exhilarating that experience was. What of that? During my youth, I nearly reeled in a 2,000-pound giant fish. You're just boasting. Shen Lang could only shake his head in resignation. If they weren't wealthy, who would believe such tales? Young boss, what is your name? It seems inappropriate to continue addressing you as young boss. At that moment, Lu Zhonghua settled beside Shen Lang. I am Shen Lang, with Lang meaning wasteful. The elders of my village affectionately call me Little Lang. Lu Zhonghua nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, as a fish pond owner, shouldn't it be Longhua? Shen Lang forced a laugh in response. I am unaware of your name. Uncle, he admitted, puzzled. Ah, my surname is Lu, and my given name is Zhonghua, as in the central land of China. You're not familiar with my name? Shen Lang thought to himself, how could I possibly know your name? This is our first encounter. However, he quickly connected the dots. Lu, just like Lu Muqing, bore a striking resemblance. Could he be Lu Muqing's father? No. The girl had asked me to deliver the bait to Lu Zhonghua, implying she wanted her father to fall into the water. Is there truly such a treacherous daughter in existence? Nevertheless, Shen Lang cautiously inquired, is Lu Muqing your daughter? Lu Zhonghua responded with a knowing smile. Has she not mentioned me? I am indeed her father. Shen Lang retorted, she has not spoken of you. We are not particularly acquainted. He hastily redirected the conversation. Do none of you fish? He inquired, glancing at the group of wealthy men still engaged in idle chatter. Lu Zhonghua gazed at him with a compassionate expression. Are you not aware of the immense weight lurking beneath the water? At our age, can we still manage to haul it in? Shen Lang found himself momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating a change of subject, yet the old man thwarted his attempt. Just as they were engaged in conversation, old Mo suddenly shouted, We've got a bite. Shen Lang turned to look, witnessing the line on the reel spinning rapidly. Clearly, the fish was darting in a specific direction. In a mere moment, the reel ceased its motion, indicating that the fish had paused. At that juncture, old Mo swiftly activated the electric switch, and the reel began to slowly retrieve the line. However, in the next instant, the reel started spinning again, evidently, as the colossal creature swam further away. Shen Lang, unfamiliar with the mechanism's workings, simply sensed that this device seemed to conserve considerable effort. It allowed for a release of line when the fish exerted itself, enabling one to pursue, and once fatigue set in, the line could be reeled in to prevent the hook from dislodging. Simultaneously, it kept the fish in a state of relentless struggle, depleting its stamina. The device could sense the fish's thrashing, instantaneously releasing line to allow it to flee, and then retrieving it once the fish had exhausted itself. Shen Lang was thoroughly impressed by the ingenuity of it all. However, the process of reeling in the fish appeared to be a lengthy endeavor. The fish tugged at the line with a persistent whir, while Shen Lang and the others comfortably observed the spectacle from the boat. This experience lacked the thrill often associated with fishing, undoubtedly due to their location in a reservoir. Were they to be amidst the vast ocean, with its surging waves and monstrous fish lurking below, the sensation would be entirely different. "I'll take the helm," Lu Zhonghua announced, rising to stride towards the bow. Shortly thereafter, the engine roared to life, and the boat began to glide forward. The anglers on the shore noticed the commotion aboard the vessel and curiously turned their gazes in that direction. "The boat's moving. Are they catching fish?" Someone mused. "It's too soon for that. It hasn't been long at all." Another replied, "Why concern ourselves with them? Let us focus on our own catch. Though I may not land a Leviathan, I'm still content." Shen Lang approached the bow, intently observing old MO's deft maneuvers. He pondered the day he would acquire a boat of his own, determined to reel in a great beast, primarily as retribution for his earlier misfortune. After catching one, he envisioned posting a video to etch his name onto the Hall of Fame for monstrous catches, perhaps even drying the fish to display upon the reservoir dam as a testament to his prowess. In the midst of his daydreaming, Shen Lang felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yang Rulin. He answered, and her voice chimed through. "Hello, Langu. Are you about to catch a fish?" Shen Lang continued to observe old Mo at work. "It's still too early to tell if we've hooked one," he replied. Yang Rulin's voice brimmed with excitement. "Record a few videos. I'll use them for promotion." Shen Lang responded nonchalantly. "Can't you just record it yourself?" Instantly, Yang Rulin raised her voice, almost as if she were shouting, "I'm on the boat. Do I really need to call you?" Shen Lang held the phone a little further away from his ear. All right, I'll hang up." After hanging up the phone, Shen Lang also activated the recording function. It would be far more advantageous to analyze the footage later. Nonetheless, he still greeted the affluent gentleman, as it was courteous to seek their consent before capturing their images. "Gentlemen, may I record a video?" The response was largely favorable, with old Mo even taking a moment to jest. "Young master, once we conquer the leaderboard, you'll surely be in the limelight." Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. Was this their intention? It was certain that they would gain notoriety, but toppling the leaderboard was no simple feat. At the very least, they needed 10 colossal catches, each exceeding 200 pounds. Old Mo chuckled softly. "Today is merely a trial. Tomorrow, each of us will wield a rod, and with so many giants lurking beneath this reservoir, claiming the top spot will be a breeze. I doubt your capabilities. Prove it by reeling them in first." Shen Lang retorted, feigning defiance while internally reveling at the thought of the substantial returns. Each fish over 200 pounds would yield at least several tens of thousands in profit. 10 such catches would amount to several millions, with additional chances of acquiring other enticing items. "Hurry, fish quickly, as many as possible. Do you understand the art of provocation?" Indeed, Shen Lang's skepticism ignited a competitive spirit among the wealthy individuals. "Young master, I advise you to raise your fees, or else you'll find yourself in tears." One laughed. "No matter how high your charges are, we will still prevail." Another boasted, "It had been a long time since such fervor had been felt. Prepare to shed tears tomorrow." "Young master." At that moment, Lu Zhonghua, who was steering the boat ahead, interjected, "What is the point of bullying a junior? Why don't we compete among ourselves to see who can make the leaderboard?" This suggestion further piqued everyone's interest. "Excellent idea. However, we must implement a point system. The one with the highest score wins, while subsequent scores will be lower. Ultimately, we'll see who garners the most points," proposed old Mo. Indeed. Let's proceed with this plan." In just a few exchanges, they had predetermined the leaderboard's outcome. It seemed in their eyes that no one else could possibly ascend. Shen Lang's mind raced. Why not seize this opportunity presented by the wealthy to organize a competition and offer a prize? The reward couldn't be trivial, as a meager sum like the previous 50,000 would lack allure. The top prize should be set at 1 million. If this event materialized, Shen Lang would undoubtedly soar to new heights. He then turned to the affluent gentleman and said, "I have an idea, and I wonder if you might be interested." Chapter 42, The Challenge of the Giant Creature Ranking, with a grand prize of 5 million. Several individuals turned their attention toward the speaker. Shen Lang cleared his throat and proclaimed, "What fun is it for just a few of us to engage in this?" I aspire to organize a nationwide fishing competition, with the ultimate goal being that giant creature ranking. I shall personally invest 1 million. Whoever secures the first place will receive a prize of 1 million. Upon hearing this, the wealthy attendees instantly became intrigued. However, old Mo interjected, how challenging can it be for an ordinary angler to catch a few kilograms of fish? There is simply no thrill. Shen Lang chuckled and replied, what if we lifted the restrictions? For instance, like that enchanting lady who used an excavator to fish, or you gentlemen employing deep-sea fishing techniques, or perhaps even other methods. The wealthy individual's eyes sparkled with excitement at this idea. It seemed rather intriguing. Liu Zhonghua stepped forward and declared, I wish to participate, but your investment of 1 million is rather paltry. How can we create an undeniable allure with such a meager sum? I shall contribute 2 million to the prize. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhonghua glanced at the other affluent attendees. Old Mo smiled and said, since President Liu is so enthusiastic, I too shall contribute 2 million. Let us enliven the atmosphere. With everyone so eager, I cannot dampen the collective enthusiasm. Thus, it is settled, young boss, as the initiator. Please draft the regulations. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an outcome from his casual suggestion. In an instant, they had raised 12 million, combined with his own 1 million, totaling 13 million. 13 million to host a grassroots fishing event. This was truly an exhilarating prospect. Shen Lang grinned with delight. Since the esteemed gentlemen hold me in such high regard, I shall commence preparations to ensure this competition becomes the most sensational event in the fishing realm. Old Mo chuckled and added, however, young boss, I have one condition. Shen Lang blinked in surprise. What condition do you propose? Old Mo surveyed the other wealthy individuals and suggested, how about we run an advertisement here? Instantly, Shen Lang comprehended the reality. Indeed, these affluent individuals were all shrewd players. However, he had no grounds to refuse. In his humble establishment, 2 million for an advertisement was an exorbitant fee. Then, let us collaborate joyously. The group resumed their light-hearted banter. Given their participation, it was clear they could not utilize Old Mo's vessel. What methods do you intend to employ to join this momentous contest? One wealthy individual posed. Isn't it simple? We can bring in a crane. It can lift a ton of fish. Another wealthy participant exclaimed, chuckling lightly. The affluent Liu responded with a laugh. I shall procure a large drone, letting the fish take flight. Haha, splendid idea. Shen Lang felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, it appears this competition may be beyond the ordinary player's capabilities. I wonder what bizarre tools will emerge on the day of the contest. Just then, Old Mo suddenly shouted, here they come. The fish are biting. Grab the net. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the stern of the boat, a colossal creature emerged from the depths. After a prolonged struggle, it had finally exhausted its strength. Shen Lang swiftly retrieved his phone, eager to capture this historic moment, for it constituted vital material for the promotional video of this competition. Through the collaborative efforts of all, the magnificent fish was ultimately hoisted aboard. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Modi caught a 9-pound grass carp weighing 234 pounds. Congratulations, you have earned 486. 720 Huaxia coins. Congratulations, you have received an item. 1-day upgrade discount card. Shen Lang was overjoyed. A single fish yielded an astonishing rebate of 480,000. A fortune amassed with unparalleled swiftness. Yet, what thrilled him most was the revealed item. 1-day upgrade discount card, which allowed for a 10-fold reduction in the cost of system upgrades, valid for 1 day. The implications were profound. Imagine the savings. The fish, measuring over 2 meters in length, lay there, leaving onlookers in awe. Upon weighing, the scales confirmed the system's figures precisely. When the numbers appeared, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Though well-versed in fishing, none had ever encountered such a massive grass carp. Wow, this fish must have set a world record, they exclaimed. Indeed, we should have Gillis record it during the competition to elevate the reputation of our little boss. Haha, let us make that happen. Little boss, remember to arrange it. Shen Lang readily agreed. Being among these entrepreneurs always sparked brilliant ideas. Had he been left to his own devices, he would never have conceived of involving Gillis's world record officials. As the fish was secured, the boat gradually approached the shore. Shen Lang seized his loudspeaker and called out to the bank, the leaderboard has been updated. Currently in first place is a 234-pound grass carp. The anglers on the shore erupted in astonishment upon hearing his announcement. No way, did I hear correctly? A 234-pound grass carp. One could scarcely contain their excitement. The leaderboard was not a realm for ordinary anglers. This reservoir was truly extraordinary. As the boat docked, an even more sensational announcement rendered the crowd speechless. Shen Lang bellowed. This reservoir is set to host an event named the Million Weight Challenge. As the name implies, the prize is in the millions. He paused deliberately, heightening the suspense, then continued. Indeed, the first place will receive a staggering 5 million. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, their astonishment palpable at such a lucrative prize. While it is well known that certain competitions abroad offer far greater prizes, the highest reward domestically is merely 600,000. A sum of 5 million is akin to winning the lottery. Due to the limited range of Shen Lang's loudspeaker, the anglers at a distance were unable to hear his voice. However, the immense commotion drew their attention. What on earth is happening over there? Such a tremendous noise. Perhaps they've caught a big fish. Yet, the uproar hardly suggests that. Let's go and investigate. What is there to see? Wasn't it promised that Boss Pan would be present? Just then, an angler rushed over, shouting, "Breaking news. The boss is holding competition with a grand prize of 5 million. Breaking news. The boss is holding a competition with a grand prize of 5 million. I must have misheard. 5 million? It seems I heard correctly. It truly is 5 million. The man paused, turning to his companion, and said, "Let's go take a look." But when he turned back, he found his companion had already sprinted far ahead. Goodness, wasn't it agreed that Boss Pan would be here? Now he runs faster than I do. The news spread rapidly. Shen Lang's announcement continued. For second place, there is a prize of 3 million. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. They had assumed that the second prize would merely be a consolation, yet it amounted to 3 million. How wealthy must the boss be? Chapter 43. Shen Lang. Do you like a girlfriend? How about I introduce one to you? As the news spread, people began to gather, and soon the place was crowded with a sea of faces. Shen Lang observed the situation and realized he had to rely on them for fishing to earn his return. Thus, he quickened his pace of speech. Everyone quiet down for a moment. I have one last announcement. Of course, the method of fishing is somewhat unconventional. You must have heard of the recent viral trend of excavator fishing. That's right. This time there are no restrictions on how you fish. It counts as long as you catch something. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Isn't this a bit too abstract? If excavators are allowed, then surely cranes can be used too. Come on, let your imagination run wild. Even airplanes are fair game. If you can afford a plane, would you really care about 5 million? Seeing that his point had been made, Shen Lang shouted, "All right, everyone disperse. I will announce the specific timing later." Clearly, the crowd was still reeling from the shock, as not many left upon hearing Shen Lang's words. Instead, they congregated to discuss amongst themselves. Shen Lang, unbothered, navigated through the throng and departed. "Lango, are you joking with me? 5 million? Yang Ruolin caught up to Shen Lang, incredulity etched on her face. "You stepped onto a boat and suddenly became a millionaire? Is money really spent this way?" "The money comes from those wealthy individuals on the boat. I contributed only 100,000, so you need not feel pained," Shen Lang replied. Yang Ruolin let out a sigh of relief. But her composure was short-lived upon hearing Shen Lang mention he had only put in 100,000. "Langu, isn't 100,000 still a lot? That's a substantial sum." Shen Lang shot her a glance. "You might want to think about how to create a promotional video instead." Yang Ruolin felt deflated. "Isn't 100,000 a lot? I'm really feeling the pinch here." Lianxin live-streamed Shen Lang's speech throughout, and her broadcast exploded with activity. Over time, she had gained a modest reputation within the fishing community, being the first streamer to broadcast from the giant reservoir, coupled with her striking looks. Her stream now consistently attracted around 10,000 viewers. She had also shifted her streaming strategy, no longer a novice learning to fish. She now chased after any location where large fish were being caught. Clearly, her new direction was paying off. "Hey everyone, did you hear that? The first prize is 5 million, and the second prize is 300,000. Who wants to join the competition?" "Wow, thank you, Fishing King, for the generous gift," Lianxin exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the spectacular effects floating across her screen. The Fishing King was indeed a formidable figure. always contributing at least a generous gift during his visits. They had also developed a warm rapport in private conversations. Fishing King. Such an entertaining contest. I must participate. Air Force One. As a fishing enthusiast, I simply have to join the fun. Lele baby. I can't fish, but I want to watch you all. Drifting Uncertain. I'm in definitely. Leonshine beamed at the barrage of comments pouring in, her smile radiant. Oh, how delightful. The renowned fisherman shall also make an appearance. It shall be a splendid opportunity to witness the esteemed figure in person, and all may come to observe the live broadcast. The tide of the live chat seems to be shifting. Are we about to witness the tale of the top supporter and the female host unfold? I yearn for such a top supporter. I would gladly welcome it. Host, do maintain your composure. Top supporters are not always virtuous. Host, I never imagined you to be of such character. Upon returning to the quaint wooden cabin, Shen Lang convened a small meeting. The community had now fully submitted to his leadership. After all, 5 million is an astronomical sum for those who have grown up in a modest village. Shen Lang's ability to offer 5 million as a first-place reward speaks volumes of his ambition and financial prowess. Those who had shared childhood moments with him may have once harbored a hint of doubt, believing he was merely someone who had acquired a reservoir. Their aspirations seemed distant. Yet now they no longer questioned him, for his actions were indeed remarkable. Ruolin was tasked with organizing the details of the event and swiftly disseminating them on Douyin. Fengge was instructed to have the advertising agency produce materials promptly and display them prominently. Bai Sheng was reminded to ensure safety measures were meticulously upheld. With these simple arrangements made, everyone busied themselves. The current state of the reservoir was rather rudimentary, with numerous necessities lacking, particularly in terms of manpower. Fortunately, the village's young individuals were expected to return today, which would alleviate some of the burden. Shen Lang stepped outside the cabin, aware that the affluent patrons remained nearby. Xiao Lang, I shall leave my boat in your care. Please keep an eye on it. Old Mo remarked, his address shifting from little boss to Xiao Lang. Rest assured, Brother Mo, I shall guard it with utmost diligence. Shen Lang replied, joy swelling within him as he received the keys. His plan for revenge could now be realized sooner than expected. Thank you, Brother Mo. Lu Zhonghua chimed in, Old Mo. Having reached the pinnacle of the grand objects list today, should we not celebrate with a lavish feast? Indeed, Old Mo, you must treat us, came the chorus. Unless it's at the Jingxiafu, I shan't attend. The banter resumed. Please do arrange it, Xiao Zhou. Old Mo chuckled, glancing at Shen Lang as he inquired, Xiao Lang, would you care to join us? Shen Lang shook his head. I am not like you esteemed gentlemen. I have many matters to attend to. You all go ahead. Old Mo did not press further, offering a nod before heading to his vehicle, followed by the other wealthy patrons. Only Lu Zhonghua remained. Shen Lang regarded the dapper gentleman with curiosity. Uncle Lu, are you not departing? Lu Zhonghua replied with a smile. I have a matter to discuss with you. Shen Lang was puzzled. What other matters could we possibly have? Only then did Lu Zhonghua pull Shen Lang into the modest cabin. Young Lang, I perceive you to be an exceptionally talented young man, and Uncle Lu holds you in high regard. Shen Lang was utterly bewildered by Lu Zhonghua's words. Do you happen to be in need of a girlfriend? I could introduce you to someone, Lu continued. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's expression turned grim. You, a billionaire, wish to play matchmaker for me? Do I possess such allure? Uncle Lu, I think that might not be appropriate, he replied. Lu Zhonghua chuckled. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Just look at my daughter. Young, beautiful, with a splendid figure, and quite capable. She would be a perfect match for you. Shen Lang found himself momentarily stunned. Your daughter? The image of Lu mooching flashed in his mind, her fierce and icy visage prominent. No, I cannot marry such a woman. He thought, could there be another daughter? If so, that would be quite promising, for by the standards of their family's lineage, she would likely be appealing as well. Which daughter are you referring to, Uncle Lu? Lu Zhonghua's eyes widened. Which daughter? I have but one daughter. Do you not know her? Shen Lang forced a smile, uncertain how to decline the proposal, and thus could only suggest, perhaps we could discuss this another time. It was no wonder Lu Mooching sought to refine her father's matchmaking efforts, judging by his demeanor. He must have made numerous introductions on her behalf. Chapter 44. Young man, remember to take initiative. Lu Zhonghua lightly cleared his throat and remarked, indeed, one can be too hasty. Take your time to get to know her. You'll discover her merits. Lu Zhonghua felt a tinge of helplessness, despite his daughter's beauty. She remained uninterested in boyfriends. Given her personality, finding a suitable partner would likely prove challenging. Thus, whenever he encountered promising young men, he felt compelled to play matchmaker. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Lang was merely one of many he had contemplated pairing with his daughter. He believed that since Shen Lang and Lu Muqing were already acquainted, fostering a closer relationship should be relatively uncomplicated. Uncle Lu, aren't you leaving? They have already departed. Shen Lang, noticing the luxurious vehicles of the wealthy patrons revving their engines, hastily shifted the topic. Young man, remember to take the initiative. With that parting piece of advice, Lu Zhonghua took his leave. Shen Lang couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Take the initiative? What a farce. Am I to press my warm face against her cold shoulders? We inhabit entirely different worlds. As he watched the opulent convoy drive away, a sigh of relief escaped him. Once the funds from these individuals were deposited, he could confidently proceed with the event. Shen Lang was not naive enough to place his complete trust in anyone. However, to his astonishment, by around 4 in the afternoon, the staggering sum of 12 million began to trickle into his account. The efficiency of it left him momentarily stunned. Naturally, during subsequent negotiations, he had insisted that the money be transferred to his account first. With 12 million in hand, Shen Lang felt as though he were floating. Steady yourself. It is merely a series of numbers in a bank account. He repeatedly reassured himself. Brother Lang, the video is ready. Take a look. Yang Rulin's voice chimed in from behind. Shen Lang took a moment to regain his composure before accepting the phone to review the footage. One video displayed the capture of a colossal fish, featuring both wide-angle and close-up shots. The distant shots were likely filmed by Yang Rulin from the shore, and though the camera quality was subpar, the slight blurriness only served to enhance the authenticity of the event, presenting it from a bystander's perspective. Had the video been of high-definition artistic caliber, it would have seemed less relatable. The other video served as a promotional piece for the event. Yang Rulin had a knack for highlighting the essentials. The video commenced with Shen Lang's impassioned speech, opening with a remarkable 5 million introduction. The subsequent segments were filled with fervent rhetoric that even stirred Shen Lang's own enthusiasm. Moreover, the timing and rules of the competition were clearly articulated. The event was scheduled to take place on August 5th, merely a week away, and would span half a month. During this time, any larger fish caught would immediately qualify for the leaderboard. After all, reeling in fish of such magnitude could take several hours, if not half a day, depending on one's skill and equipment. After watching the video, Shen Lang nodded in approval. Very well done. I shall ask Aunt Air to reward you with an extra chicken leg tonight. After a moment's thought, he added, also, have that Master Wu assist in sharing the promotional material. He deserves a chicken leg as well. Yang Rulin rolled her eyes in response. Long ago, an agreement was reached with him, and his friend also consented to assist in promoting the event, having contacted other acquaintances within the industry for support. Shen Lang nodded in agreement, confident that this matter would soon become widely known across the internet, especially within the fishing community, where it would undoubtedly create a significant stir. He gazed towards the reservoir, realizing that the current water area could scarcely accommodate such a multitude of anglers simultaneously. Moreover, this was no ordinary fishing event. One could only speculate what peculiarities might arise. An upgrade to the water area was imperative, and it needed to be a substantial enhancement. The fish population could also be increased to its limits, considering that his bank account currently held a staggering sum of 12 million. With a week remaining until the event, it seemed that rain would likely fall every night, perhaps even during the day. As Shen Lang conversed with Yang Rulin, his phone rang. It was the village chief. Upon answering, he was greeted by the chief's robust voice. Xiao Lang, the other young folks have returned. Didn't you say you would convene a collective meeting once everyone was back? Shen Lang immediately recalled this, having been so busy in recent days that he had nearly forgotten. Let us gather at my courtyard at 8 p.m. tonight. Please help notify everyone, he suggested. It's no trouble at all. I assure you everyone will be present. After hanging up, Shen Lang glanced at the clock. It was nearly 4:30 p.m. People were beginning to arrive, carrying receipts to claim their fish money. Yang Rulin also became busy, as the fish were way below. Receipts were issued, and money was distributed at her location. However, the process was quite cumbersome. It would be ideal to create an app that could link to the system, allowing individuals to claim their fish anytime and anywhere, with precise weight measurements. After the fish distribution concluded, Shen Lang issued a command to disperse the crowd, employing his usual persuasive rhetoric. Tonight, the heavens foretell a torrential downpour. Naturally, Newcomers were skeptical, but seasoned fishermen began to quietly pack their belongings and depart. Faced with Shen Lang's resolute demeanor, they had no choice but to drive back to the county town. Yet, a considerable number chose to remain in the village. Before long, the reservoir was completely deserted. As time passed, the meeting initially scheduled for 8 p.m. commenced. After dinner, the attendees began to gather in Shen Lang's courtyard. Those who had chosen to stay in the village were drawn to the lively atmosphere and quickly settled in, curious about the village meeting, as if they were part of the gathering. Shen Lang's home resembled a bustling banquet, with several young individuals bringing over their speakers. The unusually warm evening seemed to amplify the crowd's discomfort, as many fanned themselves with their hands, while some elders retrieved antique fans. "Shoo! Everyone, please quiet down." Once the sound system was set up, the village chief's voice resonated through the speakers. In an instant, the once boisterous crowd fell into an eerie silence. Today marks the inaugural village meeting, and for those absent, we shall not wait any longer. The meeting commences now. As you all are aware, our village has long been impoverished. It is a rarity to find prosperity in such a rural enclave. The younger generation has ventured out for work, while we, the elders, can no longer toil. However, Shen Lang has bestowed upon us a glimmer of hope. The village chief began his impassioned speech, eloquently articulating his thoughts, truly deserving of his position. Now, let us invite Shen Lang to elaborate on the specifics. Just as Shen Lang was on the verge of succumbing to drowsiness, he finally heard the village chief call his name. Is it customary for leaders to be so verbose? Shen Lang mused, suppressing his urge to interject. The nearby villagers, who had come to stay, were also fighting off fatigue. Had there been other places to go in the village, they would have departed long ago. Taking the microphone, Shen Lang plunged directly into the matter at hand. I shall dispense with idle chatter. Previously, I had proposed allocating 10% to the village collective, from which everyone would benefit financially. However, the plan has undergone a transformation. At this juncture, Shen Lang paused. The villagers, upon hearing of the change, gazed at him with bated breath, apprehensive of unfavorable news. Initially, I had prepared for an investment of several million. Now, it has escalated to over 10 billion, and consequently, the share for each individual may multiply significantly. I have roughly calculated that, if all goes smoothly, each person could potentially receive over 1 million annually. Wow! The courtyard erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The villagers were naturally elated at the prospect of such substantial financial gain. Meanwhile, the outsiders observing were utterly incredulous. When they began listening to the village chief, they had already grasped the situation. They had initially assumed that a small mountain village could have little to offer, perhaps merely engaging in fanciful talk. Yet, what they heard was a staggering investment of over 10 billion. Each individual could receive over 1 million each year. Such remarkable benefits. Is it too late for me to be reborn? Chapter 45, The Extravagance of 10 Million and a Major System Upgrade. Once Shen Lang and the others had settled down, he began, of course, this will require time. For now, as everyone is assisting at the reservoir, I will set a unified salary of 6,000 yuan for the month. I hope no one finds this amount lacking. Not all. It's perfectly acceptable. Just as Shen Lang was about to continue his speech, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face. Surprised, he reached up to touch it. Is that raindrops? I haven't even upgraded the system yet. Suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued, drenching everything in its path. Aside from the rain summoned by Shen Lang's system, the entire county experienced its first significant rainfall in over half a month. People hurriedly sought refuge in Shen Lang's home. Fortunately, his house was spacious enough to accommodate the crowd. Shen Lang pulled out his phone and checked the weather forecast. What had previously been a prediction of clear skies had transformed into a forecast of overcast and rain. I hope this doesn't disrupt our activities. It was evident that the meeting could not continue, and the rain showed no signs of abating. Some individuals, unable to wait, braved the rain to return home, while others gradually sought ways to leave. Once everyone had departed, Shen Lang lay down on his bed to commence his system upgrade, simultaneously utilizing the card he had drawn. He first upgraded the multiplier to gray, increasing it from 15 to 27 to 15 to 50 times. Both buttons turned gray, and upon clicking again, a prompt appeared. Please fulfill the prerequisite condition. Upgrade the water area to 5 square kilometers. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. How many square meters is 5 square kilometers? After opening his calculator, he was astounded to discover it was 5 million square meters, 10 times larger than his current area. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, with a maximum multiplier of 50, it was conceivable that monstrous creatures weighing over 1,000 pounds could emerge. A water area too small would be inadequate for such activities. But how much would this cost? Shen Lang hesitated, and upon calculating, he was shocked. Without the discount card, upgrading to 5 million square meters would require a staggering 100 million yuan. Even with the discount, he would still need 10 million. Gritting his teeth, Shen Lang resolved to upgrade the water area to meet the prerequisite condition. As for the 10 million gap, could the activities over the next 15 days not make up for it? Such an opportunity is rare. A 90 discount card is invaluable. Thus, Shen Lang began clicking to upgrade the water area. He clicked until his fingers ached, finally turning the icon gray, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Please complete the prerequisite. Catch a fish weighing 1,000 pounds in the reservoir. Species unrestricted. Goodness, that's an extreme requirement. A 1,000 pound fish. The odds of encountering such a creature are dismally low, let alone catching one. After all, to land a fish of that magnitude, it would need to weigh over 20 pounds, with a multiplier only manifesting at the highest levels. However, this upcoming event presents a splendid opportunity. Many extraordinary individuals are bound to emerge. In recent days, I must reach out to fish vendors to procure a greater number of larger fish. Shen Lang accessed the system panel to assess the current state of the reservoir. Name: Shen Lang. Age: 25. Bound water area: Shirkwan Reservoir. Water area size: 5,000,000 square meters. Effective for 3 days post-noon. The extensive upgrade of this water area has prompted the system to initiate a contingency plan, allowing the underground river to replenish the reservoir. Water depth: 45 meters. Effective for 3 days post-noon. Current fish growth rate: 20 to 50 times. The higher the multiplier, the lower the probability. Current sessions: 20 per day. Effective post-noon for 3 days. Current number of fishermen: none. Each data point is now appended with a 3-day time frame. This implies that the rain is expected to last a full 3 days. Furthermore, with the influx of underground river water, the scale of this upgrade is indeed monumental. However, 5 square kilometers now resembles the area of a typical small reservoir. Yet, the daily fee of 20 yuan is glaringly unappealing to Shen Lang. According to the system's calculations, this means everyone will be left with empty pockets. It seems that the remaining funds will not suffice. A substantial purchase of larger fish is imperative. At the very least, the daily admission fee must be increased. Otherwise, when potential anglers inquire about the cost and receive the answer of 20 yuan per day, they will undoubtedly regard you with a look of disbelief. You cannot possibly charge just 20 yuan per day for access to such a vast reservoir. Afternoon, the rain appeared to intensify slightly, but it was evident that it lacked the ferocity of previous system upgrades. Previously, fish would swarm like water cascading downward. Now, it merely resembled a significant downpour. The following morning, the rain persisted unabated. Shen Lang rose before 7 a.m. It was clear that fishing at the reservoir would not be feasible. Given the circumstances, it would need to be closed for several days. However, this also afforded Shen Lang the opportunity to attend to matters in the county. After all, the construction of the guest house and surrounding scenic areas requires official approval. Without it, any structures would be deemed illegal, leading to potential demolition. Too late to lament. Shen Lang briefed the necessary parties and set off toward the county, braving the rain. Not long into his journey, the rain began to lessen. This must be the extent of the system's rainfall range. Along the way, he encountered numerous vehicles headed toward the reservoir, and the numbers seemed to increase. What on earth? Are they all coming to enjoy the breeze on a day when we're not open for business? Thus, Shen Lang promptly called to instruct Shun Bishing to mobilize personnel to intercept vehicles on the road leading into the village and clarify the situation. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, this occasion was markedly different from the previous ones. Although the earlier events drew crowds, many merely came for amusement. This time, however, the allure of the substantial 5 million yuan prize ignited the passions of many. Even if one cannot win, witnessing the event would be worthwhile. Although the competition had yet to commence, countless individuals were eager to see the venue. Consequently, throngs of people were converging upon the location. Shen Lang arrived at the office to process the necessary paperwork, yet matters proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. Indeed, the situation was exceedingly challenging. To acquire the waterfront utilization permit, one must apply to the Water Conservancy Department, ascertain whether the land in question constitutes prime agricultural land or falls within the ecological red line, as well as secure a forestry permit. Shen Lang felt overwhelmed by the complexities involved. At that moment, the lady handling the applications remarked, "I would advise against pursuing this. Your project is unlikely to be approved." Shen Lang, taken aback, inquired, "Why is that?" The lady, growing somewhat impatient, replied, "It lies within an ecological forest area and is adjacent to a reservoir. 2 red lines. You might as well forget it." Shen Lang hesitated, producing a previous contract for the reservoir that he had signed with the county. "Look at this document. It permits me to undertake construction." The lady responded, "This is of no use to me. I require official permits." Shen Lang felt a sense of helplessness. Even if she had not said so, the document she demanded could not be procured in just a few days. He contemplated whether to leverage connections through wealthy acquaintances to facilitate matters. However, after some reflection, he decided against it, realizing he was not yet close enough to invoke such relationships. Meanwhile, at the junction leading to the reservoir, traffic had come to a standstill. Waves of individuals eager to fish or enjoy recreational activities were being turned away. Unbeknownst to them, the rain in the county had long ceased, and they remained ignorant of the reservoir situation. The reservoir's rising popularity drew countless visitors, yet, with access denied, they lingered in the county town. Consequently, the influx of people surged dramatically. All hotels and inns were swiftly booked, and the streets were filled with unfamiliar faces. The crowd continued to swell, leading any uninformed observer to believe they were in a bustling tourist destination. The local residents were left bewildered, wondering if something significant had transpired in the county. Why had they received no notifications? They only caught snippets of conversations among the strangers, hinting that one could potentially win $5 million by fishing at a certain location. Chapter 46. Have you stifled the achievements worth billions? This unusual situation was soon discovered and promptly reported to the county chief. The county chief, recognizing the significance of the influx of visitors and the economic benefits it could engender, understood that such an event would undoubtedly embellish his resume. Upon investigation, it was revealed that an exceptionally popular reservoir had emerged in the county, which was soon to host a grand challenge with a staggering prize of $5 million for the victor. Consequently, he directed his staff to place a call to the village to ascertain the specifics. The call was connected, and while they gleaned some information, the villagers informed them that the person in charge of the reservoir had gone to the county government on official business. The county chief, seizing the serendipity of the moment, requested the phone number, eager to engage in a fruitful dialogue with this promising young talent from the county. However, after several attempts, he found himself unable to connect. Thus, he resolved to descend and search for the individual in person. The county's administrative offices were housed in a singular, expansive building, a comprehensive administrative complex. Yet, after circling the service hall, he found no trace of the individual he sought. Meanwhile, Shen Lang was feeling quite dejected. Upon consulting the system, he received a response. Host procedures are normal and can be processed directly. Dear lady, could you possibly escalate this matter or summon your supervisor? Upon receiving this reply, Shen Lang discerned the crux of the issue. Perhaps the woman before him simply had no desire to assist him. Our supervisor is on leave today. You may return tomorrow, she suggested dismissively. Shen Lang was exasperated. Could you provide me with your supervisor's contact information so I may inquire further, or at least direct me to someone who can assist? The lady's impatience grew more palpable. Why don't you gather the documents I initially mentioned? And when our supervisor returns tomorrow, you can come back. Our supervisor is quite busy. Irritated, Shen Lang retorted, this document has received special approval from above. How is it that it cannot be processed here? She cast a glance at Shen Lang and retorted loudly, special approval? If your document is so special, why don't you seek the county chief's endorsement? Shen Lang had never encountered such bureaucratic hurdles before. He was reluctant to engage in a quarrel with her. Perhaps others were merely fulfilling their duties and indeed lacked the authority to act. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Very well, allow me to provide that special approval. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from behind him. Shen Lang turned to see a man clad in dress trousers and a white shirt, exuding an old-fashioned demeanor. "County Chief," the woman exclaimed, rising in alarm. "Where's old Lou? Is he on leave today?" The county chief inquired with a tone that brooked little nonsense. "And no, not at all. I shall fetch him immediately," she stammered, her voice quivering as she hurried away. Before Shen Lang could fully comprehend the situation, the county chief addressed him. "You must be Shen Lang. Truly a promising young man." Shen Lang hastily rose to his feet, exclaiming, well." He glanced at the departing elder sister, then at the county chief, still somewhat bewildered. Just then, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle emerged. "Leader, what brings you here today?" Shen Lang felt a surge of frustration. Had this leader been so close all along? "I heard you took a leave today, so I specifically came to see you." The county chief regarded Director Liu with a knowing smile, who appeared somewhat awkward but managed to respond, "No, it's just that today is quite busy." "Busy? Bus drinking tea. Perhaps? Are you unaware of the numerous affairs in the county, yet you claim to be busy? Young man, come, let us have a proper discussion in my office." The county chief grinned at Shen Lang while dialing his phone. "Notify all departments to convene in 1 hour." He then led Shen Lang away, not casting a single glance at Director Liu, who was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Upon arriving at the county chief's office, Shen Lang took a seat. "Are you planning to build a guest house?" The county chief inquired straightforwardly. "Not just a guest house. I intend to develop a cluster of accommodations around the reservoir, potentially comprising hundreds to thousands of rooms. Coupled with environmental enhancements, the investment will be at least several billion. However, it appears to be within a restricted area." The county chief paused momentarily while pouring water. "Several billion? What a significant achievement that would be. How could those beneath me possibly obstruct such a proposal? This young man's reservoir, despite lacking any structures, has already attracted countless visitors. If completed, it would be a tremendous success. It's utterly foolish. How could such ignorance exist? I could place a pig there, and it would fare better." Sighing, he continued, "The people below simply lack understanding. Do not take it to heart. Pursue your project boldly. I will assist you with the approval process." The county chief placed the water before Shen Lang. "With the current rural revitalization efforts, we must all work towards enhancing our communities. It seems the road leading to your reservoir has yet to be paved. This policy can help facilitate that. If there is anything else you require, do not hesitate to ask. I will ensure everything receives the green light. You mentioned organizing that fishing competition. I will arrange for publicity, ensuring a significant turnout. I will also allocate some law enforcement to assist with security and public order." Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. The disparity in treatment was astonishing. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Thank you so much, leader." Half an hour later, Shen Lang emerged from the administrative hall. Indeed, having connections expedited matters. With this issue resolved, he decided it was time to return. As he approached the intersection leading to the village, he noticed a line of vehicles parked there. Shen Bishing was fervently engaging with a group of individuals. "The weather here is nearly clear. Are you saying it's raining inside? Who are you trying to fool?" "Yes. What ill intentions do you harbor by obstructing us here? Do you believe I will call the police to apprehend you? In broad daylight, obstructing the road is indeed a criminal act." Shen Bishing is truly at a loss, as the reservoir is experiencing rainfall, making fishing impossible these days. If fishing becomes feasible, we will notify you. Numerous vehicles have already turned back ahead of you. There is no need for me to deceive you. Yet, it is apparent that those individuals remain unconvinced. Do you think we are fools? Allow us entry. Shen Bishing has already dissuaded many vehicles. Yet we are confronted with these few who refuse to listen. Let them in. Eventually, they will emerge on their own. At that moment, Shen Lang's voice resonated. "Brother Lang, you have arrived." Shen Bishing and the other sighed in relief upon seeing Shen Lang. "You should also return. I will have someone here to persuade them." Shen Lang made a phone call to the county magistrate to explain the situation, and the magistrate responded that arrangements would be made for traffic police to set up a checkpoint immediately. As for those who refuse to heed advice, let them be. With such heavy rain, what could they possibly accomplish? Dancing in the rain? Those few exchanged some sarcastic remarks before driving in. Shen Lang and Shen Bishing then departed, hastening towards a village. Chapter 47. The Colossal Leader, Shen Lang. The loneliness you cannot comprehend. As Shen Lang approached the village entrance, The rain began to pour once more. The vehicle that had initially entered came to a halt amidst the downpour, seemingly pondering whether to proceed. Shen Lang paid them no mind and drove past with determination. In the rearview mirror, he noticed Shen Bishing parking beside them, seemingly engaged in conversation. A faint smile graced Shen Lang's lips. His villagers remained as sincere and uncomplicated as ever. Perhaps the intersection had already been blocked by the traffic police. For the next 2 days, no external vehicles were seen entering the village. The fishermen who had chosen to stay overnight received word to return to the county town until the fishing conditions improved. The village returned to its customary tranquility. After acquiring the system, Shen Lang finally had the opportunity to rest for 2 days. Although the incessant rain rendered outdoor activities impossible, the days of leisure passed swiftly. On the 4th morning, the rain finally ceased, and the sun illuminated the entire mountain village, heralding the commencement of a busy day. With only 3 days remaining until the competition, numerous tasks awaited completion. All advertisements needed to be arranged, sound systems installed to cover every area, and the leaderboard needed to be transformed into an LED display. Additionally, the large fish that Shen Lang had ordered would gradually begin to arrive over the next couple of days. However, the first task Shen Lang chose after the rain subsided was to visit the reservoir. Before his eyes lay a water surface far larger than before, a true representation of what a reservoir should embody. At that moment, his attention was captured by a boat docked at the shore. An idea took root in Shen Lang's mind, one that he could not shake off. He desired to redeem himself by catching a colossal fish and avenging his past failures. Consequently, he boarded the vessel, retrieved the keys, and steered it toward the center of the reservoir. Gazing upon the magnificent expanse of water, he felt a surge of boldness, as if the world lay within his grasp. He positioned himself at the stern of the boat and cast out a historic line. As the day before the competition dawned, all facilities were installed and ready. Every 10 meters along the shore, an advertisement flag was planted, courtesy of several affluent sponsors. Beneath each flag lay a few life rings and life jackets, with the wealthy donors also contributing several rescue boats to ensure safety measures were adequately addressed. The shore was adorned with slogans, and the most prominent feature was a massive LED screen atop the dam. Even more eye-catching was a 2.5-meter grass carp suspended nearby. The leaderboard boldly displayed the rankings. First place, Shen Lang, 315 pounds, second place. Modi, 234 pounds, third place. Lu Muching, 192 pounds, brother Bishing. How do you think Lang Gu managed to haul that fish in? A group of young people pondered beneath the expansive screen. Who knows? Lang Gu is simply a legend. Shen Bishing replied. Indeed, if the leaderboard remains unbroken, wouldn't that mean Lang Gu could claim the 5 million himself? A young man remarked, you underestimate those anglers. Just using an excavator to fish, pulling up 500 pounds is a breeze. Shen Bishing interjected, and at that moment, Shen Lang's voice resonated throughout the reservoir. Hey, everyone, please pay attention. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the competition. You've all worked hard these past 2 days, but tomorrow will be even more challenging. However, I shall prepare a substantial red envelope for everyone, ensuring a delightful surprise. Now, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shen Lang emerged from the small wooden cabin, radiating an air of unrestrained enthusiasm. Noticing that everyone had gathered in front of the large screen, he approached them. Are you checking the rankings? No need to. The first place is right here. Just look at me. The crowd rolled their eyes and dispersed toward the cafeteria. Shen Lang, unconcerned, gazed at the leaderboard, a charming smile gracing his lips at the sight of his name at the top. Lang Gu, it's time for dinner. Don't you get tired of checking the leaderboard multiple times a day? Shen Lang replied with a slight smile. You wouldn't understand my loneliness. Boring. Yang Ruolin scoffed before walking away. Shen Lang felt that his moment of glory was imminent. When he had pulled that fish ashore, he had already envisioned a series of actions. Tomorrow, countless individuals would arrive, and their first sight would be the leaderboard, their attention immediately drawn to his name in the top position. Would anyone doubt the authenticity of the situation? After all, it was a list provided by the boss, and altering it would be a simple matter. Therefore, Shen Lang had hung that fish beside the leaderboard. Doubt? Non-existent. This was the truth. This was strength. Pleased with his cleverness, he smiled to himself until the ringing of his phone interrupted his reverie. Upon glancing at the screen, he was surprised to see an unexpected name, Lu Muching. He pressed the answer button and heard a brief message, "Check WeChat," before the call ended. Shen Lang stared at his phone momentarily, pondering, do you really have friends like this? Nevertheless, he opened the WeChat interface and discovered several messages from Lu Muqing. Are you there? I want to participate in the competition too. Save some of that bait for me. Reply. Shen Lang felt somewhat speechless. Yet the thought of the 30 million design fee prompted him to respond, Humph, I can be aloof too. Putting away his phone, Shen Lang hummed a tune as he headed to dinner. He eagerly anticipated the following day, not solely for his moment of brilliance, but also because it had been a week since he had seen any money come in. That hollow feeling occasionally gnawed at him, as all his funds had been spent on purchasing supplies and equipment. The most substantial expenses had been for those large fish. In total, Shen Lang had invested over $1 million in fish. Don't be misled into thinking that was a lot. It amounted to just over 4,000 fish, each weighing more than 20 pounds. According to the minimum multiplier, that would equate to over 300 pounds. One cannot help but ponder the minuscule probability of landing the highest multiplier. Tomorrow, the entry fee will rise to 300 yuan per day. While not exorbitant, this adjustment nonetheless lowers the barrier to entry for participants. With all preparations in place, we await the arrival of the morrow. As for the external world, after a week of anticipation, the grand competition for the million-yuan prize at the Shen Lang reservoir has reached an unprecedented level of buzz. At least within the fishing community, it is a matter of common knowledge. Consequently, this small county town has transformed into a veritable tourist haven, drawing countless individuals eager to partake in the contest. Of course, whether these attendees are genuinely interested in competing or merely there for the spectacle remains uncertain. The county magistrate has been beaming with joy these past few days. The economic benefits brought by such a large influx of visitors are incalculable. Most importantly, this event represents a significant milestone in his career, potentially paving the way for future promotions. He anticipated a considerable flow of people, yet the actual turnout exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, the sister who welcomed Shen Lang and the director, who did not, are both in tears, overwhelmed in the restroom. The county committee has convened several meetings to strategize on how to capitalize on this wave of visitors. They also intend to express gratitude to the young man who has attracted such attention. Policies will be enacted, and where there are none, new measures will be devised. The magistrate has also informed Shen Lang that the county's leadership team will be in attendance at the opening ceremony. That night, the city was aglow with lights, bustling with throngs of people. Beneath the reservoir, countless colossal figures darted back and forth. This competition is poised to unfold. Chapter 48. What did you say? Fishing? Indeed, my cow is here to fish. The following morning, everyone rose early. By 6:30, Shen Lang had already arrived at the reservoir's edge. To his surprise, he discovered that others had arrived even earlier. A dozen vehicles were parked atop the dam, and dozens of people were gesturing toward a large screen and a magnificent fish. Shen Lang stealthily approached, eavesdropping on their conversation. To his astonishment, the boss, who had remained inconspicuous, was indeed a true master. It was remarkable how, during our brief absence, the world had transformed so drastically. Alas, the once indomitable trio was no more. The pace of updates has been so rapid that we can hardly keep up with the times. Shen Lang felt a surge of delight upon hearing someone affirm their status as a true expert. It is indeed gratifying to receive compliments, particularly in areas one holds dear. However, he soon found something peculiar. Upon hearing the mention of the trio, he scanned the crowd and realized that the speakers were none other than the pioneers from his own team, Huluk Xian, Lu Jian, and Haozi. Coughing deliberately, Shen Lang edged closer, only to see the three retreating hastily. Which brother is that? With the flu going around, it's best not to get too close if you're unwell. Lu Jian warned as he stumbled back. Oh, boss. The trio was momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy. Boss, I missed you so much. Do you have any idea how I've been these past few days? They exclaimed, tears streaming down their faces as they leaned in closer to Shen Lang. He quickly sidestepped, having intended merely to observe without engaging with these three miscreants. Hey, stop right there. Yes, right there. Shen Lang insisted, finally managing to halt their advance. Now tell me, what have you all been up to these past few days? He inquired, adopting a tone reminiscent of a teacher addressing young children. Oh, the misfortune at home. It's quite a tale. Shen Lang sighed, unable to contain himself. If it's difficult to express, then perhaps you should refrain from elaborating. He turned to leave, only to be pulled back as the trio began their narrative. In truth, their escapades were not particularly extraordinary. They had simply skipped work to fish daily, much to the displeasure of their wives, who had banded together to restrict their movements. The commotion surrounding this activity was palpable, especially with the allure of the 5 million grand prize, which had captured the public's imagination. The trio was adamant about securing that 5 million, which ultimately led to their release. Concerned for his pioneering clients, Shen Lang inquired, "What equipment do you intend to use for fishing? As you can see, I am currently ranked first on the leaderboard. I can provide guidance." The trio exchanged glances before responding. "We came in haste and were unprepared, but we believe that human determination can conquer all." "Well, that is a wasted opportunity," Shen Lang lamented. As the moments pass, villagers gradually begin to arrive. They are busy setting up the stage and adjusting equipment in preparation for the opening ceremony. At this juncture, a large truck rounds the corner, revealing a massive excavator on its bed. Thus, the first competitor, who relies not on human strength, makes their entrance. However, the excavator lacks a touch of novelty. The next contender is far more imaginative, having brought along a winch from the factory. Yet, when a luxurious yacht makes its grand appearance, all else pales in comparison. As the crowd swells, an array of tools begins to emerge. Naturally, the majority, like the Three Musketeers, come without any equipment at all. Either they lack resources, or they simply wish to relish the joy of fishing and the ambience of the surroundings. At that moment, Shen Lang notices an elderly gentleman leading a cow along a narrow path. The cow, as it walks, is also relieving itself. Shen Lang furrows his brow, pondering the potential discomfort for anyone who might inadvertently step in it amidst the throng of people. Thus, he approaches the old man. "Sir, cows are not permitted here. Could you please take it up the hill over there?" Shen Lang gestures toward the nearby forest as he speaks. The old man looks up at Shen Lang, puzzled. "Huh? What did you say? Fishing?" "Yes. My cow is here to fish." Shen Lang, with an uncertain tone, points at the cow. "Fishing? With a cow?" The old man reveals a couple of remaining teeth as he responds, "I heard you can earn money fishing here. I've loved fishing since childhood, and my cow does too." Shen Lang is left speechless. Well, this certainly is the most peculiar tool to appear. With time to spare and nothing pressing to attend to, Shen Lang begins to wander about, though this wandering naturally leads him to the vicinity of the leaderboard screen. Every newcomer is drawn to check the rankings, eager to glimpse the glory of the top contender. They also notice the massive fish hanging nearby. Occasionally, someone recognizes Shen Lang, casting glances of admiration, disbelief, skepticism, and a myriad of other expressions in his direction. Shen Lang adopts a humble demeanor, graciously receiving each gaze. He occasionally overhears delightful remarks. "Who is Shen Lang? So formidable?" "Shen Lang is the owner here. Isn't there a brief introduction beside him?" "Indeed, but why would he place his biography there? Is he afraid nobody would recognize him?" "Brother, you are being simplistic. If I were Shen Lang, I would hang my name next to the fish, allowing everyone to recognize me better." Before long, the designated time for the opening ceremony arrives. The county officials and several affluent individuals have gathered. Naturally, the county leaders are familiar with these wealthy figures, as they are well known within the circle. Upon learning that this competition is a collaboration between these affluent individuals and Shen Lang, they become curious about Shen Lang's identity and background, thereby placing greater importance on him. Meanwhile, the wealthy attendees, witnessing the attention the relevant authorities bestow upon Shen Lang's event, begin to regard him with newfound respect. Both parties reached a consensus in thought. "Young man, it is not as simple as one might imagine." Shen Lang, oblivious to their intentions, would have scoffed at the notion had he been aware. After all, he is a person endowed with a system. "Everyone, please quiet down. The opening ceremony is about to commence." Yang Rulin's voice resonated throughout the reservoir. Simultaneously, she appeared at the center of the stage for the opening ceremony. Gazing at the sea of faces before her, Yang Rulin felt a tremor of apprehension in her heart. Her only prior experience speaking in front of a large audience was during her school days, when she recited a short essay before her entire class, which consisted of no more than 50 individuals. Now, she faced a crowd that was unfathomably larger. As the crowd quieted slightly, Yang Rulin's voice rang out once more. "Welcome. everyone to this competition, which is proudly sponsored by Tianqing Group and Mumming Industries. This initial wave of advertisements caught the audience off guard. After announcing the sponsors, she proceeded to explain the rules of the fishing event. Apart from severe violations such as poisoning or electrifying the water, any method of fishing is permissible, and only fish that are successfully landed will count. Following the explanation of the rules, it was time for the county leaders to address the crowd. Naturally, those in positions of leadership share a common flaw. Their speeches tend to be lengthy and tedious. Under the scorching summer sun, with the azure waters reflecting our joy, we gather here today. The county mayor spoke for a full half hour before sluggishly concluding, "I wish all contestants a bountiful catch and a successful competition." As the mayor finished his speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. It was unclear whether they were celebrating the conclusion of his speech or simply relieved that he had finally finished. Finally, it was Shen Lang's turn to take the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say a few words." The crowd braced themselves for what they assumed would be another lengthy discourse, but instead, Shen Lang shouted with fervor, "Be cautious! Be cautious! Be cautious!" The fishing has now begun. With just a few succinct phrases, he concluded his remarks. In an instant, the reservoir erupted with excitement. The crowd began to scan their entry passes and receive their identification tags. The youth are indeed straightforward. Had he followed the lead of that lengthy speaker, one might have wished to silence him. Who could disagree? The desire to silence such verbosity was nearly impossible to conceal. Shen Lang suddenly overheard these two remarks from passers-by and felt an immense sense of relief that he had only intended to put on a show, completely forgetting to prepare a speech. Chapter 49. What will you use for fishing? Nothing, just the tower cranes from the engineering site. Everyone has begun to distribute numbers, which clearly indicates a monumental undertaking. It is imperative to ensure that each individual successfully completes their payment. After all, without successful payment, Shen Lang would not receive any system rebates, rendering the results null and void. This is explicitly stated in the announcement. However, with so many participants, there is always a fear of misunderstandings. It is always prudent to exercise caution. After more than an hour of bustling activity, the number finally settled at 478. The sheer volume of participants was quite unexpected for Shen Lang. The final tally might well exceed 3,000, as anyone who pays within 15 days can be considered a successful competitor. Given the expanded area of the reservoir, accommodating such a crowd is comfortably manageable. However, the figure of 3,000 is not particularly outrageous. After all, Guinness records often boast participation in the thousands. With the opening ceremony concluded, the county officials naturally prepared to depart. Shen Lang graciously accompanied them for a while. As they were parting, the county chief remarked, "Xiao Shun, you're doing quite well. Keep it up, and feel free to reach out if you encounter any difficulties." Shen Lang reciprocated with a few courteous words, expressing gratitude for the leader's concern, assuring them of his diligence. In truth, Shen Lang was not particularly fond of interacting with such figures, but for the better development of the region, such engagements were unavoidable. After all, once one experiences the ease of getting things done with a green light from above, one realizes how beneficial it is to have connections. After seeing off the county officials, Shen Lang found himself somewhat idle. The fishing contestants had already gone to prepare, yet there were still many people lingering on the dam. Most were simply there for the spectacle, as it is a common habit among the populace. Once left to his own devices, Shen Lang felt his stomach begin to protest. Having not eaten anything all morning, he was feeling quite hungry. It was then that he noticed numerous small stalls emerging along the edge of the reservoir. Intrigued, Shen Lang made his way over. He distinctly remembered that no one had informed him that vendors would be setting up stalls. Nevertheless, Shen Lang was not there to chase anyone away. He was indeed quite hungry, tired of the same breakfast prepared by the aunties every morning. He yearned for something new and refreshing. In no time, a plethora of stalls had been erected, showcasing the local delicacies. Shen Lang paused in front of stalls selling glutinous rice cakes, ordered two, and casually inquired, "Annie, how's business here? We've just started setting up, but with so many people around, it should be good." The auntie replied cheerfully, "Are you here to fish as well? I heard the first prize is 5 million. Shen Lang took the glutinous rice cakes from her and replied, "Yes, currently, I am at the top of the leaderboard." A hint of pride gleamed in his eyes. The auntie glanced at the leaderboard screen, and suddenly her expression shifted. Oh dear, young man, you're the boss here. I didn't realize that stalls were not allowed. Shen Lang was taken aback. Was he indeed implying that he was there to chase people away? She merely proclaimed a name for herself. However, she confidently claimed the title of being first on the rankings, and the auntie immediately recognized her. It appears her fame has grown considerably. Auntie, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of driving you away. The auntie seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. So, are you here to collect the stall fee? Of course not. I merely wish to enjoy some breakfast. Shen Lang was well aware of the hardships these vendors faced and certainly would not create difficulties for them. However, it was necessary for someone to remind them to clear away the trash when they close up. Annie, how much do I owe you? No, it's on the house. Shen Lang would not take advantage of such generosity and promptly took out his phone to scan the payment. The auntie hurriedly intervened, but Shen Lang had already completed the transaction. He was familiar with the market price of these rice cakes. Just after he made the payment, his phone began to ring. It was a call from Yang Ruolin. Where are you, Lengo? There's a beauty looking for you. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. A beauty? Was it that lady who was fishing with an excavator? Lu Muqing? Does she not realize she has reached out to me? All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Shen Lang noticed 2 missed calls on his phone and 2 messages on WeChat. Where are you? Where is everyone? All right, there were too many people. I didn't tea here. He arrived beside the wooden cabin and indeed found Lu Muqing there. Hello, Miss Lu, good morning. He was met with Lu Muqing's somewhat frosty gaze, her eyes imbued with a hint of chill. Do you need to regard me with such a look? Hand it over. Shen Lang stood there dazed, suddenly noticing the rice cake in his hand. Here, eat. Lu Muqing's expression grew even more frigid. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? The promise? Shen Lang suddenly comprehended. Oh, you should have mentioned it earlier. It's just bait, right? 500 packet. Shen Lang retrieved the bait from the system and handed it to Lu Muqing. Yang Ruolin, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. My cousin, you are quite straightforward. I'll transfer you later. Did you see that old man from my family? Lu Muqing accepted the bait and remarked. Shen Lang glanced toward the reservoir and pointed at the luxurious yacht in the middle. He is probably on that yacht with his friends. Lu Muqing looked over and snorted softly. Unproductive pursuits. She then turned to Shen Lang and said, that old man enjoys meddling in affairs of the heart. Do not take it to heart. We are not meant to be. Shen Lang was once again taken aback. Lu Zhonghua must have said something to Miss Lu. Of course, we are from entirely different worlds. Shen Lang had no such intentions either. After all, isn't making money more appealing? What machine does Miss Lu plan to use for fishing this time? Is it still the excavator? Lu Muqing, upon hearing this, pointed to the side. No, I brought a little gadget from the construction site. It should be installable. Shen Lang looked over and saw some workers directing a crane lowering something. What is that? Shen Lang was unsure. What were these segmented iron objects? There is nothing significant, merely a tower crane at the construction site. Shen Lang fell into silence, exclaiming, You are impressive. However, just as he was about to turn away, he spotted another familiar face, Li Anxin. She emerged from a luxury vehicle worth millions. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s exited from the driver's seat, his appearance decidedly unrepulsive. Li Anxin approached him, linking her arm with his, and headed in Shen Lang's direction. A sense of intrigue filled Shen Lang's mind. Was this her boyfriend, or perhaps her primary supporter? After all, he had heard the stories about female streamers and their top supporters that were often too scandalous to mention. Although Li Anxin had transitioned away from being a beauty streamer, her streaming tactics still bore the hallmarks of that genre. At that moment, Li Anxin noticed Shen Lang. The instant their eyes met, he detected a flicker of anxiety in her gaze, which she swiftly masked. Old classmate, congratulations. This competition is extraordinarily popular, she said as they approached. Thank you. And who is this beside you? Shen Lang in Politely. Oh, let me introduce you. This is General Manager Wang, known on Douyin as Fishing Brother, Li Anxin explained. Understanding dawned on Shen Lang. This was indeed the top supporter. Hello, Wang Sholi. He greeted as they shook hands. Hello, Shen Lang. I've seen your impressive contributions to Huazi. The special effects are stunning. Wang Sholi laughed. I have also watched you in Anxin's livestream. Am I eligible to participate in this competition? I wish to demonstrate the prowess of Fishing Brother. Shen Lang shrugged. Of course, everyone is welcome to join. Ruolin, please assist him with the registration. Before long, Wang Sholi received his participant number and departed. Shortly after, Shen Lang received a WeChat message. Shen Lang, it's not what you think. I genuinely like him. Taken aback, he pondered the meaning behind her message. What did it matter to him if she pursued love freely? Just then, a notification from the system appeared. Lou Billy has caught a 15-pound, 315-pound silver carp. Congratulations! You have earned 529, 200 Huaxia coins. No way, so soon? How is this possible? And with a silver carp, a species known for its endurance. Before long, an announcement crackled through the intercom. Participant 1387, Lou Billy, has caught a 315-pound giant fish. Please relay this to the broadcasting studio. End of report. Astonishingly, news spread rapidly across the reservoir. Participant 1387, Lou Billy, has caught a 315-pound behemoth, currently tied for first place with Shen Lang. Let us keep up the efforts, everyone. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd grew restless. How could this happen in such a brief period? This must be cheating. It's impossible to catch that quickly. I haven't even prepared my bait. Is this the prowess of a true expert? Lou Billy certainly lived up to his name. He was indeed remarkable. Shen Lang, too, was intrigued by how this extraordinary individual managed to land such a catch in such a short span of time. It seemed utterly implausible. Chapter 50, Excavators. Behold the excavators again. Lou Billy was originally an excavator operator who considered himself the pinnacle of his craft. Have you ever seen an excavator ignite a lighter? Lou Billy is that kind of exceptional talent. When a typical construction worker requests a depth of 50 centimeters, he can achieve an error margin of merely 1 or 2 centimeters. This mastery resembles the precise maneuvers depicted in science fiction mecha novels, attainable only by the most skilled practitioners. During his recent stint at a construction site, he heard whispers of a competition taking place. Although he does not fish, he has a profound appreciation for fishing videos and has naturally come across the viral excavator fishing incident. In his eyes, the operator in that viral video displayed a lack of skill, and he was confident he could perform far better. Thus, with his spirit of experimentation, he decided to bring his excavator along, considering it a vacation of sorts since he had little else to occupy his time. After enduring the tedious opening ceremony, Lou Billy piloted his excavator towards a reservoir. However, due to the overwhelming crowd, maneuvering his machine became cumbersome, prompting him to venture further inward. Before long, he encountered a throng of people blocking the path ahead. Curiosity piqued, he dismounted his excavator to investigate. There, beside the bank among the aquatic vegetation, he beheld a colossal whirlpool, beneath which loomed a massive dark shadow. Lou Billy felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth was that? Yet, as he overheard the discussions of the onlookers, clarity dawned upon him. I feel like this fish is challenging me. I can hardly resist. Brothers, I must dive in. Hey, are you out of your mind? That could be the legendary guiding fish. Who knows who might catch it? Do you really believe in such superstitions? Even if you don't, go ahead and try. That fish could easily swallow you whole. Lou Billy suddenly realized that it was indeed a fish, and he was taken aback. What guiding fish? I've never heard of such a thing. He glanced at his excavator and declared to the crowd, You may believe it to be a guiding fish, but I see it as a pickled fish. Allow me to take charge. The crowd turned their attention towards him, and the man who had initially spoken about the guiding fish remarked, How reasonable. I'm at a loss for words. But my friend, do you dare to go down? Without hesitation, Lou Billy strode towards his excavator. As the machine roared to life, the crowd parted to make way. Wow, why didn't you mention this big guy sooner? There's nothing an excavator cannot handle. If it can't, then I'll bring in a dozen more. Lou Billy maneuvered the excavator to the water's edge, gently lowering the boom. The moment the bucket touched the water was as delicate as caressing a young maiden, creating only the slightest ripples that spread outward. The onlookers gasped in awe. Goodness, this operator is impressive. His skills flow like water. Shoo, be quiet. The excavator's bucket began to glide forward, and just as it neared the fish, it suddenly surged with force. The fish, now aware of the impending danger, began to thrash its body in response. Yet, its escape route had been severed, and its body swayed as it was drawn into the excavator's bucket, only to be catapulted into the air. In the next moment, the fish landed heavily on the ground, its scales scattering everywhere. It seemed to yearn for a return to the water, struggling and flopping a couple of times, yet the outcome had already been sealed. When Shen Lang arrived, it was to hear this very tale. At this moment, the protagonist of the story was cradling that fish, showering it with kisses amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Shen Lang found this utterly absurd. Could a single individual possess such extraordinary luck? However, since the system had acknowledged it, it must indeed be valid. To weigh this fish, several anglers had sacrificed their backs. Soon, the saga of the first fish being caught spread throughout the reservoir. The fishermen were filled with envy and jealousy. Yet, they all came to terms with it, realizing that through conventional means, it was impossible to catch a fish so swiftly. They could only lament the incredible fortune of that individual. Shen Lang also conversed with Liu Billy, hoping to display this fish above the dam, beside his own catch. Liu Billy naturally agreed, as he would never miss such an opportunity for recognition. Thus, he placed the fish into the excavator bucket and made his way back. Upon reaching the dam, it inevitably drew a crowd. Most at the dam were there for leisure, and naturally, those eager for excitement gathered around. Wow, is this the enormous fish that was announced as the top catch? How massive! We could enjoy hot pot for 18 meals with this. Indeed, it would grant our entire neighborhood the freedom of sour fish. Amidst the spectators, this fish was displayed next to the one Shen Lang had caught. Ruolan, hurry and record a video for Douyin. I'm coming. Yang Ruolan scamparet over. Liu Billy stood beside the fish, grinning widely, his smile reaching ear to ear. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle moment of his life. He had never felt such exhilaration, not even on the night of his wedding. You should live stream. Look at all those people down there. Many are streaming. We are official. It would be a pity not to. Shen Lang said to Yang Ruolan after she finished recording. All right, but, Langgu, could you assign someone to help me? Shen Lang was puzzled. What is the matter? Yang Ruolan replied. You see, when you first called me over, it was to manage the finances. Now, I'm also the cashier, the video operator. I hosted this morning, and now you want me to live stream. I simply can't juggle all these roles. Shen Lang paused, realizing that he had indeed overloaded his cousin with responsibilities. Yet, it was because this cousin was so capable that he found himself wanting to delegate more tasks to her. It seemed he should lighten her burden. You're right, it's my fault. How about this? You scout for suitable candidates to help share the workload. And perhaps find someone for the live stream? Yang Ruolan pouted. So, you now want me to handle human resources as well, right? Shen Lang felt a tinge of embarrassment. In truth, Yang Ruolan was merely expressing her grievances. She was quite content with her job. Each day brought forth a plethora of intriguing events, far surpassing her previous employment at that drudgery-ridden company. Alas, her detestable cousin also treated her like a mere beast of burden. Yet, witnessing the reservoir flourish day by day filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. She entrusted the cash register duties to a young girl from the village and eagerly embarked on her live-streaming venture. Although Yang Ruolan had never hosted a live stream before, when he not have witnessed a pig run to have tasted pork, right? After a brief period of tinkering, the live stream was initiated. The title read, Experience the thrill of the grand prize at the Shirkwan Reservoir's giant object ranking with a 1,000,000 yuan reward. Perhaps this account already possessed a modest following. For as soon as the stream commenced, dozens of viewers flooded in. Wait, isn't this the official live stream? Why are we only seeing this girl? Was the first comment in the chat. As Yang Ruolan was still adjusting her setup, half the screen was filled with her face. To her surprise, the girl was quite attractive, appearing fresh-faced. Was the giant object ranking truly this popular? Today, she had stumbled upon a multitude of live streams. It was only then that Yang Ruolan noticed the influx of viewers. She held her phone further away and greeted them. Hello everyone. Welcome to the official live stream of the 1,000,000 yuan giant object ranking competition. Feel free to interact with me about anything you'd like to know or see. After her introduction, she turned the camera towards the screen, displaying the giant object leaderboard. To her astonishment, Shen Lang's name topped the list, with Liu Billy following closely behind. Though both competitors bore the same weight, Shen Lang had caught his fish first, while Liu Billy had done so later. Chapter 51. Good sir, are you truly fishing with cattle? The number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise, perhaps due to the growing excitement. Within mere minutes, the count had already surpassed 1,000, and, judging by the momentum, it seemed to be climbing incessantly. At this moment, the barrage of comments began to flood the screen. These anglers are utterly pathetic. It's taken them so long to catch a single fish. Why don't you give it a try? I will. Just you wait for a day. Wait, are you serious about trying? ISNT, it said that the first place is reserved for the host. Can the host participate too? Sounds like insider knowledge. Yang Ruolan selectively addressed the queries from the viewers. A particular commenter suggested that the host position was a result of favoritism, to which she responded, "This is not the case. The host genuinely caught that fish themselves. But fret not, even if the host ranks on the leaderboard in the future, they will not be eligible for any prizes. Do you all harbor such little faith in the contestants' abilities?" Yang Ruolin then directed the camera towards the two fish, stating, "One was caught by the host and the other by contestant. In the future, all fish that make the leaderboard will be displayed here, one after the other, in this most prominent spot of the entire reservoir." She briefly panned the camera around, declaring, "Anyone who arrives here will see this leaderboard at first glance, ensuring you become the center of attention." Yang Ruolin was attentively monitoring the viewer count and the stream of comments. The number of viewers had now surged to 2,000. She also picked a question from a viewer. "I heard this competition has no restrictions on equipment. Could the host show us what tools are available?" In truth, hosts often choose to selectively respond to inquiries, ignoring any negative remarks as if they had never been seen. This is a common practice across many industries. Curious about the tools? Oh, there are countless. Yang Ruolin lifted her phone, revealing a crane stationed beside the reservoir's dam. The steel cable of the crane plunged vertically into the water, while the operator dozed in the cabin. This is quite the behemoth. I've heard it can lift hundreds of tons. Utilizing it here feels akin to using a massive sword to slay a chicken. However, Yang Ruolin paused and continued, "Do you know why the operator is sleeping instead of fishing?" The comments flooded in. Using a massive sword to slay a chicken. What a fitting metaphor. The construction site next door is in dire need of a crane. If this fish bites, the insurance company will have to rewrite their policies overnight. The operator said, "Whoever wants to fish can go ahead." Yang Ruolin chuckled at the barrage of comments, saying, "You all are quite amusing. The truth is, the dam of this reservoir is so high that even if one were to catch a fish, it would be impossible to lift it out. As fish do tend to struggle, the probability of losing the catch is 99%. Hence, the crane operator can only lie there and take a nap." She pointed to a spot along the reservoir's bank, adding, "However, there is a wealthy individual down there installing a construction tower crane, still working on the base. It should be operational in a couple of days." Yang Ruolin found herself increasingly enamored with live streaming, as she discovered just how endearing these viewers truly were. Certainly, aside from a few detractors, Yang Ruolin gazed at the barrage of comments, her laughter ringing out like tinkling bells. "Fish, I'm not escaping the hook, but rather the modern infrastructure behemoth. Understood. Next time I'll use a shield tunneling machine to dig for worms. Emergency plan. Deploy 10 aircraft to intercept and leap over the dam to snatch the fish." The crane operator is foolish. Why not just bring another boat down below to resolve the issue? Streamer, let us head to the reservoir to see. Watching your live stream makes me want to fly over immediately. Yang Ruolin ceased her laughter and declared, "All right, let us descend to the reservoir and observe the performances of other competitors." With that, she made her way toward the water's edge. Shen Lang, witnessing Yang Ruolin flourish in the live stream, nodded in satisfaction. His cousin was truly remarkable. He realized he must keep a close eye on her to ensure no charming rogue deceived her. At that moment, Shen Lang noticed several wealthy individuals ascending from below the reservoir and, puzzled, approached to inquire, "Aren't you going fishing? Where are you headed?" Old Mo chuckled, "No rush. The experts always make their move last. Let them fish for a few days first. Otherwise, it would be too unfair." The other affluent individuals chimed in, "That's sensible. Our opponents are so weak, they hardly pique our interest." At that juncture, Lu Zhonghua, with a grin, remarked, "Alas, I must fly to Dubai tomorrow to fish for sharks. So let these reservoir fish live a few more days and broaden their horizons." The wealthy men gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, you truly know how to boast." Shen Lang understood the implication. Appearing now would be somewhat embarrassing, allowing these anglers to play for a while before they returned. He was indifferent. After all, fishing was fishing. Ultimately, some would pay the price for their arrogance. After bidding farewell to a few, Shen Lang settled back, reflecting on the bustling scene below the reservoir, filled with myriad emotions. The unpredictability of life. Who could have anticipated that a young man of dubious reputation could reach such heights? He now possessed the vast expanse of the reservoir's beauty, along with over 12 million in debts. Yet, Shen Lang felt no anxiety. Borrowing a phrase from a notable figure, he declared, "I am not interested in money." He was striving to attain that very state of being. As Yang Ruolin walked, She enthusiastically introduced the picturesque scenery of the reservoir to her viewers. By the time they reached the bottom, the live stream had surpassed 10,000 viewers, with gifts pouring in incessantly. Yang Rulin beamed with joy, recalling Shen Lang's words that this account's earnings would be split with her. Despite having uploaded numerous videos previously with high view counts, she had received nothing. Yet, in such a short span, she had likely earned as much as her daily wage. Suddenly, as she was passionately explaining, a loud crack startled her. "Oh no, another one. How many is this today? I've lost count. It feels like setting off firecrackers. But this is worth far more." Turning towards the source of the sound, she saw an anguished fisherman staring ahead, holding a broken fishing rod. It turned out he had snapped his rod. Today marks the inaugural day of the competition, yet many anglers remain oblivious to the circumstances. Their understanding of the underwater fish conditions is rather limited. Predominantly, individuals are still employing traditional fishing methods. A typical fishing rod cannot withstand such immense weight. It is bound to break. Even if it does not snap, one must possess the strength to reel in, as the instantaneous force of several hundred pounds is simply beyond the capacity of an average person. Initially, many were unaware that someone had already experienced a broken rod. Allow me to elucidate the current situation at the reservoir for those who wish to take on the challenge. As Yang Rulin walked, she spoke firstly to challenge the giant fish leaderboard. One must target specimens weighing at least 300 pounds. Thus, it is permissible to utilize external force within the rules. If you merely seek a thrilling experience, upgrade your fishing rod, line setup, and hooks. For instance, the elderly gentleman ahead has harnessed the power of an ox. Yang Rulin Bauset, Taken Abak. Wait, he is genuinely using an ox to pull in the fish, and it seems the fish has already taken the bait. Yang Rulin hastened a few steps towards the elderly man and the ox. At that moment, the ox was straining to maintain its balance. Yet the muddy bank rendered it somewhat slippery, causing its four legs to continuously scrape backward. Meanwhile, the old man wielded a bamboo stick, issuing commands in a dialect: go, go, go. Generally, oxen used for plowing possess a pulling strength of several hundred pounds, making them capable of contending with such colossal creatures. However, it was evident that something was amiss with the old man's ox. Its eyes were nearly rolling back. Yang Rulin observed that the ox's tether was wrapped around its neck, threatening to suffocate it. The onlookers hesitated to intervene, apprehensive that they might become entangled in the predicament themselves. At this critical moment, a group of muscular men surged forth from the crowd, led by a man whose bicep was thicker than most people's thighs. They placed their hands on the thick rope, and together they exerted force, successfully halting the fish's momentum. The ox caught its breath and promptly broke free from the yoke, dashing away with all its might. The elderly man, witnessing the ox's escape, waved his bamboo stick in pursuit, muttering incessantly, you run, I'll break your damn legs." The leading muscular man, observing the elderly figure receding into the distance, called out, "Old man, are you abandoning your fish?" The elderly gentleman appeared somewhat hard of hearing and offered no response. The muscular man, resigned, could only continue alongside his companions, taking over the ox's task. Chapter 52. The fish today, I nearly indulged in a sumptuous meal of boiled beef. The barrage of comments in the live stream has gone utterly wild. I cannot contain myself. I am in stitches. This elderly gentleman is simply hilarious. Is no one concerned about that cow? The cow exclaims, "First and foremost, I have not wronged any of you. Today, I almost feasted on a delectable serving of boiled beef." The figure of the elderly gentleman recedes into the distance, while the cow has long since vanished. Meanwhile, the tug-of-war by the reservoir continues unabated. A dozen muscular men are effortlessly handling a single fish. Li Peiguang, keep it up, reel it in, and it will be yours. Onlookers begin to cheer and jeer. However, we must locate that gentleman, as his cow is nearly gone. And after all, this fish rightfully belongs to him. As Li Peiguang pulls the rope, he remarks that he, too, is a prominent video blogger, known for his endearing naivety and frequent losses, which is why he is affectionately dubbed Li Peiguang. This gathering has attracted an extraordinary number of bloggers, perhaps several hundred in total. After all, any savvy individual recognizes the potential for garnering attention during this wave of traffic. Online discussions suggest that in this million-yuan prize competition, the most promising outcomes are likely to emerge from those employing mechanical aids. In a bid to showcase their strength, Li Guang and his two close friends have resolved to eschew any supermodel tools and rely solely on their human might to wrestle the large fish from the water and claim that million-yuan prize. Naturally, this declaration has garnered widespread support from fellow anglers, as many believe that fishing should embody the true essence of the sport. What's the point of using an excavator for fishing? You might as well bring a tower crane or a helicopter. Such methods are met with disdain. For many pursue the deeper meaning of fishing, relishing the experience itself. This represents a profound dedication on a spiritual level. It is akin to the notion that even in a future filled with electric vehicles, there will always be those who remain enamored with gasoline engines. Thus, despite the peak of popularity, a considerable number of anglers scoff at participation in such events, which is why the attendance remains a mere 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. However, fishing is indeed a nuanced endeavor. Li Guang has yet to fully grasp the basics of fish farming, let alone the more technical aspects of fishing. After a lengthy pursuit, he has encountered no signs of success. Just then, he notices the elderly gentleman's cow, now overwhelmed, calling out for assistance. Everyone rushes forward, resolving the predicament. Brothers, let us go. Tonight, I will treat you to a bottle of protein powder. All right, let us do this. Their photographer is already beaming with delight. Such splendid material deserves a generous serving of chicken legs tonight. However, after some time, they realize that having a dozen people is simply too much. Even if this fish weighs 300 or 400 pounds, its instantaneous burst of power is at most around 1,000 pounds. Despite many claiming that their muscles lack true strength, they are still significantly stronger than the average individual. Thus, the number of participants begins to dwindle, from 10 down to 3, until they finally come to a halt. The number of participants is relatively manageable, allowing everyone to take turns when fatigue sets in. After all, freshwater fish are renowned for their endurance, and this is bound to become a protracted battle. Li Guang, stepping away from the fray, addressed the camera, expressing disbelief that the two would arrive early. Look, we're about to reel in a big one. They'll be envious. He clenched his fists, muscles taut, exuding an aura of formidable strength. What do their machines matter? The fish only possess so much pulling power. Can they really catch a ton of fish? After a brief stint of broadcasting, Yang Rulin prepared to depart as the tug-of-war commenced. Continuous streaming of muscular men stacking up was rather unseemly, despite her personal enjoyment of it. In just a short time, the viewership surged past 30,000, although it seemed to have hit a plateau at that figure. Li Guang's assertion resonated with me. Even if the fish weighed 500 pounds, its strength could not possibly overpower 10 individuals. Thus, those without funds to enhance their chances could form groups to participate. Yang Rulin began promoting the competition within the live stream. The barrage of comments surged once more. Yes, you're absolutely right. I believe I can do it. Tomorrow, I will rally my relatives to help me find suitors. Let them come in groups. The chat was filled with cheerful participants. Should Li Guang manage to land that fish, the dynamics of the subsequent events would undoubtedly shift significantly. Throughout the stream, Yang Rulin shared insights on various equipment, such as electric reels and pulley systems for ease of use. However, the most common sight was the excavator. Its versatility and strength were unmatched, boasting a proven track record of successful catches and a practical rating of 4 stars. As for the boats in the water, they were the playthings of the affluent. Amidst the sporadic sounds of snapping lines and splashes, Yang Rulin's live stream flourished. It was hard to believe this was a novice broadcaster. Gradually, participants began to appear on the leaderboard, but all were over 100 pounds, yet under 200 pounds. The greater the weight, the more challenging it became to reel in the catch. Luring the fish and successfully landing it are 2 distinct challenges. By midday, the leaderboard was filled to capacity, adorned with an impressive array of fish. On the shady side of the dam, a massive awning had been erected, under which large round tables were being set up, with dishes being served one after another. In the past, the small cafeteria would see hundreds crowding in. Given today's substantial turnout, it was impractical to have everyone queue for meals. It would take an eternity. Thus, Shen Lang proposed a buffet-style arrangement, 10 people per table, with 50 tables set, enabling 500 individuals to dine simultaneously, while also allowing them to experience the charm of a traditional farmhouse feast. The pressure in the kitchen has indeed increased somewhat, prompting the hiring of over a dozen esteemed chefs from the vicinity. Remarkably, the price is a mere 30 yuan per person. The dishes have been meticulously curated, and the pricing is fair and transparent, especially considering that similar hotel configurations typically cost around 7 to 800 yuan per table. Dear fishing enthusiasts, as noon approaches, a banquet has been arranged at the dam, priced at 30 yuan per individual. Those interested may now ascend, as the first feast is about to commence. The announcement resonates throughout the reservoir. Many anglers, having skipped breakfast, have arrived with ravenous appetites, eagerly scurrying up the path. However, upon arrival at the designated area, they were taken aback to find every spot already occupied. A crowd had gathered nearby, each person gazing hungrily at the diners indulging in their meals. The anglers, upon glimpsing the array of dishes on the tables, could hardly contain their salivation. To their delight, the spread included hearty fare, such as braised pork knuckles, steamed pork with rice flour, and richly braised meat, totaling over a dozen delectable dishes. Indeed, this banquet, priced at only 30 yuan, attests to the kitchen's unwavering commitment to quality. Chapter 53. The update of the giant fish ranking. To everyone's astonishment, the first place is claimed by an elderly gentleman. However, there is little that can be done. Since we are here, we must wait until they finish their meal. As time passes, an unsettling realization dawns. The crowd is swelling, and securing a spot has become a fierce competition. One must claim a position to scan the payment code. This predicament leaves those without a place in a frenzy. Had I known it would be like this, I might have chosen to forego the meal altogether. Amidst the lunching crowd, a momentous announcement crackles through the loudspeakers. A moment of good news. The record for the giant fish ranking has been shattered, with a weight of 350 pounds. The ownership of this remarkable fish belongs to an elderly gentleman, who, at present, seems to be nowhere in sight. He is described as leading a cow, with only a few teeth remaining and impaired hearing. Should anyone spot him, please relay the message. Moreover, in a bid to enhance the excitement, the ranking has been upgraded. Future updates will include information on the methods used to catch this fish, as well as its species. For instance, if the fish's first half is a cow and the second half consists of several burly men, the description will conclude with burly men and cow. As the news spread, a brief silence enveloped the dam, only to be ignited moments later. Good heavens, 350 pounds, what an extraordinary feat. I recall an old man chasing a cow this morning. I silently mourned for Li Peiguang, who painstakingly hauled in a fish that ultimately was not his own. It is said that Li Peiguang often finds himself in such unfortunate circumstances. Was it just me who found amusement in that final phrase? Burly men and cow. Those who had yet to eat or had already finished their meals surged toward the screen. Some, still clutching their bowls, hurried over, sneaking bites as they watched. Indeed, the large screen displayed a transformation in the rankings, with the first place name glaringly altered. First place name, unknown elder species, green fish weight, 350 pounds primary tools, burly men and cow. Second place name, Shen Lang species, big head carp weight, 315 pounds primary tools. Fishing boat. The revelation of the first place sent shockwaves through the crowd. They recalled that the morning's inaugural angler was an excavator operator who fortuitously encountered a fish near the shore. Now, the leading position is held by an elderly gentleman, nearly toothless, utilizing a cow to assist him. The dramatic events of this morning left them both amused and bewildered. Yet, the most ironic situation belongs to Shen Lang. Upon receiving a system notification, he encountered a unique alert. Shenyang Autumn Fishing caught a 7-pound fish with a 50-fold multiplier, totaling 350 pounds of grass carp. Congratulations on earning 400,000 Huaxia coins. Congratulations. Someone has caught a stage-top fish with a probability of only 0.0001. Earning a hidden reward aways 18 styles. Shen Lang is left pondering why such a multiplier would apply to a mere 7-pound fish. It seems an utter waste. He had released so many fish weighing over 20 pounds. Why were they not the ones to achieve this? That would have fulfilled the task requirement of 1,000 pounds. Yet, it is too late for regrets. Shen Lang can only wonder what this aways 18 styles entails. A certain sense of impropriety engulfed the atmosphere. Upon opening the system backpack, Shen Lang discovered a luminous sphere nestled within. The radiance exuded a pearlescent hue, evoking a sensation of warmth and enchantment. Shen Lang gingerly lifted the glowing orb into his hands, when suddenly a voice resonated in his mind. Current system level insufficient for access. Please upgrade the system. Shen Lang was on the verge of losing his temper. What good is it if I cannot access it? Its name alone suggested it was no ordinary item. Better left untouched. This was the only way he could console himself. After a few grumbles, Shen Lang made his way downward. From a distance, he spotted a throng of people gathered. As he approached, he saw Shen Bishing and several muscular men already weighing their catch. 350 pounds precisely. Shen Bishing glanced at the scales reading and exclaimed, "Wow, I told you it must definitely surpass the first place. Congratulations, Li Peiguang. You can finally shed that moniker. Remarkable." After battling for several hours, Shen Lang stepped closer to examine the fish, which indeed surpassed the one he had caught in terms of scale. "Brother Lang, your first place is gone. Let us see how you flaunt it now." Upon hearing this voice, Shen Lang instantly recognized its owner. Indeed, Yang Rulin was live-streaming with her phone. The viewer count had skyrocketed to nearly 50,000. The comments overflowed with awe regarding the fish. "Goodness, if I could reel in that fish, I could boast about it for a lifetime." It appeared to be significantly larger than any human, rendering Li Peiguang insignificant in its presence. "I can't hold back any longer. Is there anyone ready to team up?" Team up 1. Shen Lang chose to ignore Yang Rulin's words, as it spared him from the embarrassment. "What is your name? I need it for the registration list." Shen Bishing was inquiring of Li Peiguang. After some contemplation, Li Peiguang replied, "This fish was caught by an elderly gentleman, but he had to tend to his cattle." Shen Bishing was momentarily baffled. What was he saying? "So this fish isn't yours? We all witnessed you pull it up." "Indeed, that old man has vanished." "Just write your name," urged the onlookers. "You all worked hard for several hours. It should rightfully be yours." Shen Lang was well aware of the fish's rightful owner. Yet he stepped forward and asked, "Are you certain it belongs to that elderly gentleman? If you relinquish it, you may end up with nothing." After speaking up, Li Peiguang appeared much more resolute. "If it's gone, it's gone. One must act with integrity, right?" Shen Lang couldn't help but regard this muscular man with newfound respect. In truth, he could easily claim the fish as his own, for all present could attest that he had reeled it in. Even if that elderly man were to return, he would find it difficult to demand the fish back. After all, strictly speaking, without Li Peiguang and the others, the fish would have long since escaped. At most, it would be a matter of splitting it in half. However, with Li Peiguang willingly forfeiting his claim, the fish's name could only be attributed to the elderly gentleman. Yet, none were aware of the elder's name, leaving them perplexed as to what to inscribe in the first name column. Shen Lang, privy to the information through the system, found himself reluctant to disclose it directly. Thus, he suggested they simply record it as Nameless Elder. Initially, he intended to inquire further upon the elder's return, but alas, the old man never reappeared. Consequently, this name remained unchanged. However, the title possessed an air of mastery, so much so that when the list circulated online, it commanded respect from those who encountered it without knowledge of the circumstances. The name resonated like that of a reclusive master, anonymous, with no inquiries into origins or past, embodying the essence of a chivalrous figure. I began to envision his appearance: silver white hair, a gentle breeze revealing a visage of ethereal grace. Could it be that his name was simply unknown to all? "Ah, dear upstairs, you possess an abundance of knowledge." Thus, the legend of the Nameless Elder began to silently flourish. Chapter 54. How can one fish without preparing the bait? Today, I shall start by preparing 10 tons of corn. Yang Rulin, taking a break from her live stream at noon, excitedly approached Shen Lang and exclaimed, "Brother Lang, guess how much I earned for my morning broadcast?" Shen Lang, aware that her morning session had garnered decent viewership, noted that, as an official live stream for such a grand event, the audience was still somewhat limited. The plethora of streamers likely diluted the viewership. After all, many prominent streamers were present, each with fans numbering in the hundreds of thousands to millions, resulting in staggering statistics, particularly under such specific circumstances. Furthermore, as a new streamer, Yang Rulin lacked a consistent benefactor, so her earnings were not substantial. Shen Lang playfully suggested a figure. 100,000? You'd owe me 50,000. Yang Rulin shot him a glance of disbelief. What an absurd notion. Just over 20,000. And thinking of sharing half with you makes me quite sorrowful. She feigned distress upon finishing her statement. Shen Lang, no longer jesting, remarked, You've earned more in half a day than my monthly salary for you. What more could you desire? Once you start promoting some fishing gear, prepare for your fortune. Little rich lady. Upon hearing this, Yang Rulin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and disregarding her need for rest, she leaped to her feet and declared, "No, I cannot be idle. I must earn money. I must become wealthy. Then I'll hire 2 young models." Shen Lang was taken aback, pondering what kind of mentality this was. Young models? Why young models? Just as he was about to admonish her, Yang Rulin dashed away. Shen Lang remained lost in thought about those 2 words. Young models. Why hadn't he considered that himself? He could also hire some. He then moved to stand beneath the rankings board, realizing his position might not hold for long, as he was acutely aware of the formidable competitors below. Yet, everyone was still adjusting to the environment, struggling to find their footing. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a strong fishy odor that assaulted Shen Lang's senses. He frowned and glanced at the 10 enormous fish hanging nearby. The one he had caught was a special breed, but today's catches were not of the same caliber. It had hardly been long, and the stench had intensified alarmingly. In his eagerness to impress everyone, he had committed such a basic blunder. What could he do to ensure that everyone saw these magnificent catches promptly without incurring any issues? Should he immediately call someone to customize a few oversized glass tanks? However, their durability seemed questionable with such large specimens. A mere flick of a tail could shatter the tanks. While Shen Lang pondered solutions, he noticed 2 large trucks pulling up beside the dam. The cargo beds were covered with tarps, concealing their contents. From the front passenger seat of one truck, a man emerged. He had thick brows, small eyes, and dark skin, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. He stepped out and walked over to the dam, hands on his hips, surveying the scenery below. Shen Lang felt a sense of familiarity with this individual. He seemed to be yet another internet celebrity. At that moment, the man cast a sidelong glance at Shen Lang and approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Hello, boss. May I set up my bait here for a couple of days?" Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. "Sure. Feel free to set up your bait. Why are you telling me? After all, fishing without bait is akin to fishing in vain. How could one expect to catch fish without it? Moreover, a legend circulated in fishing circles claiming that when someone baited upstream, the water level downstream would rise. All right, let us get to it. I'll start with 10 tons today." The tarp atop the truck was pulled back, revealing an abundance of corn within. Gazing at the bags of corn, Shen Lang was genuinely astonished. He turned to the middle-aged man and finally recognized him. At that moment, others nearby also recognized him. With excitement, one shouted down to the reservoir, "Lu Damao has arrived. Everyone, adjust your fishing spots upwards." The nearby anglers glanced up to see bags of corn neatly stacked at the reservoir's edge, soon forming a small wall. Shen Lang snapped back to reality and approached, saying, "I've only heard legends about you. I thought they were exaggerated, but here you are. Yudamao shukulda. How can one catch fish without bait? To lure fish to shore, one must trade grain." Shen Lang looked at the continuing pile of corn, both amused and bewildered. "Well, I've never properly fed those fish. Now, they finally have something to eat." Lu Damao then moved to the leaderboard, studying the rankings and glancing at the sizable fish nearby, murmuring, "It seems today as 10 tons 1 be enough. I'll need to haul in several tons more tomorrow." Shen Lang nearly stumbled. This would surely cover the feeding expenses for his reservoir this year. Just then, Yang Rulin rushed up, breathless, her phone camera aimed at the pile of corn, exclaiming, "Everyone, look, so much corn here is rumored to be for baiting. I've never seen such an extravagant baiting method." At that moment, the livestream chat exploded with activity, and the viewer count surged dramatically, skyrocketing to match her peak viewership from earlier that day. "Seeing all this corn reminds me of a dear friend." Lou Dapin exclaimed, "What a professional. Is it possible this is Lou Dapin himself? The fish, if I die from an all-you-can-eat buffet, does that count as a work-related injury?" Having just come from another live stream, one wondered, what on earth is happening here? Yang Ruolin, witnessing the flourishing trend of her stream, was overjoyed. Today's live broadcast had left her somewhat disoriented. She never imagined that making money could be so effortless. As she caught her breath, she asked, "Do you all want to know who this wealthy individual is?" The chat buzzed with responses. "Do we even need to think? It's definitely Lou Dapin. If it's not Lou Dapin, I'll eat my hat. I just want to know how much this is in total. Could someone please convert that into tons?" A dozen workers toiled for an extended period, and, at last, they were nearing completion. Lu Damao, standing by the dam, called out to the crane operator, who was still dozing, requesting assistance in lowering the corn. With such a substantial quantity of corn, lifting it by hand would be utterly exhausting. Meanwhile, Lu Damao found a fishing spot, where the workers had placed the corn beside him. "Could you please lift your feet a little? I'm about to prepare my fishing spot," he exclaimed, as he tore open a packet of corn and scattered it into the reservoir. Observing the commotion, the angler next door promptly shifted his position back. The excavator operator, having leapt down, remarked, "Teacher Damao, this is rather slow. Would you like me to assist you?" No, let me first gauge the water level. I have a boat," Lu Damao replied, gesturing towards the dam, where a small fishing boat was being lowered by the crane. Chapter 55, Astonishing. A massive fish weighing 1,000 pounds emerges in the $1 million tournament, nearly devouring the baiter. Not long after, bags of corn were loaded onto the boat, and, at the designated spot, they began to pour them down one by one. Once completed, they returned to continue loading more, setting sail back into the reservoir. Lu Damao had already set up the live streaming equipment, shouting excitedly into the camera, "My friends, today, watch as I use these 10 tons of corn to entice the giants of this reservoir." Viewers from various live streaming platforms learned of the event and flocked to his broadcast. In mere minutes, the number of viewers surged to over 100,000. Other streamers, witnessing their own viewer counts plummet, could only curse in frustration, powerless to compete, gazing enviously toward Lu Damao's direction. From Master Wu's live stream, it was reported that Lu Damao was treating the fish to a buffet once again. "Brother, from now on, let us call him Lu Datsong. It seems he is about to empty the grain storage of this county." Newcomers wondered, is it really possible to catch fish this way? Before long, the fishing boat had released dozens of bags of corn into the reservoir. Just as the workers began to tear open the corn bags and pour the kernels onto the water's surface, a massive shadow emerged from below. The silhouette grew larger, and a mouth over a meter wide broke the surface, snapping up the falling corn. Its gaping maw resembled a deep abyss, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. The worker pouring the corn was so startled that he stumbled backward. However, the boat had limited space, and with the corn taking up most of it, he lost his footing and toppled sideways. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. That enormous mouth surged above the water. A gigantic fish head appeared before the crowd. Judging by its size and outline, it was significantly larger than the few that hung from the dam, from the portion of the fish head above water. It could be preliminarily identified as a grass carp. After all, grass carp are particularly attracted to such bait, and given that Shen Lang rarely fed them, it was likely that this one, driven by hunger, could not resist the delectable offering. The grass carp leaped onto the boat, clamping down on a bag of corn and refusing to let go. After a vigorous struggle, it dragged the bag down into the depths. The nearby workers, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled in fear. The boat began to rock violently from the force of the fish's struggle. One worker lost his footing and fell into the water. With 2 splashes echoing through the air, the surface of the water momentarily settled into silence. In the brief stillness, the crowd gathered on the shore erupted in excitement. "Oh my, could that fish be the king of the waters? Its size must exceed 500 pounds. They estimated, considering that half of its bulk remained submerged. I believe whoever manages to reel that one in will secure first place." The crowd buzzed with chatter, finally gaining a clearer understanding of the fish population within this reservoir. Fish weighing hundreds of pounds here were akin to mere fry. The true giants lurked amidst those waters. The worker who plunged into the water clearly possessed the ability to swim, as he emerged from the depths, his hands slicing through the surface like phantoms, propelling himself swiftly towards the fishing boat. Beneath the water, he felt the ominous presence of an abyssal maw eager to engulf him. A sensation of terror that consumed his entire mind. Overwhelmed by fear, he moved his arms with unprecedented speed, as if invigorated by a potent stimulant. It was only when he was hauled aboard the vessel that he felt a profound sense of relief. Yet, the incessant buzzing in his mind persisted, as though this world were reduced to that solitary sound. He gazed at the water's surface, still gripped by fear. "Quick, let us return." Several workers, disregarding everything else, vigorously rowed the boat towards the shore. Lu Damao, observing the rippling waters, was equally astonished. He had heard tales of the enormous fish in these waters, but their size exceeded his expectations. He had traversed the land, unaware of how many bodies of water had risen upon his arrival or how many large fish he had caught. Yet this time he was truly shaken. However, this also ignited an intense fervor within him. Should he manage to catch such a fish, his name would be etched in the annals of fishing history. It seemed that the several tons of corn he had prepared for tomorrow were insufficient. Finally, the workers managed to reach the shore, hastily disembarking and scrambling on a solid ground, gasping for breath in a state of shock. Whoever dares to bait the waters again can do so. No amount of money will entice us. Lu Damao, observing the workers' expressions, understood they would not return to bait the waters. Yet, he felt compelled to do so himself. After all, given the earlier commotion, it was certain that a school of fish had begun to gather below. He adhered to the old adage, without baiting, there would be no fish. Teacher Damao, surely you won't bait again. It seems your efforts nearly cost a life. At that moment, a muscular man emerged from the crowd, none other than Li Peiguang, who had suffered losses earlier that day. That won't do. I'll call for the drone to continue baiting. He glanced at Li Peiguang. Aren't you the one known as Li Peiguang? Why aren't you tending to your fish pond and instead fishing here? Do you intend to claim this pond for yourself? Li Peiguang quickly waved his hands. No. I could never afford this reservoir. I noticed Teacher Damao was alone and might struggle to reel in that large fish. Our fitness team wishes to lend a hand. How about we collaborate? As he spoke, a dozen muscular men stepped forward from the crowd. Lu Damao considered this rationale. If he were to fall into the water alone, it would be a small mercy. Moreover, the online commendations for Li Peiguang's character were plentiful, making him a trustworthy ally. Given his decades of fishing experience, he would never resort to mechanical aids. Thus, as the two engaged in conversation, they reached an agreement regarding the distribution of any fish caught, one fish each, entirely based on luck. Given their combined strength, it seemed implausible that they would only catch a single fish. Consequently, the group of muscular men formed a daring brigade, taking turns to bait the waters. The recent scene has rapidly spread among vloggers and news broadcasters. Astonishingly, the $1 million fishing competition witnessed the emergence of a monstrous fish, nearly devouring the baiter. The angler utilized 10 tons of corn to lure the giant fish, which nearly capsized the fishing boat. The live stream was abruptly interrupted. The fishing community was shaken. Lu Damao's heavy baiting strategy provoked an underwater giant, forcing the competition to pause. These sensationalist headlines are irresistibly captivating. Within a brief span, countless versions have emerged online. The most outrageous claim suggests that the police have intervened, sealing off the area and taking relevant individuals for questioning. Meanwhile, in a factory located in a coastal city, an elderly man happened upon this video and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. The scene, the location, and the familiar faces that occasionally appeared in the video. It was none other than the reservoir where his son had established a fishing ground. In haste, he dialed the familiar number. The call took an agonizingly long time to connect, heightening his anxiety. Hello, old man. The call finally connected, revealing a familiar voice, which provided him with a modicum of comfort. Laowa, have you been taken by the police? I told you not to meddle with that fish pond, yet you insisted, even enlisting the whole village to assist you. How serious is this? We are on our way back. Shen Lang was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Nevertheless, he could sense the worry and concern in those words. Despite his repeated invitations for his parents to return, they remained unconvinced that he could profit from this endeavor. Only after villagers began calling to inform them that their son had found success did they finally ease their worries. What new chaos has arisen now? No. Who told you this? You even ask. It's all over the internet. Can the content in that video be fabricated? The old man's voice was resolute. Chapter 56. The first day of competition concludes. Overtime commences. Shen Lang has also faced defeat. The acceptance of new phenomena among the elderly varies greatly. Many seniors adeptly navigate their smartphones, singing karaoke, recording videos, and mastering various applications. Indeed, some have even ventured into online romance. However, there are always those who remain obstinately resistant to change, and Shen Lang's father is one of them. His mindset is particularly conservative. One might describe it as traditional, but less charitably, it could be termed inflexible. Shen Lang has no doubt that the sensational videos circulating online are the source of his father's misconceptions. His father possesses a rather amusing name, Shun Tian Kai, perhaps bestowed by his grandparents in hopes that he would be a prodigy. Yet, reality proves that one's identity bears no relation to one's name. Father, those things cannot be taken at face value. They are mere fabrications. Shun Tian Kai retorted with elevated indignation. Not true. If it weren't, would it be on the internet? Shen Lang understood his father's nature all too well. In his eyes, he remained a mere child, lacking any authority. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang spoke. Father, why not return home? We can discuss it further. If you remain skeptical, come see for yourself. It would be a fine opportunity for both of you to enjoy some well-deserved leisure. After all, you have toiled for a lifetime, and now, in your 50s, you are still working at the factory. Had it not been for the system I acquired, you would have had to support me for another decade. Then, during my marriage, you would have exhausted all savings to purchase a house and prepare a dowry. Such is the plight of the impoverished. A lifetime of struggle yields but a fleeting moment of indulgence. Very well, Lang, I shall return. Shen Lang hung up the phone, feeling a twinge of unease within. By the reservoir, Luda Mao was still diligently preparing his fishing spot, seemingly unwilling to relent until he had finished the 10 tons of corn. Elsewhere, many were reeling in catches, and Shen Lang observed several individuals successfully landing fish. In the morning, Li Pei Guang and his companions had netted a large fish, creating a ripple effect. As long as there were no mechanical aids, the sight of fish being caught would attract a swarm of fellow anglers eager to lend a hand. Throughout the afternoon, the number of rods submerged diminished, yet the number of breaks increased. A young man from the village was paddling a small boat to retrieve the lost rods, which undoubtedly required attention. Shen Lang contemplated establishing a rod haven akin to those found at fishing venues, providing a sanctuary for the broken rods. Though he felt that future anglers would likely opt for threaded steel or specially crafted rods, the sheer volume of rods that had snapped today constituted a significant occurrence. Fish on! Fish on! Judge, come weigh it! Amidst Shen Lang's reverie, he heard a distant shout. Turning his gaze, he noticed individuals employing the old method of excavating with a machine and steel wire. On the shore, a fish was being subdued by several people, thrashing intermittently, as if engaged in a final struggle for survival. In Shen Lang's mind, the system's notification echoed. Congratulations to Yao Buchong for catching a 15-pound fish multiplied by 20, resulting in a 300-pound grass carp. Congratulations on earning 480,000 Huaxia coins. Congratulations on receiving a doubling card. The doubling card was indeed a remarkable item. As of today, his cashback had exceeded 5 million. That single 350-pound extreme catch had granted him nearly 5 million. Additionally, the numerous smaller fish weighing under 50 pounds contributed another 700,000 to 800,000. However, many anglers chose to release these smaller catches back into the water, as in the pursuit of 100-pound giants. Such fish hardly merited a place in the catch. Nevertheless, the system still allocated the cashback to Shen Lang. Furthermore, there was the cashback from the leaderboard for fish over 100 pounds. If he were to utilize the doubling card, he could nearly fill the 12 million deficit by the end of today. As this thought crossed Shen Lang's mind, a smile graced his face. This was merely the first day, just the beginning, with still over 10 days ahead. Achieving a modest goal would be a breeze. Of course, this was contingent upon drawing a doubling card each day. Before long, the broadcast resonated throughout the reservoir. Congratulations to number 398, Yao Buchong, for reeling in a 300-pound grass carp, securing the 4th position on the giant leaderboard. The fishing equipment used was an excavator combined with steel wire. Fellow anglers, keep up the effort. The announcement repeated thrice across the reservoir before finally ceasing. However, the crowd had become somewhat desensitized to catches of around 300 pounds, with fewer individuals expressing astonishment. After all, following the revelation of the immense fish that Lu Damao had caught, their ultimate target had shifted beyond the 300-pound benchmark. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, only a couple of hours remained until the conclusion of today's competition. The event did not permit night fishing, as safety during the late hours could not be assured, and rest was essential. Yet, Shen Lang believed that if he proposed night fishing, at least half of the participants would willingly endure the night to continue their endeavors. Should his plan for a scenic homestay come to fruition, illuminating the reservoir surroundings would transform the area into a veritable daylight, allowing anglers to fish at their leisure. At this juncture, Shen Feng and his team had begun to return their catches, dividing into several small groups to commence from different directions. with the overwhelming number of fishermen. An early start was essential to avoid delays in return. Shen Lang pondered the possibility of developing software that would enable anglers to self-report their catches during operating hours. Utilizing specialized large display electronic scales would ensure clarity during photo documentation. Anglers could then take pictures, upload them, and have staff review them in the background. However, after considering the numerous uncontrollable variables involved, he ultimately decided against it. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, individuals began to depart in a steady stream. Yet, several areas remained densely populated with onlookers. These locations were still abuzz with activity, as some participants continued to reel in their catches. With the competition time having concluded, many opted to linger, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Although it appeared that a handful of individuals were still engaged in the sport, the reality was starkly different. It is essential to note that over 2,000 competitors had participated today, and merely a dozen remained to reel in their catches. This ratio was alarmingly low. According to the regulations, as long as a fish was hooked within the designated time frame, the duration of the subsequent fight would be counted towards the final score. After all, reeling in such sizable fish typically demanded several hours or even half a day of effort. If the results were not tallied after the competition concluded, there would be little point in fishing during the afternoon, as the fish would likely evade capture. Yang Ruolin weaved through the throngs of spectators, seemingly providing updates to the live stream audience regarding each participant's progress. Moments later, a member of the crowd let out a deep sigh. Alas, what a pity. After several hours, it all came to naught. To lose the fish now, such unfortunate luck. Chapter 57. A dramatic shift in the giant fish rankings the following day. The anglers arrived to find the sky had fallen upon them. The crowd gathered, lamenting as if they themselves had lost a prize catch. Meanwhile, the true angler who had hooked that magnificent fish could only gaze at the heavens, sighing deeply. If he failed to land another fish of such grandeur in the subsequent competitions, the memory of that fateful evening, when he released a colossal fish weighing at least 300 pounds under the scrutiny of countless eyes, would haunt him for eternity. It was a moment filled with regret, one he would not soon forget. As the news spread, the crowd dispersed, seeking other spectacles. The few anglers who had assisted him in reeling in the line offered their condolences before departing, leaving him alone to contemplate the serene surface of the water in silence. After half an hour, the first fish of the extended competition was finally caught. With a chorus of astonishment, the data was recorded. Congratulations to contestant 1790, Li Ming, for landing a 348-pound catfish, securing the second position on the leaderboard. His fishing apparatus was a power reel, and with dusk approaching, time was of the essence. Alas, how unfortunate that he fell just 2 pounds short. One might say it was merely fate. Nonetheless, his equipment was quite innovative. I shall acquire a similar setup tomorrow. There is no need for further lamentation. I sense that even a fish weighing 350 pounds might struggle to make it into the top 10. Due to the unpleasant odor of the fish beside the leaderboard, a new display method was being prepared. Shen Lang had contacted a local glass factory, which confirmed they could fabricate tempered glass tanks for showcasing the fish. They were already working overtime to produce 10 transparent display tanks, set to be unveiled the following day. As for the magnificent fish that had just been caught, it needed to be preserved properly. Thus, Shen Lang instructed an excavator to dig a large pit in a trench to fill with water. The fish was gently placed inside, yet it appeared weak and nearly lifeless after being out of the water for so long. Its survival through the night remained uncertain. Perhaps the landing of this remarkable fish triggered a chain reaction among the others. In a mere 2 hours, several fish either slipped free or were brought ashore. Of the 10 fish, 7 had escaped, while only 5 were successfully reeled in. The majority of those caught had benefited from mechanical assistance, save for one, which was brought in by a group of dozens taking turns. The successful landing of this fish brought forth a wave of joy throughout the reservoir, as it set a new record, claiming the top spot. This fish weighed in at an impressive 420 pounds and was a unique specimen, a white bass, the only one of its kind caught in recent days. The white bass is inherently an elongated species. The 30-kilogram fish has already grown to a length of 1.5 meters. This 420-pound specimen has reached an impressive length of approximately 3 meters. The visual impact of this astonishing sight has left everyone in a state of exhilaration. Those capturing photographs, taking group shots, and recording short videos are all bustling with excitement. Meanwhile, the streamers at this moment have largely concluded their broadcasts and retreated for rest. Thus, Yang Rulin's live stream has soared to an unprecedented height, a height she had scarcely dared to imagine. Currently, there are 1 million viewers online. As this particular time coincides with the moment when everyone has finished their dinner and finds themselves with leisure time, the gifts pouring into the live stream have been unceasing, with an array of small hearts and lollipops. Occasionally, a full-screen special effect gift graces the stream. Initially, Yang Rulin would express her gratitude to each individual who sent a substantial gift, but now she finds it impossible to keep up. The barrage of comments has become so overwhelming that it is nearly indecipherable. No way, this must be fake. According to the Compendium of Chinese Fish Species, the maximum recorded weight for the Chinese perch is 13 kilograms. A DNA test should be conducted. In the North Sea, there exists a fish known as the perch. Its size is such that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Only 420 pounds? Just yesterday, I dreamt of catching 4,200 pounds, but I forgot to take a screenshot. If the fish has reached 420 pounds, what is wrong with my lying flat? Yang Rulin, overwhelmed by the situation, found herself at a loss for words. She simply pointed the camera towards the fish, allowing everyone to admire it in silence. As the fish was hoisted up, a nearby water pit was being excavated. This fish was placed in the pit shortly after being caught, ensuring its vitality would remain intact. Other fish captured were treated similarly, with adjacent water pits being dug to guarantee their survival for the next day. Once the large water tanks arrive for installation tomorrow, they can be transferred there. Just as everyone assumed the day's events were nearing conclusion, a fishing boat in the middle of the reservoir approached the shore. The catch aboard this fishing vessel left everyone gasping in awe. 3 colossal specimens, each appearing to weigh between 300 and 400 pounds. After weighing, one registered at 380 pounds, another at 368, and the last at 356. In an instant, the hierarchy of colossal fish has undergone a remarkable transformation. Aside from the top-ranked fish at 420 pounds, all others have surpassed the 300-pound mark. First place, Luhua's perch at 420 pounds, steel cable aircraft carrier mooring line second place. Chu Wei's catfish at 380 pounds. Fishing boat electric winch third place. Chu Wei's grass carp at 368 pounds. Fishing boat electric winch fourth place. Chu Wei's bighead carp at 356 pounds. Fishing boat electric winch 10th place. Yao Buchang's catfish at 300 pounds. Excavator steel wire from 1st to 10th place. It can be said that a complete overhaul has occurred. Those anglers who have already departed will be astounded upon their return tomorrow morning. What on earth transpired last night? Is there anyone who can enlighten me? The sky gradually darkens, yet many anglers remain reluctant to leave, gazing up at the leaderboard. It must be noted that, at this moment, the most astonishing aspect of the leaderboard is not merely the first place at 420 pounds. However, it was the second, third, and fourth places that were all claimed by one individual. The name Chu Wei captivated everyone's attention. Who is this remarkable person? Why had no one been aware of his reputation before? Perhaps by tomorrow, when everyone sees the rankings, the name of Chu Wei will be forever etched in their minds. Boss, these fish have already perished. May I take them away? Chu Wei inquired as he approached Shen Lang. Shen Lang noticed the glimmer of hope in his eyes. These fish had died, and without special treatment, they would soon emit a foul odor. It appeared that Chu Wei was eager to flaunt his catch. The county town was currently bustling with fishing enthusiasts. If he paraded around with these fish, the reaction would be unimaginable, an absolute sensation. It would elevate the fervor of the anglers from a mere 100 to an astounding 10,000. Imagine a vehicle carrying a colossal fish weighing over 300 pounds passing by you. Could you withstand such a sight? And what if 3 vehicles passed, each with a magnificent catch? Very well, you may handle it yourself, Shen Lang replied. Chu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and after expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly departed. At that moment, a voice emerged beside Shen Lang. Boss, is the fish you caught for sale? A nearby angler gazed at him with eager anticipation. The others in close proximity also turned their attention to Shen Lang upon hearing the inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang responded, "Go ahead and take it. If you wish to purchase the other dead fish, please contact their respective owners directly." As soon as the words left his lips, the scene spiraled into chaos. Aside from the fish that was being taken by the inquiring angler, the remaining fish were swiftly claimed within half an hour. Some owners had already returned to the city and promptly reached out. "Hey, brother, is the fish you caught for sale? I'll offer you 5 times the price." "What? Not for sale? You want to come and drag it yourself? What a hassle. By the time you arrive to retrieve it, it will be too late. Allow me to help you bring it back. Trust me, it will be timely." Of course, whether this brother would find his way back without getting lost remained uncertain. Chapter 58. The convoy, bearing colossal treasures, roamed the streets, inciting envy and admiration among the onlookers. In the county town, the lights shimmered brilliantly. If you had visited this quaint county town just over a week ago and returned now, you might find it hard to believe you were in the same place. The main thoroughfare, the central square, and the adjacent gastronomic street were teeming with people, presenting a stark contrast to the bustling crowds of merely a week prior. Among the most jubilant were the vendors of culinary delights. Each restaurant was overflowing with patrons, the foot traffic surpassing even that of the festive New Year. During the New Year, the young workers returning home with money were eager to spend, but these visitors were even more lavish, often treating tables of 10 or more. For instance, in a private dining room of a restaurant, one brother exclaimed, "Yao Buchong, that fish you caught today is truly enormous. It must be in the 4th place. Let's raise a glass to celebrate." Yao Buchong responded with a smile, "We must thank everyone for their assistance. We should eat quickly. I heard the owner has allowed us to take the fish home." The others at the table were taken aback. "What are we waiting for? Let's go fetch it right away. If we delay, we'll all be asleep." Yao Buchong calmly reassured them, "Fear not. I have a friend over there who said he would help me carry it back." Upon hearing this, the group relaxed and settled down to enjoy their meal. After all, traversing such a distance meant they would return late into the night. They could only hope Yao Buchong's friend would arrive soon, allowing them to showcase their catch. Meanwhile, on the county road leading into town, a convoy was approaching. At the forefront was a rugged Mercedes-Benz G-Class, followed closely by a Toyota Land Cruiser. Behind them, a procession of vehicles of various makes and models lined up, some affordable, others extravagant. However, they all shared a peculiar characteristic. Each vehicle was adorned with a massive fish strapped atop, so large that its length exceeded the car's roof. The heads and tails dangled over the edges, a spectacle consistent across the entire procession, with the leading vehicles sporting larger fish than those behind. As they neared the county town, the speed of the vehicles began to decelerate. Passers-by were irresistibly drawn to the spectacle of this convoy. Even as dusk settled, the modern city streets were illuminated by streetlights spaced every 10 meters, rendering the scene almost as bright as day. The rate of onlookers turning their heads was a staggering 99%. The solitary 1% who did not glance away were either blind or preoccupied with scrolling through videos of dancers, oblivious to the spectacle before them. An elderly lady paused to observe the convoy, exclaiming, "My goodness, those fish are simply outrageous." A child clutching a toy pointed excitedly, shouting, "Mommy, look at the fish monster squad. Ultraman, come and battle them." A few curious youths trailed behind, eager to uncover the mystery of the extraordinary procession. As they approached to observe more closely, they all pinched their noses, hesitant to draw near. For as soon as one ventured closer, a pungent aroma of fish wafted through the air, mingled with a faint odor of decay. The stench was truly overwhelming. The driver of a vehicle behind could no longer endure it. He honked twice and shouted ahead, "Brothers up front, let us either speed up or take a few more laps." When the convoy entered the main urban area of the county, the onlookers by the roadside erupted in astonishment. After all, the outskirts were primarily residential, with most residents merely curious. However, those present in this area were different. They were predominantly participants in the competition or fishing enthusiasts drawn to the spectacle. Upon seeing the enormous catches displayed on the vehicles, it became evident what was happening. Goodness, are the titans of the leaderboard parading their trophies? They mused. How outrageous. This is truly intolerable. The word envy was difficult to articulate. So this is how it's going to be. The situation became even more infuriating as the convoy seemed to understand that this was the prime spot for their display. Circling the area dozens of times. An hour later, they finally departed. Just as everyone sighed in relief, they returned shortly thereafter. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the group had just gone for refueling, all expenses covered by a wealthy individual named Chu Wei. This infuriated the fishing enthusiasts still loitering outside. The name Chu Wei quickly spread among them, marking him as the ringleader of this parade. Increasingly agitated, the fishermen could no longer tolerate the spectacle and retreated to their lodgings, embodying the adage, out of sight, out of mind. Within less than an hour, the crowds on the streets of the county dwindled rapidly, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake. The vendors of late-night snacks watched this unfold with bitter resentment. However, the most irate individual was likely Yao Buchang. Upon seeing the convoy, he felt an ominous premonition. He called the individual responsible, who answered but claimed his vehicle had broken down and was under repair. After a while, he called again, and the man assured him he was en route and would arrive shortly, urging him to wait. Yet, after half an hour, he still had not arrived. Consumed by envy towards the convoy, Yao longed to be part of it. He called once more, but this time, the line was dead. Yao Buchang finally sensed something was amiss. When the convoy arrived again, he scrutinized each fish displayed, ultimately recognizing one he had caught himself. Indeed, he would know that fish even in ashes. Thus, he halted the vehicle. It was indeed that rascal. This was the very fish he had caught. Didn't TU say your vehicle was broken? Weren't TU supposed to be on your way? I've seen you circling for over an hour. Yao Buchang seethed, questioning him vehemently. The individual, realizing his mistake, promptly returned the fish to him. However, as Yao Buchang secured the fish onto his vehicle, preparing to rejoin the convoy for their street patrol, he discovered that the streets were now deserted. The members of the convoy seemed to lose interest and gradually dispersed. Yao Buchang surveyed the vacant street, and then glanced at the fish he had just tied down. The urge to retaliate against that individual nearly overwhelmed his reason. Naturally, the convoy's street patrol that day had also made its way onto the internet. Seasoned netizens quickly recognized the familiar location, while even more astute users had discerned the origin of the fish. This place felt so familiar. I've scrolled past this street numerous times. Could it be that I'm experiencing a mirage? Is it possible that this is the very same location? The fish's tail obscured the license plate. Dear traffic police, please swiftly apprehend them and impose severe penalties. This seems utterly implausible. So many large fish. Surely, they must be props. I pondered. Would such deceased fish not emit a foul odor? In recent days, terms like Shirkwan Reservoir, giant fish competition with $1,000,000 prize, and 300-pound fish have surged in popularity across the internet. Chapter 59, Shadows. Shadows. Chu Wei, have you heard? Are you questioning me? The fervor surrounding this matter rivals that of a certain celebrity scandal, and it continues to escalate. This buzz has truly transcended boundaries. Even those uninterested in fishing find themselves pausing to gaze upon it, merely as a curiosity. Consequently, under the influence of the algorithmic suggestions, the majority of videos that follow are predominantly related to fishing. The wave of live streaming from Yang Ruolin in the afternoon clearly illustrated the immense heat surrounding this topic. The online viewership soared to an astonishing 1 million. This figure is nearly at the pinnacle of live streaming. At this moment, Yang Ruolin remained exhilarated, still reeling from the day's surreal streaming experience. The earlier sessions had been manageable, but the evening surge left her utterly astonished. Upon concluding her broadcast and reviewing the back end, she discovered that gifts and donations alone amounted to over 200,000. This was not one of those money-grabbing live streams, nor did she engage in live streaming competitions. Such a figure is indeed quite commendable. However, it also made Yang Ruolin acutely aware of her inadequacies, as by the end of the stream, she found herself at a loss for words. Thus, that evening, she tirelessly scoured the internet for resources to enhance her streaming prowess. TikTok's algorithm dictates that whatever content you search will subsequently populate your feed with similar videos. As a result, Yang Ruolin stumbled upon a live stream dedicated to teaching others how to broadcast. The host of the stream was eloquent, speaking without pause. He continuously elaborated on how newcomers should approach their streams. 90% of new streamers go unnoticed, not due to a lack of effort, but because they fail to grasp TikTok's streaming mechanics. Today, I shall impart 3 tips that require no advertising spend or purchasing followers. And tomorrow your online viewer count will multiply tenfold. Do not leave the live stream. I shall teach this only once, and if you miss it, you shall never see it again. After a 2-minute wait, the viewer count indeed surged from over 1,000 to more than 2,000. Yang Ruolin was convinced that this host possessed valuable insights. Those interested may join my fan group and receive materials free of charge, no cost to you. As I bestow upon you resources valued at 999, Yang Rulin eagerly joined the fan group. Once inside, a member named Teacher Peak addressed the group. Ladies, what is the highest number of people you've had online during your streams? We need this information to allocate classes. Numbers began to fill the chat. Mine was a maximum of 300. I had just over 100. I peaked at 20. Yang Rulin pondered for a moment, affirming that her stream had indeed reached over 1 million viewers. She typed a response. I had a peak of 1 million online. The chat instantly fell silent. In the next moment, a cacophony of skepticism erupted. You must be joking. 1 million online? Do you think you'll be jitchy? Moderator, this person is clearly a troublemaker. Ban them. In the next moment, Yang Rulin received a notification. You have been removed from the group chat. She was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why stating a factual number could be a transgression. Yet, this did not deter her from her pursuit of knowledge. Relaxing her mind, she resumed watching videos. As the night deepened, Shen Lang took out the doubling card and began to utilize it. By the afternoon, his cashback had already reached 5 million. And that evening, he landed 8 substantial catches. The cashback surged by over 5 million, bringing the total to more than 10 million. Now, with the doubling card in play, it soared to over 20 million. In essence, Shen Lang's cashback for the day not only cleared all his debts, but also netted him an additional 8 million. The speed at which he was earning would make even Tencent marvel at his prowess. However, Shen Lang felt a tinge of disappointment at the low drop rate of the cards. Moreover, it seemed that the variety of cards was as limited as those in the system's store. Presently, only 2 types of cards had emerged, the doubling card and the discount card. Aside from acquiring a doubling card today, he had also received 2 discount cards, one offering an 80 discount and the other a 90 discount. Shen Lang realized just how rare the 1% discount card he had obtained that day truly was. Perhaps there were other cards he had yet to draw or unlock. Wasn't he the away 18 style only accessible upon upgrading the system to the next level? Shen Lang perceived the system as akin to leveling up in a game. With each advancement and evolution, more functionalities would unveil before him. Everything seemed worth anticipating. However, he needed to catch 1,000 pounds of fish to unlock the next tier. This progression threshold appeared to be dauntingly distant. As the competition entered its second day, Shen Lang arrived at the reservoir early, though there were always others who arrived even earlier. Before 7 o'clock, the banks were already bustling with people. The leaderboard was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all incredulous at the dramatically transformed rankings. Where they missed last night. Goodness, I will never leave until the competition concludes again. Look, the second, third, and fourth places are all held by the same individual. That name sounds so familiar. ISNT, that the wealthy heir who led the charge yesterday. Terrifyingly, the top 10 have all surpassed 300 pounds. This is a playground for the affluent. Everyone disperse. Brother, take a good look at the first place and, without money, what can you possibly catch? It's no wonder they were so vocal in their complaints. After all, if you were playing a game and on the first day of launch, everything was fine, only to wake up the next day to find that the top player had battle power in the millions while you were still struggling with beginner tasks. What is the point in continuing? However, despite their grumbling, they were far more likely to continue fishing than to give up. Yao Buchang had hardly slept the previous night, sporting dark circles under his eyes. He arrived at the fishing spot only to find a crowd gathered around the leaderboard. He thought of his own position, still holding a spot in the upper ranks. Though merely fourth, it was enough to instill a sense of awe in others. Upon reflecting on this, his spirits lifted considerably. Approaching the leaderboard, he directed his gaze towards his ranking. To his surprise, his name was absent. He scrutinized the 5th and 6th positions, yet still found no trace of his name. Panic began to set in. Could it be that he had fallen off the rankings? After scanning the entire list, he finally spotted his name at the very bottom. A slight sigh of relief escaped him, but like everyone else, he was plagued by a pressing question. What had transpired last night? Was there some hidden manipulation at play? Recalling the events of yesterday and witnessing the current leaderboard, a surge of indignation welled up within Yao Buchang. He erupted in a loud outcry. Corruption! Corruption! How could this ranking change so rapidly? I was 4th when I left yesterday. This is undoubtedly foul play. His vehement shout drew the attention of all present, eliciting expressions of confusion, sympathy, In agreement. Brother, refrain from making accusations without understanding the situation. You might find yourself facing a defamation suit from a boss. A kind-hearted fisherman cautioned him. After all, so many had been present yesterday, and following the events of the car show, many understood the underlying reasons. Did you receive payment? Look at the top four. Don't you find it suspicious? One person catching 3 fish. Does he possess a system or some divine artifact? Shen Lang, having heard the commotion, hastened over, for he was particularly sensitive to the term system. He recognized the individual, as there had been few who had made the leaderboard that day. Yet, something seemed amiss with him. Had he returned home to discover that his girlfriend had been with someone else? No, that couldn't be right. A fisherman wouldn't have a girlfriend. Just as Shen Lang was about to speak, a voice emerged from behind. I hear you're questioning me? The tone dripped with arrogance, punctuated by a slight pause that oozed with sarcasm. At that moment, a rather handsome young man approached Shen Lang, none other than the show stealer from last night, Chu Wei. Chapter 60. The dark secret is indeed true. At this moment, Chu Wei stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, radiating confidence, a stark contrast to the flustered Yao Buochong across from him. Shen Lang silently scoffed, thinking to himself, how pretentious. I've never been so ostentatious. Yao Buochong seemed to have reached a breaking point, addressing Chu Wei with a fierce tone. Who do you think you are? What does it matter to you? Chu Wei tilted his head defiantly, replying, are you incapable of understanding? Are you questioning me? Realization dawned on Yao Buochong. This must be the infamous Chu Wei. I'm questioning you. If you have the guts, let us compete today and see who catches the bigger fish. Chu Wei maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Just you? Fine. I'll give you the chance to challenge me. With that, he swaggered away. Shen Lang did not intervene. Healthy competition was entirely normal. However, he remained intrigued by the prowess of Chu Wei. Among so many participants, he alone had managed to catch 3 fish, while others struggled to reel in even 2. At times, Shen Lang even wondered if there truly was a hidden agenda at play. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor episode and hardly affected the overall atmosphere. Yao Buochong's doubts garnered little attention, as everyone was focused on preparing for today as competition. Drawing from the experiences of the previous day, participants had begun to master various techniques. If one intended to fish purely by hand, a robust fishing rod was essential. Ordinary rods were best left at home. The young man responsible for netting the fish was also quite exhausted. Attempting to do so alone was futile, without a team of 10 or so to collaborate. One would tire out even if they managed to avoid being pulled under. And let us not dismiss those assisting. Their task was no walk in the park either. Should one opt to use machinery, they could do as they pleased. However, judging by yesterday's results, the likelihood of success with machines was not particularly high. After all, machines lack the finesse of a human touch, and a moment's inattention could result in a fish slipping off the hook. Most of the fish caught using machines yesterday met the same unfortunate fate. It was difficult to ascertain which fishing method would ultimately prevail, as each had its own merits. Boss, may I have a word? At that moment, a voice interrupted Shen Lang's thoughts. He turned to see none other than Chu Wei, who had just departed. What is up? Shen Lang queried, puzzled by why this young man sought him out instead of preparing for the competition. Come on, let us talk over there. Chu Wei gestured towards a small wooden cabin and attempted to pull Shen Lang along. Shen Lang felt a shiver run down his spine. Wait, if you have something to say, just say it here, he replied sternly, brushing off Chu Wei's hand. Chu Wei glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, then spoke in a hushed tone, Boss, do you have any bait left? Upon hearing this, Shen Lang was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his back. Few were aware of the bait, the 3 musketeers being one such group, though they had not sought any from Shen Lang. Wang Peng could be counted as half a person, having only used it once and appearing uncertain. That left only 2 individuals. From Chu Wei's tone, it seemed the fish caught yesterday were indeed attributable to the bait. Thus, one conclusion remained. Lu Muqing. Thus, it was Lu Muqing who bestowed upon this young man the bait he purchased yesterday. Miraculously, he managed to catch 3 fish using that very bait. How infuriating! Yao Buochong was indeed correct. This amounts to a conspiracy. Shen Lang felt a pang of regret, utterly unaware of the profound impact that bait could wield. No, it cannot be used again, especially during the competition. No, Shen Lang exclaimed, turning to leave. Chu Wei hastily grasped Shen Lang's arm. Wait, Please, cousin-in-law, you must assist me. Otherwise, I'll be forced to uphold this fade, only to be ridiculed. Shen Lang continued to break free. Your pretensions are your own affair, and do refrain from misrepresenting our relationship. Who is your cousin-in-law? Their tussle caught the attention of several onlookers, who regarded them with bemusement. Regret gnawed at Shen Lang. It seemed only reasonable to accept a complimentary design fee while graciously offering a package of bait. Yet, how could Chu Wei unilaterally gift it to another without so much as a word? It appeared that Chu Wei was indeed Lu Muqing's cousin. But what relevance did that hold for him? My uncle has expressed his confidence in you and has already arranged a matchmaking meeting. Rest assured, I will assist you, Chu Wei declared, emphatically thumping his chest. Shen Lang rolled his eyes. Did I ever agree to that? Do you have any sense of boundaries? In the past, he had indeed been tempted by the allure of a complimentary design fee. Yet now, with the system offering a return of over 20 million in a single day, there was no need to covet such trifles. Greed, after all, could lead to one's downfall. Enough. My involvement with your cousin is purely your uncle's fantasy. If he wishes to discuss, let him do so himself. The bait is simply unavailable. At that moment, more individuals began to take notice of the unfolding scene. Shen Lang hastily sought to distance himself, feeling an unsettling sense of guilt. A conspiracy. A conspiracy. He had unwittingly orchestrated one. Fortunately, the 300+ pounds should be sufficient to cover it all. Otherwise, Shen Lang would truly feel a pang of conscience. The peak time for anglers had arrived. With an endless stream of vehicles approaching, word had it that the roads were heavily congested. After all, the driving skills varied, and navigating such mountainous terrain posed challenges for city drivers. Traffic jams could arise even on highways due to slow drivers, let alone on these rugged roads. Even the presence of traffic police in the county proved futile. Could they possibly drive for every sluggish motorist? Among the convoy, Shen Lang spotted several trucks identical to those Lu Damao had brought yesterday. Lu had finished preparing the bait quite late and had left early. Shen Lang had assumed he would arrive today, ready to fish, but it seemed he had returned to prepare bait once more. Shen Lang found great admiration for competitors who followed through on their commitments. Judging by today's turnout, it seemed at least 20 to 30 tons were at stake. The buffet had yet to be fully consumed, and now more was arriving. As a truck convoy came to a halt, Shen Lang took the initiative to approach. After all, since others are generously offering to feed the fish for you, one ought to at least extend a greeting. To everyone's surprise, Chu Wei cheerfully followed suit, abandoning any prior mischief. Teacher Lu, you are exceedingly gracious, coming here daily to nourish the fish. If one wishes to fish effectively, the baiting must be done meticulously. Surely the boss understands this. As Lu Damao noticed Shen Lang approaching, he struck up a conversation. How many tons of bait do you plan to prepare today? Not too many. Let us start with 20 tons. The tarpaulin of the truck was lifted, revealing a golden bounty of corn. The surrounding crowd was captivated by the sight of several trucks filled with corn. Lu Damao directed the workers to unload the corn. Observing this scene, Chu Wei pondered and turned to Shen Lang, inquiring, cousin-in-law, will this corn really attract the fish? Shen Lang was at a loss for words. The situation was far from over. I warn you for the final time, do not call me cousin-in-law. Chu Wei recoiled slightly, then asked Brother Lang, will you teach me how to bait? Shen Lang looked at him, puzzled. You can't fish? How did you catch those 3 yesterday? Chapter 61. Chu Wei seeks wisdom from Lu Damao, enlightened by profound insights, deciding to use 100 tons of corn for bait. Chu Wei, feeling a bit bashful, confessed, I have fished before, but I was mostly unsuccessful. However, the bait you provided yesterday was remarkably effective. I hooked a fish almost immediately. He still considered himself a novice. With Shen Lang occupied with the myriad of sights around him, he had no time to impart his fishing knowledge. Yang Ruolin, even with her desire to learn, found herself similarly pressed for time. The persistent presence of this young man was becoming a bother, prompting Shen Lang to devise a clever plan. Look over there, he said, gesturing towards Master Lu, who was skillfully directing workers unloading corn. That individual is a fishing sage, a true master of baiting. If you consult him, I assure you, you will win your wager today. Chu Wei's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? He asked eagerly. Of course, but I cannot guarantee his willingness to teach. Shen Lang replied with a shake of his head, expressing his limitations. Undeterred, Chu Wei declared, that is a simple matter. Watch me. He straightened his attire and approached Lu Damao. Master Damao, might I procure some of this corn from you? Lu Damao turned to Chu Wei, puzzled. Sell it to you? Why would I do that? I can barely keep enough for myself. Chu Wei feigned disappointment. Oh, what a pity. I have heard you are a prominent figure in the fishing world. Might you impart some wisdom on baiting techniques? Hearing the praise, Lu Damao's spirits lifted. He assessed Chu Wei's attire and well-groomed appearance, chuckling softly. Since you are so eager to learn, I shall teach you. Pointing to the several trucks of corn, Lu Damao explained, fishing is akin to trading. One must be willing to give in order to gain. While others may exchange 10 pounds of corn for a pound of fish, I am willing to part with a bit more. Say 20 pounds of corn for a pound of fish. This strategy allows me to catch far more fish. Chu Wei felt an epiphany wash over him. It was as if a barrier in his mind had been lifted. Previously, he had only used a small amount of bait, but now he realized his reluctance to part with it had hindered his success. No wonder others became legends in the fishing realm. How had he overlooked such a simple truth? As Lu Damao continued, his enthusiasm grew. Look, by using this abundance of corn for bait, I am rewarded with larger and more plentiful catches. Those fishermen lamenting their empty nets do so because they fail to offer sustenance. Why would the fish bite if they are not fed? The two engaged in a spirited discussion for over half an hour, with Chu Wei nodding in comprehension. Thank you. Master Damao, I understand now. I plan to use 50 pounds of corn for a pound of fish. No, 100 pounds. The price of corn was only slightly over $1 per pound, amounting to just over 2,000 for a ton. And even 100 tons would cost merely over 200,000. For the affluent Chu Wei, this was but a trifling sum, likely less than his typical expenditures at nightclubs. Lu Damao nodded approvingly, patting Chu Wei on the shoulder. You are the most perceptive young man I have encountered. The fishing world will surely have a place for you. Filled with excitement, Chu Wei eagerly pledged to continue his efforts. With that, he hurried away to make a phone call. Hello, Secretary Lu, please assist me in procuring 100 tons of corn immediately. Yes, corn, do you understand? Not 100 Gene, but 100 tons. Shen Lang felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was this individual truly so gullible? At that moment, Lu Damao approached with a grin and said, Boss, you won't even need to feed the fish next year. How shall I be thanked? Shen Lang thought to himself, I thank you, my dear uncle. If over 100 tons of corn were to be dumped in, the reservoir would be ruined. Would the fish be able to consume it all? It would inevitably ferment and rot. Nevertheless, Shen Lang felt compelled to be polite. Truly impressive, Damao. I shall treat you to a lavish banquet at noon. Lu Damao felt a bit embarrassed. The boss was rather stingy. However, he brushed it off, knowing he was only jesting. Lu Damao glanced at Chu Wei, who was still on the phone, and mused, but this fool, where is he from? He certainly appears affluent. Shen Lang shook his head. Uncertain, I only know he is Lu Zhonghua's nephew. The rest remains a mystery. Before long, he saw Chu Wei approaching with great enthusiasm. This 100 tons of corn, my cousin is arranging it. It will be here shortly. Your cousin? Lu Muqing? ISNT she coming? ISNT her tower crane, due for completion in a couple of days? Shen Lang recalled the intricate history between Lu Muqing and her father. Lu Zhonghua intended to participate in the upcoming competition, which led Lu Muqing to bring the crane, hoping to overshadow Lu Zhonghua's presence. She has been too busy lately. My uncle just secured a significant project, and she'll likely be occupied for several months. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback by this news. Could this be a strategy akin to luring the tiger from its mountain lair? This father-daughter duo plays their cards well. Thus, my cousin has tasked me with taking her place. I must secure victory in this competition. If I win the championship, she will grant me 2 years' worth of pocket money. Chu Wei's expression was resolute, as though the prize money was already his. You're so fervently devoted for 2 years' worth of pocket money, opposing your uncle? Shen Lang, out of curiosity, inquired, May I ask, how much is your 2 years' pocket money? Chu Wei shyly replied, It's not much, just around 40 to 50 million. I wish I could wield authority like my cousin. At that moment, Shen Lang felt a strong urge to slap himself. Why had he carelessly asked such a question? The life of a wealthy second-generation heir was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Several tens of millions for annual living expenses, and it appeared that Chu Wei wasn't even among the elite tier of wealthy heirs. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and pigs. No, at least pigs can sleep and eat without a care. As the sun climbed above the peaks, its rays cascaded like a waterfall. Today promised to be another sweltering day. The various machines beneath the reservoir had already been activated, and anglers were gradually finding their spots. Yang Ruolin was explaining the changes on the leaderboard with great enthusiasm. She seemed particularly fond of her current profession. After all, witnessing such a considerable sum of money flowing into one's pocket in a single day can render even the least favored profession remarkably endearing. Naturally, this sentiment is one only understood by the children of impoverished families. The wealthy heir beside me is undoubtedly oblivious to such realities. Lu Dumao, after stacking the corn into a makeshift wall, did not employ the machine to swiftly lower it as he did yesterday. Instead, he opted for manual labor, requiring 2 workers to carry each sack, which prolonged the task interminably. Suddenly, Shen Lang grasped the situation. This old man is quite astute. After causing such a commotion yesterday, he has already secured the attention. Today, he has set up this spectacle for all to see. Utilizing dozens of tons of corn for bait would only satiate the fish, leaving nothing for the catch. However, unbeknownst to Lu Dumao, there are indeed those who would employ such a vast quantity of corn for bait. Soon enough, a fleet of trucks arrived at the reservoir's edge. The tarpaulin was unfurled, revealing a bounty of golden corn. Yang Ruolin, setting up her live streaming equipment, approached and inquired, "Lango, are you considering a pivot to wholesale corn?" Shen Lang chuckled. "Indeed, someone has come to bring us warmth." Chapter 62. The transporting drone arrives, and even a master angler exclaims in awe. After a few minutes, Chu Wei slowly ascended from below. During this period, he had been observing Lu Dumao, keen to absorb more knowledge about fishing. "Come, stack the corn beside teacher Dumao, master. Has the drone arrived yet?" Chu Wei began to delegate tasks. "Young Master Chu, the drone is at the back. I will call for it to come over immediately." A young man approached, urgency in his tone. "Hurry, hurry. Today I have a bet to place. If I lose, you will be the one to answer for it." The young man nodded eagerly and, without delay, dashed off. Meanwhile, those on the dam found themselves at a loss for words. The sight of 20 tons of stacked corn was already a magnificent spectacle, and now, with the arrival of a dozen more trucks, it was truly overwhelming. Had they not been informed that this corn was intended for baiting fish, they might have mistaken the scene for a grain depot engaged in wholesale corn trade. Naturally, a considerable crowd had gathered. Following the events of the previous night as convoy, many locals had their interest piqued. A multitude of onlookers flocked to the site, spurred on by the buzz circulating online. When the competition officially commenced yesterday, the crowd on the dam was sparse, but today it resembled a bustling rural market. Even the anglers below the reservoir found themselves surrounded by a throng of spectators. Notably, the area behind Lu Dumao was packed with people, drawn in by the excitement of the spectacle. The combination of muscular men and a modest pile of corn drew the curiosity of many. It was evident that the 20 tons of corn belonged to him, prompting wonder about its intended use. Following closely in terms of crowd engagement were the excavators. After all, men often find joy in watching machinery at work. Fishing is just one of many pastimes, and excavators are equally captivating. Some could easily spend an entire day observing them dig. The third most popular attraction consisted of the beautiful female fishing streamers. Female anglers are a rare commodity, and stunning ones are even more scarce. However, in such competitions, most of these streamers were merely seeking to boost their viewership. The likelihood of them actually catching fish was slim. They might as well be feeding them instead. Lastly, the spots where large fish had been released yesterday drew considerable attention, with crowds gathering and gasps of astonishment echoing throughout. On the dam, the trucks began to line up, entering the dam area while ensuring a passage for the last vehicle. The sheer number of trucks had completely blocked the road behind them. Once the path cleared, a small semi-trailer came into view. Surprisingly, it carried a drone resembling a miniature helicopter. The appearance of this device instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers, igniting a wave of excited murmurs. "Wow, this drone is exponentially larger than my DJI." You might be puzzled, my friend. This is known as a transport drone. I have seen online that such a colossal machine costs at least $1 million. Is it true that those who fish possess such wealth? With dozens of trucks filled with corn, and now another drone worth over $1 million. It is not the fishermen who are exceptionally affluent, but rather the exceptionally wealthy who have come to fish. As an official livestream host, Yang Ruolin naturally follows the excitement wherever it may arise. Moreover, She is quite astute. The staff is equipped with wireless intercoms, strategically positioned throughout the reservoir. She simply communicates via the intercom, instructing them to notify her of any extraordinary commotion. What constitutes extraordinary? You may ask. A large fish biting the hook, a giant fish being hauled ashore, or someone being pulled into the water. For instance, initially, a fisherman hooked a sizable catch. The moment the fish was caught, it was dragged onto the ground. And had it not been for the quick reaction of others who rushed to seize the rebar, perhaps another collectible would have found its way to the bottom of the reservoir. Naturally, the busy ants in the cafeteria, upon witnessing such a multitude of vehicles appearing at the dam, promptly informed Yang Rulin, since she was quite far from the initial location, coupled with the throngs of passers-by. By the time she arrived, the drone had already made its grand appearance atop the dam. Wow, look, a drone. This is the first time I have seen such a massive drone. Can anyone knowledgeable enlighten us on its price? At that moment, the livestream boasted over 200,000 viewers. The previous day's peak of 1 million was merely a fleeting moment, a culmination of favorable timing and circumstances. Now, many prominent streamers are vying for viewership, making it impossible for Yang Rulin's livestream to retain such a large audience. The comments in the livestream were flying by at an astonishing pace. Goodness, are they planning to build a dam with corn? Fish. I've never seen such an abundance of golden nuggets in my life. With a wingspan of 12 meters, modified from an agricultural seeding drone, capable of carrying 2 tons per unit. Don't ask me how I know, for I could not possibly fabricate such details. Lu Damao exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, several technicians were already tinkering with the drone. Meanwhile, Chu Wei was engaged in conversation with a man holding a remote control. In no time, the drone ascended into the sky. Below the drone dangled a long hook, affixed to a claw-like mechanism. The claw was lowered beside the pile of corn, and the workers began to pour the corn inside. As the claw neared capacity, the drone soared into the heavens. It then swiftly flew to the reservoir's center. The claw opened, and the corn cascaded downward. Hundreds of pounds of corn plummeted into the water, creating ripples across the surface. The fishermen along the reservoir all looked up in unison. They had witnessed various methods of baiting fish, but never had they seen a drone delivering bait in such abundance. The drone made its rounds, repeating the same operation. Meanwhile, beneath the reservoir, beside a pulley assembly, Yao Buchong's lips twitched, caught between words. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. Indeed, he had acted rather impulsively that morning. The events of yesterday had left him somewhat vulnerable. However, he had never anticipated that his opponent would possess such formidable prowess. With dozens of trucks full of corn for bait. Who did you learn this from? Brother Buchong, your rival is undeniably strong. Perhaps it would be wise to concede defeat. At that moment, someone beside him spoke up. Yao Buchong shot a glare at the individual. Conceding defeat? Absolutely not. Fishing is not merely a contest of who can lay down more bait. If it were, everyone might as well return home. Shen Lang was enjoying the spectacle when Shen Feng hurriedly approached, panting for breath. Xiao Lang, the tempered glass is nearly here, but the traffic is so congested that the roads are blocked. Shen Lang lifted his gaze and confirmed that indeed, the route they had taken was choked with vehicles. The makeshift parking lot was nearly full. The influx of visitors today was overwhelming. It was still not yet 10 a.m., and many others were arriving in succession. A solution must be found. Otherwise, the ongoing gridlock would trap incoming vehicles and hinder those wishing to depart, creating a vicious cycle. Chapter 63. I was merely speaking, yet I did not anticipate he would truly engage in such a manner. Let the vehicles below proceed into the village. The threshing ground can accommodate some of them. Tomorrow, we shall implement restrictions. Tourists are not to be admitted. Shen Lang felt a slight headache. Sometimes, excessive popularity is not a boon. Much like those tourist spots, during peak holidays, they are often overcrowded. When one travels, is it to behold the scenery or merely to witness throngs of people? Some may not even catch a glimpse of the landscape, spending the entire day ensnared in traffic on the highway. While excluding tourists may offend some, it is an unavoidable necessity. Offending individuals is preferable to total paralysis. The parking lot must also be expanded, should a larger event occur in the future. Or if the entire reservoir is developed, the influx of visitors will undoubtedly multiply beyond current estimations. I wonder if Engineer Yao's design plans have been finalized. It has been nearly half a month. However, it is unlikely to be completed so swiftly. It should take at least a month. If Engineer Yao were aware of his thoughts, he would certainly hurl the draft at him. Let us see if you can manage within a month. Arrangements were made, and an elder from the village set up a checkpoint at the entrance to the village and the fish pond, allowing vehicles to proceed directly into the village. He directed visitors to take the small paths, as those who come to play should also engage in a bit of exercise. Meanwhile, the parking lot will gradually accommodate the vehicles on the road. Additionally, the county traffic police were enlisted to assist in managing the situation, blocking the entrance from the national highway. To enter, one must present proof of residence or verification of participation. What if new anglers wish to compete? Well, that is a special circumstance requiring special consideration. Shen Lang sighed. He lacked sufficient experience and had not prepared many contingency plans. Yet, when issues arise, relative solutions will emerge, leading to more thoughtful planning in the future. This is how one grows. Before long, the glass-carrying vehicle finally emerged from the traffic congestion. It maneuvered past the corn-hauling trucks and parked beside the leaderboard. Apologies, boss. The road was heavily congested. We actually set out quite early. A middle-aged man jumped out of the vehicle, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Shen Lang. Shen Lang waved his hand, saying, "I do not smoke, thank you. Please expedite your installation. Otherwise, my fish below will perish." All right. The middle-aged man wasted no time and immediately began directing the workers to commence their tasks. Shen Lang approached to gauge the thickness of the glass. It appeared sufficient. He just hoped the connections would be robust. However, this was not a concern for Shen Lang, since they assured him they could complete the task. He entrusted them to proceed without worry. Just then, a tremendous splash echoed from the reservoir. The entire area erupted in astonishment. A cacophony ensued. Shen Lang turned his gaze towards the center of the reservoir. There, at the fish release site, enormous splashes erupted. As he looked on, the water had yet to cascade back down. Did another large fish breach the surface to seize its meal? However, Shen Lang turned around too late and missed the opportunity to witness the size of the fish. What transpired? Beside Shen Lang, a bewildered young lady clad in a Lolita dress gazed around. Jing, you were invited to play. Stop chatting with that young man of yours. Don't you tire of conversing with him all day? Another girl, similarly attired in Lolita fashion, remarked. I thought you summoned me for something intriguing. You made it sound so mysterious, but it turns out we are merely here to watch fishing. The journey was a long one, and there's nothing entertaining here. I could have stayed home playing Genshin Impact and chatting with my young man. Just then, a splash erupted from the water surface. Two enormous fish heads emerged, competing for the corn that had fallen from above. Upon returning to the water, they splashed with their tails, sending sprays of water several meters high. This spectacle had already captured everyone's attention. Consequently, nearly all present bore witness to this moment. Though distant, the sheer size of the fish was truly astonishing. Fish! Such gigantic fish! Jing suddenly exclaimed, her voice piercing the heavens. Shen Lang felt as though his eardrums might burst. Such talent should not go to waste on anything other than singing. The reservoir resonated with a thunderous buzz, akin to a swarm of bees, as discussions soared to unprecedented heights. Incredible! That tail is larger than a human. Seeing it online, I initially thought it was a hoax. Yet here we are with such colossal fish. Did you see that? It's simply unbelievable. After living for decades, I feel as if I've wasted my life. As the instigator of this event, Chu Wei was now flushed with excitement. Although he had garnered attention yesterday, nothing compared to the thrill of today. The throngs of people cheered for his masterpiece. If he were to reel in a giant in front of such an audience, the attention would surely eclipse the current thrill. He glanced at the reservoir below and noted that there weren't many fishing today. Chu Wei looked at the pile of corn, already partially used for bait. He always remembered Lu Demao's words. To catch fish, one must be willing to bait. While others use 10 pounds of corn for 1 pound of fish, I'll use 20 pounds for the same. Yang Rulin was streaming live from atop the reservoir. The view here was unparalleled, and when the drone took off, releasing hundreds of pounds of corn into the water, the viewers in the live stream were ecstatic. The popularity of the stream surged dramatically, reaching over 500,000 viewers. With such a massive online presence, the barrage of GIFs and comments became overwhelming. Of course, when the first fish leapt from the water, she only managed to capture a splash. You may not have seen it at first, just like yesterday, when baiting, a fish leapt up. Those ripples were caused by the fish. Just then, the two fish simultaneously appeared on the live stream screen, creating a wave of splashes and igniting the passion of the online viewers. The barrage of comments in the live chat surged continuously. Initially, the barrage of comments was varied, but soon the entire screen was consumed by two words. Damn, 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 damn. Those two words dominated the screen entirely. One can only imagine the astonishment of the viewers in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Yang Rulin understood that silence was golden. It was best to let the barrage flow for a while longer. Shen Lang, overwhelmed by the clamor, contemplated retreating to the wooden cabin for a brief respite. As he approached the cabin, he spotted Lu Damao and Li Peiguang making their way towards him. Boss, wait a moment. We need to discuss something with you. Shen Lang regarded them with curiosity. Boss, if you allow him to continue this way of fishing, your reservoir will be ruined. Lu Damao exclaimed. Isn't this the method you taught him? Shen Lang questioned, bemused. I merely observed that your reservoir is vast. My efforts were already at their limit. Did you not notice that I refrained from fishing today? Lu Damao replied, his expression one of exasperation. I was merely speaking hypothetically, yet I never anticipated he would actually do it. Chapter 64. The Legend of the Reservoir and the Secrets of the Shen Family. Yang Rulin. How could I not know? Shen Lang was at a loss for words. However, Shen Lang was no fool. He understood well the repercussions of excessively dumping corn into the water. Was he unaware? It was merely a coincidence that he had chosen the exact spot where the underground river once flowed. Thus, he instructed the system to temporarily open that channel, allowing the corn to flow directly into the underground river. To be honest, whether he dumped 100 tons or even 1,000 tons, it would hardly affect the entire reservoir. Yet, given the circumstances, it was clear that not explaining the situation would lead to greater repercussions. Therefore, Shen Lang confidently stated, It's fine, no matter how much I pour. Nothing will happen. This left the others puzzled. Boss, this is for your own good. If this area turns into a dead pool, you will incur significant losses. Shen Lang realized he could no longer remain vague. Have any of you heard the legend of this reservoir? Shen Lang suddenly looked at everyone with an air of mystery. The group exchanged bewildered glances. After all, they had only been here for 2 days and were oblivious to any legends surrounding the reservoir. They turned their attention back to Shen Lang, eager for answers. Observing the noisy environment, where discussions about the two fish were still rampant, Shen Lang lowered his voice, as it seemed the crowd was not fully attentive. Let us go inside to talk. He pushed open the small door of the wooden cabin, inviting a few individuals in. After a moment's thought, he called out to Yang Rulin, who was not far away. Rulin, come here and join us for the live stream. Of course, Yang Rulin could not hear him. The cacophony made it impossible to catch anyone's call, and the words barely reached her audience in the live stream. Shen Lang, feeling helpless, approached and brought Yang Rulin with him. Once everyone had entered the cabin and closed the door, the world outside seemed to quiet down. Although the noise persisted, it was a marked improvement from before. Yang Rulin turned the live stream camera towards Shen Lang and the others. At that moment, the live stream was buzzing with excitement. We want to see the drone. We want to see the big fish. What is the point of watching these old guys? Someone exclaimed. Oh, isn't that the boss? And there's Lu Dapin, Li Peiguang, and his muscular team. Could it be that Lu Dapin is struggling to bait fish and has come here to stir up trouble? What nonsense! Have some common sense. With this baiting method, how can the competition continue? The audience began to express their impatience, threatening to leave if they didn't get to see the drone in action. Indeed, the viewership started to dwindle. After all, those tuning in were seeking entertainment. If the amusement vanished, why would they remain? Hello, everyone. I'm the owner here and the organizer of this competition. I mentioned before that there are no rules in this contest. Shen Lang announced. This means that as long as you do not engage in activities that directly harm the fish, such as poisoning or using electric shocks, we will not intervene. Currently outside, 100 tons of corn are being used to bait the fish, and I wish to elucidate this matter to everyone. Surely, you all understand a fundamental truth. Such an abundance of corn will inevitably lead to overfeeding the fish, resulting in water pollution and subsequent fish mortality in the days to come. At this point, those in the live stream grasped the gravity of the situation. If this is indeed the case, how will the competition proceed? The individuals inside the room turned their gazes toward Shen Lang, questioning why he allowed this to transpire if the outcome was so dire. Shen Lang then spoke gravely, as if unveiling a monumental secret. Legend has it that long ago, a malevolent dragon roamed the earth, consuming the essence of heaven and earth, harnessing the radiance of the sun and moon to cultivate its power and slaughtering countless beings, ultimately preparing to ascend to a higher realm. However, to everyone's astonishment, the narrative began to take an unexpected turn. Initially, the audience listened intently, but as the tale unfolded, confusion arose. What is this? In what society are we living? We have all undergone 9 years of compulsory education, and here you are recounting myths. The crowd stared at Shen Lang with incredulous expressions. Unfazed, Shen Lang continued his tale. Unexpectedly, a powerful feng shui family, aiming to eliminate this menace, utilized the local geomancy to construct a grand array, luring the dragon to this location and sealing it within the formation. This family, to maintain the array as efficacy, settled nearby and has guarded it for generations. At this juncture, the live stream erupted in derision. Has the host lost his mind? Someone, please call a mental health facility. Who would want to listen to your fantastical tales? The host should step outside. Hilariously, I find this quite amusing. So, did that dragon consume the corn? This is utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, the viewer count continued to dwindle. Suddenly, Li Peiguang had an epiphany and inquired, "Oh, I understand now. Is that feng shui family surnamed Shen?" Shen Lang regarded him with admiration. "Wow, how did you know?" "Indeed, it is the Shen family." Li Peiguang chuckled. "Boss, aren't you surnamed Shen? This is the only village around." Shen Lang nodded affirmatively. "Precisely, we are the descendants of that feng shui family. And beneath the water lies a hidden underground river leading to the lair of the colossal dragon. The corn has washed into that subterranean river." The crowd appeared to comprehend. So, it was merely an underground river. How mystical, intertwined with mythology. Shen Lang then shifted his tone. "Therefore, do you now understand why the fish here are so enormous?" He cast his gaze over the crowd and then at the live stream. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Why indeed are the fish so large? Standing up, Shen Lang declared, "I have shared all that I needed to convey. I shall take my leave now." With that, he exited the room, leaving others to ponder his words. Shen Lang's remarks were laden with profound implications. After all, the fish here completely defied common sense. One could only ponder whether the system possessed the ability to shield the entire world. Thus, Shen Lang contemplated weaving a mythical tale, speaking only half the truth to leave room for their imagination. As for its efficacy, only the heavens could ascertain that. At this moment, the individuals in the room exchanged bewildered glances. "What does this mean, teacher de Mao?" inquired Lu Peiguang, somewhat perplexed. Deep within, Lu de Mao felt an unsettling sensation. He certainly did not believe Shen Lang's fantastical words. Yet, why was the fish so enormous? Could it truly have emerged from the depths of the earth, infused with the essence of the earth dragon, thus attaining such size? This notion was indeed difficult to accept. It had to be a fabrication, undoubtedly a fabrication. However, if it were not a supernatural phenomenon, how could such colossal fish possibly appear here? I do not know. I shall return to my fishing spot and reflect quietly, Lu de Mao declared as he exited. Meanwhile, Yang Rulin remained in a state of confusion. What was happening? Did the Shen family possess such remarkable influence? Why had she never heard of it? Could it be due to her impure bloodline, or was this information exclusively transmitted to males? Yet, she recalled that the Shen family had come to this secluded valley to escape the turmoil of war in the past. Chapter 65. Chu Wei initially intended to bait for himself, but now he was preparing bait for all the anglers at the reservoir. Meanwhile, the live stream was inundated with a flurry of astonished comments. What on earth? Multiplied by 34,565. Yang Rulin, observing the barrage of messages, felt a sense of helplessness and remarked, "All right, the story has concluded. Although it may seem somewhat fantastical, the words of our host appear to hold considerable merit. Let us venture out and check on the baiting." With that, Yang Rulin exited the quaint wooden cabin, primarily because she was surrounded by a group of burly men, which made her slightly uneasy. Li Peiguang exchanged glances with the muscular fellows, finding the atmosphere rather dull, and decided to step outside as well. Many anglers were tuning into Yang Ruolin's official live stream. When they heard Shen Lang recount the tale, a wave of apprehension washed over them. Could there truly be a colossal dragon lurking beneath the surface? However, most were inclined to believe only one phrase. There exists a hidden river beneath this reservoir. Thus, the bait they were preparing would inevitably be swept away into the depths of that dark river, rendering Chu Wei's efforts futile. Of course, Chu Wei, enraptured by excitement, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. His singular desire was to complete the baiting process and commence fishing, intending to astonish all. What no one realized was that beneath the riverbed, a frenzied feeding frenzy was unfolding. A multitude of fish, both large and small, had congregated there. Some weighed merely a few ounces, while others tipped the scales at several dozen pounds. Countless fish surged upwards, breaking through the opening and emerging into the vast expanse above. This spectacle persisted shortly after Chu Wei began baiting. As these fish burst forth from the aperture, they suddenly underwent a transformation. Fish that weighed a pound swiftly grew to 20 or 30 pounds, while those over 30 pounds ballooned to 5 or 600. The growth rate was not uniform. Had Shen Lang checked his system, he would have noticed the daily prices soaring at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, a shadow loomed deep in the water, gradually approaching and scattering the fish. It voraciously consumed the corn, slowly ascending towards the surface. This creature's size rivaled that of the two fish that had previously leapt from the reservoir, suggesting it weighed no less than 400 or 500 pounds. As it neared the opening, where a plethora of delicacies awaited, the falling corn suddenly ceased. It lingered in place for a while, slowly undulating its body as it drifted downstream. Lu Damao had returned to his fishing spot, still pondering Shen Lang's words. A ferocious dragon? Myths? Nonsense? Yet, the enormity of the situation seemed difficult to dismiss. Shaking off his thoughts, he baited his hook and cast it out. In less than a minute, he noticed the float dip beneath the surface. Lu Damao's heart raced with joy. It's here. He lifted his fishing rod, only to feel an unexpected heaviness in his hands. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He had momentarily forgotten that any single catch here could weigh hundreds of pounds. The sheer force bent the fishing rod to its limits, but fortunately, this rod was custom-made for catching giants. However, he was not faring as well. He stumbled forward towards the reservoir. He was on the brink of being dragged into the water. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. No wonder people relied on machines or took turns pulling the rod. This was simply beyond the capacity of one or two individuals. Just then, a pair of enormous hands grasped him. He steadied himself, and soon there were two, then three pairs of hands. Lu Damao turned around to discover that Li Pei Guang and the others had come down to assist. Teacher Damao, you're quite lucky. You've hooked a fish right away. Let's pull back a bit. With that, a dozen people exerted their strength and managed to shift backwards a few steps. Li Pei Guang and his companions, having already experienced the struggle once, knew that as long as they could withstand the initial surge, the rest would simply require time. Lu Damao sighed in relief. Thank goodness you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been dragged under. For them, relinquishing the rod was out of the question. It was either they pulled him from the water, or he pulled them to shore. Not far from them, Yao Buchong watched the drones buzzing overhead, grumbling, what is the point of baiting so many spots if they all end up in the underground river? He wasn't watching a live stream, but others nearby were, and the news spread rapidly. Perhaps apart from Chu Wei, most people were already aware. At that moment, he felt the steel wire taut, and the pulley system transmitted a significant force. Joy surged within Yao Buchong. It's here. Huh. Chu Wei, you keep baiting. I shall take the lead. A similar scene was unfolding in many areas of the reservoir. Ah, it's here. Quick, help me pull. I can't assist you. Something else biting here too. Those using machines experienced no pressure at all, but those cooperating in groups found many hooks baited simultaneously. Now you want me to help you? Can't you see I have a fish on too? Thus, the reservoir echoed with the sounds of splashes as fish were hooked. The surrounding area had yet to recover from the initial clamor when it was swept into another frenzy. First, the excitement of the onlookers. Now, the jubilation of the anglers. Quick, help. I can't hold on. Hey, you there watching, lend me a hand. Consequently, many who had come merely to spectate found themselves drawn into this revelry. With over 2,000 participants, at least a third of the anglers were hooking fish one after another during this period. The sharp sound of fishing lines slicing through the water could be heard everywhere. As a result, many nearby anglers found their lines entangled, yet they hesitated to cut them, not due to the value of the line, but because of their obsession with the giants. After concluding a tale so incredible, even he could scarcely believe it, Shen Lang wandered about. At this moment, he too witnessed the scene below, where people were busy reeling in fish everywhere. The surface of the water, perhaps disturbed by the multitude of slipping fish, began to form rippling waves. The anglers, flushed with excitement, elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. This scene was utterly extraordinary, so much so that Shen Lang felt a sense of unease. The familiar hum of drones once again reached his ears as one hovered back to its designated spot, commencing its task of baiting the area. Glancing at the corn on the shore, he realized this must be Chu Wei's final funnel. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Lang. He hastily activated his system. Name: Shen Lang. Age: 25. Bound water area: Shirkwan reservoir. Water area size: 5,000,000 square meters. Water depth: 45 meters. Current fish growth rate: 20 to 50 times current session. 1980 per day. Current number of anglers: 2678. The glaring figure of 1980 per day stung his eyes. How could this be? Just yesterday, it had been a mere 200. Now it had multiplied tenfold. He watched as the drone released the last of the corn. Not long after, he observed the numbers begin to increment slowly. 1980, 1981, 1982. Until it finally settled at the round figure of 2,000. Shen Lang awakened from his stupor. It dawned on him that this was indeed possible. The corn, having fallen into the river, attracted the fish from below. So, was it true? Chu Wei had originally baited for himself, but now had inadvertently baited for all the anglers in the reservoir. Chapter 66. How could you possibly know he doesn't eat corn when you're not a dragon? Thus, it was that the previous trio, using their own bait, saw prices soar the following day. This confirmed that they had successfully attracted fish from the subterranean river. The potency of the System S bait was simply overwhelming, capable of driving the fish into a frenzy with just a small amount. Perhaps the corn used by Chu Wei lacked such a lure. Yet, it was undeniable that he was literally feeding the fish right at their mouths. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Shen Lang. Why not stockpile a bag of bait every day? When he desired fish, he could simply scatter a few bags above the subterranean river. Would that not be the ultimate indulgence? Particularly with a large fish bait that had never been utilized. Shen Lang wondered if he had been foolish in not considering such a method before. With this thought, he promptly opened the marketplace and purchased all 3 bags of bait. Placing them into his backpack, Chu Wei remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events outside. For a rich second-generation individual like him, the act of baiting was too tedious. After a brief observation, he retreated to his car for a rest. Awaking after a while, he noticed the drone incessantly flitting between the reservoir's center and the dam. He took out his phone and began scrolling through Douyin. On the screen appeared a woman clad in a minuscule skirt, radiating effects, revealing a hint of her cleavage. Gyrating to the music. In the past, Chu Wei would have surely liked and saved such a video, taking time to appreciate it. However, now he found it utterly mundane. These beauties no longer captivated his attention. His focus had shifted entirely to fishing. After the excitement of the previous day, he realized he had become addicted to fishing. The thrill, the sense of achievement, the joy. It was a far cry from what the nightclub ladies could offer. Scrolling down, it was still the same ladies. Further down, still the same. Feeling disenchanted, Chu Wei typed into the search bar, techniques and methods of baiting master. The first video piqued his interest. Fishing without baiting yields little. 500 tons of corn is already in place. Chu Wei nodded thoughtfully, fully agreeing with this notion. If others were using 500 tons, it seemed he still had much to strive for. Thus, he immersed himself in gathering knowledge. However, the next video scene was strikingly familiar. A drone was pouring a substantial amount of corn into the water, and 2 enormous grass carp leapt from the surface. The $1 million challenge for giant creatures featured the baiting master, who prepared 100 tons of corn, utilizing advanced drone technology for baiting. This was a video he had stumbled upon, and Chu Wei watched it with great interest. Yet, as he continued watching, his interest waned. Rumor had it that all the corn used for baiting had entered the subterranean river, luring countless giants from its depths. There were whispers of a dragon lurking below. The footage showed numerous anglers reeling in their catches. The entire reservoir was abuzz with excitement. Chu Wei sprang from his seat, flung open the car door, and strode towards the edge of the reservoir dam. Upon witnessing the scene below, he felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. Numerous anglers were reeling in their catches, and one by one, others began to hook fish as well. His composure shattered entirely when he spotted the fisherman with whom he had wagered that morning, already engaged in the act of reeling in a fish using his roller system. Glancing at the diminishing pile of corn he had brought along, he lamented that his baiting efforts had been in vain. "Stop baiting. It's all for naught. Kulme, let us board the boat and fish," he called to those still busy with their baiting. As he started to run, he halted a few paces later and returned to the young man operating the drone. "What is the maximum weight your drone can lift?" he inquired. The young man pondered for a moment before responding, "Generally, it can handle up to 1.5 tons. Chu Wei calculated that even with a fish weighing 400 pounds, the instantaneous force would only be 2 or 3 times that, thus 1.5 tons would suffice. "Kulme, bring your drone and descend with me. If I win today, I shall take you all to the 5th floor of paradise." Upon hearing this, the crowd could hardly maintain their composure. Forget the 5th floor, even the 4th would suffice. Meanwhile, Yao Buchang began to sense something amiss as he reeled in a fish that seemed drastically weaker than the one he had caught previously. Before long, the fish was brought to the shore, its size suggesting it weighed no more than 60 or 70 pounds. Yao Buchang cursed his luck silently. After such difficulty in catching a fish, he was rewarded with this mere small fry. At that moment, many others on the shore were encountering similar situations, as several anglers simultaneously hooked fish, igniting excitement among the crowd. They scarcely had time to gauge the strength of the pull on their lines. As time passed, it became apparent that the fish they were catching were not as formidable as they had initially imagined. Many found themselves able to reel them in with relative ease. As more and more anglers landed their catches, it dawned on many that the fish nibbling at their hooks were merely small carp weighing between dozens to 100 pounds. In fact, many anglers struggled to land fish weighing even 50 pounds, a common occurrence. In other locales, such catches would undoubtedly incite tremendous excitement, sharing on social media, posting videos for publicity, and leaving their mark across various comment sections with their photographs. Yet here, fish weighing less than 50 pounds were deemed unworthy of a net. The spectators, however, did not share this sentiment. "Wow, I've hooked one. This one is enormous. It must be nearly a meter long," exclaimed one. "Look over there. Someone else has one. Today is truly fortuitous. A fish of this size should surely make the leaderboard. I wonder it should, as this is the largest fish I have ever seen." The reservoir buzzed with energy as the fish-catching frenzy ensued, filled with gasps of astonishment and expressions of admiration. Conversely, the anglers' reactions were starkly different. "What the hell? After all this effort, I catch this puny carp." A fisherman, in a fit of anger, hurled his fishing rod to the ground, exclaiming in frustration. Beside him, another angler, equally disheartened, lamented that although the fish did not belong to him, he would still relish the thrill of reeling them in. Yet, it seemed that the other man was capable of doing so all by himself. Observing the multitude of small fish caught, he pondered whether there was something amiss in the reservoir. Upon hearing this, a nearby individual appeared to have an epiphany. Could it be that the wealthy heir had baited the underground river, luring the fish to the surface? One person shook his head, asserting that even if they were drawn up, it could not account for such a large quantity. After a brief pause, he voiced a rather uncertain theory. What if, he speculated, the subterranean dragon had gone too long without sustenance, and, in its delight at receiving such an abundance of food, released a multitude of fish? The crowd, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat swayed by the notion. However, one fisherman countered vehemently, insisting, "Nonsense! How could that be possible? We must trust in science. And have you ever seen a dragon eat corn?" To which another retorted, "You are not a dragon yourself. How can you be so certain it wouldn't eat corn?" Chapter 67. Transporting Drone Fishing. The aesthetic of violence brought by high technology. Ancient wisdom posits that when 3 individuals proclaim the existence of a tiger, even in a city devoid of such creatures, the populace will inevitably believe in its presence. A rumor has taken root, though its origin remains shrouded in mystery. The sudden influx of fish is attributed to the benevolence of a malevolent dragon, which, after a millennium of fasting, feasted upon a bounty of 100 tons of corn. generously releasing a multitude of large fish in gratitude for this unexpected nourishment. As the tale spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, a growing chorus of voices raised questions. Could this truly be real? Was it not declared that since the founding of the nation, no creatures were allowed to attain sentience? Yet, it seems the legendary beasts indeed predate this establishment. The narrative proliferated across reservoirs and online platforms with remarkable speed. Naturally, many sought the specifics. What of the dragon's past? And how formidable was the Shen family to subdue such a fearsome entity? The messenger of this tale was unable to provide further details, having gleaned only snippets from a live broadcast by the owner. However, he was keen on embellishing the account. Thus, one embellished it slightly, another added a small segment. And before long, a relatively complete story emerged online, complete with a whimsical animated rendition that garnered over 100 million views. Yet, that was merely a side note. The current focus remained on the simple act of dissemination. Amidst this frenzy of fish, Shen Lang found himself elated. Though the fish were not particularly large, the returns were undeniably substantial. This wave alone yielded nearly 8 million in rebates for Shen Lang, accompanied by several cards as rewards for discount upgrade cards, the lowest offering a mere 30 off and 2 rebate doubling cards. Additionally, a new card appeared, the Foundation of Strength card. Double, it could augment 1's strength twofold for an hour, stackable with other cards. While the description seemed straightforward, it stirred unease within Shen Lang. Was this not a rebate system for a fish pond? Why then did such peculiar cards manifest? Did it intend to transform him into a superhuman? Yet, even a doubling of strength would scarcely alter his capabilities. Against those skilled in martial arts, or even a muscle-bound opponent like Li Pei Guang, he doubted he could prevail. At that moment, Chu Wei arrived beneath the reservoir, simultaneously attaching a steel wire and an oversized fish hook to the drone. Should a fish take the bait, the likelihood of escape would be minimal. Inspired by the substantial amount of corn used for baiting, Chu Wei reasoned that employing several hooks would not be a loss. His arrival ignited curiosity among numerous onlookers, who marveled at his method of utilizing a single line with multiple hooks. Wow, with those 10 hooks, he is bound to catch 10 fish, they exclaimed. Yet, the reality was more sobering. With the hooks positioned so closely, the possibility of snagging multiple fish was far-fetched. This is the first time I have encountered such a fishing method. However, the seasoned anglers nearby scoffed at it. I initially assumed he was just another baiting novice, but it turns out he is a wealthy beginner. Huh, with a dozen hooks, only a novice would rely on quantity. Can those deadly hooks even be used? Should I call my uncle? Naturally, Chu Wei heard their discussions, yet he chose to disregard them. Only the impoverished use a single hook. Do you comprehend the art of financial fishing? Meanwhile, the operator of the drone, now alone, had replaced the battery. The drone officially took flight. Upon reaching the designated location, it descended vertically to immerse the hooks in the water, only hovering in mid-air once the oversized float was bobbing on the surface. This commotion undoubtedly captured the attention of a good portion of those at the reservoir. Chu Wei's method involving a multitude of premium hooks became a source of amusement for everyone. In the eyes of the anglers, Chu Wei transitioned from a newly minted baiting prodigy to a new label, foolishly rich. Amidst the chatter, the float in the water began to stir. Chu Wei, with his binoculars, meticulously observed everything. Noticing the float sinking, he deduced that a fish might be biting. He raised his hand to signal the drone operator to prepare for ascent. The operator, understanding the cue, elevated the drone slightly. The steel wire immediately tightened, then tilted in one direction. The drone dipped slightly under the force. However, it quickly stabilized. Clearly, the fish's strength was insufficient to disturb the drone's pull. Surprisingly, the fish did not come off the hook. Perhaps the sudden halt caused it discomfort as it began to frantically circle around the drone. Yet, after a brief struggle, it seemed to tire, and the speed of the wire's movement began to slow. This allowed the drone to gradually fly towards the shore. Chu Wei spoke to the drone operator beside him. The operator understood and controlled the drone to slowly approach the bank. A tremendous roar reverberated above the reservoir as the drone pulled the massive creature, whose weight was unknown, steadily toward the shore. The fish, seemingly unwilling to succumb so easily, constantly shifted its direction on the water's surface. Suddenly, an ominous shadow surged rapidly upwards from beneath the water. In the next instant, A colossal fish leaped from the surface. Its gaping maw revealed several deep gashes, with blood streaming from its gills. Its mouth was filled with hooks, evidently having swallowed them all. Given its impressive size upon leaping, it could undoubtedly secure a prominent place in the records. Splash! The fish plunged back into the water, creating a tremendous wave. In the following moment, the drone was jerked downwards several meters. The drone operator was startled and hastily increased power to ascend, stabilizing the craft. The surrounding spectators erupted in excitement. Wow, how thrilling. Don't you think it's cruel? I think I just saw that fish bleeding. The fish was poised for a final counterattack, yet seemed to have faltered. Alas, the hook was too firmly set. Otherwise, it would have long since escaped. Chu Wei, witnessing this spectacle, was already brimming with excitement, especially as the surrounding clamor and gasps further ignited his adrenaline. He sensed that this moment was secured. However, that was not sufficient. He seized the remote control device from the hands of the drone operator beside him, taking the reins himself. As a scion of wealth, he had certainly dabbled in such high technology before. Thus, manipulating it was second nature to him. As the remote control entered his grasp, the drone emitted a thunderous roar. It then soared towards the shore at an astonishing speed. At that moment, the colossal fish had just plunged into the water, propelled towards the bank with force. And under the immense pull of the drone, it was dragged with even greater velocity. The persistent pain caused it to thrash its tail, hastening its charge towards the shore. Everyone, step aside. Beware of being struck by the fish. Someone shouted upon witnessing the scene. In truth, there was no need for his warning. Those nearby had already begun to retreat, leaving a vast expanse of open ground. By the time Chu Wei commanded the drone to accelerate, the fish was merely a dozen meters from shore. In this brief surge of speed, within mere seconds, the fish reached the bank. It seemed to sense the impending peril and leapt once more into the air. However, this leap, coupled with its momentum, appeared as though it was diving directly onto the land. Much like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, it was utterly fearless. Yet, the metaphor of the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate remains but a human illusion. The fish flailed helplessly in the air while the drone soared overhead, its tremendous force tugging at the hook lodged in the fish's mouth. After enduring such a tremendous impact, the hook had long since torn through the flesh of its mouth. With a resounding crash, the hook tore through the flesh, soaring into the sky. The fish then fell heavily to the ground, powerless to struggle any longer. The crowd was once again left in astonishment. They marveled at the enormity of the fish and lamented the tragic beauty of this violent spectacle. Yet, it must be said that the words of Master Lu have come to fruition. In the future, the realm of fishing will surely have a place for you. Chapter 68. The Colossus at the top of the rankings, who surprisingly finds fish more beautiful than women. With the resounding sound of a fish crashing onto the ground, an uproar akin to thunder resonated throughout the surroundings. The leap of that colossal creature ignited a fervor in everyone present. Goodness, how magnificent! Is this truly the way the affluent engage in fishing? This fish is astonishingly large. It seems almost otherworldly. My word, how incredible! The admiration from the ordinary folk is often so refreshingly candid. Li Ruolin had already rushed over to livestream when Chu Wei piloted the drone to the center of the reservoir to commence fishing. The viewers in the livestream were glued to the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, the barrage of comments transformed into a singular phrase. Wow, 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 wow. It appeared that the viewers in Li Ruolin's livestream had an affinity for this expression. Whenever something astonishing occurred, the screen was flooded with wow. Of course, at this juncture, Li Ruolin merely needed to direct the camera towards the unfolding events, allowing the comments to cascade for a while. Chu Wei handed the drone control device to the somewhat dazed operator nearby and dashed towards the fish. It was a bluefish, estimated to measure at least 3 meters in length, with a girth of at least half a meter. Such a gargantuan creature instilled a sense of awe, particularly as its mouth was torn by the fishing hook, blood spilling profusely, amplifying the shock factor. So beautiful! How had I never realized that this fish's physique surpasses even that of a woman? Chu Wei murmured, gazing at the bluefish. The 3 fish he had caught yesterday merely thrilled him. Today he felt an unparalleled exhilaration, as if dopamine were flooding his entire brain. Soon Staff members arrived to weigh the catch. Of course, weighing such a massive specimen required considerable effort. Ultimately, the weight was confirmed at 506 pounds. Upon verification, the information was promptly relayed to the broadcasting room, and a resounding announcement echoed across the reservoir. Congratulations to contestant 368, Chu Wei. He has skillfully caught a bluefish weighing 506 pounds, ascending to the top of the leaderboard. His tools were a drone and steel wire. Those fishing from a distance became aware that a significant catch had been made, though they remained uncertain of its magnitude. Upon hearing the announcement, their composure faltered. The top spot had been claimed so swiftly. Moreover, the name Chu Wei had become a sensation over the past few days, ranked 234th. Today, he had baited the waters with 100 tons of corn and had now extracted a colossal creature weighing 506 pounds with a drone. It is fair to say that, up until now, he has been the most prominent figure in this competition, undeniably the MVP, and his tool of choice was none other than a high-tech drone. This has left many traditional anglers feeling quite uncomfortable, secretly gritting their teeth and yearning to vindicate conventional fishing methods. Of course, many lack the leisure to pay attention to the impressive catch that Chu Wei has landed, as they are currently engaged in a tug-of-war with massive fish. Once the smaller carps are brought ashore, the remaining ones are all substantial specimens. Moreover, it appears there are quite a few large fish still being reeled in, with at least 30 to 40 individuals currently battling their catches. Excluding the likelihood of losing hooks, they could potentially haul in another 10 or so sizable fish. Who knows? There might even be one larger than the one Chu Wei has caught. Meanwhile, other anglers who have only landed small fish or none at all are eagerly casting their lines. After all, those who come here are not merely passers-by. Most are driven by the desire for recognition on the leaderboard. Shen Lang, too, is too preoccupied to pay attention. He is currently busy filling the large fish tanks with water. After 2 hours of installation, over 10 enormous glass fish tanks have now been set up. The next step is to fill them with water and transport the fish. However, filling such large tanks with water is no small feat, so Shen Lang decides to run a few more hoses to save time. Water is certainly not in short supply here. Thanks to the rain, the mountain spring water is still gushing into the reservoir. All that is needed is to dig a large pit at a higher elevation and pull a hose down. This fish has brought Shen Lang a fortune exceeding 1 million. Unfortunately, no card has appeared. The System S drop rate is quite perplexing. Is it not the case that the higher the Monster S level, the greater the drop rate? While Shen Lang is engrossed in his tasks, lunchtime arrives. Today's banquet is commencing. Dear anglers, the lunchtime banquet has begun. You may head to the dam to partake. The price remains the same as yesterday, 30 per person. Yet, the anglers remain resolute in their positions, perhaps having endured the brutal cues of yesterday, or perhaps stung by Chu Wei's remarkable fish. Not a single angler has left their spot. Meanwhile, curious onlookers begin to swarm in, quickly crowding the area adjacent to the banquet. Learning from yesterday's lessons, the kitchen staff has added an additional 20 to 30 tables and hired a few more chefs. But it seems they are still overwhelmed by today's turnout. Plans always fall short of reality, and today's attendance is several times greater than yesterday's. In the sweltering afternoon, the passion of the anglers shows no signs of waning. Fish continue to be caught intermittently, while some unfortunate souls let their catches slip away, whether reeling in fish or losing them. Both events spark a commotion among the spectators. Truth be told, they likely never anticipated that fishing could be so thrilling and addictive. The typical image of fishing involves sitting idly for half a day, staring at the bobber as if it were a stone of longing. Yet here, it is entirely different. Fishing is truly captivating. So captivating that they might even consider paying to watch. After experiencing the exhilarating drone fishing, Chu Wei seems to have developed a fondness for this thrill and has resumed using the drone for rapid fishing endeavors. However, on that occasion, it was a perfect hook that prevented the fish from escaping. With a dozen hooks, if one slips off, there's another ready to take its place. Yet, not every instance proves to be so straightforward. Each time, one must untangle the intertwined hooks and bait each one anew, a process that is undeniably time-consuming. For instance, as Chu Wei prepared for his next catch, he observed the fish biting and instinctively surged forward with the same method. Alas, the sudden force caused the hook to tear through the fish's mouth, leading to its escape. After several attempts, Chu Wei regained his composure, realizing that fishing is an endeavor steeped in patience. Rushing will yield no rewards. Little do they know, countless anglers spend their days baiting and waiting, often returning empty-handed. Yet, they remain undeterred, each time brimming with fervor. Chapter 69. The Colossal Creatures Parade, Destination T-City. Is this a journey to an even grander realm of indulgence? Congratulations to contestant 947, Lu Ming, who has successfully reeled in a staggering 460 pounds of silver carp, securing the second position on the leaderboard. His chosen apparatus was a blend of rebar and aircraft carrier arrestor cables. Congratulations also to contestant 2098, Huang Zitao, who caught a 389-pound grass carp, claiming third place on the leaderboard with the aid of a crane and steel wire. Throughout the afternoon, the rankings were incessantly refreshed, igniting the enthusiasm of all participants time and again. Yet within the angling community, a factional strife emerged. Traditionalists, who favored conventional fishing methods, looked down upon those who utilized mechanical assistance, deeming them a disgrace to the sport. Fishing, after all, is a pursuit brimming with passion and challenge. The incorporation of machinery, they argued, stripped the activity of its inherent thrill. Conversely, those employing mechanical aids contended that the traditionalists were merely resistant to change. They insisted that as times evolve, one ought to embrace superior techniques rather than remain obstinate. Although no one explicitly stated their views, it became apparent from the leaderboard that a transformation was underway. This ranking seemed to transcend the mere competition for colossal catches. It had morphed into a battleground for two rival schools of thought. The leaderboard suggested that mechanized assistance held the advantage, yet fishing, at its core, is largely governed by fortune. Even the most sophisticated fishing gear cannot guarantee success if luck is not on one's side. No fish will bite, leaving one utterly powerless. Shen Lang paid no heed to the squabbles. He devoted over 2 hours to filling his aquariums, utilizing multiple hoses for each tank. Fortunately, he had enough hoses at his disposal. Otherwise, he might have struggled to fill them. Next came the task of hauling in the fish. Although the fish that Chu Wei caught had a slightly torn mouth, after some time, it appeared to be in relatively good condition. As the afternoon progressed, a figure emerged who would dart to any spot where fish were being caught, engaging in conversation with the anglers. Whether he struck a deal with them or simply purchased their catch remained a mystery. After 2 more hours, the renowned fish were all transferred into transparent tanks, with each 2 to 3 meter long giant fish making a striking impression. Gazing at the coal numbers on the leaderboard and then at the immense fish beside, it provided a tangible sense of the leaderboard's worth. Behold, that silver carp could easily swallow you whole. The grass carp was even more intimidating. It seemed impossible to find room for it in my own dwelling. One wonders how many people would it take to consume it if it were to be stewed. Perhaps enough to feed our entire community. As time slowly slipped away, Chu Wei failed to create another legend. By evening, he managed to catch another fish, albeit one weighing just over 300 pounds, which did not make the leaderboard. Meanwhile, catches from other locations gradually reshuffled the rankings, transforming Chu Wei's earlier positions of second, third, and fourth into first, third, and eighth. The last entry has been squeezed out of the rankings, which speaks volumes about today's fishing efficiency. As the sun sets, a long procession of vehicles forms atop the reservoir's dam. Each vehicle is adorned with a massive fish. Observant individuals would notice that the leader of this convoy is none other than the one who has been scouring for fish purchases. It appears these individuals aim to replicate last night's spectacle, if not surpass it. For today, the convoy comprises not just a mere 10 vehicles, but rather 20 to 30. He has reached out to all the anglers who caught fish but did not make the list, inviting them to join tonight's parade. Should they decline, he offers to purchase their fish. Thus, nearly 30 colossal vehicles have emerged in this grand procession. Lu Xiao, are we ready to depart? A person beside the young man inquired. The young man's surname is Lu, and his name is Lu Sun. He is also a wealthy heir. His presence here is naturally prompted by the stir caused by Chu Wei's earlier triumph. Why wasn't I invited to share in the excitement? I may not fish, but I have the means. He mused. I may not fish, but I can certainly buy. Consequently, he and Chu Wei struck a deal to recreate the spectacle tonight. What's taking that rascal Chu Wei so long? Lu Sun pondered as he pulled out his phone call. Meanwhile, inside the wooden cabin, Chu Wei was beseeching Shen Lang. Boss, Langge, cousin-in-law, I implore you, let me take that fish out. I promise to catch you an even larger one tomorrow, or maybe two. Should the anglers hear someone speak of catching big fish so nonchalantly, they would undoubtedly scoff. You say that person is Chu Wei? Well, that's a different story. Shen Lang responded, Zolmavat exasperated. Is this how you wealthy heirs conduct yourselves nowadays? Especially that fellow outside, who knows nothing about fishing yet insists on parading around with a fish. At that moment, Chu Wei's phone rang. He glanced at it and promptly ended the call. He turned back to Shen Lang, his eyes brimming with hope. Shen Lang sighed and said, All right, but you must agree to one condition. Chu Wei, as if his long-sought-after goddess had finally consented to a date, was exceedingly thrilled. One condition? I would agree to 10 or 8. Just tell me. Shen Lang looked at Chu Wei, bemused. You must refrain from calling me cousin-in-law again. I have told you this many times. Upon hearing such a simple request, Chu Wei immediately acquiesced. The happiness of his cousin seemed less significant compared to his fish. No problem. From now on you're my dear brother. Shen Lang nodded. Now that's more like it. Well then, brother, I must take my leave. They await me outside. Shen Lang waved his hand. Off you go. It wouldn't hurt to venture to the neighboring county. It's not ideal to always be so dominant in our territory, is it? Chu Wei signaled an okay and swiftly exited through the wooden door. Moments later, Shen Lang heard Chu Wei's exuberant shout from outside. Brothers, haul out the fish that ranks first on my leaderboard and hang it on my car. Today, it shall be the star. Chu Xiao, what a boast. Have you settled today's fuel expenses? Damn it. Forget about today's fuel costs. Tonight, I shall treat all of you to a night at heaven on earth. At this moment, the excitement among the crowd reached a fever pitch. In no time, a convoy departed from the reservoir, watched by many. However, their departure did not signify tranquility for the reservoir. A few dedicated anglers remained engaged in their fierce battles. Chu Wei and his companions timed their exit to coincide with the conclusion of the competition. After all, it's better to leave earlier when time is ample. Thus, a remarkably similar scene unfolded in the county town. A convoy circled the streets, with each vehicle adorned with a massive fish. This spectacle could boast a 99 rate of attention, yet today felt somewhat different. Logically, this should be the peak return period for anglers, with many on the roads. However, the spot where anglers had gathered yesterday was today eerily deserted. Unbeknownst to them, the anglers had already discerned their intentions at the reservoir. Today, they opted to stay in their lodgings and order takeout, choosing not to dine out, so as to avoid the sight and the annoyance. The delivery drivers must have run themselves ragged today. After a few laps, Chu Wei and his friends felt their desired effect was not achieved, leading to a sense of monotony. Suddenly, Chu Wei recalled Shen Lang's words. Seize the opportunity to venture into the neighboring county, and don't remain confined to your own turf. A spark of inspiration ignited in Chu Wei's mind. Why go to the neighboring county? Let us head straight to the nearest city. Wouldn't that create an even more astonishing impact? The foot traffic, the attention garnered, the thrill, it would multiply exponentially. The brothers in the back followed suit, setting their sights on T-City. Fantastic. What? Are we heading to an even grander heaven on earth? An hour later, a convoy appeared on the bustling streets of T-City. At that moment, as the city lights began to twinkle, you turned suddenly, and there before your eyes lined up a procession of vehicles, each adorned with a colossal fish. You widened your eyes, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Goodness. Chapter 70. Li Peiguang engages in another unprofitable venture. Alas, how astonishing. Ordinary individuals have seldom witnessed such a spectacle. They were utterly astounded. Typically, encountering a fish of this magnitude is the stuff of legends. Yet, here we are, confronted with a colossal fish fleet comprising 30 or more vehicles. As the convoy passed, their astonishment lingered, for such a sight might only be beheld once in a lifetime. However, mere minutes later, they beheld the procession returning from afar. The same essence, the same allure. Had the convoy lost its way? Bystanders were perplexed. Perhaps they misjudged the traffic signals? Without much contemplation, the crowd resumed their discussions and admiration. After all, witnessing it once is a rarity. But lo, a few minutes hence, the convoy reappeared from that same direction. They finally discerned something amiss. This did not seem like a mere misdirection. It appeared they were deliberately circling back. Yet, Unlike the irate anglers, they remained composed. After the convoy had made several laps, the onlookers deduced their route. Individuals began to gather along the roadside in anticipation. Meanwhile, news of the gigantic fish in T-City rapidly proliferated through social media and Douyin. An increasing throng flocked to witness this convoy. Consequently, the number of vehicles and people swelled until traffic began to gridlock. After Chu Wei and the others departed, Shen Lang commenced organizing subsequent affairs. Beneath the reservoir, several anglers were still reeling in their catches, necessitating patience until the fish were either landed or broke free. Among the remaining anglers, one spot attracted the most spectators. A dozen muscular men were engaged in a tug-of-war with a titanic creature lurking beneath the surface. This was precisely where Lu Damao and Li Peiguang were stationed. This fish had been eluding capture for a solid 7 to 8 hours. Yet, the beast below seemed to possess boundless strength, continuously swimming without ever surfacing. The onlookers speculated that this fish would undoubtedly rank among the giants. However, until it emerged, none could ascertain its weight or its position on the leaderboard. Teacher Damao, I feel confident that we will secure a spot in the top 3. Li Peiguang exclaimed while gripping the fishing rod, addressing Lu Damao, who was dining nearby. They had neglected to eat during the day and were now ravenously hungry, sending someone to the cafeteria for some leftover dishes. Although labeled as leftovers, the food had remained untouched, prepared, and placed in a large container before being served. Rest assured, based on my years of experience, it's a certainty. Lu Damao replied through mouthfuls, his excitement palpable. Although he had caught many large fish and was quite renowned in the fishing community, this particular challenge was a first for him. The past few days had been somewhat disheartening, as his limelight had been entirely eclipsed. And the one stealing was a novice he had trained. A novice, utterly inexperienced with the aid of a drone, managed to catch a colossal fish that many would never dare to dream of. This brought him considerable frustration. Just then his phone rang. Lu Damao picked it up and exclaimed, "Oh, an old acquaintance. Hello, what is it? Please don't disturb me while I'm fishing. I'm about to reel in a massive catch." On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man with a somewhat hoarse voice replied, "You must be joking. I heard you haven't even caught a fish yet. My friend, times have changed. You have no idea how ruthless the younger generation is nowadays, with drones at our disposal. And I'm even installing a tower crane that will be operational by tomorrow." The online community has been buzzing, claiming that traditional fishing methods have become obsolete. "I've been summoned to redeem my reputation, so I wanted to check on your progress. You might as well not come. I'm concerned you might tarnish your legacy further, especially since you haven't resolved that 700-pound sea fishing incident. Don't worry, I've prepared well. It should arrive tomorrow, and I've also contacted several friends." After a brief exchange, they hung up. The caller was his longtime rival, boasting over 30 million followers, one of the most prominent figures in the fishing community. If he had indeed reached out to several friends, they would undoubtedly be big names in the fishing realm. This would certainly create quite a stir. Lu Damao surmised that his friend's purpose for being there was likely to dispel the rumors surrounding the alleged fabrication of that 700-pound catch. If he were to land a fish weighing 700 pounds or more here, any whispers of deceit from that incident would dissipate like mist. As Lu Damao pondered these thoughts, a sudden exclamation erupted from the front. "It's here! It's here!" He witnessed a fish break the surface, flipping over before plunging back into the depths. However, from the glimpse of its body, it was clear that this fish would secure a spot on the leaderboard. The precise ranking would only be revealed once it was brought ashore. Lu Damao, witnessing this spectacle, abandoned his meal and rushed to join the tugging team. He sensed that the fish was nearing exhaustion. Indeed, within minutes, the fish was dragged close to the shore, frequently revealing its form. The muscular individuals around him dared not slacken their efforts, striving to maintain their positions. The final moments demanded utmost caution. Suddenly, as the fish submerged once more, an immense force surged through the line, nearly causing the muscular men to falter. Fortunately, they had encountered such situations numerous times before and quickly regained their balance. The fishing line screamed across the water, a sharp sound that heightened everyone's senses. "Steady now. This must be its last struggle," Lu Damao shouted from behind. Without needing his encouragement, the others held firm like seasoned veterans. Indeed, after that final bout of resistance, the fish finally settled down, and with little effort, it was pulled to the shoreline. The muscular men surged toward the fish in the water with the ferocity of famished wolves. The throngs of onlookers nearby, unable to contain their excitement, also rushed toward the colossal fish nearing the shore. They plunged into the water, soaking their garments, yet they paid no heed. For the fish had revealed its full form. Judging by its size and length, it was poised to shatter records once again. After tremendous effort, they finally managed to haul the fish onto the land. Together, they carefully lifted it to the scale. The crowd anxiously watched the numbers flicker on the display. As the digits finally stilled, all eyes were fixed in anticipation. A striking number emerged, 566 pounds. A gasp rippled through the surrounding crowd. The previous record held by Chu Wei had scarcely settled when it was already surpassed. Goodness, this grass carp was nearly mythical. No, since the founding of the nation, such transformations are not permitted. I feel as though my life before arriving at this reservoir has been in vain. Traditional fishing is truly superior. Those who rely on machines are merely insulting the noble craft of fishing. Lu Damao was overjoyed at the sight of the fish. Yet in the next moment, he approached Li Peiguang and said, "Peiguang, when we agreed to collaborate, we stated that each of us would receive a reward once. How shall we resolve this situation?" Li Peiguang glanced at the magnificent fish, feeling a twinge of reluctance. He understood Lu Damao's intent. He was suggesting that this time, it should be Lu's prize. After a moment's contemplation, Li Peiguang spoke. "It's all right. We did agree, didn't we? This time it's yours, my friend." Lu Damao's joy was boundless. A true brother. Next time, we shall surely catch an even larger one. Chapter 71. Master Deng is poised to enter the arena, and the showdown is imminent. However, the magnitude of the next catch remains subject to fate. After all, this is not merely a game where each level surpasses the last in difficulty. At this moment, Shen Lang has also arrived on the scene. He was already aware of the situation when this fish was brought ashore, thanks to the system. Another substantial gain of 1,000,000. Moreover, this time he was awarded a card. Congratulations! You have received 1 stamina boost card. Stamina boost card. This card allows stamina to remain at peak levels for a duration of 2 hours. Yet again, it is a functional card. However, for Shen Lang, these cards seem to hold little value. Indeed, they appear useful, but alas, he has no girlfriend. 2 hours? Even a romantic film could not portray life's moments in such a manner. Teacher Lu, your little disciple has paraded the fish through the streets. Would you like to join in the display? Upon seeing Shen Lang, Lu Damao chuckled and replied, "I am not as vain as the younger generation. It is better to showcase it up top for everyone to admire." Shen Lang laughed in response. I was waiting for that statement. Shen Lang's endeavor to display this catch has been quite eventful. He feels that he has gone to great lengths to present a superior leaderboard for all to witness. After everyone snapped a series of photographs, they collectively transported the fish into the aquarium above. Soon after, a few other anglers also brought their catches ashore. However, none of these fish made it onto the leaderboard. After all, the minimum weight for the current rankings has reached over 350 pounds. To make it onto the list is not merely a matter of skill. It requires perfect timing, favorable conditions, and the right people. Each element is indispensable. As the crowd began to dwindle, the villagers commenced the cleanup. A large gathering inevitably leads to one issue: an abundance of litter. Just look at those scenic spots. Beneath the cliffs lies a mountain of refuse, all discarded by tourists. Do you expect our fellow countrymen to possess civility? Perhaps not. It is not that everyone lacks decorum, but there will always be a few bad apples. Observing everyone tidying up, Shen Lang pondered for a moment before picking up the phone to make a call. "Hello, Captain Liu. This is Shen Lang from Shirquan Reservoir. Could we set up a checkpoint at that intersection tomorrow, just like last time?" Through his previous communication with the county, Shen Lang had secured a privilege. Typically, he would prefer not to trouble them. At present, he is calling the county traffic brigade's captain, hoping they can establish a checkpoint at the same location as before. Shortly after this call, Shen Lang's phone rang again. To his surprise, it was the county mayor personally calling. Shen Lang did not dare to delay and promptly answered. "Hello, Xiao Long. I heard from Captain Liu that you wish to set up a checkpoint on the road to your location." "Ah, there is no need for that. I am aware that the traffic can be quite congested in the mornings. And you're concerned about the impact on the competition." The mayor was appealing to Shen Lang's reason and emotions, hoping he would reconsider his plan. After all, if those individuals are not allowed entry and leave, it would result in significant losses. However, Shen Lang also had his own difficulties and thus shared his concerns. How about this? Tomorrow, I will establish a visitor center in the county and arrange for buses to transport all those wishing to come and enjoy. As for your contestants, they may drive in on their own. I will also provide a couple of volunteer vehicles to assist in cleaning up and maintaining order. What more could Shen Lang say? The leadership had considered everything so thoroughly. If he were to disagree, it would be tantamount to ingratitude. Thank you, leader. How could I not have thought of that? Your foresight is commendable. After more than an hour, they had successfully cleared a significant amount of rubbish around the reservoir. It seemed everyone was exceptionally motivated and had not voiced any complaints. The primary source of income at present was the convenience store and the kitchen. Shen Lang took not a penny from this. It was entirely for them to manage. Initially, the convenience store was to be run by his uncle, but later, his uncle voluntarily relinquished it to the community, knowing it could incite jealousy. Being Shen Lang's uncle, if he monopolized the store, it could lead to complications down the line. After all, human nature is notoriously unpredictable. Why did Shen Lang paint such a grand vision and distribute profits? If he wished to manage the reservoir effectively, he must unite the villagers. Otherwise, once he established operations, there could be disruptions, considering the government's approval did not equate to unanimous consent from the community. It was still the village's domain. Who could say that upon waking the next day, he would not find all the fish dead? This was not mere alarmism. However, when managed wisely, look now, they were all energetically working for Shen Lang. Each time they saw him, they greeted him warmly, affectionately calling him Little Lang. The canteen and convenience store they were constructing were tangible sources of immediate profit. The store's bestsellers were water, cigarettes, and snacks. Today's revenue reached tens of thousands. Meanwhile, the canteen's earnings exceeded 300,000. After deducting costs, there was a net income of over 100,000 for just today. Each person could earn more than 1,000. Moreover, Shen Lang was also providing them with separate salaries. At that moment, Yang Rulin approached carrying a calculator. Langu, you have suffered a great loss today. Shen Lang was puzzled. Today's fish sales brought in over 800,000, while the fishing revenue totaled just over 500,000, resulting in a loss exceeding 300,000, not accounting for those who took fish away, suggesting an overall deficit of over 1 million. Yang Rulin wore a troubled expression as he managed Shen Lang's finances. He was committed to doing his utmost. No worries, I'll raise the prices tomorrow. It will be 2,000 per person. Shen Lang replied nonchalantly. Yang Rulin's eyes brightened. Really? If that's the case, we should be able to recoup our losses tomorrow. I had suggested a price increase long ago, but you refused to listen. Shen Lang chuckled. It is indeed impossible to incur losses. The system's rebate has enabled him to earn nearly 40 million today. However, he is acutely aware that future expenditures will be even more substantial, particularly with the impending system upgrades, where costs may escalate into the tens of thousands with each advancement. In comparison, the investment in developing the entire reservoir's ecotourism appears to be a mere trifle. This evening, several prominent figures in the fishing community have begun to voice their opinions through video broadcasts, announcing their intent to converge upon the Shirkwan Reservoir to vie for the leaderboard of colossal catches, aiming to eradicate those technologically advanced fishing methods from the rankings. What was once shrouded in secrecy is now laid bare for all to see. Moreover, the fish that Lu Damao caught has injected a surge of confidence into the traditional fishing circles. Some have even mocked the fact that the second-place contender, Chu Wei, was mentored by Lu Damao himself. In truth, many operators of excavators used for fishing feel a sense of injustice, as they have been unfairly implicated. However, everyone has their limits. Once they are openly accused, patience wears thin. Consequently, numerous excavator and crane operators have rallied their peers to bolster their presence. Yet, Shen Lang remains skeptical of their chances. Observations from the past couple of days indicate that utilizing excavators and similar machinery carries significant disadvantages, primarily due to the difficulty in controlling force and the propensity for disconnection. Moreover, these individuals are not seasoned anglers. Many may not even have a single bite throughout the day. However, a phone call that Shen Lang received next sparked intrigue in the situation. Hello, Xiao Long. We are planning to come and have some fun tomorrow. The caller was Lu Zhonghua. Uncle Lu, have you returned from Dubai after fishing for sharks? Did you have any luck? Shen Lang quipped unexpectedly. Ahem. The haul was quite satisfactory. Lu Zhonghua replied, clearly a bit flustered. Shen Lang, still curious, inquired Uncle Lu. Have you seen the discussions online? Would you consider yourselves proponents of traditional fishing methods or mechanical ones? Lu Zhonghua laughed heartily. We were supposed to adhere to traditional techniques. But age has caught up with us, and we are contemplating the use of mechanical methods instead. Shen Lang understood immediately. The strengths of both sides are now poised to compete. As for who will ultimately prevail, that remains a mystery yet to be revealed. Chapter 72. The fish is too large to stew in one pot. The following day dawned bright and clear once again. 4 avid anglers. As long as there are no restrictions, they are ready to battle on the front lines, especially with the allure of such colossal catches. Shen Lang rose early, arriving at the reservoir by 6:30. However, upon his arrival, he realized he was perhaps one of the last to arrive. The kitchen was already bustling with preparations. Numerous fishermen had gathered at the scene. Following yesterday's discussions with the county, the absence of social vehicles made the area feel significantly quieter. Yet, this was merely a temporary state. As the clock approached 7, the first bus arrived at the reservoir, unloading a group of volunteers. Shen Lang observed that they appeared quite youthful, likely students from a certain school. Curiosity and yearning shone on their youthful faces. It seemed that these blossoms of the nation were the most inexpensive labor available. Although Shen Lang had his reservations, the arrival of free labor warranted a warm welcome. He approached a woman who appeared to be a teacher. Hello, I'm the proprietor here. Are you the volunteers who were arranged to come? The beautiful woman looked at Shen Lang with a hint of surprise. She had not expected the owner to be so young. Knowing that this was an urgent call from the county committee, indicating its considerable importance. Hello, I'm a lead teacher, Wen Xingya. May I ask how to address you? Teacher Xingya. You may simply call me Shen Lang, or Shen Boss if you prefer. Then I shall call you Shen Boss. We were merely instructed to come, and we await your guidance on what to do. However, they are still students and cannot engage in overly hazardous tasks. Shen Lang thought to himself, if you expect me to assign perilous tasks, I dare not comply. In truth, there was not much to be done. Maintaining order, preventing tourists from littering, and of course, picking up any trash they spotted. Those with a bit more courage could assist in weighing the fish, help out in the kitchen, manage the cash register, or run errands. Upon hearing this, Wen Xingya broke into a cold sweat, realizing they were treating her students like beasts of burden. At that moment, another male teacher approached, introducing himself as Zhou, who engaged in a brief conversation with Shen Lang to understand the specifics of the situation. Meanwhile, the students were marveling at the enormous fish in the large tubs before them. They had never encountered such gigantic specimens. One bespectacled student could not help but recite aloud. The fish is so large it cannot stew in one pot. It requires 2 grilling racks with a secret sauce that is sweet, sour, and spicy. A tall classmate beside him remarked, these fish cannot fit on 2 grills. We would need at least 20 or 30. But tell me, with fish this large, is it even palatable? At this point, a girl nearby voiced her discontent. Why is your mind so fixated on eating? It is a tremendous feat for this fish to grow so large. I believe we should return it to the water, granting it freedom once more. Indeed, your thoughts are rather cruel, retorted the 2 male classmates, rolling their eyes in unison. Childish, given your demeanor. One could surmise that you would scarcely survive beyond 2 episodes in any television drama. Yuhumph. The 2 young ladies stamped their feet in indignation. Just then, the 2 teachers leading the group had successfully communicated the specifics with Shen Lang. Classmates, gather here for a moment. We need to organize. Disregard the distractions. The boss just mentioned that tonight we shall feast on a spicy and sour iron pot stew of fish, weighing at least 300 jin. The competition shall commence promptly at 7 o'clock, with fees being collected. Shen Lang anticipated that raising the fee to 2,000 yuan daily would dissuade some. Yet to his surprise, everyone expressed their understanding. If the boss did not increase the price, they would demand a hike themselves. After all, the spectacle from yesterday was witnessed by all. In such a venue, even at a fee of 10,000, numerous affluent individuals would still come to fish. Moreover, for a mere 2,000 yuan, one could recoup their investment with just one substantial catch, potentially yielding a modest profit. Naturally, the system's algorithm merely allows Shen Lang to earn a slight margin from the fishing fees and catch sales. After all, at least half of the participants are mere amateurs, with only a scant few managing to catch anything. However, with the allure of competition and the obsession with substantial catches, no angler would withdraw due to a reasonable price increase. Today, the collection and entry process appeared far more orderly, thanks to the absence of idle onlookers and the assistance of a group of volunteers. Shen Lang couldn't help but commend these students. They were energetic, courteous, diligent, and obedient, executing their tasks with precision. They were truly the ideal helpers in the boss's eyes. Shen Lang resolved that in the future, should he seek to hire, he would target fresh graduates. They were simply too appealing. But what if those interns become seasoned veterans? After all, millions of fresh graduates enter the workforce each year. As the anglers paid their entrance fees, a group gathered by the leaderboard, pointing and discussing the standings amongst themselves. In front of them, Liu Demao animatedly spoke about something. Upon seeing this, Shen Lang realized that the luminaries of the fishing world had arrived, just as he contemplated approaching to extend welcome. Several luxury vehicles approached from a distance and halted near the leaderboard. Now all the top talents have assembled. Shen Lang had high hopes for these two groups. Perhaps the ultimate champion would emerge from among them. Several affluent individuals, clad in casual attire, also gathered beneath the leaderboard. Wow, isn't that Teacher Demao? And Tianyuan Xiaojing? Olma? And who is this? Liu Zhonghua turned in surprise at the individuals beside him. These were all masters of the fishing realm, several of whom held championship titles. Greetings. Are you here to compete as well? While Liu Zhonghua and the affluent were renowned in certain circles, they remained largely unrecognized by the general public, although they strove to penetrate the fishing community and often boasted about their catches. They scarcely dedicated the time required to hone their skills. For them, fishing was merely a tool for socializing, much like how some wealthy individuals enjoy playing golf. However, it appears that Liu Zhonghua is genuinely passionate about fishing, seemingly neglecting his family's business. As we partake in this gathering, with masters like you around, we can only play the role of mere embellishments. Not at all. Fishing here is unlike our usual endeavors. I hear the runner-up is a novice who, with the aid of a drone, managed to reel in that colossal catch in less than half an hour. Deng Xiaojiang remarked. Just as their conversation was in full swing, a voice called out from behind, "Uncle, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were vacationing in Dubai?" Everyone turned to see a young man with dark circles under his eyes, his gaze somewhat dazed, staring in astonishment at the scene. This individual was none other than Chu Wei, who had rushed overnight from T-City. Awakening in the middle of the night with an unsettled heart, he pondered, what if he missed the fishing tomorrow? Thus, around 4 a.m, he arose and drove here. Having already slept late the previous night and waking up so early, one could say he hardly slept at all. It's no surprise he bears dark circles. One can only imagine how those fishing companions who had joined him in the streets would feel upon discovering their leader had vanished and they returned to fishing alone. Chapter 73. The application of Lanxiang Technical Institute to participate. I shall deploy 66 excavators. The choice is yours. Chu Wei stepped forward to greet others. Uncle Montauk, Uncle Liu. Uncle Yang. Good morning. Old Emo chuckled. Xiao Wei, I heard you've been the center of attention these past few days. How about lending me your drone for a couple of days? Of course, Uncle Emo, feel free to take it. I'll make a call to have the operator rise immediately. Chu Wei promptly picked up the phone. Old Mo's expression darkened. So, your operator hasn't even gotten out of bed yet? If Old Emo knew that even once the operator was awake, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours for him to arrive from T-City, his mood would darken further. The surrounding masters were taken aback. Is this young man truly the legendary Chu Wei? One individual securing 3 spots on the leaderboard daily, creating a myth in the fishing community with a 100-ton bait, innovating a new fishing style with drone-assisted angling. Remarkably, he is said to be a novice in fishing. Meanwhile, the middle-aged gentleman appeared to share a similar reliance on mechanical aids. They had posted videos declaring their intent to dethrone those who utilized machines for fishing. Come, Chu Wei, allow me to introduce you to the masters of the fishing world. Liu Zhonghua urged Chu Wei to step forward. Greetings, esteemed masters. Oh, Teacher Demao, you're here as well. I heard you topped the leaderboard yesterday, but now that my uncles have arrived, your reign may not last long. The atmosphere shifted subtly upon this remark. However, this was no television drama. These seasoned individuals were not as naive as Chu Wei to engage in direct mockery. Sensing the tension, Chu Wei quickly added, I promised my boss I would catch 2 larger fish today, so I must take my leave. With that, he slipped away. Lu Zhonghua stepped in to alleviate the atmosphere. Esteemed masters, it is our honor to compete alongside you. Wishing you triumph. We shall meet again on the leaderboard. Deng Xiaojiang also chimed in. See you on the leaderboard. Once the wealthy individuals departed, Olma remarked, these people are quite arrogant, as if the leaderboard is already theirs. Deng Xiaojing gestured towards the adjacent parking lot. Look at their vehicles. With that rich second generation calling them uncles, they must be extraordinarily affluent. If one wealthy heir can stir such commotion, it is only natural for the first generation to be even more ostentatious. Lu Chong declared, everyone must strive harder. Within 2 days, we must claim at least the top 3 spots. Lu Damao cheerfully stepped forward. In truth, using machines merely offers a bit more power. With a larger team, we can easily compensate and be more agile. With our experience, we will undoubtedly surpass them. Just a moment. I shall contact my team of strong men. With that, Lu Damao made a phone call. He had been here for quite some time and had yet to spot Li Pei Guang and his group of strong men. After a while, the call connected. Apologies, esteemed teacher Damao, but I regret to inform you that I may not be able to collaborate with you today, as my 2 brothers have requested that I team up with them. Within a vehicle traversing a rugged mountain path, 3 muscular men sit confidently. Indeed, my brothers, we aim to restore the glory of the fitness realm and shed our unflattering nicknames. Tell me, did you engage in another losing venture yesterday? Air Force Hua is currently attempting to persuade Li Pei Guang. Upon discovering that their good friend is working for someone else, they naturally wish for him to join their ranks. Indeed. However, I have already made a commitment to someone else, which leaves me feeling somewhat guilty. Li Pei Guang, having just ended a phone call, remains in a state of inner turmoil. The driver, Shen Lang, turns to him and states, united as brothers, we shall undoubtedly catch the big fish. Do you honestly believe that your brothers will let you down? Of course, I trust my brothers, but once we reel in the catch, how shall we divide it? Li Pei Guang poses a pointed question, one that pertains directly to profit. He has managed to haul in a gigantic specimen over the past couple of days. Yet the rights to it do not belong to him. It could be said that he has suffered a significant loss. Rest assured, you will not suffer any losses. How about we take turns? It is improbable that we will only catch 1 fish after all this time. Air Force Hua suggests. Upon hearing this, Li Pei Guang feels a sense of déjà vu. This is reminiscent of the arrangement he had with Lu Damao. The first catch Lu made naturally belonged to him, and for the sake of brotherly camaraderie, he relinquished that claim. Now, they propose the same arrangement. Then I demand the first claim. You all stated that it is impossible to catch only 1 fish, so the order in which we catch them is of no consequence. Li Pei Guang assails. Air Force Hua and Shen Lang exchange glances. I have no objections. Very well, the first fish is yours, brother. Agreed, let us outshine them. Li Pei Guang's face brightens with a smile. The vehicle continues its journey along the treacherous mountain road, but soon the speed begins to decrease. What on earth? Why are there so many excavators? Shen Lang remarks, gazing ahead. The 2 peers forward to see that the winding road is congested with trailers, each hauling several excavators. Prominently displayed on the excavators is a striking logo, Bluxiong Technical Institute. This sight leaves them momentarily dumbfounded. At the forefront, within a trailer, a middle-aged man is engaged in a phone conversation. Principal, rest assured, I will ensure that our Bluxiong is once again renowned worldwide. First place? Absolutely. Just await my good news. After boasting for a while longer, he ends the call. The driver glances at the middle-aged man and remarks, Teacher Zhong, I have heard that several prominent figures from the fishing world are here. Do you feel confident? Teacher Zhong chuckles. Confidence? Not exactly, but what if we succeed? The school has proclaimed that should one secure the first position, not only will the prize from the leaderboard be forfeited, but they will also bestow a monetary reward upon me. Winning first place, indeed, presents a far greater probability than winning the lottery. Why not take a chance? Upon hearing this, the driver gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the astuteness of the teacher. Teacher Zhong, an experienced fisherman in his own right, albeit more proficient in theory than in practice, was quick to apply for participation upon learning of this competition. Initially, the school was hesitant to consent. However, with the surging popularity of the event, they could no longer remain passive. Consequently, they dispatched 66 exceptional students along with 66 brand-new excavators to engage in the competition. Moreover, they had already secured a trending spot on online platforms. As the convoy of 66 excavators arrived at the dam, the spectacle was even more breathtaking than the appearance of 100 tons of corn. When onlookers noticed each excavator emblazoned with the logo of the Blue Sky Technical School, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. Where can one find superior excavator skills? Seek Blue Sky in Shandong, China. Is this school up to its antics once more? Shen Lang gazed at the rows of excavators, their logos glaringly apparent, contemplating whether he should request a modest advertising fee. The intent was rather conspicuous, was it not? Yet, it seemed that his established rules did not explicitly prohibit the display of logos. However, the arrival of this fresh contingent would surely give the veteran anglers a headache. Originally, the reservoir had merely 30 excavators for fishing. Now, that number had surged to over 100, and they came in a formidable group, presenting an extraordinary force. Shen Lang's intuition proved correct, as Deng Xiaojiang and his team, upon sighting the 66 excavators, were already excitedly making phone calls. "Hello, Lao Chui, hurry over. There are 66 excavators. We need firepower support." Chapter 74. The stunning entrance of Lanxiang Vocational School, yet it brought a great surprise. Far away, old Chui was utterly bewildered. Weren't you supposed to team up to conquer the leaderboard? What on earth is this with 66 excavators? Are they merely gifts? Soon, he comprehended the situation. It was an invitation to plunge into the depths. Without hesitation, old Chui declared he would set off immediately to confront this colossal entity at the reservoir. Meanwhile, online, the video showcasing the arrival of the 66 excavators surged through the internet. The rivalry between traditional fishing methods and mechanical techniques was officially embraced by netizens. Initially, it was merely a contention among a few anglers or perhaps a jest among some internet users. However, the discourse began to gain momentum, inciting debates among many. In truth, the overall number of participants employing machinery was less than 1/10 of the total. One could only blame Chu Wei for being too dazzling, leading everyone to perceive this force as overwhelmingly formidable. It was only with the official entry of these 66 Lanxiang excavators that a tangible scale of competition emerged. Thus, the online quarrel ignited, questioning whether traditional fishing techniques could triumph over mechanical methods. Naturally, both sides were adamant in their beliefs, resulting in relentless disputes. Contestants, too, engaged with the internet, and upon witnessing these arguments, they subtly began to choose sides. Consequently, the competition ascended to a new pinnacle, the rivalry of fishing techniques. Perhaps this assertion seems exaggerated, yet many genuinely held this belief. Once the excavators were firmly stationed, a group of young men climbed aboard. Whether by design or happenstance, they simultaneously activated the machinery. One by one, as if undergoing military drills, they maneuvered the excavators off the trailers with synchronized movements. The spectacle was undeniably striking. The excavator arm swung right and simultaneously reached toward the ground. At that moment, a fleet of buses approached. Tourists poured out, and upon witnessing the scene, they eagerly retrieved their phones to capture the moment. Initially, they had voiced some discontent about not being able to drive in, but upon witnessing such an enthralling display, their grievances vanished entirely. With the arrival of this wave of tourists, the reservoir buzzed with excitement once more. Subsequently, every few minutes, another convoy of buses arrived. Shen Lang was astounded by the multitude of buses in such a small county. However, it effectively alleviated the congestion caused by an overwhelming influx of visitors. The excavators gradually made their way to the reservoir. With prime locations already occupied, they were compelled to venture deeper into the reservoir to secure their spots. Contrary to expectations that the excavators would soon engage in battle, they parked and gathered together. To Shen Lang's surprise, the leading instructor produced a blackboard and commenced a lecture. He had anticipated they would impart knowledge on intricate excavator maneuvers or maximizing efficiency with minimal torque. To his astonishment, upon closer inspection, they were teaching the fundamentals of bait preparation and the various knotting techniques for hooks. From a most rudimentary knowledge, it seemed that today, these 66 excavators would yield 66 aspiring aerial contestants. I had anticipated that such a grand entrance would herald a more ceremonious initiation into fishing. To my surprise, we were met with an unexpected bounty. Deng Xiaojiang and his companions found humor in this revelation. Initially believing they faced formidable competitors, they instead encountered a motley crew of novices. Perhaps it is time to cancel old Chui's flight. It seems rather wasteful, for we can manage just fine here. It appears we have overestimated our rivals, offering them a helping hand while they struggle even to rise. Clearly, the prowess of these students from the Blue Sky Technical School has proven to be a mere illusion of threat. Similarly, the fitness team, equally inexperienced, grapples with their own challenges. They have reserved numerous fishing ponds, yet their actual fishing experience is scant. Now, they find themselves stagnating in the preparatory phase. Observe the instructions for the bait. Mix 1 part bait with 1 part water, stir thoroughly, a precise 1-to-1 ratio. Air Force Hua brandished the massive bait he purchased online. Inquiring, is 1-to-1 a pound of bait to a pound of water? Uncertain, he suggested the experiment, adding more bait if necessary. Li Peiguang watched the two toil and began to question his decision. However, he offered a word of caution. I see many are fishing directly with corn. I wonder if that will work. Some seem to be using screws. The pair turned to him. Why didn't you mention this sooner? We were unprepared. Perhaps you could borrow some from Lu Damao. Aren't you acquainted? Li Peiguang glanced at Lu Damao in the distance and replied, let us not. I believe your specialized bait is surely superior. He felt too embarrassed to ask for assistance. 1-to-1 water, let us stir this, he remarked. Goodness, why is it so runny? Add more bait. Don't touch it. The internet says it needs to ferment for 5 minutes. It's too watery. We won't catch anything like this. Fermentation is essential. Trust the online advice. Morning is the most opportune time for fishing. At this hour, the temperature has yet to rise, providing comfort to anglers and enticing fish to bite. Following yesterday's feeding frenzy by Chu Wei, the reservoir's fish population has noticeably increased. As fishing commenced, it was evident that some had already begun to reel in their catches. After 2 days of acclimatization, traditional fishing techniques have coalesced into small teams. Whenever someone hooks a fish, nearby individuals rush to assist. Additionally, some have summoned friends and family to help with their haul. In the background, small tables are set up, adorned with tea sets or even a hot pot, a common sight among those fishing in close proximity, capitalizing on their geographical advantage. Not far away, Deng Xiaojiang has begun recording his video. Hello, everyone. Today we find ourselves at the recently popular Shirquan Reservoir, rumored to host fish weighing over 100 pounds. Let's investigate the truth behind this claim. Of course, we are primarily targeting big head carp, and for such formidable catches, we are employing a rebar backbone coupled with a number 40 main line. Deng Xiaojiang began his demonstration by preparing bait for fishing. Today, I shall showcase how to single-handedly haul a colossal catch weighing 700 pounds. He then leaned closer to the camera and whispered, of course, this is all in jest. This was also a self-deprecating response to the doubts expressed online. The skilled companions who accompanied him were also ready and commenced casting their lines. As renowned influencers in the realm of self-media, they were quickly recognized by many onlookers who gathered around in droves. Master Deng, you can do it. I have faith in you, shouted a robust young man. Cheering from the sidelines, 1 tea suffice. If I hook a fish, you almost come lend a hand. No problem. I shall remain here to support your fishing endeavors. Lu Chan chimed in. Not only will we support you, but should you fall in, we will ensure you are well hydrated too. Chapter 75 Chu Wei. This child has never encountered much adversity since his youth. Perhaps it is time to confiscate his drone. After all, those around him are experts, brimming with confidence that they can catch fish effortlessly. Thus, they must rally the collective strength of the crowd to assist in reeling in their catch. After all, it is implausible for one individual to haul in a colossal creature weighing hundreds of pounds. Originally, Lu Damao had the support of Li Peiguang's muscular brigade, but now, they have parted ways. Although he feels a tinge of reluctance, for the muscular group has proven to be extraordinarily useful. Look, the fishing conditions are remarkably favorable. Just then, nearby, Old Mom managed to hook a fish. The fishing line was instantly taut, and the force of the catch pulled Old Ma toward the water's edge. Upon witnessing this, several individuals swiftly abandoned their rods and rushed over. Before they could take more than a few strides, spectators gathered spontaneously around Old Ma, assisting him in stabilizing his stance. Oh, there's something substantial. Old Ma gazed at the water surface, mere inches away, feeling a pang of fear. A moment's inattention nearly led him to a watery misadventure. Thankfully, he had just invited the nearby fans to lend a hand, which spared him from a plunge into the depths. Lu Chong, Deng Xiaojiang, and the others, seeing that Old Ma had steadied himself, returned to their own fishing spots. Kulme, Kulme, Kulme. Gather closer, sit beside me, and let's chat. Deng Xiaojiang eagerly beckoned the fans behind him to move nearer. This way, they could assist him promptly should the need arise. After all, as one reaches middle age, certain truths become inescapable. On the opposite side of the reservoir, Chu Wei was diligently calibrating the drone and fish hook. Having arrived hastily in the evening, he had not summoned anyone else, including the drone operator. Fortunately, he was adept at handling it himself, so taking his time was of little consequence. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Xiao Wei, I heard your cousin has assigned you a task. Chu Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up, feeling slightly apprehensive. Uncle, aren't you going fishing? I was hoping to see your prowess. The newcomer was none other than Lu Zhonghua. Do not divert the topic. Your cousin has instructed me to challenge you to a match. Upon hearing this, Chu Wei ceased his pretense but remained humble. Uncle, how could I dare to compete with you? I would certainly concede to you. You needn't concede. I came here to ensure your cousin's defeat is both thorough and convincing. As Chu Wei spoke, he noticed Lu Zhonghua's expression shift into one of stern resolve. That is your claim, so I shall show no mercy. Chu Wei stood firm, for the allure of those 2 years' worth of pocket money was indeed enticing. In fact, let me make a suggestion. If you happen to catch something particularly large, perhaps you could release it, and I shall grant you a month's worth of allowance. How's that sound? Lu Zhonghua's tone shifted unexpectedly, almost causing Chu Wei to falter. However, a month's allowance? That seemed rather meager. Uncle, let us just compete. I've already promised my cousin. How can you find it lacking? 2 months should suffice. Lu Zhonghua observed that Chu Wei showed no signs of relenting. In no more than 3 months, do not overreach. For my uncle's allowance is not abundant. How could that be? I simply wish to fish. Rest assured, Uncle, my skills are nowhere near your level. The few fish I caught were merely due to your absence. Lu Zhonghua pondered and realized he might have been overly concerned. I even resorted to bribing a child. Well, fish well. I have great faith in your abilities. Lu Zhonghua patted Chu Wei on the shoulder before departing. Chu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. 3 months' allowance to buy my loyalty? Am I so easily swayed? Alive, I am my cousin's. Dead, I am still hers. Nothing can diminish the significance of those 2 years of allowances in my heart. Watching Lu Zhonghua leave, Chu Wei felt invigorated. As the sun gradually ascended, the morning sunlight felt somewhat scorching against the skin. From the heights of the embankment, the reservoir was bustling with activity. The influx of tourists had reached the numbers of the previous day, and the buses continued to arrive, bringing more visitors. It seemed the day would be even more lively than before. Perhaps the direct bus service had encouraged those who initially hesitated to come and take a look. Moreover, Shen Lang had inquired and learned that each person symbolically contributed 2 yuan for transport, which was significantly cheaper than driving. Shen Lang was puzzled by the Chinese penchant for spectacle. He wondered when this fascination would change. Meanwhile, the chefs in the cafeteria were both suffering and enjoying their task. It seems today's supplies might be insufficient. We must procure more. All right, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, Xiao Zhou, and Xiao Tao. You all go with Uncle Shun to the city to buy supplies. The girls should stay behind. They cannot carry much. Understood, Uncle Shun. By the way, Uncle Shun, why do we have so many fish in the reservoir, but do not use them for lunch? That is a good question. I, too, wish to ask those anglers why they do not relish eating fish. Isn't that wasteful? He himself was perplexed, recalling an earlier occasion when they prepared fish, only to find very few people willing to eat it, resulting in an entire pot being fed to the pigs. Let us go, or we'll be late. Thus, a few volunteers were loaded onto a small truck heading towards the county town. Shen Lang found himself quite idle, as all tasks were being handled, especially with the emergence of so many free laborers today. Hey, classmate, come here. Shen Lang called to a young man wearing a volunteer armband. Boss, what is up? The young man approached. Could you use a hose to add some water to that fish tank? The fish have splashed it all out. There are plenty of hoses in the wooden cabin. If one person can't manage, call a couple more. All right, I'll go get them. After the young man left, Shen Lang stretched leise. Boss, you sure are relaxed. Wen Qingya appeared beside Shen Lang, holding a small yellow flag. How is this possible? I'm quite busy. You merely caught me at a moment of leisure, Shen Lang argued. By the way, are you coming tomorrow? Wen Qingya inquired. Of course, but it may not be the same group of students. After all, everyone is eager to experience life, she replied. Well, that doesn't matter. It's just good to have you here. Meanwhile, on the luxurious yacht that had been anchored for nearly 2 days in the reservoir center, Lu Zhonghua suddenly addressed Lao Mo. Did you not mention wanting to play with Chu Wei's drone? I was merely joking. I could hardly take something so childish, and besides, I wouldn't even know how to operate it. Lao Montak chuckled. Lu Zhonghua's eyes sparkled with mischief. No, I believe you should take it. You ought to bring it over. Lao Mo turned to Lu Zhonghua, puzzled. Lu Zhonghua continued. Chu Wei has never faced much adversity. We cannot allow him to have everything too easily. If we take the drone, he still has that fishing boat, doesn't he? It would be wise to keep things low-key. Lao Mo recognized Lu Zhonghua's concern for the boy and nodded in agreement. Indeed, you make a valid point. Young people should not be overly ostentatious. I shall go speak with him. With that, Lao Mo made his way toward the cockpit. Liu Zhonghua tit Chu Wei, who was intently fiddling with fishing hooks on the shore, and chuckled to himself. You refuse pocket money. Yet I wonder what you expect to catch that is worthy of your efforts. Chapter 76. The tactical advantage of numbers. Chu Wei had meticulously arranged the fishing hooks, preparing to attach the bait. At that moment, a small boat glided across the water, and old Mo leaped out, approaching Chu Wei. Xiao Wei, are you ready? Chu Wei lifted his head, sensing an ominous premonition. Uncle Mo, what brings you here? Old Mo chuckled. Didn't Ti mention this morning that I'd like to borrow your drone for a bit? Have you forgotten? You often tease me like this. I thought you were joking, Chu Wei replied, a hint of embarrassment evident as he glanced at the nearly completed fishing hooks. No worries, take it. Look, I've even prepared the bait for you. Old Mo took the string of hooks and remarked, very well. Ask your drone instructor to hurry over, and you can try out my fishing boat. It's quite enjoyable too. Chu Wei handed the controller to Old Mo and whispered, Uncle Mo, did my uncle send you here? Old Mo smiled. Your uncle is looking out for your best interests. Now go and have fun. With that, Old Mo, clutching the controller, prepared to depart. Chu Wei hurriedly called out, Uncle Mo, wait. I plan to use other tools for fishing. You won't come back to borrow them, will you? Of course not, you rascal. What do you take us for? Old Mo laughed. I'll return it once I tire of it. With that, he strode away. Chu Wei watched Old Mo's retreating figure and snorted softly before pulling out his phone to make a call. Hello, cousin. Can you arrange for the tower crane operator to come over? They're on standby in the county. Great, thank you. After hanging up, Chu Wei looked up at the towering crane arm, feeling immensely impressed by his cousin's foresight in preparing so many contingencies. Meanwhile, next to a row of excavators, Teacher Zhong was tirelessly imparting theoretical knowledge. Students, do you all understand? He asked, pointing at the densely packed notes on the blackboard. The students remained silent, clearly struggling to comprehend. Teacher Zhong felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After all, it was merely a straightforward series of tasks: adjusting the float, preparing the bait, creating a fishing spot, attaching the bait, and knowing when to lift the rod. How could such simple concepts elude them? At this moment, a spectator could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Excuse me, teacher, I know how to fish too. Why don't you call a student over? And I can assist them with these basics? They just need to operate the excavator. A few others chimed in. Teacher, what you're saying is far too complicated. Even I, who can fish, am baffled. Let me help. Hearing this, Teacher Zhong perked up. All right then. I appreciate the help from you brothers. Is there anyone else who can fish? We need more assistance here. I can. Just let me take a picture for my social media. I don't care about social media. Just let me have a few more bites. In an instant, the Lanxiang Technical School had resolved its most daunting technical challenges. The excavator roared to life, and after an hour's wait, I finally began to find my rhythm. With the assistance of passers-by, I embarked on a successful fishing endeavor. Many visitors here are merely spectators, drawn by the spectacle. Yet a handful possess fishing skills, but have abstained from competing for various reasons. For instance, numerous anglers with limited means barely earn a few thousand yuan a month. They cannot afford even a single rod capable of reeling in several hundred pounds of fish, let alone the daily fishing fee of 2,000 yuan. Thus, they are quite eager to participate in the competition in a roundabout way. Old Ma had been reeling in fish for a while. However, it appeared that this particular catch would not make it to the leaderboard, weighing only around 300 pounds. If the sole intention was to secure a spot on the leaderboard, this fish would have been discarded immediately. Yet for most, fishing is more about the joy of the experience than mere accolades. So cutting the line was out of the question. Nearby, Deng Xiaojiang and others were still baiting their hooks. Those like Old Ma, who catch fish right from the start, are indeed a rarity. His luck was simply extraordinary. Suddenly, Deng Xiaojiang shouted as he saw the bobber sink. He swiftly lifted his rod, which bent into a bow under immense force. A powerful surge pulsed through him. Despite years of fishing experience, he had never encountered such strength. Though somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback. "Quick, help!" Deng Xiaojiang urged. Without needing further prompting, those nearby had already risen to assist. Upon hearing his call, several individuals rushed to grab the rod and pull back. However, the four fans beside him had their hands on the rod, but were still being dragged toward the water. Clearly, their collective strength was insufficient. Those closer to the scene, witnessing the unfolding situation, discarded their belongings and rushed over to grasp the fishing rod, pulling together. Yet, even with over 10 people, they still struggled to stabilize the situation. "Everyone, pull harder. We're going into the water." The two at the front, gazing at the water's edge, felt a twinge of panic. Fortunately, when you call for help, fellow countrymen typically respond en masse, especially in such urgent circumstances. As the front row began to wade into the water, a throng of people from behind joined in to lend their hands. Finally, they managed to steady the situation, and together they pulled the individuals at the forefront from the water. At this point, at least 30 people had gathered to assist. This scene captivated the attention of onlookers in the vicinity. Wow, they must have hooked a massive fish. With this many people, they could easily lift an aircraft. But that is not comparable. An aircraft has wheels. I wager this fish will undoubtedly make the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Deng Xiaojiang, caught in the midst of the crowd, felt utterly bewildered. Having fished for so many years, he had never encountered such a scenario. "Everyone, slowly let go. There are too many of us. It's unnecessary." Yet, no one heeded his words. Resigned, he released his grip on the rod and squeezed his way out. At that moment, he noticed others attempting to join the fray. Deng Xiaojiang hurriedly intervened to prevent them from entering the fray. There is no need for more people. It is sufficient, as an excess of individuals renders control challenging. Only then did a few halt upon hearing these words, yet their gazes towards the crowd seemed imbued with longing. "Come now, everyone, maintain your composure and conserve your strength. When the fish is not exerting itself, we too shall refrain from exertion." Seeing that he could not push through the throng, Deng Xiaojiang began to direct from the sidelines. "This fish is undoubtedly a formidable creature, and we must be prepared for a battle lasting several hours. Conserving our stamina is imperative." At that moment, a young man exclaimed, "Teacher Deng, conserve stamina? We have so many people outside." "Indeed, there are plenty of us," the onlookers began to cheer. "Very well, we shall employ a will tactic, everyone. Do not falter," Deng Xiaojiang declared. Chapter 77. Is the tower crane also his? The terror of Chu Wei. Lu Damao gazed at the group of exceptional individuals who were poised to catch that colossal fish, and he couldn't help but reminisce about the Mighty Men S Club. After all, with just a dozen members from the club, they could effortlessly secure a fish weighing nearly 600 pounds. Although he was uncertain of the weight beneath the water's surface, he firmly believed that a mere handful of robust men would suffice. Their individual combat prowess was undoubtedly equivalent to that of two ordinary individuals. Theoretically, if an average person can pull an object weighing 1.5 times their body weight, those muscular men could likely manage 2 or 3 times that, given their regular training. When they worked in unison, the synergy was far more complex than a simple addition of forces. It is a well-known fact that no individual is capable of exerting their theoretical maximum strength. And with a larger group, the force applied diminishes. Thus, if the fish weighed 600 pounds, its instantaneous pulling force would be at least 1,500 pounds. An average person would require nearly 20 individuals to maintain control, while those from the Mighty Men S Club would only need half that number. This explains why, despite the initial 10 or so participants, they had yet to secure the fish. At that moment, the Mighty Men had cast their first line. Initially, they had been told to let the bait ferment for a few minutes. Yet they had taken so long to prepare it. It was not their fault. Who could have anticipated the bait absorbing water? Humanity should not be so presumptuous. Heeding the wisdom of elders is always prudent. Yet you call yourself an elder. Shall we compare muscles? The first line had been cast for several minutes, and they continued their banter. Nearby, Li Peiguang could no longer bear to watch and kindly interjected. I noticed that before fishing, they always cast a few preliminary lines. Why don't we try that? Kong Junhua and the others turned to Li Peiguang. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Li Peiguang felt exasperated, increasingly convinced that his choices had been profoundly misguided. The three of them reeled in their rods, re-prepared the bait, and cast out once more. Is there anything else we should be aware of? If so, do enlighten us. Kong Junhua inquired. How would I know? I only thought of it because you appeared rather foolish, Li Peiguang replied, feeling helpless. Oh, we may be foolish, but perhaps you should reconsider your choice of words, given who wasted several days laboring in vain. Just as Kong Junhua finished speaking, Shen Lang shouted, Stop arguing. The float has sunk, reel it in quickly. Kong Junhua, holding the fishing rod, looked and indeed saw that the float had begun to submerge. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted the rod. The glory of the gym begins with this first cast. Li Peiguang felt a surge of excitement, for this inaugural line bore his signature. The fishing rod had bent into an arc, and the onlooking mighty men had stepped forward to assist. After 2 days of fishing, they had become quite adept. Typically, in such situations, the initial angler would struggle to maintain control, leading the rod toward the reservoir. For the seasoned warriors of the muscular brigade, such occurrences are utterly intolerable. In an instant, as the Air Force's fishing rod was raised, the muscular men behind sprang into action. They rushed forward, collectively seizing the rod. At that moment, the rod's arc had already reached its limit. We agreed that the first catch is mine, Li Peiguang exclaimed, gripping the rod and addressing his companions. Seriously, is this the extent of trust between brothers? Of course it's yours. With our speed of catching, we could reel in several today. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack echoed. Everyone felt their grip loosen, and they collectively toppled backward, the individuals in front collapsing onto those behind them. A heap of muscular men lay sprawled on the ground, forming a veritable mountain of humanity. Oh no, the rod has snapped. Are you newcomers unaware of the rules here? Those nearby erupted in laughter at the scene. Being internet celebrities, their presence alone would have drawn a crowd, but the rod's breakage further captivated everyone's attention. Li Peiguang scrambled to his feet and surveyed the rod, now in countless broken segments. Have you all not consulted the strategy for fishing? Here, at the very least. Want need to rebar? Air Force Hua also rose. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I told the tackle shop owner I wanted to catch big fish. This is clearly a scam. Li Peiguang felt utterly disheartened. He had never anticipated fishing would be this arduous. Now what do we do? We've only purchased this one rod. At that moment, Toxin Liang also stood up, suggesting, shall we just disband here? At the dam, the leaderboard and the adjacent fish tank remained the absolute focal points. Almost every visitor paused to marvel at the spectacle. The sheer size of the fish was nothing short of astonishing. The most frequently asked question was, how many people would it take to consume such a colossal fish? Perhaps today, that query might finally find an answer, as Shen Lang had promised the volunteers a grand fish stew for the evening. Meanwhile, beneath the leaderboard, Chu Wei was peering toward the parking lot, phone in hand. He had initially thought that the journey from the county town would take just a little over half an hour, but as time dragged on, he realized that each second felt like an eternity. Listening to the sporadic sounds of fish being caught in the reservoir, Chu Wei felt as if a multitude of ants were crawling in his chest. The last time he felt this restless was when his mother confiscated his PS5 during his school days. He realized with a jolt that he had developed a serious addiction to fishing, an intense one at that. What had begun as mere amusement had now ensnared him completely. Zhu Sao, I sincerely apologize for the wait. A young man sprinted over from the parking lot. Enough of the chit-chat. Grab the walkie-talkie and let's get to work. Chu Wei handed the young man a walkie-talkie and led him inward. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Chu Xiao, when did you leave yesterday? Why didn't you call us? Chu Wei turned to see that it was the same group of people he had roamed the streets with the day before, along with the team operating the drone. Call you? Could you even manage to get up? Chu Wei Juka. What about Lu's son? Didn't he come with you? One of the fishermen inquired. Lu Xiao mentioned he wanted to join this competition, but he went off to prepare some things, replied Chu Wei, understanding. As for Lu's son, his family's wealth surpassed even his own, and they had considerable connections. What did he say he was preparing? We have no idea. Chu Wei did not press further. He would find out when the young man arrived. After exchanging a few more words, Chu Wei hurriedly made his exit. The tower crane operator had also commenced his daily ascent, for there were no facilities to install an elevator here. After several minutes, the crane arm, suspended above the reservoir, finally began to move. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of many. Wow, has this wealthy individual finally taken action? I wonder who possesses such fortune. Today, that yacht has begun to move. It must be one of those influential figures on board. Indeed, but isn't it a bit extravagant to use a tower crane? What you think doesn't matter. If they deem it suitable, then it is. Meanwhile, Chu Wei stood by the reservoir, directing the tower crane operator through the intercom. Move it to the shore. I will set up the fishing hooks. Wait for my instructions. As a well-known figure at the reservoir, many recognized Chu Wei. They believed he would undoubtedly be using the drone to fish today. However, those beside him were momentarily taken aback upon hearing him command the tower crane. What? Is that tower crane also Chu Wei's? Before long, this news spread throughout the reservoir. Though the crane was not as costly as the drone, it was undeniably more impressive. Chu Wei, Zhu Fomidang. Chapter 78. Shen Lang's first experience as a streamer, and he is prompted to live stream from the restroom. As a prominent contestant in recent days, Chu Wei's activities have been the focal point of everyone's attention. The absence of the drone's takeoff led many to believe that he was not present today. Little did they know, he was merely biding his time for a grand reveal. Although they were aware of his affluent background, the revelation merely sparked mild astonishment. Fishing, after all, is not solely a game of wealth. Luck plays a significant role as well. Chu Wei prepared his fishing hook and bait, signaling the crane to lower his line into the center of the reservoir. He opted for a multi-hook method, as it indeed reduces the likelihood of losing the catch. With the bait set, all that remained was to await the fish. However, it seemed that Chu Wei had exhausted his fortune from the previous days, as he changed bait multiple times without any sign of a bite. The crane, cumbersome in its operation, required nearly 20 minutes just to switch out the hooks. After several attempts, a couple of hours had slipped away. Meanwhile, the drone borrowed by Old Mo had taken flight early on and was already reeling in fish. Yet, it was not Old Mo at the controls, but Lu Zhonghua. Old Mo had reservations about using the drone to fish, feeling it might be somewhat unfair to the younger participants. Lu Zhonghua, on the other hand, bore no such qualms, as he was quite accustomed to such tactics. Thus, he disembarked to instruct the operator to launch the drone. Indeed, the results were promising. It wasn't too long before fish began to surface. Unlike Chu Wei, Lu Zhonghua remained patient, allowing the drone to navigate leisurely, fully aware that fishing requires a measure of forbearance. By now, it was past 10 o'clock in the morning, and several fish weighing in the tens of pounds had been caught. Many others were engaged in fierce battles with their catches. There were countless instances of hooks slipping free or fish plunging back into the water before they could be secured. Fortunately, it was the height of summer. Had it been winter, many would have found themselves submerged, reluctant to leave the icy waters. Here, merely hooking a fish was just the beginning. The true skill lay in successfully bringing it in. As the heat intensified, Shen Lang reclined in a small wooden cabin, savoring a delectable ice cream. Yet, the sweltering temperature caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. He could only wonder how the anglers below were enduring such oppressive heat. Tomorrow, he would need to urge them to install the air conditioning, for he could not bear it any longer. Langge, you're slacking off again. A familiar voice chimed in. Shen Lang looked up to find it was none other than Yang Ruolin. What is this? Not streaming today? Shen Lang retorted. I am streaming, and the viewers are watching you. Yang Ruolin replied, holding her phone aloft. Realizing this, Shen Lang quickly sat up and greeted the viewers. Hello, everyone. There has been a misunderstanding. I'm not being lazy, just living my daily life. Yang Ruolin rolled her eyes. Everyone is busy, and here you are, lounging about with an ice cream. I have nothing to do. Why don't you find me something to keep busy? Shen Lang said, returning to his relaxed position and resuming his phone games. Meanwhile, the viewers in Yang Ruolin's live stream began to tease him. Wow, is being a fish pond owner this leisurely? I want to do that too. Boss, as a visitor, I must inform you that your restroom is quite congested. Please attend to it promptly. However, the proprietor feigned ignorance, suggesting that he would merely use the contents to feed the fish later in the evening. The situation upstairs was rather unpleasant. Given the owner's apparent idleness, perhaps he should consider becoming a streamer. Yang Ruolin, feeling the oppressive heat, had initially intended to grab a bottle of water, but was taken aback to find Shen Lang lounging leisurely, one hand clutching his mobile device and the other grasping a popsicle. This sight left her at a loss for words. Yet, she suddenly noticed comments below suggesting the owner should become a streamer, a commendable idea. One netizen expressed a desire for the owner to take up streaming, inquiring whether others concurred. The comments section soon erupted with agreement. I cannot bear to see others in leisure. I wholeheartedly approve. Yes, let the owner stream. I'll shower you with hearts. Observing the muted dissent in the streamer chat, Yang Rulin turned to Shen Lang and remarked, Brother Lang, everyone wishes to see you stream. Shall we not fulfill their desires? Shen Lang merely turned over, dismissing the notion. Not a chance. He replied. Yang Rulin, exasperated, countered, Brother Lang, your uncle is returning today. I want to hold back on you. Shen Lang flipped onto his side and took his phone. Just for the morning, you can stream in the afternoon. My father is coming home today. If he discovers how busy everyone is while I'm idling, he will certainly have something to say. Shen Lang wasn't particularly frightened of his father's words. It was more a source of irritation. He understood his father's character well, unyielding and obstinate. In his school days, he had hoped for a day of rest upon returning home, only to be lectured for hours. When relatives visited, he would be chastised for playing on his phone. Shen Lang had grown weary of such reprimands. Fortunately, his father was all talk and no action, which kept Shen Lang's annoyance at a manageable level. Yang Rulin beamed with triumph, reclining in Shen Lang's previous spot and beginning to enjoy her popsicle. Shen Lang glanced at the streaming audience. Stabilized at over 200,000, a decent turnout, especially since several prominent influencers were streaming today, diverting considerable traffic. Shen Lang was determined. Having accepted this task, he aimed to fulfill it well. Hello everyone, I'm the owner here. What would you like to see? What? You wish to see the restroom? Your tastes are rather peculiar. Do not assume I am oblivious to your true thoughts. I will not be deceived. As he spoke, Shen Lang exited the wooden cabin. A wave of hot air enveloped him, reminiscent of stepping into a steamer. In that moment, he regretted accepting the streaming phone. Shall I take you to witness the situation below the reservoir? What? You have just seen it? But I'm still in the dark. Please. Accompany me to gain some insight. Instantly, viewers began to grasp Shen Lang's streaming style, one of defiance and noncompliance. Nevertheless, this approach intrigued them. After all, it was the first time encountering such a streamer. Shen Lang made his way towards the reservoir below. Strangely enough, the further he descended, the cooler the air felt. By the time he reached the edge of the reservoir, the oppressive heat had significantly abated. However, the crowd was dense, creating a sense of stuffiness, though most were gathered in one spot to witness the unfolding spectacle. Unlike tourist attractions where one must navigate through throngs of people, here it was more contained. Shen Lang squeezed into a particularly crowded area. A group of people was engaged in a tug-of-war with a massive creature, and judging by the number of participants, the fish involved must be quite substantial. How about we check out their tug-of-war? Shen Lang suggested to his audience via the phone screen. Why bother? It's just tug-of-war everywhere. Someone replied, Boss, find something more original for the stream. Or perhaps continue regaling us with myths and legends. After observing for a moment, Shen Lang concluded that the fish lacked the strength to make headlines, and thus decided to move on. Chapter 79. Brother, I trust you. This afternoon, I shall begin with a few dozen tons. As for those who continue to weave myths, the tales outside surpass even my imagination. To understand the legends of the reservoir, one must delve into online searches. Shen Lang is bewildered by how those individuals conjure complete stories from mere phrases. It seems sufficient to produce an entire mythological series, especially one brimming with aquatic themes. Passing by the muscular group, he was surprised to find them also engaged in fishing. However, it appeared that their catch was rather modest, given that only two were actively fishing while the others rested. Shen Lang found them intriguing and approached. Brothers in the live stream, allow me to show you something mouth-watering. Instantly, the chat erupted with comments. What is this mouth-watering thing? Is it delicious? I sense the host harbors ulterior motives. The only thing that could make me salivate, apart from Lu Tianxian, is elusive. Hey, my wife is off limits to others. Step forward for a duel. Shen Lang ignored the barrage of comments and pressed on. As he neared, he overheard Kong Junhua speaking to Li Peiguang. This one is yours. Just wait a moment. It will be reeled in shortly. Li Peiguang's expression turned sour. After much effort to catch one, it was disappointingly small. All right, I initially counted that one as yours, but since you insist it doesn't count, this one is definitely a keeper. Shen Lang approached and playfully patted the muscular group. Brothers, I wasn't exaggerating. Look at these muscles. Don't they make you salivate? The chat was filled with sarcasm. I knew the boss was up to no good. I can't appreciate those muscles. Let the beauties admire them. I'm a beauty too, and I can't appreciate them. Wow, brothers, the ones above truly are beauties, or rather spherical beauties. Wait, I look closely, and they're indeed spherical, as round as a ball. Shen Lang restrained his hand from clicking further, silently relieved. Boss, what brings you here today? Li Peiguang looked at Shen Lang with curiosity. It was rare to see the boss, who usually appeared only twice a day, come out for a live stream. Bring my brother from the live stream to see how your fishing has been going. Shen Lang indicated the two engaged in a tug-of-war. Hey look, they've hooked a fish. It's time to use the landing net. Li Peiguang turned to look, and indeed, the fish was being pulled to the shore. However, judging by its size, it was at most 50 or 60 pounds, certainly manageable with a landing net. Boss, I feel that using a landing net in your reservoir carries a negative connotation. Li Peiguang sighed and took the landing net to catch the fish. Haha, this is hilarious. Using a landing net has become a derogatory term. Li Peiguang is truly fortunate. I've heard this reservoir's worst batch weighs around this amount. A 50-pound fish. I would be a king in other ponds. Yet here I am, part of the worst batch. The muscular group had yet to disband, which was indeed a miracle. The live stream chat was once again flooded with comments. Shen Lang lingered here for a while and came to understand that they were facing a predicament of lacking fishing rods in the morning. Eventually, Li Peiguang, swallowing his pride, borrowed one from another location. Otherwise, they would have had to disband halfway through the day. After a few more exchanges, Shen Lang took his leave. His live streaming did not necessitate any dramatic effects. He simply wandered about, eventually making his way to where Deng Xiaojiang and the others were fishing. Curiously, it seemed that those who had caught large fish yesterday did not enjoy the same fortune today. Apart from Lu Damao, the others who had come along with them in the morning had already begun reeling in their catches. It appeared that two of them were quite sizable and had the potential to impact the leaderboard. One was being reeled in by Deng Xiaojiang, requiring the effort of over 20 people to tug it in. The other was caught by Lu Chong, also necessitating the strength of around 20 individuals. Shen Lang was uncertain whether such a multitude was required to hold on to the fish or if they simply gathered to witness the spectacle, which certainly looked impressive. However, fish of that caliber typically could not be landed in less than half a day. Essentially, if one wished to ascend the leaderboard in the future, one could only hope to catch a single fish per day. Success or failure hinged on luck. This was also the reason why Shen Lang had set a time frame of 15 days. A shorter duration would leave everything to chance. A slightly extended period would allow for both luck and skill to play a role. In truth, Shen Lang had a plan, and should it come to fruition, whether he would appear on the leaderboard or the position he would occupy would indeed be a matter of fate. Shen Lang then passed by Chu Wei's fishing spot. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with the unfortunate lad. Yet unexpectedly, Chu Wei spotted him amidst the crowd. Brother, my dear brother, what brings you here? Upon being seen, Shen Lang did not shy away but approached. Come, brothers in the live stream, behold our reservoir star angler, Chu Wei, the illustrious Chu. Chu Wei aimed the camera at himself and remarked, Please spare me. I haven't even caught a single shrimp today. Shen Lang glanced at the position beneath the tower crane and inquired, Why aren't you fishing at the spot where you baited yesterday? Perhaps there are more fish there? Chu Wei responded with a hint of bitterness. The position beneath the crane was misaligned by several meters, and it is too late to rectify it now. Shen Lang, puzzled, asked, Then why didn't you continue to bait? This isn't like you. Chu Wei retorted, Don't mock me. Had I not hit the underground river of the reservoir last time, perhaps no one in the reservoir would have caught anything. It seemed that Chu Wei had come to realize how foolish his previous actions had been. Shen Lang feignet astonishment. Who said that? Do you not know how heavy the fish here can be? Do you have any idea how much they consume in a day? 100 tons of corn can be devoured in no time. He patted Chu Wei on the shoulder and added, Even if 100 tons is excessive, don't you understand the importance of using 20 or 30 tons? Why not be more adaptable? Have you forgotten the lessons that teacher Damao imparted to you? Exchange corn for fish meat. The more bait you use, the greater your returns. Chu Wei, still skeptical, repeated this statement as if to convince himself. Indeed, look at you. Without baiting the area today, you're unlikely to catch even a pound, Shen Lang continued. If you bait the area this afternoon and return tomorrow morning, I assure you, You will certainly catch fish. Do you believe me? Chu Wei's eyes began to sparkle with hope. Brother, I believe you. This afternoon, I will bait several dozen tons. And tomorrow I will surely catch fish. I will call my cousin right away. Shen Lang regarded him with an encouraging glance. Yes, go ahead, and best of luck. The top spot on the leaderboard will eventually be yours. With that, Shen Lang swiftly departed. At that moment, the live stream was in uproarious laughter. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. Boss, you are quite the charmer, exclaimed one viewer. Is this rich second-generation heir really so easily deceived? Did you not hear him call Shen Lang brother? The ones closest to us can wound us the deepest. Another chimed in. Is the court about to distribute disaster relief grain again? I have yet to digest the last batch. Shen Lang had merely made a casual remark, not anticipating how easily Chu Wei could be convinced. One can only hope that this naive child will find fortune in his innocence. Chapter 80 à Xiaolong. Let me introduce you to a girlfriend, one with ample curves, well suited for childbearing. Eventually, Shen Lang made his way to the reservoir, where a multitude of excavators were situated. Here, one would scarcely encounter ordinary fishermen. The area was predominantly occupied by machinery. Many lone excavators had also gravitated towards this locale. Nearly 100 machines congregated here, creating an astonishing spectacle. Were it not for the information provided by others that this was a fishing site, one might easily mistake it for a bustling construction site. The throngs of onlookers were also at their peak. After all, village children often spent entire days watching excavators dig. The allure of the male youth's gathering was not without merit. However, this was also the loudest place, as the cacophony of machines drowned out all other sounds. Shen Lang, after circling the area with his streaming equipment, decided to depart. There was scarcely any fish being caught, which undoubtedly explained why the fishermen kept their distance. With so many machines operating, the noise frequency was surely enough to frighten the fish away. It would be a miracle if any were to bite. At this rate, the hope of rising to the leaderboard was a distant dream. Even the prospect of catching a fish remained uncertain. Yet, it seemed they were still quite spirited. Whether those baiting hooks or the excavator operators, each vociferously shouting to ensure they were heard. Shen Lang, finding little amusement, turned toward the dam. He realized that he was ill-suited for the role of a streamer. It required content, constant chatter, and vigilant attention to the comments flowing in, not to mention expressing gratitude for gifts received. Of course, Shen Lang did not feel inclined to express such thanks. Gifts were given at one's discretion. Once he exited the excavator zone, he switched off the stream, suggesting that Yang Rulin could take over in the afternoon, as he found the task rather burdensome. Upon reaching the wooden cabin, Shen Lang pushed the door open, intending to return his phone to Yang Rulin, only to discover she had fallen asleep. He refrained from waking her, closing the door quietly as he made his way to the kitchen. She had indeed been quite fatigued lately, having previously taken on numerous responsibilities and remaining busy throughout the day. Now, shouldering the significant task of streaming, she broadcasted during the day and studied streaming techniques online at night. Comparing himself to Yang Rulin, Shen Lang found no basis for comparison. He spent his days idly wandering, akin to a useless drifter. Yet, who could blame him for being the boss? If the boss were to work, what would be the purpose of having employees? Xiao Lang, when will the genius arrive home today? As Shen Lang approached the kitchen, several ants inquired about him. He replied, he should arrive in the county around 3 p.m. I'll grab a bite and then go fetch him. Shen Lang's father's name was quite remarkable, and sometimes hearing others refer to him made Shen Lang chuckle. It was indeed a rare name, more unique than the trendy names of today. Rumor had it that in kindergarten, he was called Zi Xuan, a name shared by numerous others. Oh dear, your father must be overjoyed at your return. Look at how successful you've become. Indeed, your father's choice of a name was not an error. The most brilliant aspect was that he fathered you. And yes, Rulin is quite a gem as well, both beautiful and capable. I wonder which young man will eventually be fortunate enough to win her heart. Indeed, dear Xiao Lang, have you found a girlfriend yet? Would you like me to introduce a few prospects? The girl from Aunt Wang's family in the neighboring village will soon turn 18, and I must say, she's quite lovely. I believe she could be a suitable match. If you agree, I shall arrange for them to come over for a visit tomorrow. The aunts and uncles never seem to tire of discussing such matters, particularly inquiring about one's romantic status. Shen Lang felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead. Goodness, they are already introducing someone before she has even reached 18, and they intend to bring her over? Well, seeing as the hour is late, I think I shall head to the city for a bite to eat. I wouldn't want to intrude on your busy schedules. Shen Lang dashed away like the wind. Ah, this child, why does he not feel the urgency regarding such a significant matter? No worries, dear aunt. Once the boys return, we shall have a discussion. He is quite obedient to his father's wishes. Indeed, I have heard that his third uncle has a daughter who is about to graduate from a prestigious university. 911. To be precise, perhaps we could ask his uncle to make a connection. I think that would be fine, though I wonder about her suitability for childbearing. While the Wang family girl is young, she possesses considerable physical attributes. Meanwhile, Shen Lang drove his second-hand Wuling Hongguang along the mountainous roads, contemplating that perhaps waiting a few more months until he turns 18 might not be so unacceptable after all. What am I thinking? This is a folly. However, with newfound wealth, it seems feasible to acquire a means of transportation. A luxury car is unnecessary. A simple vehicle will suffice. Moreover, in the countryside, one often needs to haul items, so a pickup truck would be quite practical, ideally within a budget of 200,000. The reality is that aside from the cashback from the system, his actual funds are rather limited. Suddenly acquiring a luxury vehicle worth $1 million would be difficult to explain. The best course of action is to amass wealth quietly. Upon arriving in the county town, he noted it was still early, just past 1 in the afternoon. Shen Lang found a beef noodle shop and ordered a bowl. This establishment is a well-known favorite in the area, and even at this hour, it was bustling with patrons. I have heard that this noodle shop can earn upwards of 20,000 a day. In the past, such figures filled Shen Lang with envy. A pure profit of several thousand a day was beyond anything he had dared to imagine. Yet now, it seemed rather ordinary, barely providing for his own expenses. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before him. He took a bite and recognized a familiar flavor. Indeed, he was quite hungry and quickly finished the noodles, leaving only a hint of broth. The portion was somewhat insufficient, but he refrained from ordering another, aware that such heavily seasoned dishes are best consumed in moderation. With over an hour to spare and nowhere to go, Shen Lang decided to seek refuge in an air-conditioned environment. Initially, he considered visiting the Auto Expo to look at cars, but the journey would take over 20 minutes, and he wouldn't have much time to linger. Thus, he meandered into a nearby supermarket. To his surprise, he discovered a section dedicated to fishing gear, with the fresh produce signs still bearing their labels, suggesting it had only recently been set up. It appears that one has observed the burgeoning popularity of their reservoir and contemplated selling fishing gear. However, what indeed is being sold here? Such inferior fishing rods are incapable of even catching the smallest fish in the reservoir. Clearly, there's a lack of understanding of the market. One would surely incur great losses. Shen Lang had long envisioned offering fishing rods and similar items at the reservoir's small shop. Yet, due to the reservoir's unique conditions, he had yet to find suitable fishing rods. Some business owners have approached him, seeking collaboration, but the ordinary fishing rods cannot withstand the caliber of fish present in his waters. To sell such inferior products would be to deceive customers. Most importantly, the fish he cultivates are undoubtedly of the ultimate boss level, and the fishing rods available on the market may not endure the challenge. Thus, unless one possesses advanced technology, it is prudent to refrain from selling. Chapter 81. If I could be this wealthy, I would willingly become twice as foolish. While Shen Lang ostensibly strolled through the supermarket, he was actually enjoying the cool respite. Suddenly, he heard the intermittent notification sounds from the system. Wang caught a 12-pound fish 21 times, totaling 252 pounds of silver carp. Congratulations on earning 211,680 Huaxia coins. Lu Yin caught a 14-pound fish 25 times, totaling 350 pounds of grass carp. Congratulations on earning 350,000 Huaxia coins. Shen Lang realized that the reservoir had finally experienced a fishing frenzy. It had been 5 or 6 hours since morning. If one had the patience, they should have hooked some fish by now. Of course, the majority had escaped. The forces were too great, and substandard hooks could bend under the strain. Thus, while the competition appeared lively, most participants were merely there to accompany the event. At that moment, Shen Lang's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from his second aunt. He pressed the answer button. "Hello, second aunt. What is the matter?" On the other end, he heard Yang Rulin's voice. "Cousin, where's my phone? Where did you put it after your live stream?" Shen Lang paused it, smacking his forehead. "Oh dear, I brought it with me and completely forgot. Why don't you use someone else's phone for the live stream?" Their phones were of inferior quality, with blurry cameras that rendered the live stream ineffective. Perhaps it was better not to stream at all. Shen Lang retrieved Yang Ruolin's phone from his pocket, a low-end Vivo model. Hardly superior to a device worth 2 to 3,000. Then you should take the afternoon off. Since I forgot, as punishment, I'll buy you a new phone specifically for your live streams. Really? I want the Xiaomi 15 Ultra. Remember to buy a new SIM card. Yang Ruolin's voice brimmed with excitement. All right, I'll be right there to get it for you. Keep an eye on the reservoir. I might return after the event concludes. Shen Lang reminded her. It's the Xiaomi 15 Ultra. Yang Ruolin corrected him promptly. Got it. Shen Lang hung up and walked out of the supermarket, realizing he needed a new location to enjoy the air conditioning. Although some fish had been caught at the reservoir, only one stood out. A middle-aged man named Hu Yun had reeled in a colossal 398-pound catch. Meanwhile, the renowned fishing team, comprising Deng Xiaojing and Lu Chong, continued to reel in their fish. Lao Ma had successfully caught his, which, unsurprisingly, weighed less than 300 pounds. Although slightly disappointing, a fish weighing over 200 pounds was still a rare find. He felt quite exhilarated nonetheless. Lu Mao finally hooked a fish, yet today seemed to be cursed for him. After over an hour, the fish managed to escape. Lu Mao pondered, I haven't done anything wrong lately. Why am I so unlucky today? Could it be because I tricked that Chu Wei kid just once? That hardly seems fair. He is not exactly destined for greatness. As he contemplated these thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted from the dam, with someone shouting loudly. The master of baiting has returned. Lu Mao lifted his gaze and saw a dozen trucks appearing on the dam. Each truck had its tarpaulin unfurled, revealing an abundance of golden corn. Lu Mao felt a sense of bewilderment. Who could this new acquaintance from the underworld be? They could have at least announced their arrival. In the next moment, he watched as the crane's arm extended towards the dam, with workers continuously loading corn into it. Lu Mao was taken aback. Wasn't this crane being operated by Chu Wei? What was he up to now? I haven't even tried to deceive him this time. Meanwhile, everyone at the reservoir was fixated on the happenings at the dam, especially the newcomers who had long heard tales of baiting by the ton. It seemed they were about to witness it firsthand. Before long, the crane arm ascended, revealing a bucket-like apparatus beneath, presumably filled with corn. The arm moved towards the center of the reservoir, and when it reached its maximum extension, suddenly the bucket released its grip, producing a cacophony as countless kernels cascaded into the water. The weight lifted by the crane was evidently far greater than what had been loaded by the drone previously, creating significantly larger splashes. This bucket must have weighed over a ton, and it took only seconds to empty its contents into the water. After delivering this load, the crane retracted and allowed the workers to continue filling the bucket. Is this truly the legendary master of baiting? No, this is a divine being of baiting. How foolish is this? If I had such wealth, I would willingly be doubly foolish. Some tourists below were incessantly discussing the spectacle. On the shore, Lu Zhonghua, who was directing the drone to catch fish, watched the scene unfold, his eyes twitching in disbelief. Who taught them this method? This is not baiting. It is clearly feeding the fish. Frustration welled up within Lu Zhonghua. This unfortunate lad, has he been misled again? I must go see for myself. He instructed the drone operator to continue with the fishing technique he had initially taught, and made his way to the dam. Upon arriving, Lu Zhonghua saw Chu Wei enthusiastically directing workers to transport the corn. Bags of corn were being poured directly into the bucket, which was nearly full. The workers halted their efforts, and the bucket promptly ascended into the air, with the crane arm slowly returning to its original position. Xiao Wei, what on earth are you doing? Lu Zhonghua inquired, voting Chu Wei. Uncle, you're here. I'm baiting. I've brought 50 tons this time. It won't lead to any issues. Chu Wei deeply. Lu Zhonghua was taken aback. 50 tons? Is that how one describes such a quantity? Who taught you this method of baiting? Is there even a technique like this? Lu Zhonghua felt a sense of exasperation. Chu Wei shook his head at his uncle. Uncle, you need to adjust your mindset. We are in a new era. Your old ways are outdated. Just look at the big fish I caught yesterday after baiting. Chu Wei formed a ring with his hands, illustrating the size of the fish, while gesturing towards the individuals below the reservoir. They were rather reluctant. Only a few had succeeded in catching large fish. Lu Zhonghua was out of breath. The teacher Lu Mao you taught me about hasn't caught any fish today. How can you not understand this? Chu Wei felt a sense of helplessness. His uncle's mindset seemed rather rigid. Chu Wei shook his head and said, Uncle, are you not aware that teacher Mao did not bait the water today? He did so yesterday and secured first place. Although I prepared 100 tons of bait, it all flowed into the underground river. Chu Wei glanced at Lu Zhonghua. Thus, I obtained second place. I once thought you were quite skilled at fishing, but now it appears to be otherwise. Lu Zhonghua nearly choked with indignation. He had previously believed his nephew was merely a bit foolish in his endeavors. But now he realized the depth of his folly. How had fishing transformed him in such a manner? Chapter 82. A 600-pound behemoth claims the top spot. The excavator crew in self-doubt. At the train station exit, Shen Lang stood patiently awaiting the arrival of familiar faces. The train had just pulled in, and a throng of passengers surged forth from the exit. In his youth, Shen Lang often encountered delays in train schedules, but it seemed that such occurrences had become increasingly rare in recent years. One cannot help but marvel at the impressive state of contemporary infrastructure. Shen Lang scanned the crowd with keen eyes, determined not to overlook the familiar figures he sought. Before long, he spotted his targets. "Mom, Dad, over here," he called out, waving as he approached. Emerging from the station was a middle-aged couple. His father, somewhat gaunt with largely graying hair, stood in stark contrast to his mother. Though slightly plump, appeared remarkably youthful for her age. As Shen Lang approached, he took hold of their numerous bags. His father, Shen Tiankai, offered a gentle glance, but remained silent. "Little Lang, you've tanned quite a bit," his mother, Wang Xiuhua, remarked tenderly as she touched his face. Concern etched on her features. Her name, reflective of the era's naming conventions, suited her well. "Mom, it's nothing. A bit of a tan is healthier," Shen Lang replied. Having spent countless hours under the sun, in comparison to those avid fishermen, he felt almost like a fair-skinned youth. "Have you eaten yet? Shall we find something to eat?" he inquired. "We're not hungry. We had 2 bowls of instant noodles on the train," Wang Xiuhua responded. "That barely suffices. It's still a long way home." "Let's grab a bite first," Shen Lang insisted, disregarding his parents' protests as he headed toward a nearby restaurant. While waiting for their meal to arrive, Shen Tiankai finally spoke up. "Lang, you made quite a name for yourself. We are genuinely pleased. Now that you're back, you can enjoy some well-deserved comfort." Having learned of his son's accomplishments through the villagers, Shen Tiankai fully understood the extent of Shen Lang's prowess. "Indeed, enjoy your comfort. But just as long as you refrain from incessantly criticizing me like before," Shen Tiankai retorted, his eyes narrowing. "How can you speak to me like that? Every word I uttered was for your own good. If I hadn't chastised you for your previous laziness, would you have achieved your current success? Look at you now. Having earned a bit of money, you seem to have lost your humility. Imagine how you would act if you were to amass great fortunes. One must never forget their roots." Listening to his father's admonishments, Shen Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the father he knew, the one who had remained silent for too long, and he had worried he had lost him to illness. After their meal, Shen Lang drove the second-hand Wuling Hongguang toward the village. Meanwhile, the reservoir was abuzz with excitement, as a recent announcement had reverberated throughout, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Congratulations to Lu Chong, number 2835, for catching a 596-pound grass carp, claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. The tools he employed were rebar and an aircraft carrier mooring line. Congratulations to Lu Chong, number 2835, for reeling in a remarkable 596-pound grass carp, securing the top position on the leaderboard. His chosen tools were rebar and a carrier-based stopping line. The news swiftly spread throughout the reservoir. Among fishing enthusiasts, Lu Chong's name is widely recognized. Indeed, a master is truly a master. On his very first day, he ascended to the pinnacle. It is astounding. After several days of fishing, I have yet to catch anything, while they effortlessly haul in such catches. My friend, could it be that your fishing technique lacks a certain flair? Lu Chong's ascent to the leaderboard was anticipated by all, given his prominence as a renowned streamer. However, none expected him to land such a sizable fish on his inaugural day. Just as they were still in shock, another announcement echoed through the reservoir. Congratulations to Deng Xiaojiang, number 2836, for catching a 608-pound bighead carp, also claiming the top spot on the leaderboard, using rebar and a number 40 main line. This news sent the entire reservoir into a frenzy, with discussions erupting everywhere. The atmosphere became as bustling as a beehive, even drowning out the sounds of excavators. This defies logic. Could this be the influence of a seasoned angler's luck? I wonder if he managed to catch it single-handedly. Is there a nuclear submarine lurking beneath the surface, assisting them? My friend, jealousy has rendered you unrecognizable. Meanwhile, on a yacht, Lao Mo and several affluent individuals gazed at the two colossal fish below, sighing in resignation. They had hoped to make it onto the leaderboard today, but were astonished by the prowess displayed. No matter, there is still time, and tomorrow presents another opportunity. Fishing is heavily reliant on luck. Clearly, there are those who are awestruck, skeptical, and envious. At this moment, the area surrounding Deng Xiaojiang was teeming with spectators, all eager to catch a glimpse of the two enormous catches. In the midst of the crowd lay the two gigantic fish, each exceeding 3 meters in length, with the big-head carp resembling a small automobile. Deng Xiaojiang was beaming with joy, hardly able to contain his excitement. He had never imagined that his first catch here would be of such magnitude. It took him nearly half a day to reel it in, and his heart raced with trepidation as he feared the fish might slip the hook several times. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in bringing the fish ashore. At this moment, those assisting in the catch were lining up to take photographs with the two fish, destined to make quite a splash on social media. "Teacher Deng, let us take a group photo." Deng Xiaojiang joined the others, standing in the center alongside Lu Chong, and flashed a peace sign. "Ah, Lao Zeng, it seems today your luck is just a tad better," remarked Lu Chong, reflecting on the situation. Indeed, luck is a component of skill, yet acknowledging another's excellence requires a certain bravery. Lu Chong was at a loss for words. He seemed rather carried away today. Nevertheless, we have already accomplished half of our objective here, and we shall strive for further success tomorrow. The top 3 positions on the leaderboard at the dam have been claimed by Deng Xiaojiang, Lu Chong, and Lu Damao, with remarkable leads of 608, 596, and 566 pounds, respectively, far outpacing the competition. Some anglers, upon witnessing these figures, have lost all desire to compete, especially those who have been fishing for 3 consecutive days without a single catch. With these heavyweights already surpassing the 600-pound mark, how can they possibly continue? Furthermore, the bravado that Deng Xiaojiang and his companions exhibited upon their arrival has materialized, as the top 3 have shown no sign of mechanical assistance. Meanwhile, teacher Zhong from the Lanxiang Technical School found himself enveloped in profound confusion. Today, they managed to land a mere few small fish, each weighing around 100 pounds, and not a single catch thereafter. Upon hearing about the 600-pound giants, he became enviously speechless, prompting deep self-reflection on where things had gone awry. With such dismal results on the first day, he found it difficult to report back to his superiors. He resolved to concoct a few excuses instead. Perhaps the weather was too hot, or they were unaccustomed to the terrain, or the bank of the reservoir was too soft, or the sun was too glaring, and everyone needed time to acclimate. If all else fails, he would simply claim that their opponents were too formidable, completely stifling their performance. Yet, these excuses seemed rather familiar. Regardless, he decided to navigate this hurdle before addressing anything further. At that moment, an angler who had been assisting them with bait approached and remarked, "Teacher Zhong, today has not favored us. Not a single fish has graced our lines all day." Teacher Zhong feigned composure and replied, "It's nothing. The weather is too hot for the fish to bite. We shall persist with renewed efforts tomorrow." The angler, rubbing his ears which had endured a day of clamor, suggested, "Is it possible that the noise here has frightened the fish away?" Teacher Zhong, struck by a moment of clarity, fell into contemplation. Chapter 83. Cousin-in-law, it is my duty to assist you. No need for thanks. When Shen Lang returned to the reservoir, it was already past 5 o'clock. He had long been informed of the leaderboard changes through the system's notifications and was not particularly surprised to see the 2 large fish in the tank. However, his parents reacted differently. They were aware that a fishing competition was underway and that the target was large fish, indeed of considerable size. Yet, upon witnessing the enormous specimens displayed in the tank, their jaws dropped in astonishment. "Goodness gracious, are there really such large fish in our reservoir?" Shen Tiankai exclaimed, gazing at the magnificent fish. "How has the reservoir grown so vast?" Wang Xiuhua marveled at the expanse of the water. Shen Lang refrained from explaining. He was at a loss for words. Should he recount the legendary tales of the Shun family's ancestors? Perhaps mention how his forebear had valiantly trapped a dragon beneath the reservoir? Shen Tiankai would surely mock him mercilessly. No, in keeping with Shun Tiansai's style, he would likely unleash a torrent of ridicule for at least half an hour. "Uncle, Aunt, you have returned." A melodious voice chimed from nearby. Young Ruolin was running towards them. "Oh my, Ruolin, you look even more radiant." Wang Xiuhua approached, taking her hand and engaging in warm conversation. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Ruolin joined Shen Lang's side. "Langa, you're back. I missed you so much during your absence." Shen Lang felt a chill at her enthusiastic greeting. Had it only been a few hours? Hastily, he pulled out his phone and said, "All right, you're already a little wealthy lady, yet you still wish to take advantage of me. Here you go." "Thank you, Langa. Love you lots." Yang Ruolin exclaimed with delight as she took the phone, eagerly unboxing it and beginning to play with it. At that moment, a call came from the direction of the cafeteria. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, you're back. Come here, I need to tell you something." An heir's booming voice rang out. Shen Lang's parents, seeing the familiar faces of their fellow villagers, joyfully made their way over. Before long, they were engaged in lively conversation. Shen Lang noticed them stealing glances in his direction from time to time, undoubtedly discussing matters pertaining to him. As the competition time drew to a close, many anglers had already reeled in their lines. Some departed with disappointment, while others gathered to watch those still wrestling with their catches. Chu Wei's spot had long been vacated, and he was nowhere to be found. The tower crane had not been activated, indicating he had ceased fishing. A crowd had gathered below at the reservoir, observing the anglers engaged in a tug-of-war with their catches. Meanwhile, a drone hovered overhead, its line clearly indicating that a substantial creature was swimming beneath. The contest for the leaderboard was likely far from over. Thus far, Shen Lang's system earnings had exceeded 20 million, even without utilizing any multiplier cards. Given the current situation, it seemed probable that he could reel in a few more sizable catches, ensuring that today's profits would far surpass those of yesterday. Preferring not to immerse himself in the gossip of the older generation, Shen Lang decided to take a stroll around the reservoir instead. Yang Ruolin cheerfully followed along, brandishing her newly purchased phone and snapping photographs in every direction. Occasionally, she would boast to Shen Lang about the clarity of her pictures and her photography skills. Shen Lang, disinterested, offered only perfunctory responses. After browsing for a while, he discovered that there might indeed be a few promising catches. To his surprise, one of them was an old acquaintance, Wang Peng, a veteran figure in the reservoir community, known for being the first to withstand a 100-pound behemoth. He was the original standout of this reservoir, but as more people arrived, he faded into the crowd. At that moment, he was engaged in a tug-of-war with a group over the massive creature. From the conversations of those around, it became evident that the ownership of this giant belonged to him. The number of participants in this contest appeared to be on par with that of Deng Xiaojiang and his crew. "This fellow is quite impressive." Shen Lang recalled how Wang Peng had once asked him for bait. However, due to subsequent system upgrades and competitions, he had not provided any. He wondered how the original trio of veterans had fared in recent days. Not hearing any news of their successes suggested they had not performed well. Or perhaps they were confined at home by their formidable wives, preventing their participation. After all, he had not seen them since the first day. As Shen Lang continued to peruse the area, he encountered familiar faces, Lu Zhonghua and Chu Wei. At that moment, the two were engrossed in conversation. "Uncle, fishing with a drone is not done the way you're doing it. You've been toying with it for ages while I've already hooked one," Chu Wei remarked, observing Lu Zhonghua's drone hovering in the air, shaking his head. "I've been fishing for decades. I know more about it than you do. Don't let that fish get away." Lu Zhonghua naturally had his own perspective. "Uncle, I believe it would be better for you to use a traditional rod. Modern techniques don't suit you. Mechanical assistance requires a definitive advantage in strength to secure victory. You might as well engage in a tug-of-war like the others," Chu Wei suggested, pointing at the drone. "In my experience, the greatest advantage of a drone lies in its agility. Gently bringing it to the shore and seizing the moment to reel it in is the optimal strategy," Lu Zhonghua countered, shaking his head in disagreement. "At the instant you exert force, the risk of detachment exceeds 90%. You can keep your misguided theories to yourself for tomorrow," he concluded, ignoring Chu Wei thereafter. Finding the conversation dull, Chu Wei prepared to leave, only to turn around and spot Shen Lang. "Brother, you've arrived. I've followed your advice and prepared the bait. Just wait for me to reel in the big fish tomorrow." At this point, Lu Zhonghua turned to look at Shen Lang, his gaze scrutinizing. It dawned on him that it was this rascal who had misled Chu Wei. Shen Lang, sensing the scrutiny in Lu Zhonghua's eyes, feigned calmness as he replied to Chu Wei. "Well then, best of luck. I have high hope for you." He then turned his attention back to Lu Zhonghua. "Uncle Lu, today I cooked a massive fish weighing over 300 pounds. Would you care to join me for a bite?" Lu Zhonghua turned back to continue directing the fishing. The larger the fish, the more fibrous it becomes. I have no interest. Brother, I am quite intrigued. Let us go and partake. Although Chu Wei had indulged in many delicacies, he had never encountered a freshwater fish of such magnitude, and he eagerly tugged at Shen Lang, wishing to depart. Shen Lang, too, was disinclined to remain with Lu Zhonghua, especially after his scheme to deceive his nephew had been uncovered. It was wiser to keep a low profile. Thus, he and Chu Wei made their way towards the dam. Upon reaching the kitchen, they found a gathering of volunteers. Everyone's eyes were eagerly fixated on the several enormous pots before them. After all, a fish of 300 pounds could not possibly fit into a single pot. No dinner had been prepared for the anglers and tourists, in accordance with an agreement made with the county to stimulate local consumption. Shen Lang was not particularly concerned about the cost of a meal, as the county had indeed provided numerous conveniences, and thus he had acquiesced. Xiao Lang has arrived. The fish head is reserved for you. Be sure to finish it. Shen Lang gazed at the fish head, incredulous. Its eye was the size of an egg. Uncle De was jesting. The fish's mouth could easily accommodate his head. Shen Lang chuckled in response. Leading the way to prosperity, one must seize the opportunity. If nothing else, I should at least sample a little. At that moment, Shun Tiankai stepped forward to speak. Shen Lang nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall first express my gratitude for everyone's kindness. And air, filled with joy, chimed in. Xiao Lang, I spoke with your parents, and we arranged a match for you. They have already consented. Would you like to meet her? I can bring her over tomorrow. Shen Lang realized they were undoubtedly discussing him. However, he was reluctant to entertain such an arrangement resembling a blind date. He recalled how Shan Bixing had gone through similar matchmaking sessions, with numerous relatives convening to discuss it. Making them the subject of scrutiny, it was mortifying enough to want to burrow into the ground. No, that's unnecessary. Aunt Air, unnecessary? You're not a child anymore. It's time you found someone. Just have a conversation. It's not as if you were expected to marry immediately. Ante insisted earnestly ellipsilon. Shen Lang was at a loss for words until suddenly an idea struck him. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Given the chance, I will bring her home for you to meet. Upon uttering this, he regretted it. Where would he find someone to introduce? However, a delay of a day would suffice. Little did he know, Chu Wei interjected unexpectedly. Cousin-in-law, have you not yet informed the family about your relationship with my cousin? Shen Lang turned to see Chu Wei winking at him, as if to say, it is only right to assist you. No need for thanks. Chapter 84. His social circle consisted of crucian carp, grass carp, and bighead carp. Shen Lang was at a loss for words, wondering what chaos he was trying to stir. Did you not regard me as your elder brother? It seems our relationship is rather unstable. Perhaps we should apply for a brotherhood certificate together. You have a girlfriend? Why didn't you mention it earlier? What does she do? Is she beautiful? How old is she? Bring her back to meet me sometime. Chu Wei seemed to be getting more animated as he stepped forward to speak. My cousin is exceedingly beautiful. And she is. Shen Lang swiftly covered his mouth. Damn, why not stitch your mouth shut with fish fins? Bring her back when you have the chance. Definitely bring her back. Shen Lang pulled Chu Wei away, covering his mouth. An heir observed this peculiar scene and remarked to Wang Xiuhua beside her. I feel that this girlfriend Shen Lang mentioned might be somewhat unreliable, and he has already made arrangements over there. Rejecting them now wouldn't be appropriate. Shen Tiankai interjected from the side. No worries. An heir, just have her come over to meet us first. ISNT, there is saying in the fishing community? Cast a wide net to catch more fish and select the best among them. The villagers nearby looked at him in astonishment. Oh, Tiankai, have you become cultured? Shen Tiankai lifted his head, pretending to be quite impressive. Of course. I learned it from TikTok. Shen Lang pulled Chu Wei aside to have a serious discussion about brotherhood. Chu Wei nodded repeatedly, assuring that there would be no next time. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the sun was nearly setting. Tourists and some anglers gradually left the reservoir. Only a few large fish still swam about, along with some onlookers. Lu Zhonghua finally caught his fish, though it fell short of 400 jin, just missing the leaderboard. Those wealthy individuals had departed as well, having landed 2 large fish, one weighing 438 jin and the other 456 jin, thus raising the benchmark for the leaderboard once more. Now, aspiring to be on the list without a fish weighing at least 400 jin was simply futile. Summer days are relatively long, with darkness falling around 7 or 8 o'clock. On the dam, about 10 tables were laden with food. There were leftovers from lunch, but 2 vegetarian dishes were also freshly stir-fried. At the center of the dining table was the star of the day, the 300-pound fish. The village youth retrieved boxes of beer from the freezer, distributing them across every table. The older generation expressed their disinterest in beer, opting instead for corn liquor. Shen Lang felt obliged to join them for a drink. Although he was nominally the host, he was still one of the younger ones and had to accompany them. Taking a bite of the fish, Shen Lang found it to be less dry than he had imagined, tasting quite similar to the smaller fish. It appeared that the system had not enlarged it through growth, but had directly replicated and divided the original cells. What Shen Lang did not anticipate was the drinking prowess of those students. Several of them exhibited a drinking capacity that left Shen Lang somewhat fearful. They truly downed a cup of 2 liang of liquor in one go. Even those drinking beer managed to finish a bottle in a single breath. Shen Lang typically abstains from alcohol, having only indulged to a maximum of approximately 3 to 4 taels on a single occasion, nearing his personal limit. As for beer, it is best left unspoken. It causes a bloated sensation, and consuming merely 2 bottles leaves one feeling utterly stuffed. One wonders what substance composes that individual stomach. Shen Lang took a delicate sip of the white liquor in his hand and beckoned everyone to partake in the dishes. However, it appeared that the crowd was intent on coaxing Shen Lang into drinking. Regardless of age, both the youth and the older generation sought him out for a toast. Even if Shen Lang merely took a small sip with each person, by the end of the circle, he would have consumed quite a substantial amount. Even those aunts and matrons, who typically shunned alcohol, joined in the revelry. Shen Lang could not show favoritism. He welcomed all with open arms, albeit only with small sips. Xiao Lang, on behalf of everyone, we thank you for securing such a prosperous livelihood for us. Let's all raise a glass to Xiao Lang, concluded the village leader with a grand summary, prompting the entire village to lift their cups in unison. Let us work diligently. As long as I, Shen Lang, am here, I will ensure that everyone enjoys a good life. Shen Lang felt a slight haze settling over him. Half a gene of white liquor was nearing his limit. Nonetheless, he understood the importance of articulating a few words. One must first draw the big picture. Should anyone falter, I, Shun Bishi, shall be the first to make it difficult for them. Bishigu is correct. No one shall escape unscathed. Indeed, let us all work hard. Perhaps due to the alcohol's influence, spirits were high, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Come, everyone, let us drink. Those who wish to continue, do so, but please drink responsibly. We must rise early tomorrow to work. Upon finishing his words, Shen Lang downed the remainder of his drink in one swift motion. The fiery taste of the liquor made him grimace for a moment. Others followed suit, and the air was filled with the sounds of enthusiastic exclamations. When Xingyao turned to the male teacher beside her and remarked, "If I were not aware that this establishment is indeed engaged in legitimate business, I would suspect it to be a front for less savory dealings." The male teacher chuckled. Many mountainous regions are like this, particularly in areas inhabited by ethnic minorities. During the Reform and Opening Up era, many villages were havens for bandits. When Xingyao seemed to recall something and smiled, this place was not always a den for bandits. I heard that their ancestors were formidable Taoists who even subdued a fierce dragon. Do you actually believe that? Of course not. As dusk gradually descended, one table remained uncleared. The crowd continued to gather, drinking and engaging in light-hearted banter. The volunteers had already departed on a bus. The reservoir settled into a serene quiet, interrupted only by the occasional indistinct raucous laughter from the dam above and the commotion from the fishermen below. During the time, Shen Lang and his companions dined. 2 fish had escaped the hook, while 2 others were caught, weighing only around 300 jin, thus failing to draw any notable attention. Meanwhile, there were still 2 spots below teeming with people, one of which was where Wang Peng was situated. Wang Peng had harbored a passion for fishing since childhood. In his youth, he lacked the means, so he fashioned a fishing rod from a bamboo pole and ventured into the small ditches to catch fish. Whenever school holidays approached, he would eagerly race to the riverbank, spending entire days in pursuit of his aquatic quarry. His parents, upon noticing his absence, could invariably find him by the water's edge. It was during these fishing escapades that he often completed his homework and memorized his lessons. His parents, on numerous occasions, attempted to retrieve him, forbidding him from fishing. Yet, the more they imposed restrictions, the more fervently his passion for angling grew. By the time he entered university, he had completely liberated himself from constraints, finding solace in solitude. His social circle comprised only carp, crucian carp, grass carp, and silver carp. During his sophomore year, his parents divorced, rapidly remarrying and establishing new families on either side. Wang Peng was left entirely to his own devices, embracing his newfound freedom with gusto. He abandoned his studies, wandering from place to fish, occasionally setting up a tent in one location to fish for months on end. His fellow anglers affectionately dubbed him the Fish Immortal, convinced that if anyone could achieve transcendence through their passion for fishing, it would be him. When the Shen Lang reservoir began to gain traction online, he swiftly discovered videos of it and hastened to visit. Having fished for years, he had depleted his savings, opting to sell his catches to invest in superior fishing rods. Previously, he had made it onto the leaderboard, believing he had finally found his dream fishing spot, where he could both fish and earn a modest living. However, to his dismay, the owner quickly organized a competition, causing his ranking to plummet on the very first day. The new rod he had purchased for the occasion broke on that same day. After much effort to borrow money, he finally acquired the standard equipment, threaded steel and aircraft carrier mooring lines. With his new gear, he hooked a colossal fish today, though it remained submerged, leaving him uncertain whether it would secure a place on the leaderboard. Chapter 85. The first of 18 baits to catch the celestial fish. He gazed longingly at the prizes listed on the board. After all, securing a place in the top 3 would render him financially secure for several years. Should he claim the first prize, with a little frugality, he could live without financial worries for a lifetime. While he was lost in thought, excitement erupted around him. Wow, look at that fish. It's stunningly golden. Is this the legendary koi? How fortunate we are. Quickly, let's dive in and reel it in. Charge. Everyone, we must not let it escape. Wang Peng turned his gaze toward the reservoir, where magnificent golden fish was leaping at the surface. He instantly recognized its species, a carp, likely genetically mutated to exhibit its golden hue, commonly referred to as koi. Its size was astonishing, estimated to weigh at least 500 pounds. At that moment, the carp was nearing the shore. Unexpectedly, the anglers, caught up in their excitement, plunged into the water. Yet, even though the fish was nearly exhausted, a mere flick of its tail was beyond the strength of an ordinary person to withstand. Those who had previously managed to haul large catches waited until the fish was completely spent on the shore before attempting to push it up. At that point, even a slight movement from the fish could send those holding its tail tumbling backward. And this fish had yet to reach the shore. It was still in the shallows. 2 anglers had already entered the water and quickly approached the fish. Just as they contemplated pushing it onto the bank, the golden tail flicked. A spray of water erupted toward them, and the turbulent waves from the fish's struggle sent them both crashing into the water. This was merely the splash. If that tail struck them directly, they would surely bear bruises. Hurry, don't jump in. Hold the line. Several anglers, too exhilarated, had released their rods to grasp the fish. The fish's struggle yanked those still holding the line a few steps forward. The remaining anglers, realizing the urgency, hurried back to grasp their rods, barely managing to regain their balance. Brothers, calm down. There is no need to rush. We've been at this for hours. A few more minutes, one team matter. Wang Peng shouted anxiously. After all, if this fish slipped free now, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The few anglers who had rushed forward were aware of their overexcitement. However, they had never encountered such a large golden carp before. Many people use these mutated carp as ornamental fish. Those with better appearances, weighing a few dozen pounds, can fetch tens of thousands of dollars. Surely, this one must be priceless. With that thought, some individuals couldn't help but glance at Wang Peng. My goodness, this kid is about to strike it rich. Meanwhile, the surrounding anglers incessantly discussed the fish. Their chatter echoed across the tranquil reservoir like a series of firecrackers, resonating far and wide. Shen Lang, slightly dazed atop the dam, heard the commotion below and felt puzzled. The system hadn't notified him of catch. Thus, Shen Lang approached the edge of the dam to peer down. The sky had already darkened, rendering the surroundings indistinct. Yet, amidst the throng of people, a golden object could be discerned gliding across the water surface. Intrigued, Shen Lang beckoned those still indulging in drink to join him in investigating. He felt that in his current dizzy state, he might very well stumble and fall alone. Thus, a group of them, supporting one another, descended towards the scene. Before long, They found themselves among the gathering crowd. At this point, many had produced their flashlights, illuminating the entire water surface. To Shen Lang's astonishment, a magnificent golden creature was swimming beneath the light, its scales shimmering brilliantly. Goodness, what a colossal fish, entirely golden. In ancient times, this would surely be deemed an auspicious omen. Could it possibly be a transformed dragon? Little Lang, perhaps they should refrain from fishing it. Little Lang remarked that their Shen family were descendants of exorcists and that they should not fear a fish that might be transformed from a dragon. The villagers were equally awestruck by the sight. At that moment, the fish was dragged to the shore, and the eager onlookers could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward in a frenzy. This time, the fish offered little resistance, and with collective effort, it was lifted onto the land. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Wang Peng caught a 10-pound koi with a 50-fold multiplier, totaling 500 pounds. Calculating rewards. Due to exceeding the monetary limit for this stage, rewards will not be granted. As compensation, the following rewards are provided. 1. A discount card for 0.01 upgrade. 2. A 10-fold multiplier card. 3. A random permanent special card. Shen Lang was taken aback. The system had indeed classified this fish as a koi. If the cashback were to be calculated accordingly, the sum would be astronomical. However, he did not anticipate the system's capriciousness in nullifying the rewards. Although the items offered were decent, they paled in comparison to the exorbitant potential cashback. Yet, Shen Lang felt powerless. After all, the system was akin to a parental figure. He gazed at the 3 rewards. The second was immediately dismissed, and the third's randomness was too great to consider. It seemed only the first option held the most promise. Just as he was about to make his choice, another system notification chimed in his mind. Due to the second activation of the maximum multiplier for this stage, rewards have been upgraded. You may select one from the following and the previous rewards. 1. Randomly unlock certain features of the next stage and receive a random skill. 2. Gain permanent strength 1, agility 1, endurance 1. 3. Obtain a high-quality skill, choosing one from 3 options. Shen Lang paused momentarily, sensing the surreal nature of these rewards. The skill mentioned likely referred to something akin to the away 18 styles he had previously acquired. After some contemplation, he dismissed the second reward. Considering his current physical condition, an increase of 3 points would be of little significance. He found himself torn between the first and third options, naturally discarding the initial one. Wealth is merely an external possession, insignificant in the face of the mystical choices presented before him. After much contemplation, Shen Lang ultimately resolved to select the first option, driven by his profound interest in the forthcoming capabilities. Moreover, the prospect of randomly acquiring a skill was too enticing to resist. What if fortune favored him with a superior ability? With renewed determination, Shen Lang chose option 1. System. I choose the first reward in the upgrade. Host confirms selection. Reward extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Reward distribution underway. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the feature, Universal Harmony. Universal Harmony. The skills acquired by the host can be placed into a reward pool. Those fishing in a reservoir may grasp the corresponding weight to have a chance of comprehending a skill. Different tiers correspond to varying weights, with the minimum comprehension weight set at 1,000 pounds. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of a supreme skill, one of the 18 fishing techniques. The opening of the heavenly gate. One of the 18 fishing techniques, the opening of the heavenly gate, a fragment of a top-tier fishing method. Although it is merely a fragment, each technique of the 18 dragon techniques can be regarded as an independent skill, possessing power that surpasses ordinary advanced skills. Due to Wang Peng triggering this upgrade, a skill comprehension opportunity is granted. Wang Peng comprehends the basic skill, the 18 styles of away. The 18 styles of away, a fishing technique conceived by the legendary master away during his youth, inspired by top-tier method. It consists of 18 styles, with even a layman benefiting immensely from mastering a single style. Suddenly, Wang Peng, grinning foolishly beside the golden koi, froze in astonishment. With an expression of incredulity, he gazed at Shen Lang and uttered a phrase that made Shen Lang's heart race. The first style of the 18 styles of away. The old man pushes the cart. Chapter 86. A rod to open the heavenly gate. The bystanders regarded the two with bewildered expressions. Shen Lang inwardly cursed, perplexed by their gaze. What were they looking at him for? If this led to any misunderstandings, how would he ever find a wife? Such talk of a ways 18 forms and a ways 17 forms. Had they consumed something that had muddled their wits? Shen Lang hastily sought to distance himself from the implications. If rumors were to spread, it would be disastrous. Wang Peng seemed to grasp something from Shen Lang's expression. His mind brimmed with fantastical thoughts. Could such wondrous phenomena truly exist in this world? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a golden koi beside him, and he appeared to grapple with a weighty decision. After a few moments, Wang Peng seized the nearby fishing rod and approached the golden koi. Just as he drew near, he flicked the rod, and the hook ensnared the fish's mouth. He took 2 quick steps forward and shouted an odd phrase. Old man pushes the cart. The fishing rod tightened swiftly, bending into an arc, as if a surge of energy coursed through the line and into the koi's mouth. The massive fish's head lifted, and then there was silence. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity shifting toward Wang Peng. Was he losing his mind? One of them mused that such a fish could secure a lifetime of fortune. Would the owner permit to leave? Perhaps their earlier exchanges were veiled in some secret code. After a brief moment, Wang Peng awkwardly lowered the rod, and the golden koi's head drooped. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the head of the 500-pound fish was suspended several feet above the ground, held aloft by a slender fishing line, an absurdity that was overlooked amidst their laughter. Excuse me, could the owner assist in returning this fish to the water? Wang Peng's words ignited a frenzy among the spectators. They envisioned countless possibilities but failed to conceive of this one. Return the fish? Was he jesting? Had they misheard? He wanted to return to the water? He did not wish to keep it? Truly, his mind must be addled. This was an extraordinary opportunity, a wealth that could alleviate all worries for a lifetime. Brother, why not sell it to me? I'll offer $1 million. Are you dreaming? You should add a 0 to that. Shen Lang vetched Wang Peng in astonishment. Are you certain you want to return this fish? Its worth may surpass your wildest imaginings. I am aware, Wang Peng replied. However, if I possess such wealth, my passion for fishing would no longer be pure. Moreover, this koi is a true bringer of fortune. It should bestow blessings upon many. Shen Lang smiled, comprehending Wang Peng's sentiment. Fellow villagers, let us work together to return this fish to the reservoir. The villagers surrounding Shen Lang had always heeded his words. Upon hearing that the prize koi was to be returned to the reservoir, they hesitated not a moment and rushed to assist. At that moment, the fishermen who were merely spectators began to feel uneasy. Wait a minute, we were the ones who caught this fish. We deserve a share. One fisherman stepped forward, blocking the path. The initial participants in the fish retrieval, seeing someone take a stand, also began to emerge. Indeed, we all contributed. We should receive our due. Exactly. You cannot unilaterally decide for everyone. Shen Lang chuckled and gazed at the assembled crowd. It was evident that when sufficient profit was at stake, many would abandon their dignity and take risks. Are you certain you wish to claim a portion? Shen Lang surveyed the group. Claiming a share is one thing, but my reservoir will place you on a blacklist, barring you from fishing here forever. Think carefully. The first to speak dismissed the threat. If we can't fish here, so be it. Do you really think this place is a paradise? Shen Lang inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. Very well, what is your name? I am Lu Jiping. What? Do you intend to retaliate against me? I fear you not. Shen Lang turned to Shen Bishing beside the giant fish. Brother Bishing, remember this name and face. He is henceforth barred from fishing here. Shen Bishing nodded in agreement and scrutinized Lu Jiping intently, as if committing his likeness to memory. Lu Jiping felt a chill run down his spine, his limbs growing awkward under the scrutiny. Regret for his impulsiveness began to dawn upon him. At that moment, Shen Bishing finally spoke. Apologies, my head feels a bit foggy. If I don't look a bit longer, I fear I might forget. The crowd nearly choked in astonishment. Shen Lang then turned to the others who had stepped forward. Are you certain as well? My blacklist knows no bounds. After some contemplation, it seemed that standing firm would yield no benefits. Moreover, they were not in the right. Continuing down this path would lead to nothing. I withdraw. You may argue amongst yourselves. One fisherman retreated. Another followed suit, and soon, everyone appeared to find their escape, stepping back in unison. I also withdraw. Not me. Shen Lang's face broke into a warm smile. Now, let us more like it. You all were rather foolish. Returning this fish today merely signifies that you may have the opportunity to catch it in the future. Shen Lang shook his head. Such simple arithmetic. and yet you failed to grasp it. What kind of teacher did you have in elementary school? The crowd, rather than feeling angered by Shen Lang's remarks, was instead filled with joy. Indeed, how had they not realized this? By releasing the fish, did it not imply that they could potentially catch it later? Meanwhile, Liu Shipeng stared blankly at Shen Lang, utterly stunned. He had not foreseen this outcome. Boss, is it too late for me to express my regret? Liu Jipeng's face was a mask of despair. It is too late. Otherwise, how could I continue to be a boss in the future? With a sigh, Shen Lang gazed at the resplendent golden koi, exclaiming, "You all took so long to return the fish. If you don't hurry, it will perish." He staggered over to Wang Peng and requested, "May I borrow your fishing rod?" Wang Peng, seemingly recalling something, eagerly handed the rod to Shen Lang. At that moment, the hook still dangled from the fish's mouth. Shen Lang approached the water's edge, his body swaying slightly, clearly under the influence of alcohol. In the next instant, a remarkable transformation overtook Shen Lang. His demeanor shifted, and he stood as upright as a towering pine. With a sudden flourish, he raised the fishing rod, which began to emanate a faint red glow as if enchanted. With a graceful flick of his wrist, he bellowed, "Open the heavenly gate. Come forth." The fishing rod, propelled by the line, effortlessly lifted the golden koi into the air. This astonishing spectacle left all present in disbelief. Equally astonishing was the fact that despite the hook being lodged in the fish's mouth, it had not torn its delicate flesh. The golden koi soared gracefully over Shen Lang's head and sped off into the distance, the execution flawless and strikingly elegant. In stark contrast to Wang Peng's earlier awkward attempts, Shen Lang's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, just before Shen Lang exerted his strength, a voice echoed in his mind, one that only he could perceive. "Do you wish to utilize the supreme skill, opening the heavenly gate, for a one-time trial? Please use this opportunity wisely." Shen Lang silently contemplated, "Yes." Chapter 87. Wang Peng. I hold great expectations for you. However, it seems that Shen Lang has employed an excessive measure. As a fish soared into the air in a magnificent parabolic arc, traversing towards the center of the reservoir. Astonishingly, it did not cease its ascent even upon reaching the midpoint, instead continuing its trajectory until it plummeted into the depths of the water on the opposite bank. Upon its descent, the fish erupted into a towering spray of water several meters high. Yet, as dusk enveloped the scene, the onlookers could scarcely discern the spectacle, merely aware that the fish had flown a considerable distance. What have I just witnessed? The fish actually leapt into the air. How is this even possible? This defies all scientific reasoning. Could it be that the tales previously told by the proprietor are indeed true? Are the Shen family truly the legendary descendants? Surely, that fish cannot have perished from a fall. The crowd was left in a state of stunned disbelief, their comprehension surpassed by this extraordinary event. Wang Peng, overwhelmed with excitement, clenched his fists. He attempted a small experiment, yet failed to reel the fish back in. When Shen Lang asked to borrow his fishing rod, a realization dawned upon him. He never anticipated the proprietor's prowess and felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation regarding the knowledge swirling in his mind. Not far off, a group was engaged in fishing, their spectators having been drawn to this remarkable display. The golden shimmer of the fish, coupled with the resounding splash, further piqued their curiosity, amplifying their intrigue. "Brothers, hold on. I must see what is happening," exclaimed one angler, unable to resist, and hurried over. "I want to see too," called another, following suit, as a few more individuals joined. The remaining fishermen struggled to contain their catch. Moments later, with a series of splashes, several were unceremoniously pulled into the water. Before long, a young man emerged from the depths, wiping the water from his face and seething with anger. "I shall not rest until I have my vengeance upon you." At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, shaking Shen Lang from his stupor. "Oh no, I acted impulsively," Shen Lang lamented. Indeed, alcohol can lead one astray. It would be wise to drink less in the future. Acquiring a skill does not guarantee one's adeptness in its application, particularly with something so extraordinary. The natural system had bestowed upon him a singular opportunity to experience the magic of this skill. Having indulged in drink, he succumbed to impulsiveness, thereby squandering this chance. Yet, perhaps it was not entirely wasted, as it confirmed the potency of the skill. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Shen Lang felt a surge of elation. Suppressing his inner frustration, He lifted his chin and approached Wang Peng. Wang Peng, I have high hopes for you. Keep striving. The fishing world shall undoubtedly have a place for you. With that, Shen Lang made his way towards the embankment. Upon hearing Shen Lang's words, Wang Peng felt a rush of adrenaline. He envisioned himself reeling in a colossal catch single-handedly. From this moment forth, in this world, one person with a single rod can achieve greatness. He couldn't help but glance at Shen Lang's silhouette, the very target he had been pursuing. At that moment, the figure stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch! Come help me, I've hurt my leg. Shen Lang cried out in pain. As night deepened, the reservoir finally settled into tranquility. Of the two remaining fish, one was tossed back into the reservoir by Shen Lang, while the other, having been released due to the collective's actions, swam away. With the absence of any spectacle, the crowd gradually dispersed. At this moment, a solitary figure stood by the reservoir, silent and contemplative, gazing at the water's surface, lost in thought. This person was none other than Shen Lang. He was exceedingly pleased with the newly unlocked feature of the system's next phase. However, it was not without its limitations. For instance, the methods for acquiring other skills remained undisclosed. The two he possessed were granted through the capture of extreme fish species, a feat not easily replicated. He had chanced upon exceptional luck on both occasions, reeling in the highest multipliers, and it seemed improbable that he could consistently catch such extraordinary specimens. Moreover, aside from Wang Peng, it was unlikely that anyone else could possess these skills, as the minimum requirement was to catch a fish weighing at least 1,000 pounds for a chance to acquire skill. Whether there were even fish of that weight in the reservoir was a mystery, and the probability of obtaining such skills remained unknown. Presently, only he and Wang Peng possessed these remarkable abilities, which were indeed rare treasures. After returning to the village with the villagers, Shen Lang found himself wide awake well past 3 in the morning. His mind incessantly occupied with the exhilarating sensation that fishing brought him. It felt as though there was no fish he couldn't catch. Unable to sleep, he ventured alone to the reservoir, eager to test whether he could replicate that astonishing catch without the system's trial attempts. He grasped his fishing rod, attached a small bait from the system, and cast it into the water. Within mere seconds, he observed the bobber dipping below the surface. Overjoyed, he thought, "It's happening." He adopted the posture he had practiced during his earlier trial and swung the rod with force, the tip arcing above his head. "One cast," he exclaimed. Midway through his shout, the fishing line tightened, and an immense force froze Shen Lang's rod in midair. Release. He exerted all his strength, but to no avail. Instead, that tremendous force began to pull him toward the reservoir. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance, as that colossal power continued to drag him closer to the water. Even a small fish, under high multipliers, could yield a 100-pound Leviathan. Shen Lang realized he had encountered something formidable. Just as he was about to be pulled into the water, he felt a pang of regret for his newly purchased fishing rod. In that moment, he suddenly remembered that it was only natural for him to be unable to utilize such a top-tier skill. Surely, he could manage a basic skill. With that thought, he focused on the details of the away 18-style skill. However, only the first movement and its principles surfaced in his mind. It appears that the subsequent abilities have yet to be unlocked. Shen Lang, with no time to ponder further, focused intently on the movements of that skill. Yugong moves mountains. He felt a surge of power emanate from within, coursing through every fiber of his being. In the next moment, Shen Lang steadied himself, a wave of joy washing over him. Indeed, it was possible. Yet, mere seconds later, he felt a sudden weakness, as that force vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. In a swift motion, Shen Lang strained his back and fell to the ground, his fishing rod slipping from his grasp and disappearing into the depths of the water. With some pain, he climbed back to his feet, still mourning the loss of his new fishing rod. However, he seemed to have gained a modicum of understanding regarding the first move of away 18 styles. Bereft of his fishing rod, Shen Lang retrieved a small sapling from the nearby slope and commenced his practice. "Yugong moves mountains," he shouted, simultaneously performing the peculiar motion. Again, that surge of power flowed forth, yet it dissipated in less than 10 seconds. Gaining insight, Shen Lang continued to shout, not of his own volition, but compelled by the use of the skill, an involuntary response he could not suppress. "Yugong moves mountains. Yugong moves mountains." Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin on the dam, Shun Tiankai and Shun Bishing awoke from their slumber. Today, it was Shun Bishing's turn to take the night shift, while Shun Tiankai volunteered to experience the duties of the watch. Who is that shouting outside? Uncle, it sounds like Little Lang. Shun Tiankai stepped out of the cabin, finally discerning the words Shen Lang was proclaiming. Yugong moves mountains. A flicker of doubt crossed Shun Tiankai's mind. Could something be amiss with his child, persistently shouting such a phrase? It seemed imperative to address his lifelong concerns without delay. In a courtyard within the county town, Wang Peng was also engaged in peculiar movements. Yugong moves mountains. Minutes passed, and he grew weary, realizing he could only sustain the effort for a brief period. If only I could be as formidable as my boss, Wang Peng remarked, resolutely continuing to execute that strange motion. Yugong moves mountains. Little did he know, the formidable boss he referenced was presently striving to surpass the 10-second threshold in his endeavors. Chapter 88. Old man, quickly collect the money. We're going fishing. As dawn broke, the sky was still shrouded in a gentle twilight. Shen Lang, weary and fatigued, made his way to the dam. After more than 2 hours of practice, he had finally managed to extend his skill duration to a mere few seconds. Doubts began to creep into Shen Lang's mind regarding the practicality of this ability. It was evident that the enhancement from this rudimentary skill was minimal, yielding only a few-fold increase. What could be accomplished in those fleeting seconds? Disheartened, he had initially believed that he was on the cusp of a glorious chapter in his life, yet he now realized that the road ahead remained long and arduous. Shen Tiankai and Shun Bishing were already awake. Upon seeing Shen Lang ascend from below, they regarded him with peculiar expressions. Young man, you ought to rest a bit. Take good care of your health. Shen Tiankai spoke in a gentle tone. Shen Lang, too exhausted to discern the subtlety in his father's voice, merely nodded in acknowledgement before collapsing onto a bed in the small wooden cabin. Uncle Tiankai, is Xiao O Long Alright? One inquired. I'm uncertain. There seems to be a problem. It's best we avoid provoking him for now. Understood. I shall inform everyone shortly. At that moment, it was just past 5 o'clock, and Shun Tiankai and his companion were still freshening up, while several vehicles approached from a distance. They parked beside the leaderboard, eagerly turning their gazes toward the listing. Let me see first, one exclaimed. No way, it's real, golden koi. That fool actually released it back? Releasing it was for the best. It gives us a chance. Their eyes fixated on the 5th ranking, Wang Peng, golden koi, 500 gene of rebar, plus aircraft carrier mooring cable. As they debated, a procession of vehicles arrived, bringing with them a flurry of excitement as they all hurried to the leaderboard to discuss the news. After returning home the previous evening, those who had witnessed the event had spread the word through their social circles. Simultaneously, several videos had begun to gain traction online. However, the night had already fallen, and though everyone had flashlights, the details were not particularly clear. Shen Lang's astonishing catch was merely a blurred silhouette in their memories. Naturally, the overwhelming focus remained on the golden koi. As for Shen Lang's inexplicable catch, most chose to overlook it, especially given the preciousness of the fish that had been released back into the water. One could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue if it were to be showcased at an international auction. Many prominent figures would surely come clamoring for it, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility to fetch a small fortune. News of the fish spread rapidly within the community, prompting local anglers from nearby towns to arrive early, eager to verify the authenticity of the tale. Shen Tiankai and his companion stared in bewilderment at the animated crowd. What brings these people here so early? Just then, an angler approached them, inquiring, Old man, is it true what they say about the golden koi from yesterday? Shen Tiankai suddenly understood. They were indeed discussing that very matter. The matter at hand is indeed true. However, it has already been returned, and it is a harbinger of good fortune. Before Shen Tian can finish his sentence, the individual excitedly addresses the crowd, proclaiming, Brothers, the situation has been confirmed. Let us commence. As he shouts to the gathering, everyone rushes over, eager to pay for their fishing spots. Old man, quickly collect the money. We are ready to fish. Hurry, time waits for no one. Shen Tian, encountering such fervor for the first time, feels somewhat bewildered by the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd. Yet, the time has not yet arrived, and exchanging glances with Shun Bishing leaves him indecisive. Thus, they rouse Shen Lang, who had just settled down. After a sleepless night, falling asleep again proves to be a challenge. Shen Lang, still in a foggy state, becomes noticeably more alert upon being awakened. If they wish to fish, let them do so. With Shen Lang's approval, the eager individuals begin to pay for their fishing spots. For Shen Lang, it matters little. An additional hour bears no impact on the impending competition. Were it not for the safety concerns of the night, he would have allowed them to manage their own time. As long as they do not overexert themselves, it suffices. At that moment, Shen Lang spots Wang Peng, who had caught the golden koi the previous day. It appears that he, too, had not rested well, as fatigue is evident in his demeanor, yet there is an undeniable spark of excitement in his eyes. Wang Peng approaches Shen Lang and inquires, "Boss, may I utilize that skill for fishing?" Pondering the efficacy of that skill for mere seconds, Shen Lang responds, Go ahead, but do not overexert yourself. Prepare extra clothing." Concerned for Wang Peng's safety should he fall into the water, Shen Lang reminds him that, despite it being summer, the morning can still be quite cool, and catching a cold would be unfortunate. In Wang Peng's ears, however, his boss's words imply that he perceives him as too weak. "Rest assured, boss, I will give it my all." Meanwhile, the number of visitors to the reservoir continues to swell. Typically, at this hour, few venture out. Even the early risers do not arrive so promptly. However, today, drawn by the allure of the catch, they flock in droves. Before long, the reservoir buzzes with activity. Everyone seemingly energized as if they had received an adrenaline boost. They are not merely in pursuit of the thrill of catching a colossal fish. They are also motivated by the rewards of ranking and a nearly impossible dream of landing that koi. Yet, only Shen Lang is aware that since the koi was released into the water, its weight has likely increased significantly. Given his prolonged understanding of the system, he knows that each time a fish enters the reservoir, the multiplier resets. It is improbable for it to surge to 50 times again. Moreover, the odds of catching a recently injured fish in such a vast reservoir are akin to winning the lottery. At this juncture, villagers begin to arrive at the reservoir. Bustling about, the aunts and elder women resume their preparations in the kitchen, while others immerse themselves in their respective tasks. Shen Lang, surprisingly, no longer feels fatigued. After all, being young allows one to endure a night or two without sleep with relative ease. By around 7 o'clock, the volunteers make their appearance once more, and indeed, they are not the same group as yesterday. However, the teachers leading the group remain the same too. It seems they had already clarified the tasks to be accomplished here while on the bus, as these individuals immediately immerse themselves in labor upon arriving at the reservoir. "Boss, I heard that someone caught a 500-pound koi yesterday and released it back into the reservoir." Wen Xingya approached with a hint of curiosity. "Has this news reached your ears? That means the entire world must know." Shen Lang teased it. "We have a group chat, and someone posted it there. Yet, I can't fathom why anyone would release such a catch." Wen Xingya expressed her bewilderment. Perhaps most who heard this news shared her confusion. Nevertheless, through his interactions with Wang Peng, Shen Lang seemed to grasp a deeper understanding. Indeed, he is a person of purity, one who has transcended base desires. Chapter 89. You never mentioned that the fishing rod could only be small. Using a larger one seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Shen Lang was just about to throw in another jest when a sudden notification startled him. Due to Wang Peng mastering the first form of the Away 18 styles, the host has also attained the entry level of the first form, simultaneously unlocking the second form, Guanyin Sprinkling Water. The duration of the foolish old man moving mountains has increased to 1 hour, with all attributes enhanced by 10%. Shen Lang was taken aback. What? Entry level now requires a whole hour? What do my mere seconds amount to? Is the disparity truly this vast? Shen Lang felt as if, were he in the realm of cultivation, he would be akin to a talentless waste lacking spiritual roots, whereas Wang Peng appeared to be an extraordinary prodigy of cultivation. They were clearly not on the same plane. Shen Lang felt a blow to his self-esteem. However, he consoled himself with the presence of the system, which seemed to elevate his abilities automatically whenever others reached a certain level of cultivation. It was almost a glitch of sorts. Perhaps the system acknowledged him as a waste, thus providing such a setting. Shen Lang hurried to the reservoir's edge in search of Wang Peng's figure. A mere glance was enough for him to spot him. After all, he was rather conspicuous down there. At that moment, he was awkwardly tugging at his fishing rod. The rod was bent to an extreme, the line at the front continuously shifting to one side. Shen Lang's curiosity piqued. He approached. As he reached Wang Peng's side, he overheard the murmurs of the bystanders. This person has rather unfortunate luck. It seems he can barely manage to pull it, probably just a few dozen pounds. However, that is still acceptable. A catch should come soon, bringing good fortune. Yet, why does this technique appear so peculiar? Don't you all feel that this person looks somewhat familiar? As if he has been seen before? Shen Lang refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to observe quietly from a distance. Wang Peng remained in that position, unwavering. Despite the fish's desperate struggles, it seemed incapable of budging him an inch. Yet he made no other movements, maintaining that odd stance for what felt like an eternity. The surrounding spectators began to lose interest. Is this person merely putting on an act? Are the fish in the reservoir really just tiny shrimp? Just then, Wang Peng suddenly sprang into action. He yanked the fishing rod to the left, as if a surge of ferocious power was unleashed from his body. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Guanyin sprinkling water." The fish in the water was drawn to the left by this force. As the fish moved, its outline gradually became visible to the crowd. Astonishingly, a massive shadow emerged from beneath the surface, thrashing in a desperate struggle. No matter how it fought, it was still being dragged forward by the fishing rod. With a powerful flick of its tail, a significant portion of its body broke the water surface. Judging by the exposed size, this fish must be at least 2 meters long. The onlookers, having encountered large catches before, quickly estimated its weight to be well over 300 pounds. The presence of a 300-pound fish in this reservoir was not particularly astonishing. However, the fact that it was being reeled in by a solitary individual was remarkable. Initially, he had been maneuvering the fish with a consistent technique, and now he had managed to draw it above the water's surface, defying all expectations. The crowd's attention shifted to Wang Peng, who was met with incredulous remarks. "No way. How is this possible? Is he cheating? He seems so familiar. Isn't he the same fool who caught that koi yesterday? Just how immense is his strength?" The astonishment in the crowd's gaze towards Wang Peng was palpable, even more so than when they heard he had released the koi into the reservoir the previous day. Just as they were captivated by the spectacle, the situation took an unexpected turn. Wang Peng stumbled, his body appearing to weaken, and he gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. The fish thrashed its tail and, in an instant, plunged back into the depths of the reservoir, pulling Wang Peng along with it, threatening to drag him into the water. In a moment of desperation, Wang Peng quickly returned to his initial stance and shouted, "The foolish old man moves mountains." Instantly, he regained his balance, and the fishing line tightened once more. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the rod slipped from his grasp and fell into the water. Wang Peng staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. The fish had come unhooked. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers were at a loss as to whether to express regret or admiration. They struggled to comprehend how an ordinary person could achieve such a feat. Was it the peculiar slogan he shouted while fishing that granted him this power? The foolish old man moves mountains? Avalokiteshvara sprinkles water? At that moment, Wang Peng lay exhausted by the reservoir, utterly spent, oblivious to the water lapping at his feet. He felt drained, having gone without sleep the previous night, and now having expended all of his energy. This was no mere practice session with a fishing rod. It was a true test of endurance. Then, a voice broke through his fatigue. "Can you still walk? Let's go have a chat." Wang Peng looked up to see Shen Lang standing beside him, gazing down with an air of authority. I can manage, boss." With that, he struggled to his feet, gathered his fishing rod, and departed with Shen Lang. As Wang Peng and Shen Lang walked away, the crowd slowly regained their senses. Is it possible that the koi he caught yesterday bestowed upon him this strength, and that koi was an incarnation of a dragon? Are you suggesting the koi is repaying a kindness? I mean, the myths surrounding this reservoir might actually be true. I remember in the video I watched yesterday, the boss seemed to effortlessly lift that koi with a single cast. Could he truly be a descendant of the legendary Shen family? Sometimes, no explanation is necessary. Others begin to weave their own narratives, believing them even more fervently than any account you might provide. The rumor once again circulated around the reservoir. However, the onlookers failed to capture any video evidence, resulting in a rather limited belief in its authenticity. After all, the entire scenario sounded utterly implausible. A single individual reeling in a fish weighing over 300 pounds without budging for nearly an hour? Even the most audacious fishing novels would not dare to depict such a tale. As Shen Lang arrived at the dam alongside Wang Peng, they unexpectedly encountered Chu Wei, who had just arrived at the reservoir. Chu Wei had left early the previous day after only tasting a couple of bites of fish, perhaps feeling it did not quite suit his palate. Good morning, brother. Guess what gear my buddy has brought this time? Haha, this first prize is already in our grasp. Beside Chu Wei stood the affluent young man who had accompanied him last time, whose name seemed to be Lu Sun. Oh, what gear? Shen Lang inquired, intrigued by the confidence with which Chu Wei proclaimed their assured victory. Look behind you, Chu Wei said, a hint of pride in his voice as he gestured over his shoulder. Shen Lang followed the direction of Chu Wei's finger and was met with the sight of several machines. One of these machines was equipped with two elongated mechanical arms, and between them was a massive net. Shen Lang was taken aback. Fishing in a reservoir can only be done with rods, not nets. Are you not aware of this? Chu Wei responded with a mysterious smile. Brother, this isn't a fishing net. It's a landing net. You never specified that landing nets must be small. Using a larger one is entirely reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Lang stared at Chu Wei in bewilderment, as if gazing at a stranger. How on earth did this genius conceive such an idea? Moreover, were they attempting to exploit a loophole right here? Chapter 90 indeed. Hard work is commendable, yet one must also be mindful of their health. However, it seems he has a point. Since your fish has grown this large, it is only logical to use a net that is correspondingly larger. Yes, that is indeed quite reasonable. Shen Lang glanced towards Lu Sun, who stood behind Chu Wei. It was undoubtedly this lad's idea. Otherwise, given Shen Lang's impression of Chu Wei, he could never have conceived such a notion. Quite reasonable, yet it may also incite envy. Should this tool appear on site, one can only imagine the mindset of those anglers. Nonetheless, it appears that this device merely shortens the time needed to catch fish. The impact is certainly present, but not as significant as one might envision. I've been the target of everyone's disdain since childhood. Haven T.I. Lu Sun? Lu Sun chimed in from behind. Indeed, there have been countless individuals harboring animosity towards us since childhood. A few more would not make a difference. Very well. You are invincible. At that moment, Lu De Mao and the others arrived belatedly. They too noticed the enormous net attached to the machine. They saw Shen Lang and the others approaching. Boss, whose net is that on the machine? Surely, they are not intending to use it as a landing net, are they? An experienced angler can instantly grasp its purpose. This is somewhat extravagant. Who conceived this idea? Shen Lang nodded towards Chu Wei beside him. Your half-disciple. Who else could it be? Lu De Mao looked at Chu Wei in astonishment. This child has become so astute. Meanwhile, Deng Xiaojing remarked, Boss, is this really reasonable? Shen Lang could only smile wryly. Logically speaking, it should be reasonable. After all, the fish are this large, and a conventional landing net would be inadequate, wouldn't it? Deng Xiaojing gazed at the colossal landing net. Oh dear, with this tool, the advantage is substantial. It could save at least a quarter of the time. The time spent fishing and playing with the fish cannot be entirely circumvented, as one must exhaust the fish's strength before it can be landed. However, such a large net can indeed save considerable time. After all, without a landing net, one must wait until the fish is utterly fatigued before lifting it by hand. With the landing net in hand, as soon as the fish surfaces, there's an opportunity to land it directly. You all must exert yourselves, otherwise, if this lad were to snatch the prize, it would be a great loss. Shen Lang joked. Haha, let him come. We are more than ready. Clearly, they were confident in their angling skills. A mere landing net is easily handled. Even if you save a quarter of the time, what difference does it truly make if you save half? Boss, I've heard there is a 500-pound golden koi in the reservoir. Lu Chang inquired, looking at Shen Lang. There is indeed such a fish. However, whether it weighs 500 pounds, I cannot say for certain. Shen Lang replied ambiguously. What golden koi? Chu Wei asked, somewhat puzzled. Clearly unaware of it. I wonder if he was out gallivanting again last night. The boss is joking. It's clearly stated on your leaderboard. A 500-pound golden koi. Shen Lang smiled softly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Chu Wei and Lu Sun hurried over to the leaderboard to take a look. Goodness, a 500-pound golden koi? Lu Sun, that could cover your pocket money for years. Why don't we catch it and make a little spending money? Great idea. Let us get to it. As Shen Lang overheard their conversation from a distance, he felt an overwhelming urge to give them a good thrashing. After all, pocket money was the lifelong aspiration of many. At that moment, the influx of tourists had reached its peak. Buses were continuously delivering people, gradually bringing life back to the reservoir. With the legendary golden koi from yesterday, Today's visitors spent even more time gazing at the leaderboard, pointing and discussing animatedly. Interestingly, sometimes the top position doesn't garner the most attention. It's the rarest and most peculiar that truly captivates. I heard that fish might be worth tens of millions. Who did you hear that from? I heard it's just a small goal. Isn't this kid named Wang Peng a bit foolish for returning so much money? It seems so. Last night, someone saw him outside, doing strange movements and shouting about something. Ah, such a shame for someone so young. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Wang Peng, sat face to face with Shen Lang in a small cabin. Shen Lang brewed some Bai Luo Chun tea, which he had purchased online for just a few dollars, for Wang Peng. He poured himself a cup and took a small sip, finding it somewhat bitter, wondering if he had been sold a counterfeit product. Did you not sleep last night? Shen Lang broke the silence, observing Wang Peng's somewhat reserved demeanor. I couldn't sleep, so I practiced all night. Shen Lang teased it. You practiced all night and only broke through for an hour? Why is it that I can only manage a few seconds? Yet, he maintained a facade of calmness, believing himself to be a master in Wang Peng's eyes. After all, the opportunity for a trial yesterday was not wasted. Well, hard work is commendable, but do take care of your health. Shen Lang took another sip of the tea, which was bitter enough to make his tongue tingle. It was definitely a counterfeit. You should withdraw from the competition, he remarked, spitting out the tea leaves. Wang Peng suddenly looked up, confusion etched across his face, but he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll heed the boss's advice. Can I still come back to fish after the competition? Deep down, Wang Peng felt a strong reluctance, as the fishing experience here was truly unparalleled in the world. Shen Lang realized he had misspoken. He didn't want Wang Peng to be so ostentatious, as being unique could make him a target. Once Shen Lang upgraded the system and unlocked its functions, he would allow Wang Peng to showcase his talents. Moreover, if he himself wasn't incompetent, Wang Peng would undoubtedly possess top-tier fishing skills. Wouldn't it be reasonable to take on a little brother? Thus, Shen Lang remarked, for the time being, it would be prudent for you to refrain from fishing here and conceal your uniqueness. Wang Peng immediately comprehended Shen Lang's intent. I understand. I shall retreat for a period of several days in seclusion. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Lang. In fact, you could venture to other locations to catch larger fish and hone your skills, perhaps in those remote waterways known for their substantial inhabitants. As for the fish you catch, ensure they remain alive before selling them to me. Shen Lang was uncertain whether the underground river harbored any large fish, nor could he ascertain the feasibility of his plan. Given the availability of free labor, why not utilize it? He could have Wang Peng fish for substantial creatures to introduce into the river. As the prospect of obtaining a 1,000-pound specimen seemed plausible, such sizable fish, weighing dozens of pounds, were unattainable in the market. Judging by Wang Peng's prowess displayed that morning, reeling in a 100-pound behemoth would be as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Wang Peng, however, did not inquire why Shen Lang desired such massive fish when there were already plenty here. Instead, he pondered briefly before consenting. Very well, but boss, would you be able to lend me some money? Consider it an advance on my remuneration. Shen Lang was taken aback. After all that, he merely wanted to borrow money? Wasn't this a rather trivial matter? For Shen Lang at this juncture, any issue resolvable with money was a minor concern. Chapter 91. You are the ones setting up a blind date for my cousin, aren't you? I will first transfer you 100,000. And once you have caught a fish, give me a call, and I will send someone to haul it in. After finishing his words, Shen Lang took out his phone, ready to scan the QR code. Boss, 100,000 is too much. 1 or 2,000 will suffice, just enough for fuel and a bit of food. Shen Lang sighed. The value of that fish yesterday was at least several tens of millions. Yet, he was able to endure the pain of releasing it back into the water. Now, he found himself unable to borrow a mere 2,000. What a humble child. Wait. The fish from yesterday, having been thrown back into the reservoir, could be considered as returned, right? Everyone was too intoxicated yesterday to think of it. And this foolish child didn't even come to ask. But what price would that fish command? This. Shen Lang found himself momentarily at a loss. This left Shen Lang perplexed. The price of such ornamental fish was indeed quite absurd. The system does not provide refunds, but compensates instead. In reality, the most expensive koi fish is worth $200 million, approximately 14 million yuan, and that koi weighed merely a few dozen kilograms. Perhaps the auction price for that fish could be inflated, but it wouldn't hold water. However, even an ordinary fish weighing a few kilograms would still fetch several thousand to tens of thousands. Wouldn't he it? But this one weighed 500 pounds, pure golden yellow. According to market prices, Shen Lang simply couldn't fathom how much it would be worth. After some thought, Shen Lang decided he could not take advantage of an honest person. As for the fish from yesterday, I have no idea how to return it to you. So consider this 100,000 as an advance payment. Wang Peng quickly interjected. Do you know why I released that fish? It is precisely because if I had too much money, fishing would lose its purity. Wang Peng spoke with unwavering conviction. Therefore, I do not wish for excessive wealth, at least not at this moment. Shen Lang was taken aback by such sentiments. Are there truly individuals in this world who do not cherish money? Well, at least this person before him was. All right then, I shall give you 5,000. That should suffice. Shen Lang couldn't bear to shatter his noble spirit of valuing fishing over wealth. Such a rarity. Shen Lang had only seen such character in ancient dramas. Actually, still give me 100,000. I have over 100,000 on my credit card that I haven't repaid, and the bank has begun calling for collections. Wang Peng suddenly added. Shen Lang nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped. What on earth? He had thought this person regarded money as worthless, yet here he was, bowing under the weight of loans. In the end, Shen Lang transferred Wang Peng 150,000, advising him to purchase some gear with the remainder. After chatting for a while, Shen Lang presented Wang Peng with the bait he had accumulated in the system over the past 2 days. Small bait for catching small fish, medium bait for medium fish, and large bait for big fish. Remember that? Wang Peng momentarily struggled to grasp the meaning behind Shen Lang's words, yet he still responded. I remember. Shen Lang patted his shoulder. Use it sparingly. This is all I have. Wang Peng instantly recognized the bait packages. They were indeed the same kind he had received the last time, only half a pack. The potency of this bait is something he is well acquainted with. It can only be described as formidable. Thank you, boss, I understand. Well, you may go now. Remember to call me when you catch something. However, Wang Peng showed no intention of rising. Instead, he bashfully inquired, Boss, might I rest here for a while? I am utterly exhausted, and the mountain path is treacherous. I fear I might fall if I am not cautious. Upon hearing his words, Shen Lang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as well. I didn't sleep much last night either. I am quite weary now. Let's lie down together, though there's only one bed. Being men, there is no need for modesty. Wang Peng had no objections, as he often slept outdoors, and having a bed now was a luxury. Without further conversation, Shen Lang and Wang Peng entered the inner room and fell asleep on the bed. Currently, the reservoir could function normally even in Shen Lang's absence. After all, he typically did not engage in many activities there. Nonetheless, as the reservoir's mascot, it was essential for him to make occasional appearances to bolster morale. Yang Rulin was beside the reservoir's leaderboard, recounting the events of the previous day. She was compelled to do so, as the comments were incessantly requesting details about the entire process regarding the koi. Although she had left the reservoir early to study live streaming techniques, she was still among the first to receive the latest news. Indeed, this fish is entirely golden and weighs 500 pounds. I wonder how much it could fetch. Do you think the boss possesses magical abilities? Impossible. I watched him grow up. He wouldn't be capable of such things. What else do you wish to know? My esteemed friends? I will share everything I know without reservation. After a lengthy broadcast, the sun grew mercilessly hot, and her thirst became unbearable, prompting her to head towards a convenience store. Just as she picked up a bottle of water and took a few sips, she heard a middle-aged woman's voice beside her. You must be Rulin. I've heard so much about your intelligence, beauty, and capabilities. Now that I see you, you are even more stunning than I imagined. Yang Rulin set down her water and turned to regard the middle-aged woman, who was clad in a red-purple cheapao, her face adorned with somewhat clumsy makeup, giving her an awkward appearance. Yet, beside her stood a girl, poised and refreshing like a neighborly little sister, her features striking but still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. She stood timidly behind the middle-aged woman, appearing somewhat reserved. And you are? Yang Rulin asked, certain she had never encountered them before. It is understandable that you do not recognize me. You may call me Aunt Wang. I arranged to come here today with your uncle. Yang Rulin pondered for a moment. Oh, Aunt Wang, greetings. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to the girl beside her. You are here for my cousin's blind date, aren't you? Aunt Wang immediately responded with a smile. Indeed, we discussed it yesterday. I brought my daughter, Xiao Xiao, to introduce her. Come, Xiao Xiao, greets Sister Rulin. Xiao Xiao, somewhat shy, uttered. Sister Rulin. Young Rulin hurriedly beckoned the two of them to enter the wooden cabin and take a seat. Please have some water. I will go fetch my aunt and the others. No need, no need. You carry on with your tasks. We shall wait here for a while. This place is so lively, it resembles a tourist attraction. You must be making quite a profit today. Well, it's not bad. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Yang Rulin dashed outside. Initially, she was live streaming, so all of this was witnessed by the viewers in the stream. At that moment, the chat room erupted. Wow, the boss is quite the charmer. This girl looks so young. She seems perfectly matched with me. Those upstairs should have some dignity. However, this neighborly girl is exactly my type. Don't you find it tragic? She is so young, yet already out on a blind date. I'm quite neighborly too. Does anyone have a brother who fancies me? Yang Rulin jogged towards the outdoor kitchen, having no time to glance at the streaming chat. Inside the wooden cabin, Aunt Wong observed the bustling reservoir outside, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Mom, I need to relieve myself, Wong Xiao Xiao remarked, gazing at the middle-aged woman who was lost in thought outside. Oh dear, I wonder where the restroom is. Could you check inside? Aunt Wong gestured towards the inner room of the cabin. Oh, Wong Xiao Xiao stood up and walked over to the wooden door of the inner room, gently opening it. However, upon witnessing the scene inside, she froze, her expression turning peculiar. On the bed lay two men. One had his thigh draped over the other, and their heads were nestled closely together, exuding an undeniable intimacy. Wong Xiao Xiao quickly shut the door, yet the image lingered in her mind. Is there no restroom? Aunt Wong inquired. Wong Xiao Xiao seemed to have caught a glimpse of a restroom inside, yet she hesitated to enter. Was there or was there not? Just then, two women entered from outside. They were Shen Lang's second aunt and mother. Wang Fong, you arrive without a word. A phone call would suffice. We just got here. I will go wake Xiao Lang. He is sleeping in the inner room. He was so busy yesterday that he hasn't slept a wink. Upon hearing that Shen Lang was asleep in the inner room, the peculiar expression on Wang Xiao Xiao's face intensified. Chapter 92, 588 pounds. You managed to haul it up in just 4 hours? When second aunt opened the door, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. The sight was somewhat enchanting, and she hesitated to intrude. However, she quickly dismissed her thoughts and approached Shen Lang, gently shaking him. Xiao Lang, wake up. We have guests. Shen Lang groggily opened his eyes. Second aunt, what is it? I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep a bit longer. After saying this, he closed his eyes again, rolling over in bed, his feet once more dangling off the edge. Beside him, Wang Peng let out a soft sound, seemingly lost in a dream. Stop sleeping. Your blind date has arrived. Hurry up and get ready. Shen Lang picked up his phone to glance at the time. It was barely past 11. He had only slept for 2 hours. He pondered over second aunt's words. Blind date? Partner? A headache began to form. Hadn't he mentioned he didn't need one? Hadn't he told them that he already had a fictitious girlfriend? Quickly, don't keep them waiting, second aunt said before stepping out. Shen Lang felt resigned. However, he couldn't simply refuse to go out. Out of courtesy, he had to at least make an appearance. He could always declare incompatibility later on. Rising from his bed, he splashed some water on his face to rouse himself and opened the door. He stepped into the living room, where a middle-aged woman and a young girl were seated on the sofa. The girl was not unattractive. If a celestial beauty rated an 8, this girl would certainly be above 6. Yet, Shen Lang couldn't shake the feeling that she appeared quite youthful. Was she truly the one second aunt had mentioned, just months away from turning 18? As he glanced at Wang Xiao Xiao, she met his gaze, her eyes reflecting curiosity and something peculiar. Come, Xiao Lang, let me introduce you. This is Aunt Wang from the neighboring village, and this is her daughter, Wang Xiao Xiao. Shen Lang felt a twinge of awkwardness, but maintained his politeness. Hello, Aunt Wang. Hello, Xiao Xiao. Aunt Wang praised him profusely. Oh my, this young man is quite handsome. He would make a perfect match for our Xiao Xiao. Indeed, our Xiao Lang has always been good-looking. Shen Lang felt a sense of tedium creeping in, compounded by his lack of sleep. Xiao Lang, take Xiao Xiao out for a stroll. You should get to know each other better. Second aunt seemed to sense his discomfort and encouraged him. Yes, yes. You young people should spend some time together. Aunt Wang chimed in eagerly. Shen Lang had longed to escape this situation and thus bid them farewell as he stepped outside. Wang Xiao Xiao, prompted by her mother-esque look, followed suit. However, as Shen Lang squinted at the glaring sun outside, he felt a dilemma brewing. Where on earth could they go in this sweltering heat? To evade the awkwardness, he thought it best to wander around, perhaps clarify matters with this young sister along the way. Just then, an umbrella appeared above his head. Looking up, he realized it was Wang Xiao who had pulled it from her small bag. I don't need it, he protested. Oh, then I want to use it either, she replied. After speaking, Wang Xiao neatly stowed her umbrella back into her bag. Shen Lang escorted her down towards the reservoir, as it was bound to be cooler below. You're not yet an adult, are you? How did you end up being set up for a blind date? Shen Lang remarked as they walked. I'm already 18, just graduated from high school. Wang Xiao replied. Then why not pursue university? Shen Lang inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. My mother says that youth is an asset. If one wants to find a good match, it's best to do so now. Whether or not I attend university is irrelevant. Wang Xiao seemed somewhat resigned. You know we are not meant to be. Shen Lang believed in being direct. I've seen enough inside the house. Shen Lang responded, puzzled. What have you seen? Wang Xiao continued. I've heard at school that same-sex love is true love, while heterosexual relationships are merely for procreation. I think individuals like you are the bravest. Wait a moment, Shen Lang interrupted her. Are you misunderstanding something? Wang Xiao gazed at him innocently. You really shouldn't care about societal opinions. Just be brave and be yourself. Shen Lang was speechless. What are you talking about? Where's your mind? Suddenly, he recalled Wang Peng, still asleep in the cabin, and a realization dawned upon him. Damn it. Shen Lang found himself at a loss for words. Keep it up, Shen Lang. Wang Xiao cheered him on. At that moment, a muscular man approached them. It was Li Peiguang. Upon seeing Shen Lang and Wang Xiao together, he immediately understood the situation and teased. Hey boss, are you in love? After his remark, he gave Shen Lang a knowing glance. Damn it, who said same-sex love is true love? Who is in love? Shen Lang's already fatigued mind grew even more muddled. Nevertheless, he gradually clarified the situation. It was imperative to set the record straight. If this would be misinterpreted and spread around, how would he face others? Thus, Shen Lang elaborated on the matter and firmly criticized her sordid thoughts. He also made it clear to Wang Xiao that a relationship between them was impossible. First of all, you're far too young for such matters. It's simply inappropriate. If I were 30 and you were 23, that would be a different story. It's absurd to be set up for a date just as one turns 18. After addressing these concerns, they both felt less constrained. Wang Xiao certainly did not wish for this either. What 18-year-old would? They all dream of sweet romance. She was merely coerced by her mother. Having cleared the air, Shen Lang felt there was no longer a need to linger, so he led Wang Xiao towards the dam. Upon reaching the cabin, they found it deserted. Shen Lang glanced towards the outdoor kitchen, and indeed, everyone was there helping out. After all, the reservoir always required ample manpower. The kitchen was perpetually bustling. While only one village girl managed the cash, and the broadcast room was equally understaffed, it was virtually impossible for anyone to have a day off. In their village, there is a notable imbalance between the number of males and females, with the latter having mostly married off. After all, in their community, establishing a family tends to happen at a young age. Please take a moment to sit in the wooden cabin while we await the midday meal. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the air, causing Shen Lang to pause in surprise. So soon? Congratulations to contestant 368, Chu Wei. A remarkable catch of a 588-pound grass carp has secured the 4th position on the leaderboard. The equipment utilized was a tower crane paired with steel wire. It was only a little past 11 o'clock. Even if they had gone down immediately, it had only been 4 hours. 588 pounds. And you managed to reel it in within such a brief span? Is the net's function truly that extraordinary? Chapter 93. My dear child, could it be that you are afflicted by some ailment? Shen Lang approached the edge of the dam and gazed downwards. There, beneath the sprawling arm of the tower crane, lay a fish surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Wei Go, my proposed method is quite brilliant, is it not? Lu Sun exclaimed joyfully at the sight of the sizable fish. It's all thanks to my excellent baiting yesterday. Without that 50 tons of corn, this fish would not have surfaced so quickly. Indeed, Wei Gu's baiting skills are remarkable. Perhaps we should prepare another few dozen tons. Are you foolish? If we feed them to satiety, how will they take the bait? Wei Gu truly is a master angler, well-versed in all aspects of the craft. Chu Wei beamed with pride, convinced of his own fishing prowess. At that moment, Lu Sun suggested, Wei Ge, shall we tie on a fish and take a stroll around the street tonight? Chu Wei waved his hand dismissively. That would be pointless. Our goal is that golden koi. Once we catch it, we shall have ample funds to indulge. That is true, yet I have heard your cousin is urging you to surpass your uncle. Before Lu Sun could finish, Chu Wei interjected, My uncle is of little consequence. He only plays with the remnants I leave behind, and his stubborn mindset renders him no match for me. After saying this, Chu Wei glanced at the distant drone. Chu Wei and the others were not inclined to parade the fish through the streets, so it was swiftly drawn into the fish tank atop the dam. The 10 or so tanks that Shen Lang had assembled had never truly reached capacity. There were always a few notable fish absent for various reasons. However, this was merely a counterpoint to the intimidating leaderboard nearby. If only a singular leaderboard were established here. Upon seeing the first place entry, 600 pounds, one might not grasp the magnitude of such weight. Yet, upon beholding the enormous creature beside it, one would exclaim, Goodness! So this is what a 600-pound fish looks like. Initially, the crowd had paid little heed to Chu Wei's capture of a fish weighing over 500 pounds. After all, his name had become synonymous with fishing fame in this reservoir community. However, when they learned that he had achieved this feat in just over 4 hours, their composure began to waver. Even Deng Xiaojiang and his group had taken nearly a full day to land the 600-pound fish. Chu Wei had effectively halved the time. The sight of that colossal net only intensified their disbelief. Surely this cannot be above board, is it not? How I long to possess such a contraption. Yet, such machinery was far beyond the means of ordinary folk. Meanwhile, amidst the assemblage of excavators, Teacher Zhong wore a worried expression. Yesterday had yielded no results for them. Of course, the few fish weighing around 100 pounds were inconsequential in his eyes. Nevertheless, after reflecting on their experiences, they had maximized the distance of the excavators today, nearly reaching the innermost depths of the reservoir. Yet, optimism remained elusive. Out of 66 excavators, only a mere handful were currently engaged in catching fish. For those who had lost their hooks, it was tolerable, but the grim reality was that a significant portion had yet to land any fish at all. It is possible that the fish were frightened away yesterday and have yet to return. Thus, the number of fish here must be quite limited. Teacher Zhong, you know that Chu Wei, right? The one just mentioned in the broadcast. A student approached and said, I've heard of him. He is quite a celebrity at this reservoir. Teacher Zhong contemplated. It is said that whenever he sets bait, he attracts dozens to hundreds of tons of fish. And after he finishes, he always catches large ones. Should we not learn from him as well? The student continued. Come on, do you really believe in such things? Baiting requires skill. Didn't T.I. explain this clearly to you last night? As a master of fishing theory, Teacher Zhong naturally looked down upon such methods. Yet, your skills have not yielded any fish. This remark left Teacher Zhong momentarily at a loss for words, causing him to doubt his previous theories. Must one truly bait so extensively to catch fish in this reservoir? Teacher Zhong sank into deep contemplation. Perhaps it was the renewed buzz surrounding the golden koi from yesterday. Today, noticeably more anglers had arrived, along with those simply looking to enjoy the scenery. As noon approached, people continued to trickle into the reservoir. Naturally, anyone arriving would be instantly drawn to the colossal creature beside the leaderboard. This spot had become an essential checkpoint for all visitors to the reservoir. What surprised Shen Lang was that the second checkpoint was actually a flowing banquet. The flowing banquet was renowned for its excellent quality and affordable prices and had gained traction online. A meal for 30 yuan is not particularly cheap, but the offerings are truly delightful. If one considers a table of 10, the total would only amount to slightly over 300 yuan. This calculation certainly makes it seem remarkably economical. Meanwhile, the kitchen faced a daily challenge, as the increasing number of patrons became overwhelming. The ingredients prepared each day could be piled into a small mountain. This was why Aunt Air and Shen Lang's mother quickly returned to assist after briefly visiting the wooden house. They were simply too busy. At noon, Shen Lang was also called upon to help serve dishes. Previously, he had not paid much attention to this place, only knowing it was bustling. After serving dishes for an entire afternoon, he realized it was nonstop work. It wasn't until after 2 that the crowd had lessened a bit. Xiao Lang, your Aunt Wang will come to our kitchen tomorrow to help out. Let Xiao Xiao assist you as well. Shen Lang was taken aback. This simply wouldn't he do? And he needed to clarify. Mom, I made it clear to Xiao Xiao that we aren't suitable. I know, It's just for her to lend a hand, a summer job. Shen Lang looked at his mother, bewildered. Shouldn't she be encouraging them to get to know each other better? You need to look at me like that. I'm not foolish. Aunt Wang clearly has her sights set on material gain. If you think it's unsuitable, then it's unsuitable. Shen Lang silently gave his mother a thumbs up. However, his mother's next remark made him immediately withdraw that approval. Your uncle's colleague's daughter reached out, and the girl is quite charming, of a suitable age. Having just graduated from university this year. How about I get you her WeChat, so you can chat? Mother Shen said, as she pulled out her phone to show a photograph. Shen Lang glanced at it, immediately noticing the heavy use of beauty filters. Mom, I beg you, please stop searching. I will make an effort myself, and besides, I already have a girlfriend. That's not acceptable. How can you possibly meet girls when you spend all your time here? Are you planning to wait until you're in your 30s to find someone? By then, it will be too late. Mother Shen continued her earnest plea. Do not use your supposed girlfriend as an excuse. I have already confirmed with Ruolin that you have never even been in a relationship. Shen Lang clenched his teeth, feeling betrayed by Yang Ruolin for divulging his secret. Mother Shen gazed at him with concern. My dear, is there something wrong with you? Chapter 94. Were you planning to fish for big catches next? Take me along. Shen Lang felt somewhat speechless. He was still young, so why the urgency to complicate matters? He regretted hastily bringing his parents back. Life had been quite pleasant before. Now that they had returned, a multitude of vexing issues emerged. Shen Lang felt a sense of oppression in his heart. He had not slept at all last night and had only managed a mere 2 hours of rest today before being summoned again. Just as he resolved one matchmaking situation, another began to unfold. Feeling irritable, he returned to the wooden cabin and, upon observing the lively scene outside, his agitation only intensified. Boss, I apologize for oversleeping. At that moment, Wang Peng's voice echoed from behind. Shen Lang turned to see Wang Peng with squinted eyes and tousled hair, looking as if he had just awakened. It's all right. It's still early, only around 2 or 3 o'clock. Are you hungry? There should still be food in the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng indeed felt a pang of hunger. Let's go. I'll take you there, Shen Lang replied, leading Wang Peng to the outdoor kitchen, where he prepared a large bowl of soup and filled it generously with various dishes. Wang Peng wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks and diving into the meal with such fervor that it could be likened to a pig at a trough. Shen Lang sat beside him, watching him enjoy the food and feeling puzzled. Was it truly that delicious? He had just eaten and had not sensed anything extraordinary. Slow down. There's plenty more if you need it. Thank you, boss. I've traveled to many places, but I've rarely encountered a host as generous as you. Shen Lang felt speechless. Such compliments were hardly necessary. From your tone, it seems you visited quite a few places. Wang Peng continued to shovel rice into his mouth. Indeed, quite a number. Initially, I preferred fishing in some hidden spots, but eventually found it lacking. Then I began exploring tributaries and lakes where the big fish dwell, though none compare to those here. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang realized he was conversing with an experienced angler. He had always enjoyed fishing, albeit only catching small fish by the riverside, occasionally coming home empty-handed. Individuals like Wang Peng were often revered as masters. Wang Peng regaled Shen Lang with amusing fishing tales, filling him with a sense of longing. The most exhilarating experience Shen Lang had was when he caught a large fish using a fishing boat. However, that was aided by external means, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Yet now, he possessed the skill himself. Why not venture out and have a delightful time? Moreover, he could potentially bring back some large catches. Based on the fishing conditions over the past few days, it seems 600 to 700 pounds might be the maximum limit for the reservoir. It would be challenging to encounter larger fish, as the odds were exceedingly slim. Initially, Shen Lang had contemplated using this competition to attract experts to break the 1,000-pound barrier. However, no matter how many experts arrived, if the reservoir held no fish, it would all be for naught. What do you plan to fish for big catches next? Shen Lang inquired. There's a tributary about 100 kilometers from here where I had fished before coming here. I've heard tales of someone catching a 100-pound behemoth there. Oh, wait, no. It was a 100-pound small fish. Wang Peng pondered before responding. Take me with you. Ah, you want to go, boss? Not interested in the reservoir anymore? Wang Peng was somewhat astonished by the size of the fish here. He wondered why the owner would be interested in the smaller ones. In truth, Shen Lang felt indifferent about his presence at the reservoir. There was little for him to do here, and the days dragged on in monotony. Moreover, His mother had been incessantly arranging matchmaking for him, and perhaps he ought to communicate his stance to them. You need not concern yourself with that. Let us depart once we finish our meal. Wang Peng was quite unconcerned, especially with such a skilled owner present. What fish could elude them? He could also learn from the owner. All right, boss, Wang Peng exclaimed, hastening his pace and eating. Hey, slow down, there is no need to rush. Once Wang Peng finished his meal, Shen Lang gathered his gear and prepared to leave. However, before they set off, he informed his family of the situation, citing his need to seek investment opportunities. With the reservoir now operating smoothly, more funds were necessary for the next phase of their plans. His family had little to say against this reasoning, as they were not well versed in such matters. Not long after they drove away, Yang Ruolin sent a message. Lang Ge, I understand your reason for going out. Don't worry, I will help persuade uncle and aunt. Shen Lang promptly replied, just manage the reservoir well. Don't complicate matters. He felt a headache coming on, recalling how her careless remarks had exposed her cousin's secrets. In truth, this was but a minor facet of the situation. Shen Lang believed that catching 100-pound fish wouldn't take long. Perhaps he would return with one by tomorrow. As the car wound along the serpentine mountain roads, Shen Lang, having slept for merely 2 hours, quickly succumbed to slumber after exchanging a few words with Wang Peng. Their destination was not far, only a little over 100 kilometers away to a tributary of a river. Although some areas had implemented fishing bans, certain tributaries still permitted angling, provided one adhered to the basic principle of one rod, one line, and one hook per person. Shen Lang's unregulated fishing style was considered quite unconventional nationwide. When Shen Lang awoke again, the vehicle was already on the highway. He blinked in confusion, like a computer crashing, before realizing he had left the reservoir to fish with Wang Peng. Where are we now? Shen Lang inquired of the driving Wang Peng. The boss is awake. We'll be off the highway soon, just a few more minutes, Wang Peng replied. Shen Lang glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. From now on, please refrain from calling me boss. It sounds awkward. You may call me Lang Ge instead, as I am probably 2 years your senior. All right, Lang Ge. Shen Lang resumed chatting with Wang Peng. Through their conversations, he gradually learned more about Wang Peng's past. It suddenly struck him that he had squandered the past 20 years of his life. Though Wang Peng was 2 years his junior, the richness of his experiences far surpassed Shen Lang's own. The places he had visited were countless. Shen Lang held a deep admiration for his companion's passion and dedication to fishing. Soon, the car exited the highway and arrived at a quaint county town. This town was slightly smaller and less developed compared to Shen Lang's own, but such trivialities did not concern him. They casually selected a hotel to stay for the night, planning to rise early the next morning to embark on their fishing expedition. Naturally, they opted for 2 single rooms, for Shen Lang had no shortage of funds. After all, there was only one room in the morning, wasn't there? Once their lodging was arranged, Shen Lang reclined on his bed, engrossed in his phone. It had been quite some time since he had thoroughly enjoyed watching videos of young ladies dancing. Now, however, Douyin predominantly recommended fishing videos, and the presence of captivating dancers was dismally scarce. With Shen Lang's reservoir gaining such popularity, a significant portion of the content featured his own fishing exploits, rendering it somewhat tedious for him. Just then, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, he found Wang Peng standing there. Brother Lang, he said, I wish to practice my skills in a more secluded location. Would you care to join me? Chapter 95. Fishing today, let us astonish these anglers. Such diligent children they are. Hard work is commendable. With persistent practice, one can surpass their limits and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Off you go, be cautious, and I shall treat you to a late-night snack. With an encouraging gaze, Shen Lang looked at Wang Peng, who felt invigorated by the supportive glance. Rest assured, Brother Lang, I will strive diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. Wang Peng greatly appreciated the encouragement from someone as skilled as Shen Lang. Moreover, he was eager to learn from him during this fishing excursion. Wang Peng drove to a secluded spot in the suburbs and commenced his practice. The foolish old man moves the mountain. Early in the morning, as he employed this skill while fishing, he discovered information about another technique emerging in his mind. This skill was named Avalokiteshvara's water dispersion, and Wang Peng understood that it likely comprised 18 sub-skills, given its title Away's 18 styles. The first skill, the foolish old man moves the mountain, was evidently a foundational technique, harnessing power, while the second skill, which he had tried that morning, was a technique for reeling in fish. However, switching skills led to a rapid depletion of his energy, possibly due to his inexperience with a new technique. That day, Wang Peng witnessed Shen Lang's astonishing fishing prowess. Even though it was nighttime, he could sense the might behind that cast. If someone were to tell him that cast could lift a whale from the sea, he would wholeheartedly believe it. He still had much to learn. Dismissing his distractions, Wang Peng continued his practice. At 10 p.m., Shen Lang called Wang Peng. A promise to treat someone to a late-night meal must be honored. Additionally, Shen Lang himself was quite famished, having not eaten all day. Upon receiving the call, Wang Peng hurried back. After several hours of practice, he felt that the duration of his skills had increased by half an hour, as if the rate of his progress had accelerated. He also gained profound insights into the second skill. It was indeed a fruitful evening. At a nearby barbecue stall, not far from the hotel, Shen Lang and Wang Peng settled down. They ordered a plethora of grilled delights and 2 bottles of cold beer. Once the barbecue arrived, the two began to indulge in their feast. A bite of barbecue accompanied by a sip of cold beer was simply delightful. Shen Lang had not experienced such refreshing pleasure in quite some time. The reservoir had granted him financial freedom, yet it had also placed shackles upon him. The past half-month felt dreamlike, surreal in its essence. Now, as he savored the inexpensive barbecue and downed a mouthful of beer, he seemed to rediscover himself. Cheers, Xiao Peng. Here's to our victorious endeavor tomorrow. May we catch in abundance. Brother Lang, with you here, there is absolutely no doubt. Shen Lang merely smedet. I actually hope you can surprise me. The two enjoyed their food and drinks until after 11 p.m. before departing. After all, an early rise awaited them the next day, and they could not indulge too much in alcohol, 2 bottles each sufficing. Upon returning to the hotel, Shen Lang set an alarm for around 4 a.m. and drifted off to sleep. That night, Shen Lang slept soundly and even dreamt. In his dream, he found himself fishing in an immense reservoir. Surrounding him were familiar faces, reverently admiring him. Among them were master anglers, his fervent admirer Wang Peng, and a beautiful silhouette, though her features remained obscured. Suddenly, Shen Lang shouted with fervor, with one cast, "I shall open the gates to the heavens." In the next moment, a colossal fish, comparable to a large truck, was yanked into the air. Just as Shen Lang basked in his triumph, an urgent need to relieve himself surged upon him. This sudden urge disrupted his concentration, causing the gigantic fish to plummet toward him. Just as it seemed he would be crushed, Shen Lang awoke. It had merely been a dream. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the pressing discomfort in his bladder. Damn it, if not for this urge, I could have landed that fish perfectly. Shen Lang dashed to the restroom to alleviate his urgent need. While attending to his business, he reflected on the scenes from his dream, suddenly experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity regarding that cast. Yet, the sensation felt ethereal, elusive, and distant. As he finished, the feeling slipped away completely. With a sigh, Shen Lang shook himself slightly, tinged with regret. After washing his face and glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 4 o'clock. Deciding against returning to bed, he tidied himself and knocked on the door of the adjacent room. To his surprise, it swung open after just 2 knocks. "Brother Lang, so early," Wang Peng mumbled through a toothbrush he held his mouth. "Oh, you're up. I was just about to call you. Just a moment," Wang Peng replied, hurrying inside. "No rush. I haven't even washed up yet," Shen Lang said, retreating to his room to brush his teeth and wash his face. Naturally, for someone like Shen Lang, his morning routine wouldn't exceed 3 minutes. Wang Peng, too, was not one to linger. A mere minute later, he was already waiting at Shen Lang's door. A few minutes later, the two found themselves in the car, starting the engine and driving towards the outskirts. Wang Peng had chosen a relatively secluded spot, though not quite as remote as Shen Lang's reservoir. However, the vicinity was sparsely populated. To Shen Lang's astonishment, upon their arrival, they spotted 2 or 3 anglers already fishing, seemingly having been there all night. The river was wide, with gentle currents, flanked by towering mountains, suggesting a considerable depth. They stood at a shallow area that stretched for hundreds of meters. Shen Lang approached one of the fishermen nearby and inquired, "Brother, have you had any luck with the big catches today?" The fisherman glanced at Shen Lang and replied, "No big catches, but I've managed a few small ones. Are you hoping to catch something substantial?" "Indeed, I've heard tales of 100-pound giants here, and we want to give it a try." Shen Lang observed the fisherman's catch, noticing the absence of any sizable fish. "Why come here to fish for giants? There's a reservoir in the neighboring county where they have fish weighing hundreds of pounds. Haven't you heard?" the fisherman asked. I know, of course. I'm actually the owner of that place. However, Shen Lang did not reveal his identity and continued. The fish there are too large. We merely wish to catch those weighing around 100 pounds. Yet, my friend, why do you not fish at that reservoir? The fisherman sighed. Although there are many giants there, the owner is a complete scoundrel, allowing machines to fish, creating a foul atmosphere. I have no interest in that. I can hardly catch anything anyway. It is better to enjoy fishing here. Shen Lang was taken aback by the external perceptions of his reservoir. However, he was at a loss for how to explain, as there seemed to be some truth to it. Hadn't there been debates online between two factions? Many fishermen likely looked down upon the use of machines for fishing. The fisherman, having fished in silence for a while, seemed a bit restless and spoke again. If I were that owner, with such splendid resources, I would undoubtedly make it a pilgrimage site for all anglers. But now, alas, best not to dwell on it. Shen Lang felt intrigued by his words and inquired, "What do you mean? Is the fishing community quite averse to that place?" "Not to the point of aversion. Many in our circle wish to go, yet feel uncomfortable about it. If you're interested, brother, you should see for yourself." Shen Lang remained silent. Perhaps this was merely one perspective, yet reflected some angler's sentiments toward his reservoir. Had he not ventured out this time, he would have remained oblivious to how he was perceived. After chatting with him a bit longer, Shen Lang departed. Approaching Wang Peng, he asked, "Is there significant criticism of my reservoir from the outside?" Wang Peng paused, glancing at the nearby fisherman, as if understanding why Shen Lang inquired. "Actually, it's not too bad. Perhaps they are simply envious." "Brother, do not take it to heart." Shen Lang chuckled, patting Wang Peng on the shoulder. "Fishing, today, let us astonish these anglers." Chapter 96. Is this the feeling of being with a genius? Shen Lang was not particularly concerned. It was impossible for him to please everyone. However, if the group was substantial, he felt it warranted some attention. Since the commencement of the competition, the number of anglers had not significantly increased. Given the high level of enthusiasm, this anomaly was rather conspicuous. Nevertheless, if the system were to undergo an upgrade, all issues would be effortlessly resolved. The primary purpose of allowing mechanical fishing was to enable anglers to catch larger fish. On one hand, it meant greater returns for himself. On the other, it was to surmount each challenge posed by the system. Currently, the task of catching 1,000 pounds by human effort alone was virtually impossible. One could not simply overlook the fact that although several individuals had managed to haul in a few hundred pounds of large fish, should the weight increase by an additional 200 to 300 pounds, the situation would dramatically shift. Before assistance could arrive, the individual fishing might already be pulled into the water. Even if many were working together, coordinating their strength would be exceedingly difficult. A single opportunity for the colossal creature to exert its strength would suffice to send them all sprawling. Shen Lang retrieved the new fishing rod he had purchased and first measured the water's depth. At approximately 6 meters, he prepared to fish at the bottom and test the waters. Fishing in the wild often posed the risk of catching protected species. Thus, their current targets were limited to larger fish, such as grass carp, silver carp, and other sizable varieties. In some larger lakes, the dynamics of fishing would differ entirely. Meanwhile, Wang Peng had begun preparing bait. Shen Lang noticed that he was directly using the large bait he had provided. Was this directness truly necessary? Shen Lang had intended to start with ordinary bait, but with such an offering, there was little room for experimentation. Wang Peng, having prepared the bait, promptly divided it. Placing half behind Shen Lang. "Brother Lang, it's time to showcase your true skills." With little to say, Shen Lang accepted the situation and decided to get started. Adjusting the float, he attached a bit of bait and cast it into the water. Utilizing this advanced technology, there was no need to bait the area. That would be an affront to the system. As the clock approached 5, the sky began to brighten. Unidentified insects continued their incessant chorus, adding a hint of clamor to the tranquil morning. Wang Peng refrained from casting his line, choosing instead to observe, hoping to glean some techniques from Shen Lang. However, Shen Lang felt a twinge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing that the skills he possessed were merely a result of Wang Peng's breakthroughs. Turning to Wang Peng, he encouraged, "You should give it a try. It's cooler in the morning, but it will get hot once the sun rises." Yet, as soon as he spoke, ripples appeared on the water's surface. "Brother Lang, something's coming," Wang Peng exclaimed, momentarily distracted from his intentions to return to his own fishing spot. With no choice but to press on, Shen Lang steeled himself. Seizing the moment, he swiftly lifted the rod. The fishing rod arched dramatically, bending into the shape of a bow. A tremendous force surged from the fishing rod, leaving Shen Lang momentarily stunned. He marveled at the sheer strength of the bait. This fish possessed considerable power. Initially, Shen Lang intended to exert his own strength to pull for a while, but the force unexpectedly yanked him toward the water surface. Realizing he could not match this strength, he adopted a stance reminiscent of the legendary Yugong, shouting out in determination. As Shen Lang stabilized his position, the rod bent to its limit, and the fishing line swayed helplessly under the strain of the colossal creature. Nearby, a fellow angler turned upon hearing Shen Lang shout. He was taken aback to witness Shen Lang's peculiar fishing posture. However, the extreme bend of the rod and the ominous sound of the line slicing through the water astonished him even more. No way, did these two just arrive? And they've hooked a giant already? What have I been doing here for 365 days? The angler set aside his own rod and approached. Wow, brother, what incredible luck you've had. Yet, upon closer inspection, he sensed something was amiss. The force pulling on the line suggested it was indeed a massive catch. Yet Shen Lang remained utterly still. Logically, one would expect him to be gritting his teeth and contorting in various ways to resist. Shen Lang, of course, did not respond to his inquiries. He recognized the numerous shortcomings of this rudimentary skill. Once activated, he could neither move freely nor speak. Having experienced top-tier skills, he was acutely aware of the disparity. Furthermore, this skill was merely an elementary one among the 18 techniques. In contrast, the 18 fishing skills were advanced, and when combined, they formed an ultimate technique, highlighting a significant difference. Currently, he could maintain this skill for just over an hour, after which he would undoubtedly become fatigued, followed by a period of weakness. He needed to transition to the next skill. Shen Lang resolved to endure for a while longer, contemplating how to navigate this challenge. Meanwhile, Wang Peng watched intently, recalling how he had lost strength at the end of his skill transition and eager to see how this expert handled the situation. The angler, undeterred by Shen Lang's silence, decided to remain and observe. After fishing all night, he had initially intended to leave, but felt compelled to stay for the unfolding drama. After half an hour, Shen Lang realized that this approach was unsustainable. Given that the 18 techniques formed a cohesive set, there must be a fluid transition among them. He contemplated taking a risk. Suddenly, a thought struck him, similar to the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, which begins with a buildup of energy before culminating in an explosive release. Shen Lang focused on the connection between the two skills and, with a spark of inspiration, exclaimed, "Guanyin sprinkles water." He shouted, simultaneously shifting into the next posture and adjusting his strength for a seamless transition. The transition of postures was successful, and Shen Lang felt that his strength had neither dissipated nor diminished. Rather, it had augmented ever so slightly. A wave of joy surged within him. He had succeeded. With a flourish of his arms, Shen Lang pulled the fish toward the left. Simultaneously, the name of the next skill, along with its movements and essentials, appeared in his mind. Poison dragon crossing the sea. Shen Lang shouted once more, adopting a different stance as he lifted the fishing rod. He sensed another slight enhancement of his power. However, the subsequent skill did not manifest in his thoughts again. It was evident that either he was struggling to comprehend it, or there was a prerequisite condition yet to be fulfilled. As Shen Lang raised the fishing rod, an immense force yanked the fish out of the water. Before him lay a fish with an elongated snout and a back adorned with diamond-shaped scales. Startled, Shen Lang lost his grip and faltered, the air escaping him. How ironic that what one fears often comes to pass. Wow, brother, you've struck the jackpot. The onlooking anglers, familiar with these waters, recognized it at once. Wang Peng, quickly, help me cut the line. Shen Lang called out urgently to Wang Peng, who immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and rushed to sever the line. The fish flipped and vanished from sight. Shen Lang exhaled in relief. He had anticipated such an occurrence and had used barbless hooks. One could argue whether it was luck or misfortune. The angler shook his head with a sigh. Shen Lang could only respond with a shrug, stating, "It is everyone's responsibility to protect rare fish species." The angler gave him a thumbs up before departing, as there was no excitement left to witness, and he naturally packed up to head home, to avoid another encounter with that particular fish. Shen Lang and Wang Peng ascended a few hundred meters upstream before resuming their fishing. Initially, upon witnessing Shen Lang's series of movements, Wang Peng discerned a few insights. Once they reached their new location, he began to fish. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, feeling a sudden urge, retreated into the nearby bushes to resolve his predicament. After squatting for a while, he was startled by a series of system notifications that nearly disrupted the results he had been nurturing. Congratulations to Wang Peng for comprehending the skill Qiantian Iji Zhongyi Iji Yang's Wigwin Turbulent Light Degradation Dragon Turning Ultimate Fishing Technique. The host simultaneously comprehends this skill. Must it be this way? Just as I was regaining a modicum of confidence. Is this what it feels like to be alongside a genius? Chapter 97. Have you ever heard of the Shirkwan Reservoir? This type of fish is simply referred to as small fish. Wang Peng felt a surge of exhilaration as he emulated Shen Lang's initial approach to employing skills. In an instant, he grasped the essence of it. Upon completing one skill, the next would immediately materialize in his mind. After executing another skill, yet another would follow suit in an endless cycle. With each new skill he employed, he sensed a slight augmentation of his strength. Wang Peng felt as though he had never experienced such elation in life. However, the fish he was catching this time was not particularly large. By the time he activated his second skill, it had already been pulled from the water surface. It appeared to be merely an ordinary big-head carp, measuring just over a meter in length and weighing around 70 to 80 g. Wang Peng had initially hoped to continue unlocking new skills indefinitely. Yet by the 9th technique, his power had nearly doubled, and lifting the fish felt effortless. As he executed the skill, he inadvertently caused the fish to be yanked skyward. Wang Peng mused that if the fish had exhibited greater endurance, he might have been able to comprehend even more skills, which he found rather regrettable. He also discerned the proper application of this skill. Much like stacking buffs, each skill would enhance the previous one, adding approximately 10% to his strength. While the increments were not substantial individually, the cumulative effect from consecutive skill usage was impressive. Given the current trajectory, by the time he reached the 18th technique, he could potentially achieve an additional one. 5 times his strength. With the base skill already providing a 4-fold enhancement, an extra one. 5 times would culminate in a staggering 10-fold power. The thought of this thrilled Wang Peng. 10 times. What astonishing force that would be. Could such power truly belong to a mere mortal? At that moment, Shen Lang emerged from the distant thicket, hastily adjusting his trousers. He was eager to distance himself from the rather unpleasant area. Quickly, secure the catch, maintain vitality, and we need to transport it back. Shen Lang exclaimed as he ran. Wang Peng quickly came to his senses, retrieving a larger fishing net, and together with Shen Lang, they placed the fish inside. Shen Lang beamed with joy as he gazed at the fish in the net. If this were to be released into the reservoir, and we achieved a slightly higher multiplier, it's a terrifying thought. Those anglers would go mad. Even at a 20-fold multiplier, that's 500 gene. If we exceed 40-fold, we're talking about 3,000 gene. Weight that belongs to the rulers of the ocean. He envisioned a future where he could challenge creatures weighing over 500 gene, perhaps in the Amazon basin or other locales of gigantic beings, and thought about crafting a monstrous reservoir. Forget drones. Even cranes would struggle against you, Shen Lang remarked. Turning to Wang Peng, how about you stick with me in the future? I guarantee a life of luxury and abundance. Wang Peng scratched his head, replying, Langge, all I ask is that you teach me a few more tricks along the way. Shen Lang chuckled in response. Rest assured, I possess a unique and extraordinary fishing technique. However, your current abilities are too feeble. Master your existing skills completely before we discuss further. Shen Lang has begun to weave dreams. He wonders if other anglers possess a talent akin to Wang Peng's. For at present, only the 2 of them share this skill. Or perhaps everyone harbors such a gift, and he is merely the outlier? Regardless, individuals like Wang Peng are certainly worthy of being taken under his wing. Upon hearing Shen Lang mention the legendary fishing method, Wang Peng suddenly recalled that astonishing catch from one fateful night and could not help but exclaim, Thank you, boss. I will certainly strive to improve. I have already mentioned it. Call me Langge. Very well, Langge. Shen Lang then made a call to Shen Bisheng, instructing him to procure a vehicle capable of transporting fish and to arrive promptly. If fortune favored them, they could possibly reel in a dozen or so fish today, which they could return to the reservoir by nightfall. With anticipation bubbling within him, Shen Lang encouraged Wang Peng to continue fishing. Meanwhile, The sun in the east began its gentle ascent. In the distance, anglers arrived one after another, suggesting that this locale was a popular gathering spot for fishing enthusiasts. Countless anglers populate the world, yet only a mere fraction venture to Shen Lang's location. The majority simply fish for leisure, undeterred by the empty hooks they may encounter daily. At that moment, an angler approached, having noticed Shen Lang and his companion. "Brother, are you getting any bites?" Shen Lang looked up to see a young man, around 30, with a sun-kissed complexion and a hat, peering into their catch basket. "We've just arrived, but luck smiled upon us with a small calamari," the tan man remarked. "This water is known for its big catches. Last month, one brother landed a 50 to 60 pounder, causing quite a stir among us." "That indeed sounds enviable," Shen Lang replied. Just then, he noticed the fishing bobber on the water's surface begin to dip. A bite. "Brother, your position is quite fortunate." The tan man offered a hushed warning. Shen Lang swiftly hoisted his fishing rod, which immediately bent into an arc. Having recently unlocked new skills and feeling a surge of enthusiasm, he disregarded the size of the fish and began to employ his techniques. "The old man moves the mountain," Shen Lang shouted, striking the corresponding stance. Before the fish could exert its strength, he confined its range of movement. With his bellow, a wave of vitality surged through Shen Lang's entire being. Guanyin sprinkles water. As he completed this movement, he seamlessly transitioned into the next. In that instant, he felt a slight enhancement to his strength. The tan man beside him was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed anglers being pulled into the water, some fishing while kneeling, others lying down. But never had he seen someone dancing and shouting while fishing. This brother is truly unique. At that moment, Shen Lang had already progressed to his next skill. The venomous dragon traverses the sea, while the celestial finger strikes with precision. As Shen Lang employs each skill, he assumes a series of peculiar postures. Upon invoking the one-yang finger technique, he perceives the fish beneath him to be remarkably light, effortlessly yielding to his pull. As he utters a final, resounding shout, the fish appears ensnared, remaining utterly still. With a vigorous tug, Shen Lang swiftly lifts the creature from the water, sending it soaring towards the shore. Judging by its size, this fish is somewhat smaller than the one caught by Wang Peng, yet still weighs approximately 50 pounds. At this moment, the dark-skinned young man beside him stands in astonishment. As the fish is hauled ashore, he stammers, "You mean to say, just like this and then that, and finally, it was caught." Shen Lang glances at him and replies nonchalantly, "What else would you expect? It's merely a small fish, not some colossal beast." The young man, increasingly perplexed, retorts, "Is that not considered a colossal creature? It must weigh at least 50 or 60 pounds. He begins to question his understanding of reality. "Have you ever heard of the Shirkwan reservoir? There, such fish are merely referred to as small fish," Shen Lang remarks, gazing into the distance. Chapter 98. Where did you acquire such remarkable skills? Might you enlighten me? I too wish to learn. Wang Peng, listening to Shen Lang's ostentatious display, felt an overwhelming admiration. How wonderful it would be if I could remain as composed as my boss in the future. Wang Peng approached to weigh the fish Shen Lang had caught, which tipped the scales an impressive 61 pounds. He promptly placed the fish into the fish basket, which erupted with a cacophony of splashes. The dark-skinned young man peered inside and exclaimed, "Goodness, there's another fish in there that's even larger than the one just added. Didn't you just refer to this as a small calamari?" Once again, the young man found himself questioning his existence. Shen Lang had spent approximately 5 to 6 minutes reeling in this fish, primarily alternating skills and stacking attributes. He had a firm grasp on the fundamental elements of this skill. The names of the various skills were indeed grandiose, and each stacking only yielded a mere 10% of attributes. After all that effort, he had only managed to increase a few times, still falling short of the awe-inspiring Heaven's Gate technique, which was truly magnificent, capable of launching a fish with a single cast. It was evident that ordinary skills paled in comparison to the elite ones, rendering them nearly useless. At this point, the reservoir was beginning to attract visitors. Following a rather mediocre performance yesterday, the leaderboard had seen minimal changes, with only the last few positions being updated, leaving the top 5 unscathed. Fishing, after all, is a sport heavily reliant on luck. The earliest arrivals, aside from those insomniac anglers, were once again a cohort of curious university students. This time, a fresh wave of faces arrived, brimming with enthusiasm and wonder for the location. The colossal fish beside the leaderboard remained a popular spectacle for onlookers eager to capture a moment. Having heard from previous visitors that the fish here could weigh several hundred pounds, they were taken aback by the reality of such enormous creatures. The sheer size of the fish made one wonder if a single pot could suffice for stewing. As evening approached, the regular feature, a grand feast of 300-pound fish, would reveal just how many pots would be necessary for the occasion. Wow, you seem to know a lot. Do you come here often? Not really, I've just heard about it. Soon, the students gathered and commenced another day of enjoyment. In truth, Shen Lang's departure did not attract much attention. Everything continued as usual. However, Yang Rulin appeared to be bustling about, ensuring that everything was flawlessly arranged, particularly among those who were more acquainted with Shen Lang. Has my brother returned yet? Chu Wei inquired of the front desk attendant, having not spotted Shen Lang. Beside her was another individual busily engaged, Wang Xiao, who had come for a blind date the previous day. The boss has gone out to discuss investments. It should take a couple of days, the front desk attendant replied. Chu Wei was taken aback by this revelation. What did you say? My brother is seeking investors? Why would he need to go out for discussions? I could handle it. Isn't it just a matter of him asking? Even if I'm insufficient, my cousin is available. While often teased for his simplicity, Chu Wei considered himself to possess a profound wisdom beneath his seemingly naive exterior. For instance, if Shen Lang was indeed seeking investments, it must pertain to financial difficulties. Naturally, he would wish to assist, and investing in his brother would be a surefire venture. Thus, Chu Wei conveyed this matter to his cousin. Cousin, allow me to share with you a lucrative business opportunity. Are you interested? My brother is seeking investors for his reservoir. Who is my brother, you ask? It is none other than Shen Lang, my biological sibling. Upon hearing this, Lu Muqing promptly ended the call. After all, it is merely a reservoir. How much profit could one possibly earn? Moreover, the uncertainties surrounding such an investment are numerous, not to mention the substantial amount of capital required. Seeing that his cousin was disinterested, he turned to Lu Zhonghua. This time, however, Chu Wei was considerably more reserved. Uncle, what are your thoughts on this reservoir? Lu Zhonghua regarded his frivolous nephew and replied, Well, it seems promising. There are plenty of fish. Upon learning that the owner was in search of investors, he inquired, Do you have any interest? Lu Zhonghua was already aware of Shen Lang's subsequent plans. Investing billions into such a modest reservoir? It was unclear whether it was Shen Lang who had lost his mind, or if the world itself had gone mad. Xiao Wei, you know that over the past 2 years, I've spent all my living expenses on fishing. Where would I find the funds to invest? Go enjoy yourself. Chu Wei felt somewhat disheartened. Why could they not comprehend the opportunity? However, Chu Wei himself did not possess much money, as he had squandered his earnings on indulgences. Thus, he needed to earn money to invest in his brother. First and foremost, he must triumph over his uncle, a task that seemed deceptively simple. Next, his ambition turned toward that golden koi. In an instant, Chu Wei found his objective. Brother, allow me to rescue you. Filled with determination, he urged Lu Sun to continue their fishing endeavors. Of course, apart from Chu Wei, no one else seemed to care about Shen Lang's presence. Not even the instructor leading the group, who casually inquired about Shen Lang's whereabouts. Shen Lang had become almost invisible to them. His role as a boss had been both successful and unsuccessful. The success lay in the fact that the operation continued to run seamlessly in his absence, while the failure resided in the lack of attention he received, even when he was no longer present. At that moment, he found himself troubled, gazing into the fish basket. It was nearly brimming, containing a total of 10 massive fish weighing between 40 to 70 pounds. Around them, fellow anglers had gathered in droves. The early morning fishermen had yet to cast their lines and instead flocked to witness the spectacle. After observing for 2 hours, they were astonished. Even the renowned underwater fishing masters online would not dare to perform such feats. Catching enormous fish was akin to reeling in ordinary small ones, and the speed at which they were being caught was truly astounding. Even more remarkable was the sight of the duo performing a lively dance, shouting a few phrases, and effortlessly pulling fish ashore, reminiscent of ancient shamans in their rituals. Brothers, where did you acquire such remarkable skills? Could you kindly enlighten me? I wish to learn. One eager fisherman could no longer contain his curiosity and approached to ask. Instantly, others gathered around, expressing their desire to learn as well. Pondering for a moment, Shen Lang replied, Have you ever heard of the Shirkwan Reservoir? The fishermen exchanged puzzled glances. You mean the renowned reservoir in the neighboring county? Shen Lang feigned an air of mystery. Have you ever heard of the 500-pound koi? The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, we, the fortunate brethren, were the ones who successfully caught the magnificent 500-pound koi, and in doing so, we have acquired such formidable strength. The fisherman gasped in astonishment. Could it be that this extraordinary koi truly embodies auspiciousness? I mused. I believe it may be the malevolent dragon lurking beneath the earth, given the current information. Whether that dragon is benevolent or malevolent remains a topic for debate. I suspect that the Shen family is not composed of virtuous individuals, particularly the current heir, who exploits that dragon for profit. Yes, it is certainly that dragon that employs auspiciousness to convey its teachings, compelling us to come to its rescue. Naturally, those fishermen had heard of the legend, and they possessed a refined understanding of it. Among them, one fisherman suddenly turned to Shen Lang and inquired, "Brother, since you are the fortunate recipient of this legacy, do you believe the Shen family is worthy of respect?" Chapter 99. As long as the golden koi is reeled in once more, the legacy can be attained. Shen Lang felt a wave of exasperation. Is it truly appropriate for you to speak to me in such a manner? Furthermore, are you not straying from the crux of your discussion? In a bid to further entice Shen Lang, they continued, setting aside the matters of the Shen family. Our ancestral records reveal that reeling in that golden koi once again will indeed grant you the legacy. The crowd began to stir with excitement. Is what you say genuine? Shen Lang replied with a smile. Naturally, it is true. We have no benefit in deceiving you. Goodness, my friends, why are we still here fishing? Let's head to the Shirkwan reservoir. A reservoir of such vastness. Catching a fish there would be akin to winning the lottery. I wonder if we can draw water. If so, it would simplify matters greatly. However, my mother will call me for dinner tonight. Within mere minutes, all the anglers had vanished. Shen Lang and Wang Peng showcased their prowess, hauling in colossal catches for 2 hours. What angler would not yearn for such strength? A behemoth weighing 60 to 70 pounds, drawn ashore in mere minutes. Admittedly, the process might not have been the most graceful, yet who truly cares? Brother Lang, is it true that if we reel in that golden koi again, we will acquire skills akin to mine? Shen Lang turned to him and replied, "The line between truth and falsehood is often blurred. What truly matters is that they have ventured to my reservoir to fish." Wang Peng immediately grasped the implication, recognizing the astuteness of their leader. Shen Lang then dialed Shen Bishing once more. "Brother Bishing, where are you now?" The voice on the line responded, "I've just hit the highway. It may take about an hour and a half." Shen Lang replied, "Please take your time and drive safely. We are in no rush." After hanging up, Shen Lang instructed Shen Bishing to rent a vehicle specifically for transporting fish from the last vendor, where he had sold his catch. Currently, the 10 colossal fish in their keep net might fill the entire vehicle, as transporting too many could risk their well-being. Shen Lang had not anticipated achieving his objective so swiftly within the morning. "Xiaoping, when we fish next time, could we perhaps refrain from using the bait I provided? Let's first savor the joy of fishing," Shen Lang remarked to Wang Peng. Wang Peng looked puzzled. Could it be that reeling in fish lacked excitement? Nevertheless, he responded, "Understood, Brother Lang. Let us use corn to bait the area next time." However, after reeling in such large catches for so long, I feel as though I could persist for over 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang realized the efficacy of reeling in colossal fish. We shall assess the situation as it unfolds. For the sake of skill progression, the enjoyment seems rather inconsequential. After such an extended period of honing skills, Shen Lang had gained a newfound understanding of them. In truth, the essence of the awakened 18 styles lies in its first technique. The foolish old man moves the mountain. Its duration determines the potency of the entire skill set. The subsequent skills merely enhance their effects gradually, while each technique can also be accompanied by fishing skill, albeit with varying results. For instance, the second technique, Guanin's water dispersion, involves exerting force sideways to alter the fish's direction of propulsion. Curiously, the turtle entanglement technique possesses the remarkable ability to momentarily immobilize the fish, which is quite astonishing. However, Wang Peng's persistent effort, likened to the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains, now lasts for 3 hours without any indication of an upgrade. Consequently, Shen Lang remains merely a novice, having only an hour and 20 seconds of experience. Were it not for the relatively small size of the fish in this area, which does not necessitate over an hour of arduous struggle, Shen Lang's illustrious reputation might be at stake. At this moment, the waterway is occupied solely by Shen Lang and Wang Peng. The large bait package opened in the morning has been completely consumed, and even if another package is opened, there will be nowhere to place the catch. Yet, Shen Bishi is still an hour and a half away from arriving. Is he truly expected to endure sitting here with ordinary bait for that duration? Suddenly, an idea sparks in Shen Lang's mind, and he turns to Wang Peng. Xiao Peng, let us open a package of medium-sized bait and fish for some fry to pass the time. Wang Peng, always delighted at the prospect of fishing, promptly begins to prepare the bait. 10 minutes later, the bait is ready, and Wang Peng offers half of it to Shen Lang, gratefully receiving the bait. Shen Lang commences fishing. His inspiration for this approach stems from the technique known as Heaven's Gate. He wonders if such a rudimentary skill could be utilized in isolation as well. As Shen Lang casts the bait into the water, he observes the float descend after a few seconds. With a swift motion, he yanks the rod and exclaims, "Ultimate fish attraction technique." To his delight, with a single flick of the rod, a fry weighing over 20 pounds is effortlessly pulled from the water. Shen Lang's heart swells with joy. It truly works, albeit with significantly diminished power, perhaps only about half of the combined strength. While this technique suffices for catching fry, the prospect of reeling in larger fish seems like a mere fantasy. Nevertheless, Wang Peng, witnessing Shen Lang's dexterity, is struck with admiration. The boss is indeed a master. This skill can be employed in such a manner. Wang Peng realizes that if he continues to use each skill in succession as before, the proficiency of his final technique would never improve. This new approach allows him to practice whichever skill he desires, leading to a peculiar scene. Two individuals continuously chant strange phrases while performing even stranger gestures. Wang Peng, ultimate fish attraction technique. Shen Lang, luminous dragon's descent. Wang Peng, ultimate fish attraction technique. Shen Lang, luminous dragon's descent. During this time, those who approached the area to fish from a distance could hear their voices and observe their odd movements, leading many to retreat, convinced they were witnessing lunacy. Thus, throughout the hour and a half that Shen Lang and Wang Peng waited, not a single other angler ventured into the vicinity. It wasn't until Shen Lang's phone rang that the stillness was interrupted. Shen Lang picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Shen Bixing. "Hello, Bixing. We're just a bit ahead. Can you see us?" "Over here." Shen Lang turned around and waved his arms at a car by the roadside. Before long, Shen Bixing arrived with two young men from the village, each carrying a basket filled with fish and wielding large sticks. They formed pairs to begin transporting the fish. With a total of 5 individuals, Shen Lang naturally took on the role of the extra, responsible for encouraging and motivating the group. After more than an hour, the 10 small caramais and numerous fry caught earlier were successfully loaded onto the vehicle. Subsequently, Shen Lang and Wang Peng followed behind in his car, while Shen Bixing and the 2 others drove the fish-laden vehicle ahead. Interestingly, the fish transport vehicle enjoyed a toll-free passage on the highway. However, this was merely a minor anecdote. By the time Shen Lang and his companions returned to the small county, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They spent half an hour having a simple meal in the county before heading to the reservoir. Upon reaching the reservoir, it was already past 5 o'clock. The day's competition was nearing its conclusion, and, astonishingly, the leaderboard revealed that the first place had been claimed by Liu Zhonghua with an impressive catch of 680 pounds of silver carp. Chapter 100, Hush. That matter is only for the fortunate. Please do not speak of it. Shen Lang was taken aback. Was this crane not owned by Chu Wei? How could it be in the possession of his uncle? The notification system in Shen Lang's device could be disabled. Previously, he had turned off the alerts for smaller catches, only receiving notifications for fish weighing over several hundred pounds. Today, he had disabled all alerts, as he was keenly focused on fishing outside, and unexpected notifications were rather bothersome. Shen Lang instructed Shen Bixing to park the vehicle used for transporting the fish in a shaded area, before heading towards the reservoir below. He decided to refrain from releasing the fish just yet, waiting until the crowd had thinned out. After all, there were too many people around. Encountering those with ulterior motives could lead to unnecessary speculation. As Shen Lang strolled towards the reservoir, he was soon called out by someone. "Hey, brother, you are here too?" Upon turning, he recognized one of the anglers from the group he had seen earlier that morning. "Brother, how has your fishing been?" Shen Lang glanced around and noticed the other fishermen from that morning were not far off, still engaged in landing their catches. I've hooked one, and I'm still reeling it in. But brother, I asked the people nearby, and they have no idea about the koi being able to bestow a legacy. If they knew, that would be quite surprising, as I merely fabricated that tale. Nevertheless, Shen Lang maintained a facade of composure and replied coolly, "The reason a secret remains a secret is that few are privy to it. If everyone knew, could it still be called a secret? Just keep this between us and do not share it with others." The individual nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced by Shen Lang's rationale. At that moment, a muscular man approached. Upon noticing Shen Lang, the muscular man greeted him with a smile. "Boss, why didn't I see you today? Did you go on a date with that beautiful lady from yesterday?" The angler, who had initially been deceived by Shen Lang, looked up in confusion. "You are the boss." Shen Lang sensed that his cover might be blown, yet he remained calm. "Hush, that matter is only for the fortunate. Please do not speak of it." After speaking, Shen Lang walked towards the muscular man. "Li Pai Wang, how is it that I run into you every day? What a coincidence. How has your fishing been today?" Li Pai Wang replied cheerfully, "Today is quite good. I'm currently reeling in a big fish, and it's bound to make the leaderboard." The assurance of making the leaderboard indicated that it was indeed a substantial catch. Shen Lang inquired further, "I recall you two are partners. Does this catch belong to you?" Li Pai Wang responded, "No. It belongs to Kong Junhua." Shen Lang chuckled. "Then why are you so happy?" It appeared that today's catches were more plentiful than yesterday's, judging by the number of people landing fish. It seemed to be an extraordinary day. Even those like Kong Junhua, who were not skilled anglers, were managing to catch large fish. To Shen Lang's surprise, Liu Zhonghua had even managed to ascend to the top of the rankings. As Shen Lang made his way to the area beneath the crane's arm, he envisioned that the top-ranked Liu Zhonghua was not present here, but rather it was Chu Wei and Liu Sun. At that moment, they were using walkie-talkies to direct the master on the crane above in landing the fish. Slowly meandering, he paused as it exerted itself. Shen Lang approached and patted Chu Wei on the shoulder. "What is the situation with that leaderboard? How did your uncle manage to fish using a tower crane?" Upon turning, Chu Wei recognized Shen Lang and tossed the walkie-talkie to Liu Sun. "Bro, you're back? I heard you were out seeking investments." Shen Lang hesitated. "Did I mention that?" He contemplated briefly, remembering that he had indeed used that excuse yesterday. "Let us set that aside for now. What is going on with the leaderboard?" Chu Wei zipped, somewhat dejected. "Well, my uncle returned the drone to me and suggested using the tower crane just once, and unexpectedly, he caught that big fish." Shen Lang was speechless. "Is that all?" "Indeed. I never anticipated that my bait from yesterday would turn out to be his lucky charm." Chu Wei sighed. He had previously held his uncle in disdain, yet the old fellow had managed to turn the tables. Shen Lang could hardly comment, merely stating, "Luck is indeed a mysterious thing. Brother, weren't you looking for investments? Once I win and outdo my uncle, I'll have some pocket money to invest in you. How does that sound?" Shen Lang was taken aback that his casual excuse had been taken seriously. It was remarkable that someone genuinely considered investing in him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy. Although Chu Wei often appeared somewhat naive, his character was commendable. "Then give it your all. You must win against your uncle." Shen Lang didn't outright refuse, offering Chu Wei a bit of encouragement. For Shen Lang at this moment, money was no longer the primary concern. With daily earnings exceeding several million, his rate of income rivaled that of some publicly listed companies. The funds required for this reservoir could be amassed within a month. However, due to the ongoing competition, the area was particularly crowded, and it was likely that such numbers would not persist. As for genuinely allowing Chu Wei to invest in the reservoir, that was out of the question. While Chu Wei might lack the inclination, those backing him could potentially cause significant complications in the future. Shen Lang departed from Chu Wei and continued to wander. Now observing others fishing, he felt a twinge of impatience. After all, he had yet to fully utilize the skills he had acquired. The small fish in the river simply did not allow him to showcase his capabilities. Yet, he understood that this was not the opportune moment to reveal his skills and thus endured the wait. After a while of meandering, Shen Lang found himself bored and returned to the dam. As night fishing was prohibited here, many had abandoned their rods in favor of watching others haul in their catches. Everyone was aware that this period could bring the most rapid changes to the leaderboard, prompting many anglers to stay until all the fish had been caught. However, those visiting for leisure were different. Given the limited capacity of the buses and the overwhelming number of people, many had already departed by 3 or 4 o'clock. Shen Lang contemplated how to address this issue, Considering future events could lead to traffic congestion if the area were to be closed off again. If they were to use buses to transport guests, it could result in a significant loss of tourists. The capacity of bus transportation is, after all, limited, and the journey to the county seat takes over an hour, constraining daily transport to a finite extent. Widening the road is certainly impractical. Such an endeavor would require significant investment in mountain excavation, which is exorbitant. Thus, the most suitable solution would be to establish a new route altogether. Shen Lang has examined the surrounding maps and discovered that on the opposite side of the reservoir's mountain lies a road. Although it is merely a rural path, connecting this road would significantly alleviate the transportation pressure on this side. Furthermore, it is only a matter of 1 or 2 kilometers to link up with that route. Since Shen Lang intends to invest in the entire area of the reservoir, constructing a road should be a feasible undertaking. Of course, this is merely a preliminary thought. Once the current competition concludes and the design plans are finalized, further consideration can be given to the route planning. Chapter 101. Within this reservoir, the small fish weigh dozens, even hundreds of pounds. If you have no pressing matters, Brother Lang, I would like to continue fishing for a while longer. Just as Shen Lang was lost in thought, Wang Peng suddenly appeared beside him. His vehicle was parked not far away, evidently waiting to bid farewell to Shen Lang. Wang Peng had spent the entire morning fishing and was in high spirits. Returning to the reservoir, he felt quite discontented watching others fish without partaking himself. It was akin to being plagued by a multitude of ants crawling over him. Time dragged on for Wang Peng, each moment feeling like an eternity. Suddenly, Shen Lang smiled mysteriously and said, "Go ahead, and if you catch anything, give me a call." Wang Peng was elated by this assurance and was about to depart when Shen Lang added, "Alas, it seems I'll be the only one fishing for the big ones tonight. I had intended to invite you along, but since you're leaving, I want to keep you." Wang Peng paused, casting a wistful glance back at Shen Lang. "Very well, let us eat first, then rest for a while. We shall fish through the night." Shen Lang replied with a grin, "Sounds good, Brother Lang. There are big fish to be caught." Naturally, Wang Peng opted for the larger catch, as the smaller ones no longer piqued his interest. For instance, if the fish he caught in the morning weighed 200 to 300 pounds, he believed he might glean some skills from it. Being caught in limbo was truly unbearable. As time passed, fish were gradually reeled in. Today seemed to be the most successful day in recent memory. Aside from the record being broken, the rankings from 5th place onward were thoroughly dominated. Wang Peng had caught a magnificent 500-pound golden koi, which had now fallen to the 10th position. Master Deng and others, despite their good fortune on the first day, had caught many fish over the past 2 days, yet their weights failed to meet the criteria for ranking. Thus, it was clear that luck and skill went hand in hand when it came to catching large fish. Thankfully, there was still ample time remaining, about 10 days, allowing everyone to continue striving. As the clock approached 6, another feast featuring a 300-pound fish commenced. Shen Lang had no shortage of such large fish and felt no remorse. Every morning, after reeling in a significant catch, he would select one to send to the kitchen. Once certain traditions were established, they became difficult to halt. For instance, the crates of beer began to make their way out again. Shen Lang could hardly intervene. After all, everyone had labored throughout the day, and as long as they didn't drink excessively to hinder tomorrow's work, it was acceptable. Shen Lang had already dined in the county town that afternoon and was not particularly hungry, merely nibbling on a few bites. Wang Peng, however, had a hearty appetite, devouring 2 large bowls, leaving Shen Lang to wonder how he managed to fit so much in his stomach. "This fish is truly tender," Wang Peng exclaimed between bites. In truth, he wasn't particularly fond of fish, having consumed it daily during his time in the wild, to the point of near revulsion. This was his first experience with such a large fish, and he found himself unable to stop once he started. "If it's tender, eat more. Once we finish, we can rest." Seated at the same table, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but recall the events of the previous day upon hearing those words. Although Shen Lang had elucidated the matter quite clearly, the statement still set his imagination wandering. If Shen Lang were privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff, questioning the depths of his corruption. Meanwhile, Yang Rulin was engaged in a live broadcast, enjoying fish, determined not to interrupt the stream despite his own hunger. Surprisingly, his endeavor proved exceptionally fruitful, as many viewers inquired whether the 300-pound fish was available daily, eager to partake in the rare delicacy. Yang Rulin cast a glance at Shen Lang, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to resume chatting with his audience. Indeed, there is, of course. Even if we lack ready catches, you can fish for yourselves. Here, we not only have 300-pounders, but even those exceeding 600 pounds, provided you can reel them in. Shen Lang silently applauded her. Her promotional skills were impressive. Yang Rulin had become quite adept at live streaming during this time and had amassed considerable wealth. Although Shen Lang's ambitious plans for product sales had yet to materialize, the gifts and streaming revenue he received had already transformed him into a modestly affluent individual. Before long, Wang Peng had finished his meal, and Shen Lang led him back to his home, even as the reservoir below remained lively with activity, with several fish still unhooked. However, once these fish were caught, others would handle them. Shen Lang's presence there was becoming increasingly superfluous, as he felt nearly invisible. Arriving at his residence, Shen Lang assigned Wang Peng to a private room, suggesting a quick wash before settling into bed. He set an alarm for midnight, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Having risen early that morning and scarcely rested, only managing a brief nap in the car, which had done little to alleviate his fatigue. At just past midnight, Shen Lang and Wang Peng, stifling yawns, arrived at the reservoir after only 4 hours of sleep, which was far from sufficient. They had been roused from a deep sleep by the alarm, and Shen Lang pondered why he subjected himself to such torment when a peaceful sleep would suffice. Yet, recalling the thrill of fishing, he felt invigorated enough to rise. However, upon reaching the dam, they discovered that the wooden cabin door was wide open, and the lights were brightly lit. Typically, 2 individuals were assigned to keep watch at night. Shen Lang initially assumed they had simply forgotten to close the door, but a glance over the reservoir left him astounded. To his astonishment, there was yet another area where people were fishing. Checking his phone, he confirmed it was indeed midnight. How could they still be fishing at this hour? Originally, he had intended to release the fish from the car, but with so many people present, it would be challenging to do so. It appeared they would have to wait a bit longer. Nonetheless, they decided to descend and observe the gathering. Shen Lang and Wang Peng approached the group of individuals nearby. A considerable crowd had gathered, numbering perhaps in the dozens, with over 20 engaged in the tug-of-war. It seemed the fish must be substantial. "What brings you here, Lang?" A voice resonated beside Shen Lang. Upon turning, he recognized a young attendant on duty that day. "What is the situation? It's quite late, and we still haven't caught anything," the young man remarked. "It should be around 4 in the afternoon that the bait was set, and it must be quite large, which is why it has eluded capture until now." Shen Lang sighed in resignation. After observing for a while, he deduced that the fish would require more time, so he beckoned Wang Peng to walk deeper into the reservoir. Upon reaching a flat area within, Shen Lang set down his belongings and began preparing his fishing gear. This time, he intended to use small bait. Although small fish typically yield modest catches, in this reservoir, even the smaller specimens could weigh dozens to over 100 pounds. Furthermore, there remained a possibility that the small bait might attract medium-sized fish, which currently dominated the waters. Massive creatures ranging from 300 to 600 or 700 pounds. Shen Lang later learned that the bait attracted fish prior to their exponential growth. Therefore, the 20-pound fish he had previously caught could only be classified as medium-sized. As for the larger specimens, they would weigh at least 50 pounds and beyond, with no upper limit. Chapter 102. Here comes the terrifying, gifted being. Before long, from the depths of the reservoir, a series of sounds echoed through the air. The foolish old man moves mountains. Guanine sprinkles water. The poisonous dragon crosses the sea. The onlookers, captivated by these noises, turned their gazes towards the inner recesses of the reservoir. What would this sound be? It resembled the recitation of texts. Is someone reading at this hour? And in a reservoir? No less. Could it be haunted? Nonsense, let us investigate. As night enveloped the surroundings, the winds in the mountains grew stronger, causing the trees to moan and sway. Although Shen Lang and his companions shouted loudly, their voices were scattered by the wind, rendering them less distinct. In the midst of their chatter, several individuals could no longer resist the urge to venture inward. After all, human nature is inherently adventurous. Moreover, seasoned fishermen often engage in night fishing, naturally endowing them with greater courage. As they rounded a bend, they beheld distant flickering lights, illuminating the water's surface, where 2 distorted figures were visible. The odd movements of these shadows appeared even more bizarre due to the rippling waves. Could it truly be ghosts, brothers? One exclaimed. "If you're scared, don't come. I shall go alone. I want to go either." You all proceed." With that, one fisherman dashed back towards the crowd. Upon witnessing someone flee, the others followed suit, leaving only the brave soul who had initially declared his intent to go alone, standing there in indecision. He found himself at an impasse, unable to advance or retreat. Moving forward would mean facing the unknown alone, while retreating felt shameful, given his earlier bravado. Yet, he still believed that the world could not possibly harbor ghosts. Thus, he began to hum a tune, mustering his courage to step forward. As he drew closer, the sounds became increasingly distinct. The poisonous dragon crosses the sea. A single finger points to the sky. A strike of the bell, the one yang finger. The chants seemed to reference some form of martial technique, perhaps the one yang finger. Moreover, he could vaguely discern the two figures contorting into peculiar postures. One of them swinging a fishing rod. The fisherman sighed in relief, realizing it was merely individuals engaged in fishing. How could they believe in ghosts in this world? He thought as he quickened his pace towards the source of the commotion. Shen Lang and Wang Peng were thoroughly enjoying themselves, as the system-enhanced bait yielded fish at an astonishing rate. Within mere moments of casting their lines, they were reeling in catches, often within seconds, leading to an unceasing haul. Most of the fish weighed between 50 to 100 pounds, and with the one yang finger skill, they effortlessly brought them ashore. In that brief span, each had already caught 4 or 5 fish. At that moment, a voice interrupted. "Hey, brother, is it permissible to fish at this hour?" Shen Lang turned to see an individual approaching with a flashlight. "It is not," Shen Lang replied. "Then why are you fishing here?" The stranger shone the flashlight towards Shen Lang, momentarily blinding him. Shen Lang raised a hand to shield his eyes, responding, "Because I am a boss." The man suddenly halted and trotted over, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and expertly offering one to Shen Lang. Look at this, boss. Why did you come out fishing at night?" Shen Lang waved his hand to indicate he did not smoke. Nighttime is indeed the best for fishing. During the day, it's too hot for you all to fish. The fisherman was momentarily taken aback by Shen Lang's words. "Boss, you're absolutely right. But why do I feel an urge to strike you?" he asked. "Can I fish now?" The fisherman suddenly inquired. "No, but you can watch us fish," Shen Lang replied resolutely. The fisherman contemplated a rather inappropriate thought, but chose to remain, watching intently. Gradually, the expression on his face transformed from one of oddity to sheer astonishment. He witnessed the young man beside the boss haul in a massive fish weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Just as he was reeling in his astonishment, he saw the boss catch one too, following the same procedure to pull in. The fisherman's shock reached its zenith. Gathering his courage, he said, "Boss, I have a question that I'm unsure whether to ask." Shen Lang placed the fish into the keeper, baited the hook again, and cast it back into the water before responding, "If you're unsure, then don't ask. I won't tell you anyway." The fisherman pondered for a moment, revealing an expression of understanding. "Boss, I see now. I will keep your secret." This left Shen Lang perplexed. "What do you know? What secret do you intend to keep from me?" At that moment, a loud commotion erupted from afar. "Quick, everyone lifted up together. Oh my, this is going to make the leaderboard." "Absolutely, brother. We must celebrate with a late-night feast. Everyone is invited. Is this a big catch?" Shen Lang had forgotten to turn on his system prompt, which would have revealed the size of the fish. Now engrossed in fishing, he had no inclination to check the history. The nearby fisherman glanced at the ruckus and scurried off, exclaiming, "Don't worry, boss. I will keep your secret." Shen Lang turned to Wang Peng, questioning, "Do you know what secret he was referring to?" Wang Peng pondered briefly before responding, "I don't know, but it must relate to you." Shen Lang was left speechless. Before long, a loud shout echoed from the direction of the commotion. "Wow, 620 pounds. Brother, that's South's second place. Let us go. Let us go. It's time for the late-night feast. I'll cover everything. Does that include heaven on earth?" "No way. Moments latte." The sounds began to fade, followed by the rumble of departing cars, restoring tranquility to the reservoir. Shen Lang couldn't help but begin to criticize the man who started it all. Had this matter fallen upon that lad, Chu Wei, he would undoubtedly summon everyone to the realm of celestial pleasures. Yet, what truly lies within that ethereal paradise? Shen Lang was filled with curiosity. "Xiao Peng, you've gone to release the fish." After confirming that the others had departed, Shen Lang spoke to Wang Peng beside him. "All right, Brother Lang." Just as Wang Peng prepared to reel in, he felt an overwhelming force on the rod. A surge of alarm coursed through him. Was a hefty catch upon him? At that moment, the fish exerted its strength, pulling Wang Peng towards the water. Without hesitation, Wang Peng activated his skills. Yugong moves mountains. Upon hearing this proclamation, Shen Lang understood that Wang Peng had hooked another fish. However, it was of little concern, a mere matter of waiting a few minutes. Guanyin sprinkles water. Poison dragon crosses the sea. One finger to the sky. Bell strike. One yang finger. Light of the shallow dragon turns. Ultimate fish-sucking technique. As Wang Peng unleashed all his skills, Shen Lang sensed something amiss. After all, he had previously relied on the light of the shallow dragon turns at most. Indeed, the next moment, Wang Peng contorted into an unusual pose, uttering a name from his lips. A flower enters the flesh. A flutter of trepidation surged within Shen Lang. The formidable talent had arrived. True to form, as Wang Peng settled into his stance, he began to twist, preparing for the subsequent move. 6 revolutions. Chapter 103. Having exhausted all 18 techniques of a way, Shen Lang found himself being massaged by the fish's back. Meanwhile, Wang Peng was filled with elation. As soon as he executed one skill, the next materialized in his mind. One by one, the peculiar techniques unfolded, each enhancing Wang Peng's sense of strength. With the unlocking of the next skill, the invincible whirlwind, Wang Peng swiftly retreated a few paces before pulling the fishing rod upwards. Water erupted from the reservoir, clearly indicating that the fish had been drawn above the surface. However, the darkness obscured its size, leaving only a shadow swimming in the depths. Shen Lang, observing nearby, refrained from interrupting and continued to watch Wang Peng's performance. One by one, the skills were unleashed without a moment's pause. Scissor kick, ice and fire duality, Mandarin duck leg. Bodily entwining, heaven and earth shift, dragons soaring in the sky. The entire set was executed flawlessly. With this, all 18 techniques of a way were fully utilized. Simultaneously, Shen Lang received a system notification indicating that he had mastered all subsequent skills. Wang Peng mused that had he encountered such a large fish last time, he might have completed his skill acquisition then. He felt a surge of joy, realizing his strength had multiplied tenfold. If a normal individual like him had a strength of 100 pounds, he now possessed a staggering 1,000 pounds of power. Seeing that he had completed his skill training, Wang Peng wasted no time in exerting his force to draw the fish toward the shore. The surface of the water erupted with splashes. Yet the fish seemed no match for the buffed-up Wang Peng. The fish was swiftly brought to the bank. Observing this scene, Shen Lang rushed over to assist. As Shen Lang approached, the beam of his flashlight illuminated the fish's size. It was a white base, measuring over 1.5 meters in length. Based on Shen Lang's experience, it weighed around 200 pounds, falling short of 300 pounds. After all, it was merely a small bait fish, and expectations should be tempered. Furthermore, given the enhancement ratio of this basic skill, Shen Lang doubted it could lift a fish exceeding 1,000 pounds. The fish's explosive power could be 3 to 5 times its weight. Thus, according to this data, the skill could at most amplify strength tenfold, which was insufficient. Of course, theoretical calculations may not always be accurate. Sometimes, practical experience reveals the truth. Shen Lang leaped into the water, grasping the fish and hurling it ashore. However, the fish caught in this manner was not one that had exhausted its strength over several hours. The latter method would have drained the fish completely. Instead, this was a brute force approach to bring it to the bank. If the power was sufficient to haul it ashore, the fish's struggles would be futile. But Shen Lang's entry into the water changed the dynamics. The fish thrashed violently, its body writhing. With a loud smack, the fish struck Shen Lang twice, though fortunately, it only landed on his back, causing a sharp, stinging sensation. Damn, I was careless. Nevertheless, Shen Lang endured the pain and, following the pull of Wang Peng's fishing hook, flung the fish onto the shore. The fish continued to thrash about on the bank. Wang Peng hurried over, exclaiming, "Lango, are you all right?" It was evident that he had heard the two sharp sounds clearly. Shen Lang, arching his back, approached and said, "Come, help me take off my shirt and have a look." Upon hearing this, Wang Peng immediately tugged at Shen Lang's shirt from behind. "Ouch! Be gentle," Shen Lang involuntarily exclaimed. Wang Peng shone his flashlight on the area, revealing a patch of crimson across his back. Fortunately, there was no bleeding. "Langa, your back is all red, but it seems like it's not serious. It should heal in a few days." Shen Lang merely felt a burning sensation on his skin, with no pain elsewhere, indicating that it was likely just a surface injury. As long as there was no bruising or swelling, it would be fine in a few days. Shen Lang's gaze landed on the still, thrashing fish, igniting a surge of anger within him. Xiao Peng, call those two brothers up there to help lift the fish. I will stew it tomorrow to replenish my blood. Wang Peng acknowledged and promptly made his way toward the dam. Before long, the two duty-bound young men followed Wang Peng back. The three of them exerted considerable effort to hoist the fish onto the dam. As for the smaller fish they had initially caught, they released them back into the water. Place them in the tank. We mustn't let them die. Otherwise, they won't be delicious. Shen Lang directed from the side. Thus, the fish was placed into the tank reserved for the massive catches. The fish appeared quite large, and upon being transferred to the tank, it felt diminutive compared to those weighing 500 or 600. Shen Lang then instructed Wang Peng and the others to release the fish from the vehicle into the reservoir, specifically in the same channel where they had released fish previously. Although the current was not as strong as before, it was still possible for the fish to safely descend into the reservoir. One by one, dozens of fish, each weighing several tens of pounds, entered the reservoir. Shen Lang was unsure how much these fish would multiply, but it was certain that they exceeded 1,000 pounds collectively. Now, it remained to be seen which lucky angler would catch them. As he watched them release the fish, Shen Lang retrieved a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and placed it on his back for an ice compress. Although maneuvering the ice water onto his back was somewhat cumbersome, Shen Lang bravely attempted it. In less than half an hour, all the fish from the truck had been released. Wang Peng and the others then carried the over 200-pound fish back, continuing to release fish for more than half an hour. Exhausted, the three of them settled down beside the small wooden cabin. Lang Yi, your reservoir is filled with fish weighing hundreds of pounds. Why do you still want to release these smaller ones? Wang Peng inquired, somewhat perplexed. Shen Lang could not reveal the truth. Was he to tell him that he possessed a system that could enlarge fish? However, as the fish grew larger, it would undoubtedly attract greater attention. Everything was leading toward that legend. This is a secret, much like the power you possess now. You will naturally come to know in due time. Shen Lang continued to apply the ice compress as he spoke. Wang Peng appeared deep in thought. Shen Lang's current state certainly makes fishing an unfeasible endeavor. Allowing Wang Peng to fish alone would undoubtedly pose a risk. Should fortune favor him, and he were to hook one of those colossal creatures just released into the water, weighing in at a staggering 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, it could drag him beneath the surface in mere seconds. Even if he possessed certain skills, they would be of little consequence. In the event that Wang Peng were inadvertently struck by the tail of such a beast, he would find himself helplessly capsized in the water. Thus, Shen Lang turned to Wang Peng and declared, "Let us depart. It is best to rest for today and forego fishing." Wang Peng glanced at the reservoir and replied, "Brother Lang, I am not actually tired. I've already slept quite a bit this evening." Shen Lang pointed to his own back and insisted, "Tiredness is irrelevant. Just look at my back. If you were to encounter trouble alone, who would come to your aid?" Acknowledging Shen Lang's concern, Wang Peng chose not to argue further. Yet, his gaze lingered on the reservoir, filled with reluctance. "Do not dwell on it. Once I have healed, I shall accompany you for more fishing. You see, with this ice pack, you cannot help at all. Oh, I will assist you, Brother Lang." Chapter 104. The bitter struggles of Lanxiang Technical School and the helplessness of teacher Shen Lang and Wang Peng returned to their home below. Shen Lang lay on the bed, requesting Wang Peng to apply ice to alleviate his pain. Wang Peng diligently assisted, applying the ice for an extended period. Relieved to find no bruising or blistering had occurred. However, after such a lengthy endeavor, his hands grew weary, and he inquired, "Brother Lang, are you done?" Yet, Shen Lang offered no reply. Wang Peng called out again, "Brother Lang, is it time?" Still, there was no response. Turning to the other side of the bed, Wang Peng discovered that Shen Lang had already fallen asleep. With a sigh, he placed the ice pack aside and returned to his own room. Looking at the clock, Wang Peng noted it was only a little past 2. Having napped for the better part of the evening, he felt no inclination to sleep. Thus, he ventured outside, rod in hand, to the road at the village's edge. Here, the sounds of his voice echoed, yet were swallowed by the stillness. Beneath the streetlight, he practiced the recently learned Ai 18 styles, repeating the movements over and over. Shen Lang awoke the following day around 6, a time that had become his biological clock, waking naturally without the need for an alarm. The pain in his back had lessened somewhat, yet remained a persistent source of discomfort. Rising, He descended the stairs to find everyone already up and preparing to head to the reservoir. Little Lang, you're up. How is your back feeling after yesterday's injury? Shen Lang's mother hurried over to check on him. I'm fine, Mom. We'll be better in a couple of days. He reassured her. How can you say that? It's so red. Don't go out in this heat. Stay home and rest. Shen's mother looked at his back with concern. Exactly, Brother Lang. It makes no difference whether you're here or not. Joked Yang Rulin from the side. Please, even if you called me, I wouldn't go. Shen Lang retorted, pulling out a recliner and finding a pillow to rest upon. All right, I'll bring you breakfast shortly. You just relax. Anta chimed in. No need. I'll just grab a little something later. Shen Lang replied. He was capable of moving about and did not require such special treatment. You all are spoiling him. It's just a minor injury. He can come up to eat himself. Shen Tian interjected, emerging from outside. In the past, I walked to the market on my own with a broken leg. He has no such issues with his legs, yet he can't walk? Shen Lang quickly responded. Yes, I can manage. You all go ahead, I'll sort myself out. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, the group set off toward the reservoir. The fishermen were arriving earlier than ever. By the time they reached the reservoir, a number of seasoned anglers were already present. They gathered around the leaderboard, discussing the latest updates. Damn, someone topped the charts last night. The second place is now at 620 pounds. Yesterday, I could no longer endure the late hour and returned by 10 o'clock, only to hear that the fishing commenced past midnight. Moreover, rumors circulated about ghostly disturbances at the reservoir. Such idle chatter is absurd, especially in this remote wilderness. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, Yang Rulin arrived. Are you interested in fishing? Payments are now being accepted. The group turned to her surprised. Cousin Rulin, why are you here so early today? When am I not here early? Rulin disregarded their teasing. The prices surged by 100. Those who wish to fish may come forward. The fishermen were taken aback by the sudden increase. In truth, a daily fee of 2,000 has become a burden for many, as not everyone can reel in those hefty catches. Some had already withdrawn from the competition yesterday. Nevertheless, they remained nearby to assist. Since the group had arrived so early, it was evident they intended to fish. They paid the fee and proceeded towards the reservoir. Shortly thereafter, a second wave arrived, students from the Lanxiang Technical School. They had achieved no results over the past few days, and teacher Zhong had been thoroughly chastised by the higher-ups. The expenses for fuel, fishing fees, accommodation, meals, and other costs amounted to tens of thousands daily. After several days, without any significant results, it was no surprise they were reprimanded. Realizing this, he resolved to conduct an early session and ensure some tangible outcomes. Having paid, the group made their way to the reservoir. Through their recent training, the students had learned to prepare bait independently. Teacher Zhong had repeatedly shown them videos of the first excavator fishing, imparting techniques for reeling in fish. Now, these students had mastered the theory and only needed to catch a substantial fish. Today, Teacher Zhong decided to take the lead himself. He needed to set an example for his students, otherwise, he might find himself out of job. The dawn was still early, the sun yet to rise, and the air was refreshingly cool. Teacher Zhong cast the bait into the reservoir and climbed into the control room of the excavator. He had prepared a special bait aimed at larger catches, fully loaded with various enticing scents. He was determined to attract fish. After casting the bait several more times, the sun gradually ascended, and the reservoir began to buzz with activity. The army of fishermen had nearly assembled. At that moment, Teacher Zhong noticed the float in the water dip sharply. It was only for an instant before returning to calm. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had imagined it. The movement resembled something monstrous pulling it under. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to fatigue and the pressure from his superior's scolding. However, in the next second, he saw the float sink beneath the water, disappearing completely. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "It's really happening." Immediately, he maneuvered the excavator's arm upward. In an instant, the steel line was drawn taut. Teacher Zhong felt a surge of joy in his heart. This catch was undoubtedly substantial, and it was certain to be noteworthy. After enduring so many arduous days, the moment of sweet reward had finally arrived. If he could reel in this fish, not only would he escape reprimands, but he would also earn commendation from the school. The online community had already begun to mock their Lanxiang Technical School. Upon arrival, they had been greeted with great fanfare, reminiscent of a military parade. And then, nothing followed. As Teacher Zhong raised the mechanical arm, he prepared to retreat a bit. Yet in the next moment, He sensed something amiss. Despite having pressed the accelerator, there was no response. What filled him with dread was the realization that the excavator was veering off course. Glancing up, he noticed that the side of the excavator nearest to the bank was sinking into the soil. Fortune had not favored him. While the neighboring excavators were stationed on solid rock, his was precariously positioned above soft earth. The initial days had yielded little in terms of fish, and even the few caught had merely been small ones. Thus, he had paid little heed to this predicament. Chapter 105. Everyone, come quickly. The excavator has been pulled into the water by a fish. Hurry, Lu Yang, come over and assist me. Teacher Zhong shouted loudly to the nearby excavator. Upon hearing Teacher Zhong's call, the student named Lu Yang turned his head to look. At that moment, the excavator was already leaning precariously. Lu Yang, disregarding his fishing, rushed over without delay. Teacher Zhong also began to take measures to save himself by moving the excavator's bucket to the front. However, the fish in the water seemed intent on making things difficult for him, starting to struggle vigorously. Yet, the power of the excavator is measured in tons. A mere fish could hardly make an impact, were it not for the fact that the excavator was situated on soft soil. Even the mightiest fish would not be able to budge an inch. Yet, fate had its own design. Teacher Zhong extended the excavator's arm into the water to support its weight, and this tactic proved effective. The excavator ceased its downward slide. Lu Yang's assistance was now almost within reach. Just then, Teacher Zhong felt a slight tremor in the excavator, followed by another slow descent into the water. At this point, more than half of the tracks were submerged. Teacher Zhong began to panic. Liu Yang, hurry up. I'm going to plunge into the water. Without needing to shout, Lu Yang had already pressed the excavator's arm against its body. At that moment, the pressure caused the excavator to accelerate and slide down into the water. In a short while, half of its body was submerged. Fortunately, it was merely a shallow area, and the excavator came to a halt after its descent. Teacher Zhong opened the cabin door and swam up, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses at the student Zhang Yang. I told you to assist. What were you doing? Who told you to push me? Lu Yang felt wronged. Teacher, I was just trying to hold it down. Teacher Zhong's anger intensified. Then why did you push it? Lu Yang, feeling even more aggrieved, replied, I was holding down. The commotion caught the attention of nearby fishermen. Although they had kept their distance from the excavator, the disturbance was too great to ignore. Soon, everyone gathered to witness the spectacle. Come quickly. The excavator has been dragged into the water by a fish. Someone shouted loudly, drawing even more onlookers. Teacher Zhong was furious. What are you all gawking at? There's nothing to see. Meanwhile, the broadcast was relaying encouraging messages, seemingly having received the news, and began its announcement. On this new day, we wish everyone a bountiful catch. May your names appear on the leaderboard. Now, a breaking news announcement. The excavator from Lanxiang Technical School has just been pulled into the water by an unknown-sized fish. Therefore, please remember to ensure your safety while fishing and wear life jackets. Starting today, we will intermittently report amusing incidents from the reservoir, and we hope you enjoy. Teacher Zhong felt as though he was about to spew blood in frustration. Feel free to announce, she said, but why do it just as I stepped into the water? At that moment, in the broadcasting studio, Wang Xiaoxiao muted her microphone and turned to Yang Ruolin, asking Sister Ruolin, is this acceptable? Yang Ruolin nodded in approval, replying, quite impressive. Why didn't you mention earlier that you were a school broadcaster? We are in dire need of talents like you here. Additionally, your suggestion about the amusing incident at the reservoir was excellent. In the future, do not hesitate to share any ideas directly with me. Wang Xiaoxiao beamed and responded, thank you, Sister Ruolin. I will strive to do my best. Meanwhile, a crowd of anglers had gathered around the submerged excavator, all eyes fixed in astonishment upon the machinery. My goodness, what sort of fish could possibly drag an excavator into the water? Is there a water monster lurking beneath? One exclaimed, having studied physics. I can tell that it should have simply slid down. Even if there were no fish, it could still slide down. Another interjected, you should have mentioned that earlier. But I've also studied physics. Why didn't I see it? Mr. Zhong scolded Lu Yang for a while, his frustration gradually dissipating. It then dawned upon him that they could not allow the excavator to remain in the water for too long, otherwise it would be ruined. He signaled for several excavators to come over and connect them with steel cables to hoist the submerged machine. Before long, the excavator was secured. 2 excavators exerted their strength, slowly pulling the submerged machine upwards. In no time, the excavator emerged, but just then a sharp-eyed angler shouted, Look at that steel wire. Everyone turned to see that the cable attached to the excavator had snapped, with clear signs of having been stretched. If you initially suggested that the excavator was pulled down by a fish, then logically, there should have been a fish attached to that wire. I began to suspect that perhaps a fish had indeed dragged the excavator into the depths. This must have been the excavator itself that broke the cable. How could a fish do that? I too was convinced it could not possibly be a fish. What sort of monstrous fish would it take? Mr. Zhong also gazed at the severed steel wire, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Although it was not particularly thick, measuring only 4 or 5 millimeters, it was still steel. It could at least hold a ton of weight. What kind of fish could snap this wire so effortlessly? Could it be that there truly was a monster lurking in the reservoir? At that moment, the broadcast resumed, announcing we have successfully pulled the excavator from the water. But we discovered that the cable used to catch fish was severed by a mysterious force. Mr. Zhong from Bluxiang Technical School suspects there may be a creature lurking at the bottom of the reservoir. Mr. Zhong, exasperated, muttered, "How did you know I was suspecting that?" This news further stirred excitement at the reservoir, drawing in many anglers who initially found the situation dull. Coincidentally, the first wave of tourists had just arrived, having also heard the broadcast. These visitors bypassed the usual photo opportunities beside the massive water tank, heading directly towards the reservoir. Before long, the area around Bluxiang Technical School was packed, with crowds forming layers both inside and outside, creating a bustling scene. The Lanxiang Vocational School has garnered attention in an unexpected manner, giving rise to a legend about a monstrous creature lurking in the reservoir, capable of dragging excavators into its depths. At this moment, Shen Lang reclined on a mat at the edge of his street. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air beside him. "Excuse me, could you direct us to the Shirkwan Reservoir?" Turning around, Shen Lang was met by a group of foreigners, among whom stood a man with graying hair, sun-kissed skin, and a stature towering over 6 feet. "You've come all this way and don't know how to get to the Shirkwan Reservoir?" Shen Lang mused to himself, somewhat taken aback by the reservoir's newfound fame that even foreigners were inquiring about it. "Our car sped ahead, and we lost track," the leader of the group explained. "From here, you can either walk up or take a different road at the fork you passed on your way here." Shen Lang indicated towards a nearby path. "What?" The foreigner appeared perplexed, which was understandable, as Shen Lang himself only partially grasped the words spoken. "Ah, never mind, I shall lead you there," Shen Lang declared as he rose to his feet. "Thank you, my friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jeremy Wade." Shen Lang was taken aback. "What did you say your name was?" Chapter 106. A fisherman allegedly reels in a prehistoric giant, skillfully skipping stones upon the water's surface. Jeremy Wade, an aficionado of colossal creatures and internationally renowned angler, is most celebrated for his documentary series River Monsters. His passion lies in tracking down gargantuan freshwater fish and uncovering the secrets of these magnificent beings across the globe. Naturally, Shen Lang has heard of this name, having stumbled upon his series on Douyin, albeit failing to recognize him at first glance. Wade's journey commenced upon discovering online videos showcasing astonishing creatures in this mystical land, where a colossal challenge event was rumored to be taking place. Oh, how utterly exhilarating! Thus, he meticulously prepared for his expedition, finalizing arrangements just yesterday, and hastily flew in, arriving early this morning. However, a misdirection proved to be an unforeseen mishap. Upon entering this realm, they encountered checkpoints requiring documentation, videos, and the like before gaining passage. The traffic officer, concerned for their navigation, advised them to follow the vehicle ahead. Unbeknownst to them, the car in front was a Wuling Hongguang. Consequently, they barely inhaled its exhaust, and at a fork in the road, instead of proceeding to the reservoir, they inadvertently ventured into the village. Despite the presence of signposts, they were unfamiliar with them. Upon reaching the village, they discovered it deserted, only to eventually locate Shen Lang, who was sprawled there. "Are you Jeremy Wade?" Shen Lang inquired, astonished as he finally reconciled the visage before him with the famed figure. "Indeed, what shall I call you?" Wade replied, gazing at Shen Lang. "You may call me Shen Lang. Follow me, I shall guide you. Shall we drive or walk?" Shen Lang asked. "Let us walk. The scenery is splendid. You don't mind us filming, do you?" Wade gestured to his team behind him. Shen Lang, indifferent to the matter, recognized that if this locale were to feature in an internationally acclaimed documentary, it would surely attract numerous foreign visitors. "Of course, feel free to film anything here," he remarked, leading the way along the narrow path. "Oh, Shen Lang, it appears you've sustained an injury on your back," Jeremy observed, noting Shen Lang's slight hunch as he walked. With a wry smile, Shen Lang replied, "Last night, while fishing, I was struck by a fish's tail." Wade chuckled in return. "I too have endured a fish's wrath. It is indeed an unpleasant experience. Could you regale us with tales of this reservoir? We are most intrigued." Shen Lang, seizing the opportunity to promote the locale, began recounting the most outrageous legend he had encountered online. Expecting Wade to find a glitch, he was pleasantly surprised to see him engrossed, inquiring further about the mythological narrative. Although Shen Lang is the original creator of this myth, after so many versions, he can hardly claim to know much. He can only vaguely muddle through. As they approached the reservoir, the story finally came to an end. "Ah, so the magnificent creatures in this water are gifts from the divine dragon, and those detestable members of the Shen family exploit the dragon for their own gain." Shen Lang nodded. "Indeed, Jeremy, these splendid beings are indeed the dragon's offerings. It has magnified these fish with its divine power to seek worthy individuals." Jeremy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, Shen Lang, this tale is utterly enchanting. The Shen family deserves punishment." At that moment, a member from a team behind approached and whispered in Jeremy's ear, "Jeremy, the Shen in Shen Lang seems to be the same as that of the Shen family." Jeremy was taken aback, glancing at Shen Lang, who was leading the way, filled with curiosity. They had now reached the dam. In an instant, they felt the world come alive, bustling with people. Shen Lang stepped onto the dam first, and, with his somewhat clumsy English, announced, "Welcome to China. Welcome to the Shirkwan Reservoir." Jeremy and the others were immediately captivated by the magnificent creature beside the leaderboard. "Oh my God, they truly exist. This is a gift from the divine dragon." "Thank you, Shen Lang," Jeremy exclaimed. "Boss, you've arrived?" A familiar voice called out next to Shen Lang. Turning around, Shen Lang saw it was none other than Li Peiguang. "What on earth? Why do I keep running into you?" Shen Lang was at a loss for words. "Did you catch that fish you had yesterday? How much did it weigh?" Shen Lang suddenly recalled that they had indeed managed to reel in a fish the previous day. Li Peiguang chuckled. "No, it got unhooked." Shen Lang looked at Li Peiguang's smiling face, puzzled. "How can you be so happy about losing it?" Li Peiguang's green widanat. "Didn't he the boss say yesterday that the fish wasn't he under my name? Why shouldn't I be happy?" Shen Lang sighed. "You two truly have a love-hate relationship. Are you the owner here?" Jeremy asked in surprise once Li Peiguang left. "Of course, this place is mine." "So, you are the despicable member of the Shen family from the story?" Jeremy found it rather odd. It's amusing how one can speak ill of one's own family. "Actually, I have several other versions of the story. Would you care to hear them?" Shen Lang said with a smile. "No, that is all right. I find this story quite perfect." Jeremy headed towards the reservoir's first check-in point, the Grand Fish Tank. He gazed at the magnificent creatures within and then glanced at the leaderboard nearby. After using a translation app, he read the content. But he was puzzled by the mention of a tower crane and steel cables at the end. He looked at Shen Lang. "Why does it say tower crane and steel cables?" Shen Lang gestured for him to look at the tower crane operating above, with rows of excavators below. "Here, fishing does not adhere to many rules. As long as you can catch something, it is fair game." Jeremy was once again taken aback, utterly astonished by the madness surrounding him. "Oh, dear proprietor, please allow me to partake in this contest. I yearn to etch my name upon it." Shen Lang chuckled. "Of course, but you must pay the fishing fee over there. Today it amounts to 100 yuan. $200? That seems rather reasonable." "No, it's 100 Chinese yuan. Are you engaging in charity, boss?" Shen Lang was at a loss for words, wondering why yet another person accused him of charity work. It is worth noting that Shen Lang could earn millions daily from fishing fees alone, not to mention the profits from the catch. The clientele was indeed abundant. Although the fish weighed several hundred jin and its actual value might exceed expectations, Shen Lang's costs remained minimal. Just then, a voice echoed throughout the reservoir. Breaking news. A fisherman is suspected of having caught a prehistoric giant. He is struggling against the surface. As this announcement resonated, Shen Lang heard a piercing scream emanating from the reservoir. "Help, please. Chapter 107, Second Uncle. Do remember to slay that fish in the water tank. I desire it for dinner tonight." Shen Lang glanced down and indeed spotted a fisherman, rod in hand, swiftly gliding over the water surface. This was not the leisurely pace of Lu Muqing's previous encounter. Rather, it resembled a near ascent into the air, a velocity comparable to that of a speedboat. Jeremy and the others were utterly astounded by this spectacle. What manner of colossal creature lurked beneath the water's surface to create such force? Boss, no need for further words. I am eager to fish. Jeremy could hardly contain his excitement. Shen Lang was equally astonished that the fish released just yesterday had already been caught today. Was there truly nothing left to consume in that river? Good luck. Shen Lang could only wish that he would not hook such a monstrous being. Otherwise, his fate would be similarly dire. Meanwhile, the fisherman below remained oblivious, just like Lu Muqing, unwilling to relinquish his rod. Oh, what joy! Help! Suddenly, Shen Lang sensed something amiss. What was with the phrase help in front? A tourist nearby, an elderly lady, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, does this reservoir even have surfing activities?" Alas, I am too old to partake. Another elderly lady beside her responded, "Indeed, you are aging. Your eyesight is failing. You fail to see that it is the fish dragging the person away. Oh dear, how perilous." Thankfully, after a short while, the speed diminished, and the fisherman finally let go of the rod. After a drone dropped a life buoy, no further assistance was provided. Wasn't it infuriating? Everyone was worried for him while he enjoyed the thrill. Shen Lang stood there for a moment, the sun scorching his back painfully. He then proceeded to the outdoor kitchen in search of sustenance. "Second uncle, do remember to slay that fish in the water tank. I want it for dinner tonight." Shen Lang observed his uncle chopping meat. "Rest assured, I shall ensure it meets 1,000 cuts." How does your back feel now? Clearly, the incident of Shen Lang being slapped by the fish had become common knowledge. At that moment, an announcement echoed, causing Shen Lang to nearly spit blood in frustration. Latest report. Last night, the reservoir owner received a back massage from a fish weighing nearly 300 pounds. Today, his back remains fiery red. If you wish to know the cost of such a massage, come catch one for yourself. Shen Lang's expression darkened. Who was this? And why did that voice sound so familiar? Nearby, Aunt Wang remarked, "Oh dear, look at that girl. Why does she divulge everything? I shall speak to her shortly." In the broadcasting room, Wang Xiaoxiao turned to Yang Rulin behind her and said, "Sister Rulin, will my words about Shen Lang provoke him to skin me alive?" Yang Rulin was nearly in stitches with laughter. "Fear not. He would not. I know Shen Lang as character well. If he seeks to trouble you, simply state it was I who prompted you." Thank you, Sister Rulin." Shen Lang was not one to harbor grudges. Moreover, he noticed Yang Rulin exiting the broadcasting room from a distance. Revenge has its roots, and this grievance will undoubtedly be etched in Shen Lang's memory. At that moment, a fisherman approached him with quick strides. "Boss, I heard you had quite the encounter with a fish yesterday." Shen Lang's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had indeed faced an unexpected fish strike. "Aren't you curious to experience a day on the reservoir's blacklist?" Shen Lang glared at the fisherman. "You're interrupting." The fisherman swiftly departed like the wind. Shen Lang lingered for a while, occasionally greeted by acquaintances. Why is everyone so concerned about me? Yet they all have such a penchant for mockery? Is my social standing truly so dismal? The injury on Shen Lang's back couldn't bear prolonged exposure to the sun, so he had a light breakfast and brought a portion back for Wang Peng before heading home. Rest and recuperation had become Shen Lang's singular focus. During his time there, he was never short of the fisherman's attention. Shen Lang resolved to recover fully before embarking on a fishing expedition to catch a colossal specimen. Aiming to astonish those fishermen, Jeremy Wade, a legendary figure in the fishing community, was well known even if many local anglers had never seen him in person. They certainly had encountered his exploits online. They were initially astonished that a foreign angler had graced their reservoir, but pandemonium ensued once someone recognized him. "Guess who I just saw? Jeremy Wade." "What? The basketball player? Here, get a fish. Have you seen the giant creatures of the river? He has the star in that." "No way. You mean that big shot is here to fish?" Soon, the majority of the reservoir's visitors were aware of the superstar's presence, and a crowd gathered around him. Jeremy was explaining something to the nearby camera when he began his fishing endeavor. Naturally, such a prominent figure drew significant attention, with everyone eager to see how he would perform, especially given his reputation for catching enormous fish. Jeremy had traveled to numerous countries in search of aquatic giants, yet he was still astonished by the size of the fish he observed in the reservoir. He recognized them as common species in the country, yet their size was extraordinary. Having visited this nation several times before, he was always profoundly impressed. Particularly this time, he witnessed something remarkable. A person being pulled across the water surface by a fish. The locals appeared unfazed. Did they truly comprehend what this signified? It indicated that the fish possessed the strength to effortlessly drag an adult male. If he were to encounter such a creature, he would undoubtedly be powerless to resist. Despite this, he was exhilarated, for such monsters were typically found only in the sea. He had never seen one inland. At that moment, Jeremy recalled a story Shen Lang had shared with him, adding an air of mystery to the situation. Just then, his assistant approached, saying, "Jeremy, it seems a digger has just been pulled into the water over there." Upon hearing the news, Jeremy was initially taken aback, then shook his head and remarked, "No, that cannot be. Excavators are measured in tons. If such a monstrous creature existed, this reservoir would not withstand it." Although Jeremy was skeptical, his assistant insisted, "Yet, it is indeed a fact that the steel cable was severed. I witnessed it myself." Intrigued, Jeremy urged his assistant, "Come, lead the way. We must investigate. Photographer, be sure to capture the details. This material should prove valuable." Instructor Zhong changed his attire and inspected the excavator. As a professional, he was well-versed in maintenance. He had turned off the engine when the excavator entered the water and had retrieved it promptly, avoiding any significant damage. Once this matter concluded, a minor repair should suffice. The crowd that had gathered had already dispersed, and he felt he had made quite a spectacle of himself. Surely, their vocational school would gain notoriety online. He could already envision the sensational headlines. Astonishing. Excavator pulled under by giant fish. Blue Sky Vocational School instructor narrowly escapes. Chapter 108. Is this the mysterious power of the East? At that moment, Teacher Zhong noticed a group of individuals approaching. At the forefront were several foreigners, and the leading figure appeared somewhat familiar. Before long, they reached the cluster of excavators, with the foremost foreigner standing before the recently unearthed machine. Oh, it is truly astonishing. Jeremy observed the steep slope down which the excavator had begun to slide, and he approached to touch the severed steel wire. It seemed the excavator had slipped down due to instability below. Indeed, the wire had been forcefully torn apart. Jeremy gestured for the camera to zoom in for a close-up. Thus, it was evident that there existed an unimaginable creature lurking within, perhaps akin to what we initially witnessed at the dam. Our objective was to reel it in and simultaneously claim the prize money from this competition. Teacher Zhong finally recognized the foreigner and was both astonished and vexed by the encounter. After all, they had once again failed to capture the moment on film. It appeared they were shooting a documentary, and should it air online, he would be embarrassed internationally. Yet, could he possibly intervene to prevent them from filming? Truly, a misstep could lead to eternal regret. At that moment, the foreigner unexpectedly approached him. Are these excavators yours?" Teacher Zhong felt as though he were facing social annihilation, as if being nailed to the pillar of shame. However, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he stepped forward. "Hello. These excavators are operated by our students from Lanxiang, engaging in practical training. At Lanxiang, we utilize real machines for hands-on experience, just like on a construction site. Our skilled instructors provide one-on-one guidance, covering everything from trench digging and leveling to precise lifting and now, fishing. These are genuine skills we cultivate." Teacher Zhong pointed to the rows of excavators engaged in fishing. "Observe this operation. It's quite steady, isn't it? With 3 months of systematic training, graduates are ready for employment, and companies are eager to hire. It is common for those with proficient skills to earn over 10,000 a month. Learn excavation at Lanxiang, and we guarantee teaching, mastery, and job placement." Jeremy, bewildered, could barely comprehend the rapid-fire Chinese. However, the fishing enthusiast observing from a distance understood every word. This teacher's operation is truly impressive. If he gets edited into the footage, this advertisement will reach an international audience. If I were the principal of Lanxiang, I would promote him and give him a raise. Perhaps even assign him a wife. The teacher was dedicated, yet undeniably stylish when the excavator plunged into the water. I can hardly contain my laughter. Look at Jeremy's expression. At that moment, although Jeremy did not grasp the meaning of the words spoken, he politely responded, "Oh, good." Teacher Zhong exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Lanxiang is good." Meanwhile, the fishing enthusiasts nearby were in stitches, nearly collapsing from laughter. After gathering some footage, Jeremy made his way back to his fishing spot. After all, Whether it was the mythic tales of the boss or the amusing scenes of excavators entering the water, they were more than sufficient to support the prologue of a documentary. If he could indeed reel in this monstrous catch, his journey to the east would be nothing short of perfect. However, as he observed the more than 2,000 anglers participating in the competition, along with the myriad mechanical fishing devices he had never encountered before, he felt both astonished and invigorated. Particularly striking was the towering structure above him, along with the drones soaring in the center of the reservoir. There were not merely one, but a total of 7 drones. These were undoubtedly the tools of the affluent, who, after fishing from their yachts for the past 2 days, had yielded little success. One could not help but marvel at the technological prowess of this great nation. Such drones were exceedingly rare in his homeland, yet here they were, employed for fishing. Jeremy mused as he walked along. Before long, Jeremy returned to his designated fishing spot, ready to embark on his official fishing endeavor. He had come to realize that this reservoir truly teemed with colossal specimens. Here, anglers felt as though they had caught mere shrimp if they did not reel in fish weighing several hundred pounds. Jeremy retrieved his specially crafted rod and commenced his fishing odyssey. Meanwhile, Shen Lang returned home and reclined once more. It was not long before Wang Peng descended from upstairs. Noticing the sleepiness in his eyes, Shen Lang surmised that the boy had likely gone out to practice again the previous night. "I brought you breakfast. Go ahead and eat." Shen Lang gestured toward a large bowl of rice beside him. Wang Peng's appetite was indeed astonishing, and Shen Lang, fearing he might not have enough, had filled a substantial bowl. Wang Peng wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks and diving into his meal. "Brother Lang, may I go fishing?" Wang Peng inquired between mouthfuls. "Of course, no problem at all." Upon hearing this, Wang Peng's heart leapt with joy, and his eating quickened. "Do you think fishermen chase celebrities?" Shen Lang asked casually. "Certainly not. Our focus is solely on the fish." Wang Peng replied without hesitation. "Oh, then why is it that when Jeremy and Wade arrived, so many anglers flocked around him?" Shen Lang expressed his confusion. Wang Peng paused mid-bite. "Boss, who are you talking about?" With a knowing smirk, Shen Lang replied, "That old foreigner who catches the big ones. He is quite famous and is currently fishing at the reservoir." Upon hearing this, Wang Peng grabbed the bowl and headed towards the path to the reservoir, continuing to shovel rice into his mouth as he walked. "Brother Lang, I'm off to the reservoir," he called back while still eating. Shen Lang smirked. "Oh, you little rascal. Do you think you can just run off to fish without waiting for me to join you?" Although Wang Peng was not one to idolize, Jeremy Wade had been his fishing aspiration since childhood. The thrill of landing such formidable fish was an obsession he could not shake. Despite knowing that he had now acquired mysterious skills that surpassed that old man's, the prospect of his lifelong goal materializing before him filled Wang Peng with exhilaration. Before long, he dashed up to the dam, pinpointed the target's location, and sprinted towards it, still clutching the half-eaten bowl of rice in his hand. As Uncle Air observed Wang Peng approaching with a large bowl, he assumed the young man had not eaten sufficiently and called out to him, "Peng, there's plenty of food here." Wang Peng, while running, shouted back, "That's enough, that's enough." Jeremy had already been fishing for a while and found the experience quite engaging, as many people were engaged in a tug-of-war with the fish. The mechanical devices used were even more fascinating, being a rarity in his experience. While he was lost in thought, he noticed the float dip suddenly. He realized that he had hooked his first fish. Rising to his feet, he lifted the fishing rod, the line taut and straight. The nearby anglers watched with anticipation, curious to see if the elderly gentleman would successfully reel in the fish. With a strong tug, Jeremy instantly recognized that this was a substantial catch. Sure enough, the next moment, the fish surged with vigor, and while Jeremy attempted to resist, he was soon being dragged toward the water. Seeing this, his assistant rushed over to lend a hand, but it seemed their combined strength was still insufficient. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers rushed in to assist, but one individual wielded a short sea fishing rod, leaving him unable to help effectively. They formed a human chain, each clinging to the next for support. Fortunately, their numbers helped stabilize the situation, allowing Jeremy to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, his assistant lost his grip, causing the group behind him to tumble backward due to inertia, while Jeremy lurched forward. Suddenly, he felt the fishing rod slip from his grasp, only to find himself holding a large bowl filled with half a serving of rice and an assortment of dishes. It was undeniably appetizing. A voice beside him exclaimed, The foolish old man moves mountains. Turning to look, Jeremy saw a young man striking an unusual pose, managing to hold onto the fish with sheer determination. Jeremy's heart raced. Was this the mysterious power of the East? Chapter 109. Thwack. Another angler was struck down by the fish's tail upon the shore. Incredible. How could this be? How did he manage that? The fishermen present were accustomed to seeing fish being caught, yet this young man before them was nothing short of astonishing. Jeremy gazed at the lad, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Just moments ago, he had been yanked downward by this colossal creature, and now, there he stood, utterly unyielding, as if the enormous fish were but a figment of imagination. Meanwhile, on the water's surface, the behemoth continued to tug at the fishing line, emitting a low, ominous sound. This individual was none other than Wang Peng. Originally, he had come to witness his idol, but upon squeezing into the scene, he was met with this spectacle. Without a moment to spare, he seized the fishing rod and employed his skills. However, he could distinctly feel the strain, even with his abilities activated. Signs of exhaustion were creeping in. Yesterday, he had effortlessly reeled in a 300-pound fish, yet now he felt as though he might be dragged away. An unmistakable disparity in scale. With a swift motion, he began to employ additional skills, wary not to underestimate the situation. Suddenly, he felt a heavy pull in his hands. The fish was exerting its strength once more. While transitioning between skills, he nearly lost his balance, almost being pulled into the water. Yet his feet remained anchored, gradually inching toward the surface. He continued to switch skills, seeking even the slightest enhancement in power. One by one, he unleashed his abilities, but he still found himself slowly being drawn nearer to the water's edge. At this juncture, the limitations of his skill became evident. If the fish were smaller, the first technique would suffice to reel it in. However, with such a massive creature, there was no time to stack abilities. Although the name of the skill was melodious, its practicality was far less impressive. Nevertheless, Wang Peng's mind was devoid of distractions. He was acutely aware that he needed to accumulate more strength to stabilize his stance. As he invoked the bell strike, he found himself nearing the shoreline, while onlookers stood in stunned silence, uncertain of how to assist. Wang Peng's peculiar postures and the strange names he shouted left them bewildered. He felt as though he might soon be submerged. Since acquiring his skills, he had only ever caught small fish. Facing such a colossal adversary for the first time, the potential for defeat loomed heavily over him. At that moment, one of his feet had already dipped into the water. Yet, with unwavering determination, he executed the next maneuver, the sun finger. Shifting his legs, he suddenly grounded himself, stabilizing his form just as he was about to plunge into the depths. The spectators exhaled in relief, their curiosity about this young man intensifying. Meanwhile at home, Shen Lang abruptly sat up, startled, for he had just received a notification from the system. Congratulations to Wang Peng. The Awei 18 styles have successfully increased to 5 hours, with a foundational value amplified 8-fold, and the host has received the same reward. Wang Peng, this rascal, has managed to break through in such a short time. I must go and see. Shen Lang, braving the blazing sun, made his way up to the dam. At that moment, Wang Peng felt a surge of joy. Just as despair began to creep in, he suddenly sensed that the power within him had doubled. This realization steadied his stance. A gentle smile graced Wang Peng's lips as he continued to execute the subsequent skills, retreating a step after each one, completing the entire set without any reduction. As he called out his final skill and pulled the fishing line back, a colossal figure emerged on the surface of the water. It was a giant carp, at least 3 meters long, its massive body starkly contrasting with Wang Peng's modest weight of around 100 kilograms, creating a striking visual impact. According to the seasoned fisherman, this fish must weigh at least 600 pounds. It was difficult for onlookers to comprehend how he could single-handedly haul such a behemoth. Jeremy murmured in disbelief. This is the power of the Orient. The legend must be true. Oh my God, what have I just witnessed? The other fishermen nearby were equally astonished. They recalled hearing a similar legend just a couple of days prior, yet had been reluctant to believe it. Now, it appeared that the tale was indeed grounded in reality. Having stacked his strength, Wang Peng reached his peak state, with a base strength of 8 times, complemented by an additional 1.5 times. His total power had surged to an astonishing 20-fold. This was an exponential increase from his original capabilities. Once more, Wang Peng exerted his strength, pulling the fish toward the shore effortlessly. No matter how fiercely the fish struggled, it was futile. Within mere seconds, the fish was at the water's edge. The surrounding fishermen, witnessing the arrival of the fish, began to stir with anticipation. After all, it was common knowledge at this fishing ground that once a fish reached the shore, everyone would lend a hand to haul it up. Given the size of the fish, it would take several people to pull it out effectively. "Brothers, lend a hand," someone shouted among the fishermen. "Let us get the fish up." A throng of fishermen rushed toward the water's edge. Wang Peng was taken aback. Just the day before, he had vividly recalled Shen Lang's encounter with a fish that weighed less than 300 pounds. Now, this fish was a minimum of 600 pounds. If it flailed even a couple of times, these men might find themselves knocked to the ground. However, during the skill's duration, Wang Peng was unable to speak. Uttering a word would surely cancel his skill, and he might even be dragged down with the fish. Wang Peng's strength was currently at 20 times that of an average person, equating to a pulling force of 1,400 kilograms, based on the standard human pulling capacity of 70 kilograms. The weight of the fish was trivial in comparison, making it an effortless task to pull it up, yet these men were blocking his path back to safety. One must refrain from causing harm to these individuals. Thus, Wang Peng could only watch as they charged forward. Jeremy and his team remained in a state of astonishment, gazing at Wang Peng's figure as though he were an extraterrestrial being. No, rather a superhero. Just as the anglers were about to make contact with the bluefish, it suddenly thrashed violently. The swiftest among them had already reached the fish's side, inadvertently placing himself within the range of its flailing. With a resounding slap, the fish's tail struck the angler's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. The others, witnessing the fish's ferocity, came to an abrupt halt. The unfortunate individual, now submerged in the water, lay unresponsive. "We must rescue him at once." Those surrounding the scene clearly observed the unfolding drama and hastened to assist. In such circumstances, the majority of Chinese citizens exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. Jeremy, alerted by the shouts, quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the fallen figure beside the fish. He hurried to Wang Peng's side and urged, "Quick, release the line and allow the fish to return." Wang Peng immediately understood, momentarily forgetting how to proceed in his urgency. With a crowd blocking his path, it was impossible to haul the fish in. Thus, he promptly began to release the line, his body shifting towards the water's edge. Chapter 110. I remember who he is now. He is the fortunate one who caught the 500-pound golden koi. The fish, having received some respite, suddenly flipped and darted towards the depths of the reservoir. The nearby anglers quickly rushed over to assist the man, lifting him up. They all pulled him towards the shore. "Is he all right? He seems to be unconscious." "Quickly, perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." "I don't know how." The crowd buzzed with chatter. At that moment, Jeremy stepped forward and addressed the group. "Friends, let me take charge. I am trained in first aid." With that, he knelt beside the angler and began administering artificial respiration, simultaneously applying the correct technique to compress the angler's chest. After just 2 compressions, the angler suddenly coughed twice and then regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he was startled to find an elderly foreign man's face mere inches from his own, and he felt an unusual sensation on his lips. A myriad of emotions surged within him. However, a sharp pain from behind him abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Witnessing the angler awaken, Jeremy breathed a sigh of relief. He then carefully turned the angler over and lifted his shirt. The sight that met his eyes was alarming. The angler's back was a vivid crimson, with some areas already turning purple. It was uncertain whether there had been internal injuries, and if there were, the situation could be dire. "Oh, my friend, you may need to seek medical attention," Jeremy advised. At that moment, staff from the village had arrived and, upon assessing the situation, promptly communicated with the broadcasting station. Soon, an urgent announcement echoed above the reservoir. "Emergency! Emergency! Is there a doctor present? A person has been injured by a fish. We need a doctor to assess the severity of the injuries." Location. The announcement continued to repeat. In such situations, it is best not to meddle, for if there are indeed internal injuries or broken bones, any careless handling could lead to further harm. With the tourists and anglers combined, there were at least 20,000 people present, making the likelihood of finding a doctor quite high. Meanwhile, on the dam, a middle-aged man disembarked from a bus. Upon hearing the announcement, he paused in disbelief and remarked to the person beside him, "Did you just hear what the broadcast said? Injured by a fish. In all my years as a doctor, This is the first time I've encountered such a ridiculous scenario. Beside him stood a young and beautiful woman, who replied, I came across this phenomenon online. It's not surprising to be injured by a fish, is it? You're a doctor. Shouldn't you go take a look? The middle-aged man gently took the woman's hand and said, Shao Li, we come out to enjoy ourselves. Let us not allow such absurdity to dampen our spirits. The young woman named Shao Li pointed towards the large fish tank on the dam. Summoned forth, one came to broaden their horizons. The middle-aged man, following the direction indicated by the beautiful woman, gazed in astonishment. There stood a row of aquariums, each housing a formidable fish measuring over 3 meters in length. Should one of these creatures strike, the repercussions would undoubtedly leave one bruised and battered. Urgent announcements echoed. Is there a doctor present? A person has been injured by a fish, and the severity of the injuries remains uncertain. Medical assistance is needed at. The man, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastened towards the reservoir below. Swiftly, he arrived at the scene, where a crowd had gathered around the injured angler. I'm a doctor. Make way, he cried out, pushing through the throng. Upon reaching the injured man, he assessed the wounds and declared, it appears to be superficial. However, it will be prudent to have a photograph taken for further examination. At that moment, Shen Lang arrived, feeling an inexplicable empathy as he observed the angler's back. Since this incident unfolded within his reservoir, he felt a sense of responsibility. He called over his companion, Shen Feng. Brother Feng, please drive him to the county hospital. We shall cover all expenses. Shen Feng nodded affirmatively. No problem. I'll take him immediately. Several individuals assisted the angler as they made their way up the embankment. Meanwhile, Shen Lang noticed Wang Peng, who was still attempting to secure the fish, and recalled his own recent experience. With a sigh, he approached. Reel it in. We must leave at once. Disregard the fish. Wang Peng, aware of the chaos he had caused, complied without hesitation. With renewed vigor, he exerted considerable force, and soon the fish emerged from the water, pulled towards the shore by his strength. In this moment of heightened power, the creature seemed utterly defenseless against Wang Peng's might. Yet, the fish, unwilling to succumb to its fate, thrashed violently, sending sprays of water into the air. The crowd, initially concerned with the injured angler, was now drawn to the unfolding spectacle. As attention shifted, the massive fish surged towards the shore. With one final effort, Wang Peng pulled the fish against the small rocks lining the bank, where it succumbed to the impact. The force of the collision caused many of its scales to shed, scattering around it in a rather tragic display. As the water droplets descended from the air, they struck the fish, creating a dramatic tableau. The onlookers gasped, their mouths agape, as the rapid sequence of events concluded before they could fully comprehend what had transpired. They initially found it quite astonishing that a single young man managed to capture the fish, subsequently hauling it ashore. To their surprise, he still retained considerable strength, employing a rather brutal method to pull the fish onto land. I could hardly believe that one person could possess such immense power. I began to wonder if I had somehow traveled through time. Do you still harbor doubts about the myths and legends surrounding this place? But what about that young man? As everyone focused on the colossal creature, someone noticed that the fishing rod had been cast aside on the ground, and the individual who had begun reeling in the fish had vanished without a trace. Jeremy, who had been fishing for decades, was utterly astounded by this scene. Everything felt so irrational, enveloped in a shroud of mystery that obscured understanding. He contemplated inquiring about how the young man had achieved such a feat, but alas, the young man had disappeared. Just then, Jeremy caught sight of Shen Lang nearby and, feeling a surge of excitement, approached him. Boss, you must know that individual from the beginning, right? Please, I beg you to introduce me. It is of utmost importance to me. Shen Lang shrugged and replied, I don't know him. I just arrived. At that moment, a nearby angler suddenly exclaimed, I remember who he is. P.S. the lucky one who caught the 500-pound golden koi. Chapter 111. Investigating the reservoir and its owner in secret. Wang Peng, having received a subtle signal from Shen Lang, discreetly slipped away. Such matters are not meant to be spoken of openly. They require a gradual unveiling, piecing together the peculiar occurrences at this location. For instance, the present situation is quite illustrative. This must be some enigmatic Eastern force. Boss, you must assist me in locating that young man, Jeremy declared fervently. Meanwhile, the anglers would undoubtedly concoct numerous tales. Those fishermen who had been lured to the riverbank by Shen Lang's persuasion were particularly convinced that capturing the golden koi would grant them this extraordinary power. Many believed it to be the work of an underground dragon seeking a savior from the Shen family. This narrative aligns perfectly with the conventions of adventure novels. Shen Lang found himself at a loss. If you wish to learn, then strive to catch a colossal creature weighing over 1,000 pounds. If you succeed, wouldn't that afford you the opportunity to learn? Alas, the scarcity of such immense beings remains a challenge. Shen Lang contemplated waiting a couple more days for his injuries to heal before venturing out again to procure more fish, increasing the angler's chances of success. Yet, whether they could indeed haul one in remained an uncertain prospect. The unfortunate lad from that morning, who had been fishing, must have hooked a creature weighing over 1,000 pounds. However, before he could react, he was unceremoniously yanked into the water by the beast. That fisherman, much like Lu Muqing, refused to relinquish his hold. The weight of the fish was soon revealed, 708 pounds. It surged to the top of the leaderboard, marking the reservoir's first breach of the 700-pound threshold. The onlookers were utterly astounded, not merely by the fish's weight, but by the fact that this young man had single-handedly lifted a creature of such magnitude. Nearby, Deng Xiaojiang, upon learning of the event, was equally amazed. He had once accomplished this feat himself, and now someone had finally vindicated his claim. See? Lifting 700 pounds with one hand. Effortlessly. Shortly thereafter, the reservoir echoed with the announcement of Jeremy's ascent to the top of the leaderboard. Congratulations to Jeremy Wade for catching a 708-pound catfish, claiming the title of the largest catch. Let us celebrate his achievement. Instantly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the far reaches of the reservoir. News of Jeremy's arrival had already spread, and within less than an hour, he had ascended to first place. The fishermen were in awe of this legendary master's prowess. Yet they were also puzzled. How had he managed such a feat? Of course, this was merely the conjecture of those unaware of the truth. However, Jeremy could not revel in the glory. Though the fish was indeed his catch, it was not he who had pulled it from the depths. Shen Lang, having basked in the sun for a while, felt a burning sensation on his back. As a convalescent, he ought to be resting rather than mingling in such festivities. Thus, he turned to retrace his steps. At this moment, Jeremy's curiosity regarding the mysterious power had eclipsed his desire to fish. He too had decided to abandon his angling pursuits. Upon witnessing Shen Lang's departure, Jeremy promptly followed suit, grasping the large bowl that Wang Peng had only partially consumed. Boss, I find myself intrigued by your other tales. Might you regale me with them, and perhaps allow me a glimpse of that initial friend? Jeremy soon observed Shen Lang conversing with Wang Peng, leading him to conclude that Shen Lang must be acquainted with him. Could I assert that I am unfamiliar with him? Shen Lang ventured tentatively. Boss, do you perceive yourself as humorous? It appears that is not the case. A smile graced Shen Lang's face as he replied. Meeting him is feasible. You are aware that my reservoir conceals a colossal catch. If you manage to reel it in, I shall grant you an audience with him, as well as unveil the secret behind his mysterious powers. Oh, boss, you must keep your word. Jeremy harbored doubts regarding the reliability of this boss, especially since their interactions had revealed a rather capricious nature. Do you think I, Shen Lang, am anyone of lesser stature? Customers are akin to deities. Shen Lang pivoted his tone. However, your current fishing approach is inadequate. You must learn from those esteemed individuals. He gestured towards the towering crane above. With that, Shen Lang took his leave. Jeremy, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the crane, soon retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Oh, my friend, I require your assistance. This time, Shen Lang had not deceived him. Should he succeed in catching that 1,000-pound fish, perhaps he would uncover the secrets of the reservoir. Meanwhile, the online community was abuzz with excitement. Numerous individuals had recorded videos of the recent events, and many shared them across the internet. Additionally, some astute observers had pieced together clues from prior footage. For instance, during the last occasion when Wang Peng caught the 500-pound golden koi, Shen Lang's extraordinary catch had gone largely unnoticed by many, while some had recognized its significance, yet it failed to generate substantial discussion. However, this time, dedicated individuals had unearthed it, creating comparative videos. Consequently, many arrived at a singular conclusion. The boss, too, harbored secrets. Underneath this video, fervent discussions erupted. Are you all foolish? Only now do you realize that the boss claimed to be a descendant of the Shen family. I once thought the boss a mere jester. Now I see I am the fool. I can scarcely believe it. Does the world truly harbor dragons? It seems the confidentiality agreement signed in 1999 is beyond preservation. Brothers above, have you also experienced this? It appears we shall once again stand united. Damn, a bunch of lunatics. This video is clearly doctored. Are you out of your mind? It is widely known that videos cannot be manipulated. Regarding this matter, two prevailing conclusions emerged. Many expressed shock and awe, while a greater number retained a skeptical stance, as this revelation shattered their previously held beliefs. Regardless, the Shirkwan Reservoir had once again surged into the limelight. Originally, the attention here was already considerable, but with this incident, it had transformed into a genuine topic of fervent discussion across the entire internet. In a certain room, a middle-aged man was intently watching a video of Wang Peng reeling in a colossal fish on his computer. He glanced at the hefty catfish, weighing several hundred pounds, and then at the composed young man, astonishment evident in his gaze. After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged man turned to his companion and instructed, "Conduct a discreet investigation into this reservoir, its owner, and the young man. Report back promptly once the inquiry is complete." His companion acknowledged the request and departed. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man continued to watch the video, lost in contemplation. Shen Lang had returned home and once again found himself sprawled in thought. Wang Peng emerged from the inner room, expressing concern. "Brother Lang, have I gotten us into trouble this time?" Shen Lang, observing Wang Peng's slightly aggrieved expression, reassured him. "No worries, this matter was bound to come to light eventually." Wang Peng was taken aback. Had he not inadvertently injured that angler? What exposure was he referring to? Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. "Warning. Danger detected. Please upgrade to the next stage promptly." Warning. Danger detected. Please upgrade to the next stage promptly. The system's alerts left Shen Lang momentarily speechless, rendering his previous posture rather uncomfortable. Chapter 112. Let us go. To the giant pit of the boss. Shen Lang urgently inquired of the system. What danger lies ahead? When will it manifest? Danger unknown. Time unknown. Please advance to the next stage, and the danger will automatically dissipate. Shen Lang found himself at a loss for words. The system was indeed lacking in intelligence. However, he surmised a plausible scenario. Perhaps he had attracted the attention of certain individuals, be they officials from above or a faction from below. After all, the peculiarity of his reservoir was undeniable, and he found it rather strange that it had taken so long for anyone to notice. He had assumed the system would handle it autonomously. It seemed, instead, that those individuals were simply slow to react. Given this situation, he could not remain passive. He hoped there was still time. "Xiao Peng, gather your things. We are setting off," Shen Lang declared as he rose to his feet. "Ah, Brother Lang, where are we heading?" Xiao Peng asked. "To the giant pit of the boss," Shen Lang replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng instantly perked up. This was precisely the kind of adventure he relished. The two swiftly packed their gear into Wang Peng's vehicle. Shen Lang then called Shen Bisheng, requesting him to borrow another car to accompany them on their journey. Indeed, there were numerous fishing spots in the surrounding counties, including several renowned giant fishing sites. Although Shen Lang had never visited them before, he had certainly heard tales of their bountiful waters. His objective this time was to catch a considerable number of large fish, not necessarily the 70 or 80 pounders, but rather those weighing 30 to 50 pounds. This would significantly increase their chances of exceeding 1,000 pounds in total weight. Of course, if they encountered even larger catches, he would gladly accept them. The singular aim was to return with as many sizable fish as possible. The intention was to enhance the base population of giant fish in the reservoir, thereby increasing the likelihood for the anglers to land a colossal catch. As for whether the boss would permit them to fish or allow them to keep their catches, those matters would be addressed upon arrival. Shen Lang was uncertain when the danger the system warned of would materialize. However, he speculated that it was likely triggered by Wang Peng revealing his abilities, which had drawn attention. Thus, a bit more time was certainly required. He could only race against time, hoping it was not too late. Moreover, he still possessed a secret weapon, the large fish bait. After a brief interval, Shen Lang and Wang Peng departed the village, navigating the rugged mountain roads. As an injured individual, Shen Lang found the seat quite uncomfortable. He had to recline the back seat and lay upon it. Nevertheless, the bumpy ride still caused him considerable discomfort. Careful, Peng, slow down. Shen Lang winced as the vehicle jolted over the poorly maintained mountain road. Wang Peng glanced back and reassured him, Brother Lang, bear with it. We'll be there soon. Shen Lang adjusted his position to alleviate the strain on his back. All right then, make haste. Their first destination was a renowned giant fishing pond within their county. It was not far from the town, but it lay in the opposite direction of Shen Lang's reservoir, necessitating a direct passage through the county itself. After an hour and a half of jolting travel, they finally reached the outskirts of the town. At this juncture, Shen Lang came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, he observed the fish-laden vehicle from the previous day approaching from behind. Shen Lang waved, prompting the vehicle to come to a stop at the roadside. Shen Bixing leaped out from the driver's seat. Xiao Lang, your injury has yet to heal. Why the urgency to come out? Shen Bixing expressed his concern upon noticing Shen Lang's anxious demeanor. Shen Lang, however, was disinclined to offer an explanation and replied, Bixing, please head back to the place where we purchased fish last time and borrow another vehicle. Also, inquire if they have any large fish, anything over 30 pounds, regardless of species or price. Acquire them all for me. Sensing the urgency in Shen Lang's voice, Shen Bixing refrained from further questioning. All right, I will contact them right away. With that, Shen Bixing drove off. Meanwhile, Shen Lang and Wang Peng continued their journey towards their destination. It was now past 10 o'clock. The reservoir remained bustling with activity. But following the initial commotion, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Curiosity regarding the reservoir grew among the visitors, particularly regarding the owner and the formidable Wang Peng. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their fishing endeavors, especially for Chu Wei, who appeared somewhat oblivious. Lu Sun, the leading catch is already 700 pounds. We need to double our efforts. Wei Ge, I heard that fish was pulled up single-handedly. Is pulling it up single-handedly impressive? I don't even need to use my hands. Chu Wei exclaimed, shaking the remote control in his grasp. Currently, they were employing a dual approach, with both a drone and a tower crane in simultaneous operation, resulting in double the joy. Lu Sun glanced at his carefree companion, feeling a twinge of envy for his carefree spirit. Shen Lang and his companions arrived at the designated spot for the colossal catch. However, contrary to expectations of a crowded fishing scene, the area was eerily quiet, with only a few individuals scattered about. Shen Lang and Wang Peng approached a building, where they found a young man staring blankly at the water, occasionally sighing. Brother, could you tell us where the owner is? Upon hearing his name called, the young man snapped back to reality. That's me, what do you need? Shen Lang continued. Certainly, we are here to see the owner. Are you here for leisure? The owner's expression darkened at this remark. You have quite the audacity. I have only giants here. Wang Peng chuckled from the side. Have you ever heard of the Shirkwan Reservoir? Compared to the fish there, what you have here can only be considered small fry. The owner's demeanor visibly dimmed at the mention of the Shirkwan Reservoir. Don't even mention Shirkwan Reservoir. Ever since it became popular, no one comes here to fish anymore. I'm contemplating selling this fish pond. That's simple. Today we will clear out all your big fish. Shen Lang replied with a smile. The owner shot him a skeptical glance, having never encountered such audacity in his years managing the fish pond. Fine, whatever you can catch is yours. The owner, of course, was incredulous about the amount of fish Shen Lang and his companions could potentially catch. Although it cannot compare to the Shirkwan Reservoir, it harbors many colossal creatures within. Countless individuals have been pulled into its depths, and numerous fishing rods have been snapped in its waters. However, whatever we catch must be taken away. The proprietor readily agreed, harboring little belief that these two could indeed reel in anything substantial. After all, the true experts have all flocked to the Shirkwan Reservoir. Meanwhile, Shen Bixing had arrived at the fish vendor's establishment. Upon explaining his intentions, the vendor erupted in laughter. You mean to say, disregarding price and species, as long as the weight is sufficient? Hearing this, Shen Bixing sensed an opportunity and replied, Indeed, our boss wishes to purchase some. We will buy whatever you have. The vendor chuckled warmly. What a coincidence. My friend just delivered 2 fish, weighing over 100 pounds each. However, as for the price, I won't throw out random numbers. Let's say 100,000 per fish. Upon hearing the price, Shen Bixing was taken aback. What kind of fish could possibly command such a price? The vendor, noticing his expression, explained, these fish were imported from abroad. The customs fees were substantial, and they are considered rare species domestically. Unsure of what to do, Shen Lang decided to call Shen Lang. At that moment, Shen Lang was preparing bait. Upon learning that the fish were foreign and weighed over 100 pounds, he said without hesitation, "Price is not an issue. Buy as many as you can. Just release them directly into the reservoir." With this encouragement, Shen Lang gained confidence and instructed the vendor to load the fish onto his vehicle. Shortly thereafter, he drove towards the reservoir. An hour and a half later, he returned to the reservoir, adhering to Shen Lang's instructions by backing his vehicle to the edge of the channel where fish are commonly released. He then opened the fish gate, and the two enormous fish flowed downstream into the reservoir. In no time, these two giants expanded to an unprecedented size upon entering the reservoir. Their heads resembled those of crocodiles. Their scales gleamed like iron, as if clad in armor. Fish weighing 200 to 300 pounds nearby appeared as mere minnows in comparison. Clearly ravenous, one of the giants surged forward, crashing into a smaller fish with tremendous force, then opened its massive jaws and swallowed it whole. Chapter 113, I have a penchant for martial arts novels, while my friend is more inclined towards indulgent leisure activities. After paying, Shen Lang and Wang Peng sought a spacious spot by the fishing pond. It had been quite a while since Shen Lang had experienced the thrill of fishing with his own funds. However, time was of the essence for them. They had to finish their business here before moving on to other locations. Typically, it was Wang Peng who prepared the bait, so Shen Lang settled into a cooler area to rest. At that moment, the owner of the fish pond approached them, intrigued by Shen Lang's audacious demeanor. "What is this? You haven't even started fishing and you're already lying down?" The owner jested. Shen Lang lifted his head and replied, "I inadvertently injured my back and am currently in a recuperative phase." The owner observed Shen Lang closely, sensing his sincerity. "You still wish to fish in your condition? Let's not jest, my friend." Meanwhile, Wang Peng had prepared the bait, opting for medium-sized bait specifically designed to attract fish weighing dozens of pounds. "Brother Lang, we're ready." Shen Lang got up and made his way to his designated fishing spot, while the owner stood nearby, eager to witness how these two would manage to reel in the giants from his pond. Shen Lang stretched his shoulders, feeling a slight twinge of pain. He was uncertain if he could utilize his skills, but he believed it was worth a try. He attached the bait to the hook and cast it into the water. With the system's bait, there was no need for meticulous adjustments. It was a given that fish would bite shortly after. Indeed, within mere seconds, the float began to submerge. Shen Lang pulled with force, exclaiming, "One yang finger." The upgraded skill S power was far superior to its previous iteration. With a swift tug, he launched the fish into the air towards the shore. Shen Lang had already positioned his net in anticipation of the fish's arrival. Their net was specially designed, oversized for the larger catches they were targeting. The fish soared into the net and then landed on the ground. It was not excessively large, weighing around 40 pounds, which was precisely the size Shen Lang had aimed to catch. He noted that the pain in his back had only slightly intensified, bringing him some relief. Initially, the pond owner had been somewhat disengaged, as it was uncommon for someone to hook a fish so quickly. After all, most anglers would struggle for quite some time before managing even a single catch. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. What was he witnessing? Not only had the bait been in the water for mere seconds before a fish bit, but Shen Lang had also reeled it in almost instantly. This pond was known for its hefty specimens, with fish often exceeding 30 or 40 pounds and even reaching 50 or 60. Did he think this was a mere contest for small fish? Before the owner could fully comprehend the situation, he heard the young man nearby shout, "Full set, no discounts." And, astonishingly, another fish weighing around 50 pounds soared into the air. The pond owner rubbed his eyes in astonishment. He wondered if he was experiencing hallucinations due to the recent events at the fish pond. Why did everything feel so surreal? Before he could ponder further, Shen Lang spoke again. "One yang finger." The fish pond owner was taken aback, disbelief washing over him as he turned his head. To his astonishment, a fish weighing around 50 pounds soared towards the shore, once again landing in the enormous net. The owner pinched his arm hard. "Ouch, that hurts." Shen Lang turned to witness the owner's ghostly expression and remarked, "Be careful, boss. Stand back, or the fish might knock you over." The owner stammered, "Be brother. I haven't wronged anyone recently, have I? How could two deities be summoned?" Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, realizing the owner was overthinking. "We are merely fishing. We could buy the fish from you at market price. How does that sound?" The owner sighed in relief at Shen Lang's words. He had been considering selling the pond, but the value of the fish inside was quite high. With the emergence of a new reservoir in the county, anglers seeking large catches would likely avoid his pond, leaving him with a financial burden. If these two extraordinary individuals could indeed fish out the stock at market value, he would suffer significant losses. "I thought you were joking," the owner said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No, these spoons." At that moment, Wang Peng hooked another fish. A silver carp weighing over 40 pounds leaped into the net, then into the protective bag, all in seamless flow. Had he not known that they were dealing with fish weighing 40 to 50 pounds, the owner might have assumed they were catching small shrimp. Observers fishing nearby noticed the unfolding spectacle. Initially, they merely gazed from a distance, but gradually, they sensed something was amiss and rushed over. "Wow, this is utterly unscientific. What on earth? Is that really a fish you're catching? Oh my, I'm about to kneel." The fishermen stared in disbelief at the astonishing feats before them. Unable to articulate their emotions, fixated on the duo skillfully reeling in 50-pound behemoths. The moment the hook touched the water, within mere seconds, a fish would bite. Once hooked, it would appear on the shore in just 5 seconds. It was beyond outrageous. It was preposterous. After a while, the owner finally voiced his curiosity. "Why are you shouting slogans? One says one young finger and the other no discounts." The nearby fishermen exchanged puzzled glances. "Oh, I enjoy reading martial arts novels. And my friend here has a penchant for, well, it's just our habit. It feels good," Shen Lang replied while baiting the hook, while Wang Peng cast a somewhat resentful glance at him. "My dear brother, when have I ever developed a fondness for such indulgences? I have never partaken in them." "Yes, you. I see now." The proprietor finally comprehended the situation. In truth, the efficacy of each individual skill remains unchanged. It is merely that Shen Lang finds the names of certain skills rather unpalatable. The other names are simply too distasteful to behold. One can only wonder what mindset inspired a way to bestow such names upon these skills. As for why Wang Peng favored the final name, Shen Lang could not fathom. Perhaps it stemmed from his yearning for that particular place. At that moment, a nearby angler suddenly had a revelation. He pulled out his phone and manipulated it for a moment before casting his gaze from the screen to Shen Lang and his companion. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I recognize who they are." The crowd turned their attention to the angler. One of them is the owner of the Shirquan Reservoir, and the other is Wang Peng, who single-handedly lifted a colossal 700-pound creature. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while the owner of the reservoir was somewhat expected. The claim of lifting a 700-pound beast single-handedly seemed utterly fantastical. Are you certain you are not merely reading a work of fantasy? Chapter 114. This is impossible. There cannot be such a colossal giant catfish. This incident transpired in the morning, and the fishermen along with the pond owner had not checked their phones, thus remaining oblivious to the morning's events. If you don't believe me, just look, here is the video. Consequently, the crowd rushed over to view the footage. Shen Lang felt no need to concern himself further. Being recognized held little significance. After all, the system had already indicated a looming crisis, undoubtedly a dire one, potentially affecting his very life or the freedom he had cherished throughout his existence. Hence, Shen Lang focused solely on catching fish, releasing them into the reservoir, enabling the fishermen to reel in a behemoth weighing over 1,000 pounds. This was his paramount objective at present. In truth, with Wang Peng's current prowess, he should be capable of landing a creature exceeding 1,000 pounds, as long as he withstood the initial onslaught from the preceding titans and accumulated his skills. Drawing it up would pose little challenge. However, the issue lay in the fact that while such colossal creatures might exist, they were exceedingly rare. At most, there were merely one or two. To catch even two in such a vast reservoir would be a stroke of serendipity. Thus, Shen Lang's current aim was to maximize this number. After watching the video, the fishermen gazed at Wang Peng in disbelief. Initially astonished, their incredulity had now reached its zenith. After all, he had single-handedly hauled a 700-pound creature ashore. Was this truly an act achievable by a mere human? Meanwhile, in the reservoir, several affluent individuals lounged on their yachts, leisurely sipping red wine. They realized that their rankings had become inconsequential. The moment they witnessed Wang Peng's effortless feat of reeling in a 700-pound giant, their thoughts shifted entirely. "Boss Liu, you're quite familiar with Shen Lang. Why not inquire how he attained such strength?" They deliberated. They had been discussing this for quite some time, concluding that Shen Lang must possess the knowledge of how to acquire such power. I am not particularly close to him. I had once intended to introduce my daughter to him, but he declined. Lu Zhonghua remarked, "Shall we discreetly have someone capture him?" And then, one of the wealthy men revealed a glint of coldness in his gaze. "Sai, we are in a civilized society now. Do you still think this is the past? It's about civility before aggression, understand?" Old Amo chuckled. "We've been talking for ages without resolution. Once that young man returns, we can simply ask him. What if he divulges the information outright?" The group of affluent individuals nodded in agreement. At that moment, an unusual sound reverberated from an unknown direction. Plop, plop. The noise was quite loud, echoing throughout the reservoir, yet the cacophony along the shore rendered it unlikely for anyone to pay heed. "What sound is that?" one affluent individual asked, looking around with uncertainty. What sound?" another inquired. "I believe I have heard it too. It may be the sound of a tower crane or some machinery. So let's not overreact. Boss Lu, please give Shen Lang a call and see when he will return." The affluent individuals continued their discussions, oblivious to the enormous shadow rapidly approaching beneath their yacht. At the very moment the sound echoed, Jeremy suddenly rose to his feet, having also heard the noise. He had spent a lifetime dealing with fish over several decades, and was naturally familiar with the sounds emitted by every type of freshwater fish. This particular sound he had heard countless times before. Indeed, he had invested 6 arduous years in pursuit of such a fish, which rendered his memory of it profoundly vivid. However, he gradually sat back down, pondering how such an ancient creature could possibly be here, far from the Amazon basin, unless someone had introduced it into the reservoir. And even then, that species typically weighed no more than 400 pounds, which still differed greatly from the fish found in these waters. Just as he settled back down, a thunderous roar erupted from the center of the reservoir. Jeremy lifted his gaze, instantly frozen in disbelief. It was impossible. No fish could grow to such a colossal size. There, in the middle of the reservoir, beside the yacht, a massive splash erupted as an enormous creature, nearly 8 meters long, plunged into the depths. It was evident that this yacht had been attacked by the fish. The entire reservoir erupted in chaos in an instant. Many witnesses beheld the gargantuan silhouette, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Some fishermen, recognizing the species at a glance, exclaimed, "Arapaima, a highly aggressive fish primarily found in the tropical regions of South America. It is considered a living fossil, renowned for its formidable bite force and its exceptionally hard scales. It is said that a single scale could serve as a knife, illustrating its remarkable toughness. However, as a living fossil, it also possesses certain drawbacks. It must surface every 10 to 20 minutes to breathe, during which it produces a distinctive splashing sound. Some fishermen even use this sound to locate the fish. Yet, one could only wonder why it had grown to such an extraordinary size. The most unfortunate were undoubtedly the wealthy patrons aboard the yacht, enjoying fine wine and boasting of their fortunes. The fish collided forcefully with the side of the vessel, nearly capsizing it, although the yacht did not overturn. The angle of the tilt sent the affluent guests sprawling. Fortunately, they were sheltered from the heat inside, enjoying the air conditioning. Otherwise, this incident could have sent them tumbling into the water, becoming a delectable meal for the fish. What has happened? Were we attacked? This is a reservoir. What could possibly attack us? One exclaimed out of my head, "I am bleeding. Quickly, tell them to start the boat and get us out of here." Without needing further prompting, the vessel began to move slowly. However, accelerating would take time. Just then, one of the wealthy individuals gazed in terror out the window. What was that? Suddenly, a colossal tail struck the hull of the yacht. The towering waves, stirred by the immense fish's tail, surged ever closer to them. The wealthy onlookers widened their eyes in terror at this startling sight. Is this truly a fish? Such a gigantic creature had never been witnessed in fresh water, save for the Leviathans of the sea. Moreover, this very fish was now assaulting their yacht. Their vessel measured merely around 10 meters, scarcely longer than the fish itself. With a thunderous crack, the yacht tilted once more, nearly capsizing. The affluent passengers were thrown to one side, suffering minor injuries as they rolled together. The sharp pangs of pain echoed through them, prompting a chorus of lamentations. Meanwhile, those on the shore bore witness to this chaotic spectacle. Chu Wei shouted desperately at the swaying vessel. "Uncle, my uncle is still up there." Chapter 115, Monster? Attacking ship? Giant asterophysis? What is going on? Chu Wei anxiously paced along the shore, his foot tapping in agitation. What should I do? My uncle is up there. At that moment, the small yacht continued to sway, while the giant asterophysis sank once more into the depths of the reservoir. Veillez, don't panique, Lu Sun exclaimed, fearing that in a moment of reckless emotion, Chu Wei might leap into the reservoir to rescue his uncle. To be honest, Chu Wei might very well do something so impulsive. Although somewhat simple-minded, he was exceptionally kind to those who treated him well. His uncle, while perhaps not as accomplished as his cousin, was still his dear relative. Hurry, Lu Sun, you've always been clever. Think of a solution, Chu Wei implored, his face etched with worry. Lu Sun felt helpless, pondering how to devise a plan in such a predicament. Suddenly, he spotted the grab bucket atop the dam, which Chu Wei had utilized to bait corn earlier. He glanced at the distance between the tower crane and the yacht. Wait, I have an idea. Lu Sun pointed towards the grab bucket above. We can use the tower crane to position it next to the yacht, allowing them to board and be lifted to safety. Chu Wei cast a glance up at the dam. There, indeed, was the very grab bucket he used last time. Excellent, hurry. Simultaneously, he communicated with the crane operator via radio. Ah Wei, swiftly move the arm over to the dam and use the grab bucket to rescue my uncle. If you succeed, I will treat you to a year's worth of indulgence. No sooner had he spoken than the crane arm began to slowly shift toward the dam. Meanwhile, the surface of the reservoir had grown calm, the yacht no longer rocking but quietly floating in the center of the water, as if nothing had transpired. The onlookers around the reservoir gradually fell silent, as though their raucous voices might provoke the monstrous being beneath the surface to strike again. All eyes were fixed on the water's surface, torn between a desire to witness the creature's wrath once more for the thrill it brought, and a fear that it might again capsize the yacht. Only Chu Wei and Lu Sun were desperately racing towards the reservoir. However, as signs of wealth, they had little physical fitness due to their indulgent lifestyles, and they found themselves winded after only a short distance. Yet, they pressed on, panting heavily as they ascended. Lu Sun, hurry. I cannot lose my uncle. Veillez. I understand, but we really need to get fit. Indeed, we must. To hell with indulgence. From now on, it's daily workouts. Meanwhile, within the yacht's cabin, a few affluent individuals had managed to rise, some still in shock, gazing out the broken windows. Glass shards littered the area. What on earth was that thing? One wealthy man exclaimed, rubbing his aching arm. Lao Mo struggled to stand, only to stumble back down again. His foot had been struck, and the pain made him grit his teeth in discomfort. Gazing at the scales, I was reminded of a particular species of fish, albeit this one appeared to be a magnified version. Indeed, every fish in this reservoir is a grander iteration. Speak up. Lao Mo cleared his throat and proclaimed. You must be familiar with the Arapaima gigas. The crowd fell silent for a moment, seemingly sifting through their minds for information about this fish. Isn't it known for its non-aggressive nature? Inquired a wealthy individual, seemingly knowledgeable about this species. Who knows? For all we know, this colossal arapaima might have mutated. At that moment, a sound pierced the air once more. Plop, plop. They soon discerned the source of the noise. Not far from them, a fish's head emerged briefly above the water's surface before vanishing again, leaving only ripples in its wake. The wealthy spectators exchanged glances, apprehensive, aware that this creature was still lurking nearby, poised to strike again at any moment. Should we continue to navigate the boat towards the shore? Absolutely not. It might attack anything that moves. Are we just to await our demise? Better to await death than accord it. Just then, a mobile phone rang, startling everyone. Lu Zhonghua felt his phone vibrate and pulled it out, saying, "My phone, don't panic." He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Chu Wei. Lu Zhonghua pressed the answer button, and a voice, labored and wheezy, came through, clearly exhausted. "Hello, Uncle, cough, cough. Look up at the sky. There's something up there, cough." Although Lu Zhonghua did not use the speakerphone, the stillness of the space allowed everyone to hear. They all looked skyward. Below the tower crane, a clamshell bucket was slowly descending towards them. Meanwhile, Chu Wei had already hung up. Almost immediately, an unfamiliar number rang in. Lu Zhonghua did not hesitate and answered it again. This time, it was a young man's voice. "Hello, Chairman Lu, this is Wei from the tower crane. We're about to drop the load. Please direct us." On the opposite side of the county, Shen Lang and Wang Peng were engrossed in fishing, relishing the thrill of reeling in smaller fish. The joy of catching larger specimens brought a different kind of exhilaration. Catching small fish felt akin to enjoying a thrilling novel. Each fish reeled in eliciting sheer delight, especially with a crowd nearby, astonished by their success, a sensation not easily comprehended by the average person. Just then, Shen Lang's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Shen Bishan calling. Shen Lang promptly answered and activated the speakerphone while continuing to change his bait. Hey, Xiao Lang. Something serious has happened. Oh, Bishan, what is going on? Take your time. No time for that. A monster has surfaced in the reservoir and is attacking the boat in the middle. Shen Lang's hand faltered mid-cast. What did you say? A monster? Suddenly, a thought struck Shen Lang, and he quickly inquired. Brother Bai Sheng, what kind of fish did you buy from the fish merchant? I have no idea. I don't recognize them. After loading, I transported them straight to the reservoir. All right, I understand. I'll return immediately. Shen Lang hung up the phone and swiftly called the fish vendor. First, he needed to ascertain the species of the fish. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, Mr. Shen. Those two arowanas are quite remarkable, and they're carrying roe, ready to spawn soon. You've struck gold this time. Before Shen Lang could utter a word, the vendor was already jovially chatting away. Shen Lang almost swore in frustration. What blunder! How could I have been so careless not to inquire about the species? I thought I could buy any fish. I was only focused on stocking the reservoir, unaware that I had indeed acquired such aggressive fish. Typically, arowanas do not initiate attacks, but with eggs present, they would certainly become fiercely defensive. Xiaopeng, let's go back. Since Shen Lang was on speakerphone, everyone around could hear. The nearby anglers and the fish farm owner looked utterly bewildered. Monsters? Attacking boats? Arowanas? What on earth is happening? Boss, my fish transport truck is outside. Please assist in unloading it and calculating the cost. Someone will transfer the payment to you. Shen Lang informed the fish farm owner before grabbing his equipment and hastily departing. Wang Peng, not wanting to linger, quickly followed Shen Lang, fully aware that something serious might have transpired. Shen Lang, usually so composed, was now visibly anxious. Chapter 1:16 No, something is amiss. The size is all wrong. There are two gigantic arapaima in the reservoir. Shen Lang was naturally anxious, for this could potentially lead to dire consequences. It is important to note that each of those colossal fish weighed well over 100 pounds. If fortune favored them and the multiplier was low, then 2,000 to 3,000 pounds would be effortlessly manageable. However, if luck took a turn for the worse, and the multiplier soared 4 or 5 times, they could be dealing with over 5,000 pounds, possibly even approaching 6,000. To put this into perspective, an adult great white shark measures only about 4 to 5 meters and weighs approximately 2,000 pounds. A small yacht would be overturned in mere moments. Should that occur, he might find himself embroiled in a calamity, especially since the unfortunate individuals involved were wealthy patrons. It could very well jeopardize his own life. They might harbor resentment against him, leading them to hire someone to exact revenge. Could this be the crisis the system warned him about? Shen Lang hesitated, yet he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to return first. Thus, he and Wang Peng hastened their journey toward the reservoir. At this moment, at the reservoir, the grabber was slowly approaching the small yacht. Onlookers had begun to murmur quietly amongst themselves. That fish appeared exceedingly long, nearly capsizing the large vessel with a mere flick of its tail. It was truly terrifying. Would that fish attack humans? If it did, will we be in danger here? It surely wouldn't feast on humans, but the other fish in this reservoir might face extinction. I heard there's someone capable of single-handedly lifting 700 pounds. Let's have him pull that fish ashore. Surely, you don't believe that if he can lift 700 pounds with one hand, he could manage 1,400 with both hands. As the crowd observed the rescue unfolding, a sense of relief washed over them. Moreover, the fish had not launched an attack for quite some time. The crane in the sky had positioned the grabber directly above the small yacht and was now gently lowering it, approaching the water surface. Several affluent individuals and the crew had exited the cabin and were awaiting the descent of the grabber, their eyes occasionally darting toward the water surface, anxious that the fish might once again lash out and capsize their vessel. At this moment, the grabber had halted right in front of them. Away! Lower it a bit more. This apparatus is too high. The grabber had come to rest at the water surface, but it still towered over them by more than a person's height, rendering it impossible for them to climb aboard. Just as Lu Zhonghua finished speaking, the cables atop the crane began to lower again, and the grabber continued its slow descent. The grabber's undercarriage had already submerged deeply into the water, causing ripples to dance across the surface. As the grabber neared alignment with the yacht, Lu Zhonghua shouted, "All right." The grabber immediately halted in place. The wealthy patrons, already growing impatient, gingerly approached the grabber, each nursing their injuries. Yet, they paused once more before the apparatus. Although Lu Zhonghua directed the crane, he was the last to arrive at the grabber's side. He was puzzled as to why the individuals ahead did not descend, and as he approached, he hesitated as well. The grapple plunged nearly 3 meters deep, and they were all in a state of injury. If they were to leap down, they would surely be bruised and battered. Yet, the prospect of jumping seemed far preferable to facing that formidable fish. Lu Zhonghua, having made his decision, prepared to leap. Just then, a tremendous roar reverberated nearby. They beheld a colossal fish leaping out of the water, estimated to be over 3 meters long and weighing 400 to 500 pounds. However, its emergence was rather peculiar. It burst forth sideways rather than head first, as one would expect. Before they could ponder this anomaly, a massive mouth broke the surface, gaping wide like an abyss, and lunged toward the fish. The sheer force of the impact allowed the enormous mouth to catch up to the fish in midair. Astonishingly, it was large enough to swallow the 3-meter creature whole. With a resounding crunch, the fish was devoured in an instant, the motion as swift as lightning. Almost immediately, a plume of blood mist erupted from behind its gills. One could hardly fathom the immense biting power required to disperse blood into vapor. At that moment, a significant portion of the fish's body was visible above the water. If one overlooked the underwater spectacle, the giant arowana appeared akin to a dragon, its unparalleled presence leaving every observer in the reservoir in awe. The exposed section measured an impressive 4 meters. All gazed in terror at the scene, some even contemplating what fate would befall them should they find themselves in the fish's maw. Once again, the reservoir erupted into chaos. The shock of this spectacle was overwhelming, reminiscent of the moment in Jurassic Park when the plesiosaurus leapt from the water. Though the giant arowana may not have possessed the cinematic grandeur of the plesiosaurus, it was very much a living reality before them. Yang Rulin streamed the entire event live, and within mere minutes, her viewer count skyrocketed from a typical 20,000 to over 2 million. The barrage of comments in her stream was relentless, filled with confusion, astonishment, and concern. "Oh my God! Spam! Ah! Spam! What on earth is happening?" Jeremy gazed at the half-submerged body, muttering to himself. No, this size is incorrect." One of his team members interjected. "Jeremy, what's wrong?" he asked urgently. Initially, that fish was only 7 or 8 meters long. Now, this one is at least over 10 meters. There are 2 giant arowanas in this reservoir. Meanwhile, the enormous arowana had descended back into the depths, its massive form creating waves that surged several meters high. The waves crashed against the small yacht, causing it to sway violently. The passengers clung to the edges of the vessel to steady themselves. "If you want to jump, I shall," exclaimed one daring soul. The crew member at the helm, visibly terrified, could not bear to remain there any longer. Although the height of the grapple was intimidating, jumping down would only risk a foot injury at worst. However, if one were to plunge into the water, the threat of being bitten by a fish loomed large, potentially reducing a person to mere mist. Just as he lifted his foot to leap, he sensed a shadow looming above him. The group turned to witness a colossal tail descending from the sky. With a thunderous crash, it struck the hull, but fortunately, those prepared to use the grapple had already scrambled to the opposite side. Otherwise, that single swipe could have turned them into a mere pulp. The immense force caused the yacht to tilt dangerously. Although the tail had not directly hit anyone, they were still precariously positioned outside the vessel. The tilt sent everyone tumbling toward the reservoir, with 2 individuals falling headfirst into the grapple. The others were flung into the water. As they hit the surface, a soul-chilling terror enveloped them. It felt as though, in the next heartbeat, the gargantuan alligator gar would emerge from the depths, its cavernous maw poised to swallow them whole, transforming them into a sanguine mist and excreting them as mere refuse. Chapter 117. Danger averted, everyone rescued. Fortunately, several individuals were proficient swimmers. Bolstered by fear, they intensely focused on their feet, swiftly swimming towards the surface. As they broke through the water's surface, they gasped for air with great urgency. However, the splashes that erupted cascaded down upon them. causing them to choke on several mouthfuls of water, nearly leading to suffocation. The physical injuries, compounded by their psychological terror, alongside the choking water, instilled a profound sense of despair as they gazed longingly at the distant shore. The fates of the two wealthy individuals who had fallen into the grab bucket remained unknown. Yet, given the manner of their descent, it was unlikely they fared any better. Perhaps they were fortunate, as water had seeped into the grab bucket through its crevices, providing some cushion against the immense force of the falling object. While the water was shallow, it was certainly better than none at all. The harrowing scenes had plunged the onlookers on the shore into a hushed silence once more. All the fishermen had abandoned their lines, fearing that a careless moment might result in ensnaring that monstrous entity and dragging themselves into the depths. Although everyone was acutely aware that the two figures were now at the center of the water, far beyond the reach of their hooks, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the water's edge. It seemed that proximity to the surface could spell danger. Chu Wei sat there, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, he frantically shook Lu Sun beside him. "Quick, Lu Sun, help me think of a solution. I know you're the smartest." Lu Sun, slightly breathless from the shaking, hurriedly replied, Stop. I'm thinking. I'll come up with something immediately." Only then did Chu Wei cease his frantic motions, anxiously observing the scene of disaster. Abruptly, an idea seemed to strike him, and he excitedly seized the walkie-talkie. "Away, quickly submerge the grab bucket entirely. Let them swim inside." "Received, young Master Chu." Away's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, tinged with tension. His own anxiety was palpable. Disregarding their identities, these were lives at stake. In the next moment, the grab bucket began to descend slowly into the water. The individuals on the surface, witnessing this, understood its implications. Grasping at the last glimmer of hope, they fervently swam towards the grab bucket, originally situated close to it on the vessel. They had been scattered around its vicinity when tossed overboard. With a few dog-paddling strokes, they gradually reached the side of the grab bucket. By now, the upper opening of the grab bucket was nearly level with the water surface. Moments later, it was completely submerged. Water surged violently into the grab bucket through the upper opening. The current swept several individuals directly inside, propelling them downwards. A whirlpool formed at the bottom, disorienting them amidst the swirling chaos. Occasionally, they collided with one another, and some unfortunate souls struck the iron walls nearby. At that moment, the group resembled laundry in a washing machine, endlessly tumbling about. In just a few brief seconds, the entire grab bucket was filled to the brim with water. As they revolved, one could occasionally glimpse a head breaking the surface, frantically shouting something. Meanwhile, a greater number of individuals had succumbed to the currents, exhibiting no signs of struggle. It seemed they had completely lost consciousness. At that moment, it appeared evident that everyone was ensnared within the grasp of the claw. While the tower crane began its gradual ascent, the claw slowly lifted away from the water's surface, moving skyward. Onlookers around the reservoir, witnessing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. The claw emerged. Its formidable structure suggested that the fish could not possibly withstand it. What a nerve-wracking ordeal. At last they were saved. Indeed, this resembled an epic disaster film. Yet, there remained a disparity. In typical disaster narratives, such a juncture would surely entail further peril. In the very next instant, a shadow rapidly enlarged beneath the claw. Just as everyone believed safety had been attained, that monstrous arapaima lunged from the depths. Its entire body leapt towards the claw, which had not yet fully emerged from the water. At that moment, the man who had previously remarked on the potential for danger was met with furious glares from those around him. "Brother, a reverse prophet, indeed. Surely your words carry a curse." The sun blazed fiercely. The scales of the arapaima shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a dazzling, ever-changing metallic iridescence. The hues danced between crimson, green, gold, and violet, enchanting and surreal. Coupled with its elongated form, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary dragon. However, at this juncture, it embodied mystery and demise. In the next heartbeat, its head breached the apex of the claw, reaching the zenith of its power. It then plummeted downward, only to tragically discover that its massive body had become ensnared atop the claw. Perhaps its intent was to devour those trapped within. Yet, it seemed oblivious to the fact that the claw was continuously ascending and at a swift pace. Thus, the arapaima found itself precariously lodged above. The few individuals still conscious within the claw were left in shock. As the colossal fish descended, they felt as though the specter of death had arrived. Nevertheless, instinctively, they submerged into the depths. Upon witnessing the fish sprawled across the claw, they finally exhaled in relief. Yet, this species was notorious for its explosive strength. With great force, it lashed its tail against the side of the claw, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Clang! The reverberation echoed throughout the reservoir. The arapaima continued its desperate struggle, its body retreating slightly. Clang! Another resounding crash. The claw trembled violently from the impact. However, this could not impede the claw's relentless ascent. As the claw rose ever higher, the arapaima seemed agitated, twisting its body with haste. Clang! 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 The sounds incessantly reverberated above the waters of the reservoir. At long last, after a fierce struggle, the massive arapaima plummeted downward. With a resounding splash, it plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. At this moment, the grapple ceased its ascent and began to move parallel towards the dam. Meanwhile, at the inner edge of the grapple where the arapaima had been thrashing, a metallic glimmer swayed back and forth as it descended into the depths. This object gradually settled at the bottom, wedged perfectly against the inner edge of the grapple. Oh, how fortunate! Thank the heavens! Gratitude to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West. The onlookers around the reservoir exhaled in relief, erupting into jubilant cheers as if celebrating a hard-fought victory. Little did they know, within the grapple, at the bottom, several individuals were still swaying inside. Chapter 118. Fear not. I typically maintain a speed of 60 to 70 on such roads. Shen Lang and Wang Peng were hastily making their way here. At this moment, they had already exited the county town and were traveling along the national highway towards the reservoir. Shen Lang was engrossed in watching Yang Rulin's live stream on his phone. Upon observing the grapple moving towards the dam, he felt a slight sense of relief. However, the situation was evidently not particularly optimistic. Wang Peng was speeding, driven by Shen Lang's urgency, and their speed had surged to over 110. Fortunately, the infrastructure was impressive, with a national highway boasting 4 lanes in each direction, and the traffic was relatively sparse, allowing for a smooth drive. But in the next moment, Wang Peng slammed on the brakes. Shen Lang, caught off guard while watching the live stream, lurched forward. Thankfully, he had fastened his seatbelt. Otherwise, he would have collided with the dashboard. Nonetheless, the rebound from the sudden stop forced Shen Lang's back harshly against the seat, aggravating an existing injury, causing him to grimace in pain. Why the sudden brake? He exclaimed. Police! Police! Wang Peng pointed ahead. Shen Lang glanced forward and indeed saw 2 police cars ahead. They were not traffic police, so there was no need for excessive concern. Even if they were, the worst that could happen was a minor penalty, which seemed laughable to Shen Lang. Wang Peng, momentarily taken aback, offered an awkward apology. Sorry, Lang, I got a bit anxious. However, in the next instant, Shen Lang felt a jolt of realization. Surely those officers aren't heading to our reservoir. As Wang Peng prepared to accelerate past them, Shen Lang cautioned, slow down, let's follow them for now. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Lang reasoned that with so many people present and a potentially hazardous situation unfolding, it was entirely normal for someone to have alerted the authorities. As long as no harm had befallen the wealthy individuals involved, the situation should not escalate too severely. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed the competition might be in jeopardy. What about his goal of 1,000 pounds? How could he resolve his predicament? If Shen Lang's fishing system could indeed be relied upon, he would certainly be compelled to take action. With a deep sigh, Shen Lang concluded that he would have to take things as they came. They were now quite close to the fork in the road that led to the mountain path towards their village. After 2 more minutes, the fork came into view. Shen Lang urged Wang Peng, hurry and overtake them. Wang Peng understood the cue and accelerated past them. Just before entering the narrow road, he completed the overtaking maneuver and veered onto the small path, with the 2 police cars also turning onto the same route behind them. Shen Lang observed this scene in the rearview mirror. It seemed highly likely that they were indeed heading towards the reservoir. Is a mountain road passable? Drive faster. Shen Lang directed Wang Peng. Rest assured, I usually maintain a speed of 60 to 70 on such roads. Wang Peng replied, pressing the accelerator with determination. He was not exaggerating. Aside from slowing down for turns, he normally drove at least 60 and, at times, could reach a speed of 100. However, this predicament has truly tormented Shen Lang. His back has been incessantly rubbing against the seat, causing such discomfort that he can only hunch forward. One hand clutches the armrest tightly, while the other braces against the seat behind him. Yet, in his determination to return home swiftly, he must endure. Meanwhile, at the reservoir, the grab bucket has ascended above the dam. Suddenly, a loud splash resonates as the bucket opens below, sending water cascading in all directions. Simultaneously, the individuals inside tumble to the ground, swept away by the torrent. Nearby, others rush in, prepared to rescue those in peril. Chu Wei frantically searches through the crowd for his uncle. "Brother Wei, Uncle Lu is here." At that moment, Lu Sun's voice calls out. Lu Zhonghua has been carried away by the water. Chu Wei hastens towards him. Lu Zhonghua lies with his eyes shut, appearing somewhat listless. Blood trickles from his head, and he bears numerous abrasions on his hands and feet. It remains uncertain whether he has sustained further injuries. Indeed, he presents a most pitiable sight. Others fare a little better. With some in even worse condition, blood flows from one place or another, and heads are bruised. After all, they collided with one another countless times in that tumultuous water. Among the 8 individuals present, only 3 remain conscious, while the others sit in a daze, as if the entire ordeal is merely a nightmare from which they have yet to awaken. Chu Wei gently lays Lu Zhonghua down, pausing for a moment as if grappling with a difficult decision. Then, he leans forward abruptly, clearly intending to administer artificial respiration. However, before he can get close, a slap lands sharply on his face, sending him staggering to the side. "You little rascal, what do you think you're doing?" Lu Zhonghua weakly protests. "Uncle, you're awake?" "I'm damned, well, not unconscious." "Then why were your eyes closed? Is it wrong for me to want a moment of peace?" "Oh, who is this peace?" "Does Aunt know?" Lu Zhonghua is left speechless, truly wishing for nothing more than silence at that moment. After a brief pause, he finally speaks. "Xiao Wei, your uncle owes you his life this time. Then, can you spare a little pocket money? Get lost." Meanwhile, others are attending to the unconscious wealthy individuals. Among them are several medical professionals, including the doctor from earlier that morning, who is currently assessing Old Mo's injuries. Old Mo appears to have sustained the most severe injuries, having fallen from the boat into the grab bucket. He has a sprained ankle, multiple abrasions, and head trauma. An X-ray at the hospital is necessary to ascertain the full extent of his injuries. After the doctor's preliminary examination, other individuals gradually regain consciousness. However, 2 of them have fractured legs, and 1 has a mild concussion. Most bear some injuries, including one affluent individual who has a gaping wound measuring over 20 centimeters on his leg, which continues to bleed profusely, presenting a rather horrifying sight. Yet, amidst this misfortune, there lies a sliver of fortune. "Quick, take them to the hospital. Do not linger here," the doctor shouted. He hurriedly rushed to assist the wealthy individual whose leg had been grievously injured. Nearby, another physician was applying pressure to the wound, employing emergency measures to staunch the bleeding. Meanwhile, others were being successively lifted onto a large bus, facilitating the doctor's ability to monitor them closely. Should any adverse reactions occur, prompt medical attention could be administered. Before long, everyone had been loaded onto the bus, which then began to move slowly. "Brother Wei, are you certain you do not wish to attend to your uncle?" Lu Sun inquired, glancing at the eerily calm Chu Wei beside him. "I cannot. I must avenge my uncle." Lu Sun regarded Chu Wei with a look of astonishment upon hearing this declaration. At that moment, no one dared to cast their lines, fearing the monstrous creature that lurked beneath the surface. The reservoir below was barely visible, as most individuals had retreated to the dam above. Meanwhile, discussions about the day's events circulated among the crowd. The dramatic unfolding of the situation was truly cinematic in nature. Chu Wei then gazed towards the water tank beside the leaderboard, where the fish that had injured Shen Lang resided. "I shall borrow this fish from my brother. Surely he will not hold it against me." "No way, are you serious?" Chapter 119. Seal off the reservoir and bring the owner here immediately. "Will you assist me?" Chu Wei gazed at Lu Sun, who nodded resolutely. "Yes, I must help." "Very well, let us proceed." With that, the 2 commanded the tower crane to lower the grab bucket. Just as the bucket was about to reach its destination, an object fell from above. It was roughly the size of a small basin and landed with a resounding thud. This object fell beside the grab bucket, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. "Ove, halt!" At the command, the bucket paused. Chu Wei took a few steps forward, crouched beside the object, and picked it up. To his surprise, it was quite heavy, weighing several pounds. "What is this, Brother Wei?" Lu Sun approached, eyeing the item in Chu Wei's hand with curiosity. "It appears to be a fish scale," Chu Wei remarked, studying the object. "Wow, it's enormous. From a distance, it didn't seem that impressive, but up close, it's larger than my biggest dinner plate at home. This is a good omen. It signifies that we are destined to capture him." With that, Chu Wei set the scale aside and resumed his vengeful endeavor. Chu Wei and Lu Sun lowered the grab bucket again and replaced it with several oversized fishhooks, attaching the nearly 300-pound fish, Shen Lang. As the fish struggled, it was gradually pulled toward the center of the reservoir. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed office, a middle-aged man scrutinized a report in his hands. Shen Lang, male, 25 years old, a meticulously detailed dossier lay before him, chronicling 3 generations of his family lineage, alongside Shen Lang's educational background from elementary through university. Alarmingly, even recent contacts and actions were recorded with precision. After a prolonged examination, the man picked up another document, this one concerning Wang Peng. All pertinent information was similarly laid out. However, he merely glanced through it before setting it down. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired of the young man standing nearby. "I find the situation quite peculiar. The fish in that reservoir have surpassed biological growth limits." The middle-aged man gestured for him to continue. "I have also researched that reservoir. It was abandoned due to underground river issues. Yet it has accumulated such a vast amount of water in a remarkably short time, which is evidently abnormal." The middle-aged man questioned, "And what of the reservoir owner and this young man named Wang Peng? What power do they possess?" The young man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not know. It may be related to the reservoir. Interestingly, there are numerous legends circulating about it." "Oh, what legends?" "There is a myth, described at the bottom of the documents you hold," the young man replied, stepping forward to retrieve several sheets from the bottom of the stack. The middle-aged man perused the collection of mythological tales, his gaze involuntarily narrowing. "This is remarkable. It could easily be adapted into a television series." After briefly skimming through, he set aside, "Can one truly believe in such things? If they were real, we would need to establish a specialized department." The young man seemed to hold this legend in high esteem. "To be honest, I am skeptical too, yet the phenomena here defy explanation without belief." "Very well. Let us first summon those 2 young fellows for a discussion. As for the entities in the water, capture a few specimens for the research lab. I believe they will find it quite intriguing." Just as the young man was about to respond, his phone rang. He glanced at it before directing his gaze towards the middle-aged man, who nodded, prompting him to answer. "Hello, Chief. An extraordinary creature has been discovered in the reservoir, and several individuals have been injured, with near-fatal consequences. Be more specific. No need for alarmist rhetoric." The young man retorted sternly, casting a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man. "Oh, their SA video. Once you see it, you'll understand. I'll send it to you immediately." The call ended promptly. Soon after, a video arrived. The young man placed it before the middle-aged man, and they began watching together. The footage depicted the wealthy individuals being attacked, captured from a perspective of Li Rulin's live stream. The young man watched with rapt attention, while the middle-aged man's furrowed brow deepened with each passing moment. The video was lengthy, yet they refrained from fast-forwarding, absorbing every detail until the affluent individuals were finally loaded onto a bus, marking the end of the footage. The middle-aged man's expression remained tense. After a long silence, he commanded, "Seal off the reservoir and bring the owner to me immediately." "Understood," the young man replied, preparing to depart. "Wait, ensure that those 2 fish are captured. If it proves impossible, then dispose of them. I'll instruct the research team to arrive tomorrow. We must avoid any complications. Rest assured, Chief, the task will be accomplished." The young man exited the room, leaving the middle-aged man to ponder over Shen Lang's dossier in silence. After a considerable time, he mused, what secrets lie within this place? Shen Lang finally arrived at the reservoir, but by the time he got there, all the injured individuals had already departed. On their way, they had spotted the bus. Yet Shen Lang and his companions assumed it was merely transporting tourists. Thus they paid it no mind, especially since a row of buses trailed behind. Fishing had been suspended due to the creature in the water, leading many visitors to choose to return, disheartened by the lack of entertainment. However, the anglers were less inclined to leave. Although they dared not continue fishing, Most remained reluctant to depart, particularly as Chu Wei began to reel in a colossal fish weighing nearly 300 pounds. The anglers were well aware of his intentions. How could they miss such a spectacle? They clustered together on the dam or found elevated spots in the surrounding woodlands, all eyes fixed on the center of the reservoir, intermittently engaging in conversation and sharing their perspectives. Do you think a tower crane could bring that fish up? It seems that little one weighs at least over 3,000 pounds. My friend, the unit of measurement for tower cranes is generally in tons. I believe that as long as that giant fish dares to bite, it won't escape. Did you not see how many hooks that wealthy heir used? Dozens. Once it swallows one, it's impossible to retrieve it. If it truly gets hoisted up, there would be no need for a competition. They might as well announce the winner immediately. Upon disembarking, Shen Lang quickly sensed that something was amiss. Everyone was scattered, gazing down towards the reservoir. As Shen Lang approached, he grasped the situation. He also spotted Chu Wei directing from a distance. However, this time, he did not approach Chu Wei. Instead, he called Yang Rulin. As soon as the call connected, he heard her voice. Lang, have you arrived? We are in the small wooden house. At her words, Shen Lang made his way towards the wooden cabin. Chapter 120. I must catch it. My life depends on you. Upon entering the quaint wooden cabin, I found Yang Rulin, my parents, my uncle and aunt, along with several villagers gathered within. However, it was evident that the atmosphere was rather unsettling. Lang, what on earth is going on with that creature in the water? I noticed that a few individuals are quite seriously injured. You aren't harmed, are you? As soon as I stepped inside, Shan Tiankai hurried over to inquire. It's nothing. Those individuals will recover in time. At most, I may need to compensate them a bit, I reassured them. I heard those individuals are wealthy. Will compensation suffice? They won't seek revenge on us, will they? We live in a society governed by law. What is there to fear? Indeed, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If they dare to confront us, they shall not escape unscathed. In an instant, the cabin erupted into a cacophony of voices. After soothing them for a while, I pulled Yang Rulin aside to a corner and inquired about the injuries sustained by those affluent individuals. This matter had the potential to escalate. If they pursued the issue, given their influence, it could become a monumental problem. Conversely, if we could resolve it amicably, it would be a trivial affair. From Yang Rulin's account, I gleaned that 3 individuals were severely injured. 2 had fractured legs, and 1 had sustained a 20-centimeter gash on his calf. The others had only minor bruises or abrasions. I understand now. I will make a call to discuss this with them. I took out my phone and dialed Liu Zhonghua's number. After all, he was the one I was most familiar with among them, and according to Yang Rulin, his injuries were relatively minor. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Uncle Liu. How are you all faring? Ah, the busy one finally remembers to call us. I suppose you've just become aware of the situation? Indeed. I won't waste your time. Those gentlemen are quite resentful about this incident. I fell silent, cautiously probing. How about I communicate with them and cover the medical expenses entirely, along with an additional 5 million as compensation for their distress? Oh, you are quite affluent, aren't you? But do we look like we are short a few million? I can increase the amount if need be. I was abruptly interrupted by Liu Zhonghua. Let us not beat around the bush. We desire the kind of power that you and that young man possess. We are aware you have a way to achieve this. If you can make it happen, we shall consider this matter settled, and we will remain your staunch allies. A sigh of relief washed over me. As long as they had conditions, that was sufficient. Besides, their demands were ultimately open to the public once I leveled up. However, I naturally had to feign reluctance. Uncle Liu, it's not that I am unwilling, but this opportunity is limited, and it requires talent. Liu Zhonghua seemed to grow impatient. Just tell me whether you agree or not. I deliberately hesitated before responding. Very well, but I cannot guarantee that you will acquire the skills. To be unable to learn is simply one's fate. All that is required is your consent. Uncle Liu, it is essential that you inform the county office, for this matter may cause a stir in certain areas. As a humble citizen, I fear I lack the influence. Rest assured, arrangements will be made for you. Just after Shen Lang hung up the phone, he noticed 2 police cars approaching around the bend of the reservoir. These were the very vehicles that had initially been left behind by Shen Lang and his companions. Momentarily, the cars halted not far from the wooden cabin, and several officers disembarked. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang decided to approach them. The arrival of the officers attracted much attention, as many curious onlookers gathered. After all, The urge to witness a spectacle is ingrained in the very essence of this culture. Hello, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Shen Lang asked. Are you the person in charge here? One officer scrutinized Shen Lang with a discerning gaze. Indeed, I am the proprietor of this establishment. Are you Shen Lang? Yes. I am Shen Lang. Very well, please accompany us. With that, the officer stepped aside, gesturing for Shen Lang to enter the vehicle. Shen Lang felt perplexed. This was not the usual procedure. Why were they summoning him without any inquiries? Had Uncle Liu not yet made the necessary introductions? Or was there a delay in communication? Officer, I have already reached an understanding with the injured parties. If you wish, you may verify with your director. This is a direct order from our director. There is no need for further confirmation. The officer replied. May I make a phone call first? Shen Lang asked. Get in the car. You can make your call once you're inside. At that moment, villagers emerged from the small cabin, having observed the unfolding situation. Xiao Lang, what is happening? Uncle Air approached with concern. Nothing to worry about. The officer asked me to go to the county office for a brief matter. I just need to make a phone call. The officer seemed irritated by Shen Lang's defiance. Did you not hear me asking you to get in the car and make your call there? He took a few steps closer, extending his hand towards Shen Lang, clearly intent on using force. Before Shen Lang could react, several villagers expressed their discontent. A few spirited young men stepped forward to shield him from the officer. Observing the escalating tension, other officers moved closer as well. What do you intend to do? What do you want? What do you want? Xiao Lang merely said he needed to make a phone call. Are you planning to use force? The officer persisted. We have orders from above. We ask for your cooperation, or we will not be so lenient. Come on then. Let us see how you will be unyielding. The villagers began to rally in resistance. The women, having finally glimpsed hope in their lives, were determined not to allow Shen Lang to be taken away. They erupted in protest, knowing that some could berate for an entire day without pause. Meanwhile, the young men remained resolute in their simple yet steadfast resolve. One cannot help but ponder the nature of this place. Do you believe your uncle can act with impunity? What began as a mere verbal altercation swiftly escalated into shoving. Shen Lang promptly reached for his phone, intending to call Lu Zhonghua. However, the device rang, displaying none other than Lu Zhonghua's name. As Shen Lang answered, he was about to inquire whether they had yet exchanged greetings when he was met with a perplexing statement from Lu Zhonghua. Shen Lang, have you offended any significant figures? Shen Lang was taken aback. How could he have offended any notable individuals? In fact, the most formidable figures he had recently encountered were right before him. Uncle Liu, what is the matter? When I attempted to call, they instructed me not to inquire further. Perplexed, Shen Lang pondered whom he could have possibly wronged. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could the crisis the system had alluded to be this? Just then, an explosive sound reverberated throughout the entire reservoir. Bang! Instantly, screams erupted. Shen Lang looked up to see a man pointing a gun skyward, the barrel still emitting smoke. It was evident that the thunderous noise had originated from there. Stay still. Anyone who dares to obstruct law enforcement will find themselves facing bullets. The man turned his gaze towards Shen Lang, commanding sternly, Get in the car. Shen Lang understood that if this was indeed an order from above, there was truly no room for negotiation. He could only hope that the last 1,000 pounds would facilitate a system upgrade. At that moment, Chu Wei and Lu Sun hastily approached, clearly having witnessed the chaos unfolding. Shen Lang glanced at the crane suspended in the air and made his way toward Chu Wei. Do you wish to resist arrest? One of the men shouted as Shen Lang moved backward. In 2 swift strides, Shen Lang reached Chu Wei and quickly slipped his hand inside Chu Wei's clothing. You must catch it. My life depends on you. Chapter 121. The final hope in the sprint for the 1,000-pound behemoth Chu Wei was momentarily taken aback as he felt the bulging object within his clothing. His curiosity piqued. Stealing a glance, an exhilarating rush coursed through him. He had utilized this item once before, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. The last time, Shen Lang had claimed it was no longer available, and since then, Chu Wei had refrained from inquiring further. Yet now, it had been willingly placed into his hands. Clearly, his brother was in genuine peril this time. A wave of fervor surged within Chu Wei's heart. He was about to avenge his uncle while simultaneously rescuing his brother. Truly, he felt like a great hero. With a determined gaze, Chu Wei looked towards Shen Lang, brimming with ambition. After concluding his words, Shen Lang turned to walk away. As he passed by the villagers, he reassured them, "Do not worry. Everything is fine. They are merely injured. I shall return shortly." Shen Lang felt compelled to fabricate a lie. After all, the truth would alter nothing. It was better to alleviate their concerns. With that, he headed toward the police car. "Xiao Lang, please stay safe. Call if anything happens." The villagers were at a loss for words, resorting to verbal expressions of concern. Shen Lang waved them off and proceeded towards the vehicle. All eyes were glued to this scene in silence. Only when the car disappeared around the corner did the murmurs begin. What has the boss done to warrant such an arrest? I have no idea. Could it be that those wealthy elites have exerted their influence? That seems plausible, otherwise it would be inconceivable. Alas, it appears the competition has completely fallen through. No one need come tomorrow. So, can we still fish here in the future? Dare you fish after this? The villagers continued to speculate about Shen Lang's departure, pondering the unfolding events. Only Chu Wei, undeterred, retrieved his walkie-talkie and addressed Wei on the crane. "Wei, hoist the fish up. I have some potent bait." From his belongings, Chu Wei produced his prize bait. "Ah, 2 bags. My brother truly is wonderful to me." He fetched a basin and began to knead the bait. With Shen Lang taken away, an odd atmosphere enveloped the scene. Some chose to depart, yet many remained, eager to witness whether the affluent air could indeed draw the fish from the depths. If not for this, most would have likely vacated, as there was little reason to linger without the opportunity to fish and with the boss gone. Thus, the remaining anglers sought a comfortable vantage point to observe Chu Wei's performance. As the crane gradually lifted the fish, Chu Wei had no intention of exchanging it. Instead, he directly placed the bait into the fish's mouth. His aim was clear. He intended to catch one of the 2 colossal catfish, disregarding all other catches. Perhaps those who had succumbed to madness possessed a diminished sense of self-awareness. Once the bait was prepared, the crane gently lowered the fish into the reservoir center. Chu Wei held his breath, eagerly watching the surface of the water. He believed that this bait would soon bring him unexpected surprises. In a rather inconspicuous corner of the reservoir, a figure arrived. He extracted a fishing rod and from his backpack retrieved a packet of bait identical to the one used by Chu Wei. This man was none other than Wang Peng. He vividly recalled the words Shen Lang had spoken to him in the car. "Once you get out, make your way to the depths of the reservoir to fish. Remember, you must catch over 1,000 pounds. If it's too heavy to haul in, cut it immediately, and if it's too small, discard it at once." Wang Peng remembered the anxious expression on Shen Lang's face as he uttered these words, a mix of urgency and unease. Thus, Wang Peng ventured into the reservoir, equipped for the task ahead. Uncertain of why Shen Lang insisted he personally reel in 1,000 pounds of fish, Wang Peng understood it to be of utmost importance, compelling him to exert every effort. He began to knead the bait, and while it soaked and fermented in the water, he rummaged through his backpack for several cards Shen Lang had gifted him, along with instructions for their use. The cards were exquisitely crafted from an unknown material, inscribed with several phrases. Double strength card. Lasts for 1 hour. Double strength card. Lasts for half an hour. Double endurance card. Lasts for 3 hours. Double endurance card. Lasts for 1 hour. Though Wang Peng had mastered the skills, he was still taken aback when Shen Lang explained the card's significance. Was this world, indeed, still the familiar one? At that moment, cheers erupted from the direction of the dam. "Wow, caught one. Damn, incredible." Wang Peng turned his gaze toward the center of the reservoir. Indeed, the steel wire was incessantly moving. The buzzing sound of the line, slicing through the air, reached his ears. Unmoved, he grasped his fishing rod and approached the water's edge. "Away, pull up a bit and see if it's that creature," Chu Wei exclaimed excitedly into the intercom. "Roger that, young Master Chu." No sooner had he spoken than the crane began to operate, pulling the steel wire upward. The wire trembled, clearly indicating that something beneath the surface was strenuously struggling. The line was taut, and the crane's arm seemed to quiver. Whether it was the efficacy of the numerous large fishhooks or sheer luck, the creature continued to resist fiercely without coming loose. Suddenly, the wire ceased to sway, as if tranquility had returned. Did it come off the hook? It seems so. Why pull it straight up? It should have been eased out slowly. It was indeed a pity. He wondered which fish had bitten the hook, but that was inconsequential now, as it had come loose. Chu Wei observed the now motionless wire and pondered whether he had indeed been too hasty. He should have allowed it to tire a bit longer. However, if it wasn't one of the 2 prize catches, he felt it would be meaningless. Thus, he resolved to ensure the outcome. Alas, if it doesn't work out, we'll just fish again. Chu Wei was aware that he was feeling anxious, yet he could comprehend the emotions behind it. Just as he was about to reach for the walkie-talkie to instruct a way to maneuver the tower crane closer, a fisherman suddenly shouted, "Look, there's something in the water!" Before anyone could react, a shadow beneath the surface swelled larger and then burst forth into the sky. With a splash, a colossal figure leaped from the water beside the tower's steel cables. Under the sunlight, its scales shimmered with iridescent hues. It was none other than the gigantic arapaima that had consumed Chu Wei's thoughts. At that moment, more than half of the creature's body had breached the surface, thrashing and gaping its mouth, evidently in distress. That portion of its body, which was fully exposed, measured at least 6 to 7 meters in length. "It's really it, the arapaima," someone exclaimed. "Wow, that's quite a big one. How fortunate can one be? But just how heavy is it? It looks terrifying. I can't shake the feeling that the crane might not be able to lift this fish." Another voice chimed in. "Come on, don't you know? This crane can handle at least 20 to 30 tons. How much can this fish weigh?" As the arapaima finally soared out of the water, seemingly reaching its zenith, its body halted its ascent and plummeted rapidly back into the depths. The steel wire caught in its jaws followed suit, plummeting with such velocity that it produced a resonant hum in the air. With a thunderous splash, the massive fish re-entered the reservoir, sending waves soaring over 20 meters high. Amidst the white froth, the silhouette of the fish vanished from sight. Chapter 122. A thrilling moment. I sensed this fish might topple the tower crane. In an instant, the fishing line became taut. Crash! A deafening sound reverberated from above the tower arm, causing it to sway momentarily. Away, what is happening? At that moment, Away, seated in the crane's control room, felt a tremor of fear, convinced that the crane was on the verge of collapse. The force of that fish falling must be immense. "I need to retract the arm slightly." "All right, exercise caution. Begin the fight with the fish now. Do not provoke it too much. We have ample time." "Understood, young Master Chu." Those versed in physics are aware that the longer the arm, the smaller the lever, thus the less weight it can lift. If the crane retracts the arm inward, it will be capable of hoisting heavier loads. Presently, the crane's arm was indeed drawing inwards. The fish, having entered the water, swam determinately in one direction. In an instant, the steel wire was pulled taut again. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed. The immense force caused the crane to sway violently, and the fisherman below could perceive the substantial movement. Away, gripped by anxiety, felt his heart momentarily halt as he observed the taut wire and the incessant shaking of the tower. He was engulfed in panic, terrified that the fish would topple the crane. Therefore, he hastily released the steel line to alleviate the strain. Given the size of the fish, it was at least 5,000 pounds. Generally, a fish's explosive strength is 2 to 3 times its weight, potentially reaching 6 to 7 tons. Moreover, the fish exerted a lateral pull, introducing an additional side force. If this force proved excessive, the crane itself might succumb to the strain. Away began to panic. It seemed they had overestimated the crane's strength. After days of fishing, he had never pondered this issue, for previously encountered fish weighed only a few hundred pounds and were no match for such a colossal structure. Even with a lateral pull, they could not hope to disturb it. Yet in that moment of violent swaying, he realized that such a possibility might indeed exist. "Young Master Chu, I fear the crane cannot withstand this and may topple." Away communicated through the intercom. At this juncture, the crane's wire continued to slacken as the fish swam further away, gradually forming a shifting triangle between the crane, the fish, and the water surface. Those familiar with physics understand this as a simple lever principle. For instance, to fell a tree, standing directly beneath it is futile. The farther one stand from the tree, the smaller the angle, making it easier to topple. Away, gripped by anxiety, began to slacken the wire, which could potentially be his gravest error. If the wire were fully extended, that moment might herald the crane's downfall. Yet, Away dared not cease his actions, for halting might precipitate its collapse in the very next instant. Meanwhile, many onlookers sensed something amiss. "Hey brother, how's your physics? Can you really hold it like this? I have a strong premonition that this fish is about to retaliate. It's not merely a hunch. It is undoubtedly going to strike back. Is there anyone who could elucidate the principle behind this?" I graduated from elementary school. Upon hearing Away's words, Chu Wei glanced at the current situation. He realized that matters were spiraling out of control and urgently exclaimed, "Away! Come down quickly! Safety is paramount." Without needing to be told, Away had already emerged from the tower crane control room and was swiftly descending the stairs. I dare say, he has never descended so rapidly in his life. Meanwhile, the fish continued to swim sideways, tugging at the steel cable of the crane. The crane's cable, typically quite lengthy, extended for dozens, if not hundreds of meters. At this point, the angle had exceeded 45 degrees, and the fish seemed to grow increasingly vigorous, charging relentlessly in that direction. Onlookers were filled with anxiety for the crane operator. Should the cable become taut, the crane would be unable to withstand such force. The operator, positioned dozens of meters above, could not afford to fall. The consequences would be severe. Climbing up had taken the operator over 20 minutes, and descending would still take at least 10. Time was of the essence. As they watched the fish relentlessly pull on the cable, their eyes were fixed on the operator's movements, their hearts lodged in their throats. This day might well be the most eventful they had ever experienced. They had first witnessed a massive fish overturning a small yacht, with a few wealthy passengers narrowly escaping. Now, they were on the brink of witnessing this creature's imminent counterattack on the crane. The protagonists of this drama were those two colossal catfish. With an undeniable air of dominance, they proclaimed to the anglers that this territory belonged to them. Meanwhile, at the far end of the reservoir, Wang Peng had meticulously prepared everything for fishing. He was now poised to commence the endeavor. Naturally, he had also observed the unfolding events, but was relegated to the role of a spectator. Should he manage to hook that fish, there would be no possibility of resistance. It would be an instant defeat. After all, the flaw in his skill lay in its initial weakness. Once it built up, it could become formidable, but if one could withstand the initial onslaught, then there would be a chance for a fair fight. Wang Peng baited his hook and cast it into the water, ready to activate his skill at any moment. Thanks to Shen Lang's bait, fish seldom took longer than 20 seconds to bite. Sure enough, after 7 or 8 seconds, he saw the float plunge sharply beneath the surface. Wang Peng yanked the line with fervor while simultaneously activating his skill. He found himself frozen in an unusual pose, the fishing line taut against an immense force, as if it might snap at any moment. Amidst the buzzing sound of the line slicing through the air, it swiftly moved toward the center of the reservoir. Concurrently, Wang Peng's body was being pulled toward the water's surface. Clearly, the fish beneath was beyond the capabilities of the current Wang Peng to confront. After all, his initial strength multiplier was merely 8, while the average human pulling strength ranged from 1.5 to 2 times their body weight. In contrast, a fish in the water exerted a pulling force of 2 to 3 times its weight. Thus, Wang Peng now finds himself unable to withstand anything exceeding 1,200 pounds. Presently, he gradually approaches the reservoir, indicating that the weight of the fish has surpassed his lifting capacity, albeit not by a considerable margin. Without hesitation, he retrieves a card from his pocket, emblazoned with the words "double strength card." With a firm squeeze, the card transforms into a cascade of luminescent particles that merge into Wang Peng's being. In an instant, he feels his strength surging rapidly. Within a fleeting moment, he perceives himself endowed with boundless power. A gentle tug stabilizes his stance. However, he believes it prudent to layer his skills for added security. Thus, he swiftly executes all the techniques of the Away 18 styles. Meanwhile, the tower crane operator, Away, has ascended a quarter of the distance. Breathing heavily, his legs ache from the continuous descent, yet he dares not pause. He understands that should the steel wire reach its limit, the tower crane is likely to succumb to the immense tension and collapse. Glancing at the remaining length of the wire, a sense of dread envelopes him. The realization dawns that little remains. A wave of helplessness washes over him, and in an instant, Away feels as though he has lost all strength. He slides down to the resting platform below, lying back and closing his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, contrary to his expectations of cataclysmic tremors, he is met instead with the thunderous cheers of the anglers below. Rising to peer down, Away observes that the wire no longer hangs taut, but has formed a graceful arc, continuously shifting. A sigh of relief escapes him. The thrill of narrowly escaping demise is exhilarating. Gazing at the reservoir, he perceives it as a fabled forbidden zone, rife with unknown dangers. At that moment, he astonishingly spots an angler fishing. Who would dare to fish in such circumstances? It appears he has indeed hooked a fish. Observing the angler's stance, Away is reminded of a certain individual, the remarkable figure capable of lifting 700 pounds with a single hand, who witnessed the entire ordeal from the tower crane. He wonders if this individual possesses the strength to confront that monstrous creature. Chapter 123: The Astonishing Techniques of Away, leaving fishermen in awe. The fishermen, who had been watching from below, were transfixed as the steel wire grew increasingly taut, their eyes wide with trepidation. Given the current circumstances, it seemed almost impossible for the tower crane to withstand the strain. However, in a surprising turn of events, the giant knife fish abruptly halted its advance. Had it continued swimming for just a few more meters, it might have achieved a remarkable reversal. Yet, fate offered no alternatives. The fish opted to retreat, thereby granting Away a fleeting chance at salvation. Feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, Away stood upright and resumed his ascent, albeit at a more measured pace than before. Conserving energy was paramount. Reckless haste could lead to disaster, as he could easily slip and fall if the fish did not topple the crane. Chu Wei gazed with disappointment at the tower crane suspended mid-air, unable to fathom that such a formidable piece of machinery could possess such vulnerabilities. Although his oversized hooks remained lodged in the fish's mouth, he found himself unable to continue the struggle. If he wished to re-engage in the battle, he would have to summon a larger crane. Yet, he was uncertain whether that machine would prove equally susceptible to a similar flaw. What if the knife fish made a sudden lateral dash and severed the crane's arm? Was Chu Wei doomed to failure? A wave of defiance surged within him. He still sought to avenge his uncle and save his brother. Lu Xuan, do you have any alternative methods? Chu Wei turned to Lu Xuan, who was often the most inventive among their circle. Lu Xuan shook his head, expressing his own sense of helplessness. In the sweltering summer heat, what options remained? Unless they could find a way to fish in winter, he too would be in dire straits, considering this was a tropical species. Chu Wei was taken aback. Are you suggesting that this creature is sensitive to cold? Lu Xuan continued. One of my uncles has a knife fish. In winter, they have to heat the water. Suddenly struck with an idea, Lu Xuan paused. Are you implying we should cool the water? Examining the reservoir's expansive surface, Lu Xuan shook his head. That is evidently impossible. Chu Wei countered. What if we administered a tranquilizer? With a sigh, Lu Xuan replied, Weiga, I understand your frustration, but that is a knife fish. No needle can penetrate it, especially not in the water. Chu Wei watched the steel wire below, still swaying in the water, feeling a blend of anger and helplessness. Meanwhile, the crane operator had safely descended to the ground, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. Some began to applaud, and soon the sound of clapping and cheers resonated across the dam. Everyone anticipated that he would approach to acknowledge their applause and embrace his newfound lease on life. To their astonishment, he instead ran towards the reservoir's depths. The fishermen were utterly perplexed. What could he possibly be doing in there? Was he too embarrassed to face anyone after relieving himself? Perhaps he simply couldn't hold it any longer. Come on, let us act like civilized individuals. In truth, the fishermen were arranged in a semicircle around the dam and the surrounding mountains. All eyes were now fixed on the crane operator. Simultaneously, attention was drawn towards the innermost part of the reservoir. From their vantage point on the mountainside, the fishermen were fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the scenery within the reservoir. Initially, their focus had been solely on the crane, without a careful observation of the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, a few fishermen stood up and exclaimed, "There is someone fishing in there. Goodness, is he not afraid for his life? It appears he is even reeling in a catch. How familiar that posture seems. Could it be Wang Peng? Let us go take a look." The group of fishermen hurried down from the mountain. Those on the dam overheard their remarks and turned their gazes inward. However, the mountains obstructed their view of the reservoir's interior. Driven by curiosity, everyone began to make their way towards the reservoir. In such circumstances, to dare to fish must surely require bravery, and to wrestle with a fish elevates one to the status of a hero. Thus, a throng of onlookers advanced towards the reservoir. At that moment, the crane operator, Ah Wei, had reached the spot where Wang Peng was fishing. Wang Peng was currently adopting peculiar postures, uttering enigmatic slogans. Ah Wei settled onto the grassy slope nearer to the mountain, choosing not to intrude. He sat quietly, watching Wang Peng fish. Having survived a harrowing experience, he felt a profound sense of happiness simply being able to observe someone else fishing in peace. However, this tranquility would not last long. In just a few minutes, people began to trickle in. The fishermen instinctively found the most comfortable positions, whether seated, crouched, or standing, all quietly observing Wang Peng as he fished. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding among them to refrain from disturbing him. Before long, the small hill behind them was filled with spectators. The last arrivals had no choice but to ascend the hill to catch a glimpse. Nevertheless, some fishermen quietly speculated among themselves. Goodness, it really is Wang Peng. Looks like he has hooked a big one. Last time, he single-handedly reeled in a 700-pound giant. How much do you think he'll pull up this time? I don't know, but judging by his relaxed demeanor, it probably isn't too large. Wang Peng was, of course, aware of their presence, yet he chose to ignore them. Besides, they were not intruding upon his space. He continued to execute each movement with utmost seriousness, loudly proclaiming every slogan. For those with social anxiety, uttering such suggestive phrases in front of a crowd might induce a desire to vanish into the ground. However, having faced numerous large-scale events, Wang Peng was unfazed. And when it comes to fishing, one must maintain focus. Thus, an unusual phenomenon began to unfold in the reservoir once again. Several hundred individuals gathered by the reservoir, captivated by the sight of a man twisting and turning. Their interest was palpable, and occasionally comments would arise. "Oh, that posture is quite impressive. Have you ever tried it?" "Ah, I considered it, but my wife is too shy." That simply means your training is lacking. Spending the entire day fishing leaves little time for training. Fishing is far more important. Indeed, you make a valid point, brother. From your tone, it seems your training is quite successful. Not all. I've divorced because of my passion for fishing. As Wang Peng executed each maneuver, he would tug at the line in various directions. When he employed the technique known as ice and fire, with a vigorous flick of the rod, a fish finally broke the surface of the water. It was a sizable bighead carp, far larger than any they had previously encountered. The moment its enormous head emerged, it elicited a collective gasp of astonishment from the onlookers. Chapter 124, The Tower Crane Strikes Back. Chu Wei raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, shall we haul in the fish together?" The head of the fish, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, gaped open like a large millstone. It could easily accommodate at least 2 individuals within its maw, although the giant bonefish had already left them in awe. The sight of its head being lifted still astonished everyone. The experience of witnessing such a marvel up close was vastly different from observing it from a distance. Wow! A collective gasp filled the area as excitement surged. This fish must weigh over 1,000 pounds. Judging by its proportions, it could be 1,000 and several hundred. It seemed to have gained even more strength, effortlessly lifting such a hefty creature. This mysterious power was truly alluring. Wang Peng continued with his next maneuvers. Each action brought the fish closer to the surface, eliciting gasps of astonishment with every emergence. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Some anglers began inviting their neighbors to join in, suggesting that they fish together. What was there to fear from the giant bonefish? Even if they didn't catch it, the most they would lose was a fishing rod. They needed more people. A smaller group wouldn't suffice for the spectacle. "Hey, brothers over there, let us go fishing." Sometimes, witnessing another's prowess can ignite within oneself a delusion of capability. For instance, while scrolling through Douyin, one might see a content creator achieving a remarkable 5 consecutive victories with Luna. The urge to play becomes irresistible. Yet, mere minutes later, one might close the game in frustration and return to scrolling. Such was the state of these anglers, and the number of those feeling this way was steadily increasing. At this moment, the atmosphere had dispelled their fears of the 2 colossal creatures. Meanwhile, Wang Peng had accumulated all his skills. He ceased other actions and began to tire the fish. Though he had never lost a catch since acquiring his skills, he opted for caution and chose to play it slow. After all, this fish was at least twice the weight of the 700-pounder. If his energy waned, bringing it to shore would be impossible. The image of that fish knocking another unconscious lingered in his mind. If he couldn't manage to reel it in, he would have to exhaust its stamina. This way, he could employ a strategy of numbers to bring it ashore. Otherwise, the risk of it slipping the hook would escalate dramatically. "Steady," was the mantra resonating in Wang Peng's mind. Observing his prolonged struggle with the fish, other anglers grew restless. Soon, a group of 10 to 20 individuals gathered, ready to fish together. Before commencing, they convened to discuss the distribution of tasks, who would lead the fishing, how to pull together, and how to rotate, amongst other details. They had become quite adept at this process, having navigated it for so long. Consequently, several teams began to engage in discussion. After a while, they had nearly concluded their deliberations and were preparing to depart. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the reservoir. Crash! Creak! The noise emanated from above. The onlookers glanced upward, witnessing that the crane had seemingly been severed by some force. It broke apart in the middle and toppled towards a dam. The steel wire remained taut and unyielding. The crowd quickly comprehended the situation. The massive fish had exerted its strength once again. This force had indeed torn the crane asunder. Their suspicions were confirmed. The crane could not withstand the pull of that colossal creature. After all, the crane's connections consisted merely of flanges and bolts, and even if those connections held firm, the structure itself might not endure. At that moment, the upper half of the crane twisted downward, followed by a resounding crash as it struck the ground. The small trees below were crushed to smithereens, and the control room was reduced to a heap of wreckage, glass scattered everywhere. Had anyone been inside, survival would have been impossible. The crane operator, away, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that had he still been atop the crane during such a forceful pull, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. He felt fortunate that death had spared him. The spot where the control room landed was precisely at the edge of the road leading up to the dam. At the start, Away had already instructed the crane arm to move backward as far as possible, so it was not far from that point, and the wire connected to the gigantic fish extended from there into the reservoir. Everyone was taken aback by this spectacle. If they had still been gathered there earlier, many would have been present in the area where the crane fell. Indeed, it had been severed. The colossal fish had successfully countered its foe. Disregarding everything else, it was time to fish. Yes, nothing could hinder our fishing endeavors. Thus, the anglers began to flock towards the side. Meanwhile, Chu Wei observed the long steel wire and the exuberant fisherman, when suddenly a wildly ambitious idea took shape in his mind. He shouted loudly, "Brothers, hold on a moment." Chu Wei leaped onto a large rock nearby. "I have an idea, a madcap idea, that requires our collective effort to realize. I wonder if any of you brothers are interested." As his voice echoed, the crowd paused and turned their attention to Chu Wei. They were all familiar with this prominent figure at the reservoir, rumored to be a wealthy heir. Many notable events at the reservoir in recent days had involved him, including a spectacular showdown between the crane and the colossal fish. Noticing that he had captured everyone's gaze, Chu Wei continued, "Look over there." Chu Wei pointed to the steel wire still ensnared in the mouth of the giant fish, declaring, "That fish has yet to unhook itself. We still possess hope. If we unite our efforts, perhaps we can draw it up." He shouted with fervor, his voice growing hoarse from the exertion. "We can muster 50 men. If 50 is insufficient, then 100 or even 200. We have nearly 500 brothers here. I refuse to believe we cannot bring up that fish." The crowd turned their gazes towards the steel wire, then to the parts submerged in water, which continued to sway restlessly. They glanced back at Chu Wei, the one who had proposed this audacious idea. It seemed that this fool, who had previously used 100 tons of corn for bait, had suddenly ignited with passion. "Brothers, are we in?" Chu Wei shouted with every ounce of strength he could muster, his voice piercing the air, moving hearts. He was unwilling to accept defeat. Previously indifferent to victory or loss, at this moment, he yearned to capture that fish. Though hope had seemed lost, he now sensed a glimmer of possibility. Chu Wei looked towards the anglers present, his eyes brimming with fervent desire. The anglers exchanged glances, and in that silent communication, a decision seemed to crystallize. "I'm in. So am I. Count me as well." The anglers, filled with enthusiasm, transformed the act of fishing into a battle-like fervor. Chapter 125. If we manage to reel in this fish, I shall cover the evening's entertainment. Passion is indeed contagious. Amidst the fervent cries of "Let's get him," everyone stood up, ready to engage in a true test of manhood against the colossal sturgeon. Though several hundred against one might seem a tad unfair, considering the sheer size of the sturgeon, one might argue it was a case of the mighty overpowering the weak. Thus, both sides found themselves on equal footing. "All right, my brothers, such generosity. Regardless of whether we succeed in bringing this fish ashore, I, Chu Wei, shall bear the cost of tonight's dinner and supper." Just then, an avid fisherman shouted, "Chu Shao, Are we talking about Tianshang Rinjian? Chu Wei glanced at the familiar face, recalling their previous venture with the giant fish convoy. Absolutely, Tianshang Rinjian, he replied without hesitation. With that, Chu Wei bellowed, "Charge, my brothers!" At his commanding shout, the fishermen rushed towards the steel wire. However, coordinating such a multitude to pull the wire posed a considerable challenge. After all, this was no flat terrain, space was limited. 400 to 500 people to collectively pull the wire, a straight distance of over 100 meters was necessary. While certain areas of the reservoir offered substantial depth, accommodating such a vast effort was evidently impractical. In a flat setting, half the number of individuals could suffice if everyone exerted their full strength. But the geographical constraints here were less than ideal. Yet, with proper coordination, such a multitude could generate a force capable of overcoming the petite sturgeon without question. In mere minutes, everyone had vacated the area, congregating at the site of the collapsed tower crane. They exchanged ideas on how to proceed. What should we do? Let's just pull it. However, the crane's connection complicated matters, making direct pulling a challenge. Brothers, remain calm. You alone cannot lift this wire. Despite the enthusiasm, the lack of consensus among the crowd led to a cacophony of suggestions. Observing the chaotic scene, Chu Wei could no longer contain himself. Away! Find the tools and sever the connecting wire. He instructed the onlooker. Understood, I'll take care of it. Away responded, sprinting towards the dam, where his vehicle was equipped with various tools, including several saws capable of cutting the wire. Brothers, let us scout for a more favorable terrain to serve as our main battleground. Chu Wei addressed the now quieter assembly. All right, let's explore. Many fishermen chimed in. No need to search further. I often fish at a spot that is particularly spacious, albeit slightly sloped, with a massive tree on the incline. We can secure the wire to that. One fisherman suggested. Brother, once you've sorted that out, lead the way, and we shall bring the fish over to establish our primary battlefield. Chu Wei pointed at the fisherman and exclaimed, No problem, it's not far. Just take a slight turn and you'll arrive. The fisherman, filled with excitement, felt a profound sense of honor in being able to contribute to the group's efforts. Chu Wei began to call out again, urging everyone to take out their gloves to avoid injury. I have a complete pack. I'll go get it. I have some too. Lu Sun observed Chu Wei directing the situation, as if witnessing a stranger. The typically slightly foolish Chu Wei had vanished, replaced by a version who was intelligent, wise, brave, and particularly loyal. When does one truly mature? No one can provide an answer. It is only when one ceases to ponder this question that enlightenment dawns. Just like the current Chu Wei, he seemed to be undergoing a transformation. The fishermen busily prepared for the impending battle, with uncertainty looming over their chances of victory. But what did it matter? A win would yield great rewards, while a loss would only result in regret. Away and one of the fishermen were already sawing through the steel wire, while the others stood in neat rows, ready for action. With gloves in short supply, many fishermen removed their shirts, tying them around their hands to protect against injury and enhance grip. Space was limited, allowing for a maximum of just over 100 individuals. The plan was to first pull the steel wire to the side, retrieving the submerged wire before applying force in a wider area. The distance to the spot indicated by the fishermen was merely a few dozen meters away. If fortune favored them, they might directly pull it across. If not, they would have to engage in battle from that point. The wire has snapped. We can pull it now, Chu Wei shouted upon seeing the break. Those at the back, turn towards that direction and be ready to exert force. The fishermen began to lift the wire towards the designated area, akin to ants carrying food. Chu Wei felt his throat ache. He knew he had been too excited today, often shouting at the top of his lungs. Yet, there was no alternative. Without such volume, he would not be heard. At that moment, a microphone was handed to him, accompanied by a voice in his ear. You must be hoarse by now. The broadcast room isn't too far from here. You can still use it. Turning to the side, he noticed it was young Ruolin. Sister Ruolin, aren't you broadcasting today? He asked as he took the microphone. I'm not broadcasting. It's chaotic enough here. If you wish, you may broadcast yourselves. Chu Wei waved his hand in response. I'm not interested in Yangming. I just want to pull this fish up to avenge your uncle and rescue your brother, right? Young Ruolin Diaset. Did Sister Ruolin already know? Chu Wei felt a bit embarrassed. I have great faith in you, young man. Good luck. With that, young Ruolin departed like the wind. For the villagers, their spirits remained low. Uncle, I must say that we should not retreat at the outset. Do they truly have the audacity to shoot us? Even if they do, it will be a favor to take me down. What good would it do to eliminate you? Enough of this futile conversation. It would be beneficial to know someone who can inquire on our behalf. However, what connections do we, simple country folk, possess? The most accomplished person in our village is Little Lang's uncle, who has merely become a teacher. At that moment, Yang Ruolin entered after delivering the microphone. Noticing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, she offered her words of comfort. All right, let's not dwell on these thoughts. While we may lack connections, Brother Lang has acquaintances. Yang Ruolin gestured towards the outside. The person currently speaking is the nephew of one of those wealthy individuals. Once he catches that fish and is in high spirits, we can ask him to intervene or gather information. Upon hearing her words, the group felt a renewed sense of hope. Ruolin is truly impressive. She is indeed a university student. Then Ruolin, this matter is entrusted to you. Chapter 126. The first direct confrontation between the angler and the giant arapaima commences. The voice of Chu Wei echoed through the reservoir's loudspeakers. Stay back and be cautious. Do not rush. Maintain your rhythm. Below the surface of the reservoir, the crew had already secured the steel wire to the predetermined position. The wire had been extended several meters, and the colossal creature showed no signs of resistance, indicating that it still had some strength left. As the wire tightened, others quickly filled in, ready to pull at a moment's notice. Suddenly, the group felt the wire tense, a tremendous force emanating from beneath the water. It's here, hold steady. Everyone sensed this immense power, realizing that the wire had reached its limit and was now taut. Once it was fully extended, the fish would undoubtedly feel pain and begin to thrash about. It was at this point that the tug-of-war would officially begin. Quickly, everyone, pull with all your might. Let us go, brothers. With a few shouts of encouragement, the team began to exert their strength in unison. Yet, uncertainty lingered in their hearts. After all, even the formidable crane had been effortlessly overturned. Could they truly prevail using sheer human strength? The wire remained taut, but the anticipated chaos had yet to unfold. As they felt the tension in their hands, it seemed that the fish was not as formidable as they had imagined. Brothers, is it putting up a fight? I can't feel anything. It must be trying. There are too many of us for it to pull against. Ha. I thought this fish would be fearsome. Stay steady, stay steady. Just as the anglers boasted loudly, the massive creature emerged from the depths, gulping a breath of fresh air before plunging back into the water. Chu Wei, observing from his elevated vantage point, sensed trouble. Now it's starting to exert itself. Everyone, be cautious. No sooner had Chu Wei's warning left his lips than the steel wire began to shift rapidly within the reservoir. Initially, their starting position had been insufficient, and they intended to pull towards a deeper section nearby. Although the fish's tail had passed through, a portion remained close to the reservoir's edge, with most of the wire vertical along the bank and a segment horizontally aligned. If the fish swam to the right, they would be perfectly positioned for a tug-of-war. However, the direction in which the fish exerted its strength was precisely opposite to theirs. The giant arapaima began to pull the wire to the left. The individuals stationed at the water's edge were immediately thrown off balance by the force. This was just the beginning. The immense power continued to drag the wire. Those pulling from the horizontal side were successively toppled, and many lost their grip entirely. Even those who clung on desperately were pulled towards the water, compelled to release their hold. In an instant, dozens of people found themselves sprawled on the ground. Yet, they did not falter. They quickly rose and rushed after the creature. Meanwhile, the wire had become a straight line, and the fish continued its relentless movement to the left. Anxiously, Chu Wei shouted, "Brothers, keep moving with it, or you will be tripped up." The crowd was well aware of this principle, prompting the fishermen at the front to adjust their direction in accordance with the movement of the fish. Yet some individuals fell behind, stumbling in the process. The confrontation with the gigantic bony-tongued fish had only just begun, and the fishermen were decisively defeated. Fortunately, the fish merely moved laterally, not venturing far. Otherwise, a single round could have led to their total annihilation. Chu Wei grew increasingly anxious. "Away, have you found that U-shaped buckle? Hurry up." Initially, they had planned to secure the steel wire to the large tree, intending to leverage its grip to counteract the fish's force, with individuals pulling from the front, which offered a glimmer of hope for success. However, directly tying the steel wire was impossible. They could only use the U-shaped buckle. Away claimed to remember having one in his box and rushed off to find it. After a while, He had not yet returned. Chu Xiao, I'm coming, I'm coming. I found it. At that moment, a Wei shouted from atop the reservoir dam, tossing it down. One of you brothers, go pick it up. To save time, Chu Wei instructed a Wei to throw the buckle down, simultaneously sending someone to retrieve it, thus conserving precious moments. A Wei promptly threw it to an obvious spot. Several fishermen dashed over to search for it. Within seconds, they returned, clutching the buckles. Meanwhile, the steel wire shifted direction once more. The fishermen at the front momentarily failed to react, causing another wave of them to topple. However, as soon as one person fell, another took their place. It's not long enough. Pull back a bit. The rear team had begun securing the steel wire to the tree, but they needed to wrap it around the tree at least once, and it was clear that the length was insufficient. Brothers, the length is adequate at the back. Everyone, pull back a bit. I'll lead the chant. 1, 2, pull. 1, 2, pull. At that moment, approximately 200 individuals were tugging on the steel wire, synchronizing their efforts with the chant. With each pull, they moved backward slightly. The length towards the tree was finally nearing adequacy. Suddenly, the colossal bony tongue fish's head surfaced, taking a breath, then turned and dove down again. Chu Wei, keenly observing the water surface, recognized the fish was about to exert force once more. Attention! It's about to strike. Before he could finish his warning, the steel wire snapped taut, the submerged strands erupting above the water surface. The crowd pulling the wire stumbled as a terrifying force yanked them forward. This time, the fish's exertion was undeniably directed opposite to their efforts. After such an extended struggle, the fishermen faced their first direct confrontation with the gigantic bony-tongued fish. Yet, the fishermen seemed on the verge of collapse. Damn it, we can't hold on. The strength is overwhelming. Come help us. Are you merely spectating? If you can't pull the wire, then pull us in. The fishermen continued sliding forward, creating a deep trench beneath their feet. The anglers ahead have already entered the water. Yet, they continue to pull with great effort, their veins nearly bulging. Meanwhile, those who are unable to join in the fray and are merely spectators overhear this commotion and rush forward. Some directly embrace the waist of the anglers struggling with the steel wire, others grasp their arms, while a few even tug at their trousers. Oh dear brother, my pants are falling down, please stop pulling. However, amidst the cacophony, no one can hear him clearly. After everyone surged forward to assist, they finally managed to stabilize the situation, resulting in a stalemate. Brother, could you please help me pull my pants up? The unfortunate angler, whose trousers had slipped, clung tightly to the wire, pulling back with all his might, refusing to relinquish his grip even as his pants fell. Simultaneously, he began to address the brother who was now holding his waist. It feels quite uncomfortable with my pants down. The latter released his hold on the waist and hoisted the trousers up. The angler sighed in relief and inquired, "Where are you from, brother?" The other angler, still embracing his waist, replied, "I am from Chengdu." The angler felt a tightening sensation and goosebumps prickled across his skin. He glanced at the angler, then at the hands encircling his waist, and remarked, "Perhaps you should let go of me for now. I have every reason to suspect your intentions were deliberate from the start, and they remain so now." Chapter 127. All personnel, drop your fishing gear and leave this place immediately. I repeat, this is not a drill. Shen Lang initially assumed that these men would escort him to an interrogation room, where they would shine bright lights in his eyes and sternly demand, "Shen Lang, I advise you to confess everything truthfully." However, the reality was starkly different. There were no handcuffs, no interrogation, and he was not even taken inside the precinct. Instead, the men merely led him to a courtyard and instructed him to stay there. Shen Lang yearned for clarification, yet they remained tight-lipped, simply stating, "You will know tomorrow." Left with no choice, Shen Lang settled in for the night, reflecting on recent events in hopes of discerning some answers. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that he had caught the attention of those in higher authority. However, the System S assessment was one of crisis, indicating that this was surely not a favorable development. The outcomes could either involve research dissection or a lifetime of confinement. System, is there any other solution? Please upgrade to the next stage. The crisis will naturally resolve itself. Shen Lang felt somewhat exasperated. His system seemed rather feeble, lacking in capabilities. Other systems were extraordinary, immediately altering the world's fabric upon activation, while he found himself confined. Nevertheless, he could only hope for a miracle to occur in the reservoir. He wondered if Wang Peng and Chu Wei could indeed catch fish exceeding 1,000 pounds. They must persevere. Meanwhile, at the reservoir, in a relatively flat area, hundreds of anglers were vigorously tugging on steel wires, engaged in a fierce struggle with the enormous arapaima gigas beneath the surface. Judging by the expressions of the anglers, they were far from at ease. Chu Wei, holding a microphone, joined the fray, adding his strength to the collective effort. Every additional hand meant a bit more power. Just a little more, and we can secure it, shouted Wei from behind as he tied the steel wire. Let us go. 1, 2, pull. Someone began to chant the rallying cry, and soon the anglers synchronized their efforts. 1, 2, pull. 1, 2, pull. After several vigorous tugs, they felt a slight easing in their grip. The arapaima struggle had momentarily subsided. Quickly tied to the tree, seizing the opportunity, Wei and the others swiftly secured the steel wire to a sturdy tree. Once several U-shaped clips were affixed, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. With this tree as their anchor, they felt their chances had improved significantly. The tree's diameter measured around 40 to 50 centimeters, even without assistance. It would require considerable effort for the fish to uproot it. And with so many people involved, their odds were further enhanced. Brothers, victory is within reach. Just 1 or 2 more days of pulling, and we will triumph, an enthusiastic angler shouted. The group suddenly realized that while the prospect of exhausting the fish in just 1 or 2 days might be exaggerated, it would certainly be impossible to do so by tomorrow morning. Nevertheless, for the anglers, the prospect of actually landing this colossal fish was exhilarating. Do not underestimate their perseverance. Even if they toil for merely a day or two, they would remain undeterred for an entire week or even a month. Thus, at this very moment, the protracted tug-of-war between the anglers and the formidable arapaima commenced. With the sturdy tree behind them as their anchor, no amount of force exerted by the arapaima could prevail. Whether it lunged to the left, right, surged forward, or plunged deep underwater only to leap back to the surface, the steadfast tree stood resolute. Though the steel wire bore a significant indentation, having pierced into the wood, it was still supported by the strength of approximately 200 individuals. The current length of the wire could not accommodate 400 or 500 people pulling simultaneously. Thus, half of the participants would pull while the other half rotated, a number that proved just adequate. As time slipped by unnoticed, the clock struck 5 or 6 in the afternoon. The participants took turns to dine, for a hearty meal was essential to sustain their spirits for the ongoing battle. The voice of Chu Wei echoed through the loudspeaker, fulfilling his promise of dinner, albeit not a lavish feast. Nevertheless, the fare at the reservoir's cafeteria was commendable. After stabilizing the situation, Chu Wei approached Yang Rulin, hoping to provide these individuals with a substantial dinner and even a late-night snack. After all, previously, the reservoir did not offer evening meals. Yang Rulin conferred with the villagers and, without hesitation, agreed, especially since payment was assured. Moreover, they hoped that Chu Wei might gather further intelligence. Upon hearing the announcement, the anglers divided into 2 teams, taking turns to partake in their meal, served in a traditional banquet style, which was a hallmark of this locale. As one group finished, the next began to eat. By 6:30, the golden sun was nearly sinking behind the mountains. Sunlight bathed the faces of the anglers engaged in the tug-of-war, glistening with sweat, yet seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Over 20 tables atop the dam were filled with people, all relishing the delectable offerings laid before them. Shen Tiankai, observing the occasional surfacing of the gargantuan arapaima, wore a troubled expression. He genuinely wished Shen Lang had never initiated this fishing venue. Having returned for some time, witnessing the bustling scene, he had not experienced a single moment of peace, and now, trouble had indeed arisen. What if something were to happen to Shen Lang? Rest assured, he will be fine, Shen's mother reassured, though her eyes betrayed her deep concern. At that moment, a resounding rumble echoed through the sky. The crowd looked up in unison to see 2 small dots in the distance, gradually enlarging. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What could that be? A helicopter, perhaps? Goodness. A military chopper. Is there a military exercise nearby? I'm not aware of any. No, wait, it's heading this way. In a state of astonishment and intrigue, the helicopter swiftly approached, transforming from a mere speck into a prominent figure hovering above the crowd in just over a minute. The thunderous roar assaulted the ears of the gathered crowd, leaving them in discomfort. Even more unsettling was the fierce gust generated by the helicopter's propellers. The tempestuous winds scattered the soup and dishes across the table, some even splattering onto the faces of the fishermen. A helicopter descended slowly towards the vacant area on the dam, while another soared above the reservoir. As the crowd pondered the unexpected presence of these military helicopters, a sudden, booming announcement reverberated from the craft hovering over the reservoir. Attention, all personnel. In accordance with Article 7 of the National Emergency Act, this area is now under military control. All individuals are to lay down their fishing equipment and vacate the premises immediately. I repeat, this is not a drill. Resistance will be regarded as a threat to national security. Attention, all personnel. In accordance with Article 7 of the National Emergency Act, this area is now under military control. All individuals are to lay down their fishing equipment and vacate the premises immediately. I repeat, this is not a drill. Resistance will be regarded as a threat to national security. Chapter 128. This signifies the dawn of a new era. A chilling voice reverberated above the reservoir, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Surely, it was merely fishing. How could that pose a threat to national security? Was such exaggeration truly necessary? Nevertheless, the anglers, engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the giant catfish, were undeterred by the announcement. They continued to exert their strength on the steel line. The helicopter, having shouted several times without effect, hovered momentarily before landing atop the dam. A sudden gust of wind swept through, but the fishermen, having forsaken their meals, stood up and gathered around, their minds swirling with countless questions. What was truly happening? At that moment, several individuals descended from the transport drone that had begun to land. Among them was a casually dressed youth, an elderly man, and two fully armed soldiers. The sight of the soldiers sent a jolt through the crowd. Was this for real? What shocked them even more followed shortly after. At the bend of the reservoir, armored vehicles and military trucks came into view. Once the vehicles came to a halt, rows of soldiers appeared before them, all fully equipped and impeccably organized. They promptly lowered their weapons and stood to the side, awaiting orders. This spectacle caused a few hot-headed fishermen, eager to inquire about the situation, to shrink back in trepidation. This was beyond absurd. Not only did the fishermen find this absurd, but the casually dressed youth turned to the elder, speaking cautiously. "Old Lou, I sent this a bit excessive. We could have simply dispatched local police." However, the elder, with a steely gaze, retorted, "Excessive? I believe this is still insufficient. It's outrageous that such a significant matter went unnoticed until now. And now the entire nation is aware." The youth, harboring a hint of disdain, listened as old Lou continued. "I have reviewed the data. Such an enormous fish could only arise from a proportional amplification. Do you comprehend what it signifies if we master this technology? Furthermore, the power possessed by those two young men, if we can control it with precision, do you grasp the implications?" Old Lou's gaze deepened as he looked toward the reservoir. "This means we shall usher in a new era." The youth, momentarily taken aback by old Lou's words, pondered their gravity. Nonetheless, he refrained from further argument. While he harbored no fear, it was unwise to offend. Send these fishermen back and clear the internet of all that nonsensical information. Understood, old Lou, the youth responded, descending to relay the orders. In an instant, the soldiers sprang into action, their primary role being one of intimidation, standing there to question whether anyone dared to defy them. All personnel, attention. In accordance with Article 7 of the National Emergency Act, this area is hereby placed under military control. All individuals must put down their fishing equipment and vacate the premises immediately. I repeat, this is not a drill. Resistance will be regarded as a threat to national security. The broadcast echoed once more, each word striking the hearts of the fishermen with profound impact. At the soldier's signal, the fishermen recognized the gravity of the situation and began to pack their belongings, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, those below, struggling with the steel wire, were bewildered to see the soldiers descending. The ominous announcement further underscored the seriousness of the circumstances. Though reluctant, they released their grip, casting forlorn glances in the direction of the wire. Had it not been for this unforeseen turn of events, they might have successfully reeled in the fish, a tale worthy of recounting for generations. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Just as they relinquished the wire, the surface of the water erupted once more. The fishermen understood immediately. The giant arapaima had surfaced for air, indicating it would soon exert its strength again. Indeed, in the next instant, the wire went taut, rising above the water once more. The immense force produced a resonant hum, while the large tree trembled violently under the strain. Creaking ominously, the tree leaned perilously towards the reservoir. "Run! The tree is about to fall." Most of the fishermen had not yet moved far when they witnessed this scene and fled in haste. Ultimately, the tree could not escape its fate. Its roots were uprooted, and it toppled towards the reservoir, dragging itself into the depths until it vanished from sight. The fishermen stood in silent disbelief, particularly Chu Wei, who felt an indescribable sense of loss welling within him. Meanwhile, Wang Peng, submerged in the reservoir, was acutely aware of the situation above. Yet, he remained unfazed, concealing himself slightly deeper. Given a bit more time, he was confident he could reel in the fish. However, a voice from behind chilled him to the bone. "You must be Wang Peng. I saw you on the helicopter. Why are you hiding?" Turning to look, Wang Peng spotted a young man not far behind, flanked by 2 soldiers. Wang Peng remained silent, aware that words eluded him in this moment. The young man approached, scrutinizing Wang Peng. "You seem like an ordinary person. How do you possess such formidable power?" Wang Peng continued to say nothing, finding Wang Peng's indifference tedious. The young man declared, "Enough of the fishing. Old Lu wishes to see you." Wang Peng still did not respond. Growing frustrated, the young man grasped Wang Peng's arm and attempted to pull him away, but Wang Peng remained immovable, as if the young man's strength were non-existent. He seemed to grasp the weight of Old Lu's words, that this power could indeed alter the world, ushering in a new era. Just as astonishment washed over him, Wang Peng suddenly moved. With a swift motion, he grasped the rod and pulled forcefully backward. The water erupted in ripples as the fish breached the surface once more, startling the young man and drawing his attention to the commotion at the water's surface. When he finally discerned the fish surfacing from the water, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Goodness, such a magnificent creature. Did he truly catch it all by himself? However, the utter disregard from Wang Peng infuriated him, and he concealed his astonishment to bellow, "Wang Peng, this area has been designated a restricted zone. The fish here belong to the state. Who permitted you to fish?" Yet, Wang Peng remained silent, not even casting a glance in his direction. His gaze was fixated intently on the fish that had surfaced. He understood that this was his final opportunity. If he did not reel it in now, it would surely slip away. Thus, he exerted every ounce of his strength. The young man, now thoroughly incensed, signaled to the 2 soldiers behind him. They swiftly advanced, intent on apprehending Wang Peng. Undeterred, Wang Peng continued to pull back. The fish was rapidly approaching the shore. The 2 soldiers had seized Wang Peng's arms, preparing to subdue him. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves utterly unable to budge him even an inch. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. These were highly trained special forces, not mere ordinary soldiers, yet they could not shift him even a fraction. Chapter 129. Congratulations to the host on the official activation of the system. Is this truly the moment of activation? Are you jesting with me? Stop holding him back. Cut that fishing line. Let's see how he intends to catch a fish. The young man shouted. Upon hearing this, the 2 soldiers relinquished their efforts to subdue Wang Peng and drew their sabers, advancing towards the fishing line in front of him. Wang Peng was taken aback. Gazing at the colossal creature not far from shore, he felt a pang of reluctance. Resolute, he sprinted a few steps backward while gripping the fishing rod. Then with a vigorous flick of his wrist, he cast the line. The fish was yanked from the water by this force, gliding towards the shore. Simultaneously, the 2 soldiers swung their blades, aiming to sever the fishing line. The blade fell. The line snapped. Wang Peng stumbled and fell to the ground, the strength within him dissipating. He sighed, lamenting how close he had come. Yet, as he peered at the water's surface, his face lit up with surprise. The fish had glided to the shore, still brimming with energy, and surged onto the land. It only came to a halt once its body had completely reached the shore. Wang Peng exhaled in relief. "Brother Lang, I have not let you down. I have finally succeeded." Meanwhile, in a small courtyard within the county town, Shen Lang suddenly froze in place, his face alight with joy. He had finally heard the system's prompt. Congratulations to Wang Peng for catching a 68-pound, 23-fold, 1,564-pound silver carp. Congratulations to the host for meeting the prerequisites for system activation. Congratulations to the host on the official activation of this system. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the official version content. Please refer to it for details. Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. Officially activating the system now? Are you serious? Is this a jest? Who knew that a mere 1,000-pound prerequisite would require such effort to fulfill? In other worlds, this would be considered a beginner's boon. Shen Lang was speechless. What do you mean by other worlds? Are you implying that our world is lacking? However, Shen Lang was disinclined to discuss further. So he inquired, what is the current state of the crisis now that you have upgraded? What solutions do you propose? Due to the protracted activation of the system, the mindset of this world has remained unchanged, resulting in the current predicament. The system now presents the host with 4 solutions to choose from. Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the moment had arrived. Option 1. The host may collaborate with the official authorities of this world, ensuring protection from the system and eliminating future crises. This will facilitate a swift upgrade of both the system and the world itself. Shen Lang was taken aback. This option seemed promising. If the higher-ups were aware of the system's capabilities, they would undoubtedly allocate a substantial budget for his system upgrade. Option 2. The system can assist the host in existing beyond the confines of this world, thereby shielding him from sanctions. This option sounded incredibly enticing. It would grant him the status of an outlaw in this realm. Option 3. The system can erase all memories of the recent events concerning the reservoir from everyone's minds while gradually altering the cognitive patterns of this world. This proposal is tantamount to a fresh start, yet it entails the forfeiture of everything. Proposal 4 suggests that the system can detach from its binding with the Shirkwan reservoir and establish a new connection with another body of water, thereby gradually transforming the cognitive paradigms of this world. After contemplating the 4 proposals presented by the system, Shen Lang found himself deep in thought. The first proposal, in fact, appeared to be the most favorable. With the backing of the state and the protection of the system, he would ascend to the status of a national treasure. However, a profound aversion to this option lingered in Shen Lang's heart, for it would mean sacrificing his privacy and freedom. The second proposal deviated from the norm, leading him to disregard many aspects of this world. It would also plunge him into profound solitude. Ultimately, his focus shifted towards the third and fourth proposals, both of which promised a gradual transformation of the world's cognitive patterns. This meant that the current circumstances would no longer prevail, and the future would see a world where the notion of enormous fish and extraordinary human powers would be readily accepted. However, the 2 proposals diverged in their approaches. One advocated for the erasure of everyone's memories and a fresh beginning, retaining only the reservoir's multiplicity and its fish. The other proposed a search for a new location to restart, effectively a reinitiation, allowing him to bind to a more suitable water area. Thus, Shen Lang found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Did the system not possess a more viable solution? Shen Lang inquired. Why not amalgamate all the proposals? Host, please refrain from jesting. Each proposal demands a significant allocation of resources, and only one can be selected. Then let us each concede a little. I shall propose a solution, and you can assess its feasibility. Host, proceed. As long as it remains within the energy parameters, we shall strive to realize it. If you merely expedite the world's acceptance, would that not alleviate the majority of the crises? This is, after all, part of your responsibilities as a system, and it is quite disheartening that you cannot manage this simple task. Shen Lang felt a surge of frustration. The emergence of surreal phenomena in an ordinary world would undoubtedly lead to complications. How could the system lack a solution? The host's request exceeds the system's energy limits. Yet the system has conceived an alternative proposal based on the host's feedback. Proposal 5. Alter the cognitive patterns of key figures while gradually transforming the mindset of the entire world. Altering key figures? Shen Lang pondered this. It seemed a plausible means to mitigate the current crisis. After all, if those in power chose not to scrutinize the matter, they might indeed weather this storm. Very well, let's proceed with this proposal. Host has confirmed Proposal 5. Execution in progress. Execution successful. Meanwhile, by the reservoir, an elderly man gazed contemplatively at the waters. What am I doing here? Why am I here? It is merely a few fish. Have I truly gone to such lengths to come here and breathe the dry wind? At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and pressed the answer button, and a similarly aged voice resonated on the other end. Lu Lao, why are you neglecting your experiments and wandering off to that desolate place? Hurry back. We cannot bear this any longer. Understood. I shall return immediately. Lu Lao patted his somewhat dazed head, always feeling that his presence here was tied to matters of national significance. Yet he could not recall the specifics. Meanwhile, beneath the reservoir, the young man experienced a moment of confusion as he witnessed two soldiers pinning Wang Peng to the ground. However, Wang Peng's eyes sparkled with amusement, lacking any semblance of fear typically associated with capture. Wait, why are you apprehending him? Is he not merely fishing? The soldiers appeared perplexed. Did you not instruct us to capture him? What were we even here for? Let us regroup. After uttering these words, the young man made his way up to the dam. The two soldiers released Wang Peng and followed him. Wang Peng gazed at their retreating figures, then at the massive creature he had caught, feeling a sense of disorientation. It had been a mere moment since he caught it, and yet the demeanor of these men had shifted dramatically. He recalled Shen Lang's insistence that he must catch 1,000-pound giant. Could there be an inevitable connection between these events? Chapter 130. Young Master Chu, we shall continue to follow you. Wang Peng pondered for a considerable time, yet could not fathom the reasoning behind the unfolding events. However, a more perplexing situation arose. Suddenly, two helicopters on the dam roared to life and ascended into the sky, retreating in the direction from whence they came. Was that it? The fishermen, initially disheartened, were preparing to depart this place when a young man shouted, "Gather the troops." In an astonishing reversal of time, within mere minutes, everyone vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening? Are they toying with us? Why does this feel so surreal? What have I truly experienced today? Wait, our fish. The fishermen finally came to their senses. They approached the dam, gazing at the tranquil surface of the water with expressions of regret. Had it not been for the soldiers' unwelcome interference, they might have successfully landed the fish. Chu Wei's face was etched with anguish. Everything had unraveled. Yet what could be done? Could he confront those soldiers? His family's modest wealth was trifling in the face of such a formidable state apparatus. Nevertheless, Chu Wei swiftly adjusted his mindset. Failure was not the most daunting prospect. The true peril lay in succumbing to despair after such a setback. Thus, he strode towards the broadcasting studio within the wooden cabin. Before long, his voice resonated throughout the reservoir. Brothers, we have not failed. The evidence proves that our plan is viable. Are you all interested in pursuing this endeavor again tomorrow? Tonight's supper is on me, Chu Wei. We will continue at dawn. Upon finishing, Chu Wei emerged from the studio, microphone in hand. Brothers, are we in or out? In that moment, the collective disillusionment and dissatisfaction of the crowd seemed to dissipate, replaced by fervor and determination. Let us go for it. Let us get them. Young Master Chu, we shall continue to follow you. In the past, I regarded you as weak. Now I see you as a true man. Onward. Though only a few hundred individuals remained at the reservoir, they rallied with the spirit of thousands. All right, back to the city, Chu Wei bellowed as he made his way towards his vehicle. Soon, cars began to depart in succession. The villagers, witnessing the exodus, tidied up and returned to their homes. Once again, tranquility returned to the reservoir, interrupted only by the occasional sound of splashes. Shen Lang was still contemplating the subsequent changes in the system when he heard someone calling for him. Shen Lang, you may leave now. Startled, Shen Lang turned to see an uncle standing at the entrance, holding a phone, evidently just having received a notification from higher authorities. Shen Lang understood that this likely signified the efficacy of the system's plan. Without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude to the uncle and departed the site. Upon reaching the roadway, he contemplated where to go next. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Lang decided on his destination. The affluent individuals were still at the county hospital, having sustained injuries in their own reservoir. Although Shen Lang harbored suspicions about their character, he felt compelled to pay them a visit. He stopped by a roadside vendor to purchase some fruit and a few gift boxes before hailing a taxi to the county hospital. Perhaps these wealthy individuals would dismiss his offerings. It was imperative to bring something along. Soon, Shen Lang arrived at the hospital. After confirming the ward number of Lu Zhonghua, he made his way inside. Following the designated floor and room number, he located Lu Zhonghua as hospital room. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the luxurious amenities. A VIP room complete with an en-suite bathroom, television, refrigerator, and a sofa bed, far superior to the ordinary wards. At Lu Zhonghua's bedside sat a striking figure, whom Shen Lang recognized as Lu Muqing, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Knocking gently, he entered and greeted, "Uncle Lu, I sincerely apologize for the distress you've endured. Lu Zhonghua welcomed him to sit. Please take a seat. I am quite curious. How did you manage to come out so quickly? Under normal circumstances, this situation would not allow for such a swift release. Shen Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment. So, you were hoping I wouldn't emerge? He clarified, it was merely a misunderstanding. What about the others? Lu Zhonghua, sensing Shen Lang's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. 3 of them have been transferred to a larger hospital. The other 2 are nearby. They're not in critical condition, are they? Once again, I reiterate, as long as you can grant us that kind of power, we are willing to overlook everything else. Shen Lang had initially intended to foster goodwill, but sensing the shift in tone, he decided to withdraw. Very well, please convey to them that they are welcome to visit any time once they have healed. Having said that, he prepared to take his leave, as his purpose for visiting was merely to signify his presence. I shall check on the next room. Uncle Lu, please take care of your recovery. Lu Muqing, however, maintained a stoic expression, not uttering a single word. Shen Lang exchanged pleasantries with the nearby affluent individuals before departing. He was not naturally loquacious, and the brief conversation felt forced. It was more prudent to find an excuse to exit swiftly. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, just as he was about to hail a taxi, someone called out to him, "Brother, what are you doing here? Are you all right?" Turning around, Shen Lang saw Chu Wei approaching with fruit and gift boxes in hand. However, Shen Lang's purchases appeared rather modest compared to Chu Wei's extravagant offerings. "Are you visiting your uncle?" Chu Wei inquired. "Yes, I intended to check on him and see how you were doing, but it seems it's no longer necessary." With that, Chu Wei tossed the fruit and gift boxes toward the trash bin and continued, "Brother, let us go. Today is the grand gathering of the fishing enthusiasts. We are planning how to reel in those 2 giant bony-tongue fish tomorrow." Shen Lang found this prospect quite intriguing. Moreover, one can also gain insight into what transpired after their departure. "Certainly, let us proceed. How splendid it would be. They would undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn of your visit." Thus, Chu Wei took hold of Shen Lang and made their way to the parking lot, where they swiftly entered her vehicle and departed. However, within the confines of the car, Shen Lang could not suppress his curiosity. "You are right at the hospital entrance. Why not pay a visit to your uncle?" Chu Wei shook her head in response. "Oh, seeing him in that state, it seems merely a scratch. I have already visited him at the reservoir, and had it not been to inquire about your situation, I would not have gone at all." Shen Lang felt a twinge of emotion. "However, I did encounter your cousin while I was there." Shen Lang suddenly exclaimed. "What? Why did you not mention it sooner?" Chu Wei gasped in surprise, promptly executing a sharp turn towards the hospital, which was merely a short distance away. Upon arriving at the hospital's entrance, Chu Wei hastily exited the vehicle and tossed the car keys to Shen Lang, saying, "Brother, please wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, Chu Wei scooped up a premium fruit basket and a gift box lying beside the trash can and dashed towards the hospital like the wind. Shen Lang stood there momentarily stunned. "Are you afraid of your cousin, or do you long for her?" Chapter 131. It seems that I have found a kindred spirit. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Shen Lang saw Chu Wei rush out from the hospital. Judging by the expression on his face, he appeared to be quite elated. This lad, could he possibly have a penchant for older women? Shen Lang shook his head, dismissing such impure thoughts. "Brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's set off." Chu Wei led Shen Lang to an expansive plaza, where numerous barbecue stalls were sizzling with various delicacies. Alongside were an array of snacks, all local specialties of this county. The plaza was teeming with people, far exceeding the 400 or 500 that Chu Wei had mentioned. "Brothers, look who is here," Chu Wei shouted exuberantly. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward them. "Wow, isn't that the boss? Boss, you're out so soon? What are you talking about?" "The boss isn't quick at all. Come, let's have a drink." Those familiar with Shen Lang began to jest. Of course, many did not recognize him, as he had always been surrounded by his entourage. It was perfectly normal for them to be unaware of his presence. Shen Lang, not one to be polite, grabbed a bottle of beer and addressed the crowd. "I apologize for the inconvenience earlier, but it has been resolved. Our competition shall proceed." With that, he tilted his head back and began to drink. "All right, the boss is generous. In honor of the boss, I'll join you for a bottle. I'll have one too. You can't leave me out." Thus, the fisherman began to pop open new bottles, biting the caps and blowing into them. The sound grew increasingly louder, gradually captivating a large portion of the plaza. Many onlookers, bewildered, saw everyone blowing into bottles and, without hesitation, picked up their own to join in. Shen Lang initially thought to simply make a gesture. He was not particularly adept at handling alcohol. However, witnessing the crowd's enthusiasm, he felt compelled to join in, unable to back down. "Brother, how bold! I'll join you for a bottle." Chu Wei then opened a bottle of beer and, with a twist of the neck, brought it to his lips, gulping it down. In mere seconds, the contents of his bottle vanished into his stomach. Shen Lang started in disbelief. This guy clearly frequented nightclubs. His method of drinking beer was altogether different. Finally, Shen Lang managed to down his bottle. He felt his stomach swell painfully. Burp. A burp escaped involuntarily. "Thank you all for your kindness. Enjoy your food and drinks. Cheers. Boss, another round. Boss, come sit with us." Shen Lang waved to everyone, pulling Chu Wei to a nearby empty spot to sit down. "Is this a night market?" "I don't recall this place," Shen Lang remarked, observing the dazzling array of food around him. "Oh, about that. I've invited all the late-night vendors in town to come here. They can cook to their heart's content, and tonight's expenses are on me, young Master Chu." Shen Lang could only silently give a thumbs up. Impressive. Perhaps the business owners had never even dreamed of receiving such a substantial order. Once the news of young Master Chu picking up the tab spread, most of the fishermen in the county flocked to the scene. There were also some brazen passers-by who thought, why not indulge since it wouldn't cost them anything? Shen Lang eagerly scavenged for snacks, filling his table to the brim. After all, he hadn't even had dinner yet. With young Master Chu covering the expenses, why not feast to his heart's content? As Shen Lang ate, he inquired with Chu Wei about the events that transpired after his departure. Upon hearing Shen Lang's curiosity, Chu Wei became animated, vividly recounting how he turned the tide and organized the 400 to 500 people to confront the colossal catfish. Shen Lang was utterly astonished. Goodness. Thank heavens Wang Peng managed to catch a 1,000-pound fish. Otherwise, by the time you came to my rescue, I would have been sliced up countless times. Why did you insist on grappling with that fish? Wasn't it easier to catch any fish over 1,000 pounds? However, it was also Shen Lang's fault for only focusing on bait at that time, never specifying that he only needed a fish weighing over 1,000 pounds. Yet, Shen Lang felt that even if he had stated it, it would have made no difference. That foolish boy would undoubtedly have persisted in his struggle with the fish. Everyone gathered here was preparing for tomorrow's battle against the giant catfish. If a banner could be unfurled beside them, it would certainly read, Fish Slaughter Festival. However, upon hearing that an army had actually appeared, Shen Lang was taken aback. It seemed that the higher-ups took this matter extraordinarily seriously, even mobilizing such forces. After listening, Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the system had indeed addressed the issue to a large extent. After some time, everyone would be subtly transformed, ensuring his complete safety. "Boss, young Master Chu, shall we share a drink?" A slightly tipsy fisherman approached. Such occurrences had happened countless times already. One person was the organizer of this gathering, while the other was the owner of the reservoir. Both were central figures here. From time to time, someone would come over to toast. Initially, Shen Lang would take a sip, but now he merely sipped lightly. He simply couldn't endure it anymore. Consequently, after satisfying his hunger, Shen Lang quietly slipped away from the scene. Even with just a sip, he had already consumed 5 or 6 bottles, far exceeding his capacity. The pressure was unbearable. "Brother, would you like me to arrange accommodation for you?" Chu Wei followed him out. Although he could hold his liquor well, even he couldn't withstand such excessive drinking. Typically, he would down his drinks in one go. That foolish boy. Who knows how much he has drunk? Heaven on earth? Shen Lang queried in confusion. It seems my brother is also of the same ilk. Chu Wei appeared somewhat inebriated, his words slightly slurred. "I'm not your brother. You constantly flaunt your heaven on earth mantra. I am well aware of your tricks. I shall find a place to rest for a while. You may go ahead." Chu Wei immediately assumed a serious demeanor. I shall not go. As I mentioned a few days prior, I intend to focus on my health and will not visit Tianshang Renjian any longer. Very well. Let us proceed to the nearby hotel. Thus, Shen Lang and Chu Wei made their way to the closest inn. However, to their dismay, there were no available rooms. Shen Lang inquired at several establishments, only to encounter the same unfortunate situation. He then slapped his forehead in realization. With so many people flocking to this small county, how could there possibly be any vacant accommodations? Chu Xiao Wei Ge, what shall we do now? We might have to sleep on the streets. Chu Wei chuckled. I have a room, right there. He pointed to the hotel they had first entered. Shen Lang was at a loss for words. Why did you not mention this sooner? Chu Wei was beginning to slur his words. Brother, did you not say you would take me to the hotel? I shall not stay there after all. Shen Lang held his forehead in exasperation. Well then, it seems he is inebriated to the point of incoherence. Chapter 132. Yesterday, I arranged for a vehicle, which should now be en route. Ultimately, Shen Lang found himself reclined in the luxurious suite of Chu Wei Ding at the hotel. Upon entering, Chu Wei immediately succumbed to slumber, while Shen Lang took a moment to freshen up. After completing his ablutions, he unceremoniously kicked Chu Wei off the bed and onto the sofa before settling into the expansive bed himself. Oh, what a comfort! Before long, Shen Lang drifted into the realm of dreams. In the night, he found himself in a dream where he stood at the edge of a reservoir, holding a fishing rod with one hand. A group of avid anglers nearby gazed at him in awe, with Chu Wei standing beside him. Suddenly, a radiant red light enveloped Shen Lang's body, its brilliance forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes with their hands. A grand voice resonated from above, proclaiming, "A fish opens the heavenly gate." In that moment, Shen Lang's muscles swelled, and he forcefully cast his rod backward. An unparalleled strength emanated from within him, as if the water had been cleaved apart. A colossal head, akin to a massive vessel, surged forth from the depths. The weight of this behemoth was unfathomable, perhaps beyond any scale's capacity to measure. It loomed like a hill, casting its shadow over the sun, illustrating the immense power of Shen Lang's catch. In the next instant, the creature soared above him, darting away behind Shen Lang, who remained steadfast in his posture. The eyes of the anglers sparkled with amazement. At that moment, a torrent of water cascaded over Shen Lang, and Chu Wei shouted, "Brother, wake up! Hurry, wake up!" Shen Lang opened his eyes to find Chu Wei standing beside the bed, holding a basin, and realized he was completely drenched. "Are you out of your mind?" Shen Lang lamented, feeling a wave of despair. That colossal creature, nearly within his grasp, had almost come to fruition. "No, brother. I heard you repeatedly muttering about opening the heavenly gate, and I feared something might snatch your soul away." Dumbfounded, Shen Lang got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, as he felt an urgent need to relieve himself. As he was urinating, vivid images from the dream flashed through his mind once more. His understanding of the concept of opening the heavenly gate began to resurface, growing ever stronger. The momentum of casting the rod, the initial motion, the convergence of power. Shen Lang felt he was so close to grasping that skill. Yet, as he finished, a shiver ran through him, severing that connection abruptly. Oh, just a little bit more. Shen Lang felt a pang of regret, wishing he had held on just a tad longer. Reflecting on his experiences, he recalled that his previous dream about acquiring a skill had also occurred while he was intoxicated and desperate for relief. Could it be that drinking and holding it in during dreams was the key to unlocking his abilities? He resolved to explore this theory further when time permitted. Shen Lang fastened his trousers and stepped outside. "Brother, are you all right? Is everything all right? Have you sobered up?" "No, I'm not drunk. How could I possibly be intoxicated?" "Then how many hotels did we visit yesterday?" "Huh, didn't we just return after finishing our drinks?" It was already past 5 a.m. Shen Lang and his companions had no intention of returning to sleep. They got up, washed up, and departed from the hotel, heading towards the reservoir. Shen Lang was surprised to find that many others were also up at such an early hour. By the time they reached the reservoir, it would already be around 6:30. It seemed that numerous individuals had set off long before them. Shen Lang dozed off again in the car, awakening only upon arriving at the reservoir, where he noticed a dozen or so vehicles already parked. As soon as he stepped out of the car, several fishermen approached to greet him. "Boss, good morning. Impressive drinking capacity. How did you manage to drink so much and still rise?" "Boss, can we fish now? Hurry up." Shen Lang chuckled in return. "You lot still dare to fish? Aren't you afraid that the giant fish will drag you into the water in one bite? What is there to fear? The most we would lose is our fishing rods. We certainly wouldn't get in the water. Indeed, I heard that hundreds of people struggled to catch that fish yesterday. We know our limits." Shen Lang did not elaborate further. Approaching the wooden cabin, he produced a QR code. From now on, the fishing fees are standardized. 1,000 per day or 10,000 per day. The fisherman paused in confusion. "What does that mean? 1,000 and 10,000? Boss, doesn't T1,000 allow us to take the fish with us? Isn't the catch different?" Shen Lang continued. "It's all the same as before. As for why there is a distinction between 1,000 and 10,000, you'll have to figure that out for yourselves. The fisherman pondered briefly before responding. Since it's all the same, only a fool would choose 10,000. Thus, they all scanned the code and began to walk towards the lower part of the reservoir together. Chu Wei approached and, without a word, scanned the code. Paying the 10,000. I choose 10,000. Of course, I must support my brother. Shen Lang shook his head, thinking, well, perhaps foolish people have their own blessings. How do you plan to fish today? Are you waiting for everyone to arrive? Shen Lang asked as he saw Chu Wei sit beside him. I arranged for a machine yesterday. It should be on its way now. All right. You're wealthy. Go ahead and be extravagant. Before long, villagers began to arrive at the reservoir one after another. Shen Lang had already contacted them the day before. Initially, his uncle had offered to pick him up, but Shen Lang declined. His safe return eased everyone's worries. Wanga, you had us all worried sick. Yang Rulin appeared, immediately starting to scold him. Worried about what? Didn't I say yesterday that everything was fine? You're just overthinking. Cut it out. The army even showed up yesterday. You call that fine? Who would believe you? Shen Lang could only pretend not to hear. All right, let us get to work. When you go live later, just refrain from discussing these matters. Understood. Shen Lang wrote today as prices on the blackboard. To ensure that fishermen could conveniently view the payment details upon arrival, all pertinent information was prominently displayed. Upon encountering the exorbitant price of 10,000 per day, the fishermen scoffed, questioning whether the proprietor had lost his senses. Who in their right mind would be foolish enough to pay such a sum for comparable privileges? Consequently, apart from Chu Wei, the majority opted for the modest fee of 1,000. However, there was one notable exception, the foreign friend, Jeremy Wade. He had received a call the previous day regarding the arrival of his equipment, compelling him to depart early and miss the ensuing events. Upon learning of the subsequent developments, he was nearly overcome with regret. As for the pricing, he had previously deemed 2,000 to be excessively low, so this time he readily accepted the 10,000, convinced that the fish here were worth every penny. Furthermore, he arrived with a heavy-duty vehicle, parked nearby, alongside an apparatus that Shen Lang had never encountered before, though its shape suggested it was designed for towing. Ah, it seems this foreigner and I are on the same wavelength. Chapter 133. I wager a spicy strip that they won't catch anything today. Shen Lang glanced at Chu Wei, who was still seated. Are you prepared with this equipment as well? Almost a heavy-duty construction vehicle coupled with a winch. This can haul dozens of tons. Moreover, the chassis is stable. Unlike a tower crane that might topple, Chu Wei spoke confidently. Shen Lang understood that the two of them had pooled 10,000 yuan and were now utilizing heavy machinery. Was this what they termed destiny? With a 50% enhancement, mastering the skill should be quite attainable, or so he thought. However, Shen Lang was not entirely sure. He was uncertain of the system's initial comprehension probability. If it were merely 1%, then 500% would be futile. According to Chu Wei's assertion, with this equipment, they should be able to catch the fish without external assistance. Yet, it seemed he still intended to bring along the group from yesterday. Shortly thereafter, Chu Wei's machine came into view, and he approached the gathering. Brothers, this machine is our steadfast support. Until we falter, it shall not exert its strength. Like the great tree from yesterday, it is our trump card. The way we fell yesterday is the way we shall rise today. Upon hearing this, the group of anglers was invigorated. All right, let's do this. Chu Wei, you are truly astute. I'm feeling pumped. Most of these individuals were from the previous day, though some had opted to fish independently, while others had joined midway. However, Chu Wei's approach of wielding a divine tool while involving novice companions left Shen Lang in awe. Chu Wei, you certainly know how to play. As for which of the two could reel in the giant snakehead fish, Shen Lang could not ascertain. He could only say that if a contest were to ensue, Chu Wei's chances of success would undoubtedly be higher, especially since he possessed the colossal bait given by Shen Lang. Shen Lang did not choose to withdraw. He too yearned for those two giant snakehead fish to be caught. When the group from Lanxiang Technical School arrived and beheld the two machines, they couldn't help but flinch. In the presence of such machinery, they felt utterly inadequate. After all, their excavator was merely a medium-sized model, not the colossal heavy-duty type. Even if such heavy machinery were present, it would be futile, as the reservoir's banks could not withstand that kind of weight. Teacher, it seems we have no chance to make the leaderboard, a student remarked to Teacher Zhong. Teacher Zhong sighed in resignation. The grandeur of his arrival was now overshadowed by his current predicament. especially after the humiliation of the previous day. The 2 winches had been installed, and the steel cables were being lowered. Such heavy cables could not be tossed into the center of the reservoir. Meanwhile, Chu Wei and his team utilized drones to pull the cables toward the reservoir center. On the shore, everyone stood ready. As soon as a fish bit, they would all exert their strength together. This time, they had chosen a favorable position, with a straight line length reaching approximately 100 meters. They have retrieved 2 steel wires from the fishing hook. This way, regardless of the direction from which the fish exerts force, there will be a corresponding resistance to counter it. Moreover, this allows nearly everyone to partake in the endeavor. Jeremy, observing the throng of hundreds, was utterly astounded. He had been perplexed yesterday when he heard that several hundred people had pulled in a fish together. He wondered how it was accomplished. Now, witnessing the spectacle unfold before him, he could only utter, "Oh, this is utterly insane." The photographer beside him was in a state of pure exhilaration. If their video were to be released abroad, it would undoubtedly skyrocket to fame. This mysterious land continually astonishes. Of course, Yang Rulin had long since commenced the live broadcast. At this moment, over 500,000 viewers were already tuned in. It is noteworthy that it was still before 7 o'clock, and most people had yet to rise. Such a figure was indeed terrifying. 1, 2, 3, pull. Where are my shoes? The fish, you have successfully captured my attention. With a mischievous smile, 500 people pulling together? Inefficient. Better to employ a 30-ton winch. Brothers, look behind you. Is there finally a follow-up? I have waited so long. This form of live streaming was also the easiest. Yang Rulin merely needed to set up the camera and occasionally provide commentary. Dear viewers, today you simply need to watch quietly. Please refrain from exclamations. However, no sooner had Yang Rulin's words left her lips than an unexpected turn of events transpired. The underwater drone suddenly plunged downwards, dragging the buoy directly into the water. A tremendous force surged through, straightening all 3 steel wires simultaneously. Everyone was caught off guard, stumbling forward 2 steps, but they quickly regained their balance. Everything was unexpectedly abrupt. Meanwhile, in Yang Rulin's live stream, exclamations began to flood the screen again. It was unclear what they were exclaiming about. Jeremy, witnessing them hook a fish almost immediately after casting into the water, was somewhat astonished but did not dwell on it, attributing it perhaps to sheer luck. Everyone pulled together effortlessly, dragging back several meters. At this moment, they realized that the fish beneath them might not be their target for the day. Whether to cut the line and recast, or to bring this one up depended on the collective decision. Brothers, I suggest we cut it. What do you think? Chu Wei's voice suddenly resonated over the intercom. Our goal is that giant arapaima. We must not expend excessive energy on other fish. If you agree, I will cut it. Hearing Chu Wei's voice, Shen Lang could only facepalm. Couldn't you at least reel in 1,000-pounder first? Yet he could not make the decision for them. Cut it, cut it, cut it. Initially, only a few shouted, but soon everyone joined in unison. Shen Lang felt as if this group had been injected with adrenaline. Caught in a state of fervor. Perhaps this was the power of the crowd. Ultimately, the fish was cut. A wave of lament swept through the onlookers. Whether they were spectators by the side, or those watching Yang Rulin's live stream, how could they have let it slip away? Were they unaware of the arduous struggle it took to catch the previous fish? I can only surmise that regret will soon wash over them. No need for mere speculation. They will undoubtedly rue this moment. I wager a spicy strip that they will not reel in another catch today. But I shall also bet a spicy strip that they will indeed manage to catch more fish. Just as the discussions continued, the drone ascended once more, bearing the fishing hook towards the center of the reservoir. The hook plunged into the water. In a mere 20 seconds, the float submerged and the drone plummeted alongside it. A fish was once again ensnared. Jeremy, initially intent on returning to his spot to resume fishing, squinted at this unfolding scene. After years of angling, he had always approached each outing with meticulous preparation, surveying the terrain, seeking out traces, and gradually baiting the area. Yet what did he behold? Chapter 134, The Triumph of the Giant Arapaima. Once cast, it took but a fleeting moment for the fish to bite. This defies logic. Thus, he halted, opting to observe further. Meanwhile, Yang Rulin's live broadcast was inundated with exclamations of astonishment. The hundreds of anglers, grappling with their lines, had not anticipated such rapidity. They were momentarily caught off guard by this sudden force. However, They quickly regained their composure and effortlessly reeled in several meters of line. Clearly, this was not a stationary target. Shall we cut? Indeed, this time, they exhibited an unusual level of synergy. Consequently, the line was severed once more. At that moment, Jeremy could no longer remain a bystander and approached them, saying, "Hey, you might require some meat. That creature feeds on flesh." Suddenly enlightened, Chu Wei recalled that he had indeed placed bait within the mouth of the fish the previous day, successfully catching it in one go. "Thank you, I understand now." A few minutes later, Chu Wei appeared before Shen Lang. "Brother, I need a fish weighing around 300 pounds. Shen Lang rolled his eyes. "Where am I to procure a 300-pound fish for you? The one you caught yesterday was only due to its collision with me. Would a 300-pound pig suffice?" Shen Lang inquired. "That should work. Why not give it a try?" Chu Wei ziepli anbetit unsetini. At that moment, a familiar voice greeted Shen Lang from behind. "Lang Yi, you're back." Shen Lang turned to see Wang Peng emerging from the wooden cabin, evidently having spent the night there. A spark of inspiration lit up Shen Lang's face. He promptly purchased a packet of small fish bait from the system and tossed it to Wang Peng. "I need a single fish under 300 pounds. Just one, no more." Wang Peng's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "No problem. Give me 10 minutes or even 5. With that, Wang Peng dashed back into the cabin to gather his gear and sprinted towards the water's edge. Chu Wei observed the athletic figure and remarked, "Brother, I know Wang Peng is formidable, but 5 minutes seems a tad boastful." Shen Lang patted Chu Wei on the shoulder. "Go on. Don't keep your fish waiting too long." Previously, Shen Lang had refrained from showcasing too much of Wang Peng's prowess due to the system's lack of upgrades. Now that the system had been enhanced and its functions activated, there was no need for concealment. It was akin to offering the anglers a glimpse of the new version. Upon reaching the reservoir, Wang Peng swiftly began preparing the bait, casually mixing it with some water before applying it to the hook. With a decisive motion, he cast the hook into the reservoir, readying himself for the action. As the float began to submerge, Wang Peng raised his rod with fervor, shouting, "Full set, no discounts." The rod arched elegantly, as if the water's surface had been pierced, and a fish over 2 meters in length leapt into the air. The rod descended, and the fish glided effortlessly onto the shore. Next to Wang Peng, several fishing teams turned their heads upon hearing his loud shout, initially thinking he was insane for yelling while fishing. However, once they caught sight of him, they were momentarily stunned. This figure seemed remarkably familiar. After all, the legendary one-handed catch of 700 pounds was not witnessed by everyone present. It was a tale that echoed throughout the reservoir. In the next instant, they witnessed a fish, weighing at least 200 pounds, being effortlessly tossed onto the shore. Indeed, it felt as though someone had hurled it from the depths of the water. Everyone stood in astonishment, with some glancing into the reservoir to confirm whether someone was diving below. What did I just witness? Is this the fabled Wang Peng? It's terrifying. I might lose control. Meanwhile, Chu Wei was still en route, having witnessed this astounding scene himself. He nearly stumbled in disbelief. Wait, wasn't it supposed to take 5 minutes? Hasn't even a minute passed? Chu Wei paused, suddenly realizing that perhaps he meant the time it took to run down. Upon reaching Wang Peng's side, Wang Peng pointed at the thrashing fish at his feet and asked, "Is this one good enough?" "Yes, it's more than enough." With Chu Wei's response, Wang Peng began to pack his belongings and headed towards the dam. His eyes reflected a sense of regret, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from Chu Wei's remark or the fish he had just caught. In the distance, Jeremy observed this spectacle and suddenly became exhilarated. "Ah, it's him. I've finally found him." Jeremy rushed towards Wang Peng, eager to catch up. Meanwhile, Chu Wei had summoned a drone to assist in hoisting the fish, fixating on that colossal creature while deciding to address the rest later. Clearly, Wang Peng's reappearance and remarkable display once again captured the attention and stirred discussions among the onlookers. The most prevalent topic was the source of his extraordinary strength. For instance, those fishing with steel wires noticed the unfolding scene from afar. "I remember him. I was there when he caught the koi," one exclaimed. "So, you mean he gained his powers after catching that koi?" "That's what they say online." Regardless, it was certainly a cause for envy. Unbeknownst to them, the drone had already flown the fish to the center of the reservoir and gently released it back into the water. As the fishermen continued to whisper among themselves, mere seconds later, the enormous float was suddenly yanked downward with tremendous force, vanishing from sight. The 3 steel wires connected to the hook snapped taut, producing a piercing sound as they sliced through the air. This immense force surged through the hands of the fishermen, catching them completely off guard as they were once again pulled forward. They had expected, as in the previous two instances, to stabilize their stance with a gentle tug. Yet this force sent their hearts racing. They had encountered the true contender. Here it comes, this is the one. Everyone rallied together. Let's rise to the occasion. Amidst the fervent cries of the crowd, they finally began to resist. However, it seemed that their efforts were too late. The fishermen on the left were forcefully toppled to the ground by the immense power unleashed. On the right, those perched upon the steel wire remained standing. Yet their collective strength proved insufficient to alter the tide of battle. For the fishermen on the central wire had already ascended into the heavens. The heavy machinery could not reach the ground below. It was only able to erect a support on the dam, as there existed a significant drop between the dam and the lower terrain. Thus, if the central wire were to be straightened, it would inevitably tilt. At this moment, due to the force exerted by the colossal entity, the fishermen in the middle were yanked into the air by the tautened wire. Of course, this was merely a handful, for when the majority felt the urge to ascend, they often chose to let go. Hence, those who clung on were lifted up. Meanwhile, the entire reservoir witnessed this spectacle. Their mouths agape in astonishment. In Yang Ruolin's live broadcast, exclamations of disbelief flooded the chat. The second round of the confrontation between the giant knife fish and the fishermen had commenced, with the giant knife fish emerging victorious in this initial encounter. Chapter 135. If you catch a fish weighing over 1,000 pounds, I shall divulge the truth. However, the steel wire in the middle had been pulled taut, with its uppermost end connected to heavy machinery. The arapaima, despite its formidable size, was rendered powerless against such equipment, unable to surge forward, swaying only from side to side. At this moment, those anglers who had been dragged to the ground finally managed to rise. The anglers suspended in midair also leapt down, for the height was not daunting, merely 2 or 3 meters at most. The anglers in the middle swiftly joined their comrades on either side. In no time, a synchronized chant resonated throughout the reservoir once more. 1, 2, pull. 1, 2, pull. Initially, they were caught unprepared, taken aback by the sudden force exerted by the arapaima. After all, even seasoned anglers could be pulled into the water by fish weighing merely 20 pounds. Hence, it was no disgrace for such a multitude to be toppled by a creature weighing several thousand pounds. Just then, a fleet of buses arrived at the parking lot of the reservoir. The first wave of tourists had arrived. Upon disembarking, several university students were awaiting them. These volunteers, having diligently promoted the event at their school for several days, were well versed in their tasks and worked with great enthusiasm. It was said that many students vied for the opportunity to volunteer here. Those chosen to serve as volunteers were the envy of their peers, for each day brought a plethora of new experiences. Not to mention, there was a 300-pound fish to feast upon daily. Although they had missed out yesterday, the tales of that day's events would provide them with stories to share for months. As the new tourists stepped off the bus, they were greeted by the rallying cry of 1, 2, pull. Curious, they approached the dam to witness the spectacle. The sight left them utterly astonished. For the previous day's visitors had departed early and missed the unfolding drama. What were they doing? It appeared as though they were attempting to hoist a statue from the water. Surely, this must be a fishing endeavor, given the reports of a colossal fish weighing several thousand pounds. Yet, they were perplexed. Why were they employing human strength when heavy machinery lay at their disposal? Perhaps they were simply idling away. At that moment, all attention at the reservoir was riveted upon these anglers. Many were bewildered, questioning why they insisted on using human force when the machinery could easily accomplish the task. A comment in Yang Ruolin's livestream may have shed light on the situation. This is the fishermen's last act of defiance. The debate between the mechanical and human factions had yet to cease from days prior. However, with the emergence of these colossal creatures, there was little left to argue. Human strength might not stand a chance against such titanic fish. Yet, these anglers sought to demonstrate through their actions that perhaps they could prevail. Although their backing was mechanical and they were, in truth, destined to fail, they still yearned to prove their worth. Even if the leader was a stalwart of the mechanical faction, what did that truly signify? Having experienced the events of yesterday, everything else pales in significance. What truly matters is this colossal creature. To conquer, it signifies victory. The steel wire connecting the mechanism has drooped. The angler who began the struggle has returned to the midpoint. Clearly, a tug-of-war has ensued. As long as the hook remains secure, this will be a prolonged battle lasting at least a day. Inside the wooden cabin, Wang Peng, Jeremy, and Shen Lang sit together, while Jeremy's team is kept at bay. My friend, you have occupied my thoughts intensely these past few days, Jeremy professed to Wang Peng with heartfelt sincerity. As a seasoned angler, he had witnessed Wang Peng display that remarkable strength on 2 occasions, the effortless power to draw up the massive catch. Such strength was something he deeply admired. Suddenly, Wang Peng shivered and shifted slightly backward. Though you have been my former aspiration, it's simply isn't suitable, he remarked. Jeremy, I know what you seek. If you manage to catch a fish weighing over 1,000 pounds, I shall divulge my secrets to you. Shen Lang interjected languidly. Oh, boss, is that truly the case? Will you really share your knowledge with me? Jeremy's charming smile illuminated his face. Indeed, Shen Lang assured him. Oh, thank you, boss. The best decision of my life has been to come here. Rest assured, I will land that fish, Jeremy exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement as he leapt to his feet. Boss, await my good news. With that, he bounded away like a youthful child. Shen Lang mused to himself. Once you catch that 1,000-pound giant, you will understand without me having to explain. And if you do not grasp it, then we shall try again. Soon, Jeremy returned with the machinery, which began its operation. A long steel wire was drawn towards the reservoir. Shen Lang, having neglected to thoroughly examine the upgraded system features yesterday due to a haze from indulgence, found himself occupied today. Now, with some leisure, he began to explore the system's upgrade functionalities. Name, Shen Lang. Age, 25. Bound water body, Shirkwan Reservoir water area, 5,000,000 square meters water depth, 45 meters current fish growth multiplier, 20 to 50 times current sessions, 1,000 per day, normal, 10,000 per day, advanced. Skill comprehension probability increases by 50%, skill proficiency speed increases by 50%. Current points, 0 current skill pool, a Y18 techniques, full, beginner. Descending fish 18 techniques, top tier, current number of fishers, none. The reservoir's area and multipliers are now eligible for upgrades. However, Shen Lang presently has no intention of upgrading. The rationale is simple. Everyone is still unaccustomed to fishing for excessively large specimens. Well, truthfully, Shen Lang had derived immense satisfaction from his last discounted card. And with the current minimum price at half off, he was reluctant to part with his money. Furthermore, judging by the system's tendencies, an upgrade now would undoubtedly come at an exorbitant cost. Had it not been for the remarkably generous cashback offered by the system, Shen Lang believed that merely managing this reservoir could potentially prevent him from ever attaining a 100-fold upgrade in his lifetime. However, the system's marketplace had undergone a revolutionary transformation, primarily featuring the introduction of a points-based shopping mall. Within it, an array of dazzling items awaited, including specially crafted fishing rods, lines, hooks, and other fishing paraphernalia that the system had finally deemed worthy of sale, albeit exclusively with points. The specially designed rebar fishing rod was priced at 10,000 points. This unique rod, forged from a special alloy, boasted the capability to catch enormous fish weighing up to 10,000 jin without faltering. Such offerings were merely the most economical options, as the description readily indicated. The subsequent items were even more extraordinary, shimmering with allure. Shen Lang's favorite was the final set. The Dragon Soul set, crafted from dragon bones for the rod, dragon tendons for the line, and dragon teeth for the hook, making fishing feel akin to catching shrimp. However, upon glimpsing the points required for this set, Shen Lang was immediately struck with dismay. The Dragon Soul set demanded an astonishing 10 billion points. While points could be accrued by anglers through their catches, Shen Lang remained uncertain of how many points one might earn per fish. Furthermore, it seemed there was a weight limit for the fish, as numerous catches weighing several tens of jin had been brought forth without any change in his points. Faced with such an overwhelming number of zeros, Shen Lang felt unworthy of possessing such wealth. Additionally, since his own fishing efforts yielded no rewards, selling these items to others seemed futile. Who could possibly afford them? Chapter 136. Are your teammates all here? The following are skill fragments. However, they are currently all gray and cannot be purchased. The requirements remain a mystery. As Shen Lang navigated through the skill section, he discovered he had reached the end. At the very bottom, one item captured his attention. Binding quota expansion card. Increases the number of bindable water areas by 1. Must meet basic binding conditions. 1,000,000,000 points. Such a valuable item? Nevertheless, upon seeing the multitude of zeros, Shen Lang quickly felt that possessing such a water reservoir would be quite advantageous. It seems the system has indeed become more formidable after the upgrade. Yet, it is merely an impression. He felt utterly incapable of utilizing any of the items within the system, apart from those 3 types of bait. Shen Lang shut down the system and turned to his companion, Wang Peng. Wang Peng also cast a glance at Shen Lang. Go ahead and fish, pay me 10,000. Wang Peng's heart leaped with joy. Finally, Lang Go had agreed to his fishing venture, but in the next moment, he stood there, somewhat embarrassed. Lang Ge, I don't have that much money. Shen Lang was taken aback. Money is a trivial matter. I'll transfer you 1,000,000. From now on, you can fish in the reservoir, but you must pay me 10,000 every day. At this, Wang Peng, no longer hesitant, readily agreed. Consequently, Shen Lang transferred 1,000,000 to Wang Peng, who then paid the fishing fee of 10,000 and eagerly dashed toward the reservoir. For a fishing enthusiast, arriving at the reservoir, yet being unable to fish was akin to being tantalized by an exquisite beauty while being unable to indulge. Moreover, he possessed an unyielding spirit. Bored in the wooden cabin, Shen Lang stepped outside, seeking a cool, shaded corner against the mountainside, watching the 500 people engaged in tug-of-war. Following the thrilling events of the previous day, the popularity here had surged. 2 or 3 items on the hot list pertained to the Shirkwan Reservoir. Some were even discussing the military's arrival at the reservoir yesterday. Yet, it seemed that an invisible hand suppressed such discussions. Any similar remarks appearing online would vanish without a trace. Thus, apart from a select few, the subsequent events remained largely undisclosed. As discussions online once again gained traction, more individuals were drawn to witness the scene. However, a curious phenomenon emerged. Today, fewer people were inclined to fish than before. Perhaps some were wary of safety, while others, disheartened by their lack of success after prolonged attempts, had given up. Frankly, catching such large fish demands a certain level of skill. If one is not an adept angler, even a monthly salary of 10,000 would not suffice for the expenses at such a high-threshold place as Shen Lang's Shirkwan Reservoir. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, as it subtly filtered out those suitable for Shen Lang's establishment. You cannot cater to every angler, yet all anglers aspire to fish at your venue. This is the ultimate goal of Shen Lang in establishing this fishing ground. Wang Peng found a relatively secluded spot and settled down. He retrieved a clump of pre-prepared bait from his pocket, remnants of the large fish bait from yesterday. Since he had scarcely utilized it then, it was fortuitously available for continued use now. Shen Lang had previously provided him with a package of small bait, yet Wang Peng had lost all interest in such trivialities. His aspirations were undoubtedly set on colossal creatures exceeding 1,000 pounds, akin to those he had encountered the day before. Upon opening the bait, an extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air. Not far from Wang Peng, a fellow angler abruptly turned his head, his nose twitching in delight. Brother, what delectable breakfast do you have? It smells divine. Could you spare me a bit? I arrived too early and haven't eaten anything. Wang Peng was momentarily taken aback. Clearly this angler did not recognize him. However, he quickly reassured himself. Why should anyone know him? Wang Peng rummaged through his backpack and produced 2 packets of biscuits. Here, have this to tide you over. The angler stood and remarked, don't be stingy. Tomorrow, I'll bring you breakfast in return. It dawned on Wang Peng that the angler was referring to the bait in his hands. This is bait, not food. The angler soon realized his blunder and, feeling slightly embarrassed, responded, it smells so delightful. I thought it was something delicious. Could I have a taste? Wang Peng glanced at the angler and asked, are you certain you want some? Don't be so miserly, brother. Rest assured, I have my secret bait as well. I'll share a bit with you later. Wang Peng grinned mischievously and offered a portion. No need. Aren't your teammates around? The angler replied with a smile. Yes, they're all robust and strong. That's good. However, the angler appeared puzzled, inquiring about his teammates' whereabouts. Wang Peng chose to ignore the question and focused on organizing his fishing line. He had invested several thousand in customizing a new set of gear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to spare that 10,000. This time, he was eager to test the efficacy of his new equipment. Noticing that Wang Peng was preoccupied with his own tasks, the angler returned to his fishing spot. Eager to resume his activity, he hastily reeled in his fishing rod, attaching the bait that Wang Peng had provided. The aroma of the bait was unmistakably potent, suggesting exceptional penetration. Perhaps it would attract a big catch. Once he cast his rod back into the water, he began boasting to his teammates. Don't you think those hundreds of people are foolish? Pulling in fish just to benefit someone else. Perhaps they value the experience? One teammate countered, I think that wealthy heir is quite decent. I heard he booked the entire night market in the county yesterday. Anyone can spend money. If I had wealth, I'd treat you all to a night at the grandest places without hesitation. Enough talk. It seems like you got a bite. Hearing his teammate S alert, the angler hurriedly glanced at the water surface. He saw the float bobbing violently before it suddenly plunged beneath the surface, vanishing without a trace. In that instant, he felt an unparalleled force surging through the fishing rod in his hands. He had not yet fully grasped the situation when he felt his body uncontrollably gliding swiftly towards the water surface. Fortunately, the seasoned anglers here had distilled a piece of wisdom. Maintain a safe distance from the water's edge, for even if one were to hook a substantial catch, it would prevent an instant demise and allow time for comrades to render aid. Although his teammates were privy to the impending catch before him, the rapidity of his movement towards the water was overwhelming. His companions had yet to register the urgency when he was already on the brink of immersion. The angler who had first alerted him was now nearly compelled to shut his eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending plunge. Goodness, what a predicament! He exclaimed in despair as he realized he was about to submerge. From the very first day, he had dedicated himself to fishing, enduring several days of fruitless attempts. And even when he did catch a fish, it was merely a small one. He often lamented his misfortune, believing that with a stroke of luck, ascending the leaderboard would be a trivial feat. Yet today, fortune seemed to have graced him, albeit excessively. What manner of creature lurked beneath the surface? Just as he was about to plunge into the depths, he suddenly sensed that overwhelming force dissipate. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a hand gripping his fishing rod. At that moment, a voice echoed beside him. The old man moves mountains. He looked up to see none other than the young man who had provided him with bait. Astonishingly, he was able to single-handedly withstand the pull of the fish. A thought crossed his mind. Could he be the legendary figure associated with this reservoir? His teammates stood in stunned silence. Hey, why are you all just standing there? The fish hasn't exerted its full strength yet. If it does, I won't be able to handle it, Wang Peng shouted. At this, the other anglers snapped out of their stupor and rushed over to assist in reeling in the fish. Their team boasted over 20 members, evidently assembled with the highest configurations as per the leaderboard as standards. Maneuvering a 600 or 700-pound catch would be a walk in the park. Wang Peng, however, had little concept of how much weight a larger group could manage. As he was presently handling the situation alone, with his teammates now at the ready, he declared, Are you all set? I'm about to let go. All good, brother. Thank you. You can release it. The angler, who had transformed from panic to exhilaration, exclaimed, This is it. We're about to strike gold. This catch will surely change our fortunes. Wang Peng nodded in agreement, and then relinquished his grip. Chapter 137. Brother, let go. The water is dangerous. After all, it was still early, and many had yet to catch a fish. Naturally, when there was excitement to behold, people flocked to the scene. At that moment, Wang Peng released his grip on the fishing rod of the angler beside him. Initially, the crowd, exhilarated by the catch of a large fish, suddenly sensed something amiss. The instant Wang Peng let go, an immense force surged forward, far beyond their expectations. 20 or so individuals were yanked forward, akin to wild horses breaking free. With a whoosh, those 20 or so individuals surged towards the water. What on earth is happening? Steady yourselves. Put in more effort. What are you doing? I'm already exerting all my strength. However, no matter how hard they strained or urged each other on, it was futile. The initial anglers had already plunged into the water. The remaining anglers, still on the shore and witnessing this chaos, realized the gravity of the situation and chose to relinquish their grip. Once one person let go, others swiftly followed suit. In a mere second or two, the dozen or so individuals behind them all released their holds. Meanwhile, the few in front remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, believing that everyone would fight until the end, gripping their rods with all their might. Consequently, they plummeted into the water at a rapid pace. Wang Peng, standing nearby, was momentarily bewildered. How could such a dramatic turn of events occur in just a few seconds after he had released his grip? He admitted that he had initially harbored a touch of mischievousness when preparing the bait. Yet, he had intended to assist. Who could have anticipated that over 20 individuals could not hold onto this fish? As he watched the fish prepare to drag the struggling anglers into the water and escape, Wang Peng could hardly bear the thought. Allowing a large fish to flee right before his eyes would be a profound humiliation for him at this moment. Thus, Wang Peng swiftly stepped forward, seizing the fishing rod that was about to plunge into the water. Simultaneously, he activated his skill, Yugong Moves Mountains. The fishing rod suddenly halted mid-air, yet the anglers, due to inertia, continued their descent towards the water. Plop, plop. The sounds of splashes echoed as several anglers fell into the water. However, they reacted quickly, as if some primal beast lurked beneath the surface. The moment they surfaced, they scrambled back towards the shore. Meanwhile, the onlookers were astounded to witness Wang Peng holding the fishing rod steady with one hand, exclamations of astonishment echoing around them. Those familiar with Wang Peng's reputation promptly recognized him. Wait, is that Wang Peng, the monster who single-handedly lifted a 700-pound creature? I still can't fathom how he accomplished that. Haven T, you heard the legends surrounding this reservoir? Seriously, you actually believe that? Come on, you still don't believe? The surrounding chatter did not faze Wang Peng in the slightest. Once he began fishing, he instinctively tuned out any distractions. Wang Peng had barely stabilized his fishing rod for 2 seconds when he suddenly felt an immense force transmitted through it. He knew that the fish had begun to exert its strength once more. The sound of the fishing line slicing through the air reached the ears of every angler present. A sound akin to a potent stimulant, igniting excitement within each fisherman, particularly today, as they had witnessed the legendary figure catching colossal creatures. However, a sense of foreboding enveloped Wang Peng as he felt his body being drawn towards the reservoir. Clearly, this fish had surpassed the limits of his initial strength. Without hesitation, Wang Peng began to employ his skills. Guanyin sprinkles water, he exclaimed, transforming his technique. Yet, after altering his skill, he was suddenly struck by an unfamiliar sensation. It seemed that after using one skill, he had become significantly more adept at it. Although Wang Peng usually possessed insight, it had never been as pronounced as it was now. A surge of joy filled his heart, and despite not knowing the precise reason, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he swiftly executed skill after skill. However, Wang Peng was already positioned at the water's edge, and now his feet were completely submerged. Nonetheless, he paid no heed and continued to wield his techniques, striking peculiar poses while uttering slogans that sparked the imagination. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the spectacle, though many believed Wang Peng was doomed, certain that the fish would pull him into the depths. "Brother, let go. The water is perilous," shouted another angler, who had already returned to shore. Although many had dared to fish today, the dread of the monstrous creature lurking below could not be shaken. Wang Peng remained undeterred, persistently altering his skills. With each technique he executed, he felt his understanding deepen. He recognized that these skills had numerous flaws. The transitions between them were cumbersome and overly exaggerated. Thus, he attempted to modify them, reducing the amplitude of his movements and swiftly transitioning into the next skill. To his astonishment, he succeeded. Elation surged within him as he continued to refine his approach. So much so that he had ceased to notice he was fully immersed up to his thighs in water. Fortunately, the bank sloped gently into the reservoir rather than dropping off sharply. Otherwise, he might not have had this chance. Wang Peng seemed to enter a transcendent state, continually altering his skill poses. With each change, he noticed the amplitude of his movements diminishing compared to before, and his incantations quickened. Simultaneously, as he transitioned between actions, he splashed the water surface, creating a flurry of droplets, reminiscent of a martial hero gracefully dancing through the water in a cinematic scene. The effect was utterly captivating. Of course, this would have been even more impressive had he refrained from uttering some rather crude slogans. With the execution of his final skill, Wang Peng pulled the fishing rod back with great force. At that moment, the colossal creature finally emerged from the depths, revealing itself to be approximately 4 meters in length. Indeed, it appeared to be a grass carp. How astonishing! The onlookers around erupted in exclamations of awe. This fish, if caught, would undoubtedly secure the top spot on the leaderboard, although it might not rival the two enormous arapaima. Given the current circumstances, there is a significant possibility that this fish could be reeled in. Despite the fact that there were 500 people attempting to haul in the massive arapaima, whether they would succeed remained uncertain. Suddenly, the grass carp flipped and swiftly plunged back into the depths. The fishing line tightened once more, and the buzzing sound reverberated again. At that moment, Wang Peng stood in the water, his entire being soaked through. The pull of the massive creature rendered him momentarily immobile. Water droplets cascaded from his short hair, tracing the contours of his resolute face. He gently closed his eyes, seemingly reflecting on something profound. The crowd of spectators nearby let out a collective sigh of relief, presuming that Wang Peng was about to return to shore. Unexpectedly, he began to move again, shouting, "The foolish old man moves the mountain." A few familiar faces were taken aback. Was he truly resuming the struggle? Wang Peng felt as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. He sensed that he could employ these skills more swiftly and fluidly, thus altering the application of his techniques according to his newfound insights. To his astonishment, it truly was effective. However, it wasn't long before he exhausted his set of skills. Yet, the flow of ideas in his mind felt boundless, continuously surfacing. Consequently, Wang Peng dispelled the effects of the skills and commenced anew. Chapter 138. Alas, you are now the architect of your own demise. Do not expect my assistance any longer. However, the once carefully amassed power suddenly dissipated, and the consequences were all too evident. Wang Peng's body was gradually being drawn back into the water by that force. Clearly, the fish seemed agitated, persistently pulling with great strength. Before long, Wang Peng's lower half was completely submerged. Yet his skills did not wane. Rather, they intensified. The water was now reaching up to Wang Peng's abdomen. At this moment, he had executed half of his skill, yet his body continued to be dragged deeper into the water. After all, buoyancy exists in water. Remarkably, despite being mostly submerged, Wang Peng had not yet been pulled away by the colossal creature, leaving many spectators in disbelief. Gradually, the water rose to his chest, then to his neck. Nevertheless, Wang Peng continued to switch his movements rapidly, chanting his mantra. Onlookers gazed at this spectacle with bewilderment. They simply could not comprehend why this individual, submerged to his neck, had not been swept away by the fish. What was he doing? Performing a show? A thought flickered in many minds. Could he possibly be foolish? Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Wang Peng continued to change his poses with remarkable speed, each transition now imbued with tremendous power, far surpassing the initial attempts. Each movement stirred up torrents of water, launching massive splashes into the air, soaring several meters high. He accelerated faster and faster, the water's flow around him unable to keep pace with his strikes. To the spectators outside, it appeared as though Wang Peng was at the center of a tempest of water, his figure obscured by the cascading spray. At that moment, Shen Lang, who had been observing from a shady spot, suddenly jolted, startled by a shocking notification from his system. Congratulations to Wang Peng for elevating the Away 18 styles to a higher tier while significantly optimizing it. The host has now mastered this skill. Seriously, my friend, do you have to be this incredible? At this rate, I feel utterly useless. Shen Lang opened the skill panel to examine the newly enhanced Away 18 styles. Away 18 styles modified. Beginner high tier, created by Away while learning a top tier skill. Wang Peng discovered severe flaws during his study and thus improved it. The initial attribute is 12 times, with each skill usage increasing attributes by 10% and skill usage speed enhanced by 1000%. Other aspects remain largely unchanged. This 12-fold increase seems to be the initial multiplier after reaching the higher tier. The only significant change lies in the speed of skill application, which Shen Lang had often critiqued, as it originally required the execution of 18 skills to reach full capacity. While the initial pull was effective, subsequent stacking was merely embellishment. If it could not be activated, the skill held little value. Now, it had effectively reduced the time required to stack the skill's power from 2 or 3 minutes to merely a few seconds. Shen Lang had no intention of descending to take a look. It seemed futile with so many people already gathered. However, not long after, an alert from the system compelled Shen Lang to act. Deng Yang caught a 69-pound, 16-fold, 1,104-pound grass carp, Congratulations on earning 706,560 Huaxia coins. Congratulations on gaining 1104 activity points. Congratulations on receiving a beginner skill fragment chaotic wind fishing method. Who is this Deng Yang? How could he possibly catch a creature weighing over 1,000 pounds at such an early hour? Shen Lang hurriedly ran towards the reservoir. Just moments ago, while the onlookers marveled at the spectacular splash, a fish leapt from the water, soaring towards the shore and sliding several meters before coming to a halt. At that moment, the tumultuous waves subsided, and a figure emerged slowly from the water. The crowd gazed in awe at the enormous creature still writhing on the ground, their mouths agape in astonishment. The most bewildered of all was the angler Deng Yang, who had borrowed the bait. As the fish was drawn onto land, a stream of information suddenly flooded his mind. A technique called away 18 styles appeared in his consciousness. Although he could only sense the first style at present, the name sent waves of exhilaration through him. He looked at Wang Peng, who was approaching from the water, his eyes brimming with elation. He distinctly recalled that this person had uttered those very words. Yugong moves mountains, while gripping the fishing rod with one hand. It felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. The joy and astonishment within him were beyond expression, leaving him momentarily dazed. At that instant, more and more spectators arrived. The reservoir staff squeezed in from outside, ready to weigh the catch. Clearly, this weight exceeded what ordinary scales could measure, and no mere handful of individuals could lift it. A plan had been devised days earlier when the large fish were first spotted. They decided to use a massive net to ensnare it, equipped with a giant electronic scale and lifted by an excavator. After all, only an excavator could navigate this terrain with ease. Soon the weight was announced. 1,104 pounds. Wow, 1,104 pounds. This was extraordinary. Was this something achievable by human effort? It seemed the leaderboard was about to change dramatically. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the reservoir. The latest news revealed that Deng Yang had caught a grass carp weighing 1,104 pounds, claiming the top spot and significantly elevating the leaderboard. What had he used to achieve such a feat? The answer was, one person, one rod. Upon hearing this news, anglers in other parts of the reservoir were momentarily stunned. What joke, 1,100 pounds? And what did one person, one rod even mean? Consequently, several curious anglers made their way towards the commotion. The crowd swelled, blocking the path entirely. Shen Lang found himself squeezed in the midst of it all, unable to advance or retreat. Oh my, Deng Yang, you've struck it rich, ranking first on the leaderboard. Your name? Indeed, 5 million. Tonight, I must host a feast. Those teammates who had begun to discard their fishing rods rushed to Deng Yang's side to celebrate. Yet, within Deng Yang, there lingered no interest in that coveted first place. For he had acquired something far more significant. The image of Wang Peng, effortlessly reeling in with one hand, was etched in his mind. Once, he had envied Wang Peng's strength immensely, and now he too possessed it. His singular desire was to wield this new-found power. Thus, he approached the riverbank, grasped his fishing rod, and affixed the last morsel of bait he had received from Wang Peng. With a vigorous motion, he cast the line into the water. The onlookers were captivated by his actions. Upon realizing that he was the fortunate soul who had claimed the first prize, they regarded him with envious gazes. After all, it was akin to hiring a divine mentor, one who demanded no payment. What an enviable situation. In the hearts of all, Wang Peng had gradually ascended to the status of a fishing deity. Observing Deng Yang's maneuver, Wang Peng couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, well, now you're on your own. Don't expect me to rescue you. To everyone's astonishment, just moments after casting the line, it seemed he had hooked a fish. The bobber bobbed violently a few times before plunging beneath the surface, vanishing from sight. Deng Yang had not anticipated such swift success, yet it suited him perfectly. As he yearned to showcase his skills before a crowd, he would demonstrate that he too possessed formidable strength. However, in the next instant, a tremendous force surged through him. He struck an odd pose and shouted, "Yugong moves mountains." In that fleeting moment, Deng Yang felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. This sensation, yes, this was the feeling, ecstasy. The gathered crowd gasped in disbelief. Could it be? Did he truly possess such strength? Yet in the blink of an eye, he was yanked forward by that immense force, plunging into the water with a resounding splash. Deng Yang had barely registered what was happening before he was submerged. still maintaining that peculiar stance. The onlookers collectively exhaled, clearly relieved. He did not possess that power after all. Chapter 139, could it be that he has also mastered the 18 styles of away? However, as Wang Peng observed Deng Yang's initial movements and the words he uttered, he fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that he has indeed learned the 18 styles of away? Simultaneously, he recalled his own experience of acquiring skills, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the current situation, both involving the catch of a substantial prize. The distinction lay in the fact that both were caught by his own efforts. Wang Peng sighed in exasperation. Did he truly believe that he could contend with such a colossal creature right after learning the skill? The bait for large fish was certainly enticing, and judging by the current circumstances, it must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. When he had first learned, he had only dared to reel in a few small carps. Before long, Deng Yang climbed ashore, gazing silently at the water's surface, lost in thought. What had gone awry? Why could he not showcase his prowess like Wang Peng? Brother, are you all right? Don't be too hard on yourself. It's merely 5 million. It's not the end of the world. Indeed, if worst comes to worst, we can forego visiting heaven on earth. His teammates rushed over to check on him as he emerged. Meanwhile, Shen Lang finally edged his way to the perimeter of the crowd, but a few muscular men blocked his path, making it impossible to advance. Make way, make way. The boss is here, Shen Lang shouted. One of the muscular men turned around, exclaiming with surprise, "Oh, boss, what a coincidence." Upon recognizing him, Shen Lang thought to himself, how is it that this unfortunate fellow, Li Pei Guang, is everywhere I go? What a coincidence indeed. Could you kindly ask your brothers to make some space? You're too polite, boss. Brothers, clear a path for the boss. Li Pei Guang shouted to those around him. The muscular men promptly pushed aside those nearby, creating a clear passage for Shen Lang. The boss has arrived, someone shouted, diverting the crowd's attention from Deng Yang and Wang Peng. What the heck? Shen Lang lamented. I only asked for a little room, not this grand avenue. Yet, he had no choice but to walk forward directly into the spotlight. Seeing Shen Lang approach, Wang Peng also walked over and remarked, Lang Gu, it seems that person has grasped the 18 styles of away. Shen Lang glanced at Deng Yang, who was still contemplating life on the shore. Did you assist him in fishing? Wang Peng replied, somewhat sheepishly. I inadvertently provided him with a bit of bait. I was merely concerned that they might venture into the water to feed the fish. So, I helped him reel it in. Shen Lang retorted. That hardly qualifies as merely helping him reel it in. You practically altered the skill itself. Nevertheless, this revelation led Shen Lang to uncover an intriguing anomaly. Or perhaps it was not an anomaly at all. It appeared that as long as someone else had hooked the fish, regardless of who ultimately reeled it in, the credit remained with the individual who initially caught it. Whether it was the system's cashback notifications or the acquisition of skills, it was akin to your honor of king's account. As long as it was yours, no matter who assisted you in achieving greatness, that glory still belonged to you. Thus, the phenomenon of account boosting emerged in the world of gaming. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, as soon as his reservoir began to exhibit its skills, the first professional player emerged. There is no need for astonishment. In due course, an increasing number of individuals would possess such abilities. Shen Lang remarked casually. Wang Peng appeared to ponder, as if he had grasped an essential point. Do you have any large bait? Shen Lang inquired of Wang Peng. There's only a tiny bit left, Wang Peng replied, producing a small lump of bait. Shen Lang nodded and then extracted a package from his pocket, stating, use it sparingly. I only have 1 pack per day. Wang Peng eagerly snatched the bait, his heart brimming with joy as he realized he could finally fish to his heart's content. Moreover, as Shen Lang mentioned, it was limited to 1 pack daily. For Wang Peng, who had previously used such bait, enduring long hours of fishing without a catch was nothing short of torment. Who does not relish the exhilarating thrill of reeling in fish continuously? Initially, Shen Lang hesitated to share the bait, wishing for a fair competition. However, after enduring numerous events, his perspective shifted. To hell with fairness. Having bound himself to a system, he was determined to elevate himself swiftly. Organizing this competition was merely a convenient endeavor to attract more individuals to fishing. Fairness? The very act of being born into this world is inherently unjust. Shen Lang did not seek out the fortunate individual to converse with him. Of course, if he proved to be a genius like Wang Peng, Shen Lang would not mind getting to know him anew. Previously, Shen Lang had harbored doubts regarding Wang Peng's talent, as he was the sole possessor of skills. However, after Wang Peng optimized the skills directly, Shen Lang's skepticism dissipated. In any narrative, being able to optimize skills early on is indicative of a prodigy. Henceforth, if luck favored them, they could all acquire skills, and at that juncture, those with exceptional talents would warrant closer attention. Meanwhile, the area had become so crowded that it was nearly impenetrable. Newcomers inquired of those nearby about the initial happenings. Consequently, the environment was abuzz with commotion, rendering Shen Lang and Wang Peng's conversation inaudible. "You go on fishing. I shall wander about," Shen Lang declared before making his way outward. However, after taking a few steps, he halted. "How on earth am I to squeeze through this throng?" Thus, Shen Lang shouted, "Everyone disperse. There's nothing of interest here." Nevertheless, his voice fell upon deaf ears, making no impact amidst the cacophony. Ultimately, Shen Lang had no choice but to continue pushing through the crowd. After much effort, he finally emerged, only to discover he had been playfully slapped on the rear by an unknown individual. Shen Lang vowed never to indulge in such spectacles again. He then approached Chu Wei and his companions. Although this area was also crowded, it was markedly less congested than the previous one. Shen Lang lingered briefly before departing, for they had entered a tug-of-war phase, evidently requiring considerable time to reel in the catch. The massive, giant catfish intermittently surfaced to breathe, indicating that they had indeed hooked the large one. This was a classic case of fate bringing adversaries together. Shen Lang earnestly hoped they could bring this fish to the surface. After all, these two giant Arapaima gigas must consume an astonishing number of other fish daily. At this moment, the entire reservoir was abuzz with anticipation, as the focus rested upon whether these 500 individuals could successfully haul in the elusive creature. The attention extended far beyond the local community, with the whole internet captivated by the unfolding drama, primarily due to Yang Ruolin's live streaming. The viewer count consistently surpassed 500,000, a staggering figure that elicited envy from countless prominent figures. However, as the official live stream of the reservoir, it naturally enjoyed a distinct advantage. Jeremy, being a world-renowned celebrity, attracted considerable interest, particularly from avid fishing enthusiasts. While the average person might not recognize him, many fishermen without a catch that day had flocked to witness the event. At that moment, he held a device in his hand, intently observing it. The instrument displayed radar-like icons, with countless red dots blinking on the screen. It was evidently a fish-finding radar. Remarkably, Jeremy gazed at the multitude of red dots on the radar, feeling a sense of incredulity. In the area before him, there were apparently thousands of fish, each weighing over 100 pounds. Chapter 140. Would you be willing to become like him? If this were to occur in his homeland, it would undoubtedly provoke a seismic uproar. All aquatic biologists, ichthyologists, and geological experts would flock to the scene. Yet here, only people come to fish. Unbeknownst to him, however, those pivotal figures have had their minds altered. Should his influence grow even more substantial, it could pose a threat to the reservoir. There exists the possibility that he may also become a target of the system's ideological transformation. Moreover, those fixated on the reservoir remain oblivious to the gradual shifts occurring within their own minds. "Oh, Jeremy, with so many fish, your investment of 10,000 should yield returns," quipped an assistant nearby. "No, our objective is not merely these fish. Our goal is that," Jeremy declared, pointing at the massive fish displayed on the screen. A creature weighing at least 1,000 pounds, the local proprietor had proclaimed that if he could successfully reel it in, he would reveal a secret. Well then, may fortune favor us. Let's get to work, gentlemen. Thus, this group of foreign friends, after 2 hours of deliberation, finally commenced casting their lines. It must be said that the efficiency of the foreigners is rather sluggish. Look at our Chu Wei. He has been at it for over an hour. Of course, commencing fishing does not guarantee an immediate catch, and precisely hooking a fish exceeding 1,000 pounds is undeniably a colossal challenge. Shen Lang returned to the wooden cabin. The morning sun had risen, and a stroll outside felt unbearably hot. Shen Lang took out his phone to check the weather forecast. In a couple of days, a rainy spell lasting over 10 days was expected. Consequently, the competition might need to be suspended, as outdoor events are contingent upon weather conditions. However, rain could also provide an opportunity for Shen Lang to upgrade the water area further. The remaining upgrades could enhance the multiplier. Those days would be perfect for procuring additional supplies. After all, even if the multiplier is increased, the fish in the reservoir will not change in size unless they are caught and then reintroduced. Upon returning to the cabin, Shen Lang activated the air conditioning, which had just been installed days prior. In the sweltering summer heat, enduring without air conditioning is nothing short of torment. Shen Lang reclined comfortably on the sofa while simultaneously activating the system. As he began fishing, Shen Lang received a notification indicating he had obtained a skill fragment. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to investigate. However, upon opening his system backpack, he found nothing. Shen Lang was taken aback. Wait, wasn't there a skill fragment that appeared? He rummaged through the system's notifications once more. Congratulations! You have acquired a basic skill fragment, chaotic wind fishing method. Perplexed, Shen Lang zech diligently. Eventually, he located it within the store. The chaotic wind fishing method had transformed from gray to vibrant color within the store interface. Below the icon, it displayed 120, indicating that 20 fragments are required for activation. Simultaneously, Shen Lang noted the price. The basic skill fragment chaotic wind fishing method costs 100,000 points each. Damn, this is truly extortionate. Shen Lang felt that the items here were exorbitantly priced. As for the fishing rod, he thought it unnecessary to mention. He certainly had no intention of purchasing it. However, the card he desperately desired, which allowed access to second fishing ground, was priced at an astonishing 10 billion. If points were only awarded for catches exceeding 1,000 pounds, and a single fish counted for over 1,000 points, that would amount to a staggering 100,000 fish. This was, without a doubt, an insurmountable task. Furthermore, even to acquire this basic skill, one would still need to catch around 100 fish. As for the intermediate, advanced, and ultimate levels, one could only imagine the points required. Shen Lang couldn't help but express his grievances to the system. System, just take a look at the prices you've set. Is this reasonable? The system replied, these prices are not set by this system. They're the inherent costs established at the factory. If the host finds them unreasonable, perhaps the fault lies within yourself. Shen Lang nearly laughed out loud. So you're implying I'm just inexperienced? What I can assure the host is that the pricing is entirely reasonable. You will understand in due time. Resigned, Shen Lang accepted the reality, though he was eager to witness the reasoning behind it. Meanwhile, beneath the reservoir, Deng Yang had emerged from his self-doubt. He approached Wang Peng, eager to seek guidance. Master, may I ask you a question? Wang Peng glanced at him and replied, I'm aware of your concerns. I was once in your shoes. Deng Yang's eyes sparkled with hope as he hastily urged, please, enlighten me. Wang Peng gazed skyward, seemingly lost in reminiscence before finally responding. This skill is quite simple. You merely need to use it to unlock subsequent abilities. I recall spending countless nights practicing. Deng Yang suddenly grasped the concept. I see. It's akin to playing a game, right? Although Wang Peng was not much a gamer, he nodded. That's about the gist of it. Defeating monsters leads to leveling up. After all, Wang Peng's journey had been just that, catching larger fish to achieve breakthroughs. I understand now. Thank you, Master. Deng Yang exclaimed, ready to leave. Just then, Wang Peng added, practicing skills doesn't necessarily require fishing. Deng Yang's eyes lit up with realization. Just like in a game, I get it. Eagerly, he rushed to his fishing spot, seized his rod, and began to unleash his skills. Yugong Yishan. Within mere seconds, he began exclaiming once more, Yugong Yishan. His teammates observed him performing peculiar actions while repeatedly shouting that odd slogan, shaking their heads in bemusement. Ever since he caught that one fish, they sensed something was amiss with Deng Yang. After all, it was merely one fish. Although he was currently in the lead, the competition still had several days left. Was it truly time to lose one's mind? Consequently, the tale of the mad fisherman who ranked first began to circulate throughout the reservoir. Some speculated that he had become delirious with excitement after catching such a large fish, while others whispered of a curse from a fearsome dragon associated with that very catch. Some have remarked that he has inherited the same legacy as Wang Peng, and in his elation, he has lost his senses. Of course, the peculiar events surrounding the reservoir have become too numerous to warrant much concern from the public. Wang Peng, observing Deng Yang practicing fervently, could only shake his head. This exuberance mirrored his own from times past. After gathering his thoughts, Wang Peng commenced fishing, retrieving the bait from the previous day and casting his line. Since acquiring his skills, he had yet to experience the sheer joy of fishing. He vowed to make today a memorable one. As the hook sank into the water, a mere 20 seconds later, the float suddenly plunged, vanishing from sight. Here it comes. Wang Peng remained unperturbed. His body twitched uncontrollably, a clear manifestation of his streamlined skill execution. With minimized movements, his actions quickened, evoking the sensation of a spasm. The slogans he uttered had also been drastically simplified. Fool, observe, poison, dry bell. In just a fleeting moment, his twitching ceased. Those who had gathered to witness Deng Yang's antics now regarded Wang Peng with expressions of concern. Is this the mental state of all fishing enthusiasts? A visitor inquired of his companion. I have no idea, replied his friend, equally baffled. It was hard to blame them. Wang Peng's current demeanor indeed resembled that of an individual grappling with mental instability. Even the angler who had initially been captivated by Wang Peng's casting now felt a profound sense of confusion. One fisherman turned to another and asked, Brother, if you could become an angler as skilled as him, but it meant adopting this peculiar state, would you agree? Without hesitation, the other fisherman replied, I would.